Let us start with a school where instead of math, kids literally major in real-world combat. Right now, we see one student completely surrounded by 10 other fighters. But he is still incredibly confident, because with just a simple wave of his hand, he can summon a massive iron axe. Even if he is totally outnumbered, it is not a big deal. One single swing of that heavy weapon is all he needs to completely shatter their defensive line. Hey, Baek Jin-sung, you useless bastard. Do not just stand there. Do something already. The angry red-haired guy in the group yells at another student who is just standing in the corner. But Jin-sung just scratches his head with an awkward smile, knowing he would be completely useless in this fight anyway. You useless piece of trash, just wait. Once this match is over, we are coming for you next. The red-haired guy screams in pure rage. Yes, Baek Jin-sung is our main character. But as you can see, he has zero power, and his teammates think it is bad luck just to be near him. Sure enough, as soon as practice ends, the red-haired bully and his crew corner Jin-sung to teach him a painful lesson. Even though they are kicking and insulting him, he does not even seem to feel any pain. He actually starts laughing, saying he is sorry. But then he mocks them, asking what on earth they expected from an absolute bottom-ranked loser like him anyway. This shameless, provoking attitude only makes the bullies even more furious. Now pay attention here. The guy throws a brutal punch, but Jin-sung dodges by running away. Looking at how that punch literally bends a metal locker, his choice to flee was definitely the smart move. You F-grade loser. We are tired, so we will only hit you 10 times to make up for the 10 teammates you dragged down. The guy with glasses says. Jin-sung gulps in fear. 10 times? With that insane punching power, taking 10 hits would probably put him straight into a coffin. He definitely does not want to spend his entire break getting pulverized. So, choosing to run away, Jin-sung bolts down the hallway screaming for help. Of course, it is just for show, because absolutely nobody in this school is going to come to his rescue. The other students are so used to seeing Jin-sung run for his life like a scared rat every single day that they just treat the chase like their favorite daily drama show. And just like always, Jin-sung is totally alone and has no way to outrun these violent classmates. Once they corner him, he can only helplessly beg them not to use Ida power, or else it will hurt way too much. Do not worry, we will hold back just enough so you do not tattle to Teacher Gang-ho. Besides, you know Ida is banned on school grounds, right? With that, the bullies start throwing punches and kicks, completely dynamic, giving our main character absolutely zero chance to fight back. You and I can see the other students are actually enjoying this cruel sight. They even want the bullies to hit harder because sharing a classroom with an F-grade piece of trash is a total insult to them. Meanwhile, Jin-sung is beaten so badly he cannot even stand straight, but he still has the nerve to say exactly what is on his mind. Hey guys, I do not think our team lost because of me. Seriously, this guy has some massive guts. He basically just called them completely useless. 10 against 1 and they still lost, so having him there would not have changed a single thing. As you would expect, talking back like that sends the bullies into an absolute fit of rage. Just as they are about to beat him half to death, the classroom door swings open and their teacher walks in. Alright kids, take your seats. I have some great news for everyone today. With the teacher in the room, the bullies have no choice but to back off. Leaving Jin-sung slumped in the corner, they quickly scurry back to their desks. Jin-sung lets out a massive sigh of relief because the beating is finally over. He slowly drags his bruised body back to his desk, wondering why the teacher looks so incredibly serious. Up at the podium, the teacher taps the board to get everyone to quiet down, before announcing that their school has officially been recognized by the government. But unlike the excited teacher, the students look completely bored, and some even seem annoyed by the news. Seriously, teacher, with that tone, there is probably some annoying new rule coming down from the top, right? This loudmouth is Bun Ji-zan, a low-tier school bully with basic combat skills. Seeing Ji-zan rudely propping his feet up on the desk, the teacher has to call him out. Break time is over, so get your feet down. He does, but still has the nerve to talk back. Can we just stop wasting time on this useless stuff? The homeroom teacher just shakes his head. Since he is not the one who makes the rules, these little troublemakers will just have to get used to the new system. Plus, he reminds the class that their school only got this official recognition because of the incredible performance of their third-year seniors. And trust me, we are about to see what this new rule is. Alright, you and I are about to see this school officially turn into a military testing ground. This means the students now receive military ranks based on how well they perform, while every homeroom teacher starts off as a first lieutenant and platoon leader. He just became the leader of Platoon 10, which explains why he looks so incredibly excited right now. We are Platoon 10 just because we are 10th graders? What are they even turning us into? Hey, quit complaining. The teacher chimes in, saying this is a government order, so they must try their absolute best. We are official comrades from now on, so you will all have to salute like real soldiers during training. Tons of people are probably trying to recruit students from our school right now. The teacher keeps babbling on and on, but looking at the class, not a single student seems excited at all. Jin-sung is one of those unamused students, and with his blunt, speak-his-mind personality, he immediately asks, "Teacher, what if we do not want to study under a military style like this?" The teacher shrugs, stating the school is not forcing anyone, so whoever does not want this can request the government to transfer them elsewhere. However, he keeps hammering in that this is a priceless opportunity, implying only a fool would want to transfer out. But trust me, none of these students actually see how this is a good opportunity. After that, the teacher dumps a huge pile of military rank badges straight out of a cardboard box. Word has it that the third-year students completed a massive mission, helping the school secure this military status, so they all received the rank of sergeant. The top achievers of the second-year class became corporals, while all the remaining students are now private first class. As for the first years, you start as privates. Your rank assessments will be carried out by your platoon leader at any given time. Come find me whenever you need. I will help you with all my heart since your entire future depends on this. The teacher adds, reminding the students that these badges are not to be attached to their uniforms yet, so they must keep them safe. Later on, they will receive student handbooks where they can paste these badges inside. After handing out the badges to everyone, Jin-sung is the only one left empty-handed. But before he can even complain, the teacher cuts him off with an annoyed tone. Out of the entire first-year class, there is only one single student who cannot receive the rank of private. Jin-sung, you will start as a mere trainee. Hearing this, Jin-sung cannot even believe his own ears, asking, "What did you just say?" It does not stop there. The very next morning, Jin-sung is called to the teacher's office incredibly early, supposedly to discuss his future. But without even wasting a single breath on small talk, the teacher bluntly asks him when exactly he plans to transfer out of this school. This completely shocks Jin-sung. The teacher explains that school seems too hard for him, which became clear once they transitioned into a military academy. "You will not last long, Jin-sung." Now, we all know words like that from a teacher absolutely cut deep. Despite the harsh words, Jin-sung remains firm and replies, "Teacher, you need to look at my hidden potential. Who knows, maybe I will suddenly do great." Unfortunately, the teacher's reaction is not at all what he hoped for. Instead, the man bursts into hysterical laughter, telling Jin-sung that he is absolutely hilarious. Of course, Jin-sung is not stupid. He knows there is zero sincerity in that laugh. In fact, he is fully aware the teacher has looked down on him since day one. "Jin-sung, ever since this ranking system was put in place to classify the students, your school life has already been extremely difficult. You know I cannot waste my time looking after isolated students, right?" The homeroom teacher continues coldly. Hearing those heartless words only makes Jin-sung feel even more irritated. This teacher clearly thinks he is good for nothing besides getting beaten up, and he refuses to have an F-rank student in his classroom. At first, he probably expected Jin-sung to drop out on his own from being bullied daily. But since Jin-sung is holding on strong despite the abuse, the teacher called him in to push him out. After all, there is no reason for anyone to value an F-rank Adea like his. "Teacher, I am just a bit curious," Jin-sung suddenly asks. "Do you honestly believe that human souls are divided into ranks too?" In response, the teacher lets out an even louder, more mocking laugh than before. "Are you kidding me? Of course they do. You know everyone thinks that, but I do not believe they do." As Jin-sung delivers this sharp response, his expression turns dead serious. Their conversation ends right there because the school bell finally rings for class. Back in class, the homeroom teacher orders the group leaders, who are now called squad leaders, to report their unit numbers. Lots of students feel extremely annoyed playing along with this military cosplay, especially Jin-sung and a guy named Byun. "Teacher, do we seriously have to do this?" Byun raises his hand and asks in frustration. "Squad leader Byun of Squad 3? Stop asking questions and just do what I said." The teacher snaps back. Byun clicks his tongue and sighs. "Fine, Squad 3, total of 10, 2 absent. One is in the bathroom and the other, I wish he would just disappear. 8 present. Believe me, we are in for a wild ride. Alright, stick with me here. The one person John wants to disappear forever is Jinung. Just another typical day. Even after switching to a military school, he still has to endure endless mockery from his classmates. And to make matters worse, their teacher has zero interest in defending him. Once roll call ends, the teacher announces that, instead of regular classes, everyone is heading outside for a special event. Government inspectors are secretly blending into the crowd, and not even the school knows who they actually are. These inspectors will observe exactly how the students adapt to a sudden change in their environment. "Get to the point already, teacher," an impatient student shouts. "Humph. You kids are always jumping the gun," the teacher grumbles. But honestly, there's absolutely nobody in the classroom who wants to hear him ramble on. So he finally gets to the point. Today's main event is a battle squad tournament featuring first, second, and third years. The matches will be chosen by those government inspectors. Jinung assumes he can just stay a spectator to easily kill some time. But who could have guessed? The very first match pits Bun Jison's team against Squad 1. Platoon 153, and they only have a mere 20 minutes to prepare for battle. Since Jin-sung is in John's squad, John is practically losing his mind after hearing the news from their teacher. The other guys tease him relentlessly for being grouped up with an F rank, making John look even more furious. Meanwhile, Jin-sung, the actual target of all this gossip, just slumps over his desk, looking completely exhausted and sleepy. Watch closely right here. That's when Bun-John walks up and barks, "Hey, garbage." "Huh, did you just call me?" Squad leader, Jin-sung replies, only to get his hair aggressively grabbed by John. Jin-sung's careless attitude drives him insane, and he is ready to beat him up right here. After all, Squad 1 of Platoon 153 has a literal monster named An Sung-ho. Even the absolute aces of Jin-sung's class would struggle to defeat him, let alone a team dragging an F-rank deadweight like him on their backs. So before even stepping onto the field, John already knows how this ends. We are going to lose anyway. So does it even matter if I'm there or not? Jin-sung asks back with a dumb, simple grin. No way we are going down like you, loser. John snaps, aggressively grabbing his collar again. If our rank drops because of you, can you take responsibility for it? John looks incredibly intimidating. But honestly, Jin-sung is so used to this that he's not even scared. Besides, John is only a C rank. His standing isn't even high enough for a drop to make any real difference anyway. Jin-sung is actually bold enough to say these thoughts out loud. And John gets completely driven, absolutely ballistic with rage. But he can't beat him up yet because Jin-sung still needs to step onto the field. To Jin-sung, getting beaten up right here or by those third years outside feels the exact same. But look at this sudden twist. John cooks up an incredibly wild idea. He decides to make a completely useless F-rank guy like Jin-sung their squad leader. Can you handle it? John asks, threateningly patting Jin-sung's head like he is a pet dog. Haha, I will do whatever you say, Jin-sung reluctantly replies. Good, because from now on, you are going to be my personal meat shield. Got it, garbage? And just like that, Jin-sung is dragged onto the field, forced into the role of John's personal meat shield, exactly as the guy demanded. All the students in school gather around to witness this completely one-sided, unfair battle. On the opposing side, team leader An Sung-ho radiates an incredibly terrifying presence. The supervisor tells him to show off his skills freely, since recruiters from the upper ranks are watching this fight. And it's not just in Sung-ho, the other third-year members look equally terrifying. On the flip side, John's squad looks completely hopeless. Shortly after, the referee hands a special bracelet to each captain. It regulates their idea power, shielding the wearer from sudden shock, but it will easily shatter when taking a heavy, direct impact. John personally fastens the bracelet onto Jin-sung's wrist, hoping it will help him survive just a little bit longer. He drags Jin-sung around by his collar like a dog right in front of everyone, and even when Jin-sung tries to resist, it does absolutely nothing. Because of the massive experience gap between the second years and the third years, the organizers add an extra rule to keep things fair. If Jin-sung's team survives for 5 minutes, they win. But even with that rule, his teammates still feel they stand absolutely zero chance of winning. Jin-sung quietly sets a 5-minute countdown timer on his digital watch, thinking to himself, 5 minutes is a win. If we pull this off, will the teacher finally consider my transfer request? The 5-minute countdown officially begins. The referee signals the start, and John immediately grabs Jin-sung's collar like a dog and runs backward. His battle strategy is incredibly, brutally simple. Just survive 5 minutes, and during those 5 minutes, simply use Jin-sung as an effective bullet-catching meat shield. But trust me, this move leaves the other teammates completely stunned. Hey Bun-Jizone, give us some actual orders. What about our formation? Alright, you and I are diving into a wild match where those terrifying third years are closing in. Everyone's panicking, and John is completely stressed out. Dragging Jin-sung all the way to the back, John screams, "Shut up everyone, Team 3, just focus on protecting me. If we hold out for 5 minutes, we win." But those savage seniors show absolutely no mercy to their juniors, taking down several of them in the blink of an eye. Aside from the loudmouths, there's also an incredibly fierce girl on the opposing team. During the chaos of battle, her eyes lock directly onto John. As she charges at him with terrifying speed, John literally grabs Jin-sung, forcing him to block the hit. Jin-sung is completely baffled, while John just keeps screaming and calling him absolute trash. Pay attention to this hilarious detail. While the enemy closes in fast, Jin-sung spots his homeroom teacher casually giving him a thumbs up. He lets out a heavy sigh. This ridiculous situation is getting really annoying. At the very last second, right as the girl strikes, John tosses Jin-sung aside and bolts in another direction. But the real shocker is that Jin-sung easily blocks her powerful strike himself. His eyes at that moment turn incredibly cold and serious. This forces his opponent to quickly summon her gear. It is a stunning set of silver armor forged from Ida. Jin-sung instantly puts on a worshipful face, clapping his hands wildly. Wow, your silver armor looks absolutely incredible, senior. Both the style and stats are totally top tier. Stop playing dumb. You easily reacted to my maximum speed just now, didn't you? She demands, highly irritated. That's not really important right now. What's important is my leader is currently running away. Jin-sung points directly at John, who is sprinting away as fast as he can. Then, he glances at his watch. There are still 3 minutes and 5 seconds left before they win, meaning he must stall this girl at all costs. But instead of using raw strength, Jin-sung chooses the ultimate art of stalling. He starts acting cute right in front of her. Hey, can I call you Nuna? I'm not trying to flirt or anything. Oh no, I'm sorry. Did I make you mad? I'll just call you Senior then. It's blindingly obvious to her that Jin-sung is playing dumb just to waste time, but this trick won't work on her. Someone else is already dealing with John. The only thing she's focusing on right now is the kid standing before her. She commands Jin-sung to summon his Ida. Hurry up and bring it out. Yours looks like the most valuable one in your squad. Why are you so impatient, Senior? You need to keep a cool head. That's actually what my dad always tells my mom whenever she starts lecturing him. Jin-sung keeps babbling with a serious face. Seeing his furious opponent charge right at him, he finally raises his hands in mock defeat. He promises to summon his Ida. I know what you are thinking, but his dead serious look actually makes the girl nervously swallow her spit. But after a 3-second countdown, what appears in Jin-sung's hand is just a basic, ordinary dagger with absolutely no special skills. Yet, he holds it with sheer, unearned pride on his face. This utterly ridiculous facepalm moment leaves the girl completely speechless. She then suddenly remembers the rumors about an F-rank loser who was supposedly on this opposing squad. Jin-sung doesn't even deny it, proudly admitting that he is indeed that infamous F-rank. Sighing deeply, the girl turns around and walks away. She realizes she has just made a massive mistake by wasting her time here. At first, she thought Jin-sung was their MVP because of his insanely sharp reflexes. Who knew she would waste precious time listening to an F-rank yap? Behind her, Jin-sung keeps loudly hyping up his basic dagger, giving her a massive headache. Hey, if you keep walking away, I will literally attack you from behind. Jin-sung shouts his final warning. I have absolutely no reason to waste my precious time on you in this limited time match, she replies, completely losing her patience. She says, turning her head back to look at him, but as she turns, she's shocked to see Jin-sung actually charging forward with his dagger gripped tight. He thought she would keep ignoring him, but her reaction time is incredibly fast. As Jin-sung's blade thrusts forward, she instantly raises her arm to block the sudden strike. That silver armor is definitely high-grade stuff, so tough that the blade doesn't even leave a single scratch. In this incredibly awkward situation, the only thing Jin-sung can do is throw on a confident smile. He says something completely useless to cover up his embarrassment. Haha, your armor is just as tough as it looks. Watching Jin-sung deal absolutely zero damage, the crowd outside bursts out laughing, while the girl standing right in front of him just looks completely and utterly bewildered by his antics. A few seconds later, she turns away and sighs deeply. Even if your reaction time is great, your Ida is still nothing but pure trash. I've already confirmed it's completely useless, so we should just end this right here. Hearing her say that, Jin-sung realizes he can't buy any more time with his silly talk. Even though he tried his best, there are still over 2 minutes left, and trust me, you and I know that's more than enough time for those third years to wipe out John and the others. Alright, you and I knew what was coming next as she shoved Jin-sung aside. The senior girl charges straight at John, who screams at his ally for failing to hold her back for even 5 minutes. This pathetic display only makes the upperclassmen despise John more. Disgusted that a coward running away has the nerve to talk so big. With every single step she takes forward, John backs up a step, desperately warning her that he has only been holding back and she really needs to stop right there. John tries to threaten her, but his shaking voice and pale, terrified face completely give away how scared he actually is. And seeing his obvious, poorly hidden fear only makes the older girl find him incredibly laughable. Oh, is that so? Don't hold back then. Let's see what you can actually do. If you want to surpass Sung-ho, then you better prove it to me. With those words, the senior girl aggressively charges right at him. Just as John thinks he is about to be slammed, his foot hits a rock, and it's actually a massive, buried boulder. Instantly, that arrogant smirk returns to his face, as if victory is already guaranteed. Seeing his sudden shift in attitude, she gets curious and demands to know when he plans to prove himself. John replies that if she wants to see it, he'll show her right now. Pay attention here. John crouches down, touching his palm to the ground. He then begins pulling the massive stone straight out of the earth, shocking everyone present, including Jin-sung. Everyone knew his idea was only C-tier, but watching this, it feels like John has been hiding his true strength all along. Without a second thought, Jin-sung shouts out a warning to the girl. Watch out, armored senior. John's ability lets him pull out anything that is stuck and hurl it at his target. His normal power level is grade C or B, with combat capability around grade B or C. If an object is stuck, he can easily turn it into a weapon. The actual weight of the object he pulls up is completely ignored, depending entirely on the user's skill. Unlike the worried Jin-sung, the senior girl actually looks incredibly thrilled as she watches John prepare his big attack. Oh, so you aren't running away anymore? Were you just waiting for your Idea to manifest so you could use that rock? Haha, you are pretty sharp, senior. John laughs wildly, lifting the giant boulder effortlessly and hurling it straight at her. Now get lost, and become the path I trample, to show the world the true power of my Idea. John laughs even harder, totally thrilled. It seems he's completely drunk on the joy of crushing a third-year student. But you and I both know it's not that easy, especially when an icy voice suddenly speaks right behind him. Before he can even turn around to see who it is, his face is violently slammed into the dirt. Landing face first definitely isn't a pleasant experience for John. In pain and absolutely furious, he roars out, demanding to know why a third-year senior would sneak attack like a total coward. As he struggles to lift his head, he realizes that the massive boulder he just threw is still hovering in midair. The senior girl wasn't crushed at all. While John's power was stronger than she expected, she easily held it back. Thanks to her own Idea, she managed to resist. But just as she was preparing to unleash her full strength to shatter the giant rock, another mysterious force suddenly blew it to pieces. Unsurprisingly, the one behind this spectacular intervention is none other than Sung-ho. But instead of being grateful, the girl's face falls in disappointment, complaining that this was supposed to be a golden opportunity to prove her dignity. Why did you have to interfere, Captain? Sung-ho calmly explains that the attack was actually dangerous, and he was only doing his duty to protect his teammate. Hearing this only makes her angrier. Clenching her fists, she grits her teeth and demands to know if he genuinely thinks she couldn't handle that simple rock. Of course you could have handled it, G. Sung-ho tries to reassure her, warning that this bastard wasn't just planning to throw a rock. As he speaks, Sung-ho turns around only to spot John creeping up behind him with a baseball bat, ready for a sneak attack. Too bad for him, every single move he made was already predicted by Sung-ho. Just like that, John gets brutally slammed onto the hard ground in total humiliation. Watching this from afar, Jin-sung can only sigh, thinking about how incredibly stupid his captain really is. But right at that moment, Sung-ho turns his cold, icy glare directly toward Jin-sung. A shiver runs down Jin-sung's spine from the sheer tension. He instantly raises his hands in surrender, shouting that he gives up. Even so, Sung-ho keeps walking toward him, though his voice is surprisingly much softer now. Turns out, he only wants to know why Jin-sung warned his teammate when John activated his Idea. After all, they are supposed to be rivals. Jin-sung stammers out that his captain is just really bad at anger management, so he warned her because he was terrified of what John might do. Sung-ho retorts, calling him an absolute, masterclass liar. Sung-ho smirks, and then suddenly lunges straight at Jin-sung despite him already surrendering. With Jin-sung's wrist grabbed, his blade gets knocked high into the air. But watch this insane reflex, he actually catches it on the way down, leaving us absolutely desperate for the next episode. Could you please actually listen when someone is talking to you? He snaps in irritation, breaking free from his grip, and you and I can see both of them immediately leaping back to keep a safe distance. Jin-sung seems completely fine, but An Sung-ho's expression has already turned incredibly grim. After witnessing that stunt, he realizes Jin-sung is absolutely not some useless weakling. Who is this second-year student, and what is he really capable of? Sung-ho can no longer hide his bloodlust. I am a member of Division 2, Platoon 10, Squad 3, North Jinung, and owner of an F-Class Ida. Jin-sung replies proudly, completely unfazed by the oppressive aura of his enemy. With only 1 minute left on the clock, Sung-ho grows irritated that his opponent is barely paying attention to him. Meanwhile, Jin-sung genuinely wants to avoid a physical fight with this guy, if possible. He keeps acting like an idiot to stall for time, but this foolish behavior only makes An Sung-ho even angrier. Are you trying to stall? I absolutely despise people who do that. What do you expect me to do alone against you? Jin-sung backs away, complaining. Instead of wasting time, why do you not try your best to defeat me? Sung-ho suddenly asks. Try my best? Jin-sung scoffs in response. What can a weak F-class ranker like me even do against you? Now, pay attention here. This is not a threat, it is actual advice. Rumor has it that during this match, the head scout will evaluate the arena and immediately expel any students who perform poorly or lack skills. Hearing this, Jin-sung is completely stunned. So that is why his homeroom teacher had that ridiculously smug expression on his face right before the battle started. It turns out the old man has been praying for Jin-sung to get expelled all along. Thank goodness Sung-ho clued him in on the situation. Jin-sung's right hand suddenly tightens around his trusty dagger. Letting out a heavy sigh, he looks up and speaks to Sung-ho. Senior, I really do not want to be expelled. Since we have to fight, I honestly cannot guarantee you will walk away from this in one piece. His warning sounds like a complete joke to the crowd. After all, everyone knows him as the absolute weakest trash in school. But the moment those words leave his mouth, a bizarre physical reaction takes over Jin-sung's entire body. His blood begins to boil as thick veins start bulging across his face. Officially, Jin-sung's Ida is just a basic dagger with a pathetic F-class overall combat rating, a simple weapon with absolutely zero special abilities. Yet, under the influence of this sudden and terrifying transformation, Jin-sung's base physical strength is somehow boosted, tripling his original raw power and agility. He can now see the exact fatal weak points of his opponent, and their Ida, showing him the most brutal way to crush them. Now here is the crazy part, you and I need to watch out for. This power only stops when his target is dead. Consumed by his killer instincts, he has completely lost his mind to a bloodthirsty urge to end his opponent. This is Jin-sung's true Ida, a terrifying secret he has always tried to keep hidden. A literal S-class weapon designed solely to slaughter his enemies and end their lives in an instant. To An Sung-ho, however, this sudden bloodthirsty transformation does not seem like a big deal at all. From where he is standing, the only thing he really notices is a vacant and completely lifeless look in Jin-sung's eyes. Still, Sung-ho is smart enough to realize that simple dagger is not the full extent of Jin-sung's real power. It makes him extremely cautious. By now, Jin-sung has a clear view of every piece of data regarding Sung-ho and his abilities. His opponent's Ida is called I Will Definitely Catch You, a solid B-grade ability that boasts an incredibly high A+ combat rank. This special ability guarantees that Sung-ho can capture any target he sets his eyes on. Within a specific distance, it allows him to instantly teleport right next to his chosen target. Only B-class? Your power is way more pathetic than I expected, Jin-sung mocks arrogantly. Those few simple words send an immediate shiver running straight down Sung-ho's spine. The teenager standing before him is clearly no longer the goofy kid who was talking nonsense just moments ago. More importantly, Jin-sung's arrogant claim means he has the terrifying ability to see other people's hidden Ida. My bad, senior, but I cannot hold back anymore. A completely twisted, inhuman smile stretches wide across Jin-sung's face. But you are going to try and stop me, right? Jin-sung asks, slowly pointing his sharp dagger directly at Sung-ho's throat. Sung-ho feels an overwhelming, suffocating pressure, as if a hand is choking his throat. Jin-sung's intense bloodlust is completely unfitting for an F-class ranker. It is as if he has transformed into a totally different person. I know you will be fine, senior. I can trust you to survive, right? Jin-sung continues, mockingly twirling his sharp dagger in his hand with a provocative grin. Just outside the battle arena, the spectating students are sitting too far away to notice Jin-sung's incredibly eerie expression, and they cannot hear a single word of the conversation. Seeing both fighters standing completely motionless, the crowd simply assumes that the elite senior believes Jin-sung is not even worthy of an actual fight. But trust me, you are going to want to see what happens to this top academy monster next. Alright, you and I are about to watch An Sung-ho break into a cold sweat. His opponent, Jin-sung, looks like he is not even trying to defend, yet leaves absolutely zero openings for an attack. Not far away, Yui the senior who fought Jin-sung earlier is also suffocating under the overwhelming energy he is radiating. Just moments ago, she thought she had a good read on his incredible speed, but this monstrous power is on a completely different level. Even though she is terrified by this heavy pressure, she refuses to abandon her squad leader. Meanwhile, the other members of Squad 53 have absolutely no clue. They are casually chatting away, fully convinced their leader can easily crush an F-class nobody. That is, until they notice Yui shaking like a leaf. She stammers out an order for everyone to attack, before charging in first to strike. This sudden strike catches everyone completely off guard. Pay attention here, Jin-sung, who was just radiating insane bloodlust, gets pinned down, but he is completely unbothered as he starts mocking them. Ha, senior, your armor is way too heavy. Standing nearby, An Sung-ho can only stare in total confusion, asking what she is doing. Her face remains dead serious as she explains she is just protecting her teammates, just like Sung-ho did earlier. To secure the win, several other members of Squad 53 pile on to pin him down. Seeing 5 or 6 people ganging up on one guy is a total eyesore. Sung-ho sighs and tells them to back off. But then, the junior pinned under the pile of seniors asks if he is absolutely sure about that. Before Sung-ho can even process that chilling question, Jin-sung launches his counteroffensive. Just a second ago, they had jumped him in the blink of an eye, but his counterattack is on a whole new level of speed. You and I can't even track his movements as he unleashes a lightning-fast, brutal flurry of strikes. The hits land so rapidly that absolutely nobody has a single second to react. I am not so sure about that, Sung-ho suddenly mutters, breaking into a weird laugh that leaves everyone completely baffled. But Yui, you should probably release your id armor before it completely breaks. The moment those words leave Sung-ho's mouth, her heavy defense shatters into a million tiny pieces. Her eyes widen in absolute shock. She never expected Jin-sung's casual attack to deal this much devastating damage, but it does not stop there. The protective bracelets on all the other squad members also shatter instantly. Jin-sung was moving so impossibly fast that they did not even realize he was the culprit. Right after, his terrifying S-class murderer mode finally deactivates. He goes right back to lying helplessly on the ground, pretending to be a totally harmless loser. Haha, your teamwork is seriously impressive, guys. An Sung-ho looks down at him, his eyes filled with suspicion as he asks if Jin-sung is finally back to normal. Jin-sung pretends to have no idea what he is talking about. Instead, his focus shifts to the girl in the skirt who is still pinning him down. Excuse me, senior, it has been 5 minutes. Can you please get off me now? The winner of this match has already been decided. Sung-ho fully accepts his defeat, but he makes it clear that next time, he wants a serious one-on-one battle without any outside interference. What do you mean next time? I just got lucky this once, Jin-sung says, waving his hands off in dismissal. But Sung-ho completely ignores his excuses, simply offering a final piece of advice that he needs to start preparing for what is coming. With that said, Sung-ho turns around and leaves, and the rest of Squad 53 follows right behind him without any reason to stay. Only then can Jin-sung finally collapse flat onto the ground and let out a massive sigh of relief. It is finally over. Meanwhile, their homeroom teacher is left staring in absolute, jaw-dropping disbelief. He simply cannot comprehend how Beyond's weak squad actually managed to defeat a team led by the monstrous An Sung-ho. Not long after this battle, an incredibly distinguished guest arrives at the principal's office, whom the principal respectfully addresses as the advisor. Judging by the principal's incredibly submissive and cowering attitude, this youthful-looking man must hold immense political power. Or perhaps, he possesses some truly terrifying supernatural strength. Did you secure the files I requested? The advisor asks as he settles into his chair, prompting the principal to quickly hand them over. The principal eagerly presents the folder, and the advisor slowly begins flipping through the pages. Eventually, his eyes stop on the profile of An Sung-ho. Seeing this, the principal eagerly chimes in, boasting that Sung-ho is a top-tier prodigy, renowned not just in Korea but globally, and is the absolute pride of Hyun Academy. The advisor flips to the back to examine more of his background details, only to notice that Sung-ho has absolutely zero records of any achievements or awards back in middle school, yet has consistently won every single battle throughout high school. It is definitely a bizarre record, and the advisor notes it is a real shame his rank is only a B. The principal sighs, but the advisor mutters that someone with just a standard B-rank soul could never have made it this far. As he mutters this, his eyes drift down to the very bottom of the folder, landing on Park Jin-sung's profile. What immediately catches his attention is that Jin-sung is the only student without an official military rank, listed merely as a trainee. Intrigued, the advisor asks the principal about him, only to receive an explanation that despite being a sophomore, his official school ranking is actually lower than even the newly arrived freshman. Unlike the others, the advisor finds Jin-sung fascinating. We are about to see why. Alright, you and I are diving right into a mystery, as the advisor asks the principal for the kid's past files. Ji-nung was officially labeled a special case after tragically losing his parents at age 8. The school assumed this trauma completely blocked his idea from ever awakening. On top of that, his abusive aunt and uncle exploited him for years. But when he was 10, a gang of thugs raided their home. Both relatives suffered severe physical and psychological trauma from the attack, ultimately landing them in a psychiatric hospital. In a strange twist, Ji-nung's idea awakened on that very day. Reading this, the advisor's eyebrows furrow in deep suspicion. Ji-nung really is a bizarre anomaly, since almost everyone else in this world awakens their idea at age 8. Yet despite awakening late under such extreme circumstances, his power was rated a measly F grade. Even worse, his combat strength has stagnated at F rank since he was 10. The advisor knows something is deeply wrong with these files. Stagnating for 7 whole years without a single stat increase is just mathematically impossible. Now pay attention to this deduction. The advisor instantly suspects Ji-nung is hiding his true power for some mysterious reason, prompting him to demand a private meeting with the boy. But before they meet, the principal has one burning question left to ask. Sir, why did you allow our school to be turned into a military academy? Hearing this, the advisor's hand instantly freezes mid-page. His face grows so dark and menacing that the panicked principal stammers out an apology, deeply regretting his curious question. He waves his hands frantically, but to his surprise, the advisor actually answers, admitting they prepared for ridicule from the north. But under this harsh system, there is hope that these students might actually help us rewrite the past. Meanwhile, Junung's daily morning routine is always the same. He wakes up at 6 a.m. sharp and gets dressed. Staring sleepily into the mirror, he flashes a confident smile, reminding himself to give it his all before heading out at 6:30. Off he goes. Ji-nung arrives at school incredibly early because lately, he has been forced to handle all the cleaning duties and endless miscellaneous chores. But the moment he steps onto campus, he runs straight into the seniors. The girl leading the group narrows her eyes at him, remarking that they definitely do not need to dress as nicely as this pathetic sophomore over here. Hearing her snide remark, Junung merely laughs it off, saying she has got a point. The guy standing right beside her chimes in, asking if he is the famous one and only solo intern of their school. With a humble smile, he softly asks if he is really that famous, claiming they are exaggerating. The senior raises an eyebrow, mocking him for looking dumber than expected, which makes the girl laugh in pure contempt. Let's pause here, because you and I can see Junung just chuckles quietly, completely unfazed while they gossip and judge him right to his face. Showing absolutely zero respect, they stand right in front of him to insult his basic, supposedly useless blade weapon. Calling it completely trash, they wonder how he expects to fight An Sung-ho with something so weak. Sighing that even elites make mistakes, Junung finally pushes past them and enters the school. Once inside, he cleans the dusty board erasers, getting chalk in his eyes. He loudly grumbles about the school having government backing but refusing to use whiteboards instead of these chalkboards. He wonders why they do not use whiteboards, before enthusiastically cleaning the classroom until everything ends up looking like this. Watching his eager cleaning spree, Han-woo raises an eyebrow in disbelief. Sneering that Junung ran away from his actual duties, Dong-hoon rests his chin on his hand and boredly asks why he did not just do that from the very start. Han-woo grabs his shoulder tightly, mockingly admitting that he is actually somewhat impressed. He laughs about the sheer bad luck of being an F rank, walking away with a smug grin after throwing his final insults. Jinung stays calm, brushing off their harsh words as he thinks. Ever since that platoon battle against the third-year seniors, his reputation in the eyes of others has slowly begun to improve. Suddenly, a harsh shout from June snaps him out of his daydream, calling him trash as Jinung groggily blinks awake. Apologizing, Jinung wonders if he is about to get beaten up again, while June glares down with folded arms. June demands that he go fetch the math materials he missed, and without hesitating, Jinung simply agrees to do it. He tells him to hurry up so he can copy the answers, leaving Jinung thoroughly confused as he wonders about his behavior. He realizes that ever since that fateful fight, his bullies have actually stopped putting their hands on him. As he continues sweeping the hallways, other students notice him and immediately start dumping their chores on him. One asks him to turn in a late social studies assignment, while another begs him to return library books. They stack textbooks and errands on him, demanding he run to the office. Honestly, you and I can agree that while these endless chores are totally exhausting, it is still a massive upgrade from getting beaten to a pulp every single day. As the final school bell finally rings, Nam Kang stretches out his arms, excited to head home. Alright, let's jump in, class is over, and Teacher Shin is already calling out Nam Kang for acting up. Settle down, class. You all know today is the absolute final deadline to register for a school club, right? Nam Kang responds calmly. Yes. Teacher Shin sighs at Nam Kang's completely relaxed attitude, warning him that clubs are mandatory for second years, so he needs to join one immediately. Meanwhile, Jin-sung sits there, staring blankly at the paper in front of him. Pondering over the list, he mutters, "Which club should I even join? Will anyone actually let me in?" Up on the podium, Teacher Shin continues to nag the students. If you end up not joining any club, we will be forced to have a private consultation with you. Do you understand? Trainee Park Jin-sung. Hearing those sharp words, the rest of the classroom immediately bursts into mocking laughter. There is no way any club is going to accept a pathetic F-class loser, right? Maybe they will force him to take an entrance exam just to see exactly how pathetic and weak he is. Hearing those insults, Jin-sung's mood completely plummets. In the end, all these guys want to do is make a complete fool of me. Suddenly, a massive list of information on the registration paper catches Jin-sung's attention specifically: EDIA tactical statistics, emergency rescue training, and squad combat simulations. There are options for individual combat, weapon research, tactical practice, mental fortitude training, and handling high-level ADEA equipment in emergencies, advanced martial arts, high-level offensive skills, combat conditioning, strategy classes, and even studying the classic 36 stratagems of war. What on earth is all this? Every single club here is related to military tactics or utilizing ADEA powers. While he stands there completely stunned, the students behind him start talking. Hey, which club are you signing up for? I think I'll go with the Squad Combat Club. How is it rated? Wait up, let's head over to that room together. The students in the classroom gather into excited groups, chatting loudly as they pack up and head out the door. They have pretty solid ratings, don't they? I'm so hyped. Wait for me. In an instant, Jin-sung is left completely alone. Clutching his head, he frowns deeply and mutters, "What should I do now? I really hope some of these don't have those annoying class restrictions. Most of them aren't even real clubs, just exclusive cliques for connected people." He quickly grabs a pen and writes down his choices: mental fortitude training, basic multi-directional defense, and basic armored offensive skills. This theoretical military strategy club, HT, does not require EDIA use at all, focusing entirely on personal physical conditioning. Checking the form one last time to confirm his choices, Jin-sung finally leaves the classroom satisfied. I honestly doubt many people will sign up for this. Though, it is a bit weird that only this specific club gets to use their own private gymnasium. Suddenly, the memory of his classmates fighting over club spots flashes through his mind. It's mine. Back off. That chaotic memory of them yelling just makes him sigh with absolute exhaustion. But there shouldn't be any issues, right? We already saw on the paper that a day use isn't required. Yet, the moment he arrives, Jin-sung is shocked to find a massive crowd. Wait, why are there so many people here? Did I get the wrong room? Staring at the paper in disbelief, he mutters, "No way. I'm absolutely certain this is the correct room." Suddenly, someone in the crowd spots Jin-sung and points right at him, shouting, "Hey, look, that senior F-class trainee is here too." Everyone's eyes instantly lock onto him. They exchange disgusted looks, glaring at Jin-sung while whispering nasty rumors behind his back. He's technically an upperclassman, but he's literally just a trainee. Hey, should I go over there and ask him some rude questions? Hearing their hostile whispers, Jin-sung starts feeling extremely nervous. He realizes most of them are freshmen who aren't even required to join a club yet. Why on earth are they crowding around this gym? Suddenly, the crowd erupts into excitement. Look, the club president is coming out. Seriously? Where is he? What a joke. Pushing through the screaming fanboys, Jin-sung wonders, just who on earth is this highly anticipated club president? But the second he sees who it is, his paper slips from his fingers. Oh crap, should I run? Now, pay attention. Because the crowd is losing their minds, those crazy rumors about this legendary senior were actually true. Jin-sung freezes as the crowd goes absolutely wild for the guy approaching them. It's An Sung-ho. Oh my god, he's so handsome in person. Senior, I'm your biggest fan. Shoved to the very front, Jin-sung is forced to raise an eyebrow at Sung-ho. Wait, are you actually the president of the HT club? Sung-ho chuckles. Well, I didn't expect to see you here. I'm genuinely impressed, Jin-sung. Turning to the waiting crowd, Sung-ho announces, "All right, applicants, head inside and get ready for the test." Hearing this, Jin-sung's face instantly goes dark as he realizes the trap. Trust me, getting mixed up with this elite senior will only bring absolute chaos. But as Jin-sung slowly tries to slip away, Sung-ho calls out, "Hey, where are you going?" Jin-sung forces an awkward, sweating smile. I think I accidentally walked into the wrong club room. All right, you and I are starting right as Jin-sung tries to escape, saying he will check other clubs, but Sung-ho calmly tells him he is the only member. Are you still refusing to join? Didn't you come here specifically because you thought there would be fewer people? Hit right in his weak spot, Jin-sung pales and hangs his head. He was right, but there are way too many other applicants here. Sung-ho patiently tells him, "Just come in. This is not a club that just anyone can join whenever they want." Jin-sung awkwardly bows, still determined to leave. "You probably already know, senior. I am a low rank, so I definitely cannot get in." So Sung-ho wastes no time, grabbing him by the collar and hoisting him up. He calmly drags him inside, casually saying, "Now, I will give you the entrance exam. Go take it with the other applicants." Jin-sung can only scream in complete helplessness. "No, I told you I am fine." The door slams shut, and Sung-ho glares at the crowd of applicants before speaking. "Is every single applicant here? It is incredibly crowded this year. Let us begin the entrance exam right now then. It is simple. You just have to follow my exercises until the very end of the class. Keep up, and you pass. One set consists of 30 burpees, 30 push-ups, 30 more burpees, and another 30 squats." Hearing this, the hopeful applicants look at him with absolute admiration and awe. Is he taking the test too? He is so strong, and his voice is incredibly charming. Others mumble in shock, realizing that is only one set, while the determined ones believe they can easily pass. Sung-ho's voice echoes through the gym. "If you can complete 10 consecutive sets without stopping, you pass. Now pay attention, because the hellish test begins right here, as Jin-sung screams in despair, begging them to count him out. Right in the very first round, everyone is pale and trembling, but Sung-ho shows no mercy. Number 2. Too slow. Failed. Numbers 5 and 6. Your form is absolutely terrible. Failed. As applicants collapse around him, he calmly demonstrates without breaking a sweat. "You must move as fast as me." This endless physical torture breaks them one by one. "I cannot do this anymore." "Me neither." Jin-sung watches this horror in total shock, realizing one set is 30 burpees, 30 push-ups, 30 more burpees, and 30 squats. Worse, the senior is doing it effortlessly, without even a single change in his facial expression. Just how powerful is the monster inside him? Soon, the applicants can no longer hold on, collapsing completely onto the floor. "I give up." Sung-ho looks at them with zero sympathy, coldly announcing, "The entire first group is eliminated." With that, he casts a cold glance toward Jin-sung's group. "We are starting with the second group right away." A sudden chill runs down their spines, making them tremble instantly. What should I do? There is no way I can survive this. Scary but cool. Terrified, they frantically push Jin-sung to the front. You go first, F-rank senior. It is so unfair to push me forward like this. Jin-sung protests, but the girl who pushed him simply turns around and flees. To make matters worse, the guy next to him ruthlessly kicks him forward, making him scream in pain. Don't push me, the girl smugly chuckles, while our F-rank senior is kicked right in front of Sung-ho, forced to look up at his strict face. He chuckles nervously and speaks up. You do not look tired at all. Are you sure you are even human, senior? The fact that we are only 1 year apart must be a lie. Sung-ho crosses his arms, thinking, and speaks calmly. You should not say things like that, Park Jin-sung. Hearing his real name, Jin-sung panics. I have no idea what you mean. Sung-ho turns away, calmly declaring, Group 2, begin. Jin-sung helplessly protests. I am absolutely not doing this, but you and I both know protesting is completely useless against Sung-ho. Soon, the gym falls silent, filled only with heavy breathing. Sweat drenches his forehead as he grits his teeth, thinking he cannot survive this. I trained my body specifically to fight off bullies, so I thought I would be pretty good at this physical stuff. But this is not something a normal human being can endure. After struggling hard, all three of them collapse exhaustedly. Sung-ho looks down at them and says, Group 2 is doing well. Should I speed up the pace? Hearing this, their eyes go wide. Jin-sung screams in protest. Do not even think about it. Meanwhile, the other two fail and get to comfortably relax with some snacks. Whoa, the F-rank senior has not failed yet? Damn, that is genuinely impressive. The crowd whispers in absolute shock. At this point, is his physical stamina not at least among the very best here? Is it even possible that his overall combat abilities are actually just F-rank? Working out while gritting his teeth, Jin-sung angrily mutters under his breath, I already trained at home. Sung-ho notices him losing focus and warns, quiet down and concentrate. Park Jin-sung. The onlookers watch in complete admiration, realizing they are already on the 7th set. The girl's eyes light up. As expected of senior On Sung-ho, amazing. But that F-rank senior is not half bad either. Sung-ho looks on with deep amusement, praising him, but Jin-sung is just annoyed. Trust me, you and I are going to love what happens next. He chuckles and says, All right, you and I knew that reaction speed from last time wasn't just some fluke, and I'm sure you can keep up with me. Right after saying this, Seung-ho trains even harder, leaving the entire crowd utterly stunned. The senior is moving even faster now, with insane speed. Can an F-rank like him actually keep up? Jin-sung gets annoyed by Seung-ho's annoying provocation and asks, Are you for real? He immediately accelerates, utterly terrifying the crowd with his speed. Wow, he is actually doing it. An F-rank is keeping pace with a national-level athlete. You've got this. F-rank senior, you can do this. Just a little bit more. Keep going. You can make it. 28, 29. Seeing Jin-sung keep up with his speed, Seung-ho is satisfied. Good job, Jin-sung. The excited crowd erupts in cheers. 30. He finally collapses onto the ground, completely exhausted. The crowd around them screams in pure joy and excitement. The F-rank senior actually did it. Wait, is he seriously the only one who passed out of everyone here? Jin-sung gasps for air and mutters, I'm literally about to die. They applaud enthusiastically, saying, I'm so impressed, congrats on passing. Hearing their praises, Jin-sung collapses flat on the floor, exhausted. Well, I guess that wasn't too bad. Now pay attention here. Seung-ho walks up, extends his hand, and says, Welcome to the Hard Training Club, Park Jin-sung. He smiles and shakes his hand, saying, Thanks, I should go rest now. Seung-ho pulls him up with a soft chuckle. No need to rush, you can start tomorrow morning. Jin-sung asks in utter confusion, Wait, what? Hello, senior? Did you even hear what I just said? Seung-ho tightens his grip and smiles coldly, saying, Workouts are twice as effective when you have a partner. I've been waiting for a very long time to find someone who can actually match my level. He pulls his hand back and mutters, Match your level? If we do another round, I am literally going to die. Besides, I thought you hated it when everyone liked me. Seung-ho's face turns cold as he mutters, It took an entire year just to get one member. Seeing his incredibly sour face makes Jin-sung go pale as he thinks, Damn it, he's not listening to me at all. I just wanted to join a nice, quiet club, but this place is absolutely terrible. At the day's end, Jin-sung sighs. We both know he absolutely dreads going back to that club. Just by being there, all eyes are on me. All because I got into the club with that senior, Seung-ho. He clutches his head thinking, that cursed club with Seung-ho. Because of it, I'm always getting picked on. How did an F-rank get into the hard training club? Constant jealous questions every single day. Hey, answer us. Remembering those comments makes Jin-sung depressed, but thinking of Seung-ho sends shivers down his spine. If I don't go, he'll never leave me alone. Park Jin-sung, Park Jin-sung, Park Jin-sung. Should I just break my own arm? As he stares at his hand, a sudden shout startles him. Jin-sung quickly grabs his backpack, shaking his head. No way, if I do, he'll just drag me to the infirmary and nurse me back to health. And the moment I recover, he'll just drag me right back to train. He completely ignores the shout behind him, but the person's voice calls out once again. Ah, there you are. He pays no attention and stands up, thinking it's better to be left alone. Suddenly, Seyun calls him out loud. Hey! He turns around, startled. Damn, you scared me. He stares blankly at her. Seyun looks back with a serious gaze. Are you a student in this class? Jin-sung continues to stare blankly, thinking, wait, is there really someone this gorgeous in our grade? Snapping out of it, he quickly stammers. Yeah, why do you ask? Seyun pulls out an ID card, holding it in front of him. I heard people use this to introduce themselves. Jin-sung looks down, shocked to see the card in her hand. Corporal? She raises an eyebrow and asks, how come you don't have a rank? He scratches his head, struggling to find an explanation. Well, about that. As he fumbles for words, Seyun suddenly commands him in a strict, official military tone, state your rank and name. Instinctively, Jin-sung snaps to attention. 2nd Division, 10th Platoon, 3rd Squad, Trainee Park Jin-sung. He blurts it out flawlessly, only realizing what he did when it's too late. Seyun looks at him, totally surprised. A trainee? Her baffled expression makes Jin-sung grind his teeth in embarrassment, thinking, damn it, they drilled this into me so much that it's literally a reflex now. Though surprised, Seyun quickly regains her composure and offers her hand. Whatever, it's fine. Nice to meet you. I'm Corporal Kim Seyun. Jin-sung awkwardly shakes her hand. Right, but why did you call for me? Seyun replies. You said you're in the 10th Platoon, right? I'm actually joining the 2nd Division, 10th Platoon tomorrow morning. Realizing her situation, he gives her a strained smile. Oh, so you were transferred here? Please look after me from now on. I have some things to do, so. But as he steps out, Seyun grabs his collar, slamming him against the wall. Wait up. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright. You and I are jumping right in as Corporal Seyun pins Jin-sung to the wall, making him nervously ask, shouldn't you be somewhere else right now? She glares at him coldly and replies, no, I need a guide. Her sudden demand leaves Jin-sung completely stunned. A guide for what? Her silence only makes him panic even more. He is crying inside, terrified that Sergeant An Sung-ho might show up at any moment. Jin-sung stammers in fear. Wait, I'm actually in a rush. Can you ask someone else? But she quickly shuts down his excuse. No. I actually feel pretty comfortable around you. This only makes him more awkward. Wait, didn't we literally just meet? Instantly, her face darkens, and she glares at him. Her terrifying expression makes his inner voice scream. What on earth is going on? Why is she so scary? Feeling totally powerless, he finally gives in. Fine, I'll show you the way. Where exactly do you want to go? Satisfied, her voice softens up a bit. Take me to Sergeant An Sung-ho. Hearing this, Jin-sung's eyes instantly light up. Oh, you should have just said so from the start. I was actually heading there right now. But pay attention here, because a terrifying voice suddenly booms from behind him. It is An Sung-ho, looking absolutely murderous, and the sheer pressure is enough to make Jin-sung pass out. Trembling, Jin-sung looks back. Sung-ho stares down at him, saying, Jin-sung, I hope you weren't planning on skipping today's training session? Jin-sung turns pale, breaking into a cold sweat as he stammers. I was just about to go there. Standing nearby, Se-yeon speaks up. So, you're Sergeant An Sung-ho. He narrows his eyes at her, asking, are you from the 2nd Division? You should show some respect to your superiors. Hearing this, she calmly replies, I heard we have ability rankings here. Are you even strong enough to be my superior? It seems like it would be hard to tell who's stronger between us. Se-yeon's mocking smile instantly causes Sung-ho's face to darken with anger. Are you asking me to prove it to you? Caught in the middle, a panicked Jin-sung desperately tries to stop them before they start a fight. Se-yeon raises an eyebrow and asks, Sergeant An Sung-ho, are you dating anyone? Her sudden question completely catches him off guard. Sung-ho narrows his eyes and calmly replies, no. His simple answer leaves Jin-sung feeling highly suspicious. Wait, he doesn't have a girlfriend? But isn't he? Hearing Sung-ho's blunt response, Se-yeon lets out a mocking laugh. Ah, is that so? Well, I absolutely despise guys like you. Sung-ho fires back with a cold face. Doesn't matter. I don't like you either. Now, you and I are probably just as confused as Jin-sung. What on earth is happening here? Se-yeon sighs, acting totally nonchalant. Whatever, I don't really care if you have a girlfriend or a crush. If you don't want to be bothered, just make something up. Sung-ho looks at her, confused. What do you mean? She chuckles. My family is pretty noisy and conservative. I'm telling you this for your own good, so don't ignore it. Listening to her, Jin-sung turns pale and starts questioning reality. What is even happening right now? Who am I, and where am I? Suddenly, she marches straight toward Jin-sung. Good thing he doesn't like me. Hey, trainee, do you want to date me? Her incredibly direct proposal leaves Jin-sung completely shocked and blushing as he stammers. Seon smiles. Hey, we're the exact same height. That's perfect. I really like people who share my line of sight. Panicking, he covers his red face and stutters. I really don't know. She looks at his embarrassed reaction in surprise. But then, a playful, amused smirk forms on her lips. So cute. She leans in close, highly amused. Hey, trainee, what are your stats? He looks away nervously. They're all F-class. Hearing this, she frowns in disbelief. Really? He forces a smile and nods. Yes, honestly. Still unconvinced, she steps even closer. No way. How can anyone have both stats at F-class? He desperately insists. I'm telling you, it's true. She still doubts him, her face showing clear annoyance. Don't play with me. Sensing things are getting out of hand, Sung-ho calmly steps in. We're actually about to start our training session now, so you should probably head out. Inside the gym, Jin-sung is struggling through intense push-ups. Sung-ho smirks and says, last one. Instantly, Jin-sung lets out a painful groan and collapses right at Seon's feet. She looks down and calmly remarks, at first I thought this was just an excuse to avoid me. Turns out you were actually training. I might have to change my opinion of you. Gasping for air on the floor, Jin-sung wonders, why on earth did she follow us here? She asks with concern, are you okay? Jin-sung looks up, forcing a weak smile as he begs, since you're here, please save me. She places her hands on her hips, coldly replying, since when did you start relying on me to save you? Jin-sung cries silently in despair. What about when you practically forced me to show you the way? He hangs his head, crying inside over how unfair she is. Seon points at him and turns to Sung-ho. But Sergeant An Sung-ho, why are you pushing him so hard? He replies coldly. He's just a recruit. Our ranks might be different, but having a training partner is more than enough for him. Seyoon smiles thoughtfully. Then she walks over to Sung-ho. And trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see how this unfolds next. Did you actually see something in him? Sung-ho asks, and trust me, his suspicion is totally justified. Resting her chin on her hands, Seyoon chuckles. Come on, tell me what secret he's keeping. She stares at Sung-ho with total confidence. You can see his real talent, right? Now, answer me. Sung-ho replies coldly. I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. Aren't you the one who actually expects something from Park Jin-sung? Leaning in close to Sung-ho, she smirks. So, you're really not going to tell me, huh? She turns her gaze back to Jin-sung. If that's the case, I'll just ask him myself. Hey there, trainee. You heard our whole conversation, right? So give me an answer. Lazy on the ground, Jin-sung rests his head and smiles. Man, I think you've got this all wrong. I'm just a useless F-class student, so no matter how much you try to seduce me, it won't work. Seyoon and Sung-ho freeze in utter shock. Grimacing in pure frustration, Sung-ho suddenly stomps over and grabs Jin-sung's collar, catching the boy completely off guard. What? We've played dumb long enough. Now, watch closely, because he's dragging him straight into the next training session. Wait! Why are you so angry? Seyoon, save me. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Teacher Shin's booming voice echoes. Alright, quiet down. We have a transfer student joining us today. Come on in. From the doorway, a cold, imposing figure steps inside. Seyoon scans the room with absolute confidence. The boys smirk mockingly, whispering to each other about a transfer student arriving at this time of the semester. Man, she is absolutely gorgeous. Seyoon turns her attention toward Teacher Shin. Excuse me, teacher, where should I sit? He replies in a flat tone. There's an empty seat at the back of Platoon 1, but introduce yourself first. Sitting at his desk, Jin-sung stares at her, completely dazed. She smirks, walking right up to him. I want Platoon 3. Her bold demand leaves Teacher Shin utterly shocked. He quickly stammers to stop her. Wait, hold on a minute, but ignoring his protest entirely, she insists, please, just let me sit with Platoon 3. Teacher Shin raises his voice, saying, Platoon 3 doesn't have any empty seats right now. Sitting right next to Jin-sung, Nam Kang looks up, completely dazed. Seyoon looks at Nam Kang with supreme confidence and suggests, I want to sit there. Can you scram somewhere else? Pouting in defiance, Nam Kang argues, hey, we are second years in Class 1. Even if you demand it out of nowhere, this is still my seat. Without hesitation, Seyoon slams her hand on his desk. Glaring down at Nam Kang, she sneers. So, you're not planning to move? That terrifying look instantly turns his face pale. Shaking with fear, he scrambles to his feet. All right, I'll go sit somewhere else. Seeing him back down, she smiles in satisfaction. Thanks a bunch. She immediately takes over the desk. Right then, John's lazy voice calls out, Hey, new girl. Just who do you think you are, acting like this? I'm the leader of Platoon 3, so start by telling us your name and rank. Seyoon crosses her arms, smirking coldly at him. Is your rank actually higher than mine? We both know the highest rank for second years is corporal, and that's exactly what I am. She quickly sits down. Teacher, I'll be sitting here. Her actions are so incredibly fast that John cannot even find the words to argue back. I'm literally the platoon leader. Teacher Shin looks at the two of them with deep, exhausted sighs. Great, another weird kid in class. Whatever, just stay there. Hearing those words, Jin-sung buries his face in his hands in utter despair. Oh, dear Lord. Se-yoon turns to look at him, her brows furrowing at his reaction. She pokes his shoulder. Hey, trainee, do you hate me? Why are you acting so cold? I sat here because I honestly thought we really clicked yesterday during our little chat. Do I need to do anything else? It's not like we actually need to get along with each other. Her ice-cold tone makes his face go pale as he forces a nervous smile. Fine, I'll let the not getting along part slide. She tilts her head in surprise, sending cold sweat dripping down Jin-sung's forehead. It's really not that I dislike you. Right at that moment, Teacher Shin calls out to her. Ahem, Se-yoon Kim. She smiles brightly and replies instantly. Yes, teacher. He sighs. Shouldn't you at least properly introduce yourself to the rest of the class? Hearing this, she looks a bit annoyed, but I'm already comfortable in my seat. Even so, Se-yoon reluctantly stands back up. Fine, I guess I'll just speak from here. Her casual attitude immediately annoys John. Aren't you supposed to stand in front of the class to introduce yourself? She coldly replies. I don't want to. Everyone can hear me perfectly fine from here anyway. John is left completely speechless with rage. Are you for real? Se-yoon just smiles, looking at the class with immense confidence. Hello everyone. It is great to meet you all. I'm the new transfer student, Se-yoon Kim, and I'll be a part of Class 10 starting today. The students exchange whispers and gossip. What is wrong with her? She acts so incredibly rude and disrespectful. I bet she acted like a brat at her old school too. Ignoring all the trash talk buzzing around her, Se-yoon confidently continues her introduction. I hold the rank of corporal, and my Ida is a white jade elf. Instantly, both the boys and girls show their deep dislike for her. I seriously can't stand her. She seems to have such a nasty attitude. Amidst the hateful whispers, a few students gasp as they realize the truth behind her introduction. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Even though my family pressured me to transfer to this military academy, I still hope we can all grow together, so please take care of me. But as soon as her speech ends, the class instantly erupts in pure chaos. Wait, what? The legendary White Jade Goblin of the elite Baek Kim clan? No way, is she actually serious? Now, you and I can see the teacher struggling to restore order as everyone goes wild. Quiet down, everyone. Listen up. She possesses the legendary White Jade Goblin, a legendary idea passed down through generations. Usually, these powers can't be inherited, since no two souls on this earth are ever born identical. It is simply because the things engraved within our souls can never be replicated. Yet, some elite clans spent centuries trying to pass down their ideas, striving to make them stronger, sharper, and far more refined, making them incredibly dangerous. And one legendary lineage actually succeeded in this impossible feat, the Gimhae Kim clan, direct descendants of King Suro. Those from the Kim line, who were cast aside by the main branch, dedicated everything to intense education, boundless training, and combat over countless generations. To keep their precious bloodline absolutely pure, they resorted to marrying within the clan. Every single child was born with skin as pale as jade, forming the Baek Kim clan and unlocking an extraordinary idea, a world soul class idea, the White Jade Goblin. This power physically manifests itself right over the user's body. However, this supreme goblin only awakens in a single chosen child per generation. Now, watch closely, as their family bloodline dwindled to the brink of absolute extinction. A powerful sword-wielding goblin finally manifested in their very last generation. That child possesses physical power and hidden potential that far surpass any normal warrior, becoming the ultimate goblin wielder capable of reaching peak swordsmanship. Kim Se-yeon, born at the absolute finish line, recognized by both her clan and god, a true combat prodigy. Leaning against the podium, Se-yeon coldly scans the room. Teacher, can I take my seat now? The teacher freezes in surprise but quickly recovers and nods. Of course, go ahead. Starting today, Corporal Kim Se-yeon will serve as the deputy leader of Squad 3. Quiet down. Everyone, quiet. But the teacher's sudden announcement immediately sparks massive discontent from Ji-jun. But sir, how can a random transfer student instantly become the deputy leader? The teacher immediately barks back, telling him to shut his mouth. Frustrated, Ji-jun has no choice but to stay quiet. Jin-sung turns to her, genuinely surprised. Wow, I guess you're kind of a big deal. Resting her chin on her hand, Se-yeon smirks. Well, that's because I'm absolutely gorgeous. Jin-sung can only sigh. Right, got it. Se-yeon looks at him with supreme confidence. Though, you're pretty unique yourself. After all, holding the title of a useless F-class trainee is definitely not normal. Hearing this, Jin-sung goes pale and slumps onto his desk. Please stop talking. I thought we were allies. She giggles softly. I don't really want to stop. The poor guy is left utterly speechless from sheer embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jijun glares at Siyun, gritting his teeth in pure jealousy. How does some random transfer girl get? Down in the cafeteria, Hansu pushes open the door and grumbles to Haiji. We seriously need a new leader for Squad 3. Siyun is better than Jijun at everything. That jerk Jijun is a joke. Siyun's ADA rank is way higher, and her overall combat ability completely blows him away. You and I both know exactly what they mean. Haiji instantly agrees with a nod. Exactly. He only gives those bizarre combat orders because he desperately wants to look smart. At first, I honestly thought Kim Si-yeon was just way too arrogant, but she's actually incredibly smart and handles leadership perfectly. Plus, her raw charisma during combat is just insanely cool. I'm totally crushing on her. Having Si-yeon as our squad leader would be amazing. Hansu chuckles at her dramatic reaction. Well, she'll probably replace him soon anyway. Overhearing their mockery, Jijun's face turns dark as he violently crushes the paper cup in his fist. Back in the classroom, Si-yeon's cheerful voice rings out. Is it lunchtime yet? Hey partner, let's grab lunch together. Jin-sung forces a weak smile and immediately rejects her. Can't do it. I have duty. Seeing him dodge her, she frowns in annoyance and grabs him by the collar. But I don't have anyone else to eat with, Jin-sung quickly protests. Stop lying. You are literally the most famous student in this entire school right now. Se-yeon crosses her arms with a pout. I hate people who only try to get close to me for my status. They all just whisper and stare from a distance without ever actually talking to me. Jin-sung chuckles awkwardly, still turning her down. Sorry, but I'm seriously busy. I have to clean the board, dust the erasers, sweep and mop the floors, and prep the equipment for our next class. Hearing his massive list of chores, she immediately frowns. That's way too many responsibilities for just one person to handle. I bet even the squad leader doesn't do all this labor by himself, right? Jin-sung avoids her gaze with a nervous laugh. Exactly. Slamming her hands on his desk, her expression turns cold. No way. Don't tell me you are doing the squad leader's jobs too? And you're doing chores for the entire classroom on top of that? He waves it off, smiling. I only do it because I'm already done. Besides, it gets messy with too many people. And trust me, we are about to see how this unravels. Alright. You and I are jumping right into a mess. His explanation just fuels her rage. Gritting her teeth, she snaps. Misunderstanding? Follow me. She grabs him by the collar, dragging him away. Caught off guard, he stammers. Where are we going? I told you I am busy. Soon's face darkens. Where do you think? We are paying a visit to those bastards who keep dumping their own chores onto you. He stands there, completely dazed. What? Wait a minute. I told you, it is fine. Reaching the cafeteria, Soon leans down, glaring right at Dong-hoon. Hey, I have a question for you. The girl beside him looks up, completely shocked. Kim Soon, what is this? Dong-hoon, totally unbothered, asks, Do you want something from me? She frowns, immediately interrogating him. Exactly. You are the one who is supposed to be cleaning the Squad 4 classroom, right? So why on earth are you forcing our squad's new recruit to do it for you? Hearing her accusation, Dong-hoon raises an eyebrow, sneering. Huh? Because he is just a useless F-rank. Before he can even finish his sentence, she slaps her hand over his mouth, cutting him off. I do not care about your cheap excuses. From now on, everyone does their own assigned chores. It is pathetic that you are out here bullying someone weaker than you. And trust me, I would hate to see myself drop to your level. Do you understand what I am saying? Dong-hoon's face goes completely pale as he stares back. Now, look closely, she releases him but drops a cold threat. If I catch you doing this again, got it? Terrified, he stammers. Yes, I get it, I am sorry. She points coldly at Jin-sung and says, He is the one you need to apologize to. He just stares at everyone with a strained, speechless smile. Swallowing his pride, Dong-hoon grits his teeth and mutters, Sorry, F-rank. With her point made, Soon pulls him away, offering a sarcastic, Sorry for ruining your lunch. She huffs her chin. Come on, rookie, time to visit the next target. Totally lost, Jin-sung asks. Wait, where are we going now? Didn't we literally just settle everything already? She just retorts, Where do you think, genius? We are heading straight to the homeroom teacher's office. Hearing this, Jin-sung lets out a high-pitched, panicked scream. Wait, hold on a second. Inside the office, the homeroom teacher beams happily at Soon. Ah, so that is what has been happening to Jin-sung. Well then, from now on, I am putting you in charge of assigning the cleaning duties. You and I both love a good payback, but look at her now. While Jin-sung despairs, Soon enthusiastically accepts, instantly hunting down her classmates. She barks, Listen up, I am handing out chores for our squad. From today on, you are wiping the board and you are scrubbing the floors. Got it? The two guys freeze in pure shock, shouting in unison, Say what? One student complains, Why the hell do we have to clean? The guy next to him chimes in, Yeah, that F-rank loser is supposed to do. Before they can even finish, Soon cracks them both across the neck with a broomstick. They shut up instantly, whimpering. No complaints. Just then, John marches over, looking thoroughly annoyed. Oi, deputy squad leader. She glares back with a chilly smirk. Bun John, do you want cleanup duty too? He scowls. At least call me squad leader. She tilts her head. Oh, you mean deputy squad leader? Fine, fine. So what do you want? John's face twists in irritation at her attitude. What? I need a reason just to talk to you. I am simply having a conversation with my subordinate. She blinks in surprise, then shrugs with a smug chuckle. Well, sure. But since you are annoying me, I guess I will just have to take your spot as squad leader, right? John barks in anger. What did you just say? Soon casually turns back toward the class. If you do not want anything, I am heading in. Refusing to let it go, John yells, Wait, meet me on the rooftop after class. We have some squad business to discuss. Soon looks back and sighs. Fine, whatever. Meanwhile, from a hidden corner, Jin-sung watches the two of them, completely stunned. The moment the final bell rings, Soon immediately makes her way up to the rooftop. Right behind her, Jin-sung sneaks along. Following her quietly, he mumbles to himself. As expected, she really headed straight for the roof. Frozen at the corner of the stairs, he bites his lip. Man, looks like our squad leader is going to be very busy today. Approaching the rooftop door, he presses his ear close to listen. Inside, Soon's cold voice rings out. So, what did you want to discuss? John steps closer, sneering. Are you seriously playing dumb? Even if you did not want to get it, you should understand by now. Glancing at the mob behind him, she smirks. Our squad leader is truly impressive. Looks like you are pretty popular around here, huh? John's thugs begin to step forward, slowly surrounding her from all sides. Standing at the back, he smiles triumphantly. You are still a member of my squad. After this little talk, I have no intention of laying a finger on you. Soon remains completely unfazed. So you are saying you cannot even have a simple conversation without bringing a whole crowd to back you up? Has our squad leader always been this incredibly pathetic? Her words completely push John over the edge. Gritting his teeth, he snaps. Looks like we need to teach our deputy squad leader a lesson. Soon points at herself, genuinely amused. You? Teach me a lesson? She looks at John, then points at her chest with a puzzled laugh. And trust me, you and I both know John is about to regret this. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total jerk get the reality check of his life. He cracks his knuckles, growling. You seriously need a lesson. I will make you regret being so arrogant. Kim Soon does not care at all. She just coldly crosses her arms and asks, Is there a problem? John declares proudly, a sector commander should obey a sergeant's orders. This just makes Soon burst out laughing, a purely mocking laugh. Shrugging, she opens her hands and asks, So, are you stronger or smarter than me? John glares back, completely annoyed. What? Hiding behind the rooftop door, Young listens as Soon calmly holds her own against John and his crew. Isn't skill decided by rank here? You either have to be physically stronger than me, or make better decisions than I do. Flipping her hair, she adds, To be my superior, shouldn't you be better than me in at least one of those things? John's blood boils because, deep down, he knows he is not better than Soon at anything. He can only grit his teeth and call her trash, before waving his hand to command his crew, Hey, pull out your ideas. The gang instantly draws their weapons. Soon looks up, scanning the crowd thoughtfully. Some are holding wooden mallets, others baseball bats, a whole mix of tools. There are plenty of melee idea weapons, but none of them possess any special skill range. Seeing her silence, John mocks her. To someone with a special idea like yours, these must look pretty pathetic, right? Soon calmly replies, Not really. Aren't you the one who feels that way? John is done talking. Enough nonsense. The students grip their weapons. The school is completely empty, the court's deserted, and the security office quiet. Now watch closely. Things are getting tense. John is incredibly confident in his plan. Causing a riot with Adias on school grounds means major punishment. Soon indifferently listens to him ramble, especially since she possesses a high-rank Adia. That reason alone is enough to get her punished. She silently notes that these weaklings can use their Adias freely without ever getting caught. John laughs maniacally, gesturing for his gang to move in. He believes victory is already in his hands, especially since he gathered 15 kids to back him up. Kim Soon's Adea needs a physical blade to unleash its true power, but she is completely unarmed right now. So, comparing a top-tier fighter who cannot even use her Edea properly to trash who actually can. Obviously, the trash is going to win this time. John smugly declares that even she will not be able to handle this many opponents. He points straight at Soon, shouting, I will make you regret talking back to me, you monster. But instead of showing fear, Soon just calmly taps her fingers against her cheek. Suddenly, she asks a completely random question. And Sung Ho is extremely famous in our school. Didn't you guys think of anything when you saw him? Extremely annoyed, John snorts coldly. What kind of absolute nonsense are you babbling about now? Taking a few steps forward, Soon continues. You know my Adia's rank, right? So here is the real question. She pauses. What is my overall combat rank? Even without an answer, the guys holding those wooden Adias begin to take a fearful step back. Seeing this, Jizon grows even more confused and furious. It is all a bluff. Why are you flinching in front of a swordsman who doesn't even have a sword? We have 15 Adia users here. Don't let her trick you. Charge. Soon suddenly sighs and shrugs her shoulders. Shouldn't you have analyzed this properly during team combat? Feeling deeply insulted, Jiz clenches his fists, furious at her attitude. Soon lightly taps her forehead. Did you already forget what we learned in class? A glowing horn manifests right where she tapped. Statistically, a single A-rank user can easily hold off 100 people below A-rank. Instantly, her power begins to skyrocket. That horn on her head belongs to the White Jade Goblin. With an overall combat rank of B+ to A rank, her body can fully manipulate the White Jade Goblin's power, granting her the skills of an intermediate goblin swordsmanship expert. She flashes a mocking smile. You and I know that from A rank onward, players possess an entirely disproportionate level of power. Naturally, one must know how to fight against an entire crowd to even earn an A rank. Hearing this, the group begins to back away, completely losing their will to fight. Soon warns them, even if you assume my strength is cut in half right now, do you honestly think you stand even a single chance of winning? Hands holding weapons begin to tremble violently. Jizon stomps his foot in anger, screaming, why are you guys hesitating? She doesn't even have a physical weapon for her Idea. He points his finger, ordering them to seize her. All of you, grab her right now. Minun gulps hard, sweating nervously, as he timidly squeaks out a weak reply. Okay. His hands shake as he tells himself, Kim Soon has no weapon. Charging forward first, Minun swings his baseball bat straight at Soon, shouting, we can do this. Soon stands completely still, making no move to dodge as the heavy bat comes crashing down. Right as the bat is about to smash her face, she suddenly speaks, I admire your curiosity, but aren't you approaching me a little too straightforwardly? The bat freezes inches from her face, unable to move forward. Feeling the overwhelming force stopping his weapon, Minun turns completely pale. What? He trembles as her small hand blocks the attack. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Alright, watch this. A dark figure suddenly flies backward, and it's Minun getting blasted away. He crashes hard into two others, sending all three flying back against the rooftop safety railing. Soon smiles, completely satisfied with the hit. Without wasting a second, she refuses to let them threaten her anymore. Charging forward like lightning, she unleashes lefts and rights, knocking several guys away. Soon slides forward, sweeping the legs of one opponent. The guy hits the floor hard, and you have to wonder if he is even breathing. She stomps heavily on the stomach of the guy lying flat on his back. Basking in the sunset, she proudly enjoys her victory over these weaklings who clearly overestimated themselves. Minun struggles to get up, clutching his aching chest, stunned that she is this strong even without a sword. Disheartened, he realizes they never stood a chance against a rank A Adia user. Soon calmly approaches and squats right in front of him. Giving up too early is exactly why you will never reach rank A, she says. As Minun shouts back in utter frustration, what do you know? You were chosen the moment you were born. Do you honestly think I didn't train my ass off? Could an elite like you ever understand? Soon listens in silence, letting Minun vent every bit of bitterness built up inside him. How could a natural genius blessed with overflowing Idea ever comprehend the sorrow of the talentless? She can't help but feel pity for him. Sure, you have no choice but to think that way. But the truth is, when I started out, my overall combat rank was only rank D. Minun freezes. Wait, rank D? Jizon, who had been completely silent until now, suddenly can't keep his mouth shut. You, a rank D? Stop lying. There is not a single person in this country who doesn't know about your prestigious family. Now pay attention to this part. He claims her mind games are pathetic, because who would ever believe a genius like her has zero talent? I actually agree. A rank A whose baseline combat ability is only rank D is pretty useless, she says with a light smirk. I didn't want to pick up the sword, but my Idea did. What else could I do? I had to accept it. Meanwhile, Minun and his crew struggle up. He refuses to believe it, thinking she must be lying. But Soon couldn't care less. You people would never acknowledge the effort I put in anyway. She stares down at her hand, adding coldly that it doesn't really matter either way. Her palms are covered in thick calluses from overtraining. The relentless effort she invested is what speaks for itself right now. Jizon refuses to hear any more. He commands his group to charge straight at her, screaming for her to shut up. Yet in a split second, the entire gang is laid out at her feet. Even without a sword, you guys aren't worthy opponents. Sunlight glints off the rooftop safety rails. With every other fighter completely wiped out, only John is left standing on his own. He tenses up, as Soon locks eyes with him. Trust me, Things are about to get intense as she mocks him for being left for last. John grits his teeth and snaps back, declaring that even a fancy trash can is still just garbage in the end. Soon rubs her neck and mutters a cryptic line. "Sergeant, I can't use it to take care of you again," but John seems to know exactly what she means. Smirking, he taunts her, claiming that it won't save her, before begging her to bring it on. Calling her a monster, he watches as Soon narrows her eyes, sensing something off. Where is this confidence coming from? Does he have a trump card? But she doesn't waste time overthinking. Soon charges forward, throwing a massive punch while shouting a sharp warning. "You had better brace your core," she warns him. In her mind, she is ready to totally obliterate him as her fist flies straight toward John's stomach. John watches with absolute glee, laughing to himself. "You fell right into my trap, Kim Soon. I knew you would avoid punching my face. You know you'll get suspended if you hit my face." But in a bizarre twist, John's master plan is actually to take the hit as he ducks down. "I'll take this punch head on with my face." His suicidal move makes Soon break a sweat since she can't pull her punch back in time. Her fist gets dangerously close to John's face. He smugly anticipates her reaction, imagining the look of sheer terror on her face. If he forces Soon to smash his face, she will get suspended or even expelled. To him, getting beaten to a pulp is a small price to pay to ruin her. But with a sharp smack, a hand suddenly blocks the fist right in front of John's face, leaving him completely frozen. Jin-sung suddenly appears right between them to stop the clash, casually muttering about how close that was. Seeing his entire plan fall apart, John snaps and angrily curses at the trash who ruined it. But Jin-sung just smiles, playfully warning that his pretty nose shouldn't be broken. As he opens the hand that blocked Soon's fist, they see the crushed fragments of some mysterious device. He stands up, brushing the debris off his hands and letting it fall. John pushes himself off the floor in a rage. "You piece of trash, how on earth did you get here?" But before John can even get up, Jin-sung steps right on his hand holding him up. He quickly apologizes as a scream echoes. "Oops, my bad." Scratching his head, he pretends to look incredibly guilty. "Are you okay?" Looking like he hates the entire world, Sergeant John glares at Soon and asks if she brought this loser along. She casually points at Jin-sung, asking why she would ever do that, since he's the one who stalked her here. And that's where we leave it with poor Jin-sung crying about being unwanted. You and I both know his tragedy is purely comedic. Let us kick things off right where the fight pauses. Se-yoon backs off, hoping she has done enough to smooth things over with Ji-jeon. But then, she looks back at the rooftop door, tracing the steps in her mind and raising some serious questions. From the rooftop door all the way to this spot, did he really close that distance in a single split second? Jin-sung opened the door, rushed over, and stood between Se-yoon and Ji-jeon before her punch could land. He even completely blocked her strike. How is that possible for an F-rank like him? Trying to dodge the question, Jin-sung suddenly points toward the western sky. "Oh look, the sun is already setting." Se-yoon clenches her fist, quietly wondering what kind of monster Park Jin-sung actually is. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through her hand. She opens her palm to find broken shards of black plastic. Se-yoon gasps. "What is this? Plastic shards?" Jin-sung glances at Ji-jeon, desperately trying to save the messy situation between everyone. "Sergeant, the sun is going down. Why don't we wrap this up and head home?" But Ji-jeon is clearly not letting this slide. He struggles to his feet, clutching his chest in anger. "Who do you think you are to call it quits?" He glares at them, venting his fury. "You two are dead meat when I report this to the instructors." Hearing that, Jin-sung starts tearing up. "Wait, what did I even do wrong? I literally just saved you. Is this really how you repay me?" Se-yoon nods, stepping up to defend the rookie. "Exactly. This apprentice warrior just saved your pathetic face. So drop the tough guy act and stop whining already." "Oh, you think I am bluffing?" Ji-jeon flashes a sinister smirk before dropping a massive bombshell on them. "Now, watch closely here." He recorded the whole thing on a hidden camera, getting smugger by the second until Se-yoon suddenly points down. "Wait, are you talking about this hidden camera?" His smirk vanishes instantly as he follows her gaze to the floor. "What?" Lying on the concrete is a completely shattered camera, with even its memory card crushed to dust. Devastated, Ji-jeon stands there in utter shock as Jin-sung drops the most annoying excuse ever. "Oh, that was a camera? I thought it was just some wall decor. I saw you bringing it up here." Jin-sung scratches his head with a goofy grin. "Sorry about that. I thought it was a shock absorber stuck to the wall. I had no idea it belonged to you." Se-yoon casually kicks a camera fragment aside. "Well, look at that. It is completely broken. Guess your little plan just went down the drain. But right now, there is one thing she needs to know." She suddenly grabs Jin-sung by his collar. "Rookie, how did you block my punch?" Jin-sung plays dumb, acting completely oblivious. "What?" Raising his hands defensively, he stammers out, "I was only trying to help. Why are you treating me like a criminal? You and I might be wondering the same as Do-hun and Min-jun." Was breaking an A-rank hidden camera sheer luck, or is he hiding some serious skill? Both Jin-sung and Se-yoon look over at them. Se-yoon maintains her grip on his collar, dragging him along as she heads toward the other two boys. If we are going somewhere, could you at least let me go first? Minjun shivers, completely terrified. What is she planning? Suddenly, Se-yoon shoves Jin-sung right in front of them. Stop whining about being low-ranked, and take a good look at our rookie here. Her sudden move leaves Jin-sung completely baffled. Without offering much of an explanation, she leaves Minjun with a stern warning. Think it over before it is too late. Minjun seems to grasp her meaning, staring blankly ahead as he sits frozen on the ground. Without another word, she turns to leave. Let us move, rookie. Jin-sung follows. Wow, Se-yoon, you really remind me of senior An Sung-ho. She snaps instantly. Cut the crap. Who says I am anything like that pig-headed idiot? The rooftop door slams shut with a loud bang. Under the fading sunset, the defeated bullies hang their heads in shame, muttering curses. Damn it. With the rooftop confrontation over, the scene shifts to a dark, gloomy room. A hand grips a dagger as a blood-curdling scream echoes. Walls are splattered with fresh blood while the victim begs for mercy. Moonlight streams in, casting a long shadow against the blood-stained wall as a young man approaches. Clutching his severed arm, the victim shrieks in terror. Do not come near me. The dying man stares at the blood-drenched youth. You are a monster, a complete monster. Another scream rings out as blood splatters the door. The killer walks away, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. A chilling whisper echoes through the dark house. You and your uncle are exactly the same. Unbelievably, that blood-splattered kid was a young Jin-sung. He asks coldly. Is that so? Silence fills the room. He flashes a creepy smile, asking again. Right, uncle? Suddenly, back in reality, a loud alarm goes off. Jin-sung bolts upright in panic. The clock reads 6 in the morning, his alarm blaring. He covers his pale face, eyes wide with pure terror. Morning light gently creeps into his bedroom. Jin-sung rubs his aching head, muttering that it was that nightmare again as a warm sun rises over the city streets. On their way to school, Se-yoon notices that Jin-sung looks incredibly pale and completely drained of energy. She asks with genuine concern, Rookie, what is wrong with you today? You look terrible. Jin-sung waves it off with a forced smile, saying he is just a bit tired. But where exactly are we heading? Looking at the squad leaders, she says she is not sure since the teacher only briefed them. But they are likely heading to first aid class, and trust me, we will see what happens next. Let's follow this group as they march in perfect order, with their footsteps echoing. Someone asks why they are heading outside, but no one has an answer. Finally, John stops in front of a bank and signals the team to halt. Seeing them, a guy speaks up. We are over here. A girl with a ponytail standing nearby asks if they are from Heen High. A guy in blue laughs, saying it is his first time seeing kids from Heen High. Siu stands right between them. Smirking, she raises an eyebrow and asks if they are late. Their mocking attitude instantly hits a sensitive nerve with John. Scowling, John storms forward with a furious look on his face, looking ready to explode. Who are you guys? Siu stares at him like a zoo animal. She claims she would rather see Kim Soon, who is rumored to be gorgeous and a genius. Insulted, John boils with rage, snapping that Kim Soon is his team leader, so they should talk to him instead. Siu sneers, asking if this is the famous ranking system she heard about, while her friend giggles in agreement. Their military roleplay looks absolutely ridiculous. Siu mocks him, repeating his words and wondering who he actually thinks he is. John's ego explodes. He gestures wildly, declaring he is a second year from the 10th Squad, 3rd Platoon of Heen Special Training High School, Class 52. I am asking you again, who are you? The ponytail girl giggles. Us? Siu asks back. How did we even meet you? Honestly, John's vocabulary for throwing insults is embarrassingly poor. The only word coming out of his mouth is calling them trash. Siu yells out, What? Trash? Just then, a hand rests on her shoulder to hold her back. Hey, stop making a fool out of us in front of other schools. Now watch closely, because this guy is about to change the whole vibe. A sneaker-wearing student steps up to defend Siu, apologizing for their behavior. Meet Seonghwa. Instantly, everyone gasps at his good looks, wondering who he is. Seonghwa politely reaches out his hand, introducing them as students from Seong High. He smiles warmly, saying he is glad to meet a student from Heen. But arrogant John slaps Seung Jabale's hand away, telling him to stop acting and explain themselves, calling them trash again. The blue shirt guy snaps. Why, you little bastard? Seonghwa just smiles to calm his friends down. Right then, Soon steps in, telling the lieutenant to cut it out. She glares at John, warning him that their training points are dropping. Annoyed, John turns his gaze away. Soon coldly looks at Seonghwa and the Seong High students, telling them they are no different. He stares back with curious eyes, asking if she is Kim Soon. You and I can already tell this guy has a hidden side. With a polite smile, he offers his hand, introducing himself as Lee Seung-hwa. Soon stares warily at his outstretched hand. Ignoring the handshake, she demands to know why Seong-hai kids are here instead of the medical class they were supposed to meet. Tilting her head, she asks him to explain. Seung-hwa grins, revealing that they are actually the medical class students she is looking for. He explains that their group of 4 are second years from Seong-hai's medical class, looking forward to today. Soon, both teams stand in front of Nara Bank. None of them know why it is called a bank. After gathering together, everyone makes their way inside. They only heard rumors about sharing a joint class with Heen High. Stepping inside the bank, someone mentions that both schools must have very strong ties with this institution, making it the perfect neutral ground to host their joint training class. Inside, they find a serious guard in a black suit standing watch, and the bank looks surprisingly high-end. Seung-hwa looks around, noting it feels like the place was reserved just for them since customers are so scarce. The security guard approaches to greet them, asking if they are the visiting interns. The massive, muscular guards leave the students whispering in awe at their sheer size. Is this how strong bank security guards usually look? A female student steps forward to formally introduce them as second years from Heen High's 10th squad, 3rd platoon, while Soon stands tall with a sword slung over her shoulder. I am team leader Kim Soon, and I look forward to today. One guard comments that she is young but remarkably mature, while another chuckles mockingly in the back. Soon completely ignores their dismissive laughter. With a serious face, she asks them to let her know what needs doing. The guard laughs, clearly amused by her professionalism. He says he likes her so much he might hire her when she grows up, but she coldly replies with a flat rejection. Jin-sung sighs inwardly, feeling like they are being treated like little kids on a school field trip. The bank is quiet with very few customers and relaxed staff. Leaning against the wall, Soon realizes these adults are completely underestimating their actual combat capabilities. Sighing, she takes down the heavy sword from her shoulder. Either way, high schoolers rarely get to work in a bank, but they desperately need the training points. Spotting Seung-hwa walking past, she calls out to him. He walks over with a playful grin, telling her she can just call him Seung-hwa with a drawn-out tone. Soon refuses to call him by such a cheesy name, coldly snapping, "Fine, Lee Seung-hwa. Stick around to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch her split the class into 4 temporary teams to make a killer impression on the bank." Seeing her classmates looking completely relaxed makes Soon feel super uneasy. Honestly, she is not even sure if their teacher is around right now. An older bank teller kindly asks the students if they want some snacks or drinks, immediately getting them excited. Really? Dong-hoon immediately shoots his hand up, shouting that he wants some. Soon's face darkens. Everyone is acting too relaxed, like kids visiting a shop. No one is taking this situation seriously. Another bank employee walks by Soon and Seung-hwa, offering to grab them some refreshments. "We are getting some machine-brewed coffee, but you guys can choose whatever other drinks you want." Soon instantly dreams of coffee, smoothies, and ice cream. She is totally tempted, even though something feels completely off. Dropping her sword against the wall, she skips over to ask if they can really get anything. The employee just smiles warmly. Meanwhile, in another corner of the bank, Jin-ung leans against the wall, quietly noting how relaxed everyone is becoming. Just as he is complaining that nothing exciting is happening, Seung-hwa suddenly sneaks up right behind him. "Hello." This close approach actually startles him. Feeling totally awkward, Jin-ung stammered, "Oh, hello there." Seung-hwa then asks if he was hanging out with Kim Seun earlier. Now pay attention, because Jin-ung realizes this is the top high schooler Seung-hwa, and he wonders how this guy knew he was with senior Kim Seun. A sudden realization flashes through Jin-ung's mind. He thinks he has figured out exactly what this guy wants. Jin-ung grins and asks if Seung-hwa wants him to help spy on Soon. After all, matchmaking is his absolute specialty. But surprisingly, Seung-hwa quickly waves his hands, denying it. Playing dumb, Jin-ung pulls out his completely empty pockets. "Or do you want me to run and buy you bread?" "Too bad, I have 0 cash." Seung-hwa laughs, saying he has no need for bread. Jin-ung is totally confused. No bread either? Then what does he want? Seung-hwa simply replies that he is just curious about something. He stares at Jin-ung for a long moment, teasingly dragging out his words, before smiling brightly and asking if he wants a drink. Pointing behind his back, he mentions the vending machine nearby. Jin-ung shrugs and nods, saying he is down for one. Looking around, Jin-ung silently wonders if he should first report this to their squad leader or sergeant, but seeing his classmates chilling out instead of keeping guard, he figures taking a quick break is totally fine. At the vending machine, they make their selection, and with a loud clatter, a cold can drops into the dispenser. Jin-ung grabs the can, pops it open, and chugs it down. Since it is a fizzy soda, he lets out a satisfied sigh after a big gulp. "Man, that is cold." Seung-hwa laughs, commenting on how carefree Jin-ung is. He asks if Jin-ung is secretly some hidden high school master. "You and I both know he is lying, right?" Jin-ung almost chokes on his drink. laughing it off by claiming he is just pretending. Seung-hwa grows suspicious. This guy stands completely isolated from his classmates, yet he acts so unbelievably relaxed. Why is that? Ignoring the obvious interrogation, Jin-ung just flashes a goofy smile and replies that being carefree is his ultimate life motto. Seung-hwa refuses to back down, pressing him further. Really? That is so cool. What rank is your combat skill anyway? Striking a cool pose, Jin-ung confidently replies that it is F rank. Stunned by how calm he is, Seung-hwa gasps. Wait, seriously? Are you lying to me? Seeing his disbelief, Jin-ung flashes a peace sign, laughing that his EDA is also F rank, making him a double F champion. Seung-hwa is even more skeptical, asking if this is a joke. Jin-ung just shrugs, asking why he would ever lie about that. Seung-hwa stares at him, highly confused. If he is telling the truth, that makes it even weirder. Why is he so relaxed? Finishing his drink, Jin-ung casually tosses the empty can toward the trash. So, what are you trying to say? The can bounces off the wall, ricochets off the vending machine, and lands perfectly inside the bin. Seung-hwa watches with his mouth wide open. Pointing at the trash can, he excitedly asks how Jin-ung managed to do that. Taken aback by the sudden hype, Jin-ung just goes, huh? He naturally replies that he just threw a piece of trash. But to Seung-hwa, that trick shot was basically a miracle. Insisting that it was awesome, Seung-hwa raises his own hand to line up a shot, deciding to try it himself while Jin-ung cheers him on. Unfortunately, his can flies wide, completely missing the trash and bouncing onto the floor, leaving Seung-hwa standing there completely frozen. Muttering about how hard it is, Seung-hwa bends to pick it up, as Jin-ung bluntly notes that his reflexes are pretty bad. Admitting he is weak in combat, Seung-hwa explains why he chose the medical support route. Walking back to the trash, he questions Jin-ung's F-rank claim. Dropping the can in, he voices his main doubt. How on earth does an F-rank survivor manage to make it through a ruthless combat class? Jin-ung puts his hands on his hips and laughs, totally unbothered by sharing his secret. I got carried by Kim Soon and got super lucky. Stepping closer, he excitedly asks about Seung-hwa's EDA, making him hesitate. Me? But then, Seung-hwa decides to show off. With a sharp whoosh, his hand morphs into a deadly blade, revealing his C+ rank EDA weapon. With C-rank combat and a sword-shifting hand, Jin-ung admires it closely, leaving us wondering how far these skills will take them. There's still plenty of room for growth, they say. But Seung-hwa only feels miserable. I hear that garbage all the time, but my power hasn't leveled up even once. Reverting his weapon back to a regular hand, he clenches his fist as Jin-sung exposes his real intentions. You and I can already guess why he's asking he wants to transfer to the combat class, making Seung-hwa awkwardly scratch his head. Yeah, basically. Jin-sung's face darkens, lost in deep thought. He suddenly speaks up. Medical support is way better. You actually get to save lives. Honestly, I think that's much better. Unlike an Ida that only knows how to destroy. Seung-hwa scratches his neck awkwardly, finding some comfort in Jin-sung's reassuring words. Seriously? Jin-sung bites his lip in pure envy. Of course it is. He turns to encourage his friend, telling him to be more confident. But deep down, Jin-sung's heart aches with jealousy if only his own Ida had the power to save lives too. To hide his mounting frustration, he quickly turns around and heads back inside. A bit later at Nara Bank, the class teacher, wearing a bright red tracksuit, arrives to meet with the other faculty members, apologizing for his late arrival. The Class 6 homeroom teacher doesn't complain at all, simply letting him know that the kids already went inside. He pulls out the grading sheets for the high and high school students. Grading them already? Right on time, Teacher Shin mutters in surprise. But we haven't even seen them do anything yet. The Class 6 teacher just shrugs, telling him to fake it. Just give high scores to the decent ones. And watch closely here, because dismissing this bank training as just a useless formality is going to be their biggest mistake. Incredible, Teacher Shin praises. I'm really learning a lot from you. The Class 6 teacher lets out a hearty laugh. Glad you're so easygoing. The sound of pens scribbling on paper fills the air. Now that the grading is done, let's grab coffee. The blank sheet is filled out instantly with D grades for Han Ayang, Hoon, and Kim Suji, while Park Ji-nung gets an F. The Class 6 teacher packs it up and leads them out. I know a spot that serves the best coffee, Teacher Shin says excitedly. Sounds great, lead the way then. The Class 6 teacher chuckles, pleased with how easygoing the high and high school staff is. Meanwhile, back inside the quiet bank, everything seems peaceful. A student assigned to guard the entrance alongside Go-hee starts complaining about how exhausting it is just standing around. She nods in agreement since nothing is actually happening, so the guy suggests a quick round of rock, paper, scissors to decide who buys drinks. Go-hee smiles and agrees. They throw their hands out, the guy plays paper, while Go-hee throws rock, losing the game. They have absolutely no idea that a heavily armed group is approaching the glass doors as Dong-hoon strolls past them eating snacks. He points outside to warn them that someone is coming. Meanwhile, having lost the game, Go-hee casually asks her friend what he wants to drink. I know what you're thinking, who wears full combat gear to a bank? The students inside just assume it's some weird group cosplay. Wait, what's with those crazy outfits? Their confused chatter immediately catches the attention of the on-duty security guard. He peers outside, instantly drops his coffee cup, and charges toward the entrance. Damn it! Reacting with absolute lightning speed, the heroic guard bellows at the oblivious students. With his incredible reflexes, he reaches the front doors in a split second. Get back! While the black-haired student and Go-hee stand there completely clueless, uttering confused sounds, the guard violently shoves the boy backward out of harm's way. He stands firm, blocking a heavy blade swung by the masked intruder. With a loud crash, the guard summons his C+ rank Ida weapon, a set of reinforced nunchucks that grow tougher with every single collision. Boasting B rank combat skills, he holds off the massive blade of the attacker while screaming at the top of his lungs, "Run to the back exit, now!" The terrified students turn pale, their reflexes totally frozen in shock. What is happening? Is that a real monster? Is this part of the training? The deep, raspy voice of the intruder mockingly echoes, "It is completely useless." A sickening crack sounds as the guard's nunchucks begin to fracture. Seeing the students frozen in place instead of fleeing, he desperately yells, "Are you idiots blind? Get moving! Run!" However, his merciless opponent simply whispers with cold indifference, "See you in hell." With a brutal slash, the blade tears through flesh, splashing blood right in front of Dong-hoon and his ponytail-wearing classmate, Haiji. Both of them freeze in absolute horror. A second later, blood-curdling screams echo throughout the entire bank. The brave guard collapses as the ruthless swordsman, In-dung, leads the devastating Peste Disaster Legion inside. He sneers mockingly. "Well, South Korean comrades," In-dung's eyes gleam with absolute cruelty, his facial scar making him look utterly terrifying as he says, "Comrades, mind if I borrow some of your time?" The remaining bank guards charge forward, demanding to know who they are. In-dung rests his massive blade on his shoulder, calmly sizing them up. Though smaller in stature than the guards, he shows zero fear. "You look tough. Care to entertain me a bit more than the last guy did?" The guards brace themselves in high alert. What's with that accent? Is that a North Korean dialect? One of them barks out. "Are you a spy from the north?" In-dung bursts out laughing. "A spy? Please, I am just here to beg for a little pocket change." Throwing a giant bag onto the floor, he sneers. "Unless you want your head split open, fill this up right now. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You won't want to miss the absolute bloodbath that's about to go down next. Trust me. You and I do not want to make In-dung mad." He is furious that his orders are ignored, shouting at them to fill the bag. He warns them to behave while he is still playing nice. But the bank guard angrily snaps back, telling the robber to shut his mouth. In-dung just laughs it off without a shred of fear. Seriously, are these South Korean comrades of mine completely deaf or just blind? Unsheathing his blade, he wonders why these weaklings keep rushing him like moths to a flame, while everyone in the back watches in absolute terror. They are completely outclassed. His energy signature is way beyond a normal human, making them look exactly like helpless moths diving straight into a blazing fire. But the guard refuses to back down, summoning a heavy steel shield and giving the command to block the blade and push him back to protect the students. Watching this, Soon panics, realizing these brave men are about to die in vain. Now pay attention here, because this is brutal. As Soon reaches to pull them back, In-dung slashes down, shattering that steel shield completely. He mutters that they are blocking his way. Soon can only watch in horror as the entire guard squad collapses instantly into a pool of blood. Shrill screams echo through the bank. Dong-hoon turns pale with pure dread, stumbling backward in sheer terror. Are they really dead? Someone collapses to the floor, whimpering, while Soon gulps hard. He just took down a B-rank defense shield with one hit. That shield was incredibly tough, yet his strike tore right through it like paper. In-dung is totally bored by this one-sided slaughter. Is this really all? You people have been living in peaceful weakness for far too long. Flicking the fresh blood off his blade, he scoffs at the bank for relying on such useless guards. Soon carefully evaluates this monster. His overall combat skill is easily A rank, making him one of the most dangerous and powerful fighters in this entire area. She yells out, telling everyone to pull themselves together. Turning to her classmates, she commands them to hide immediately. Her terrified classmates can barely move their trembling legs, but they force themselves to crawl away for survival. Someone screams to run for the counters. Instead of chasing them, In-dung finds this hilarious and decides to play a little game. He mocks them, asking if they all became bank tellers, and wonders if he needs to take a waiting ticket. Soon takes charge, ordering everyone to summon their weapons and telling the sergeants to lead their own squads. As the ticket machine clicks rapidly, In-dung keeps printing them out with a smug grin, asking if he can withdraw some cash. You and I can easily feel their absolute terror in this moment. Dong-hoon clutches his head, weeping behind the counter, while his friend shakes violently despite holding a summoned weapon. Soon keeps her cool, commanding everyone to stay strong and hold the line until the police or teachers can rescue them. In-dung kicks his black bag forward, mocking them. Come on, fellow Koreans, let's not be cold. Aren't we supposed to help each other out? Soon narrows her eyes, her mind racing with anxiety. What can she do? She has no confidence in facing this monster alone. Even the thugs backing him up look insanely powerful. In-dung speaks up again, saying their bags are empty and they just need a little help. Are all South Korean banks this cold to their customers? He locks eyes with Soon behind the counter and asks for her name, calling her a brave comrade. Coldly, she finally responds, Kim Soon. In-dung rests his massive blade on his shoulder with a creepy smile, asking why such a brave comrade is ignoring his question. He asks how he should get the cash from them. Soon desperately searches for a way out, knowing she needs to buy as much time as possible. She deliberately ignores his question to start probing him, pointing out that since they are robbing a bank in those outfits, they probably are not government spies. Are you guys just a bunch of desperate North Korean defectors? Noticing he does not look poor, she asks if his actual goal here is not even about the money. Annoyed by the spy labels, In-dung decides to set the record straight, saying he should probably introduce his crew properly to clear the air. A chill runs down Soon's spine. What kind of criminal willingly exposes his identity? Unbothered, In-dung casually raises his hand to introduce his crew. I am not sure if you comrades have heard of us, but we are the Great Disaster Corps. Soon gasps, her brow furrowing deeply. They are peste. They have no known base, no history, and no uniform, ignoring all races and ranks. This is a lawless global terrorist syndicate operating across the world with the sole purpose of destroying humanity. Wherever these monsters go, they leave absolutely nothing alive, not even an ant. They are ruthless killers whose defining trait is leaving zero survivors. Hearing the name Pest, a terrified student in a blue shirt stammers the word. Siu turns deathly pale, wondering if they even have operatives in North Korea. But In-dung is clearly not satisfied with their weak reaction. Kicking the scattered Q tickets on the floor, he angrily complains, saying they are the Great Disaster Corps, so why on earth call them Peste? He grumbles about South Koreans being too westernized, demanding they just hand over the cash. Meanwhile, Dong-hoon collapses, muttering that terrifying name. The girl with the whip slowly approaches the massive bag, telling everyone to just give him all the cash to stay alive. But she suddenly stops mid-sentence as she witnesses Soon starting to transform. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this epic showdown unfolds. Alright, you and I are starting right as a horn sprouts on Soon's forehead, her face turning cold and ready for war. She warns her classmates to stay calm, reminding them that the terrorist never promised safety even if they paid him. In-jung watches her, amused by her horn and hair. Soon steps out from behind the counter. Since he knows her family, a duel is on. Despite her tough words, anxiety is eating her up inside. If his men join the fray, they are doomed. She must trick this leader into a one-on-one duel to stand any chance. In-jung smiles with amusement. She is sharp, but he asks if she really thinks he is falling for her trick. Soon shrugs. She remarks that she is just a student, so he wouldn't double-team her, right? Behind the desk, Go-hui cowers in absolute terror. In-jung snaps his fingers, ordering his men to stand down. He likes her guts, though he admits he is not entirely surprised. He assumes coming from that crazy goblin family means she must be mad too. Realizing he hasn't agreed to fight, Soon provokes him further. She tells him he talks too much and demands if the terrorist will fight. In-jung laughs, finding her cute challenge highly amusing. He slams the heavy tip of his blade onto the concrete. Flashing a terrifying, executioner-like grin, he finally accepts her little challenge. Pointing his blade at Soon, In-jung tells her to make the first move. She smiles, asking if he is really letting her attack first. He must be incredibly confident. Inside, she breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness her cheap provocation actually worked. He cannot back down on his word in front of his lackeys. If she defeats him, they might just survive this. Now, pay attention here. She reaches behind her back to draw her sword, determined to survive. But wait, there's absolutely nothing there. Panic sets in. Soon freezes in absolute shock for a few seconds. Where is her sword? Suddenly, memory flashes in her mind. She left it behind when resting earlier. Why did her worst habit have to act up at the worst possible time? As she panics and looks back, In-jung's face darkens as he aggressively charges. Demanding where she's looking, he unleashes a horizontal slash to strike first. Luckily, Soon reacts instantly, leaning back to dodge the lethal blow. The shockwave of the blade grazes her face, completely shattering the ceiling above. Chunks of concrete rain down. Having barely dodged the blade, Soon has to quickly spin away from her current position. Narrowly escaping death, she turns pale looking at the rubble, knowing a single hit from him would be completely fatal. An idea suddenly flashes in her mind. Soon lifts a massive block of concrete, hurls it at In-jung, and leaps right on top of it like a surfboard. She finally has a weapon. Sensing a strange energy surge behind the slab, He is slightly surprised but quickly spins around, smashing the massive rock to pieces. A sneak attack? Mocking her lost bravery, he watches Soon backflip away to land safely. Damn it. In-jung glares at her, annoyed that she keeps dodging every blow. He sarcastically asks if she is actually a goblin or just some flying squirrel darting around the room. Even while trash-talking, he keeps swinging his heavy blade. Weaponless, Soon can only rely on her agility to stay alive. Hiding behind the counter, a classmate from the first aid team peeks out, shouting that she is fighting the blade-wielding boss. Dong-hoon praises Kim Soon's incredible skills, leading the rest of the class to cheer her name. Soon, the entire office echoes with chants. I know what you're thinking, cheering won't save them. Deep inside, Jin-sung's mind is racing. Cheering is useless. What can he even do? He is hiding next to Seong-hwa, who excitedly remarks that he now understands why she is famous, taking on the boss of Peste. Jin-sung grabs Seong-hwa's shoulder, calling his name. He seriously warns him that this situation is completely critical right now. In a stern voice, Jin-sung insists they must escape immediately. Confused, Seong-hwa asks how they can run and where to. Jin-sung scans the room and points straight at the ventilation shaft. Climbing up there is their absolute best bet, or hiding in restrooms and closets. Back in the fight, Soon continues desperately dodging In-jung's lethal swings. Jin-sung urges everyone to buy as much time as they possibly can, but right as he speaks, In-jung violently strikes Soon's abdomen with his hilt, sending her flying backwards. Soon crashes to the floor, barely propping herself up against the glass window. In-jung walks over with a cruel smirk. He mocks her, saying it is time to end this game of cat and mouse. Clutching her chest, she coughs up blood, shocking her classmates. They panic, realizing their strongest classmate has lost. If Kim Soon is defeated, is there any hope left for the rest of them? Pointing his blood-stained blade directly at her face, In-jung asks with disappointment if that was really all she had to offer. She grins, challenging him to check for himself. He sneers, deciding it is time to wrap things up, complaining that she has been an incredibly annoying woman right until the very end. Just as he raises his giant blade, Jin-sung suddenly slams the desk behind him, screaming at everyone to scatter. Before anyone can process what is happening, he grabs Seong-hwa by his shirt and starts running as fast as his legs can carry him. Dong-hun freezes in shock for a split second, then immediately signals the others as they all dash desperately toward the emergency exit stairs. A female student screams frantically as she runs upstairs, tears streaming down. We'll find out what happens next time. Stick with me here, the characters are running for their lives right now. If they get caught, they are dead. Run. Luckily, the chaos forces In-jung to stop. Si-yoon just narrowly escapes death. The man scratches his head, realizing they make their decision fast. He asks his comrade, "What do you think?" The soldiers are completely obedient, with absolutely no one moving without explicit orders. One of them steps forward and asks, "What are your orders, sir?" In-jung commands them to capture every single ally of that cowardly rat. The masked soldiers salute immediately, shouting, "Yes, sir, right away." Instantly, the men split up to chase down those who fled. In-jung watches with curiosity, thinking that perhaps this particular comrade really is unique, but those foolish South Koreans are just frozen in place. Where exactly do they think they can run after this elf girl finishes stalling for time? Heavy footsteps echo loudly inside the emergency exit stairwell. He smirks, knowing they will inevitably be captured sooner or later. Wiping the blood from her lip, Se-yoon is deeply confused. He ordered his soldiers to capture them, so he does not intend to execute them? Slowly rising, she braces herself to face In-jung once more. This means she can still stall for a little more precious time. He flashes an amused grin, saying, "I really like your grit. You have already proven to be much more useful than I originally expected." Suddenly, he makes a proposal, asking her to join him. Si-yoon immediately waves her hands, rejecting him instantly. "What the hell? No way." In-jung raises an eyebrow, warning her that women line up just to be with him. Si-yoon cannot help but show her utter disgust. How could I ever trust a bank-robbing terrorist without any real proof? Only then does In-jung finally decide to introduce himself. Now pay attention to this reveal. He proudly states his name, "I am Kim In-jung." Se-yoon suddenly recoils in absolute shock. Huh? The man simply smiles, revealing his legendary alias, the son of North Korea. This time, Se-yoon genuinely turns pale. Kim In-jung is the ultimate leader of North Korea, commander of their grandest army, and the most powerful politician in the entire nation. He is the wielder of North Korea's strongest idea, a literal monster who easily commands all of those terrifying titles. In-jung boasts that ruling as the son at such a young age is stressful, meaning he naturally needs a highly talented wife by his side. Si-yoon panics, thinking there is no way Kim In-jung would show up here in person. She instinctively begins taking steps backward. Seeing her retreat, he steps closer. "Why the sudden distance, girl? This is exactly why I do not like sharing my name." Se-yoon trembles, her voice stuttering. Wait, isn't there a massive bounty on Kim In-jung's head? It has to be astronomical since you are a globally wanted terrorist, right? She babbles to calm her racing heart, saying she can buy endless tukoboki for her friends with that money. In-jung lets out a loud laugh. Haha, you are incredibly bold to joke in this situation. After laughing, his eyes narrow as he sizes her up, realizing why they do not want him here. Isn't this exactly what they are targeting all along? Heist a bank full of students just to exploit their powers? Coming here is absolutely worth the effort. In-jung lowers his sword, trying to convince her. Look, girl, the winner is already decided. Shouldn't you just behave nicely while I am still in the mood to appreciate you? By now, Se-yoon backs herself into a corner, which happens to be the exact spot where she dropped her sword earlier. It is quite surprising that the winner gets decided so early, she scoffs. Flicking the sword up with her foot, she mutters, she almost died retrieving it. Her move surprises In-jung. But check this out, Se-yoon catches her sword, and her confidence suddenly surges right back. I still have a lot to learn, she whispers. Drawing her blade as a powerful aura suddenly explodes all around her. But to utilize my Adea properly, Se-yoon says with a fierce smile, I need a sword. Meanwhile, black-clad pursuers chase terrified students down a long corridor. One female student panics so hard she bolts forward, only to trip and slam hard onto the floor. A masked kidnapper violently yanks her back to her feet, ordering her to follow. Shaking with fear, she screams desperately for him to let her go. She keeps screaming to be released. Eventually, the black-suited thugs drag her, Dong-hun, and the rest of the captured students into a locked room. Meanwhile, over in another part of the building, inside the bank's male restroom, Jin-sung and Seung-hwa are panting heavily from pure exhaustion, hiding together inside one of the narrow toilet stalls. Looking up, Jin-sung scratches his head and remarks that because this is a high-end bank, the restroom is surprisingly clean. Seung-hwa spins around nervously, asking if they should go up higher. We are only on floor 5. He adds that the other kids are probably climbing higher. Casually sitting on the toilet lid, Jin-sung tells him everything will be fine, smiling and waving his hand to reassure his friend. Let's just take a breath first. Seung-hwa furrows his brows and asks him, Jin-sung, are you really doing okay? Jin-sung looks up with a completely blank expression and asks what he means. Seung-hwa shudders, remembering the horrific, bloody scene from the lobby earlier. He thinks to himself that if they are caught, they will likely face the exact same brutal end as those poor security guards. Yet, Jin-sung still seems completely unfazed by the danger. Seung-hwa quickly looks away and mutters that it is nothing. Seung-hwa's voice echoes quietly in the small room. If we just sit here, we will eventually get caught, you know? Shouldn't we run? He tugs Jin-sung's hand to head higher, and trust me, you and I must see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a weak kid analyze a fight. Jin-sung sits still, calculating if Soon could actually stand a chance. But then, Jin-sung jerks his arm away from Seung-hwa. He knows running away is completely pointless now. Thumping his chest, he confidently declares they have to fight. Hearing this, Seung-hwa recoils in absolute shock. What? He frantically pleads. Are you blind? Didn't you see those guards over there? Even trained adults couldn't stand against them. What do you think C and F ranks like us can possibly do to stop them? Jin-sung just rests his hands calmly on his knees, dropping an unexpected and cryptic question. Lee Seung-hwa, do you really think spirits have ranks? Seung-hwa stares, completely lost, asking what he is even talking about. Jin-sung replies that he happened to overhear something before. He recalls a crucial detail that Kim Soon only started as a D rank when she was a kid, but now she is a high-tier A rank. Jin-sung asserts confidently, don't you think an Ida is a terrible way to judge a human? There is absolutely no reason to feel bad about your rank. Seung-hwa just gawks at him, his entire face freezing in disbelief. Right then, out in the hallway, the elevator doors slide open, revealing masked men clad in black standing inside. Inside the restroom, Seung-hwa is breaking out in a cold sweat, anxiously whispering, Jin-sung. Watch closely here, this is where the real panic sets in, as heavy black boots echo down the hallway. Seung-hwa hears the approaching footsteps and instantly goes on high alert. I think they are already here. What do we do now? We have to hide immediately. Jin-sung just answers calmly from his stall. Seung-hwa, you got a great Ida. It is way better than mine. If you train hard, you can unlock all kinds of amazing upgrades. Outside, a dark figure stops right in front of the restroom door. Seung-hwa completely ignores the speech, keeping his eyes glued to the entrance as he whispers a warning. Shh, they are going to find us. But Jin-sung simply places a firm hand on his shoulder and calls his name. Seung-hwa, listen to me. Confused, Seung-hwa turns to face him, murmuring, Huh? What? Jin-sung leans in with a dead serious gaze. Trust me on this, and do exactly what I tell you. Inside the restroom, right past the row of white porcelain sinks, a masked man in black barges in. He yells aggressively, Hey, you little punks, we heard you, So get out here right now. Resting a hand on his hip, he delivers a highly arrogant threat. Our boss hates slow pokes. Just then, Jin-sung swings the stall door open, poking his head out with a wide grin. Hey, that dialect of yours is pretty cool. Mind teaching me? Furious, the thug snaps. Stop playing around, brat. The boss won't care if you lose an arm or a leg while we drag you in. But Jin-sung just keeps smiling as he steps out. Now that your boss is gone, you sure talk a lot, don't you? Pretty impressive. You little bastard, the thug roars. Jin-sung narrows his eyes, calmly chanting the activation command. Hey, come forth, dagger. Instantly, a small dagger materializes in his hand. Jin-sung whips his arm forward, pointing the sharp blade right at his opponent. The thug sneers mockingly. What is that supposed to be? Don't tell me that tiny toothpick is your actual spirit weapon? The thug activates his own Ida, causing his legs to glow with energy. Cut the crap and shut your mouth. Screaming, he charges at Jin-sung with blinding speed, shouting for him to surrender. Suddenly, a status window pops up. This ability accelerates his legs from 0 to 100 in 1 second. Ida rank B. Overall combat power B. Once he starts running, he hits top speed instantly. Analyzing the incoming threat, Jin-sung shouts back to his friend hiding in the stall. Lee Seung-hwa, you need to run exactly like we planned, okay? By now, the thug has closed the distance. Where do you think you're going? I'm taking both of you down. Behind his glasses, Jin-sung's eyes flash a dangerous red. A new screen appears. Absolute life deprivation. Ida rank S. Overall combat power S. Physical capabilities tripled. A dark, suffocating aura begins to erupt and swirl all around Jin-sung. The masked assassin continues charging straight at him. Halting right in front of Jin-sung, he moves his arm at extreme speed, throwing a devastating punch directly at his face. With a subtle, effortless tilt of his head, Jin-sung easily dodges the incoming fist. Too slow. The assassin shivers in absolute disbelief, cursing in pure rage. You bastard. But before he can even react, Jin-sung delivers a deep slash across his chest. Without pausing, Jin-sung closes in, unleashing a rapid flurry of cuts all over his body. Pressing the sharp blade deeper, Jin-sung lets out a wild, crazed laugh. Haha, my bad, so sorry. The thug's mask is ripped to shreds. Grabbing Jin-sung's wrist tightly, he groans in pain. You are a complete psycho. Jin-sung smirks, narrowing his eyes to search the thug. Trust me, you and I must see what he finds next. Alright, let's watch closely as his gaze drops, locking onto the enemy's legs. Jin-sung suddenly grins and says, going from 0 to 100 in a single second must be incredibly convenient. Then, the system screen pops up. Acceleration from 0 to 100 in 1 second. Name, Ida B. Combat rating B. Once you start running, you accelerate from 0 to 100 within a second. The black-clothed man glares in sheer disbelief. My soul's name? How can you possibly see the name of my soul? Jin-sung chuckles maniacally, pulling out his blood-drenched dagger. Hey, what if I go ahead and slash your Achilles heel? Suddenly, a fresh spray of blood erupts violently from the enemy's chest. He muses quietly, asking, what happens if the very thing you need to trigger your Ida gets destroyed? Jin-sung pins him to the ground, his eyes flashing with a menacing crimson glow as he speculates. Maybe your entire rank will drop down to nothing? Raising his dagger once more, he wonders aloud. Should I just plunge it right here? There are just too many fun options, I cannot even decide. Humans really do get consumed by the dark desire to end another life. Seung-hwa starts shaking uncontrollably from head to toe, calling out to Jin-sung. Jin-sung pauses, keeping dead silent as he slowly tilts his head to look back. Seung-hwa's legs are trembling so hard he can barely stand. With his face completely splattered in fresh blood, Jin-sung asks coldly, Did you call me? I know what you're thinking. Seung-hwa is terrified. Jin-sung coldly asks again, What is it? Why did you call me? Seung-hwa takes a shaky step backward in his white leather shoes, avoiding the pool of blood. His entire body trembles as he begs weakly, Please, let's just stop this and run away. Jin-sung lets out a dry, chilling laugh. Haha, you've got it all wrong. Who do you think actually needs to run right now? He stands up, dragging the limp, unresponsive body of the black-clothed man up with him. Come on, answer me. Seung-hwa cowers, shivering at the sound of Jin-sung calling his name. Listen, Seung-hwa, you must either destroy their Ida or end the opponent's life to stop its effects. Jin-sung's dark eyes reflect the reflection of Seung-hwa, whose face is pale with absolute terror as he stammers out Jin-sung's name. Seeing his friend's panic finally snaps Jin-sung out of his bloodlust, making him stutter Seung-hwa's name in realization. Suddenly, Jin-sung clutches his face in agonizing pain, his glasses falling onto the cold floor as he blindly charges at the enemy. Screaming at his friend to run away, pinning the assassin down with all his remaining strength, he shrieks at Seung-hwa to hurry up and flee immediately. Seung-hwa stands there completely frozen, stammering out Jin-sung's name. But in that exact moment, Jin-sung screams that once your hands transform into blades, Pay attention here, as he wildly slashes the enemy. He roars. Does this mean my body has become a solid sword? That's how it works, right? Tell me I'm right. The crazed question leaves Manhwa completely speechless, but realizing he has no other choice, he spins around and starts running. Sprinting away just like he was told, he screams back, I'm so sorry for leaving you behind. Jin-sung, left alone in the bloody restroom, Jin-sung completely loses his mind, muttering wildly to himself. That is still not enough. It's really, truly not enough. Seeing him talk to himself, the battered assassin still has the nerve to mock him, asking if he's lost his mind. Annoyed by this trash talk, Jin-sung locks onto him with murderous eyes and says, You are no fun at all, so I'll go 13 rounds. His words send a shiver of terror down the man's spine. What? 13 rounds? Even in this desperate situation, the idiot's only thought is reporting this to his boss. He never expected some bastard to hide such insane power here. He has to find a way to warn his superiors. But of course, Jin-sung isn't about to let this cockroach slide or make any reports. He brutally ends the assassin right then and there, muttering a cold, I don't know either. Meanwhile, in the engine room, Si-yoon brandishes her razor-sharp sword, whispering, Now I finally understand. Standing across from her is In-jun. The guy clearly appreciates her stunning looks, but totally underestimates her actual combat skills. A gorgeous blade to match a gorgeous face. Instead of getting angry at his mockery, she simply throws back a bold challenge. You will change your tune once I smash your face with it, right? Her fierce attitude only fuels In-jun's twisted amusement. So you think you can actually stand against me? With that, he slashes his sword at Si-yoon, but she swiftly parries the blow. They lock blades in a fierce, unyielding struggle. Out of nowhere, Si-yoon grins. You never know. In-jun gasps in absolute shock. What is this? You deflected my soul blade. Does your sword possess some kind of divine energy? She replies with a mocking smirk. How should I know anything about your pathetic Ida? So, you actually believe that ridiculous strike of yours was raw strength and not just some Ida gimmick? Ignoring her trash talk, In-jun silently calculates her moves, realizing she's slicing right along his blade to counter him. Staring with intense fascination at her weapon, he mutters that it is one bizarre blade. Then it hits him. This sword might actually be the ultimate counter to his own soul weapon. And that's where we leave Si-yoon as she reveals her blade's secret. Let's kick things off with a rumor. People claim I stole my family's sacred treasure, all because of this legendary sword. According to my system, it's designed to crush the strongest foes. Boasting the power of 4 tiger slayers, its constellations store the raw energy of the stars. Depending on the wielder's true skill, it can completely obliterate even the mighty Idea itself. That's when Soon coldly declares, and I quote, The only thing that matters is that I can merge with this blade. The moment those words leave her lips, she unleashes goblin swordsmanship. A system alert pops up, confirming the skill conjures a physical clone, packed with pure destructive power. Soon's raw talent instantly makes In-jun want to recruit her, calling her truly special. He asks if she's sure about not joining his side, but of course, her answer is a flat-out no. My family might lack patience, she snaps, but I will absolutely never align myself with a scumbag like you. Realizing she's rejecting him, In-jun decides to end her right there. He says it's almost a shame to kill her like this, a total waste, but he has no choice. With a massive swing, he slashes straight at Soon, roaring that playtime is officially over. Naturally, with Soon's current level, holding back In-jun's overwhelming power is a massive struggle. In the blink of an eye, he tears through all of her clones with absolute ease. Seizing the opening, In-jun lunges to finish her off once and for all. He mocks her, asking if she's finally starting to feel some real terror. All on her own, Soon struggles to block his relentless, brutal strikes. Without pausing for a single second, he launches a relentless frenzy, boasting about having the upper hand. But watch closely, because Soon isn't the type to just roll over and die. Not yet, she screams, unleashing her goblin swordsmanship once more. Her clones manifest instantly and charge together, daring him to try and block her attack again. Even as she clashes with In-jun, her mind is racing to figure out a way to break his rhythm. His swings are incredibly fast and heavy, but what if she strikes while he's busy blocking her clones? It's a massive gamble, but she has to try. Even so, reality starts to set in. She is forced to admit that taking on In-jun might be way out of her league. Damn it, she thinks. I can barely deflect his force. Yet, after trading blows, In-jun actually smiles, confessing that he's starting to really like her style. Locked in this corner, Soon has to face the truth. In a direct head-on clash, he completely outclasses her. Noticing her hesitation, In-jun chuckles mockingly. He asks if she honestly believes she could ever keep up with a powerhouse like him. Her pride takes a hit, but she swallows it. Right now, winning is impossible, and her only real option is to stall for time. It kills her ego, but she decides to play his game, planning to drag things out as long as possible using her illusions. Still trying to recruit her, In-jung tries to negotiate again. He asks if his overwhelming skill isn't enough to make her reconsider joining his crew. Soon's answer remains unchanged. Not even close, she snaps, while internally plotting how to hold him off for just a few more minutes. But right as she prepares to launch another strike, a sudden, desperate scream echoes through the area, freezing her solid. Her friends have all been rounded up by the enemy. With no way out, they beg for mercy, screaming for her to save them. The sight leaves Soon utterly paralyzed with shock. How did they capture them so fast? And why are they coming in from the outside? Let's think about this for a second. With a hostage crisis this big, the police or military should have completely surrounded the building by now. Maybe they're just holding back to protect the hostages. Meanwhile, In-jung turns to address one of his subordinates nearby. He asks if anyone checked the back stairs, demanding to know why they brought the northern comrades in from the outside. A lackey quickly responds, explaining they split into two teams because the northern forces broke in through the corner window. They split their squads to easily lock down and capture the entire group of students, while the rest waited outside to grab anyone trying to leap through the windows. The other teams are currently checking the premises to see if anyone is left. He adds that the remaining troops are heading upstairs right now, hunting down any stragglers from the north who might be hiding. Hearing this, Soon completely panics and gasps out loud. Wait, what did he just say? They set up an ambush outside first? This exposes a massive, terrifying problem. It means even with these terrorists inside, the authorities are completely refusing to make a move. Besides, even if the police did breach, they would be completely powerless to act. But why are they staying so quiet? Even if they're being cautious, this whole setup is incredibly strange. Seeing her panic, In-jung sneers, mocking her. He boasts that he can read her mind perfectly just by looking at her horrified expression. With a confident smirk, he asks if she's still holding out hope for some kind of rescue team to arrive. He reveals one of his allies has completely sealed off this entire sector using a demon sword. Hearing this, Soon freezes in absolute horror, whispering, "Isolated?" In-jung explains they never plan a raid without thorough prep. From the outside, this bank looks totally normal, with not a single hint of chaos. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he declares that absolutely nobody on the outside has any clue what's happening in here. The terrifying reality hits Soon hard, leaving her mind blank. Does this mean they are completely on their own, with no help coming? She had assumed all she needed to do was buy time until the authorities breached the building. With no plan left, she's trapped. If the outside world doesn't even know they're in danger, how will they ever escape? Stick with me, because if she fails to find a way out, In-jung will slaughter them all. Stick with me here, she has absolutely no clue what to do. Her time is running out, and she is completely lost. Soon's desperate silence only makes Kim In-dung more arrogant as he mockingly looks at her and asks what is wrong. He sneers at her, stopped attack, asking where all that intense energy from earlier went. How could she fight back when innocent civilians are being held hostage? But right there in the crowd, one brave bank employee is acting very strange. He locks his eyes on the guards, suddenly unleashing his own ability and causing the surrounding hostages to scream in absolute terror. The employee dashes straight for the desk phone, refusing to just sit there and die. He needs to hit that silent alarm. There it is. Without a second thought, he dials the counter-terrorism hotline to report the situation. Emergency. Emergency. The bank has been taken over. Keeping a watchful eye on the terrorists, he frantically reports that armed hostiles have breached the building. But all he gets in return is dead silence, making him shake as he stammers. "Can you hear me? Hello?" There is zero response, leaving him completely frozen in confusion. Huh? Why is there no sound? Right then, one of the terrorists throws a bag toward him and calls out loudly, "Hey there, Mr. Bank employee." That chilling voice and casual attitude send a shiver down the poor employee's spine, turning him pale with fear. Seeing him ignore the call, Kim In-dung smiles and asks, "Did you not hear what I just said earlier?" It seems the employee finally recognizes the monster, falling backward in sheer terror and screaming his name. Kim In-dung. Now watch how casually the villain explains why the phones are dead, saying they have a specialist in stealth. So, comrade, that means both your phone and the panic button under your desk are completely useless. Hearing this, the other staff quickly check their devices only to realize they have zero signal, sending them into an even deeper panic. Ah. So that is why the emergency button did not work earlier. Now, that brave employee stammers out in panic. Why on earth is Kim In-dung robbing a private bank in broad daylight? The villain just chuckles with mocking sarcasm. Are you looking down on your own profession, comrade? Every job matters. That is the core of our great communist ideology. Even with a blade practically at his neck, the defiant bank employee still manages to yell back with bravery. If the military finds out you are here, you will not survive. Of course, Kim In-dung is completely unfazed and scoffs. Li Shin, that old fossil. Suddenly, his entire vibe shifts into something terrifying, and his smile turns incredibly dark and bloodthirsty. He mutters under his breath, "Yeah, South Korea does have that old fossil. His maniacal laughter echoes alongside the terrified whimpers of the bank employee. You and I know what is next. In-dung points his sword. Next, he growls. Now do you finally understand why you need to be taught a proper lesson, comrade? But of course, the stubborn employee still refuses to back down and spits back a firm no. So In-dung decides to end him right there. But before his blade can swing, a sudden scream rings out across the room to stop him. Stop, you North Korean monster. Hearing Soon call him by that specific name instantly ruins Kim In-dung's mood. He sneers, North Korean monster? Before suddenly bursting into a wild, mocking laugh. Oh man. Soon keeps her guard up, glaring right at him as she demands, fight me instead. She growls at him to let the man go. In-dung glances back at the employee trying to crawl away, then asks her why she used that name. But tell me, little girl, do you even know what it means? He unsheathes his sword, saying, No, you are dead wrong. Without warning, he brutally slashes the employee while casually continuing his conversation with her, asking how she could possibly know. Blood splatters everywhere, forcing Soon to take a step back in horror. In-dung's voice remains cold as he says, If you knew, you would never call me that. Am I right? Meanwhile, the poor employee screams in agony, crying out about his severed leg. Right after receiving that devastating strike, the terrified bank employee desperately begs for his life, crying out for mercy. Soon can do nothing but close her eyes in despair, completely blaming herself for being so utterly useless. The skill gap is just too massive. She can buy some time, but keeping everyone else safe is practically impossible. Staring at the fresh pool of blood on the floor, she lets out a helpless cry. After finishing off the man, In-dung points his bloody blade at Soon and speaks. Since you want to fight me so badly, he threatens, I am going to slice off your limbs and stuff you into a bag. He even arrogantly suggests that she should feel absolutely honored by this. Right at that exact second, the door suddenly swings wide open, causing everyone in the room to snap their heads around. Seo Wonghua casually strolls inside with his hands raised up, claiming he did not mean to draw all this attention. In-dung stares blankly at him and asks, Who the hell are you? Comrade Seo Wonghua simply smiles and replies, Hello. Seeing In-dung turn pale with absolute rage, his nervous subordinates quickly panic and promise to capture the intruder immediately. But trust me, you and I are about to see a crazy twist when he stops them. Wait a minute. Sunghua helplessly chuckles at this mess. And honestly, you and I would too if we were in his shoes. Jin-sung. He looks over at the hostages, shivering in fear in the corner, and sighs. This is way past a total disaster. Then his gaze falls on the pool of blood on the floor, flashing back to Jin-sung's strict instructions back in the restroom. It is going to be absolute chaos down there. The moment I activate Adia, run downstairs and tell them I am up here. Seunghwa gasped in sheer shock at those words. Wait, go down? But what about you? Jin-sung flashes an incredibly confident smirk, calmly saying, I told you to trust me. I believe in you, Lee Seunghwa. Back in reality, Seunghwa did exactly as he was told, but he is still hesitating. Jin-sung, I did what you asked. But then, Kim Il-jung flashes a twisted smile. Pay attention, because this guy is about to demand our boy introduce himself. Seunghwa honestly replies, I am a second-year student at Sejong High School. My name is Lee Seunghwa. He then points out where the cash is hidden up on the 5th floor, but of course, the villain is not buying it so easily. A safe in a weird place like that? Seunghwa coldly replies, My friend is the one who put it there. Those words instantly trigger Kim Il-jung's boiling rage, terrifying his henchmen. In a low, chilling voice, he asks, Your friend, comrade. Now that I think about it, why haven't our search squad returned from upstairs yet? Glaring at his useless subordinates with eyes full of pure bloodlust, he demands, A South Korean kid is running around free, yet you comrades are standing there frozen? Trembling under Kim Il-jung's oppressive aura, one of them drops to his knees, shouting, Comrade Commander. He frantically adds, I will check immediately. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes as Kim Il-jung slams his heavy weapon into the floor. That single move scares his lackey half to death, making him desperately beg, Please, just give me one more chance. Suddenly, he places a hand on the man's shoulder, softly saying, Comrade. He grins, offering him one last shot at redemption. My hands are tied, so you get one last chance. Go bring down the cash from the safe, and that kid upstairs too. Relieved to have a chance to redeem himself, the lackey snaps to attention, saluting with deep gratitude. Thank you, Comrade Commander. Then Kim Il-jung barks at the rest. The rest of you, move out. I accept nothing but success. They shout in unison. Long live North Korea. Having dealt with his subordinates, Kim Il-jung glances over his shoulder and lets out a sigh. Next, he turns his gaze back to Seunghwa, calling out to the South Korean comrade from upstairs. He openly threatens him. Do you want to walk down here yourself, or should Kim Il-jung come up there? Knowing his limits, Seunghwa doesn't dare disobey him. I am coming down. Hearing this, Kim Il-jung smirks, highly satisfied with the kid's quick submission. Smart kid, I like you. Taking heavy steps towards Seonghwa, the villain suddenly makes a sickening proposal. While my comrades go capture your friend, I am getting a bit bored. Let's have some fun. His heavy footsteps radiate pure, suffocating bloodlust. He then points at Si-yeon, asking Seonghwa, "Hey, South Korean comrade, do you see that elf girl over there?" Trust me, what he says next is so cruel it makes Se-yeon recoil in pure disgust. "If you bring me her arms and legs, I will spare your friend's life." Can. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment of pure terror. Bring me her arm and legs, and you live. Soon freezes, her heart pounding with absolute dread. Hearing those brutal, bloodthirsty words, the students stand frozen, staring at each other in sheer disbelief. Lona clenches her fists tightly. Her eyes show a desperate struggle between life and death to betray or to stand together. After agonizing over it, she finally makes her move, asking, "Can we even stand a chance against Kim Shu?" Instantly, a sickening, smug grin spreads across his face. Go-hee snaps in absolute fury. "That is not something you should say. Are you completely insane? She has been fighting to protect us from the very beginning." Lona hesitates, but before she can finish, Sohan cuts in arguing that survival is all that matters now. Suddenly, Jin-sung speaks up with a casual, bored complaint that throws everyone into an absolute panic. "Is there seriously no clock around here? I need to track the time. I am so incredibly tired of waiting." It looks like everyone has made their choice. Suddenly, a student yells out in pure rage, "Damn it, we have no other choice." The guy beside her trembles. He mutters that Soon's family is crazy powerful, so she will live comfortably even without her arms and legs. Soon bows her head in deep sorrow, biting her lip, completely ignoring the frantic shouts calling her name. "Hey Soon, Soon." Just then, Seonghwa crouches down right in front of her, facing her before yelling, "Kim Shu!" She quickly turns her head away, sadly calling out Gao. He leans in close to her ear, whispering comforting words. "Do not worry, you just have to hold on a bit longer." Soon freezes, her eyes widening in pure shock as she stares at the person before her. She gasps out in complete disbelief. "What? How on earth did he manage to sneak over here entirely unnoticed?" Let us jump right into this madness, where Soon is furious to see him. "Why on earth did you come here instead of running away? You just became another hostage and made this whole mess even worse." Lee Seonghwa just laughs it off, claiming he came to help. He smiles, asking if his timing was not absolutely perfect. She glares at the ungrateful crowd nearby, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Wow, how touching." Suddenly, Seonghwa speaks up again. Soon freezes, her eyes locking onto him instantly. "Yes?" Seonghwa beams with a bright, cheerful smile, proudly announcing that he has decided to become best friends with Jin Woong from now on. Soon completely loses it, snapping back, "What on earth are you talking about?" Furious at being ignored, Kim In-dong unleashes his magic. In an instant, raw mana explodes, filling the entire room with a blinding, brilliant light. He snarls, "You South Korean comrades think this is a game? Keep wasting my time, and I will make sure not a single one of you leaves here alive." Immediately, the room erupts into sheer chaos, filled with desperate, sobbing apologies. "I am so sorry, Soon. I am so sorry." They shake in absolute terror, sweat dripping down their faces as they beg. Seeing this pathetic display, Kim In-dong looks down on them with ice-cold eyes and speaks. Now watch this part closely. In-dong asks the handsome newcomer if he is on her side. He scratches his head, sheepishly replying, "Yeah, I guess so." A faint, sadistic smirk plays on In-dong's lips. "Well, that is not too bad," he sneers. "I will just take one of your arms and both of your legs to spare these other miserable cowards." His brutal threat makes the suffocating air turn heavy as lead. Only 10 people can walk out of here alive now. Seonghwa lets out a bitter laugh, placing all his hope on her. "This is crazy, Soon. You will protect us, right?" Soon retorts mockingly, calling him a North Korean puppet. In-dong scowls in pure rage, snapping, "You arrogant woman. Do you really have to use that word?" She wonders aloud, "What happens if I just kill everyone in this room myself? If I do that, will you let me and Lee Seonghwa walk free?" Soon's calm voice echoes through the silence. "You need to give us a choice that actually allows both of us to make it out alive." Hearing her proposal, the villain bursts into a mocking laugh. In-dong roars with twisted excitement. "How incredibly amusing. Fine, if you actually do that, I will let the two of you live." Without a single moment of hesitation, she raises her sword, pointing it forward. "All right," she says. The ungrateful crowd trembles in absolute panic as Soon's eyes grow dark. "I guess we really have no other choice, do we?" Go-hee screams in pure terror. "Wait!" She spins around to face him, her eyes shaking with hesitation and intense fear written all over her face. In-dong presses her. "What are you waiting for? Her limbs or your neck? Choose." Go-hee grits her teeth, her mind completely racing. "Honestly, you and I can see how messed up this is." Finally, she speaks up. her desperate voice trying to manipulate her opponent into changing his mind. Hey Kim-soon, in a desperate situation like this, should you not make the sacrifice so the majority can survive? Go-hee keeps shouting, are you seriously going to murder all of us just so the two of you can walk out of here alive? Soon does not even bother explaining. Instead, she coldly unleashes her goblin swordsmanship. In a flash, her body splits into 3 illusions, all charging straight at the enemy. Go-hee immediately counters, activating her lethal gauntlet. Soon calls out loudly, First Sergeant, fight with everything you have. She cannot believe her ears, gasping in shock. What did you say? Soon's illusion strikes instantly. Go-hee quickly raises her arms to block the blade, the loud, harsh screech of clashing metal echoing through the room. The moment the illusion fades, Soon closes the gap, appearing right in front of her. Go-hee freezes, letting out a sharp gasp. What? She is completely stunned, realizing that Kim-soon's illusion could actually attack. How? Taking advantage of Go-hee's distraction, Soon delivers a brutal, heavy blow straight to her gut. Doubled over, she gasps. Kim-soon, you. But Soon just coldly cuts her off. Listen closely, she whispers, laying out her real plan to Go-hee. Go-hee listens intently, her eyes filled with deep anxiety. Right after, Soon unleashes a powerful kick, sending Go-hee flying backward through the air. Seeing this, a teammate quickly rushes over to check on her. Hey Go-hee, are you okay? Sohan mutters in awe. She is incredibly strong. But the man beside him calmly replies, Did you not see that? The moment her copy disappeared, someone else chimed in, guessing that she must be completely exhausted by now. Another voice asks skeptically, Are you sure? He hesitates, gesturing to her partner. But what about that loser standing next to her? Hearing them talk, Soon frowns in sheer annoyance, muttering, So he is an easier target. She coldly orders him, Lee Seung-hwa, step back. Surprised by her command, he can only utter, Oh, all right. Meanwhile, In-dung is laughing so hard his entire body shakes. Excellent! A sick, twisted sense of amusement gleams brightly in his cold, sharp eyes. This is so entertaining. In-dung's wild roar sends another wave of pure panic through the sweating, terrified hostages. How thrilling, watching allies tear each other apart. Soon grips her sword tightly, every muscle tensed, ready for the real fight. Suddenly, an empty can flies through the air, smacking him hard on the head. A sharp clatter rings out, cutting right through his mad laughter. Startled, In-dung glares down at the empty can rolling across the floor. It lies there, a cold piece of metal serving as a silent, mocking challenge. In-dung whips his head around, snarling in absolute fury. What on earth was that? He realizes the room door has been opened this entire time. Standing quietly in the shadow of the doorway is a blood-soaked figure. The blood-soaked man flashes a chilling smile as In-dung picks up the can. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Suddenly, the man flashes a bone-chilling, terrifying smile. Meanwhile, Jin-sung bends down and grabs a discarded can off the ground. Trust me, you and I are about to watch this villain lose his mind over a simple tin can. While behind him, Seung-hwa gasps in pure shock. With no one answering him, In-dung furiously throws the can aside and screams, demanding to know what it is. Calming down, In-dung coldly mutters that he got too excited, realizing the person who just arrived is the one they talked about. He threatens to slice off an arm first, but someone inside throws an item right out, completely ticking him off. In-dung snaps, shouting at the bastard, questioning if throwing this junk was actually supposed to make him stop right there. Did they really think throwing this would stop someone like Kim In-dung? He bends down to inspect the object closely. Realizing it belongs to the Great Disaster Coalition, he silently glares into the pitch-black darkness near the doorway. Confused by this bizarre turn of events, his rage boils over as he takes a combat stance, screaming if they actually dare mock Kim In-dung. In-dung swings his massive weapon, letting loose devastating strikes that target everyone standing nearby. A single blow shakes the entire room, leaving everyone pale, clutching their heads, and collapsing as the ceiling begins to cave in. Using her powerful goblin clone, Seun rushes in just in time to catch and lift up the massive falling ceiling. Leaving everyone completely stunned, she stands like a true hero protecting these helpless victims. Impressed by her strength, In-dung admits she is quite tough for a girl, telling her to stay put while he goes to deal with the newcomer. While Seun strains under the weight, In-dung mocks the North Korean lackey. He coldly warns the South Korean group that if even a single person tries to step outside, he will execute every last one of them. With his crew waiting outside, he warns them against doing anything stupid. Pay attention here, because the terrifying grip he holds on these captives is about to tighten. Besides, with those weaklings around, they might just end up tearing off the goblin girl's limbs themselves. While Seun fights to keep the massive wall up, In-dung tells them to use their heads and think carefully. Seun snaps back, asking the North Korean lackey if he really expects her to hold this heavy slab forever. In-dung laughs it off, mocking her and asking if she has the strength to lift it off completely, before telling them to take care of each other until he returns. With those words, In-dung leaps into the air and vanishes instantly. He takes off into the sky, leaving Se-yoon all alone to bear the crushing weight. Straining under the pressure, she warns everyone that her strength is rapidly fading. She warns them to get out from under the slab unless they want to be crushed to death, prompting Sung-hoa to quickly start evacuating the survivors. Exactly. Their top priority is securing the safety of everyone trapped under this heavy debris. You and I both know they should run, but they hesitate, worrying that escaping now lets that dangerous student go completely free. Those pinned under the heavy rubble scream back in anger, asking if they actually want to watch them die, while Sung-hoa raises her voice to intervene. They argue that she tried to kill them earlier, pleading with Sung-hoa because she knows exactly what they must do to keep everyone alive in this madness. Sung-ho snaps back, asking if they can't see that Se-yoon just saved them. Does she really look like someone who wants to kill us? If they break through the wreckage and rush the exit all at once, it gives them the absolute best chance of survival, even if more dangerous enemies are waiting outside. But doubts quickly arise. What if the noise brings a furious Kim In-dung running straight back to finish them? As Sung-ho struggles to find an answer, an injured Go-hyun limps forward and calls out to Se-yoon, who immediately gasps in relief upon seeing her squad leader. The scene shifts as a chilling laugh echoes. Finally showing up, old man? In-dung looks on in confusion. He asks if the culprit is really alone. Jin-sung grins, admitting that fighting them one by one kept him entertained for quite a while. With pure arrogance, he explains that if they had attacked him together, this whole fight would have ended in seconds. Where is the fun in that? Highly intrigued. In-dung notes that while the goblin girl downstairs was surprising, this kid is a whole different beast. Calling Jin-sung an absolute monster, he watches as the kid stands there, gripping a blood-soaked dagger and laughing like a complete psychopath. Staring at that twisted expression, In-dung comments that the boy seems to thoroughly enjoy slaughtering people. He offers the crazy kid a spot under his command, promising him complete freedom within the Great Disaster Coalition to do whatever he wants. Jin-sung taps his chin, playfully acting like he is actually considering the generous offer. He mockingly offers a deadly technique instead, instantly blitzing and bouncing off all four corners of the room as In-dung raises his massive weapon, intensely tracking his wild movements. In-dung scoffs, wondering why all these annoying pests fight the same way. Jin-sung laughs, finding it thrilling, but In-dung keeps a close eye on him, waiting as the kid steps directly into his great sword's range. Spotting a fatal opening, In-dung seizes his chance and swings his massive blade straight down. But wait, let's pause right here. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see if this strike connects. Alright, you and I are about to watch Jin-sung completely outplay his opponent, who has no idea he's been spotted from behind. Does he not know who he's dealing with? According to the system, this giant sword was handpicked from thousands of elite weapons across the country. Forged from a high-tech super material, its spinning slash is completely unstoppable. With this perfect angle and strike, it should easily be a one-hit KO. But the moment Jin-sung charges In-dung's massive sword is already there to block him. Seeing this, Jin-sung just bursts out laughing. So you actually know how to plan, huh? In-dung mutters, utterly confused. With a swift flick, Jin-sung clangs his dagger against the giant blade, spins gracefully through the air, and asks, "Why is your Adea so ridiculously long?" He backs away, smiling. Fascinating. How on earth did you pull that off? Why is it that long? Meanwhile, In-dung stands frozen, lost in thought. Did this kid really just dodge his ultimate strike? No, it's worse than that. Sweating bullets, the giant swordsman glares at him and nervously asks, "You bastard, can you actually see my Adea?" After all, his giant sword was hand-picked from thousands of weapons in the country. Made from advanced super materials, its rotating slash is meant to be completely unstoppable. But Jin-sung just smiles and replies. Jin-sung stares at the system screen, wondering why there are so many weird symbols. It shows Adea rank A+, C++, C+, combat power S+, and a 67% forced enhancement rate. He keeps wondering, what does forced enhancement rate even mean? How did this guy pull that off? Exactly. The shape of a great sword directly mirrors the owner's soul. When that forced energy is pushed to its absolute limit, nothing can block it. In-dung bites his lip, realizing his sneak attack almost worked. If only the kid hadn't read his moves. Glaring, he demands, "Hey bastard, what's your name?" Our main character calmly replies, "My name is Park Jin-sung." In-dung sneers, repeating the name. "Fine, Park Jin-sung. I'll admit you've got sharp eyes. How the hell are you able to see my Adea anyway? You've got some real skills. Now pay attention here, because before the giant can even offer him a spot in the disaster corps, Jin-sung casually tells him he is the strongest opponent he has faced so far. "Does that mean you want to join us now?" In-dung asks. But Jin-sung simply replies, "I can only see 9 of them." In-dung laughs, asking, "What do you mean by 9? Meanwhile, vivid target lines flash clearly before Jin-sung's eyes. He calmly answers, 9 fatal weaknesses I can use to kill you. Hearing this, In-dung lowers his head, his face turning icy. You can see those too? That kind of power makes me want your eyes even more. Jin-sung readies his weapon and retorts, honestly, 9 is overkill. Just 1 weakness is enough to end you. In-dung readies his giant sword. So, you're refusing to join me? Such a shame. I'll beat you within an inch of your life and drag you to the commander just to harvest those special eyes of yours. With a roar, Jin-sung launches forward. In-dung leaps to meet him head-on, and the 2 powerful warriors clash in an explosion of raw energy. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to John. He smiles, knowing the broken elevator doors will delay his pursuers for a very long time. That loser down there can buy him some more time. Besides, they are right in the middle of a massive city. If someone alerts the police or the military, backup will definitely arrive in no time. John lazily decides that going out too early will just make him a target. So while he hides, let's head back to Jin-sung's epic battle. The young hero charges with his tiny but deadly dagger. His insanely fast movements make it almost impossible for In-dung to find an opening. Just as In-dung swings his massive blade, Jin-sung leaps high into the air, completely shattering his opponent's reflexes. Jin-sung drops down like a hawk, pinning In-dung's giant sword to the ground. Unable to move, the veteran fighter has nothing left but his mouth. Desperately trying to manipulate him, In-dung screams, "You coward. All you do is dodge like a squirrel instead of fighting me head-on." But Jin-sung completely ignores the trash talk. His sharp dagger is now just millimeters away from piercing straight into In-dung's eye. Using every ounce of his survival instinct and raw strength, In-dung barely manages to wrench himself free. Escaping with just a small shoulder slash, he gasps in relief at the close call. But before he can even breathe, Jin-sung charges like a wild beast. Wait, is he already closing the distance again? Dodging the first strike was pure luck, but this second one is going to hurt. Feeling completely helpless, he can only raise his weapon in a desperate attempt to block the relentless storm of blows raining down on him. It turns out the kid was just playing around this whole time, treating the legendary Kim In-dung like a mere toy. Staring directly into his eyes, Jin-sung coldly asks, "Are you just going to keep blocking like a loser, old man?" He strikes a critical opening, declaring, "Let's end this right now." But In-dung suddenly flashes a creepy smile, muttering, "If I keep holding back my true power, I might actually end up dead here." Suddenly, a monstrous wave of energy, completely different from anything before, erupts from the giant, catching Jin-sung completely off guard. What? Jin-sung's eyes widen as he spots a hand closing in on him with godlike speed. Acting on pure reflex, he leaps backward. Sliding back into a crouch, he gasps in sheer shock. "No way! Old man, what on earth is that? How are you doing this? How do you possess that power?" And that's where we leave things, with the system warning him that this new form is unavoidable, revealing a legendary Tiger Cave Sword with S+ combat stats and a massive strength enhancement rate of. You and I are starting with a crazy power-up 67% of the first EDA-class beast's left arm, leaving Jin-sung utterly speechless. 2 of them? Armed with this new strength and a surge of confidence, In-jung's smug look returns. "There is no point in dodging anymore," Jin-sung shouts, questioning what that bizarre arm of his really is, but In-jung just smirks and asks why he is so damn curious. "I only came here to avoid those bombers. But what is this? Guess I might end up in hell first," Jin-sung mutters, raising his dagger. "So pulling out that arm makes you stronger, old man? This is going to be fun, let us play." In-jung coldly tells him to stop joking. "If you keep fighting like this, I won't get to die on my own terms." Hearing that, Jin-sung mocks him, asking if he is running away. A dark aura erupts around In-jung. "It has been ages since I heard that word," he growls, while Jin-sung continues to mock him. "You think you can escape, old man? How exactly are you planning to run?" In-jung confidently sneers, claiming there is absolutely no way he would run from a brat, leaving a final chilling message before he makes his move. "Baek Jin-sung, I will remember you." He pulls out a massive, gleaming blade. A powerful barrier forms around them, suddenly shattering and blasting debris in every single direction. But watch closely now through the thick dust. In-jung suddenly lunges, leaving a massive, deep crater behind him. Just then, Jian opens the door to find total devastation. Staring down into the massive crater, he wonders, "What is this? It cannot be Kim Sung. Could it be Kim In-jung? I need to get out of here." Down below, In-jung is leaping around wildly while Jin-sung hunts him down like hide and seek. Jin-sung mutters that he might actually lose track of the old man at this rate, wondering if he needs to pick up the pace a bit. In-jung yells in frustration, telling him to stop joking, since at this distance they will never. Before he can finish, Jin-sung is right behind him, whispering that he is not playing around. In-jung is terrified, realizing this psychopath is completely out of his mind. Suddenly, Jin-sung crosses paths with Jian, who is completely stunned to see the fleeing Kim In-jung right there. But In-jung spots a perfect escape route, realizing fate has not abandoned him just yet. He leaps straight upward into the air, leaving Jian standing there totally baffled by the move. What is going on down there? Jian gasps as Jin-sung continues the hot pursuit close behind, and In-jung hears him and immediately calls out, "What?" Jian barks, calling him trash and demanding to know why he is there. But Jin-sung just raises his blade, murmuring he found another target. Suddenly, Jin-sung's glowing red eyes twitch as he struggles for control, forcing his strike to miss at the last second, leaving Jian completely speechless. "You and I both saw that coming, right?" Jian turns only to find Jin-sung face-planting hard onto the floor, groaning in sheer agony. Jian rushes over, yelling at the trash to explain how he crawled up from below, while Jin-sung slowly rises, mumbling for his captain as In-jung watches from above. "You know Baek Jin-sung? Wow, you just saved my life," In-jung calls out, leaving Jian utterly bewildered. "Kim In-jung, weren't you just fighting Kim Song down there?" Jian shouts in utter confusion, demanding to know what the hell is actually going on. "Hey trash, answer me!" Jian barks, looking at Jin-sung clutching his head in pain, while In-jung starts analyzing the situation from above. Did Kim Sung really exhaust Kim In-jung that much? There is no way this absolute trash could do that. Damn it, none of this makes sense. Trying to piece together Kim In-jung's bizarre words, Jian demands answers once more, commanding the trash to explain the current situation immediately. But Jin-sung only responds with a chilling, manic laughter, cackling wildly about how things are just getting started for them. Jian backs away in disgust, wondering what is wrong with this freak. Up above, In-jung shouts down, thanking his comrade for helping him escape that psychopath. Jian's brain completely breaks as he screams back, asking what the hell he means. Jin-sung's eyes burn crimson, locked in a brutal internal struggle, while In-jung smugly boasts that he never, ever forgets a debt of gratitude. He smirks, noting that his savior might not even realize he's being repaid, and that creepy grin gives Jian total, shivering goosebumps. In-jung leaves him with a chilling warning, telling him to run down to the first floor immediately if he wants any chance at surviving. Jian is left utterly baffled, muttering, "What the hell does he mean?" As In-jung flies far away, Jian scoffs in disbelief, asking why he would ever head down there when In-jung's own subordinates are still trapped below, to which the villain simply wishes him luck. It is a miracle. In-jung followed orders to head to South Korea, alongside that elf girl and the infamous bomber named Lai. How could you raise a monster like this? The commander surely never anticipated such a bloodthirsty, utterly despicable psychopath was lurking in their midst. Jian stands frozen in shock, staring at the empty sky and wondering if that terrifying monster actually just fled. He wonders how an elite like Kim In-jung could possibly flee from a piece of useless trash. None of this makes sense, he thinks, staring at the head-bowed Jin-sung. He is supposed to be nothing but weak, F-rank trash. But suddenly Jin-sung steps forward, creepily muttering a polite greeting to his captain. "Hello, Captain." Jian stammers in fear, but Jin-sung just smiles widely, pointing out that because of him, their prey managed to escape. "So, you are going to play with me instead, right?" The overwhelming, suffocating pressure radiating from Jin-sung leaves Jian completely paralyzed with fear. Jin-sung presses him again with that bone-chilling look, and Jian instantly senses the change, realizing those empty eyes are absolutely horrifying. He's too dangerous. As Jian summons his weapon, you and I are left holding our breath. What is about to happen next? Stick with me, because John has no clue what is happening down there, except that this absolute scumbag has completely lost his mind. Time for 36 stratagems, and running is option number 1. Seeing John bolt, Jin-sung just croons, "Captain, do you want to play tag too? And am I the one who is IT?" Calling out to John with mock affection, Captain Jin-sung begins his relentless pursuit. "I was chasing you earlier too. So, let us play something else instead." John screams back, "Get the hell away from me, you piece of trash." Jin-sung looks at John's desperate struggle with pure contempt. John freezes, completely stunned that the psycho just dodged his strike. With bloodlust in his eyes and a chilling voice, Captain Jin-sung lunges forward, locking his grip right around John's neck. "Got you." John grabs Jin-sung's hand, thrashing wildly. "Let go of me. Let me go, you absolute piece of garbage." Jin-sung does not care, reaching for his dagger with his free hand. Captain, what should we play next? What should we play? Should we cut off your hands? Or maybe your legs?" John panics, screaming, "You insane, psychotic bastard. Now watch this closely." John shoves him off, but Jin-sung leaps right back, whining. "We were having so much fun, Captain." Jin-sung leaps back, calling out, "You need to take care of yourself, Captain," while John free falls into a deep, dark pit. Jin-sung complains, "You keep flying around everywhere, making it so hard to catch you. But you cannot fly away anymore, can you?" Terrified, John screams, "Damn it, let me go, just let me go." Jin-sung merely smiles and asks, "Do you hate me, Captain?" John yells, "You trash. If we keep falling like this, we are both going to die. Let me go right now, you bastard." Unbothered, Jin-sung shrugs and responds, Well, I really do not think I am going to die here. Damn it, John mutters in sheer helplessness. He knows that if they keep plunging like this, he is definitely a dead man. Suddenly, a familiar voice snaps his mind back to reality. Captain! Startled, John wakes up from his panic. Damn it, this is no time to think about useless things. He has to use all his brain power to survive this fall. He refuses to die like this. John roars, I am not dying by your hands, you trash, as he moves quickly. Jin-sung lets go. Captain, you are way too slow to handle this. Suddenly, a sword thrusts straight up from below, aiming for Jin-sung. He softly mutters, another playmate. Jin-sung effortlessly deflects the incoming blade with his dagger. Are you here to play too? John watches in utter disbelief. He actually deflected that sword midair? What on earth is he? No, wait. More importantly, we need to look at John as he yells, get out of the way! John readies his stance during the massive drop. Swinging his weapon, he lets out a battle cry to pump himself up. John throws his weapon down, rolling away to stick a successful landing. Jin-sung lands right after, turning back to pursue John again. Let us play, Captain. Looking at the sword that just ambushed him, Jin-sung smirks. Oh, I see. The next guest is my absolute favorite. Meanwhile, a voice asks, how long do you plan to hold that? Seyoon is still holding up the massive debris fallen from the ceiling. What? Does the spot you got hit earlier still hurt, Team 1 Captain? Seyoon is trembling. She pretends to be fine, but she has already hit her absolute limit. Her whole body shakes violently. She cannot hold it up much longer. Her eyes remain locked on Go-hee to see her next move. Right then, Go-hee unleashes her ultimate skill, the lethal gauntlets. Team 1. I stand here as the representative captain of Team 1. Behind her, people yell, wait up! Hyeon, let us go with you too. Meanwhile, Seunghwa steps up to join the intense conversation. Wait, hold on, you are in her class, her school. Did you not see her holding up that concrete slab to save everyone? Seunghwa stands tall to protect Seyoon. Behind them, an officer warns, get out of the way. Do you want to get punched? Seunghwa, step aside. But Seunghwa remains stubborn, declaring, I am staying right here. I am not moving a single inch. He argues, how can you do this to someone who just risked her life to fight for everyone? Do you really want to do this? The female officer speaks her mind. Kid, you are far too young to understand the reality here. I have a family to feed, so stop playing the good guy. Look, this bastard has no other choice. Move! Behind them, Seyoon has reached her breaking point, slowly losing consciousness. Inside, victims clutch their heads and scream, we are going to get crushed. Save us. Go-hee steps forward coldly, muttering, Kim Se-eun is truly weak. There is no time left. Step aside. Seunghwa stubbornly blocks the path. No, drawing his weapon to defend her. If you take another step closer, I will be forced to. Clenching her fists, Go-hee replies, then I have no other choice. Suddenly, Go-hee turns around. Stay right where you are. Hyeon from the 2nd Battalion. 10th Platoon, Captain. Rescue those trapped under the ceiling. We are going to protect the members of our platoon now. Kim Se-eun. The crowd gasps in confusion. Let's dive right into this. Go-hee stands dead center while Seyoon rushes in, screaming to drop the cool act and help. This thing is heavy as hell. The nearby staff members are scowling, looking completely impatient. A female staff member approaches, suggesting they sacrifice Seyeon. But before she can even finish, Go-hee blocks her with a hand. Do not come any closer, she warns. The female worker pauses. Go-hee clenches her fist, delivering a cold, hard threat. If you get closer, I will have to use force. We already found the person targeting the leader, Squad 3, and Kim In-jung. I will not strike first. But if you keep coming, I will be forced to take you down. The female worker's face goes pale, and she raises her hands in absolute surrender. Fine. Young-hee returns with his weapon, announcing everyone is safe. Min-jun barks orders to stick to the plan and carefully break the rocks, trapping Seon. With a massive explosion, they pool their strength, shattering the stone barriers blocking their path in an instant. Go-hee leads the way, with Seon and Min-jun hot on her heels as rubble falls and thick dust rises. Seon rubs her shoulder, sighing in relief to be free, while Seunghwa approaches to ask her what happened. Seon walks past him, grabs Go-hee by the shoulder, and says she simply trusted the goodwill of her teammate. Seunghwa is completely baffled, demanding to know what she means. Go-hee laughs awkwardly, but Seon suddenly leans close to her ear, whispering, did you learn that acting trick at school? Pretending that you are actually terrified. Seon's whisper leaves her completely stunned. What? Right before everyone's shocked eyes, Seon slams Go-hee straight onto the ground. Min-jun rushes over in a panic to help her up. Now pay attention here, this is where everything changes. She was so terrified she forgot she learned this at school. The opponent is Peste. Peste never leaves a single witness behind. They strike again, and just like before, absolutely no one survives. Reporter Sung Yoon-ha here. The international terrorist group Peste is still carrying out multiple attacks nearby. Go-hee's face darkens as she covers it. Fear made her make the wrong call. If she had thought it through, things would be different. Even if they killed Seon on In-jung's orders, there is absolutely no way he would let any witnesses walk away alive. Min-jun anxiously asks if she's all right. Squad leader Go-hee keeps her head down, her long hair covering her eyes. In a low, heavy voice, she says, "Squad 1, I have something to tell you all." A strange thought flashes in her mind. Seon would rather die here than ever obey an enemy's command. Min-jun is left totally stunned. Huh? Go-hee insists this is a direct order, thinking they must be like Seon. Seon just sighs with hands on her hips. "I told you to act scared. Why did you act so cool?" Go-hee points and laughs, saying either way works to convince people. Don't blink now, because the entire floor violently shakes. Seon wonders if In-jung is behind this as Seonghwa screams. "Jin-sung?" Seon looks confused. "Huh? What about Park Jin-sung?" Seonghwa replies with urgent panic. "Did you forget why In-jung went up there?" Seon honestly replies she figured someone must have lured him. Seonghwa grabs her shoulders and shakes her. "Yes, Jin-sung lured him." Seon brushes him off, annoyed. "Stop joking, he is just an F-grade trainee." Seonghwa tries to calm down and asks, "Can you think of anyone else besides Jin-sung?" The question makes Seon freeze. The only ones not accounted for are Park Jin-sung and Byun Ji-jun. There is no way Ji-jun could do that. Seonghwa panic urges her, saying they have 0 time left. "Did you hear that sound?" After weighing it over, Seon concludes his theory actually makes sense. Seeing that convincing the others is useless, Seonghwa curses in pure frustration. Damn it. He bolts for the door, yelling that he will help himself. Seon is left stunned. Jin-sung is really fighting? With Seonghwa looking like that, this is no joke. She recalls her own fight with In-jung didn't make this much noise. That fleeting thought immediately leaves her filled with deep dread. He tells himself that fighting Jin-sung is suicide. Normally, In-jung would defeat Jin-sung instantly and leave him dead. Seon mutters, "Dead." She grits her teeth, her goblin horn glowing. No way he dies a useless death like that. Seon steps up to Go-hee, calling out to the Squad 1 leader. Go-hee is confused but still replies, "Huh? What is it?" Seon whispers that she needs a favor. Suddenly, footsteps echo down the stairwell. Seon's mind is racing. In her current weakened state, she cannot face In-jung. Should she really keep going? As it turns out, after asking Go-hee for help, Seon chased after Seonghwa, hoping she could at least rescue her friend and the others before it's too late. The two stop right in front of a massive door. Seon knows In-jung and Jin-sung are fighting behind this door. "Trust me, you and I know there's no turning back now. Alright, let's jump right into this." Soon raises her hand to Seonghwa, saying she will open the door, only to find fresh blood and dead bodies. Soon gasps, "What is this?" Seonghwa covers his mouth in pure terror, asking if they are all dead. Looking around to assess the scene, Soon gets a terrible feeling. Did Baek Jin-sung really kill them? She starts analyzing the traces left behind. These marks show they were slain by a giant sword, taking at least 30 stabs. Soon walks around searching the room. Did Baek Jin-sung really last that long against Kim In-jung? Where did they go? Suddenly, something catches her eye. Stone debris? Soon looks up at the rock layers above, realizing this is nothing compared to the first floor. Dozens of shattered rock layers lead straight up to an open gap where light shines down, making Soon form a wild theory. Is Kim In-jung actually this insanely powerful? Seonghwa snaps out of it and walks over, looking up in sheer awe. What is with this massive hole? Soon honestly shares her thoughts, guessing that the two of them went up there, but watch closely, because before she can even finish, a strange object drops. Soon grabs her sword, warning that something is falling. Worry flashes in Soon's eyes. Is it Kim In-jung coming down, or is it Baek Jin-sung? Surprisingly, it is Ji-sun who tumbles down, loudly cursing that trash. Soon looks on in absolute shock. Why on earth is Ji-sun here? And the person chasing him is a familiar figure, hot on his heels. As they draw closer, Soon finally recognizes Baek Jin-sung, but he looks totally off. Seonghwa worriedly asks what is happening. Soon practically screams for Seonghwa to get out of the way as she draws her sword to block an incoming strike. She reverses her blade to avoid seriously hurting him, wondering what in the absolute hell is going on here. Seonghwa panics at her crazy actions and yells for his squad leader to move, but Soon throws her sword high instead. She tracks its path for a second, then immediately spins around to grab Seonghwa's hand, leaving him utterly confused. Soon runs while urging him to flee, right before a massive, thunderous explosion erupts. Ji-sun crashes to the ground, pushing himself up to curse at that crazy bastard, while Soon runs over demanding to know what is happening. Ji-sun freezes upon seeing her, asking how she is still alive. Soon snaps, telling him to shut up and explain why Jin-sung is attacking. "You and I both know that voice." Before she even gets an answer, a chilling voice echoes from behind them. Jin-sung chuckles with mock surprise, recognizing Soon. Covered in blood, his eerie smile looks like something straight out of a horror movie. He playfully suggests they have some fun. Jin-sung lands softly right in front of them, letting out a twisted, creepy grin. As Jin-sung cackles, Seung-hwa goes completely pale with fear, awkwardly forcing out a question that comes a little too late. He murmurs they should not have come, but Soon stays calm, glaring right at Jin-sung with absolute intensity. Calling his name, she watches Jin-sung get lost in his own world. His twisted smile is enough to give anyone goosebumps. He mutters a creepy greeting, asking if they also want to play some games with him. He limps closer, leaving Soon staring in utter shock. "What is wrong with you, Jin-sung?" He squints, suddenly looking impressed. He mutters that she is beautiful but completely rotten inside. Soon is deeply confused as he keeps babbling about her being a waste. Seeing this waste, Soon angrily demands an answer, asking if he is crazy. Jizon quickly steps in to warn her. He warns the goblin that Jin-sung is no longer the weakling they once knew, leaving Soon looking back in total confusion. Jizon keeps moving, whispering that this terrifying guy literally just beat Kim In-jung and forced him to run away. Stopping for a brief second, Jizon turns back to look at her, calling out to her. He offers a single piece of advice to repay her past help, urging her to run while the guy is still distracted. Gritting his teeth as if desperately holding back his fear, he begs her to run right now because once the guy finishes speaking, she is dead. Jizon completely vanishes down the dark stairs as Soon stares at his departure, yelling for him to explain himself first. With only the two of them left behind, Seung-hwa begins to panic in absolute terror. He whimpers that Jin-sung looks even crazier than in the restroom. Catching on, Soon immediately asks if he has seen him like this before. Seung-hwa shrinks back in fear, stammering out a shaky confirmation of what he saw. He explains that Jin-sung was not this bad back then, and they could still talk. Across from them, Jin-sung softly giggles, unleashing a wave of pure bloodlust around Soon. The maniac mutters to himself, planning the best way to kill her. Should he do it like this or maybe like that? Deciding on a method, he laughs wildly. Covering his face, his creepy laughter blends with his normal voice as he groans. Soon just scoffs, putting her hands on her hips. Too impatient to accomplish anything? Trust me, you and I will see if her dangerous dare pays off. Let's dive into this wild scene where she tells Jin-sung he isn't even qualified to replace her husband, making him grip his knife in pure rage. With blood dripping from the blade, he gently runs his fingers along the edge and retorts, "I just need to slaughter all the other candidates, and then it is mine." Heh, I cannot hold back anymore. Soon steps forward to shield Seung-hwa. Keeping her eyes locked on Jin-sung, she whispers, "Hey, Lee Seung-hwa." As he looks back in confusion, Soon rushes forward before he can even react. She orders him to run while she buys time. Seung-hwa reaches out to grab her, but it is already too late, and he cries out in despair. Soon charges straight at Jin-sung, her mind racing as she desperately calculates her next move. She does not even have her sword, and with her energy completely drained, she can only survive 30 seconds at most. Jin-sung smirks as if he has been waiting for this exact moment, whispering, "My dear Soon." His blade slashes across, but she quickly ducks to dodge the blow. So fast and precise, that is definitely the Ida of Daesung. Before Soon can even counter, a burning pain flares up in her shoulder. Ia is incredibly powerful but nearly impossible to control, just like her own. She sidesteps left, trying to create some distance between them, but in an instant, his blade slices through the air, leaving a deep gash on her leg as fresh blood pours out. Gritting her teeth, Soon realizes his condition is actually far worse than hers. He must have suffered so much already. Suddenly, Soon stops moving completely. "Hey rookie," she whispers. "Now, pay attention here," because Jin-sung's raised arm actually pauses. He smiles and asks, "What is it?" Soon raises her hand to cover the bleeding wound on her shoulder. She says softly, "You have worked so hard, you did great." Hearing those words, Park Lee-jung, also known as Jin-sung, visibly frowns. He smirks and replies, "Yeah, you too, Soon." Jin-sung mumbles a few final words before mercilessly slashing down at her. He just whispered goodbye. Frozen with his knife still raised, time seems to stop as Soon's body slowly collapses to the ground. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood, shadows hiding his eyes. Jin-sung lets out a quiet grin as a buried piece of his childhood memory suddenly starts to unlock. Back in elementary school, his life shattered when his parents were brutally murdered by robbers who ransacked their home. Their bodies were beaten beyond recognition, making identification nearly impossible. Jin-sung was just a helpless kid with nowhere left to go. He ended up at his uncle's house. His aunt and uncle were low-lifes with only F-tier Ida, and they bound his limbs despite his desperate cries. "I am so sorry, uncle. These rotten ropes will snap otherwise." An E-class with F-tier combat power. His uncle grabs a wooden stick, acting righteous, and says, "Since you apologized, you must be punished, right?" Heh. His aunt laughs eerily, tightening the ropes and ordering him to stay still. He wields a crude, rotten wooden stick of F-tier power. F-tier combat power. Bound on the cold floor, Jin-sung pleads, I am sorry, I am so sorry. But the beatings from that stick came every single day. You and I can both see his early life was nothing but pure pain and humiliation. Until one afternoon, while sitting alone in class, he heard rapid footsteps approaching, followed by a sweet voice calling out his name, Jin-sung. He slowly looks up at her in disbelief. Me? Ha-in tilts her head, asking, why do you always wear long sleeves? Aren't you hot? A classmate waiting by the door calls out, Ha-in, what are you doing? Let us go. Ha-in calmly replies, yeah, just wait a second. She turns back to Jin-sung, inviting him, we are going to buy some snacks. Want to join? Staring at the floor, he stammers, I cannot. Ha-in does not push him. She smiles. Oh, really? Maybe next time then? But her impatient friend runs back in, dragging her away. Come on, Ha-in. She quickly answers, okay. But the nasty friend sneers, Ha-in, do not bother. He does not have any money anyway. Don't you know? His clothes are so smelly and dirty. I don't even want to go near him. Then there were nights he was cornered in dark alleys. Covering his face while taking the blows, the gang leader kicks him, demanding answers. Show us your Ida, Jin-sung. He weakly mumbles back, but I don't have any Ida. The leader scoffs as if it is obvious. Of course we know. That is why we are helping you awaken it by beating it out of you. The thugs laugh hysterically, mockingly asking him, aren't we being super nice to you, Jin-sung? So, whether at home or at school, the torment never stopped. To avoid the abuse, Jin-sung would wander the streets until late at night. Walking back, he notices a bush rustling nearby. Curious, he steps closer to investigate. Huh? What is going on in there? Suddenly, Poppy leaps out of the leaves, barking happily while wagging his tail. Jin-sung gasps in shock. A puppy. Finding a stray as scruffy as him, Jin-sung kneels to cuddle the dog, giggling. Haha, you are just as dirty as I am. Poppy rubs his face against his cheek. The soft fur tickles him, making him laugh. Haha, that tickles. The two quickly became best friends. Every evening at dusk, he would spend hours playing with the little puppy on the empty playground. But his uncle, fearing others would call him irresponsible, finally tracks him down and barks, Park Jin-sung. Why aren't you home? Trust me, you must see what happens next. You and I are starting this story with Jin-sung flinching in sheer terror, his face pale as he stammers, you uncle. Just then, Poppy pokes his head out of the cave and barks loudly. Jin-sung panics, trying to block him. Poppy, no! His uncle's face instantly darkens as he demands an explanation. What is this filthy dog? Is this why you came home late? Passers-by hear his loud shouting and stop in their tracks to watch. Is that guy our neighbor? What is going on? That poor kid looks absolutely terrified. Jin-sung's uncle mutters a curse under his breath. Clearing his throat with hands on his hips, he tells the boy, fine, just take the dog home. Jin-sung stands frozen, doubting his own ears. He tightly hugs Poppy and cheers. Really? I can keep him? Thank you, uncle. The two of them walk home with the dog. Late at night, Jin-sung's bedroom light is still on. Poppy snuggles under the blanket, licking his face. Jin-sung smiles happily, his eyes crinkling. Haha, that tickles, Poppy. Suddenly, a harsh shout from outside the door startles them both. Jin-sung, why are you still awake? Jin-sung quietly creeps over to turn off the light. Coming, he whispers softly, turning to his pet. Good night, Poppy. The puppy lets out a tiny soft bark as if to reply. Moonlight streams through the window, shining on Jin-sung's messy drawing. It shows him and Poppy, happily playing together without a single care. On a bright day, pay attention here as a hesitant Jin-sung approaches his uncle holding Poppy, trying to ask for permission. Can I go play outside with Poppy? The uncle waves him off, his face flushed red from drinking a bit too much alcohol. Whatever, do what you want. Jin-sung beams and says, thank you, uncle. He sets Poppy down and runs to the door, calling him over. Let's go, Poppy. Cut to the park, where gentle white clouds drift across a beautiful blue sky. Jin-sung starts playing their favorite game. He finally has a real friend now. Together, the two of them slide down the playground slide. He feels so happy having a friend to hang out with. From one game to another, they happily chase each other around. Poppy keeps his eyes locked on him, staying close like a loyal buddy. Jin-sung rolls around on the ground, giggling with him. He finally has someone to share his happiness with. But before long, night falls, and Jin-sung suddenly realizes it's past 7 p.m. Oh no, he gasps in panic. Is it really this late? My uncle is going to be so furious with me. Boy and dog rush out of the park, sprinting as fast as they can. Hurry, Poppy. Back home, his uncle and aunt are already waiting at the table. His uncle sneers. So you think you can just wander home past 7 p.m.? Jin-sung, do you think we are some kind of joke? Jin-sung's face goes pale. He stammers out an excuse. I am so sorry, uncle. I did not realize it was this late. His uncle slams his beer can down on the table, roaring. You think that is an excuse? Have I been too easy on you lately, making you act like a spoiled brat? He groans. Jin-sung, do I really have to worry about those old folks or the noisy couple next door too? Jin-sung bows his head low, whispering, I am sorry, uncle. I will be much more careful. Right then, Poppy suddenly lunges forward, barking loudly. Terrified, Jin-sung drops to his knees and hugs him tight. Poppy, what is wrong? He keeps barking, and trust me, you and I can feel the tension as the uncle crushes his beer can. How dare this mutt bark at me? Should I turn you into soup? Though terrified, Jin-sung musters his courage to face him and begs for mercy. I am sorry. I will train Poppy. Please forgive him just this once. But Poppy only barks even louder. Jin-sung's uncle leaps up, shoving the boy hard onto the floor. He screams, "Get out of my way! How dare you!" Glaring with rage, the uncle spits. I show you a sliver of kindness and you dare talk back to me? I am going to teach you a lesson. Honey, tie him up. The aunt pulls out a thick rope with a nasty, mocking sneer. Heh, this brat got too much freedom lately and lost his mind. Poppy bares his teeth, barking fiercely. The uncle scowls in irritation. Is this annoying mutt ever going to shut up? He raises his foot, kicking Poppy with full force. Shut up, you useless stray. The sickening sound of impact makes Jin-sung gasp for air. With all his remaining strength, he screams out Poppy's name as the poor dog is sent flying. His tiny body crashes hard against the wall before sliding down. He lies there completely limp, whimpering softly. The uncle sneers. Quiet now, huh? Meanwhile, the aunt finishes tying Jin-sung up. His mind is completely focused on his pet. Staring over in tears, he asks, Poppy? Are you okay, Poppy? The aunt pulls the ropes tighter, laughing wickedly. Heh, stay still. It is hard to tie you up when you keep squirming like that. Jin-sung goes completely limp, gritting his teeth for the brutal beating to come. The uncle raises a wooden club, snapping. How dare you glare at me like that? Jin-sung mutters something inaudible. Furious, his uncle lunges forward, striking him violently while screaming, Are you insane? Who taught you to speak to me like that? Did your mother teach you this? Or your brainless brother? Tied up tightly, Jin-sung is completely helpless, unable to fight back or escape. Shivering on the cold floor, he whimpers, I am sorry. His uncle raises an eyebrow, letting out a heavy, tired sigh. He sneers with pure disgust. So weak yet so arrogant. Trust me, you and I are going to shudder at his twisted, savage laugh. Jin-sung freezes as his uncle laughs. That is why I beat them to death. While his aunt quickly covers her mouth in warning. Let's jump straight into this twisted family nightmare. The aunt asks if it is fine that he knows, and her husband sneers. Who would ever believe a weak, trashy brat like him? Struggling to sit up, Jin-sung weakly gasps. Wait, but wasn't my dad killed by a robber? Drunk and reckless, his uncle spills the truth. Yeah, that? I was just pissed off, so I beat both of them to death myself. They shouldn't have refused to lend me money. But then, some idiot randomly crawled through their window, which made framing him so easy. He bursts out laughing, recalling how that poor scapegoat begged the court and claimed he was innocent. It was just so hilarious to watch. His aunt giggled along, chiming in. It really was hilarious. Just thinking of his face makes me laugh. But watch closely as Jin-sung grits his teeth. So, you two are the ones who murdered my parents? Twirling the wooden cane in his hand, his uncle smirks and stares down at him. Oh, you dare glare at us like that? But in the dark corner, unnoticed by everyone, Poppy slowly drags himself up, making his uncle freeze mid-sentence. Suddenly, Poppy lunges forward and clamps his jaws onto the uncle's wrist. Terrified, Jin-sung screams, Poppy, no, run away. But Poppy refuses to let go. Raising his heavy cane, the uncle roars, You damn mutt. A sharp whimper echoes then. Absolute silence. Frowning at his bleeding wrist, the uncle mutters, Damn it, I hope this worthless stray didn't give me rabies. Dragging himself over, Jin-sung desperately calls out Poppy's name. But the poor dog lies completely still, no longer wagging its tail or licking his face. Jin-sung bursts into tears, sobbing, I'm so sorry, Poppy. I'm sorry for bringing you to this hellhole. You just wanted to play with me. I'm so sorry. Heart-wrenching sobs echo through the room as tears drench his face and his entire body shakes with pure grief. If only you hadn't met a cursed loser like me. But then, in that fleeting moment, something miraculous happens. Poppy weakly nudges closer, gently licking the tears from his face. Despite his battered, bruised body, the loyal dog musters up one final, loving smile. With one last gentle bark of farewell, the remaining life drains from Poppy's body, and he collapses. Stunned, Jin-sung frantically shakes him, crying his name. But his uncle just scoffs. Is it dead already? Damn it, I wanted to beat that stupid mutt a bit more. His aunt pouts, saying regretfully, What a waste. I was actually hoping to fatten him up so we could eat him. The uncle clicks his tongue. That trash dog isn't even worth eating, just toss it in the bin. Meanwhile, endless questions swirl inside Jin-sung's head. Why is everything suddenly going dead silent? His uncle seems to be mockingly calling out, "Hey, our little Jin-sung." But nothing registers. Let's pause here. The burning question Jin-sung desperately wants to scream out but can't is, "Why did you have to kill my precious dog?" His uncle scoffs. "What did you just mumble? Still acting stubborn? Looks like I need to teach you another lesson." Jin-sung mutters, "Is taking a life really that easy?" His aunt carelessly asks, "What if he dies, honey?" And his uncle doesn't even hesitate to reply, "If he dies, he dies. He's useless to us anyway." Jin-sung's voice turns ice cold as he asks, "Is murdering people really that fun to you?" His eyes burn blood red, radiating a terrifying, monstrous bloodlust. With a bone-chilling tone, he whispers, "You people are seriously so annoying." Out of nowhere, a sharp knife magically appears in his hand. With one smooth slice, Jin-sung cuts through his bounds effortlessly. Grip tightening on the handle, he holds the loose ropes as a creepy, psychotic chuckle escapes his lips. Haha. Watching him walk over, his uncle asks in confusion, "Where did you get that knife from?" But then, he sits up, suddenly bursting with excitement. "Wait, is that E-rank?" His uncle roars with laughter. "Haha, you got that angry just to summon an E-rank? You really are a pathetic F-rank." He mockingly pokes the wooden cane into Jin-sung's stomach. "An F-rank brat born from two F-rank parents. What a pathetic joke. Are you trying to threaten us?" Jin-sung keeps his head low, his face completely hidden beneath the shadows of his hair. Under his messy bangs, Jin-sung grins like a demon. His uncle keeps babbling, "I bet your dead parents in hell are so proud of." His mocking voice abruptly cuts off. In a flash, Jin-sung's razor-sharp blade slices clean across the uncle's smirking mouth. The uncle collapses, desperately clutching his bleeding mouth as he groans in agony. Screaming in terror, the aunt rushes to his side. But next, she feels a searing, burning pain. As she screams, "My arm! My arm!" Jin-sung slowly holds the blood-stained blade right before her eyes. Once again, blood splatters across this god-forsaken house. But this time, the tables have completely turned. The aunt's high-pitched voice shrieks, "We're sorry, please, we're so sorry." As fresh blood paints the walls, Jin-sung tilts his head, asking, "Why aren't you giggling anymore?" He. As blood pools on the floor, his uncle tries crawling to the door, only to find Jin-sung blocking him. "Uncle, leaving so soon?" His massive, bulky frame is now completely drenched in blood, shaking violently from absolute terror. Jin-sung mockingly whispers, "Huh? Speak up, uncle. Say it clearly." The uncle can only mumble incoherently, but the aunt's tongue is perfectly fine. She begs hysterically, "Please, spare my life." Stepping closer, Jin-sung calmly replies, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." The sharp blade stops barely millimeters away from her eyeball, as terrified tears pour down her face. With an airy voice, he whispers, "Killing you is too easy. You two deserve far worse." The blood pools around them. Jin-sung looks up, muttering, "Why my parents? They did nothing wrong." And that's where we leave it, trust me. Keeping them alive to suffer is the ultimate revenge. All right, let's jump right into this moment. He lets out a heavy breath, finally feeling completely relieved. Jin-sung's arm hung loosely by his side, but his hand still gripped the hilt of his knife. He whispered, "Amazing." The world around him went dark, fading into pure silence. Jin-sung snapped his eyes open, the sharp smell of disinfectant immediately filling his nose. Instinctively, Jin-sung gripped the edge of his blanket. Suddenly, Aeon pulled the curtain back and stepped in. "Oh, you're finally awake?" Jin-sung struggled to sit up and tried to ask the nurse. "Wait, what about?" But Aeon cut him off, explaining this was the school clinic. She placed her hand flat against Jin-sung's chest, gently pushing him back down. Her voice grew serious as she warned, "You shouldn't be moving yet." Seeing him struggle, Aeon had no choice but to use a bit of force to hold him down. "Just rest a bit longer." Wincing in pain, Jin-sung groaned softly. He lifted his hand, trying to move his fingers. His head felt like it was splitting in two. Why was he here? A sudden flashback of his bloody hands flashed in his mind. Shaken, Jin-sung bolted upright in bed and called out desperately, "Hey, nurse!" Aeon clicked her tongue, urging him to lie back down and rest. She raised her hands to pacify him. "Can you please just calm down?" But Jin-sung didn't hear a word she said. He grabbed Aeon's uniform, desperately demanding, "Is everyone at the bank okay? And my classmate? Lee Soon-hwa?" Then he froze as a horrific memory surfaced. Jin-sung collapsed back onto the bed, muttering Se-yoon's name. Realizing he was highly unstable, Aeon tried to guide him. "Hey, Jin-sung, take a deep breath." Jin-sung completely ignored her. His face was pale as a ghost, devoid of color, as he kept muttering, "That's right. Se-yoon was standing right before me." Jin-sung looked at Aeon with pleading eyes, begging, "Nurse Se-yoon, Se-yoon!" Panicked, the nurse tried her best to reassure him. "Ah, everyone is perfectly fine." Jin-sung's voice cracked. "Then where is Kim Se-yoon?" The horror of that moment rushed back to him. "The last thing I remember before blacking out is that I stabbed Kim Se-yoon." Aeon calmly replied, just breathe for a second. Si-yoon is on her way here. Jin-sung was consumed by absolute terror. Coming to the clinic? Is she alive? But why is she coming here? Was she so badly hurt that they had to bring her here? Just that single thought pushed Jin-sung to his feet. He blurted out a quick word and sprinted out, ignoring Aeon's desperate cries to stop. Jin-sung charged out of the clinic like a wild animal escaping its cage. He was determined. I have to see with my own eyes if she's okay. Aeon sighed as she stared at the closed door. She whispered under her breath, it really would have been better if he didn't remember any of it. Cut to the next scene. After running endlessly, Jin-sung gasped for breath, realizing something was seriously wrong with his physical body. He had run out in such a rush that he was barefoot. He wondered if his body was breaking down because it had been pushed to its absolute limits. But Jin-sung kept pushing forward, running hard. He grit his teeth, cursing himself. Why can't I stop running? My body won't listen. This cursed body. But pay attention here. A familiar voice starts singing nearby. It's Se-yoon, completely unharmed, walking toward him swinging 2 bags of groceries. Jin-sung stared in shock, unable to believe his own eyes. She's perfectly fine. She wasn't injured at all. That means I didn't slice her throat. Right then, Si-yoon spotted him too. She called out to make sure. Hey, officer? Jin-sung clutched his chest, gasping for air. Thank God. He was flooded with pure relief. His legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the pavement. I didn't kill her. Se-yoon rushed over, asking frantically, why are you kneeling like that? She rested a hand on Jin-sung's trembling shoulder, joking, since you ran all the way out here, I guess you're doing better. He replied with a loud wail. Thank God. Jin-sung bowed his head to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Flustered, Si-yoon knelt down, trying to help him up. Wait, why are you crying? Are you hurt somewhere? Seriously, why? Jin-sung just muttered to himself, thank you so much, Si-yoon. His loud, emotional crying echoed throughout the quiet hospital grounds. Si-yoon stood there completely helpless, trying her best to soothe him. Hey, stop crying. People are going to think I just brutally rejected your confession. Seriously, please stop. I know what you're thinking, things are finally calm, right? Well, following the Pesta incident, Ha High School shut down for a week. On the day of the attack, Byun Ji-won quickly spread the news after seeing Kim In-sung retreat. After escaping the building, Ji-won grabbed a random bystander. Hey, old man, let me use your phone. The incident was an absolute bloodbath, leaving 17 guards and 13 bank employees dead. Fortunately, against all odds, every single student from both schools made it out completely safe. The media was now hyper-focused on the second-year high schoolers, who successfully repelled the massive Pesta attack, especially the fabled White Star. That was Kim Se-yoon, the one who fought Kim In-sung. Pulling the hospital curtains back, she sighed, realizing interviews were tougher than actual combat. Maybe I shouldn't have brought up Park Jin-sung. She stared at Jin-sung sleeping peacefully in his bed, thinking, the reporters won't believe me anyway. Should I really wake up someone who has been in a 3-day coma? Listening to his steady breathing, Si-yoon couldn't help but feel emotional as she watched his face. I saw it with my own eyes, yet I still can't believe it. And that's where we leave it. She remembers that Jin-sung's blade didn't target her neck, but struck her horn instead. Alright, stick with me, because that razor-sharp blade nearly cuts through Si-yeon while she is completely frozen and utterly exhausted. Steam rises from Si-yeon's forehead as she gasps in pure shock. Jin-sung's eyes fade back to normal, and she softly calls his name. Park Jin-sung, you. The guy who was smirking like a maniac just a second ago suddenly passes out, collapsing right into Se-yeon's arms. She catches him with both hands, shaking him desperately. Hey, officer, Park Jin-sung. But his limp body just slides right down onto the floor. Se-yeon panics, calling out. Back in reality, she grabs Jin-sung's hand and snaps. Now that you are done crying, stand up. Jin-sung's face is a complete mess of tears and snot as he stammers. Se-yeon, She stops him coldly. Seriously, quit it. I am not joking. You didn't slash me, and your idea did not go out of control. To make sure he gets it, she asks, is that still not enough? Tears stream down Jin-sung's face again, and he shyly wipes them away, whispering a soft thank you. She sighs. If the nurse sees him in this pathetic state, who knows what she will think. Looking at his messy state, she lets out a heavy sigh and tells him to move. 1 week later, normal life finally resumes. The other students gather in the hallways, whispering. Class 10 looks completely different now. Must be because they literally fought those crazy P group members. A nearby girl sighs, wishing she could be that cool. Meanwhile, Jin-sung hunches his shoulders, desperately trying to keep a low profile. Now pay attention here, because even when dealing with literal murderers, the thought of what he did still weighs heavily on his mind. The bloody memory of that slaughter is burned into his mind. He clenches his hands into tight fists. I actually thought I could control Idea, but I guess I was just completely delusional, because I lost control of my own power. Innocent people had to die horrible deaths. He grits his teeth in pure frustration. It is a miracle he did not end up killing Seon. Remembering this, Jin-sung suddenly pauses in his tracks. He makes a firm promise to himself that this nightmare will never happen again. He must master his power. With that thought, Jin-sung pushes open a door. There is one senior who has witnessed his struggle and actually has the wisdom to guide him. He walks in to find An Sung-ho crushing pull-ups. Jin-sung knows this senior has pushed his body to the absolute limit to master his own soul. Sung-ho looks over, genuinely surprised. Park Jin-sung, I thought you would still be recovering in a hospital bed by now. Jin-sung looks at him with dead seriousness. I need to ask you something, senior. Sung-ho narrows his eyes, sizing him up. What is it? Sung-ho drops to the ground and gestures for him to speak. Jin-sung carefully gathers his thoughts before asking his senior. Do you believe there is a void inside a person's soul that changes based on the rank of their idea? Sung-ho looks surprised. Jin-sung lowers his head, continuing. Idea is basically a ranking of our souls. All of our power is determined by that rank. Sung-ho suddenly cuts him off. So, you are asking if the rank of an idea defines the gap between a person and their soul? Jin-sung hesitates. Yes, that is exactly it. He was almost completely sure about it. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. But Sung-ho replies with a single no that leaves him completely dazed. Sung-ho explains seriously. Our powers might look different depending on our rank, but the empty space inside our souls is identical. Hearing this, Jin-sung's tears start pouring like an open faucet. He softly repeats the words, the soul has no rank. Sung-ho looks him dead in the eye and confirms, there are no ranks in a soul. Still refusing to believe it, Jin-sung clenches his hands and keeps his head down in confusion. Then he looks up to argue that everyone's abilities are totally different depending on their idea rank. Sung-ho nods. Yes, the powers are different, but that does not make a single difference in who we are as humans. Jin-sung tries to argue again, but Sung-ho cuts him off, sternly calling his name. Park Jin-sung, you're looking for an answer that you've already found in my words. Those heavy words make Jin-sung flinch in surprise. Suddenly, Jin-sung feels like he's drowning in a pool of blood as panic sets in. He always assumed his idea and his soul were completely separate. He has no way to control his own bloodthirsty soul. Whenever it goes wild, it just wants to slaughter everyone in sight. It is a soul of pure bloodlust, awakened during a tragic moment when he completely lost control of his own mind. But if he admits that his idea and his soul are forever bound together, he must face the harsh reality of how hard it is to control that madness. Dark, whispering voices start ringing in his ears. Does killing make you happy? You are a devil in human disguise. Your soul is terrifying. Murderer. Fighting to escape the chaotic, uncontrollable rage inside his own mind, Jin-sung clenches his fists tightly and hangs his head in a silent, dark depression. Sung-ho ignores his silence, sitting down to load up more weight plates. From the very first day we met, I sensed something. That is why I told you to work hard. So what do you and I take from this? Even though Sung-ho called him lazy, there was always something different about him because he never stopped training. Let's check out Jin-sung, completely pale and exhausted, yet still dragging himself to training every single day. Senior, my muscles are screaming today, so please go easy on me. But Sung-ho warned him that this training level is not something a person with ordinary determination could ever keep up with. There were training sessions where Jin-sung was left completely and utterly drained. Lying flat on the floor, he would groan, I'm dying. Seeing his junior's self-doubt, Sung-ho encouraged him, noting that he was still absorbing everything and pushing forward. Jin-sung wants to explain himself, but in the meantime, Sung-ho continues loading heavy weight plates onto the barbell. A higher idea rank naturally means stronger overall combat capabilities. That is the fundamental rule of the idea ranking system. That is why everyone constantly craves a high-tier idea. But what happens if you possess a low-rank idea, yet somehow display far superior overall combat capabilities? Jin-sung had personally watched so many of his senior Sung-ho's battles. Every single time, the referee would declare another victory for An Sung-ho, showcasing the terrifying power of a low-rank idea. He kept winning by crushing every single opponent. In this case, your rank and idea become totally meaningless if you commit yourself to self-improvement and push your limits every day. Sung-ho begins lifting the heavy weight. Speaking mid-workout, he says, I know you did not come here to improve your combat skills. You came to test something through me. Now pay attention here, he is someone with elite combat skills despite a low-rank idea. Proving rank is just one minor factor. Hearing these deep words, Jin-sung falls silent and lowers his head with a somber expression, his mind racing with complex thoughts. He has been trying so hard to ignore his bloodthirsty idea and violent inner nature, but he cannot block it out because it is always there, and such bloodlust should never be tolerated, regardless of a high rank. That is why Jin-sung wanted to learn from Sung-ho, hoping to master the art of controlling and taming his own idea. Noticing his junior's silence, Sung-ho smiles and asks, So, what do you think? Has An Sung-ho's struggle finally given you the answer you have been searching for? Jin-sung does not answer, keeping his mouth shut while his mind wanders with endless doubts. For someone to raise their overall combat power from B class to A+, his senior has consistently proven that with relentless effort, anyone can keep pushing forward. This man, An Sung-ho, is the ultimate role model that Jin-sung has firmly resolved to follow. He tells his senior he wants to share something, and pours out the entire truth. Sung-ho listens, remaining completely calm. I see. So that state you entered during the team battle, he concludes, was your true idea. Jin-sung is completely caught off guard. You really believe me? I told everyone I have an F-class idea, but it is actually S-class. And that I was the one who defeated that peste villain? Sung-ho racks the heavy barbell with a loud metallic clang, then sits up to look at his junior. What would you gain by lying? I see no benefit. Jin-sung feels deeply grateful, and you and I can really sense his relief here. Sung-ho pats the space beside him, gesturing for him to sit. Simply put, you just do not want to be controlled by your murderous idea. Jin-sung sits down, resting his elbows on his thighs and clasping his hands together. I thought I could at least keep it under control. But when I dealt with that peste member who infiltrated the bank, my thin thread of sanity completely snapped. Uncontrollable bloodlust exploded within him. Recalling that bloody moment, he says, back then, my mind was entirely hijacked by a chaotic, savage desire to kill. That sheer madness took over his body, driving him to brutally slaughter the peste members. No matter how hard I tried, I could not suppress those emotions. I absolutely loathe myself when that happens. I do not want my idea controlling me anymore. Seeking guidance from Sung-ho, he asks, if you were in my shoes, what would you do? How do I stop my own idea from dictating my actions? Sung-ho responds with two main pillars, forging an exceptionally strong body and developing an absolute, unwavering mind. Only intense, relentless physical training can build a healthy body. Hearing this, Jin-sung suddenly stands up in frustration. I train my body constantly, and I work harder than anyone, but absolutely nothing has changed. Remaining calm, Sung-ho analyzes the issue, pointing out a major flaw shared by everyone who fails to master their own idea. He stands up and adds, they simply cannot love themselves. Sung-ho reaches out, intending to pat Jin-sung on the shoulder. People like that usually end up despising who they are. Because of that, they dismiss all their hard work. You have trained incredibly hard, so feel proud of yourself. However, he slaps the hand away with a dark, grim look. Love myself? How nice. I am nothing but a ruthless killer, a monster who gets off on slaughtering others. Seeing him spiral, Sung-ho asks in a cold, dry tone, Park Jin-sung, did you push through all that brutal training just to become a common killer? Stunned, he gasps. What? Stop this toxic thinking. Rejecting Jin-sung's dark alter ego, he reminds him that he is not some crazed maniac obsessed with murder. This sharp realization causes the bloodlust within him to suddenly freeze. In Sung-ho's eyes, Jin-sung is actually incredibly brave. A man brave enough to wield the blade of madness. And trust me, you and I are watching him fight to conquer the beast within. Alright, let's dive into the moment where Jin-sung drops to his knees after hearing real encouragement. Sung-ho shares a prime example from his own life, saying, I always wanted to be the very best. But my idea was nothing special, and I could never reach that goal no matter how hard I tried. It was not a mountain peak, and honestly, not even the base of the mountain, but a bottomless, dark abyss. Throughout my 3 years of middle school, I could not qualify for the advanced rounds even once. I completely broke down because of my own weaknesses, and it constantly haunted my mind. I absolutely detested my low-tier, useless idea, which only made things so much worse. And in the end, it made me question who I really was. Did I actually understand my own idea? So, I analyzed my power thoroughly and finally discovered where my current limits lay. Through grueling, extreme training sessions, driven by a fierce determination that outsiders could never possibly understand, I had to maximize my strengths and cover up my weaknesses. I forced myself to face my own idea, so that on the ring, against any provocations, Sung-ho could utilize insane speed to catch his opponents off guard and unleash absolute, irresistible force to completely subdue them. Slamming them down onto the floor, that is how I broke my limits and grew stronger day by day. Sung-ho rips off his jacket, throwing it onto the ground to show his current, shredded physique, proudly displaying a body built by constantly pushing past his limits. I will become the strongest fighter, even if I only possess a mediocre idea. Finishing his story, he looks straight at Jin-sung and asks, what about you? Park Jin-sung removes his glasses, ready to face the world. I will do it. His eyes turn red from sheer emotion and adrenaline. Tossing his glasses aside, he says, I will make it happen, just like you did. Jin-sung rolls up his sleeves, his eyes burning with absolute determination to surpass his limits, as the scene shifts to the classroom. Inside the tightly sealed classroom, screaming, heavy coughing, and loud shouting echo everywhere. Now, pay attention here, because we all know that normal weapons like firearms are absolutely useless against anyone who possesses an ADEA. This is exactly why so many conventional weapons became completely obsolete the moment ADEA first emerged. Inside the classroom, thick black smoke fills the air, forcing everyone to cover their faces while coughing uncontrollably. Some students are already collapsing, unable to take it. Meanwhile, the instructor, wearing a gas mask, loudly continues his lecture. However, chemical warfare is a different story. The moment you deactivate your ADEA and become an ordinary human, you die. Inside the room, a student in a red jacket shouts furiously, "Are you kidding me? If we are going to die anyway." He punches hard against the locked door, yelling about why they even need to build up strength for this. Inside, the brutal chemical gas makes everyone's eyes water uncontrollably. John pounds on the door, screaming, "Open the door! Open it right now!" A masked officer approaches and reports, 10th platoon leader, the CS gas concentration has far exceeded their endurance limits. Even if their mental strength has increased after that recent incident, this is still a bit too much. The 10th platoon leader doesn't care at all, narrowing his eyes coldly. He then tells them to sing the national anthem, promising extra credit to anyone who can actually finish it. But the panicked students are not listening. They are too busy screaming and trying to escape. "Help me! Open the door!" Yet, amidst the chaos, Jin-sung is the only one left standing. He actually begins to sing the anthem, until the East Sea runs dry and Mount Paektu is worn away. His voice struggles against the screams. "Mom, open the door!" Moments later, with a heavy click, the door swings open and a thick wave of black gas pours out. Watching from outside, some students shout, "Squad 3 is coming out! Look at that thick gas, you can't even see a thing inside." Leading the way out of the smoke is none other than Jin-sung, while the masked instructors are busy dragging out the unconscious cadets. He stands at attention before an instructor, reporting in a loud, clear voice. "Sir, all of my superior officers have lost consciousness, so I will be representing our squad to deliver this report." The chemical officer coughs twice, covering his mouth as the CS gas disperses. Let's pause for a second, because we can see Jin-sung standing completely unfazed, starting his report on the 11 squad members. The other students are finally being helped outside. Some of them are just regaining consciousness, coughing violently. Jin-sung calmly finishes. 10 members knocked out during chemical chamber training. 1 present. Report complete. Following that are several other tests. The basic stealth assessment for trainee first class Park Jin-sung, 0 enemies detected. In second place, non-commissioned officer Kim Seung, 3 undetected enemies. In third place, non-commissioned officer Baek Jin-sung, 7 undetected enemies. Note the special remark. Someone had leaked information about all of their hiding spots. He hunts down every single target, even those attempting to hide behind complex ADEA camouflage. This hide-and-seek assessment becomes an absolute, terrifying nightmare for the runaways as a relentless shadow stalks them down. "Found you." Jin-sung quietly smiles, knowing that after this display, nobody can look down on him again. A hand flips through the official written records. The basic assessment results for trainee first class Park Jin-sung, 0 enemies detected. In second place, non-commissioned officer Kim Seung, 3 undetected enemies. In third place, non-commissioned officer Baek Jin-sung, 7 undetected enemies. So what do you and I make of this excuse? He literally writes off Jin-sung's incredible stealth as just a dark night. Alright, let's jump into a story where normally, knowing someone's location doesn't mean you can find them. This guy is unreal, he doesn't miss a single sound. His raw sensory perception alone has already reached an absolute monstrous level. Jin-sung is determined to reclaim his rank insignia by any means necessary. Next up is crawling training. First place in low crawl goes to Cadet Park Jin-sung. First place in regular crawl, Cadet Park Jin-sung. First place in high crawl, Cadet Park Jin-sung. Special note, across every single crawling exercise, he finished every single run 5 seconds faster than the second place officer. That's a direct note from the 10th platoon leader. In fact, his crawling skills are literally on par with a national level athlete. Even when the platoon leader announced the end of training, it took an entire hour just to locate one cadet. The platoon leader's notes admit they thought he'd escaped the training grounds entirely. The headmaster flips through the reports, murmuring the top ranker's name, Park Jin-sung. Park Jin-sung. Always Jin-sung. He reviews the file repeatedly, an F-rank cadet showing insane physical stats for absolutely no logical reason. First place, Cadet Park Jin-sung, undetected by any enemy. Second place, Officer Kim Seung, undetected by 3 enemies. The 10th platoon leader, Instructor Shin, hesitates slightly. He mentions that the other cadets have also met the passing threshold, but the headmaster's face darkens, declaring it is not enough. Instructor Shin feels a sudden chill as the headmaster rubs his temples. "I got word that the 998 Transportation Brigade is targeting us." Shin gasps in shock. "The 998 Brigade? Now pay attention here, they hate that Heian Academy gets government backing. If this keeps up, Our school is going to face serious trouble. With that, he tosses the report on the desk and marks a date on his calendar. He figures the third years are doing fine. For the freshmen, they can just claim training is still in progress. Rubbing his chin, he decides to double down on training the second-year cadets, leaving Instructor Shin deeply concerned. What kind of brutal training is the headmaster planning? He pushes the marked calendar toward Instructor Shin. Intensive, short-term combat power training. The headmaster clasps his hands, narrowing his eyes. You know what that means, right? Cut to a storage area packed with heavy cardboard boxes. Whatever is inside must be brutal, because the cadets are all groaning in pain. How much further? What on earth is in these boxes? Honestly, with Soon's top-tier physical strength, carrying this is a total breeze. She's only shocked when she notices Jin-sung lugging 2 entire boxes. Hey cadet, why are you carrying 2 of those? He grins, replying that since they are training anyway, he wants to build muscle. Soon is definitely not amused by his response. With a deadpan face, she notes he already worked out during lunch. Jin-sung just smiles, saying that was then, and this is now. She sighs and walks away, calling him Mr. Insatiable. Jin-sung looks baffled, asking if his nickname just got upgraded from cadet to that. Walking in front, they completely miss the other cadets behind them, who are trembling and groaning while struggling with just 1 box. Dong-hoon is terrified by those 2 boxes. Let's pause here. Jin-sung gets curious and asks Soon why everyone keeps watching her. She calmly replies, asking him if he really thinks this is a rare occurrence. She adds that a guy like him wouldn't understand her daily reality. Impressed by her pride, Jin-sung takes a quick look behind them, nodding backward to prompt her. He mentions that the others seem to be staring at her way more than they usually do. She kindly sets him straight, explaining that they aren't looking at her at all. It is actually you, Cadet Jin-sung. Shocked, he asks why it would be him, before jokingly asking if it's because of his good looks, leaving her completely speechless. She keeps walking without stopping, muttering that she will pretend she heard nothing, which deeply wounds Jin-sung's fragile ego. Calling her mean, he lets it go, but notes how intense their burning stares are. Distracted, he accidentally bumps straight into John. The impact nearly sends his 2 heavy cargo boxes tumbling. Luckily, his insane reflexes kick in, allowing him to secure his grip just in time. He apologizes for not looking ahead, but John is already glaring back with a dark, furious expression. Sweating, Jin-sung offers an awkward laugh, greeting his squad leader. Normally, John would explode with insults, but he hesitates in silence before turning away in frustration, muttering for the garbage to open his eyes while walking. This highly unusual reaction leaves Jin-sung completely baffled. The squad leader has been acting totally different lately. What is going on? Soon scratches her head, asking if he truly doesn't know why the squad leader and the others have stopped picking fights with him. Totally clueless, Jin-sung asks if it's because he hangs out with her. A speechless Soon explains it's because he has changed so much. Exhausted by the conversation, Soon kicks open the emergency door and heads into the main hall. Calling him incredibly frustrating, she walks off. As Jin-sung follows closely behind her, she snaps, demanding what, who, when, and why now. He asks her sincerely if she isn't even a little curious about his Ida. Hearing this, Soon freezes and puts her boxes down. She claims she doesn't care, but trust me, we're all waiting to see if he'll finally reveal his secrets to her. Alright, let's jump right back into this drama. Her cheeks flush red. Mr. Greedy? You can't say that to other girls. Si-yeon playfully teases him. I can handle it, but other girls would have fainted by now. Got it? Jin-sung puts down the 2 boxes. He beams with a wide smile. As long as it is not a girl, right? Since I already told Senior An Sung-ho everything. Se-yeon suddenly snaps. She grabs his collar and shakes him back and forth. What? You told Sergeant An Sung-ho? Do you want to die? Why did you not tell me first? Spill everything right now before I beat you to a pulp. Jian stands nearby, pursing his lips. That complete trash of a bastard. Remembering those days makes him shudder. The sheer pressure Jian felt made him think he was going to die. Kim In-jun had also fled in terror from Buklung. He just stands there, scratching his head. Damn it. How did things turn out like this? Jian turns and leaves the hall. Until everything is fully confirmed, he simply cannot bring himself to admit it. Jin-sung offers a sheepish laugh. Haha, there are too many eyes watching us here. I will tell you when we are finally alone. Se-yeon releases her grip, giving him a serious warning. Hey, do not say that to other girls either. Only I can handle you. Got it? Se-yeon brushes her hands off. Jin-sung straightens his uniform, asking curiously, but why are we even moving these heavy boxes anyway? Se-yeon looks surprised. Did you not hear anything? They were prepared specifically for that training session. Pay attention here. Jin-sung stands there with a blank stare. What training? Se-yeon opens the door and looks back to answer. Cut to the streets, where a guide holds a red light stick to block traffic. Along that road, a disciplined group of students marches forward carrying heavy military backpacks. Ji-won is extremely annoyed by the heavy backpack weighing down on his shoulders. He curses under his breath. Damn it, why do we still have to do this? Right behind him, Jin-sung complains. Maybe I should have added 5 more kilograms of weights. Si-yeon stares at him like he is crazy. Hey, did the exhaustion finally break your brain? Jin-sung shakes his head. Huh? No way. Si-yeon presses him with another question. Then why would someone who literally tried to escape from the training program until An Sung-ho dragged him back suddenly want to overwork himself like this? She does not notice him flinching slightly. Seeing Jin-sung remain silent, she looks up at him. What is wrong? Why are you not saying anything? Then, Si-yeon notices the sealed Nara bank where the incident took place. Jin-sung quickly uses this site to change the subject. Come to think of it, Senior An Sung-ho would probably carry 10-kilogram weights in each hand. Jin-sung's bizarre thought process is really working in overdrive today. So-yeon turns pale, completely unable to follow his logic. Okay then. Right at that moment, the supervising instructor announces a 10-minute break. This makes her frown. She gazes at the bank, a place of pure trauma for the students. What is this? Why does it have to be right here? I know their intentions, but how can they be this heartless? She clenches her fists, shaking with rage. Jin-sung senses something is off. Se-yeon, are you okay? You do not look good at all, he asks her with genuine concern. Se-yeon looks at him with a serious expression. I should be asking you that. Are you okay? Jin-sung smiles, pointing toward the bank. I know what you're thinking. Is she worrying over nothing? Seeing his calm reaction, Se-yeon raises an eyebrow, feeling relieved. Just then, a young boy approaches them, asking excitedly, Excuse me, are you the famous senior Kim Se-yeon? Se-yeon nods in response. Huh? Yes, that is me. Suddenly, nearby pedestrians start crowding around her, showering her with endless praise. She is seriously as beautiful as Snow White. The future of South Korea is right here. So young yet so talented. Can I please get an autograph? You look even prettier in person than on television. Please sign this for me. Se-yeon flashes a polite, plastic smile, soaking up the compliments. Haha, thank you so much for the love, everyone. But deep down inside, she is not happy at all. She bets this is the principal's doing, setting up a strategic rest stop right near the school to promote their academy. Right next to the bank where the pest incident happened, Haein Academy's famous sophomore students are drawing massive media attention. This serves as an incredibly effective public relations move. On top of that, local citizens can voice their complaints about the training and get instant responses. The local shop owners remain completely cheerful, even though we are currently blocking the entire road right in front of their stores. An elderly man steps out to cheer them on. Keep it up. Thank you, sir. Se-yeon figures the instructors must have worked this out beforehand. The shopkeepers happily accept the compensation. Haha, you really did not have to prepare all of this for us. Promoting the school while showing off their pride, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Jian feels incredibly uneasy. Clutching his head, his face turns deathly pale. Hansu and Go-hee struggle to suppress their rising nausea from those dark bank memories. This is purely inhumane, showing absolute disregard for the real victims of that horrific incident. Class 10 is suffering. Se-yeon grits her teeth and curses inwardly. How disgusting. But their break does not last long as Instructor Shin comes to urge them. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for your hospitality. But we must hit the road now. Let's pack up and get moving, team. And that's where we leave them. Jin-sung looks at her with concern. Se-yeon, you didn't get any rest, are you okay? Stick with me. We start with a girl massaging her temples, scowling as she groans that her neck is absolutely killing her. Jin-sung stands alone in silence, staring up at Nara Bank, now completely taped off by police. His glazed-over eyes show he desperately wants to forget the horrors of that day. Pretending he doesn't feel anything would be a flat-out lie. But as he turns to rejoin the squad, he knows he has made his choice. He must become stronger. To make sure absolutely nothing can ever break him again, he is going to change. Cut to the principal's office, where the man is speaking to someone on the phone. Yes, Kim Se-yoon. Is that correct? Perfect. Everything is going exactly as planned. As he steps outside, he grins, knowing his little trick of rerouting them through that specific area worked like a charm. So, the route has been extended by an extra 5 kilometers, huh? Clicking his car keys to unlock the door, he mutters, I'm heading out now. Sliding into the driver's seat, he chuckles to himself, saying a battalion commander's real duty is to personally go and motivate his young students who are completely exhausted from their brutal training. Then, he hangs up. This is exactly why a prestigious school like this simply cannot function without my guidance. Hey. He tosses his phone aside and speeds down the road. Cut to a steep mountain trail, where Instructor Shin raises his hand to signal the exhausted squad. Halt! He announces that the upcoming section is incredibly steep, so they are getting a much longer break to recover. Stretch out your legs, everyone. Se-yoon stops, slides her heavy backpack off, and turns to call out to the flashy Jin-sung. Are you seriously complaining, Seyun? Can't you give me a better nickname? There are so many good ones. Ignoring him, she just asks, want some chocolate? Jin-sung's eyes instantly light up, and the young trainee happily expresses his gratitude for the sweet treat. Now pay attention to this. She hands him some chocolate, but right then, a sleek white car pulls up, catching a very confused Jin-sung off guard. The white vehicle rolls forward a bit more before stopping directly in front of the pair. Stepping out, the principal immediately grumbles about the blistering heat, while Instructor Shin quickly rushes over to greet him with a polite bow as the car door slams shut. All right, at ease. Walking up to Seyun, he flashes a warm smile. Haha, Seyun, how is the march treating you? Keeping her voice completely flat, she replies, yes, principal, everything is fine, no issues at all. He laughs out loud, praising her as the true ace of Heian High's sophomore class. But the moment he spots Jin-sung standing right next to her, he narrows his eyes. Huh? And you are? Jin-sung snaps into a crisp military salute and loudly introduces himself as Cadet Park Jin-sung, his eyes narrow, instantly shifting into full critic mode. Is that so? Park Jin-sung, didn't I specifically teach you during training that you are supposed to call me your battalion commander? A bit dazed, Jin-sung complies. You and I can clearly see Seyun cringing nearby. This old guy's blatant favoritism is honestly painful to watch. Sizing him up from head to toe, the principal sneers, noting that the boy doesn't look exhausted like the others. Jin-sung eagerly starts to explain how he keeps in shape, but the principal cuts him off mid-sentence, demanding that he open his backpack right now. This hostile, unexpected command makes Jin-sung feel extremely uneasy. What? The principal then snaps at Instructor Shin, ordering a complete gear inspection. Squad 10 leader, bring the checklist over here. Though Instructor Shin finds this highly unusual, he reluctantly complies, saluting his superior. Shunned of any unnecessary trouble, Jin-sung quietly sets his bag down and starts unpacking, while Seyun immediately sees right through the principal's petty scheme. He is desperately trying to catch Jin-sung slipping, but she knows her classmate isn't the type to slack off or cut corners. Still, if he accidentally forgot even a single item, this inspection could ruin everything for him. Surprisingly, Instructor Shin reports that absolutely nothing is missing. Unable to find a single flaw, the principal scowls in deep frustration. So you actually packed everything. Flashing a wicked smirk, he asks, but what is that remaining bulge at the bottom of your bag? What did he bring along? Jin-sung grins even wider than the old man as he reaches deep inside to pull it out. Oh, this? He proudly pulls out 4 heavy sandbags for everyone to see, explaining he brought them to train during their resting periods. The onlookers gasp in disbelief. Sandbags? Those 4 bags weigh a whopping 20 kilograms. The principal is completely frozen in shock. Do you even know the actual purpose of this military training? Smiling brightly, Jin-sung raises his hand, stating it is to master guerrilla combat and push his physical limits. Correct. But during this field exercise, Seyun grits her teeth in sheer annoyance, thinking, is this old geezer seriously still trying to pick a fight? Just as she is about to step forward, Instructor Shin quietly cuts in front of her. Addressing the principal, he politely intervenes, saying, haha, Commander, we really must get back on the trail now. Seyun is shocked to see the instructor shielding Jin-sung, and since even the principal can't find another excuse to drag this out, he begrudgingly backs off, muttering, oh, is that so? Well then, carry on. Instructor Shin bids him farewell, wishing him a safe journey back. Still suspicious of their true intentions, Seyun snorts coldly and keeps her guard up. Below, as Class 10 continues their march down the mountain trail, a mysterious figure watches them from a railing above. And that's where we leave it, they're almost here. You and I are jumping right in as Du Yi chimes in, eager to test Kim Si-yeon, the white elf and top student of the bunch. Sung-ho looks at Jin-sung walking next to Se-yeon and offers a generous warning. Du Yi, the sophomore you really need to watch out for is Park Jin-sung. Du Yi smiles mockingly. The kid carrying those daggers? I know you think highly of him, she shrugs, showing total disdain. She analyzes Jin-sung's previous fight, pointing out that although his reaction speed and physical stamina are pretty good, his raw Ida energy is actually not strong at all. Do we really need to watch out for him? Now watch closely. Sung-ho confidently answers her doubts with a firm of course. Du Yi feels like their leader is overhyping an outsider while downplaying their own team. Ben joins in with a mocking smirk. Hey squad leader, aren't you overhyping him just because he's in that HT club? It seems like you value that guy's worth even more than our entire first squad, don't you? Sung-ho, highly displeased with her arrogant and careless attitude, glares back and answers flatly, that's because he deserves it. His intense seriousness catches her completely off guard. What? He then adds that Jin-sung isn't just worth more than the first squad, but stronger than their entire first platoon combined. This statement clearly triggers Du Yi's competitive spirit. She glares at him, demanding, Squad leader, who did you just say is stronger than who? Du Yi raises her voice at the man standing in front of her. Squad leader, no. Sung-ho, say that again. Sung-ho glances at her. Du Yi, your assessment of Park Jin-sung is based entirely on that team match at the start of the semester. You completely ignore all of his insane efforts since then. Du Yi curls her lip in total disbelief. It has only been 2 months since he joined the HT club. Plus, when you consider that long gap, is he really worth giving a second look? Sung-ho turns away, answering her with absolute confidence. Keep your eyes wide open and watch the results of his last 2 months. I guarantee it. Looking down at Jin-sung standing in the ranks below, he declares with absolute certainty that this guerrilla training match will ultimately become Park Jin-sung's personal stage. Inside a quiet building, a room door has a simple sign that reads barracks. Inside, Jin-sung looks around, thoroughly confused. This building is brand new, so why did they design the room layouts to look exactly like military barracks? Packing his personal gear into the locker, he calculates that there are 300 students in total. Jin-sung touches the number badge on his chest, realizing he is number 300. Still dead last, huh? I know what you're thinking, but wait suddenly. A loud announcement blares, grabbing everyone's attention. Attention all barracks. Report the student headcount to the PT center immediately. Jin-sung looks up, slowly stroking his chin. Wait, is that Senior Sung-ho's voice? I guess those rumors were actually true, huh? A roommate hears the announcement, drops to his knees, and clutches his head in despair. We are completely doomed. It is guerrilla training. Another guy collapses onto the floor, groaning in defeat, while someone sitting on the bed hangs his head and mutters. We are all totally useless. Standing nearby, Jin-sung just silently casts a glance over at them. Outside at the PT center, Sung-ho stands tall on the high platform, with his hands firmly clasped behind his back. Are all the sophomores present? With a stern, serious expression, he announces, Welcome, everyone. My name is An Sung-ho, and I will be your head instructor for this guerrilla training camp. Before we eat, I have a few quick announcements to make. Sung-ho begins explaining the campsite rules. The top-ranked students will be staying in room 1. He continues his briefing. And the lowest-ranked students will be in room 10. Everyone else is assigned to consecutive rooms based on your rank. Sung-ho's voice echoes clearly through the air. I'm sure you all already know this, but the specific ranking number you are wearing represents your overall combat capability, which has been carefully evaluated and assigned by the school. Hidden beneath the brim of his red hat, his eyes narrow slightly. However, as long as we are within this training camp, your real performance scores will be completely separate from that rank. This entire guerrilla training session will count heavily toward your final evaluation. Dong-hoon stands there stunned, his jaw dropping. Even the long-haired girl behind him whispers in disbelief. Completely separate? Sung-ho declares the final ground rule, which will evaluate everyone based entirely on what they display throughout this intense training. Your overall combat rankings can and will change drastically. Standing below, Lee Chang turns his head in total shock. I've never heard of such a rule. Meanwhile, Sung-ho glances down at his wristwatch. It is now 12 p.m. Finish lunch by 1, and you can rest until 2 p.m. The assistant instructors will announce the next schedule afterward. He loudly demands, Is that understood? The students' unified shout rings out, echoing through the entire camp. Yes, sir. Back in the barracks, Lee Chang flops onto his bed, groaning. I'm starving. Sitting nearby, Kang Min sighs. Man, what can we even do? He complains miserably that the early arrivals polished off all the good food, leaving nothing behind but scraps and leftover soup. Sung Min complains they can't survive on just kimchi. Lee Chang whispers, Hey, want to fake an injury and escape? Trust me, you'll want to see his reaction. Song Min tilts his head, warning him. They have their own medical clinic here, though. Alright, you and I are about to see a total game changer. Lee Dongjun won't stop screaming, which would have ruined everything. But right then, Jin-sung kicks the door open with his hands full of giant black bags. Hey guys, dig in. A massive pile of snacks and various kinds of food spills right out of those black plastic bags. Lee Dongjun grins and grabs a bag. What? What is this? Dongjun tilts his head, asking in surprise. Aren't you Park Jin-sung from class 10? Another classmate looks totally baffled. Where on earth did you get all this food? With a bright smile, Jin-sung rips open a package to reassure them. Don't worry, I didn't steal it. Just shut up and eat first. Oh, but keep this a secret, okay? Just a moment ago, Jin-sung had raised his hand to his forehead to report. Senior, I'm starving. Sung-ho corrects him, telling him to call him Instructor 300. Jin-sung quickly salutes. Understood, Instructor. Sung-ho watches him, sizing him up. I heard you got heavily targeted during the last training session, but you seem completely fine now. Jin-sung shrugs and responds. Exactly, sir. If my stomach is full, I can focus with over 100% of my power. Sung-ho walks in and asks, How much do you need? Without hesitation, Jin-sung answers. Enough to feed about 15 people, sir. Hearing that, Sung-ho freezes inside the room for a second, but a smirk quickly plays across his face as he speaks up. Right. Sergeant Na gasps as he watches Sung-ho cram everything into those two black bags, glaring in absolute shock. Wait, Captain, what are you doing? He cries out, those are snacks the teachers bought for us. Watch this. Sung-ho's face turns dark, eyes full of menace as he asks, assistant instructors need a little snack too, unless you're saying you're hungry as well? Sergeant Na turns pale, waving his hands in sheer terror. Oh no, go right ahead. Having grabbed enough food, Sung-ho heads to the door. Jin-sung accepts it with a grin, thanking him, while Sergeant Na stands behind them crying tears of regret. Joo-hee, I miss you so much. Back in the present, those empty snack bags are scattered across the bed as someone sighs happily. I'm revived. This bread is insanely good. Jin-sung asks the rest of the guys, are you guys full yet? One kid says excitedly, thanks a ton, Jin-sung. Another teammate immediately jumps in to agree. Lee Dong-jun passionately praises him, calling him their hero and thanking him for saving their lives. Jin-sung just looks up as they take turns showering him with gratitude. We'll probably be starving again before dinner. But getting to eat like this is a blessing. Some food is better than nothing, right? Exactly. A single bite when you're starving is worth a feast later. We promise we will pay you back for this. He remains silent, biting his lip for a long moment. Suddenly, Jin-sung speaks up, suggesting that if they truly want to repay him, they must make one promise. Everyone repeats in unison. A promise? Jin-sung clenches his hand into a tight fist as he makes his demand. During this training session, don't you dare give up halfway. Give it everything you've got. Kang-ha glares, leaning forward onto the bed. But wait, we're in the cursed room. Lee Dong-jun chimes in right after. We're the 15 weakest second years here, so even if we try our absolute best. Jin-sung frowns. He knows. But wait. Lee Dong-jun narrows his eyes and asks, you already know our ethers are completely useless, right? Jin-sung smirks and throws a question back. Is it any more useless than mine? Kang-ha freezes up completely upon hearing those words. Lee Dong-jun shifts his gaze to the side. Sung-min is left feeling utterly confused. Park Jin-sung, you've been acting a bit different lately. Kang-ha closes his eyes, agreeing that he feels like a completely changed person. Lee Dong-jun speaks up, admitting he wants to change just like him. Right after, another classmate agrees, saying he wants to as well. Lee Dong-jun and Kang-ha exchange looks before nodding to each other. Sang-min suddenly raises his hand high in the air. Does anyone object to Park Jin-sung being our room leader? Lee Dong-jun and Kang-ha shout out together. Not a chance. Jin-sung stands up, smiling as he confirms the decision once more. So everyone's on board, right? No one is allowed to give up. The next day, training ground at 3 p.m. The instructor blows his whistle. The loud command echoes through the air, ordering number 43 to go again. A trainee collapses from exhaustion during the brutal drill, and helper units immediately rush over to support them. The instructor's commands keep ringing out. Number 1, 6 more times. Number 9, 4 more times. Everyone in Jin-sung's squad is pushing through with sheer determination. Up ahead, a long-haired student slowly takes notice of them. An assistant instructor standing nearby asks if that's the guy who clashed with them at the start of the semester. Nam Kang-jae immediately recognizes him. Joo-hee frowns, asking in absolute disbelief. Is he actually smiling right now? Sung-ho crosses his arms, closing his eyes with a satisfied smirk. As expected of our student, he's built completely different. But Joo-hee quickly speaks up to challenge his words. No, it's more than that. She watches the trainees below burning with resolve, noting that it's not just Jin-sung, everyone from room 10 has changed. Joo-hee stands there dazed, completely lost in her confusion. What on earth is going on here? Before they know it, hours fly by, and the sky above turns a deep sunset shade of orange. So trust me, the real grind starts now, so you'd better check that new schedule. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as Sung-ho suddenly calls out number 300, and Jin-sung snaps to attention. Have you not eaten yet? Jin-sung screams back with every bit of his lungs. Yes, sir. Sung-ho nods, satisfied. Good. Just like I promised. During lunch, including number 300, every single member of room 10 is getting bonus points. Hearing those words, Lee Jung and Kang-ha turn to each other with massive grins, instantly pulling each other into an excited hug. Even Jang Min is crying tears of absolute joy, sniffling as he mutters that they actually pulled it off. Later that night, deep in the quiet mountains under a pitch-black sky, Jin-sung stands completely alone beneath a flickering streetlight, slowly massaging his sore neck. He looks down at his watch, checking the screen which reads 8:42 p.m. Jin-sung wonders if he showed up too early, but just as the thought crosses his mind, a figure slowly approaches from the shadows. It is the legendary Miss Surplus, her long golden hair catching the dim lamplight as it flutters softly in the cool night breeze. Running a hand through her hair, Sehun calls out to ask if he has been waiting long, slowly making her way over to where he stands. With a playful smile, she asks again, "Did you wait long, Mr. Too Much?" Jin-sung looks at her and shrugs, saying it is not too late. which catches Sehun off guard before she tilts her head and looks at him curiously. Since we are teammates now, ranking first and 300 is not a bad combo, but how long do you plan on staying at the absolute bottom? Jin-sung rubs his chin thoughtfully, replying that it will likely end after this guerrilla training. She is surprised by his massive confidence, but Jin-sung just glances at her with absolute certainty. Just wait, next week I will have my new badge. Sehun closes her eyes, asking if he means private second class or corporal. Jin-sung, having zero modesty, closes his eyes and boasts that he might go straight to corporal, or even raise it to sergeant, holding up 2 fingers. Sehun throws her head back and laughs at his wild dream, while her hands clasped behind her back quietly tighten together. She looks down and whispers that maybe that would be nice, leaving Jin-sung slightly confused as he turns to ask what she just said. What was that? Sehun quickly brushes it off, telling him it is nothing. The next morning, the bright early sun beams down, illuminating the entire military base structure. Out on the dirt trail in the woods, Jun leads the pack of trainees with Dong-hoon and the others breathing down his neck, pushing hard forward as Jun loudly complains. You and I need to watch closely here, because before he can even finish grumbling about the early morning, a dark blur suddenly blasts right past Jun at lightning speed. Staring at Jin-sung's vanishing back, he can only shout in disbelief, not again. But what he does not realize is that right behind him, the rest of room 10 is charging ahead with fiery eyes. Up on the balcony, Du-yi leans over the railing next to Sung-ho and Ahon, asking if Jin-sung has really lapped the trailing groups twice. Ahon watches the action unfold below and notes that while Jin-sung is a beast, the other trainees look like straight-up zombies. Du-yi completely agrees with her. Ahon stares at Jin-sung running below, asking if he remembers what happened yesterday. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. None of them got out of training. Du-yi nods in realization as Ahon glares knowingly. Nobody has been healed or allowed to recover since yesterday. Do you get what that means? Du-yi looks up in complete shock. They actually had 0 recovery? No wonder they look like zombies. Below them, Jin-sung and his roommates keep leading the furious pack. Sung-ho crosses his arms, grinning widely as he repeats that awesome new title to himself. The Zombie Army. Now that is a badass name. Finally, the bulletin board displays the morning run rankings for those 5 bonus points, showing number 301st, followed by numbers 201, 298, and the rest. With rankings down to 278, heavy military boots stomp against the dirt as the assistant instructor leads the group forward. Right behind him, Jin-sung and the other trainees march onward with heavy steps. His face. The instructor turns pale as he glances back and feels the incredibly dark, terrifying aura radiating off Jin-sung and his squad. Shifting his gaze, the instructor asks himself, are these guys seriously supposed to be the weakest room in this entire facility? A voice calls out to him from behind, but he is too busy sweating and drowning in his own nervous thoughts to hear it. Those eyes are terrifying. The shout for the instructor echoes once more. Before he knows it, Jin-sung is standing right beside him, slapping a hand onto his shoulder for a third call. The sudden touch scares the absolute life out of him. The instructor freezes, slowly turning around to stammer. What is it? Jin-sung just flashes an incredibly friendly smile. I am just a bit curious about something, he says, while the instructor nervously thinks this kid seems normal, but those monsters behind him are insane. Trying to steal his shaky nerves, the instructor waves his hand confidently, forcing himself to relax. Go ahead. Ask me anything. The main coach is not around, so ask away. But trust me, you and I are about to see if he can handle what comes next. Alright, let's jump back into the action. Jin-sung follows the instructor and asks, thanks. So, how do we clear this obstacle course super fast? The assistant instructor raises an eyebrow and replies, I highly advise against that. Jin-sung is confused and asks why. Huh? Why is that? Doesn't a faster time mean a higher score? The assistant instructor closes his eyes and sighs. That's true. But once you finish your training, he raises a single finger to explain. Instructor An Seong-ho will drag you back to the training room for extra practice until everyone else is finished. The assistant instructor turns back and continues, and since you guys are the first ones doing it, it's going to take a long time. Hearing this, Jin-sung lets out a weird smile and asks the others, Hey, I get it now. You guys heard what he just said, right? He's absolutely thrilled, rubbing his hands together. Fast means high scores, and they even get bonus practice time. The assistant instructor's eye twitches as a sudden realization hits him. Ah, so this guy is the ringleader of these absolute maniacs? Meanwhile, a safety harness hook is clicked into place at the waist. A trembling hand tightly grips the safety rope with all its might. The instructor stands on the high platform with his arms crossed, giving directions. The trainee carefully slides down. Lee Jong's face is completely pale as he trembles, struggling to climb down. Elsewhere, Nam-kang watches the situation through binoculars. Hey, did you actually give them proper instructions? Why did they get here so fast? Standing nearby, the assistant instructor sighs. Sigh, just look at the training report. Namkang looks at the report in utter shock. What? What is this? Every single one of them cleared the obstacle course. Every single one. And check this out. The assistant instructor helplessly pinches his nose. You should have seen them earlier. It was unreal. He recalls that guy, number 300. The moment he told them to jump, they jumped. Tell them to climb, and they climb. Namkang snaps his head toward him. 300 is that guy from last time, the one leading the charge, right? Back at the training ground, Jin-sung stands below, shouting up to the guy on the high platform. You can do this. Lee Jong looks down at him, gritting his teeth hard as a look of sheer determination washes over his face. Gripping the rope tightly, he kicks off the wall and slides down in the blink of an eye, landing safely. Jin-sung runs over to hug Lee Jong, cheering him on. Awesome, we all passed. Sangmin and Kang-ha rush over at the same time to celebrate. Over on the sidelines, the assistant instructor has fully accepted reality. See that? Now they're heading straight to the training room. Namkang watches through his binoculars, completely stunned. Down below, Jin-sung waves with a grin. To the training room. We've still got plenty of energy, right? The crowd screams in pure agreement. I know what you're thinking. This is wild. The assistant instructor even covers his face, begging to swap places. Namkang happily slaps a hand on his shoulder. On day 3, Instructor Seong-ho seriously announces that they will now begin training their idea. He stands with one hand on his hip, explaining the situation. This session was scheduled for later, but due to extreme heat warnings, we rearranged the order. Once we finish, you can head back to the dorms to rest. Hearing that, Hanjin turns to the person beside him, whispering excitedly. Rest time is finally here. Seong-ho closes his eyes, clasping his hands together with thumbs touching, and mutters under his breath. The weather messed up the schedule, but it's fine. When the temperature is high, a person's stamina naturally drops. He tells himself that the goal of this drill is to teach trainees to keep fighting with their idea even as their stamina drains. Seong-ho reflects. Unlike using idea under normal conditions, this grueling training is designed to help them tap into their hidden power while completely exhausted. Slowly opening his eyes, he reaches a final conclusion. After this training, the trainees with the strongest wills will finally learn how to use their idea properly in the future. Seong-ho raises his voice to declare. Then, let the training begin. Today's lesson is about the raw power of idea. Glancing behind him, he asks, See those massive boulders over there? All the students shout back in unison. Yes, sir. Seong-ho immediately orders them to use all their might to shatter them. Hearing this ridiculous task, Dong-hoon and Han-in freeze in sheer disbelief and gasp. Wait, what? Seong-ho simply points his finger and commands, Just step up in order, summon your idea, and give it everything you've got. If you can't summon your idea, step aside for the next person. Hanjin rests his chin on his hand with a grin. That sounds doable. Dong-hoon grumbles, Easy for you to say, your idea is massive, but mine? How am I supposed to smash that giant rock? Seong-ho's sudden voice interrupts them, making Dong-hoon look up in surprise. I'm sure some of you believe you don't stand a chance here. He steps up to a giant boulder, tilting his head to look at them. Most of you already know what my idea is. Jin-sung narrows his eyes, thinking, Senior's idea. I will definitely catch you as a close combat idea. He watches Seong-ho's back closely. Even if he is an elite senior, shattering that boulder is. Suddenly, Seong-ho's hands begin to glow as he swings them forward and chants, I will definitely catch you. With lightning speed, Seong-ho lunges forward, gripping the giant boulder. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, because you are about to see some insane, raw power as his fingers plunge right into solid stone. Watching this, Jin-sung smirks and lets out a breath, whispering to himself, Senior, you are seriously something else. The massive boulder on the ground starts to shift, forced up by an unbelievable strength. Using nothing but his bare hands, Seong-ho casually lifts this giant chunk of solid rock high up into the air like it is absolutely nothing. His eyes flash with a bright, blinding white light, pushing the boulder forward while channeling pure, raw energy directly inside it. The second Seong-ho hurls the giant rock, a massive explosion rips through the air. That giant boulder is instantly shattered into a million tiny fragments. Through it all, he remains completely untouched, standing calm and composed, amidst the thick cloud of dust and debris kicked up by the blast. One of Jin-sung's eyes begins to glow a deep, crimson red. Stunned, he wonders if Seong-ho's raw power has actually grown this massive. Meanwhile, Seong-ho casually brushes the dust off his hands. Now, pay attention here. 2 status screens pop up around him. It reveals a skill called I will definitely catch you at C+ rank, guaranteeing a catch within a set distance. Your movement time is drastically reduced, and with enough training, you can even break past the absolute limits of human capability. Plus, when throwing any target, a significant portion of its physical weight is completely ignored. It can ignore up to 4 times his own body weight. Jin-sung thinks, is he really able to bypass that much weight during a throw? He raises a hand to scratch his head, letting out a couple of awkward laughs. In the back, Sung-ji goes completely pale, shocked that fingers can pierce solid rock. Right next to him, Han-jin is absolutely terrified, wondering if this guy is even human. Seung-ho looks at the trainees standing in front of him and tells them to do exactly that. The students just stare back, completely pale and silent. Seung-ho narrows his eyes, clearly annoyed, and asks if they did not hear a single word their instructor just said. Everyone's heart skips a beat as cold sweat drips down their faces. Seung-ho continues, stating they will start with trainee number 1. Do-yi pulls out the documents to check as Se-eun recites her spell. Suddenly, a small white jade goblin horn sprouts right from her forehead. Clutching her sword tightly, she steps forward toward the giant boulder waiting on the other side. Se-eun raises her glowing blade, running her other hand along the sharp edge as Seung-ho calls out the signal to start her attempt. Lowering her stance into a ready position, she unleashes a flurry of rapid strikes using her goblin swordplay style. She dashes clean through the boulder. With just a few swift swings, her blade shatters the massive rock into tiny pieces in the blink of an eye. She sheathes her sword back at her hip as a thick cloud of white dust quickly wraps around her entire body. Dong-hun's eyes go wide as he gasps. Wow, Kim Se-eun is absolutely terrifying. Han-jin covers his mouth in shock, recognizing the white jade goblin power of the clan that defeated the Pastima. Watching Se-eun, Do-yi marvels at her talent, which is on a completely different level. I know what you're thinking, but we're just getting started as Seung-ho calls out trainee number 2. The treetops begin to shake violently, sending a shower of bright green leaves falling all through the air. Jian drags a massive, ancient tree trunk right in front of Seung-ho and Do-yi, muttering angrily under his breath. Gritting his teeth, he vows to prove his true worth one day. Jian lifts the heavy log, aiming directly at the rock as if he is smashing the smug faces of everyone watching. With a loud roar, he uses every ounce of his strength to slam the giant log straight into the boulder. Jian keeps smashing it over and over, screaming for the rock to break. Watching the leaves fall, Do-yi tries to remember his name, wondering if he is Jian. That kid is actually a lot like me. Eventually, Jian stops and curses, realizing his weapon is totally ruined. Seung-ho reassures him, promising he will take that raw effort into account when he grades him. Jian angrily tosses the shattered log aside with a loud crash. Without another word, Seung-ho glances back at his clipboard and calls for the next trainee. Another deafening crash rings out as yet another massive stone is smashed to pieces. Seung-ho keeps taking notes on his clipboard before shouting out for the final trainee. Seeing Jin-sung step forward from the crowd, he asks him if he is the last one. Ignoring the question entirely, Jin-sung walks right up to the boulder and stands completely still before it for a quiet moment. Dong-hun gasps, asking why he chose that giant one. Sung-ji is equally confused, pointing out there are much smaller targets available. Han-jin mutters nervously, wondering if a massive boulder like that should be left for heavy hitters like Senior Seung-ho or Kim Se-eun. Someone reminds them that he is the Room 10 leader, asking if they forgot how strong the other Room 10 members were. Another trainee starts to guess his power, but before he can even finish his sentence, he freezes as he notices the tiny dagger in Jin-sung's hand. Han-jin and Sung-ji look on completely dumbfounded, whispering in disbelief that he is using a tiny dagger. Jin-sung turns his head back, quietly calling out to his senior. Without saying another word, he narrows his eyes and gives a subtle nod to signal he is ready to begin. Seeing his silent signal, Seung-ho remains quiet, offering a firm nod of approval in return. Closing his eyes, Jin-sung locks in with extreme focus. Standing before the massive boulder, a crimson aura surges through his arm. Trust me, you and I are about to see something wild. You and I are starting with Jae-do, who senses something weird, gritting his teeth and wondering what that trash is doing. Soon sees this, immediately tensing up and reaching for the sword at her waist, muttering about her reckless mister. Holding a stack of documents, Seung-ho issues a cold command to start, while trainee number 300, Jin-sung, covers his mouth. With his other hand, he swings his dagger, unleashing a barrage of slashes on the boulder, sending sharp debris flying everywhere. Standing amidst the rising dust and smoke, Jin-sung continues attacking the massive rock using only a single hand. Beneath the hand covering his face, a wild, uncontrollable smirk curls on his lips as sweat drenches his entire body, and a strange sound echoes in his ears. No, resist it. Stunned by what she is seeing, Do-yi stammers in absolute disbelief. What the hell is even going on? Seung-ho glances down at the watch on his wrist, realizing that time is finally up. After an unknown amount of time, the massive boulder lies shattered into tiny fragments through the dust, with Jin-sung kneeling on the ground. Clenching his fist with great difficulty, he realizes he still cannot stop this feeling immediately. Approaching him, Seung-ho asks with concern, "Let me know if you need help." Jin-sung tilts his head and lets out a soft chuckle. "Thank you." With veins popping on his hand pressed firmly against the dirt, a pale Jin-sung grinds his teeth and bites his lip, knowing he cannot keep relying on others just to shut down Ida. Now, Pay attention here. He's trying to control a power that isn't even fully unlocked yet, hoping to master it on his own. Focus, focus, focus. Behind him, Dong-hoon speaks up in confusion. Wait, what just happened? Chi turns to the student next to him, asking, where did the rock go? Nearby, other trainees whisper in shock, wondering how a simple dagger did that. Sung-ho smiles faintly and observes, it looks like you actually succeeded this time. Raising his right hand, which has finally returned back to normal, Jin-sung smiles and thanks his senior, while holographic system screens explaining his newly acquired Ranky partial murder skill begin to flash around him. This allows the user to harness a fraction of absolute murder's destructive power. The more parts unsealed, the harder it is to control, and control is heavily dictated by the user's mental state. Furthermore, any unsealed body parts will execute the lethal strikes of absolute murder, completely ignoring whatever the user actually desires. You and I can see he only unsealed his right hand, but Jin-sung happily runs over to Soon, saying he finally did it. Scratching her head, she sighs, admitting he gave her quite a scare, when suddenly Sangmin rushes straight toward Jin-sung. I have no idea how you pulled that off, but epic job. Boss is just too awesome. Kang-ha and Lee cheer excitedly. We always knew our leader would crush it. Everyone joins in, tossing Jin-sung high up into the air in pure, chaotic celebration, shouting boss, boss, boss. Soon lets out a long sigh, muttering that the reckless mister and his loyal underlings are exactly alike. Smiling, she makes up her mind, deciding to just let them have him for the rest of today. Night falls, painting the sky pitch black as lights flicker inside a towering building. Jin-dong knocks on the office door, calling out to see if she is inside. Hearing absolutely no response, he glances around the quiet hallway, wondering if the nurse has already gone somewhere else. Knocking again, Jin-dong thinks about how the trainees in Room M have never been eliminated, meaning they still have not had a chance to fully recover their strength. They can be proud, but there is only so much natural recovery can actually do. He definitely needs the nurse's help. Just then, a figure clad in a dark red tracksuit carrying a black bag walks in his direction. Spotting him outside the office, the man asks, who is there? Jin-sung looks up. Ah, homeroom teacher. The man immediately recognizes him too. Baek Jin-sung? The teacher's expression darkens with obvious displeasure as he questions the boy. Do you not understand that trainees entering this restricted area without explicit authorization will face severe punishment? Standing face to face with this intimidating man, Jin-sung feels incredibly tense. Taking a few steps forward in his slippers, the teacher towers over him, repeating, you do know unauthorized trainees get punished, right? Leaning his entire body aggressively close, the teacher growls. I have no clue why you came here, but since you are already standing here, causing Jin-sung to panic and back away. He suddenly throws his head back and lets out a deafening scream, completely startling the homeroom teacher. Panicking, the teacher looks around frantically, raising a finger to his lips. Shh. You only get punished if you actually get caught. Staring blankly, Jin-sung mutters. Huh? The teacher quickly urges him. Hurry back to your room before the other instructors spot you. Completely baffled, Jin-sung wonders why the teacher is acting so strangely, when suddenly, the door next to them swings open and someone speaks. What is all this noise out here? The homeroom teacher quickly turns to face the colleague, trying to dismiss it. Oh, it is nothing. Peering past them, Jin-sung suddenly realizes, wait, is there an active staff meeting going on inside? As the Class 6 homeroom teacher spots the boy, he throws his arms out wide, laughing incredibly loud while booming. Oh my goodness, look who we have here. The absolute legend of Heen, who achieved 2 unique titles. Baek Jin-sung, right? Or should I say the #1 prospect in the whole nation? Stepping closer, the Class 6 teacher asks mockingly, what wind blew you here? And trust me, we are in for trouble. Are you here to complain about the training being too hard? Stick with me, because Class 10's homeroom teacher, Mr. Shin, is about to step in. Park Jin-sung, did you not hear me? Get back to the dorms right now. But the Class 6 homeroom teacher shoves him aside and interrupts, acting friendly and throwing an arm over Jin-sung's shoulder. Why are you treating this kid so coldly anyway? That is exactly why Class 10 has become such a toxic cancer. Without even asking, he uses all his strength to drag Jin-sung into the office. Since you worked so hard to get here, have a drink, rest up, and then head back. Jin-sung has absolutely no idea what is going on as he is dragged away. Inside the staff room, the other teachers are chatting excitedly about their plans. After 3 days, I am really craving some Korean food. There is a delicious restaurant nearby, so let's definitely go there tomorrow. If we go, we should definitely order the hot stone bibimbap. Just then, the Class 6 teacher points to Jin-sung and yells out, look, the rank 300F class is here. Pay attention here. Jin-sung mutters, what kind of academy is this? This place is just a nest of filthy parasites. The Class 6 teacher locks his arm around Jin-sung's neck, telling him, hey F-class, there are no supervisors here, so just relax. Jin-sung expressionlessly replies, "Yes, thank you, sir." The teacher chuckles. "That is more like it. The training is brutal, is it not? An Sung-ho is just way too strict." Jin-sung silently asks himself, "But why are you guys just fooling around like clowns here? What right do you have to speak about my senior that way?" But outwardly, he pretends nothing is wrong and calmly replies, "Not really, sir. I think the training is actually quite fine." Teacher Shin immediately tries to pull him out of there. "Jin-sung, it is almost time for roll call at the dorms, right? I will let them know, so head back now." But the Class 6 teacher stops them. "Hey, there is still plenty of time. Why are you rushing?" He craftily asks, "So F rank, what brought you here anyway?" Jin-sung honestly states his reason, saying he came to see the nurse. Hearing this, the Class 6 teacher puts his hands on his hips and laughs. "Wow, look at this kid. I guess your standards are not F rank after all." He turns to the desk and calls out to the nurse. "Hey, Miss An, this student came to see you." She looks over with concern and asks, "Jin-sung, did you get injured somewhere again?" He explains, "I am not hurt. I just came to ask about the physical recovery process for my room." The Class 6 teacher pulls up a chair and sits down, asking Teacher Park to use his computer. He remarks that Room 10 must be struggling to survive. "Have those weaklings from my class recovered yet?" "I know what you are thinking," but his face completely freezes as he looks at the screen in disbelief. "Huh? What is this?" Top one is Park Jin-sung? Teacher Park steps over to take a look, asking what he is even talking about. A female teacher also asks curiously, "How can the 300th ranked trainee be in first place? Is this a system display error?" The Class 6 teacher glares, instantly accusing the kid of begging his way to the top. Jin-sung smirks in pure disgust, wondering how these teachers have not even checked the scores once over the last 3 days. Meanwhile, Teacher Park crosses his arms, leaning in closer to inspect the screen. "Hey F rank, did you somehow bribe An Sung-ho to get these scores? We all know he is not someone who goes easy on his teammates." Teacher Park adds with deep suspicion, "Even Kim Se-eun is in second place. And the strongest students from other classes were also pushed down by Room 10. He confidently asserts they must have collectively bribed him." At this point, Jin-sung cannot hold back his anger anymore and snaps. Senior An Sung-ho is absolutely not someone who would let money blind him. Teacher Park looks up, casting a cold, suspicious gaze directly at the boy. "But how does a rank 300 defeat a rank 1? You are just an F rank. And there are a billion people stronger than you." The Class 6 teacher points to the screen and snarls, "But you also got first place in the EDA training today, right? How can an F rank possibly take first place in the ED training? And on top of that, every single student in Room 10 is at the very top." Jin-sung boldly fires right back. "All of those scores were earned through my own hard work, and Room 10 has never cheated a single time." The Class 6 teacher slams his hand onto the desk, shouting, "What? I was only being nice to you because I felt pity for an F rank. You insolent brat." Teacher Shin, desperately trying to keep the situation from escalating, wraps his arms around Jin-sung to hold him back. "Stop it, Jin-sung. Go back immediately. I will take you away." Teacher Shin reaches out to grab the doorknob, but the poisonous words coming from the Class 6 teacher behind him make him freeze in his tracks. "Are you protecting him just because you are Class 10's homeroom teacher? That makes total sense. That is exactly why you could not protect your own students and got brutally attacked yourself. I will be keeping a close eye on them from tomorrow. An eyesore manipulating their scores." "Ch." Teacher Shin stays silent and refuses to reply. He keeps his arm wrapped tight around the boy, urging him. "Let's go, Jin-sung." Jin-sung lowers his head with pure rage in his eyes, clenching his teeth as he tries to hold back. Suddenly, he shouts a single word. "What if?" The sudden yell makes every single teacher in the room spin around. The Class 6 teacher rises, thoroughly annoyed. If what? Realizing playing nice is useless, he throws down a massive challenge in front of everyone. "You are going to want to see what happens next." "All right. We are diving right into the moment." Jin-sung makes a wild proposal, turning around to playfully point at the teachers, asking what if Room 10 somehow lands in the top 30. Every single teacher in the room wide eyes in pure silence, completely freezing right on the spot. A second later, the Class 6 homeroom teacher bursts out laughing and says, "Taking nonsense so seriously is truly the best way to act like a clown." A bearded teacher on the left chimes in, saying he is really good at playing games, while a female teacher on the right mocks him, suggesting he drop out to become a comedian. Jin-sung grins, saying it is 1000% real, because Jin-sung means truth, so it has to be true. The Class 6 teacher chuckles and pats his shoulder, jokingly calling him the man of truth. Hands on his hips, he asks the other teachers, saying if that miracle actually happens, he will match it with a miracle of his own. What if they get promoted straight to corporal? Another teacher gasps in surprise. That sounds interesting. A female teacher sitting nearby adds, but she sets a brutal catch. If even a single student fails to reach the top 30, every one of them gets demoted. The room instantly fills with the teachers taking bets, one wagering $20 that at least one of them makes the cut, while another bets $100 that nobody makes it. Jin-sung snaps his fingers, winks, and walks out, telling them to keep their word. The teachers do not even look at him, busy arguing among themselves about how this bet is basically easy money for them. Now keep your eyes on the screen here, because as Teacher On rushes after him, the homeroom teacher can only stare in utter disbelief. What are you planning to do, Baek Jin-sung? As he steps outside the building, a voice suddenly calls out from behind. Wait up, Jin-sung. He stops and turns around, apologizing for causing trouble. But Teacher On catches up and says she should be the one apologizing. Feeling guilty, she says things would have been different if she left with him sooner, but Jin-sung pats his chest to reassure her. He asks if she heard about the bet, adding that he needs her help to make it happen. And Teacher On agrees without a single second of hesitation. She asks if she needs to heal and restore their health, and Jin-sung nods his head to confirm. He believes that once Room 10 recovers, they can easily reach the top 30, prompting her to smile and praise his remarkable confidence. When she suggests going right away, Jin-sung tells her to come after they tidy up, as the place is likely a mess since they have not showered yet. Meanwhile, in the hallway right outside the dormitory door, a hostile voice echoes loudly through the air. Where did he go? While his lackeys are brutally beating everyone around, Kim-soo steps hard on one of the boys on the ground, demanding to know where their leader, rank 300, is, yelling that the bastard must think they did not realize he interfered earlier. You and I both know how brutal these bullies can get, but seeing Lee Jong beaten on the floor like this is just heartbreaking. Song-min, lying right next to him, looks up and weakly insists that he did absolutely nothing. Before he can even finish speaking, a heavy combat boot stomps directly onto Sang-min's face, as Kim-soo pins his head low to the floor and begins to mock him ruthlessly. Do not mess with me, you worthless losers, acting all proud when you have nothing. Hiding around the corner, Jin-sung covers his mouth, thinking they are only acting out because of him. He knows they just want to fight, and if he calls a teacher, he analyzes the situation, realizing that based on their earlier attitude, there is absolutely no way the staff would help. Maybe calling a senior is his best bet. Just then, another scream echoes as someone is thrown right toward his corner, with the bullies shouting to drag out their boss. The beaten student looks up, flinching slightly when he suddenly meets Jin-sung's eyes. Kang-ha trembles as he tries to push himself up, whispering for him to stay back. Jin-sung's expression darkens as Kang-ha chokes out an apology. Seeing this, Kim-soo lackey smirks and yells out, calling for rank 300 to show himself. The leader tilts his head and sneers, remarking that he has finally decided to show up, as Jin-sung steps out to face Kim-soo directly. What are you guys doing? Kim-soo mocks him, asking if he is playing boss after hiding like a coward. Jin-sung glares at him, warning that if they get lost right now, he will overlook everything. Kim-soo leans in close to his face, asking what if they refuse. Are you going to run and cry to the teachers or instructors? He asks with a mocking sneer written all over his face. Oh right, you have An Sung-ho backing you up. Can the top recruit of guerrilla training not fight his own battles? Kim-soo turns to laugh with his lackeys, mocking that just as he thought, this guy is useless without his cheap tricks. A faint red mist escapes Jin-sung's mouth as he realizes that is how he looks in their eyes. He quickly covers his mouth, wondering if they actually think he cheated. Meanwhile, Kim-soo blocks his path, throwing insults and shouting that he should try to prove his strength if he is not a coward. Just then, Jun steps out from a nearby room, glancing over at them with a deep frown as he speaks up. Are you guys all body and no brain? Are you blind? Or are you just plain stupid? Jun turns back and slams the door, leaving them with a warning. If you want to get beaten by him, save it for the trenches tomorrow. Where were you hiding yesterday? As the bullies cheer to show off the power of rank 752, we leave it here, trust me. You won't want to miss what comes next. Stick with me as we watch Kang-ha closely tracking Jin-sung, who just stands there, covering his mouth and refusing to make a single move. Jin-sung mutters to himself, I have to hold back. If I beat this guy to a pulp, I'll end up losing way more than I gain. Recalling the scene from the teacher's office earlier, he reminds himself that he is Room 10's only hope for getting recognized. Jin-sung weighs his options. Even if he is furious, if he tolerates this, the nurse will arrive soon and treat them. Meanwhile, Kim-soo keeps tilting his head, mocking, Are you scared, kid? What are you gonna do now? Flashing a wicked grin, he sneers, I am not letting you off easy. Kim-soo starts chanting, I shall ensnare you. His arms suddenly stretch out, reaching forward as he silently wonders, why are they using Edias? Kim-soo's boneless limbs shoot forward, dragging Jin-sung in. Caught completely off guard, Jin-sung is instantly wrapped up multiple times by the guy's rubbery arms and legs, locking him in place. Nice technique, Jin-sung retorts face to face, mocking him. Look at those limbs. You look more like a squirming worm than a stick insect. Kim-soo squeezes harder, tightening his grip. Still got a big mouth, huh? Jin-sung lets out a painful groan as the grip around his arms and waist tightens further. Why don't you cheat again like you did back at the training ground? Kim-soo smirks, whispering directly into his ear. Before I snap a few of your bones. Jin-sung's face turns completely blue as he struggles to get air. Closing his eyes, he gasps that he can't breathe, while Kim-soo squeezes even harder with a mocking laugh. "Aw, aren't you going to do something? But of course you won't, because your dirty little tricks won't work anymore." Jin-sung endures the pain, telling himself that this punk is just a pathetic bully showing off. Watch closely here. Jin-sung thinks that if he just lets this psycho have his way, the guy will eventually get bored and leave. Since the nurse is on her way, there is no need to make a scene. Kim-soo then turns his gaze to Jin-sung's roommates. "Look at your captain. He is totally useless without his cheap tricks, get it?" At that, Kang-ha screams out in sheer panic. Lee Jong joins in, shouting, "Let go of our captain, you piece of trash insect." Kim-soo raises an eyebrow in a smug challenge. "Oh, then why don't you losers try saving him?" Without a single second of hesitation, Lee Jong and Sang-min charge straight at them with furious battle cries. Jin-sung is completely shocked, thinking, "Don't do it. Just let him be, he will eventually stop." With a simple flick of his long, powerful arm, Kim-soo easily blows both Lee Jong and Sang-min away at the exact same time. The two crash heavily onto the cold ground, groaning in sheer agony. Kim-soo looks down on them and sneers. "Weaklings like you need to learn to hide where you belong." Shaking all over, Kang-ha stands his ground and shouts, "We used to live like cowards, but our captain is completely different. He probably doesn't remember, but when the Baek Ji gang cornered Kim-soon on the rooftop back then, I was there too." You and I can see Jin-sung's face turning pale as he glares back, questioning what he's hearing. As he looks back at the past, Kang-ha slowly admits that back then, he was just a foolish, arrogant kid with big ambitions who only knew how to use his fists. Even when our captain stepped in to stop those guys, we still thought he was useless, simply because he was F-ranked. From behind, Lee Jong also admits that he was present that day, while Kang-ha nods with absolute certainty. But we were wrong. Unlike us, he never bowed down to Bum-jun's overwhelming force. Our captain actually stepped forward to stop them. Jin-sung can only stare in disbelief as Kang-ha roars, raising his fists alongside the other roommates to charge into battle once more. He is far more honorable than any of us. Kim-soo casually knocks them all back with a single punch, scoffing. "Are you guys filming a cheesy drama here? This is exactly why you losers need a wake-up call." Watching them, Jin-sung grits his teeth, realizing he was the one in the wrong. Glancing at his beaten roommates, he remembers that he was the very person who told them to never give up. If he fights now, getting that rank badge is hopeless. Jin-sung's past conversation with Soon echoes in his mind. "Just wait, I'll win a badge next week." He mutters silently, knowing that even though the badge is what he wanted, back then, he confidently told her that if Room 10 regained their strength, they could easily break into the top 30. But now he realizes that a rank badge isn't what these zombies truly need. Memories of his roommates' fiery resolve and determined faces flash vividly before his eyes. Gritting his teeth with immense effort, the veins on his forehead pop with pure frustration. He reaches a final conclusion: these zombies never wanted to quit, and he was the hypocrite who pushed them to change. How pathetic. Finally, making up his mind, he summons his Adea with a loud shout, "Dagger!" Spotting the weapon in Jin-sung's hand, Kim-soo sneers, "Wow, I have seen it before, but that Adea dagger of yours is incredibly weak. What are you planning to do wrapped up like a mummy?" Ignoring him entirely, Jin-sung yells out to his roommates, "Listen up. Room 10 zombie hunters, trust me. You'll want to see how they'll survive when their basic Adeas can't even scratch this pathetic insect." Hearing those words, Kim-soo grows furious, tightening his suffocating grip on Jin-sung. "I was going to go easy on you, but you are begging for a beating." Suddenly, a dark, menacing aura explodes from Jin-sung as he glares. "You strut around acting like you are hot stuff, pretending you are elite when you only rely on your awakened power." With a flick of his arms, he easily breaks Kim-soo's grip. "You forgot to train your physical body, you absolute trash." Jin-sung raises his knife, cold and precise. "You do not need elite tier for this." Kim-soo flinches, backing away in sudden terror. How is this trash suddenly so strong? Now, pay close attention before Kim-soo can even finish. Jin-sung blitzes him at lightning speed. "Your legendary leg strength is nothing but garbage." In the blink of an eye, a deep, brutal slash opens up Kim-soo's leg, sending blood spraying everywhere. He collapses to the ground, clutching his bleeding leg and screaming out in agony. "It hurts so much." Jin-sung looks down at him with pure disgust. "You do not even know how to block out the pain, do you? I barely grazed you, so stop crying like a baby." Kim-soo's face goes pale as death as he shields his head. "Please, stop. I am so sorry." Jin-sung calmly twirls his hand, glaring down with murderous eyes at the pathetic, shameless coward. Kim-soo scoots back in utter panic as the dark silhouette slowly and menacingly looms over him. The shadow looms over him, followed by a blood-curdling shriek. Honestly, we all knew he had this coming. Jin-sung stands still, looking down silently. Meanwhile, Kim Shu lies there, his hands bound tightly together by his own ropes. Jin-sung turns his head to address his roommates, saying, "You guys could easily take this trash down with pure physical strength, no abilities required." Then, he shifts his gaze back down. "Oh, by the way." Jin-sung grins, looking down at the broken guy on the floor. "Is this enough proof for you?" Looking straight into his terrifying eyes, Kim Shu turns completely pale and lets out a frantic gasp. His eyes roll back, and he passes out cold right on the cold floor. Jin-sung looks down at the body, calmly stretching. "Getting knocked out by just this? And here I thought you were tough." Jin-sung casually brushes off his hands and asks, "So, which ones of you were accomplices to this pathetic little insect?" Turning his head, he flashes a terrifying smile to the lackeys. "Would you guys mind cleaning up this filthy trash for us?" A few days later, on a bright morning with the sun beating down on the rooftop, Ji-do is running, panting heavily, pushing himself to the absolute limit. Then, a painfully familiar sight happens as a dark figure suddenly blitzes right past him at a ridiculous speed. Ji-do scowls in annoyance, watching Jin-sung sprint effortlessly ahead of him. "Damn it, not this guy again." He cuts his complaining short as he senses something odd. Turning around, he sees a crowd of exhausted trainees dragging themselves behind him. He wonders, who are these guys? Are they also trying to chase down that insane speed monster and getting completely dusted? No doubt they are all trash anyway. Meanwhile, Yu-yi stands alongside Ah-on and Sung-ho, watching from the balcony above. Leaning against the railing, she keeps her eyes glued to the scene below. "So this is how it turns out," Yu-yi mutters, turning to the person beside her. "What about trainee number 7? Ah-on replies with a grim look. "I did everything I could to restore him. Stick with me, because next time, things get even crazier." "Alright, you and I are diving right into a massive psychological shock that makes returning to training nearly impossible, leaving her completely helpless as she rubs her temples. I also did everything I could to treat the room 10 kids after that brutal brawl. Due to that, their bodies can no longer make a full physical recovery, which means things are going to get incredibly difficult for them from here on out." An Seong-ho narrows his eyes under his hat as Aeon reports the grim state of the current trainees. Right after their morning run, An Seong-ho stands before the crowd and barks out for trainee number 300, prompting Park Jin-sung to yell back in response. "Present." An Seong-ho gets straight to the point, asking if he knows why he was summoned, and Jin-sung confirms he does. An Seong-ho announces that instead of physical punishment, he received negative points, to which Jin-sung replies with a loud "yes sir" as the instructor checks his files. "Trainee number 300, you should be rank 1. But with this penalty, you are officially dropped all the way to rank 300. Park Jin-sung's face darkens as he stares silently at the ground below him for what feels like an eternity. An Seong-ho turns to leave, declaring that training is dismissed and ordering room 10 to move to the common living area immediately. Park Jin-sung thinks to himself that while he dodged punishment, he is dead last again, though he realizes it is likely thanks to the nurse and senior covering for him. Now pay attention here, because Lee Dong-min is so furious about this unfairness that he directly questions if the instructor even investigated the details. "It was the room 1 bastards who attacked us first," and Sang-min immediately backs him up. He argues that trainee 300 only did it to protect them, but An Seong-ho glares back and gives a cold order. "Room 10, fall in and move to the common area." But right away, Lee Dong-min loudly questions the decision. "Why is our squad leader punished for saving us?" Sang-min asks if this is not way too harsh. Let's dive right in as Jin-sung tries to stop his team, but instructor Sung-ho isn't backing down from his ruthless decision. To prevent anyone from disobeying orders and breaking rules, everyone gets penalty points. This drives Yi-dong mad enough to rip his name tag right off his chest. "Screw this, I quit. What kind of garbage is this?" he yells, slamming his tag onto the ground. "No matter how well we perform in this place, we are nothing but stepping stones for the elite class anyway." Sung-ho's eyes turn icy cold. He calls out room 10, but only Jin-sung stands tall with his hands locked behind his back to answer. Even Sung-ho is surprised, silently saying Park Jin-sung's name, while Kang-ha and Yi-dong glare at Jin-sung in absolute disbelief. Dropping down into push-ups, squad leader Jin-sung tells the others, "Every single member of room 10, we will accept this punishment to set an example." Tears well up in Yi-dong's eyes, while Sang-min grits his teeth, muttering that their leader is completely insane. Spurred by his resolve, they all shout in unison, accepting the collective punishment together. Sung-ho stands tall, crossing his arms as he asks if room 10 has any complaints. Jin-sung quickly bellows a resounding no. And pay attention here, Sung-ho reveals the 6th trial is the highest scoring training session in the entire course. Jin-sung looks up, locking eyes with Sung-ho as the instructor commands them to show real improvement without losing focus for a single second. A blazing fire of pure determination ignites within Jin-sung, prompting him to shout aloud, resounding yes. The clock on the wall shows 7:41. Sung-ho realizes dinner is in 20 minutes, so he decides to wrap up the session and let them go. Sung-ho barks an order for room 10 to stand up. Covered in sweat, Jin-sung and his teammates immediately snap to attention to give their salute. Yes, sir, Sung-ho smirks, noting they still have some fight left. Dismissing them to the common area, the entire squad responds in unison before Jin-sung and his completely exhausted roommates head down the long corridor toward the cafeteria. Rubbing his sore back, Dong-do wonders if there is even any food left. Completely drained of energy, Kang-ha groans that it is probably just cold rice and kimchi, while Sang-min walks up ahead and suggests they divide whatever they find. Right then, the doors ahead swing open, and the Class 6 homeroom teacher steps right out into their path. Spotting their group, he puts on a fake, surprised look and sneers. Well now, is this the famous F-Class Jin-sung? Slipping his hands into his pockets, the teacher approaches and asks if they are just now eating. Jin-sung smiles politely, scratching his head as he asks if the teacher enjoyed his meal. He waves his hand dismissively with a short laugh. The food was terrible, honestly. I would rather eat instant ramen than that garbage. Hearing this, Yi-dong and Sang-min look completely furious, but Jin-sung keeps a forced, polite smile on his face, playing along with the arrogant teacher's attitude. The Class 6 teacher continues, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm. You and I both know he is baiting him, bringing up Jin-sung's training rank and calling his previous success a fluke. Jin-sung just scratches his head, making up a quick excuse about having no energy from hunger before trying to head inside to eat. But the annoying teacher refuses to let it go, leaning in uncomfortably close to Jin-sung's face. I heard one of my top students got knocked out cold last night, the teacher whispers. Jin-sung stares back, cursing the man out in his head. It turns out the guy he beat up was actually from this smug bastard's class. The teacher adds that the culprit was rumored to be none other than the famous F-Class Jin-sung. He suddenly bursts out laughing, aggressively slapping Jin-sung on the shoulder multiple times. Haha, isn't that hilarious? The teacher snickers, before instantly dismissing the rumor himself. That kid sure has a wild imagination. How could a rank 300 elite lose to some bottom-tier trash? He scoffs, telling Jin-sung he should make up a more believable lie, mocking him about how soft the academy's nurses must be. Jin-sung rubs his shoulder, muttering to himself that the teacher is completely in denial, creating a fantasy in his own head because he cannot accept the truth. The teacher brings up another matter, telling them that, as they were already informed, the instructors will join their training session tomorrow morning. It is a hassle, but monitoring cheating is their duty. Jin-sung silently groans to himself, not caring what they do as long as he can eat before time runs out. Just then, two other instructors appear behind the arrogant teacher, with one placing a hand on his shoulder, reminding him that dinner is almost over. The other instructor gently pushes him aside, telling Jin-sung's group to hurry inside and eat quickly. Being dragged away by the two, the Class 6 teacher waves back, calling out that he will see the F-class later, as a room 10 roommate rushes inside. Finally, he is leaving. Yi-dong sighs, realizing they now have less than 10 minutes to eat. While another roommate desperately prays there are still leftovers, Jin-sung stands frozen in place, and trust me, he is already getting a terrible feeling about this entire situation. The next morning, bright and piercing sunlight beats down on the massive academy training building. A frustrated voice echoes through the hall crying out, "Damn it, wrong again," as a scruffy student scratches his head sheepishly. "All right, you and I are diving into a wild training camp. Instructor, count me out of this," one cadet grumbles, feeling his old age. The Class 6 homeroom teacher tilted his head, noticing Mr. Shin nearby doing some deep squats. He gave a thumbs up and praised him, saying, "As expected of a former PE teacher, you're amazing at these physical therapy drills." But Mr. Shin humbly replied, "Please, don't overhype me." Yu Yi monitored everyone's training progress closely, silently noting that the mood today was terrible, and she turned her gaze toward the crowd of students slacking off on the side. The instructors are here to watch us, but since these guys aren't even trying, the atmosphere has become incredibly heavy. Yu Yi knew exactly why, without the nurse helping them recover their energy, they were all just sitting around, especially room 10. That room, which looked like a bunch of zombies earlier, was now panting and shaking. Their pathetic state was completely ruining the drive of the other cadets. She narrowed her eyes, realizing room 10's negative influence was far bigger than she expected. Yu Yi glanced up at the man standing on the balcony, wondering, how are you going to handle this tense atmosphere? Cadets! After what felt like an eternity, Instructor Woong Ho finally raised his voice to address the crowd. Standing on the high balcony, he called down, "I get that you all want to save your strength for the bunker battle. Because of that, we will select one representative from each room to compete in a showdown." Jin-sung looked up, listening intently to Woong Ho's explanation. "Now, here's where it gets intense. The winning room gets to rest, so the most confident cadet must step forward." From behind, Mr. Shin glanced over and saw Jin-sung stepping forward without a single moment of hesitation. Worried, Mr. Shin tried to stop him as the teacher representative, but the Class 6 teacher grabbed his shoulder and cut in. If a PE teacher represents them, it's too cruel for the kids. Let me go instead. Mr. Shin was utterly confused. Wasn't this guy boasting just days ago about being a former member of the elite guerrilla forces? Regardless, Mr. Shin still nodded in agreement. Fine by me. The Class 6 teacher closed his eyes, laughing. Haha. Let me test these kids myself then. A group of boots-wearing cadets quickly gathered together in the center of the training field. Right before our eyes, Jae-yoon, Jin-sung, the Class 6 teacher, and a few other room representatives gathered to begin the challenge. Jin-sung's legs shook slightly. He thought, taking first place to win some rest for the team isn't a bad plan. Jin-sung glanced down at his legs, realizing that if he pushed too hard and wasted his energy now, he'd fail in the upcoming bunker war. The Class 6 teacher approached, sneering. Let's see what you've got, F rank. Jin-sung locked eyes with him and replied, sure. Woong-ho began explaining the competition rules. Whichever cadet finishes the training exercises first advances, while anyone unable to keep up is immediately disqualified. The remaining rooms were ordered back to their physical therapy. Meanwhile, Jin-sung was busy calculating his stamina recovery strategy in his head. You and I know he's pushed to his limit, and stalling is no longer an option to recover stamina. Instructor Woong-ho then announced that the training guides would act as judges for their form accuracy. Let's begin. Exercise 8. 4 repetitions. The participating cadets quickly threw themselves onto the dirt, slowly starting to perform the grueling movements of the drill. The Class 6 teacher easily did a one-arm push-up, laughing. Haha, exercise number 1. 2 reps. A girl nearby watched in shock, noting his insane speed. Dong-hun gritted his teeth, warning, we're doomed if we fall behind here. He screamed aloud, desperately forcing his body to stay balanced, but several nearby cadets couldn't hold on and collapsed. Woong-ho declared rooms 6, 47, and 2 eliminated. The Class 6 teacher sneered at them, asking, are those muscles of yours just for show? You guys are incredibly weak. Before he could even finish his trash talk, a voice echoed. Next, exercise number 9. 4 reps. The Class 6 teacher stared in utter shock at the boy beside him. Baek Jin-sung was moving much faster than expected, just as the announcer declared room 86 disqualified. His eyes burned with pure fury as he desperately sped up his exercises. He is still just an F-rank cadet. I can easily overtake him whenever I want. Suddenly, Jin-sung called out his progress. Exercise 11. 4 reps. The Class 6 teacher froze, uttering, what? Jae-yoon glanced back at them, silently predicting that this workout duel wouldn't wrap up quickly. Thanks to that stubborn instructor, she turned around to leave the scene, muttering that her body would surely break if she tried to match the insane pace of these monsters. Behind them, Woong-ho stood with his hands behind his back, shouting the next commands. Room 1 was eliminated. Jin-sung powered through push-ups, calling out exercise 4, 4 reps. Beside him, the Class 6 teacher's face turned pale and sweaty, cursing, you F-rank bastard, let's see who laughs last. For the next move, Jin-sung threw his hands up and leaped high, shouting, exercise 1, 2 reps. The Class 6 teacher refused to back down, desperately jumping up. Moving to the next pose, Jin-sung placed his hands behind his head, with one knee bent on the ground, calling out exercise 11, 2 reps. The teacher mimicked him, but for the next drill, Jin-sung dropped into a squat, leaped with all his might, and screamed, exercise 9, 3 reps. Unlike before, the cocky teacher collapsed, completely drained, and you and I can't wait to see what happens next. But just a second later, alright, watch this jerk. He turns right to Jin-sung, shouting a loud challenge. I'm not letting your squad rest. Standing behind him, do. He is left completely speechless. How pathetic. The Class 6 homeroom teacher is completely worthless. Soon, constant announcements echo through the forest. Number 11, 4 times. Number 9, 5 times. Number 4, twice. And number 1, 3 times. Hands slammed against the ground. Someone is panting heavily as drops of sweat drip down, soaking into the dirt. Completely drained, the Class 6 teacher collapses face first onto the ground. What a monster. Jin-sung turns to look at him as the next announcement blares. The staff room is in total chaos. Jin-sung looks over at Woong-ho, who turns around and barks orders to the other students. Room 10. Head to the shade and rest until class ends. The rest of you, prepare for exercise 6. Sang-min asks him with concern if he's doing okay. Their leader, Jin-sung, replies with a smile. Man, the Class 6 teacher lasted way longer than I expected. Sitting down and leaning against a tree, he gives his instructions. Everyone, stretch it out. The others quickly call back, yes sir. Jin-sung reaches down to touch his constantly trembling legs. Nearby, Woong-ho brings the microphone close to his mouth, clearing his throat to test the audio. Standing on the high platform, he announces, now, we will begin the final phase of Haeun-ida High School's guerrilla trench training. John stands with hands on hips, But pay attention here. Standing in the mud, the students listen to the briefing, complaining about being at a massive disadvantage. Raising his hand, Woong Ho says, "However, on the battlefield, you won't always have the luxury of choice." Clenching his hand into a fist, he looks down at the students. "I expect you to find the strength to overcome these challenges during this drill." Gripping the microphone tighter, Woong Ho adds, "Now, for the details of the training before a sudden voice cuts him off completely. Looks like I arrived just in time." The principal enters, leading the Class 6 teacher. Aeon approaches with a fake smile, offering praise. "Mr. Woong Ho, you're working hard, aren't you?" His expression turning incredibly sinister as he speaks. "Since trench warfare is the final part of training, as your battalion commander, I will be personally supervising the entire event." Smirking smugly, the principal directly states to Woong Ho, "From this moment on, as battalion commander, I am taking over supervision." Woong Ho bows respectfully. "You've arrived, sir?" Looking back at him, the principal replies, "Yes, Woong Ho, you've worked hard." Looking up, Woong Ho voices his confusion. "But commander, you said you would hand over the guerrilla training entirely to me, didn't you?" Waving his hand, the principal explains, "Indeed, but since the trench is the final part of the course, taking over now is the most appropriate move." Woong Ho asks nothing more, gesturing to the assistant beside him. "I understand. Very well." He hands over the stack of papers that Doohee just passed to him. "Here is the documentation regarding the trench battle plans and the set schedule." The principal snatches them up. "Oh Ho, you always do thorough work." Flipping through the pages, he continues to praise. "Excellent. Your concepts here are very creative. You and I both know this is bad news." The principal smirks, handing the plans over to make things simpler and far more effective. The principal's voice suddenly echoes over the speakers, commencing his speech. "Trainees, you have all done very well. Welcome to the final phase, the trench. I expect every single one of you to give your absolute best." Hearing this, Jin-sung looks up in shock. "Oh boy." Holding the microphone, the principal announces, "Now, let me explain the rules. The match will alternate between IDA and non-IDA modes, toggled by myself, your commander. Anyone who falls off the platform is disqualified immediately. Surrendering or getting knocked unconscious also counts as an instant loss. And that is all there is to it." Squinting his eyes, the principal speaks into the mic. The rules are set. Woong Ho quickly steps up to ask a question. "Commander, how do you plan to divide the trainees for this drill?" After staring at him for a moment, the principal grabs the mic again. "I forgot to mention the most crucial part." His eyes lock onto the crowd standing in front of him. "This trench battle will include every second-year student. All 300 of you will compete at the exact same time." As the principal's voice echoes, they hear, "You will be scored individually in a survival battle format." Hanin mutters in confusion. "Individual scores?" Dungji grimaces. "A survival battle?" The principal smiles, extending his hand. "The longer you survive, the higher your score will be. Eliminating anyone earns you points. Simple as that. The rules are designed to find the last person standing." Aeon steps closer to point out another issue. "Sir, what about the safety bracelets and the rules for those who break them?" Glancing over, the principal suddenly remembers. "Ah, right, almost forgot." Raising the blue bracelet on his wrist, he explains, "Everyone will receive a safety bracelet from the medical staff. It operates just like the one used during previous sessions. If anyone takes serious damage, the impact gets absorbed and the bracelet shatters. Trust me, things are about to get wild." Stick with me here, the principal just dropped a brand new rule that changes the entire survival game, but if you still have the will to fight even after your bracelet shatters, I will respect that and let you keep training. Aeon groans in shock. Meanwhile, Doohee grits his teeth in anger, thinking how the principal completely threw out the leader's plan just to add all these ridiculous rules. Down below, Jin-sung looks at the blue band on his wrist, telling himself, there is no other choice but to survive as long as possible and score points. He recalls yesterday's training. Even though he managed to control his EDA back then, doing it again right now in his current physical state is going to be incredibly difficult. Up on the balcony, the principal stretches his arms out wide, laughing at their shocked reactions. "You trainees were taught to stay calm and adapt to any sudden situation, right?" He smiles, checking his watch as the screen shows the current time is exactly 1:58 p.m. Perfect. The principal smirks, noting that at exactly 2 p.m., this chaotic war will finally begin. He repeats it with pure, manic excitement. Salmon facepalms and groans, complaining that the crazy old man is not even giving them a single second to get ready. Jin-sung speaks up, realizing what is coming, and slowly looks up toward the upper balcony, staring directly at his senior instructor, An Sung-ho. Meanwhile, the digital clock hanging right above Sung-ho and Du-yi ticks closer to the deadline, flashing 1:59 p.m. Watch closely now, the clock strikes exactly 2 p.m., and the announcer yells for the battle to begin. Dong-hoon points ahead, shouting to his squad to ignore Team 1 and completely target that unarmed guy, Jizan, first. Seeing a massive crowd charging straight toward him, Jizan grits his teeth in anger. What is this? These bastards. Dong-hoon and his crew chase him down, shouting for Jizan to stop running and face them. As Jizan flees, they keep hurling insults. Damn it! Dong-hoon and the other students trap Jizan right against a solid wall. Dong-hoon grins, drawing his deadly combat weapon. I will finish you before you even find a weapon to use. Jizan just sneers back with absolute contempt, calling them a bunch of cowards who can only fight in groups. His hand glows with energy as he grabs a massive steel bar built into the wall, mocking them. Are you guys completely blind? The other students instantly panic, screaming as they notice the massive steel bar glowing with intense EDA power. What? No way! Jizan easily deforms the steel bar with his raw energy and rips it right off the wall. You bastards think my EDA is a joke? Hanjin and Dong-hoon lose their minds, turning around to run while screaming to get out of there. Jizan chases them down, swinging the heavy metal bar with all his strength. Too late. This is the end for you. You worthless cowards. Meanwhile, Seyun stands tall with her hands on her hips, looking around. I know what you're thinking. Is she ready to throw down? Oh, absolutely. She bluntly asks if they're just going to stand there while others fight. Or do you plan to stall me until the EDA phase ends? Seyun begins channeling her inner energy, and a small glowing horn sprouts from her forehead. In that case, she leaps high into the air, challenging them to try their absolute best to hold her back. On the other side, Kang Ha turns to his leader, asking what they should do next, while Lee Jung stands right beside them, looking extremely anxious. With the principal favoring those with strong powers like this, Jin-sung just crosses his arms, staying completely silent as he processes everything. He analyzes the situation, knowing that if An Sung-ho were running things, he would have let them ease into the combat format first. They would separate E, D, A, and non-E, D, A battles, grading each trainee purely based on their skills. Min Shin remembers his original strategy. He wanted to score massive points as a zombie hunter during non-EDA combat and minimize his point losses during EDA fights. But with this chaotic setup, those with strong EDA advantages will sweep all the points before training even ends. Suddenly, a frantic voice calls out loudly, snapping him right out of his thoughts. Boss, look over there. Right across from them, another hostile squad is slowly marching toward their position. The enemy leader points his finger at them. Hey, Room 10. Sorry, but you guys need to get wiped out before we even reach the next round. Jin-sung steps forward, facing them directly as he asks if it really had to end up like this. Without wasting words, he draws his sharp dagger and signals his roommates to get ready. Everyone, get ready to fight. As the hostile students charge forward, he roars to eliminate Room 10 before the EDA countdown runs out. Jin-sung dodges an attack, shouting to his team to hold the line until the non-EDA round. Up on the balcony, the principal crosses his arms, grinning with sheer amusement at the beautiful chaos unfolding below. These kids are doing wonderfully. Unable to watch quietly, Sung-ho turns to him, arguing that these trainees have not even had a proper warm-up yet. Those who can use EDA have an unfair advantage. The Class 6 supervisor steps up, placing a hand on his shoulder to whisper a warning. You idiot. Even if you are the lead instructor, he is still the commander here. The principal laughs and waves his hand. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive into this. Sung-ho worked incredibly hard to prepare all of this. And isn't that exactly what a teacher should do? The Class 6 homeroom teacher instantly switches to a shameless, brown-nosing expression to please him. You are absolutely right, battalion commander. The principal flashes an incredibly sinister smile, slowly stroking his chin. Now then, maybe I should give these trainees a little more time to struggle. He steps forward, grabs the microphone, and announces the battalion commander's order 30 seconds left before switching to combat without Adea. The principal's announcement echoes directly to Jin-seong, repeating that they only have 30 seconds left before switching to raw hand-to-hand combat. Drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, he gasps out the warning to his roommates. Guys, we only have 30 seconds left. Over on her side, Seyun quickly scans the massive group blocking her path and estimates their numbers. About 30 people? She smirks, overflowing with pure confidence. Just so you know, you won't be allowed to leave here on your own terms. Chanting her spell, Seyun projects mirror clones on both sides and blitzes forward with blinding, lightning speed, unleashing her signature fairy swordsmanship technique. Several target students are completely blasted backward by her sweeping attack, crashing violently against a distant wall as they scream out in agonizing pain. Now look closely at John as he glares at the armed, aggressive crowd rushing him and snarls, "Damn it all, I am almost out of Adea time." Channeling every ounce of strength, John swings his massive iron bar while roaring at them. Drop dead, you absolute trash. The mob surrounding him gets flattened by the heavy iron bar, crashing down into the wet mud. Watching from the balcony, the principal glances at the Class 6 homeroom teacher and claps in delight. As expected, Kim's son is truly spectacular. Byunjan is also highly impressive. I want to see more of this combat. Sung-ho calls out to him once again. Battalion commander? The principal doesn't even let him finish, waving his hand to cut him off. Fine, fine, good grief. Sung-ho loses his patience. Right after, a loud command echoes across the field. All trainees, deactivate your IDEA immediately. Turn off IDEA? A male student asks in confusion. Is time already up? Another sighs. It's not worth fighting them without IDEA. Utterly exhausted, Jin-seong hunches over, muttering quietly to himself, we actually survived. Fatigue lines his face as sweat pours down. A single thought lingering in his mind, can my stamina last until the very end? The moment the announcement finishes, the opposing group halts their advance. They tell each other to hold their ground until combat mode restarts, absolutely confident they won't lose a raw, bare-handed brawl. If we're only brawling without IDEA, and it's just room against room, then they won't be able to capture us easily. But check this out, nobody even notices Haeunbin and Haiji slipping backward while secretly nodding to each other. Dong-hoon is still busy, assuring his allies that in an IDEA fight, they stood no chance. But before he can even finish his sentence, he spots Haeunbin and Haiji making their move, causing him to freeze in suspicion. Getting into position, Haiji yells, "Babe, do it now." Haeunbin immediately signals, "Now, room 2 and room 3, keep your promise." Instantly, the couple shoves the two standing in front of them right into the mud, eliminating them. Dong-hoon gasps, "What the hell are you doing?" Others charge at him from the opposite flank as an absolute brawl erupts. Students are throwing mud into their allies' faces, and one screams in total disbelief, "Hey, are you seriously turning on me?" Haiji snickers, "I need to thin out the competition first." Haeunbin doesn't hesitate to reveal that yesterday, while everyone else was resting in their rooms, they had already made a deal with the other rooms. Smirking, he adds, "I never expected the second year to end with such a massive brawl." Immediately after, Dong-hoon gets his head slammed into the mud by his teammate. "See ya." Amidst the chaos, Chang-ha hesitantly glances at Jin-seong. "Boss, this is the IDEA-free combat we were waiting for. What do we do now?" Lee Jung waits for orders, asking how they should move. Jin-seong looks at his roommates, realizing this exhausted zombie squad has reached their absolute limit. Once the next battle phase starts, they won't last long. He racked his brain, wondering what he could possibly do. What could he do to survive a bit longer? Seeing Jin-seong's silence, Se-min and Lee Jung glance back, and Lee Jung quickly makes a choice. He shouts out, "Boss, we know you're about to waste your remaining stamina to save us." Se-min chimes in, "But right now, there's only one thing our zombie squad can actually do." Jin-seong freezes, completely clueless about their intentions. "What?" Suddenly, the remaining three shout in unison, "Boss, go drag them down. Prove that damn ranking system wrong." Lee Jung signals the zombie squad to charge, terrifying a nearby student who stammers, "What's going on? What is wrong with these guys?" Sumin panics, thinking they must have lost their minds. Lee Jung charges forward, screaming, "We're done saving our energy." Chang-ha barks orders to his roommates, "Grab someone, just grab onto them and drag them out of the match." Sumin flees in terror, petrified by the look in their eyes. These guys have officially snapped. Her teammate runs right behind her. "Run. If they catch you, they'll drag you out of the game." Keeping your eyes forward is one thing, but looking back at this zombie horde? Pure nightmare fuel. And trust me, you and I are watching them go wild, dragging everyone down with them. You and I are about to watch Jin-sung get deeply moved, tears in his eyes, while John just watches them coldly. What are they doing? Filming a zombie movie? Suddenly, Seol appears with a bright smile, asking if he is saving his strength. Startled by her, John takes a step back, calling her a goblin and telling her to get lost. But then, splashing sounds echo around him. Before he knows it, he is completely surrounded. John snaps angrily, asking why she brought so many people, but Seol just teases him. "Are you jealous because I am so popular?" Honestly, without using Idea, how could he possibly fight off this many people at once? He grits his teeth in pure frustration, cursing and accusing her of dragging them here on purpose. Seol just reaches out to him. She says it is time to go, assuming he already qualified. But John immediately snaps back, asking who even said that. Before he can finish, one of the surrounding students speaks up, wondering if those two have actually formed an alliance. Hearing this, someone points out they cannot win if those two team up during the Idea battle. They must eliminate them at all costs. Just like that, the crowd swarms them and carries them out, while Seol does not even resist. She is completely drained, leaving only Jizan screaming in rage, telling the trash to get lost and put him down. "Put me down right now." Up in the observation deck, look at how shocked the teacher is as he calls the principal. The principal is busy texting, not even looking up as he asks if they are putting on another show. He thinks they are amazing in non-Idea combat, but the Class 6 teacher suddenly reveals they have been disqualified, leaving him shocked. The principal breaks down in disbelief while Woong Ho remains completely calm, as if he expected this. The principal just stares at him, stunned. What did you say? Woong Ho calmly explains. Both of them can easily defeat any opponent in an Adia battle, but dealing with overwhelming numbers in a non-Adia fight is extremely difficult. So, to stand a chance against Kim Seol and Byun Ji-sun, the others teamed up. Crossing his arms, he concludes that in a non-Adia battle, those two would obviously become the primary targets for elimination. It is a simple fact that the principal completely failed to see. Desperate to save face, he tries to compose himself and nods along, praising Woong Ho for his sharp insight. I thought so too. Seol and John will have to reflect and improve. Woong Ho just smiles, hoping they actually do. The principal secretly worries since the announcer is not even here yet, but at least there are still strong Adia users left in Class 1. But suddenly, the teacher gasps in shock, making the principal jump and demand to know what happened. Looking down at the chaotic scene below, he grabs the teacher by the collar and yells, demanding to know what is going on. Woong Ho ignores his tantrum, analyzing the field. You and I can see Kim Seol had plenty of strength to fight back, yet she did absolutely nothing. He smiles, wondering if it was all for Park Jin-sung. Meanwhile, the principal is absolutely furious with how things turned out. Glaring at his phone, he curses under his breath. He expected a grand finale, with only the top aces left, which is why he told the announcer to arrive late. Unable to contain his anger, he grabs the microphone and screams. Staring down at the messy brawl, he finally broadcasts an official announcement. Attention all students. In 30 seconds, we are switching to active combat mode. I repeat, combat mode will activate in 30 seconds. Surrounded by hostile students, Jin-sung can only give a helpless laugh. He thought he was helping them, but they actually saved him instead. Hearing this, everyone stops fighting to conserve energy, though one student decides to mock him. Hey, F-rank, even if you are in Woong Ho's club, we are still going to crush you in this match. Jin-sung could not care less. He whispers to himself, worried that his idea might go completely out of control due to his sheer exhaustion. Maybe he should not even try to hold back his power in a desperate situation like this. The loudmouth classmate sneers, unable to hear him. What? Talking to yourself now? Eunbin suddenly shouts a warning to the crowd, telling them to back away from Park Jin-sung immediately. The bully ignores him. But Haiji notices his pale face and asks what is wrong with him. Shaking with fear, Eunbin frantically warns them that Park Jin-sung is extremely dangerous. He recalls yesterday's clash with those small fries, realizing that was his real, terrifying power. They must stop him now. He wanted him to drain his energy protecting those zombies so he would get disqualified early. But where did all the zombies go? Before he can even think, the speakers blare with the announcement that the Adea mode is now officially active. The arrogant jerk turns to Jin-sung and laughs, mocking the F-rank and telling him to watch out for external powers like zombies. But before he can even finish his trash talk, a brutal punch slams directly into his big, arrogant mouth. Caught completely off guard by Jin-sung's sudden strike, he crashes painfully into the mud. His teammates gasp in pure shock. And trust me, you and I are just as stunned by that insane, single-punch knockout. Let us jump right into this crazy fight where a clueless bully gets blindsided. Before he even notices Park Jin-sung is right beside him, boom! One brutal punch knocks him cold, sending him face-planting into the mud with his squad. The others feel a cold shiver run down their spines. What is that? A sudden cracking sound echoes, and they immediately raise their weapons to charge at Jin-sung. Damn it, capture him now. The stakes are high, as an iron pipe swings directly toward Jin-sung's head, but like a shadow, he glides through the thick mud, moving as smoothly as a professional ice skater. He slips right past the armed attackers. By the time he stops and turns to face them, they finally realize he just ran by, leaving them wondering if he even tried to counterattack. His classmates are stunned, wondering if he is trying to escape. They shout not to let him run and demand to capture him. However, none of them notice that their weapons have already been shattered to pieces, until they hear the wet splashes of broken metal dropping into the mud. That is when they realize their gear is useless, while Jin-sung begins to radiate a terrifying, suffocating aura. He glares at them with a dark, sinister expression, his eyes looking like a bloodthirsty predator. Get the hell out of here. Without wasting another second, the entire group retreats instantly, shouting surrender to the instructor. Meanwhile, Heiji clings to her boyfriend in absolute terror. Babe, what on earth just happened over there? Hunbin is also frozen in fear, staring at that terrifying kid. Watch closely here, because as he looks at Jin-sung holding that dagger, he shivers, warning that Park Jin-sung is seriously dangerous. Jin-sung just glares back, like a hunter sizing up his prey. A classmate taps Hunbin's shoulder to remind him that they agreed he and his girlfriend would handle all the high-ranking opponents during this match, right? In exchange, they promised to leave them alone. Furious, Hunbin angrily brushes the hand off. What? Rank 300 is considered high tier? The classmate snaps back, asking if he forgot that this guy ranked first in all guerrilla training exercises. Heiji tries to convince her boyfriend, asking why he is acting like this. In a real match, they are way stronger than some rank 300 loser. But Hunbin refuses, brushing his girlfriend's hand off. You have no idea what that guy did last night, he snaps, repeating that he is highly dangerous. As the couple hesitates to make a move, a dark, chilling voice suddenly speaks up, making them both shudder in fear. Hey, you two, Jin-sung snaps impatiently. Stop whispering and just bring it. With that, he slowly walks forward. Panicking, Hunbin decides to step up as the man to protect his girlfriend. He curses under his breath and summons his weapon, the cunning whip. An idea ranked B- with B- overall combat ability. The whip's power increases depending on your preparation for the match. Confronting a long-range weapon, Jin-sung suddenly talks to himself. Raising his right hand holding the dagger, he warns, you cannot kill them, okay? Hunbin swings his whip, feeling a surge of pure panic inside. What is wrong with this guy? Talking to his own hand? He lashes his whip at Jin-sung, but the boy effortlessly swats it away. I know what you are thinking, and yes, the pressure is real. Hunbin swings his whip furiously, but Jin-sung blocks every strike with his dagger. Sweating profusely, Hunbin finds this impossible to believe. Jin-sung just gives him a creepy, unsettling smile. Is this all you have got? As his smile turns terrifyingly inhuman, he suddenly covers his mouth with his left hand, screaming internally. No, but his right hand continues parrying the whip flawlessly. Control it, Jin-sung tells himself. Control it. Watching closely, Hyeji frowns, realizing how bizarre his behavior is. Moreover, how is he blocking every single attack from her boyfriend? Noticing his teammates just standing around without helping, Hunbin screams in frustration, asking if they are just going to watch. Get over here and help. But they back away, retorting that if they get hit by his whip, they will get disqualified. Up in the viewing area, the principal is stunned. He cannot recall the kid's name, wondering if he is a second year ranked 5th. Duye is also watching, completely shocked by what she is seeing. This is impossible. He is on a completely different level compared to yesterday when he was hit by that giant rock. How is he blocking those whip strikes so flawlessly? She glances at Sung-ho, who is wearing a subtle smile. The squad leader does not seem surprised by this at all. Meanwhile, down on the field, Jin-sung is getting tired of simply standing still and parrying whip attacks. He asks Hunbin if he plans to just stand there throwing whip strikes forever, before dodging and instantly closing the gap between them. If so, I am coming to you. Seeing her boyfriend in danger, Hyeji jumps in front, vowing to protect her lover. Shield of Love. An idea ranked B+ with B- overall combat ability. When protecting someone precious, your power scales up. Seeing his girlfriend taking the hit, Hunbin screams at her to stop. Hyeji remains completely unfazed, shouting that she will show him the ultimate strength of her love. Sadly, she has no idea. How could she possibly comprehend Jin-sung's insane power? He swings his dagger hard, slashing right into her heart-shaped shield. With a single strike, the shield lets out a loud cracking noise before completely shattering to pieces, leaving Hyeji totally stunned. Instantly, Jin-sung grabs her face and ruthlessly flings her back into Hunbin's arms. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this battlefield drama unfolds next. Alright, stick with me, because we are about to watch the ultimate power of love get absolutely shattered by a single dagger. Right then, the blue safety bracelet on her wrist shatters into pieces. Hunbin turns pale as death, and she is completely devastated. Even with boosted defense, that impact-absorbing shield bracelet still shattered completely. Hunbin immediately rips off his own safety ring to stop the fight. We surrender. He raises his wristband to signal defeat to Jinung, declaring they are leaving the battlefield right now. We lost. She lies collapsed in her boyfriend's arms, muttering in disbelief that their power of love could be so incredibly weak. With their surrender official, Hunbin quickly carries his devastated girlfriend off the field, leaving the remaining crowd staring in absolute horror. Let's move, babe. Luckily, Jinung doesn't go completely wild, chasing them down like he did back at the bank. Holding his right wrist, he wonders if the weapon is easier to control today because its name changed. Meanwhile, the twin brothers start swearing. Damn it, those useless lovebirds. They could not do a single useful thing. Not that I expected anything from them anyway. Looking at the remaining crowd in the muddy field, Jinung decides not to waste any more time. Pay attention here, because even the principal up on the observation deck is losing his mind, screaming like an absolute madman. Are you useless failures really telling me you cannot take down a single F-rank student? Sensing his fury, the twin brothers brandish their clubs and charge. Jinung calmly observes their movement, wondering if it is a cloning ability, but his sharp eyes notice a difference. No, they are actually twins. The older brother roars as he closes in. Grow bigger! The club in his hand suddenly expands into a massive log. It is a C+ rank ability. With this C+ rank power, he can expand the club to the absolute physical limits of his body. He slams the giant wooden club down toward Jin-sung like a game of whack-a-mole, but the kid quickly dodges. The massive weapon strikes the mud, splashing dirty water right into Jin-sung's eye. He wipes his face, annoyed that mud got in his eye. The younger twin smirks, seizing the perfect opening to strike. His own weapon begins to elongate, aiming directly at Jin-sung's blind spot from behind. This is the C+ rank growing club technique, maximizing the weapon's length to match the user's ultimate threshold. Now, you and I both know it is not that simple, as Jin-sung calmly speaks up. Without even looking, he reaches back with his dagger and blocks the strike. The younger twin freezes in pure shock. How on earth did he block that without even looking? Jin-sung switches his dagger to his left hand and grabs the growing club. Testing its strength, he gives the weapon a massive yank. The younger brother is instantly yanked forward by the sheer force. Meanwhile, the older brother is still struggling to pull his giant club out of the deep mud. Jin-sung glances over at him. Since you guys got to play with clubs, it is only fair I use one too. Before the older twin can react, a long shadow flashes. Jin-sung swings the younger brother's weapon, shattering the older brother's club in one strike. The broken half flies high into the air. The surrounding crowd just stands there staring instead of running. Wait, what is that? But by the time they notice the danger, it is too late. That massive log of a club crashes down, sending mud flying and instantly eliminating anyone in its path. Jin-sung is not done having fun yet. He playfully asks to borrow the weapon just a little longer. Even though the younger brother is dragged a distance, he desperately refuses to let go, screaming that he will never agree. Jin-sung ignores him with a mysterious smile. Fine. Keep holding on then. He easily swings the giant club with the kid clinging to it like a monkey. Jin-sung spins the massive club around like a propeller. Anyone standing within range gets instantly swept off their feet into the dirt. The older brother runs for his life, screaming at his twin to shrink the weapon. Instead, his brother is launched right at him, sending both twins crashing into the mud. Jin-sung looks at his empty hands, feeling a bit disappointed. Damn, it would have been so much fun to swing that around more. Summoning his dagger back into his hand, he looks at the massive crowd remaining. Time for me to actually get ready, right? Jin-sung spins the blade into a defensive stance. After all, who knows when the principal will strike? Slowly, the crowd begins to close in on him. A baseball bat-wielding student watches Jin-sung warily. What is that rank 300 loser planning to do next? A spear user suggests surrounding him using their superior numbers. Up on the observation deck, Mr. Shin frowns, never expecting Jin-sung to make it this far. He recalls how he used to treat his student. He always knew the boy worked incredibly hard, but he chose to ignore those efforts for a long time. Since Jin-sung was only classified as an F rank, Mr. Shin brushed him off as just another weak student who would soon transfer away. Even now, Mr. Shin cannot comprehend how an F rank student could possess such overwhelming strength. Whether this incredible power comes from relentless hard work or some latent genius, the teacher completely missed his chance to guide him to greater heights. He remembers when Jin-sung once approached him, earnestly asking if he believed in a deep and genuine connection between human souls. Back then, Mr. Shin just mocked him, but trust me, looking at him now, the teacher is filled with deep regret. Alright, you and I are about to see a teacher who completely failed his student. Instead of helping him grow, this guy just clung to his own biases. Seeing Teacher Shin laugh, Jin-sung could only laugh along, pretending he was just joking around the whole time. Back then, the teacher brushed him off as a jokester. He did not even bother to offer any real advice or guidance. This memory fills Teacher Shin with intense shame. He covers his face, completely breaks down, and suddenly starts sobbing out loud. He screams apologies to Jin-sung, completely startling the principal. Like, what is this guy doing? But Teacher Shin just keeps bawling. He yells for Jin-sung to show them all his true power, making the principal absolutely furious. Yet, the teacher keeps cheering wildly. Fed up with the noise, the principal waves his hand, ordering the Platoon 6 commander to drag this emotional teacher out. The commander nods and pulls Teacher Shin away, complaining about the scene he is making in front of everyone. Even as he is dragged away, he refuses to shut up, desperately screaming for Jin-sung to show them what he is made of. He wants Jin-sung to prove exactly how far hard work can take a person. Meanwhile, the principal is literally shaking with pure rage, silently gnashing his teeth. Damn it, how did everything turn into such a complete mess? Star students like Kim Soon got knocked out instantly. Yet down in the muddy pit, Jin-sung is still absolutely dominating the battlefield. The principal watches in disbelief. An F-rank loser who everyone hated is stealing the spotlight. He cannot let this happen. Now watch closely, because he needs to get rid of Jin-sung before the reporters show up to write about this. He notices that the melee combat students using their gear are struggling to coordinate because their weapon ranges keep clashing with each other. Believing this will crush Jin-sung's insane stamina, the principal grabs the microphone and prepares to disable their gear. He assumes that fighting a crowd without tools will instantly drain the kid's energy, so he barks an order into the mic. Everyone disable your gear. This sudden rule change makes Sung-hoi look over in shock. while the pit speakers echo the announcement. Jin-sung sighs. Seriously, principal? Not even a 30-second heads up this time? Honestly, he expected this cheap trick anyway. His eyes suddenly lock onto a huge crack in the wall. That back wall looks incredibly thin, probably built in a rush to save money. So Jin-sung raises his blade and jams it right into the existing cracks. A flimsy wall like this is way easier to break than those solid training boulders, and the shockwave immediately splits it wide open. Loud cracks echo through the pit as bright light filters in, spiderweb fractures spreading rapidly across the surface. Jin-sung takes a quick step back, and a second later, boom! The wall completely shatters, letting blinding sunlight flood into the dark mud pit. The other students cover their eyes to shield themselves from the blinding glare, yelling, "Are you crazy? Did you break this just to run away?" Jin-sung firmly grabs a nearby pillar, a devious smirk spreading across his face. Run? I never had any intention of running. Suddenly, the entire pit of mud starts rushing out of the massive hole. Jin-sung grins, telling them they are the ones who should run. Out of nowhere, a massive suction force pulls the panicked group straight toward the opening. The poor guys standing close to the breach get flushed right out with the mud, while the rest desperately struggle to crawl backward, yelling in panic. Du-yi stares at the gaping hole and gulps nervously, realizing that wall was brand new. Within seconds, the entire pit is drained, leaving dozens of students struggling in the muck outside. The speakers blare that 104 students are eliminated. And guess what our mastermind Jin-sung is doing? He's just calmly taking off his heavy boots, looking incredibly smug. He approaches the survivors, noting there are still plenty left to deal with, causing instant panic among the remaining students. They try to regroup to take him down, but they simply cannot move as fast as Jin-sung can. As they complain about their heavy legs, Jin-sung rushes in. He laughs, knowing their wet boots are weighing them down. The principal's face turns completely red with anger. How is this happening? Can a whole crowd really not defeat one single kid? Dong-ho continues to observe the chaos silently. He analyzes that this exercise was originally designed to test teamwork and teach the cadets how to adapt to sudden changes. But because of the individual scoring system, everyone naturally prioritizes their own safety first, completely destroying their ability to make quick, logical decisions. Despite having strength in numbers, they fail to use it, prompting him to look at the principal in disappointment. The principal's erratic decisions to constantly enable and disable their gear are only throwing the poor students into deeper state of confusion. Worst of all, Hunbin, the 5th-ranked trainee who was supposed to lead them, is already out and busy comforting his girlfriend. Heiji whines about being cold, while he holds her hand and suggests they just relax together since they are disqualified. Dong-ho is utterly speechless. The school blindly focused on taking down Jin-sung, but now, the drained pit is pure chaos as he fights everyone alone. And trust me, you and I are about to see if he can survive this chaotic, individual evaluation and come out on top. Alright, you and I can already see targeting Park. Jin-sung was a massive mistake. Their deep prejudice against Jin-sung, the guy they mocked for having an F-rank Adea, completely blinded them to the truth. They couldn't grasp the insane gap between his useless past self and the absolute monster standing before them now. Even though this training session should have ended in total chaos, Sung-ho watched with a satisfied smirk. Thanks to Jin-sung, these second years just learned a brutal, unforgettable lesson. Down below, the survivors trembled as Jin-sung stood over dozens of defeated students. The principal stared down at him. Someone attack. Why don't you go first? But suddenly, a wave of exhaustion and dizziness hit Jin-sung, making him stumble. The crowd immediately seized the chance, screaming to swarm him. Suddenly, 4 or 5 students piled on, pinning Jin-sung down. He desperately struggled to stay upright, his body trembling violently. Seeing this, the crowd cheered, shouting that the bastard was finally reaching his limit. "Pin him down!" another student roared, claiming it was finally over for the F-rank scrub. Yet, despite piling on him, Jin-sung refused to submit or pass out. Panic quickly spread through the mob. What is going on? 5 of us are holding him down. So how is he still resisting without even using his Adea? Desperate, they screamed for backup to rush over and help. Linking arms, they piled their weight on top of Jin-sung, crushing him under a mountain of pressure. The principal grinned with delight, thrilled to see the tables turn. But right then, his phone suddenly started ringing. Now, pay attention here, because the caller is the editor-in-chief of the Adea Times, who is on his way. Jin-sung is still holding out, but at this rate, he'll be disqualified before the news crew even arrives. Scheming quickly, he pressed answer. The principal immediately put on a fake, flattering smile. "Hello, yes, this is the principal of Heian High School. You're almost here?" He began calculating his next move. It would look much more impressive on camera if he let the students use their Adea. No sooner said than done. Hanging up, the principal grabbed the microphone and announced with a malicious grin, "Attention students. By order of the commander, you are now authorized to release your Adea." He smirked, saying, "I look forward to seeing some incredible effort from the remaining students. My best wishes." Little did this foolish principal know, his announcement just handed Jin-sung the ultimate trump card. A sudden blast of raw energy erupted, shocking the crowd, pinning him. The principal's face paled as his smirk vanished. This is impossible. The desperate students kept calling for allies. Over here, we need more weight. He's completely pinned. He can't move a muscle. More people rushed over, accidentally dogpiling the guy who just called for help, making him scream. Wait, are you trying to pin me too? If I go down, I'm disqualified. But the newcomers didn't care. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. The guy cursed them out, but underneath the pile, Jin-sung felt a sudden shift in their physical strength now that Edia was active. You and I can see they aren't pushing as hard anymore. Despite being crushed under them, he slowly starts to rise. If they had coordinated half as well as those bank terrorists, he actually might have been eliminated. Sensing this, someone pushed down harder, pinning Jin-sung back to the turf. He's getting up again. Push him down, fast. Jin-sung coughed softly. Just as he thought, his right arm alone wasn't enough. To break free, he had to draw on way more power. He fully unleashed his Adea. With a deafening roar, Jin-sung exploded upward, sending the entire dog pile flying. A massive, crushing wave of aura erupted from his body, feeling even more intense than before, griping his dagger tightly in his right hand. Jin-sung let out a cold, mocking smirk. You guys are nothing but trash. Up on the observation deck, the principal completely lost his cool. Is that kid a monster? Suddenly, the door behind him swung open. Hearing the loud noise, the principal spun around, his expression turning sour. It was the editor-in-chief of the Adea Times, offering a polite greeting to the principal of Heian High. Two cameramen followed closely behind him. Ah, you're finally here, editor. The principal welcomed him warmly, shaking his hand. I truly appreciate you allowing us to cover this very crucial off-campus training session, principal. The principal chuckled nervously, saying, No, I should be the one thanking you for featuring Heian High. The editor smiled warmly. Given the immense effort of your students, I'll make sure to capture this entire exercise beautifully. The editor politely expressed his gratitude once more for the exclusive invite, while the principal kept up his fake laugh. You must be exhausted after such a long trip, editor. Let us go have some tea first. But the editor suddenly rushed to the railing, asking excitedly if anyone had been disqualified yet. I was hoping to film this spectacular battle from start to finish, but it would be a shame if the students got distracted by our cameras. The editor praised him, calling the principal incredibly thoughtful. The principal could only offer a clumsy, flustered reply. Yes, of course. The editor then enthusiastically ordered his crew to set up the cameras to capture the rest of the action. But as the editor locks eyes with Sung-ho, he freezes in total shock. Stick around, because this changes everything. Alright, let's jump right in as the editor-in-chief rushes over. Hey, Instructor Ho Ji-woong, are you still managing this training? Do you remember who I am? I interviewed you last time, remember? The editor quickly takes advantage of the moment and fires off another question. Instructor Ho, based on your observations, are there any standout students we should watch? He calmly replies. The second-year students of Heen High School are actually all performing exceptionally well right now, but if he had to choose a talented student to focus the cameras on, the panicked principal suddenly cuts in. Chief Editor, it is a real shame, but all of our absolute best students have already been eliminated. The editor gasps in surprise. Oh, really? Why is that? Behind his smile, the principal is desperately plotting to buy enough time until that worthless F-rank brat gets knocked out. Lowering his voice to sound concerned, he sighs. It seems they were overly confident in staging such a massive close-quarters battle. As their teacher, I can only hope they use this setback to reflect on their own shortcomings. The principal continues babbling, hoping this experience makes them much more diligent in the future. Now pay attention to this hilarious reaction. The editor actually claps in admiration, praising the legendary principal of Heen High. I truly bow to your noble dedication to this profession, sir. But suddenly, the cameraman shouts out in absolute, pure excitement. Chief, you have to see this. There is an incredibly skilled student over here. This footage is going to be golden. The chief editor instantly bolts toward the cameraman. Principal, please excuse me for just a moment. Down on the arena floor, Jin-sung calmly blocks incoming whistling arrows with his bare hands. The editor stands frozen in shock. Wait, who on earth is that kid? Without even turning around, he casually raises a hand, instantly swatting away the arrows flying at him from behind. The archer screams in absolute fury. Anyone with a melee Idea weapon, get in there and take him down. His teammate snaps back in annoyance. Are you out of your mind? We would get blasted by your own arrows and eliminated before we could even touch him. The editor's eyes light up. Principal, what is that kid's name? A talent like that easily deserves a B+ grade. Actually no, he is practically an A rank. The sweating principal stammers, desperately trying to save face. He is a B+, right? Mr. Shin calmly cuts in. He is actually F rank. The editor drops his jaw. F rank? You are joking with me, right? Why would I ever joke about that? Mr. Shin retorts bluntly. Park Jin-sung reached this exact position through nothing but his own sheer hard work. The terrified principal quickly tries to shut him up. What are you saying in front of the editor-in-chief? What are the other instructors just standing there looking at? Before being forced out, Mr. Shin desperately pleads, Ji-woong, please keep an eye on Park Jin-sung. The Class 6 teacher barks, Platoon Leader 10, that is enough. With that, Mr. Shin is quickly dragged away from the scene. The excited chief editor eagerly asks, Principal, tell me more about this amazing F-rank kid. The principal goes completely pale, cursing violently inside his mind. Damn it. This is a total disaster. Meanwhile, back in the arena, let's be real, his body is at its absolute limit. Sweat pours down as Jin-sung feels like his bones are about to shatter. His mind is also pushed to the brink. Gripping his small dagger, he forces his exhausted body to parry incoming attacks, wondering how this is even possible. Even though I'm spreading this terrifying aura of bloodlust to every single corner of the battlefield, he realizes that his mysterious Idea is controlling this overwhelming murderous intent with absolute, effortless ease. Suddenly, Jin-sung's dark aura completely swallows his opponents. One guy panics, screaming, "What the hell is this?" Beside him, another stammers, "Do you feel that terrifying pressure too?" He trembles. He is an absolute monster. Jin-sung smirks coldly at them. "Where do you think you are running?" Suddenly, his gaze shifts backward. Thick waves of pure bloodlust begin swirling violently around the dagger in his grip. He stares in shock. Is this? Then, a sinister, crimson magic flares to life, completely transforming the blade in a fraction of a second. It has evolved into a D-rank blood-sucking dagger, granting top-tier melee combat abilities. It drains the target's blood and grants complete control over their physical movements. Jin-sung lets out a thrilled, manic laugh. The system confirms that as long as his body meets the bare minimum threshold to function, he can fight forever. His triumphant laughter echoes through the stadium. Not only can he control his idea, but he can unleash its true, full potential. He actually did it. All that pain paid off, and he wants to share this euphoric triumph with the entire world. Are you guys actually watching this right now? He silently asks. Senior, can you see what I can finally do? Did you see that? She playfully teases back. Just go smash them already, Mr. Showoff. Jin-sung grins, looking right at her, and replies, On it. Without a single second of hesitation, Jin-sung immediately plunges back into the ongoing slaughter. He blurs past his opponents like lightning. Exuding absolute confidence, crimson magic trails his every footstep as the protective bracelets on his enemy's wrists suddenly begin to crack and shatter. The broken pieces instantly fall to the ground with a cold, metallic clatter. And that's where we leave it as the shocked crowd screams, "How is he getting hurt with that barrier active?" Let's dive right into this brutal arena, where one fighter desperately shouts, "I give up, I surrender," as his screams echo everywhere. It hurts so much. Assistant coach, please save me. I surrender. He keeps his eyes locked onto his weapon, wishing even a simple chair could help him right now. The principal is shocked, and Sung-ho is absolutely terrified. This is a total nightmare, and the desperate screams just won't stop. Help me! The chief editor cannot believe his own eyes. One student is literally fighting 60 opponents all by himself. Suddenly, Dong-ho corrects him. If they count the students defeated before the editor arrived, this trainee has knocked out a total of 150 students. He pulls up the replay in pure shock. What? Seriously? He looks back at the arena, completely stunned by the final outcome. Watching the brutal battle still rage, Dong-ho drops the final, devastating estimate. It is actually over 200 students. Now, pay attention to this shift. We cut to a high-rise under a pitch-black sky, where everything falls dead silent. Lee Shin slowly pushes the door open and steps inside with caution. Kim Il-jung is already there, waiting for him in the shadows. The man smirks and greets him. Long time no see, old man. Lee Shin stares at the imposing figure of Kim Il-jung. Lee Shin pulls up a chair and sits down, instantly throwing out a threat. Speak quickly, or I might just kill you right here. Showing no fear, the man shrugs. Why so hostile? You are bringing back old memories, and honestly, you were the one who provoked me first. Il-jung continues. Why say I provoked you? It is clear you never gave a single damn about what happens to me anyway. Lee Shin slams his hand on the table in fury. Stop playing dumb. You plotted to escape through the West Coast, did you not? Il-jung just sneers. Who would be stupid enough to try and trick you like that? I only needed a solid excuse to call you here. It has been way too long, old man. His mind drifts back to the West Coast, back when their forces were completely annihilated. Lee Shin grabs him by the collar. In the memory, a soldier reports, Comrade Lee Shin, the Supreme Leader has summoned you immediately. He adds, he wants you at Panmunjom by dawn. Back in the present, Lee Shin scowls, his voice practically dripping with rage. What is your point after letting all your subordinates drown? Il-jung replies, on my first trip to South Korea, I met some very interesting people. Intrigued, Li Xin asks, "Are you talking about those students from Hyundai High School?" Waving his hand, Il-jung chuckles. "I heard some old bastard was training kids, so I went to check, but I got beaten half to death instead." Li Xin freezes, scowling in pure disbelief. "What are you saying?" Il-jung snaps back. "Why is it so hard for you to understand? Do I literally have to tell you I fled from those kids?" Li Xin's eyes widen as he mutters in shock. "What?" He is deeply lost in thought. He knew Il-jung ambushed the bank and withdrew, but was he actually cornered to the point where he had no choice but to run? This can't be some elaborate scheme or political play, right? Li Xin clenches his fists, his mind racing with endless questions. Who could have done it? Who is it? Il-jung laughs, slamming the table. "Let's pause here. You and I can see Li Xin's face turn completely dark. What exactly do you think I don't know?" Li Xin demands. Il-jung sneers. "You are a terrible liar. I thought that kid was your secret weapon. But it looks like even you were left completely in the dark." Li Xin stands up in a rage, demanding a proper answer. Kim Il-jung stares straight ahead. "If you really are clueless, then it looks like I will just have to make the first move." Il-jung licks his lips with a sadistic grin. "I only called you to catch up, but I ended up learning some very interesting secrets." On day 5 of their intense night training, Jin-sung slowly wakes up in a daze, wondering where on earth he is. Relieved to see him awake, Se-yoon sighs. "You are finally awake? Next time, do me a favor and tell me how long you plan to sleep." Staring at Se-yoon's warm, relieved smile, Jin-sung is left completely in a daze. Jin-sung weakly reaches up to gently touch her face, terrified that everything in front of him is nothing but a dream. This sudden, intimate gesture instantly makes Se-yoon blush with embarrassment. "Hey, hands off!" But Jin-sung suddenly pinches her cheek with a satisfied grin, muttering about how incredibly soft her face is. Se-yoon's expression instantly darkens. She delivers a sharp punch directly to his forehead, sending Jin-sung sitting up in absolute pain. That actually hurt. Crossing her arms, her face is red with embarrassment, but she snaps back that it finally got him awake. Rubbing his head, he looks around. "Wait, wasn't I just fighting in the trenches?" Noticing his confusion, Se-yoon asks if he really remembers nothing. "After wiping them all out, you literally bragged to me, saying, 'Se-yoon, did you see that?' while jumping around like a kid." Jin-sung grimaces and quickly cuts her off, saying he remembers that part. Annoyed, she turns away before playfully pinching his cheek right back. "You literally passed out cold the moment the fight ended." Hearing this, Jin-sung looks up in total shock. "I fainted?" she teases. "If you are this fragile, how are you ever going to marry me?" She keeps pinching his cheek, much to his annoyance. "I just woke up and you are already teasing me? And for the record, I have no intention of getting married." Se-yoon bursts out laughing at his stubborn refusal, teasing him to stop being difficult and just live happily ever after with her. He pushes her hand away, protesting that saying yes will only get him teased more. And that's where we leave them, with Se-yoon smiling warmly. "Let's dive into this. So, are you finally awake?" Jin-sung covers his face, too embarrassed to look her in the eye. Even when he is wide awake, he is honestly so good looking. If only he would stop teasing me all the time. Seeing him like this, she stops joking around and seriously pulls out a card. "Now that you are awake, here is your rank badge." Jin-sung takes the card, his eyes instantly lighting up with pure joy. This rank badge. Does this mean I'm finally not a trainee anymore? Watching him celebrate, Se-yoon lets out a soft, warm chuckle. "Your homeroom teacher will hand over your official certificate later." He looks up, completely caught off guard. "Wait, an actual certificate?" Se-yoon laughs, resting her hand on Jin-sung's shoulder. "Congratulations on taking first place in guerrilla training." Feeling slightly awkward, he mutters a quick, "Thanks." Surprised by his dry reaction, she asks, "What is with the attitude? Why so cold?" Jin-sung squeezes his eyes shut, struggling to find the words. "Because when I think about it, how am I just a private?" Hearing his complaint, Se-yoon gently reassures him. "Ah, so you are just shocked you got promoted by 2 whole ranks. That's because your hard work during the training was finally recognized." But he looks highly skeptical, immediately pushing back against her logic. "No, I made a bet with the teacher from class 6. Caught off guard, she asks. "A bet? What kind of bet?" Jin-sung explains. "He promised that if the zombie hacker squad and I scored high enough, he'd promote every single one of us to non-commissioned officers." This completely stuns her into silence. "So you pushed yourself to the absolute limit just for some silly bet?" Realizing he spoke too much, Jin-sung instantly tries to backtrack. "Well, yes, but before he can finish, he gets punched right in the face by Se-yoon. Now pay attention here, because this is where she snaps." She mutters darkly. "Luckily, he promoted everyone except you, so don't worry. Also, the school nurse is incredibly busy because of you, so go show some gratitude." Her words leave Jin-sung slightly dazed, but then reality hits him like a truck. "Shoot, I completely forgot about the nurse." Smiling, she suggests they walk over together to show their gratitude. He falls completely silent, flatly refusing. No, I am going by myself. Forcing a tight smile, she firmly insists, no, I explicitly said we are going together. Frowning with a hint of annoyance, he shakes his head. Seyun, you did nothing wrong. I just need to handle this myself. The second those words leave his mouth, she reaches out and aggressively pinches his cheek. Startled, Jin-sung winces. Ow, what are you doing? She demands crossly. Do you seriously hate being around me that much? He quickly tries to explain himself. No, it is not that. But why must we go together? His dense question only makes Seyun even angrier. You absolute idiot. Meanwhile, inside the office, and you and I both know something is off. The homeroom teacher nervously sets down a teacup. I am incredibly sorry, but our battalion commander has stepped out. Taeshik frowns, slowly reaching for the teacup on the table. It seems like your leadership structure is still completely unorganized and unstable. The homeroom teacher looks up, visibly startled by Taeshik's mocking comment. Yes, indeed. Feigning ignorance to the teacher's obvious embarrassment, he continues to press on. A commander from a completely different battalion contacted your office beforehand, yet the only person answering was a mere lieutenant. The homeroom teacher forces a tight smile. My apologies, it just happens to be my shift today. Hearing that excuse, Taeshik bursts into a mocking laugh. After all, when a regular school suddenly tries to run a highly classified military facility, how could you ever match up to an elite, professional military system like our Unit 988? I suppose I just expected way too much. Mocked so openly, the homeroom teacher is furious, but he tightly presses his lips together, silently holding back his anger. The Special Training Brigade of Unit 988 was established by the South Korean military to raise tightly controlled soldiers, serving as a powerful alternative to advanced training at specialized military facilities. They scout elite students specialized in high-intensity EDA combat from every single corner of the country. Standing at their absolute foundation is a selective circle of elite-tier academic educators. Backed by extensive military expertise, the students endure a brutal training system, guided by an incredibly strict tactical curriculum. It is an alternative path of higher education, standing as South Korea's strongest military bedrock for combating the ES. Taeshik quietly places his teacup back down. Staring directly at him, he asks, So, when is the principal of Heian High School getting here? Hearing that arrogant tone makes the homeroom teacher boil with frustration. Does he seriously intend to summon the principal just to humiliate him? Despite his anger, he forces himself to speak with utmost respect. The principal will be arriving here very shortly. Taeshik smirks, clearly eager to keep provoking the teacher, whose expression has completely darkened by now. The homeroom teacher retorts, I do not wish to sound presumptuous, but do you not find it incredibly rude to behave like this when visiting from another unit? He raises an eyebrow and nods mockingly. Another unit? Yes, another unit. Apologies if I am blunt, but I am actually an enemy who came here to declare war. Perhaps I was a bit too blunt. The teacher gasps in shock. Declare war? The man sneers, eyes turning dark. Come on, I know you understand. Is your information network so pathetic that this is the first time you are hearing about this? A sudden realization flashes through the teacher's mind, leaving him completely shaken. So, my worst fears are actually true. Staring at the teacher's pale face, he smirks with absolute satisfaction. Let me ask you. Heian High has students named An Woong-ho and Kim Se-yoon, right? You have such famous students, yet you are completely clueless. I guess you haven't heard the latest reports regarding their real power. Those with top grades in the guerrilla training. He slides a folder over. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright. You and I are about to dive into one of the wildest Manhwa secrets. Teacher Shin stared in shock at Jin-ung's profile. An F-rank assassin? But does an F-rank even make sense? How could a low-level survivor stay alive at a high school specializing in EDA combat? I mean, you cannot just make up ridiculous lies if you want anyone to actually believe this story. Seeing his smug face, Teacher Shin darkly realized Unit 998 still lacked specific info on the sophomore exercises. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the principal walked in with a warm smile. Sorry I am late. Taeshik immediately dropped his arrogant attitude, quickly standing up to shake his hand. Do not worry about it, Han High School Battalion Commander. Teacher Shin watched his two-faced attitude flip instantly, totally stunned inside. He was literally calling him principal a second ago. Well, I will take my leave now. Walking out, he let out a tired sigh. Suddenly, a loud noise caught Teacher Shin's attention out of nowhere. He walked over to the glass window, peered at the building opposite, and murmured, What is going on today? Are the sophomores recruiting? A loud voice counted from below 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Down in the yard, the exhausted crowd wiped their sweat as Jin-sung gasped. How was that, senior? The group gathered around looked at Sung-ho with pure anticipation. He laughed. Do you guys even have to ask? Congratulations on joining Zombie On, everyone. His sudden announcement had everyone turning to look at Jin-sung in absolute disbelief. But Jin-sung just smiled and gave them a nod. This immediately made the entire crowd erupt into ecstatic cheers. The echoes of their joy brought a relieved smile to Teacher Shin's face. I am rooting for you, Jin-sung. Go shut those bastards up. Now pay attention here because this next meeting decides everything. Tae-sik slid a folder onto the desk, claiming his commander had already approved it. I was asked to stamp it once you approve the content. The principal took the document with a polite smile. Tae-sik. Ah yes. Looking at the papers, the principal carefully reviewed the terms. A joint combat training qualifier between our high school and Special Unit 998. This is incredibly unfavorable for our side, but declining it now was completely out of the question. Once he got the signature, Tae-sik bowed victoriously. Thank you. I will return to my unit now. The principal darkly replied. All right. Thank you for your hard work. The arrogant soldier then slammed the door behind him. Left alone, the principal grit his teeth in absolute fury. This humiliation. I swear I will pay you back one day. Down in the yard, Jin-sung trained tirelessly without a single break. Footage of his insane grind played on the editor-in-chief's monitor. Staring intensely at the screen, the editor-in-chief rubbed his chin. An F-class assassin. What an absolute goldmine of a story. He glanced over at a classified file next to his desk. Pointing to the A+ rank warning label, he spoke under his breath. They want this article buried and the video heavily censored. A+ level pressure? What on earth is the government trying to hide? He stood up and stared out the window in deep thought. The era when media could easily brainwash the public with words and pictures is long gone. Sure, most people might just dismiss this as some staged promo for Han High School. But who would believe it? An F-class student taking down 200 trained fighters? If I had not seen it myself, I would call it fake too. But that raises the real question, why are they burying his talent? Let's pause. I know what you're thinking, maybe they did it to protect outstanding students because they receive government backing? But if that were true, they definitely would have censored Si-yoon's bank heist interview too. Suddenly, a chilling realization flashed through his mind. Wait a minute, Peste Bank? He immediately scrambled back to his desk, pulling up the witness list from that bank incident. I knew it! My guess was spot on. Suddenly, a voice called out from the doorway. Editor-in-chief, it is me, he replied. Come in. The man stepped inside and whispered. This is highly classified, but Unit 998 and Han High. Hearing the insider news, the editor-in-chief's eyes lit up with excitement. This was a godsent opportunity. Meanwhile, Jin-sung walked with his group, smiling as he said, You guys did amazing today. Everyone immediately chimed in. You too, boss. This is the first time I actually felt useful. Once we become non-commissioned officers, no one will dare look down on us. It is all thanks to you, boss. Jin-sung could not help but laugh at their excitement. I am still just a private, you know. Kang-ha stepped up beside him. The warm-up exercises Senior Sung-ho made us do were just a basic stretch anyway. Jin-sung smiled softly. Has he always trained like this every single day? Lee Young next to him turned pale. We still have a long way to go. Kang-ha looked around before adding, By the way, where is Big Sis today? Jin-sung looked confused. Big Sis? Wait, do you mean? Kang-ha saw his blank face and explained. Se-yoon told us to call her that. He recalled her terrifyingly badass attitude. If Jin-sung is the big boss, then you should call me Big Sis. Hearing this, Jin-sung stood there completely shocked. Big Sis? That is definitely not it. The other two laughed at his reaction. No need to be embarrassed, boss. And that's where we leave it. Jin-sung muttered that Se-yoon waited, but left early because he insisted on doing one more training set. His friends hear this and immediately start teasing him, asking if the boss should really speak that way to his gorgeous date. She is so beautiful. Are you guys dating this weekend? She is gorgeous and incredibly strong, which is honestly so enviable. Park Jin-sung holds his head and screams at them to stop, but suddenly, a figure appears out of absolute nowhere. Lee Shin looks at him, asking if he is Private Park Jin-sung. Park Jin-sung jumps back in alarm, completely on guard because he could not sense his presence at all, while the others just stare in utter confusion. Lee Shin chuckles and apologizes, noting that he seems quite surprised by his sudden and unannounced appearance. Park Jin-sung quickly salutes, nervously telling advisor Lee Shin it is fine, while Lee Shin rubs his chin, glad he was actually recognized. Park Jin-sung awkwardly scratches his head. He replies that everyone in the country knows him, to which the advisor laughs, calling him funny before asking if these are his friends. Kang-ha and Lee Dong-min tensely shout in unison that Park Jin-sung is indeed their squad leader. Their words make Park Jin-sung scream internally that his name is definitely not boss, while Lee Shin watches them with a highly amused and playful expression. We have to appreciate their positive energy, because his squad instantly backs him up with synchronized hype. They proudly credit their great vibes to their boss, leaving Park Jin-sung to cover his face in sheer, unadulterated embarrassment. Lee Shin then asks to speak with their leader alone, and they immediately take the hint, agreeing to leave right away. Seeing them cooperate so easily, Li Xin thanks them, but before he can even finish telling them to keep this meeting a secret, they already understand completely. We will keep it a secret, sir. Li Xin laughs, impressed by their sharp minds. He remarks that they have bright futures ahead, before suggesting they move to a private place to discuss things properly. As they run off, Li Xin apologizes to Park Jin-sung for interrupting his walk back to the barracks. Park Jin-sung asks nervously what an elite advisor could possibly want to discuss with an ordinary student like him. Li Xin reveals he is here because of the trench video, which makes Park Jin-sung offer a very embarrassed smile. He admits he is honored, but wonders why someone so busy would personally visit a student who only recently ranked D+ or C+ tier. Li Xin rubs his chin thoughtfully before turning deadly serious, asking Park Jin-sung if he believes in a connection between human souls. The question catches Park Jin-sung completely off guard, making him wonder why the advisor is even asking this. Noticing his shocked expression, Li Xin admits that the question was indeed a bit too sudden. He shifts back to business, revealing he chose He-an to become a military academy, shocking Park Jin-sung. He explains that he wanted students to grow and thrive, even when forced into the absolute worst conditions. He had high hopes for Sergeant An Seong-ho, but things did not go as planned, leaving Jin-sung utterly shocked. Jin-sung argues that An Seong-ho inspired them deeply, adding that without the senior, he and his squad would not even be alive today. He chuckles, easing his mind. My slip of the tongue, but trust me. You and I are about to see if these students can live up to that legacy. Someone just like you, Li Xin says thoughtfully, placing a hand on Jin-sung's shoulder. Let's dive in. His hopeful face says it all as he continues. The one I waited for has finally appeared. Meeting you in person, I'm glad my intuition was correct. He stares at the high schooler before him, lost in deep thought. Is this kid really just a student? The secret weapon that Kim In-jung had mentioned before is something he has absolutely no knowledge about. Li Xin's highly expectant words now leave Jin-sung feeling a deep sense of unease and dread. You are making me feel quite embarrassed, Jin-sung says. Li Xin watches him, thinking that, although the guerrilla training video was highly surprising, that level of skill alone will never defeat Kim In-jung. Looking at his pure, burning desire, he will undoubtedly grow much stronger in the near future. He is exactly what I have been looking for, but the actual energy radiating from him right now is incredibly faint. Seeing Li Xin lost in silence, the boy forces a nervous smile. Mr. Advisor? Snapping out of it, he quickly pulls his hand back with a warm smile. My apologies, I got distracted. He frowns deeply, recalling Kim In-jung's crazed, manic expression. Is this just a psychological plot designed to throw him completely off balance, or is there another cunning, hidden plan at play here? There is absolutely no way to know, but he quickly regains his cool composure, gently wrapping up. Pay close attention here. Giving me your time, Private Park Jin-sung. The boy laughs, scratching his head. It is nothing, sir. We do not have much time left anyway. Turning around to leave, the counselor adds, I must go now. Besides, it would be awesome if you won. This leaves Jin-sung completely baffled. Win against who? Li Xin just waves and laughs, shouting, You will find out soon enough. Get home safely. Stunned, he looks up at the sky and mutters, What on earth is he talking about? Meanwhile, inside the training room, Jung-ho relentlessly pumps iron without showing any signs of exhaustion. Glancing at the clock, he mutters, Is it only 11 o'clock? The time it takes for me to reach my physical limit has dropped significantly. Alright, you and I are about to see how Park Jin-won and his new recruits completely transformed the depressing training academy atmosphere. It has been ages since my muscles felt this pumped. Park Jin-sung, you are seriously getting more adorable by the day. To be a proper role model, I need to push even harder. But the moment Sung-ho stepped outside, a loud shout in the distance caught his attention. Get lost! Peering into the dark alleyway across the street, Sung-ho spotted a shady group as the shouting echoed once again. Come play with us! Trapped in the middle, a petite and pale schoolgirl was trembling in pure terror, crying out for help. The thugs surrounding her sneered, saying, Hey, do not be dramatic. We are not going to kill you. Let us just have some fun. Seeing them close in on the girl, Sung-ho stepped in and ordered, Freeze. Do as I say. He glared at them with a menacing look. I am warning you. Back off. The thug looked at him, letting out a highly provocative smirk as he spoke. Are you defending her because you go to the same school? Think you are some main character on a stage? Irritated, Sung-ho reached out. I will definitely crush you, but watch closely in a split second. His hand was locked in Sung-ho's vice-like grip. The thug gritted his teeth, panicked. What? Is this teleportation? In an instant, his wrist snapped, forcing him to his knees, screaming in agony. The terrified schoolgirl looked at Sung-ho, speaking up anxiously. Sergeant An Sung-ho looked at her and gently reassured her. I will handle these punks, so go somewhere crowded. Hearing this, she immediately ran off, crying out, Yes, thank you so much. Seeing her escape, one of the thugs lunged forward and grabbed her sleeve, yelling, "Where do you think you are going?" Sung-ho spun around, slammed the thug into the ground, and pulled the other guy up by his collar, calmly declaring, "I told you I would catch you all." The remaining two panicked but still tried to act tough, barking, "You bastard. Do you really think you can walk away from this?" He slowly turned his head to glare at them, saying, "I already warned you, idiots." With that, Sung-ho hurled both thugs directly at the other two, sending all four crashing to the ground in a painful heap. "You and I both saw that coming, right?" Sung-ho coldly dusted off his hands, asking, "Your goal was to lure me here, right?" From the shadows of the alley, a figure emerged with a cold, amused smirk, asking, "What? You knew?" Sung-ho responded with utter indifference. "Did you really think you could hide your aura? It has been a while, Jino." Out from the alley stepped Kang Jino and Yuk Dong-ho. They stared at each other in tense silence, as the air instantly grew incredibly heavy with killing intent. Kang Jino raised his eyebrow, mocking him with a cold laugh. "Did you grow taller or something?" Sung-ho's brow furrowed. "You went through all this effort just to pick a fight with me?" Jino chuckled. "What do you mean by that? I was just walking with my comrades and decided to chat up a pretty girl." Seeing his slick act, Sung-ho smirked. "Is that so? Looks like you are in the 998 Brigade." Jino squinted at Sung-ho, then rubbed his chin with a highly amused smirk. "You are sharp. How on earth did you figure that out?" Sung-ho sneered. "First off, that second-year girl. She wore our school uniform, yet she called me Sergeant An Sung-ho." Jino looked surprised. "So what? You are a sergeant, are not you?" Sung-ho replied flatly. "The academy only recently transitioned to a military system. Normal students still are not used to using ranks like sergeant, especially second years, who almost always use the term senior." Back there, she slipped up, using a military rank she is accustomed to using. Hearing this, Kang Jino finally understood. "Wow, and here I thought you figured it out because her acting was just terrible. Those Hyundai trash are a bigger mess than I thought." But Sung-ho cut him off immediately. "You are no different. Calling those punks comrades, not friends, means you are definitely in the military." Jino let out a dry laugh. "Oh, so that was my mistake? Must be a slip of the tongue." Sung-ho clenched his fists, saying coldly, "I heard the 998 Brigade and Hyundai will have joint training soon, so any student using military slang is obviously from your brigade." Jino Sahil and boredom, connecting those tiny clues is impressive. For a stray dog hanging around high school, you have some incredibly sharp eyes. But you talk too much. Should I just end you right here? Seeing his dangerous shift, Dong-ho quickly stepped in to interrupt. "Jino, this guy is An Sung-ho." Hearing this name, Kang Jino grew even more annoyed. "Can you shut your mouth?" Sung-ho turned a cold gaze toward Dong-ho, asking, "I am An Sung-ho, who are you?" Dong-ho said excitedly, "I am." But before he could finish, Kang Jino cut him off. "This bastard is a heiki." Dong-ho panicked and blurted, "Why would you say that?" "I am Yuk Dong-ho, nice to meet you." Sung-ho glared at him, asking, "What is your deal, Yuk Dong-ho?" Dong-ho chuckled, "Well, it is nothing major really. I just wanted to beat the living hell out of you." Kang Jino smirked, highly pleased with his reaction. "Looks like I do not need to dirty my own hands. Destroy him." The Heki Dong-ho cheered excitedly. "Awesome. How could An Sung-ho ever beat me?" Sung-ho raised an eyebrow at Dong-ho, saying, "You are seriously underestimating me." Jino sneered with disdain. "Trust me, you do not stand a chance against this fat bastard." You and I are diving right into a brutal clash as Dong-ho warns he is not just some fat guy, while Sung-ho reaches out without looking. I am sure of it. Staring at his panicked target, Sung-ho charges in a flash, grabbing him by the collar to drag him down. But as Sung-ho prepares to strike, Dong-ho suddenly unleashes an unbelievable, monstrous power. "I told you already, I am not just some fat guy." Those mocking words catch Sung-ho completely off guard, freezing him in his tracks. The next morning, Jin-sung steps into his classroom and immediately freezes, sensing a heavy, suffocating tension hanging in the air. Taking his seat, he confusedly asks Seon why everyone is acting so weirdly. She just frowns, asking him if he seriously has not heard the news yet. He is completely baffled. "Heard what?" Sensing his confusion, Seon quickly looks down, avoiding his direct gaze. She assumes he already knows, explaining that the media has been blasting the news all morning. This only leaves him more bewildered. "What news? Is it Peste again?" Seon does not answer, instead tapping the classmate in front of them to show Jin-sung the viral video. The girl turns around in utter shock, asking how he could be in the same club as An Sung-ho and not know. Seon quietly demands her to just show him, while Jin-sung grows increasingly anxious watching everyone's grim reactions. What happened to An Sung-ho? Now watch closely as Seon tells him to look for himself while he stares at the computer screen. Footage of Sung-ho in a dark alleyway from last night flashes onto the screen, leaving him completely shocked. Why was his senior there? Just as Sung-ho grabs Dong-ho, the entire ground violently shakes. Dong-ho trembles briefly before suddenly slamming his heavy hand right onto Sung-ho's shoulder. Jin-sung's face goes pale as the clip plays on, showing the terrifying sight of Sung-ho completely pinned down by Dong-ho. Moments later, Dong-ho stands up with a smug grin, leaving Sung-ho bleeding and entirely motionless on the cold concrete. Furious, Jin-sung clenches his fists. How could his senior lose? Who on earth is that monster? Siyun answers him with a cold stare. He belongs to Special Training Brigade Unit 998. Jin-sung gasps. Unit 998? She quietly explains that their military academy is scheduled for a 15-day joint combat training session with that exact unit. Inside the tense meeting room, Do-hee seriously addresses the crowd, noting that everyone has gathered and surely knows the disaster that just befell their captain, An Sung-ho. The 9 individuals sitting in this room represent the absolute elite from each academic grade. While the third-year students will handle the core battle strategy, she still wants everyone else to freely speak up and share their opinions. Jin-sung immediately raises his hand, asking Do-hee what their injured leader said about the attack. She quietly replies that the captain is currently under tight surveillance. Because of this, no one from the club can even get near the clinic. But that is not the only issue. You cannot visit him for your own safety. Let that sink in for a second as Jin-sung nods, while Min-hyung clutches his head in absolute fury. That useless idiot, Sung-ho, getting himself wrecked like that. Sergeant Na angrily slams the table, demanding Do-hee tell them what their next move is. How could the guy designated to lead them get taken out so easily? Min-hyung chimes in, questioning what they can even accomplish before Sung-ho makes a full recovery. Do-hee crosses her arms, stating that because of the strict surveillance, the captain cannot join them even after his wounds heal. She held this emergency meeting to establish a solid backup plan, prompting Min-hyung to let out a smug chuckle, claiming it went as expected. He boasts that he is the only one fit to lead, but Do-hee coldly shoots back, questioning if he possesses the strength to carry the entire academy. Her harsh question completely shuts him up. As he sputters, John lazily chimes in to break up the pointless bickering. Pardon me, but did we all gather in this room just to watch our seniors argue over who is superior? Min-hyung snaps, asking what a mere second-year student thinks he is doing. He barks that they were only invited for emergencies and should shut up and wait for orders. Siyun rests her chin on her hand, speaking coldly. Are you seniors actually strong enough to lead us? Honestly, none of you look particularly smart to me. Enraged by her insult, Sergeant Na slams his hand down and yells, asking if she is that famous white jade elite everyone talks about. Unfazed by his explosive fury, she calmly fires back, noting that unlike her, he does not seem to have any reputation whatsoever. That brutal comeback instantly sends his rage boiling straight through the absolute roof. He stands up in a complete rage, screaming at her. As the tension reaches a boiling point, Do-hee slams her fist down, warning that she will report them to the academy if they keep up this pointless arguing. Sergeant Na swallows his rage and sits back down, throwing a hateful glare at Siyun while muttering about arrogant brats. Do-hee turns to Siyun, warning the second years to stop provoking others. Siyun and John lazily reply that they hear her loud and clear. With peace restored, Do-hee clicks her remote. And trust me, you and I are about to get the critical intel the academy just received. At the far end of each side, a container with a single button is placed. Let's dive into this crazy strategy. Reach the enemy's container, press the button first, and you win. Simple, right? Our school has about 900 students, but our rival, 998, has nearly 3,000. Hearing this, Phil slumps back in despair and sighs. That is over 3 times our size. Beside him, a panicked girl chimed in. But how on earth are we supposed to win against those odds? Do-hee immediately steps in to calm them down. Quiet, freshman. I am still in the middle of explaining the details. They outnumber us 3-1, but Heen Academy has a major terrain advantage, which is great for defense. Penetrating a tight defensive line like that usually requires triple the offensive power. And one more thing, if we can successfully hold our ground for 5 hours, we win. Meaning, we can definitely win with a solid defense. Next is the crucial intel on the 2 guys involved in the fight with An Sung-ho. First is the student who pinned our captain down. His name is Yuk Dong-ho. He is a third-year student, and although we are not entirely sure about his specific EDA power yet, the video clip suggests his ability revolves around gravity manipulation. He did not show off any other flashy skills during the fight, but Jin-sung mutters darkly that it was still a brutal defeat for senior An Sung-ho. Do-hee nods. Yes, it seems our captain used his EDA to restrain Yuk Dong-ho, but he simply could not throw him, and was crushed under his massive weight instead. If someone possessing an EDA like that drops his entire weight on us from above, we will definitely suffer major casualties. Jin-sung furrows his brows, a spark of uncontrollable anger flashing in his eyes. He doubts that was the only reason the senior lost. Do-hee continues solemnly. Next up is the man behind Kang Ji-no. Now pay attention here, because this guy is 998's hidden ace and our number 1 target, even if he barely did anything in the video. His combat power is off the charts. He transferred over to 998, right before his third year, after studying abroad in Australia during his first 2 years of high school. Furthermore, back during his middle school days, he secured a runner-up title at the National EDA Games. During their middle school years, An Sung-ho actually had 5 wins and 5 losses against Kang Jin-ho. Hearing this, Jin-sung gasps in absolute shock. He was an opponent senior. An Sung-ho could never fully defeat back in middle school. He quickly raises his hand. Senior Do-yi, is there any info on what Jin-ho's EDA actually is? Do-yi responds to him. No detailed information has been officially confirmed yet, but according to an old article, it is a type that boosts his physical abilities when he gets angry. That is all I know. Her words strike him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him completely stunned. It shares the exact same trait as his own power. Let's pause here. Because you and I can see the real threat now. Kang Jin-ho, who beat the captain, and Yuk Dong-ho are leading this charge. 998 wants an aggressive rush. They want to boost their own worth by proving that Heen Academy's and Sung-ho is absolutely nothing compared to them. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Jin-sung mutters, "This is complete garbage." Do-yi continues, "And here is the info from the source who leaked the video. This is the filming location. After checking it out, we found it is an abandoned house." Jin-sung looks up in surprise. An abandoned house? That means the whole thing is a setup. Exactly. 998's trump card is designed specifically to counter our captain. They targeted Heen Academy's ace, An Sung-ho, simply to lure him straight into their trap. This is the final conclusion we have gathered from all the available data. But even if that situation was clearly a trap, the footage does not capture any evidence to prove it. The media is only focusing on the most sensational part, which is our captain's defeat. Jin-sung speaks up again. Who knows if they did something dirty to weaken Senior, An Sung-ho before the fight, or maybe there was a reason he could not show his full strength. Sergeant Na, annoyed by his constant talking, glares at him. "Hey sophomore, are you that rumored F-class serial killer from the rumors? Stop overreacting every single time someone mentions An Sung-ho. You are completely disrupting our strategy discussion." Hearing this, he stammers nervously, "I am sorry." But right then, Phil interrupts him with a smug grin. "Senior, so your real name is Jin-sung. I did not recognize you at first, and was wondering who this was." Just like Sergeant Na said, we have to face the cold hard fact that Captain An Sung-ho lost. Honestly, other than setting up a few surprise attacks, there is nothing really special about him. Phil's words catch Jin-sung off guard, his face darkening as he speaks in a freezing tone. "Hey, freshman, you better watch your mouth." Phil chuckles confidently and sneers. But was not that already proven beyond a doubt in his recent defeat? His only move is locking people down. I seriously think we have been overrating him way too much. He is just covering up his pathetic lack of skill. Jin-sung lowers his voice dangerously. I said, "Watch your damn mouth." Phil waves him off, totally blind to the danger. "You are just a private, senior. And trust me, you and I both know I am a corporal. Why should I listen to you, senior?" Private Park Jin-sung steps up with a cold glare. "Stick with me, because this bully is about to get wrecked. First year, report your rank." P.O. refuses to back down, his tone getting even more arrogant. A mere private dare talk back to a corporal? This is not some school military base. State your rank. The girl beside him starts to panic, quickly tugging his sleeve to warn him. Stop it. But he refuses to listen. "I outrank you in both military grade and my combat class. Did you not hear me? I am not doing it." Jin-sung coldly demands his rank again, while P.O. just smirks with half-opened eyes. "Geez, why are you so stubborn?" Suddenly, P.O. freezes, his face turning pale. Jin-sung's face darkens, his eyes glowing blood red as he glares at P.O. The freezing aura radiating from his body even makes those sitting nearby raise their guard. Losing his patience, he growls, "I said state your rank, you squinty-eyed bastard. Now watch closely, because P.O. is shaking in pure terror as he tries to speak." "Corporal," P.O. stammers. Jin-sung mocks him. "You still think you are tough? Calling a bastard like you squinty-eyed is already polite enough." "Sergeant N, I might be a little sensitive about what happened to Senior An Sung-ho, so please understand." Confronted by that terrifying look, Sergeant Na feels a surge of caution, hesitating to look him in the eye. He shifts his gaze away and struggles to get the word out. "Agreed." Observing the room's sudden heavy atmosphere, Do-hee falls completely silent in surprise. Jin-sung turns his head toward her, asking in a calm voice, "Senior Do-hee, did Senior An Sung-ho map out any formation or strategy beforehand?" She replies that he was testing a 1-3-1 formation, 3 in the middle and 1 on each flank, but he did not have time to plan the details. This revelation immediately triggers a harsh reaction from Myung-hyung. What? Why on earth would he do that? What is he going to do if both flanks get heavily pressured? Jin-sung counters him right away, noting that both flanks are narrower than the center lane, but Myung-hyung quickly points out the flaw, arguing that they are still far too wide. The enemy could easily exploit that and focus all their pressure on the flanks. Even our center lane will be flanked once the side lanes get pushed back. Do you get it now? Hearing Myung-hyung's valid points, Jin-sung strokes his chin in deep thought. The reason Senior chose this formation is because our opponents, 998, will focus entirely on the center. Do-hee looks surprised and asks, "Why do you think that?" He responds instantly. "It was 998 who proposed this match in the first place, right?" A bit confused, she confirms, "That is right." Jin-sung begins to explain. "Like you mentioned, Senior Do-hee, this rugged terrain is ideal for defense, and Haeon wins automatically once the time limit finally runs out. It looks fair on paper, but they are trying to force us onto the defensive and make us completely passive. They broke our morale by ambushing our commander and ace, An Sung-ho. 998 wants to publicly humiliate Haeon. You and I can see they just want to crush us. Instead of sticking to An Sung-ho's original plan, we must pack the center lane with our main force and leave only a skeleton crew on both flanks." Myung-hyung immediately objects to this proposal, shouting, "What? Send more troops to the center? Have you completely lost your mind? Even if you are right and those 998 bastards want to throw everything at our middle lane to destroy us. If that is true, we should use the flanks to hit them from the side. Even if they focus on the flanks like I predicted, we still have enough manpower to hold the line. At least my idea aligns with the defensive strategy An Sung-ho proposed." Do-hee looks at him doubtfully, adding, "Yes, I have to agree with Myung-hyung on this. Switching to your proposed formation is far too risky for such a small gain." Seeing their doubtful expressions, Jin-sung purses his lips and falls into deep thought. Logically, both of my seniors are actually correct. But based on Kang Jin-ho's attitude in that video, that bastard gets off on watching others fall to their knees so he can crush them. Jin-sung knows that feeling all too well, and that bastard will pay. After a moment of hesitation, Jin-sung speaks up. "Lastly, I want Senior An Sung-ho to guard our final defense line." Hearing his absolutely ridiculous and absurd proposal, Do-hee leaps out of her chair in pure shock, yelling, "What? At the very back?" But unlike her chaotic reaction, Myung-hyung is actually totally on board with this. He scoffs with a cold smirk. "Sounds good to me. If the guy who disgraced our team loses a second time, none of us will have any morale left anyway." Furious, Do-hee turns her attention back to Jin-sung, demanding answers. "Park Jin-sung, do you really think the captain is going to fail us a second time?" Sensing she is losing control, Jin-sung speaks softly to reassure her. "Don't worry, Senior An Sung-ho won't lose." His calm and confident answer only leaves Do-hee feeling even more confused. She asks in confusion, "What? Then why are we putting him at the very back?" Jin-sung answers as if it's obvious. "Because An Sung-ho is our absolute strongest." Even though this answer is exactly what Do-hee wanted to hear, his risky proposal still leaves her feeling deeply hesitant. She stammers, "That still doesn't make much sense." But Myung-hyung is not worried about any of that. Dismissively, he shrugs. "I don't care about the reason, as long as An Sung-ho stays in the back. Now, let's see what happens next." Alright, let's jump right back into the action where Sergeant Na agrees, and Sion nods along with Young's opinion. She narrows her eyes, sharing her thoughts. Calling Sergeant An the strongest is a stretch, but he must have a plan. Seeing that the entire squad is in agreement, Do-hee has no choice but to go along with it. With a heavy sigh, she wraps up the meeting, stating that today was just for gathering info, and the next few days will be spent adjusting their strategies, so report back with any feedback. "Great job, everyone, dismissed." Once the meeting ends, everyone is completely wiped out. Sergeant Na rubs his head, complaining that using his brain is way too exhausting. Hearing him whine, Min starts to brag, telling him to just follow his lead and everything will be fine. John clasps his hands behind his head, letting out a massive yawn, muttering that even actual school isn't this boring. But just as everyone is slacking off, Phil rushes over to Jin-sung, nervously calling out his name. Hearing his name, Private Jin-sung reflexively glances back. Once he sees who it is, he calmly asks, "What do you want, squinty-eyed corporal?" Phil seems to be resolving himself for something, clenching his hands tightly into fists. Reading him like a book, Jin-sung slowly walks up to Phil, preparing to playfully tease the guy. Now watch this. Jin-sung asks if he's trying to save face after getting his ego crushed earlier. Sensing the rising tension, Do-hee steps in between them to break it up, asking what they think they are doing. Jin-sung chuckles to reassure her, saying it's nothing, and that their junior just needs a quick reality check. Reassured by his answer, Do-hee decides to turn around and walk away, leaving them to settle their own junior business. But before leaving, she warns him not to overdo it, and Jin-sung obediently nods in agreement. Hearing their casual conversation makes Phil boil, feeling absolutely insulted and looked down upon. Squeezing his eyes shut, he angrily warns Jin-sung not to look down on him since he's just a lowly private. He points at himself, shouting that he'll be the strongest at Heen Academy, even stronger than Sergeant An Sung-ho and Corporal Kim Seon. Hearing this absolute delusion, Jin-sung's face completely darkens, casting a terrifyingly sharp glare right at the loud-mouthed Phil. Clearly, this kid needs a proper lesson. Out on the academy grounds, Phil and Jin-sung face off. Desperate to prove himself, Phil makes an offer. Claiming that their rank difference as a first-year officer is massive, he smugly offers Jin-sung the first move. Seeing how ridiculously overconfident the kid is, Jin-sung just scoffs in sheer contempt. But look closely. He stares at Phil, activating his scan to reveal his B+ class ETA ability. This B+ rank skill allows him to focus on a target within his field of vision to read their kinetic energy, giving him the exact calculations of their current power and potential limits. However, the user cannot analyze abilities that lie beyond their own understanding. Jin-sung immediately figures out his game, realizing the punk wants him to attack first just to scan his strength. What a sneaky, squinty-eyed brat. Sighing in disappointment, Jin-sung decides to just play along. Announcing his move, Jin-sung draws his weapon and charges straight at Phil like lightning. His speed is blinding, forcing the stunned corporal to realize he is far faster than expected. But Phil quickly recovers, smirking that he can read the move only for things to go completely off script. Jin-sung abruptly shifts his direction mid-charge, leaving Phil utterly horrified. Desperately trying to dodge the strike, Phil panics, realizing this monster just changed directions by forcefully overpowering his own inertia. While Phil is panicking, Jin-sung remains absolutely dead silent, staring down coldly with dead eyes before instantly shifting his blade stance. Phil continues to struggle desperately, barely evading Jin-sung's relentless and ferocious onslaught. He tries to predict the movements, but there's zero room to launch a counter. He tries to tell himself he can still read it, but a sudden sharp pain slices right across his cheek. Phil instinctively leaps backward, desperate to escape any further lethal damage. Jin-sung's terrifying speed leaves him shaking to his core, realizing that even without a lethal blow, this guy is sheer danger. The way his power overlaps flawlessly with his physical strikes is just straight up lethal, but he quickly tries to regain his composure, desperately trying to blame it on a simple distraction. Telling himself to focus, he prepares to watch much closer, completely unaware of how relaxed Jin-sung actually is. And that's where we leave them, with Jin-sung asking, "Love running, do you? Should I raise the difficulty?" Let's watch how Jin-sung lunges forward instantly, sending Phil into a desperate struggle to survive. With a pale face and gritted teeth, Phil desperately tries to calm himself down, believing he can watch and dodge. Suddenly, 3 afterimages materialize right in front of him, completely breaking his focus. Terrified, Phil can only think, what? Since all 3 are moving afterimages, it means Jin-sung is moving 3 times faster than what he's actually seeing. While Phil is still frozen in complete confusion, Jin-sung strikes like lightning. Faced with this terrifying speed, Phil screams in absolute terror. Only after a long silence does he slowly gather the courage to peek with one eye, wondering if the attack missed. In reality, while Phil was busy panicking, Jin-sung had already stopped his strike, casually pulling back to avoid paying any damages. "Since you're the one who challenged me, don't ask for compensation." This leaves Phil even more dazed. Confused, he asks, "What money?" By now, Phil's body is already covered in dozens of cuts from Jin-sung's previous strike. Jin-sung calmly walks over to where Phil is collapsed on the ground, leaning down to look him dead in the eye. His voice is dripping with pure provocation as he mockingly asks, "So you want to be the strongest, right? Those who rely solely on their idea and skip hard training will never surpass Senior On or me. Got that through your skull?" The squinty-eyed kid is left speechless. Cut to a few days later on a cliff where the team is scanning the surrounding area. After evaluating the terrain, Jin-sung sighs and announces that they have no choice but to execute their plan to absolute perfection. He recalls their meeting from a few days ago, frustrated that he couldn't convince the stubborn seniors to change their minds. The final strategy places the main defense on their weak spots, with Unit 53 on the left and Unit 52 holding the center. Now, pay attention here, the right wing is for the first years, namely my foolish squad, while 53 secures the left. Their strongest fighters will cluster on the left flank, aiming to smash through Unit 998's formation. Jin-sung rubs his chin in deep thought. The enemy forces are massive, making an all-out assault logical. But the real wildcard is Gino. He was hesitant during the meeting because of a bad gut feeling. That bastard Gino will definitely exploit Unit 53's defense to find their weakest link. Gino is absolutely obsessed with utterly crushing Senior On to secure a flawless, undisputed victory. Staring down their current situation, Jin-sung aggressively ruffles his hair, feeling completely hopeless about their odds. With only him and his amateur squad, they're severely undermanned. But right as he's tearing his hair out in despair, Phil suddenly runs up, shouting his name, calling him Senior Jin-sung. This unexpected respect instantly leaves our main character completely baffled and filled with questions. "Wait, Senior?" Jin-sung eyes him suspiciously, asking what the squinty-eyed soldier is trying to pull this time. In stark contrast to Jin-sung's extreme wariness, Phil acts incredibly obedient, snapping a crisp salute and politely greeting his new senior. This sudden shift only makes Jin-sung more suspicious, as he internally wonders, what on earth is wrong with this guy? You and I can see how desperate Phil is when he dramatically yells about how incredibly naive he used to be. He begs for forgiveness, admitting he completely misunderstood Jin-sung and now hopes they can work closely together from now on. Phil goes on, but Jin-sung only catches one key detail, immediately cutting in to ask, what misunderstanding? It's like a switch flips inside Phil as he begins rattling off a list of Jin-sung's alleged past deeds, like bribing Captain On to secure the top spot in guerrilla training, or blackmailing instructors with their secrets to boost his grades, and even paying off reporters to run fake headlines about him fighting 200 people. Every word deals a mental blow to Jin-sung. With a dark expression, Jin-sung curses internally, realizing how truly delusional Phil is, while the junior gets more and more excited. Phil just won't shut up, confidently claiming that after careful review, he knows all those wild rumors are completely true. He admits he is deeply inspired by Jin-sung's progress, begging to be taken in as an apprentice so he can be just like him. This loud, dramatic display immediately catches the attention of Lee Dong and Sangmin, who are watching from nearby. Overhearing the loud commotion, Lee Dong curiously asks who the kid is. Seeing them arrive, Phil happily snaps another military salute and loudly greets his boss's legendary disciple squad. Greeting them as a first year, Phil's enthusiastic attitude prompts the seniors to pat Jin-sung's shoulder and tease him. You already got yourself a loyal underclassman? Impressive. Our boss really has a bizarre charm for attracting weirdos. Embarrassed by the teasing, Jin-sung tries to object, but it's totally useless since Phil is eagerly agreeing with every single word. He enthusiastically screams how excited he is to work with his senior, forcing a panicked Jin-sung to yell back to slow down. After a chaotic shouting match, things finally quiet down. An exhausted Jin-sung rubs his neck, trying to talk some sense into Phil. Listen, squinty eyes, if you want to follow me, it means joining my squad. And that means joining the club of the senior you once despised. Trust me, you'll want to see his reaction next. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as Pyo deeply regrets his past actions and begs Park Jin-sung for guidance. Seeing his absolute sincerity, Jin-sung finally accepts. He asks, since you put it that way, can you follow my orders during this entire training camp? Clenching his fist, Pyo says with determination, give the word, and all the freshmen on my team will obey you. Feeling things are looking up, Park Jin-sung silently praises him. Not bad. He places his hand on Pyo's shoulder and agrees to lead them. Alright, squinty eyes, you are officially in my squad. Hearing this, Pyo cheers excitedly. Thank you, boss. I will do my absolute best. Everything seems to be going in the right direction. Park Jin-sung smiles inwardly, thinking this situation is turning out quite nicely. He plans to exploit this massive advantage to the fullest. Down below the cliff, An Sung-ho stands completely alone, silently guarding a cargo box. With lowered eyes, a terrifying aura of sheer power begins radiating from his entire body. Inside the enemy camp's tent, everyone is gathered closely, listening to updates from their teammates. Now, pay attention here. The comms link up, and Delta One crackles through the radio, demanding Alpha to pick up. The preemptive strike is set. The target is confirmed on Delta One's side, and the assault is officially underway. Managing the communications, Song Kang quickly replies, understood. According to the plan, Delta One. But before he can even finish his sentence, a sharp, deafening static cuts him off completely. Trying to reconnect, he calls out, Delta One, your signal is dropping fast. Delta One, respond if you copy. Sensing that something is seriously wrong, Youngmin stands nearby and immediately asks what is happening. What is wrong? Did they deploy some kind of a DIA device to jam or completely cut off our electric signals? Song Kang answers, we are fine, but is there trouble on your end? Suddenly, strange, eerie noises start leaking from the other side of the line. Hello? Are we talking to Delta One? Whatever, can you guys even hear me clearly over there? Song Kang switches on his microphone to reply, this is Alpha. Who is on the other line? Instantly, a playful, mocking voice answers back. Heh, I am Private Park Jin-sung from the 3rd Squad, 10th Regiment, of the Heen Special Training Division. Stroking his chin, Song Kang feels doubtful after hearing that name. Park Jin-sung? I have never heard of that guy before. Jung Min immediately clears up his confusion. He is the troll who spread rumors about taking down 200 guys all by himself. After explaining, Jung Min falls into deep thought. It is the final day of the week for their squad on that front line. Did they reconnect using an emergency ADIA bypass? Song Kang chuckles. Haha, is An not doing pretty well over there anyway? But wait. I know what you are thinking. Can he really invade the enemy camp completely solo? Suddenly, loud, chaotic arguing erupts from the radio. Ugh, run. You crazy bastard, stop chasing me. Get off and stop pushing me. I said use it. He is a monster, a damn zombie. What a total piece of trash. Hearing this chaotic exchange leaves the entire team completely speechless, their faces darkening in disbelief. It takes a long moment before the radio side finally calms down and gets back to business. Baek Jin-sung speaks up. Sorry, it is a bit loud on this end, but I think I get what is going on here. So, just send some backup or something over to my way. Jung-min immediately issues orders, knowing this situation is highly critical. He contacts Delta 2, telling them to investigate what is happening at Delta 1 right now. But before they can even take action, another unit's frantic voice breaks through the radio static. This is Bravo Z. Bravo Z calling. Alpha, please respond to us. Grabbing the radio transmitter, Song Kang quickly keys the mic. This is Alpha, go ahead. Receiving the reply, Bravo Z urgently reports. All forces at Bravo 1 are retreating. I repeat, our entire unit at Bravo 1 is falling back. We confirm we are under attack by ADIA powers. Hearing this shocking news, Jung-min instantly leaps to his feet in disbelief. From the left flank too? Are we seriously getting hit from there as well? Jung-min frantically flips through their current intel reports. He wonders in shock. Under attack? I thought there were no strong ADIA users among those third years from Heen High School. Out on the battlefield, the surrounding area is completely devastated. Ji-won is utilizing his incredible psychic power to lift a massive stone pillar, mockingly sneering at his enemies. You trashy low-tiers sure are great at grouping up like pathetic insects. But now, I am putting you in checkmate. With those words, he raises the massive beam with both hands, leveling it at his shoulder. This is his unique ADIA ability, Unstick and Throw. Classified as a B+ rank, boasting incredibly destructive combat potential. He can literally utilize anything stuck in the ground as a deadly weapon. Any object he unsticks becomes completely weightless to him, and the scale of the object changes depending on the user's mental capacity and overall ADIA energy. After steadying his stance, Ji-won takes a deep breath and hurls the giant pillar straight toward the enemy, screaming, "Die, you worthless pieces of trash." Sensing the imminent danger, the opposing students scream in absolute panic. Here it comes again. Everyone, run and get out of the way. And trust me, you and I do not want to be there, as they scatter in absolute terror. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a battle where getting hit by that, even with a shield, means an instant trip to the hospital. Meanwhile, after wiping out a whole group of enemies, John dusts off his hands and lets out a deep breath. Incredibly refreshing. Standing right behind him, Do-wai watches the entire thing unfold before smirking and asking him how it feels. Just like I said, your ADIA is going to be the most effective weapon on this battlefield, right? Even though this is a defense-themed battlefield with ruins hidden all over the place, its actual usefulness completely depends on how we choose to use it. But John does not care at all, acting completely arrogant as he just waves his hand and dismisses everything she is trying to say. You are probably just annoyed because I am the only one who got sent over to the third year's area, right? But I will let it slide since I got to watch that trash from Unit 998 struggle. This cocky attitude leaves Do-wai feeling totally helpless. She can only sigh and remind him that his worth would probably be a lot higher if he learned to speak a little more politely. John turns around to look her straight in the eyes with a smug challenge. Let us see how you seniors perform. I will just relax and watch. Do-wai does not even bother arguing with him. Instead, she just gives a confident smile and replies that it is fine. It is finally time to prove the true worth of the third years, and she immediately begins to activate her own power. A brilliant halo of light bursts around her as her armor glows, instantly boosting the combat stats of everyone standing near the ADIA user. If the user believes they can block an attack, they take absolutely zero damage. Once her preparations are complete, Do-wai loudly barks out orders to the entire squad. 3rd Platoon, 1st Regiment, 11th Squad. Even though our squad leader is currently missing in action, now watch this. They are about to show them what they are made of as everyone charges straight ahead. On the other side, the enemy troops are frantically shouting to get into their positions. The experienced squad from Heen High is coming. Everyone get ready for combat right now. Right at that moment, Du-yi leaps high into the air. Her glowing armor unleashes a blinding flash of light that completely burns the enemy's eyes. My eyes. She lands gracefully on top of the enemy, taking out one guy with absolute ease. The entire team quickly rallies under her command, readying themselves for the next clash. Melee platoon, we need to secure the front line where Sung-ho's unit is approaching. Mi-hyung quickly barks out orders to her own squad. Ranged platoon, fall back behind Beyond's defensive bunker and get ready to provide support for the front lines. On this side, Do-wai is also busy coordinating her forces. 1st Platoon, Squad 1, get into tactical formation number 3 right now. Her voice is filled with pure determination as she yells to show those cowards from 998 the true power of Heen High. Not long after, Jui's squad successfully clears out the enemy force, and the entire team quickly regroups down in the valley. Now, you and I both know this fight is not over yet. She quickly reports that Unit 998 has retreated to their next defensive line. But before she can even finish her sentence, a massive shadow drops from the sky right behind her, making her freeze in terror. The newcomer is Gino, and his massive, imposing figure looks like it could easily crush Du Wei into the dirt. He growls in pure irritation, complaining about how shameful those cowards are for retreating during the very first battle of the match. Before anyone can even react to his arrival, he begins channeling a massive amount of energy straight into his fist. Gino sneers and asks if they are just the Stepping Stone squad, telling them to scram and send out a team that actually has some real power. With that, he throws a devastating punch straight at Du Wei. The sheer impact blows her backward before she can even think of dodging. Seeing this, John panics and screams out to ask if she is okay. Even though she got smashed so hard it left a massive dent behind her, Du Yi still struggles to stand, reassuring her teammate that a weak attack like that is absolutely nothing to her defensive armor. Seeing that she is still standing after taking his best shot, Gino gets a massive grin on his face. He chuckles and excitedly says that giving her a beating is going to be incredibly fun. But Du Wei just stands up and approaches him. She glares up at him with pure contempt, telling Gino that he is just as battle-crazy as the official reports described him. Only now does he get a clear look at her face, instantly shifting to a mocking tease, saying she is actually pretty cute for a bug crawling under a stepping stone. Do you have a boyfriend? All he gets in return is a freezing glare from Du Wei. She exhales deeply, telling him with pure disdain that she can easily judge his entire worth just by the trashy way he talks. Gino completely ignores her obvious annoyance, keeping up his playful act and asking her what she really thinks of his offer. He claims that he is actually the type of guy who treats his woman with absolute care and gentle kindness. Du Yi rolls her eyes in utter disgust, replying that if she has to listen to this garbage for another second, her ears might grow legs and run away. With a sharp glare and a look of pure determination, she commands her entire team to prepare for the upcoming clash. Get into formation. We must make up for our missing leader. And trust me, you and I can see Gino is not afraid at all, looking down on them even more. Are you guys really just insects living underneath the stepping stones? You had better know your place and surrender already, you pathetic, useless pebbles. Alright, let's watch this jerk rub his neck in annoyance as he calmly mocks them, saying they act all high and mighty but are not even worth his time. This is starting to seriously irritate me. The moment those words leave his mouth, a terrifying surge of raw power erupts. The heat radiating from him is so intense that Du Yi and her team are forced to take several steps back. This sudden display of strength is absolutely mind-blowing, showcasing his ability to weaponize anger. His Idaha rank is combat rating A+, and overall Class B. During Stage 1 defense, he can convert his own rage into pure thermal energy. The longer he stays angry, the more overwhelming this power becomes. Sensing the immediate danger, Dewey Jong quickly warns his teammates that this extreme heat is no joke. Nobody get close unless you want to get severely burned. Seeing how bad things look, Du Yi tries to calm the team down and stop any reckless moves. We need to back off and wait for this hot steam to cool down first. Seeing their hesitation only makes Gino look down on them even more. His face darkens as he sneers in a low, mocking voice, asking if they are really retreating over something as minor as this. You pests really know how to make me angry. Now pay attention, because once the thick steam completely clears and the air settles, everyone braces themselves for a brutal fight. After hearing Jin-sung speak, as the steam finally blows away, Shujin guesses that his skill might have a cooldown period. The two exchange glances, nod in agreement, and immediately charge forward without any warning, completely ignoring Du Yi as she frantically tries to stop them. Wait, we need to analyze the situation first, she warns. But Jin-sung refuses to listen, arguing back stubbornly. That guy definitely needs time to recharge that massive skill of his. Shujin chimes in, backing up his teammate. If we strike now, we can definitely land a solid hit on him. They recklessly rush ahead to attack, which absolutely infuriates Gino as he screams in pure rage. I already told you trash that you are making me angry. You absolute maggots. Before Jin-sung and Shujin can even lay a finger on him, he effortlessly grabs their limbs, locking them in place. A surge of volatile energy flows right into their bodies and boom, an ear-splitting explosion blasts them away. Before anyone can comprehend what just happened, both Jin-sung and Shujin are left severely injured. He groans in intense pain, clutching his shattered wrist and crying out, "My hand!" In a mere instant, Gino completely takes down both teammates. This leaves Du Yi utterly horrified. She panics, thinking that even though they are wearing shock-absorbing bracelets, the shockwave was still powerful enough to break their bones. He must have compressed the steam inside his hands to use as a direct attack. And right here, watch closely as Du Yi suddenly freezes, noticing his next move. Wait, there is no way. He is definitely a monster. She knows there is absolutely no time left to hesitate. Her face turning completely pale, Du Yi screams out a desperate order. Everyone, prioritize rescuing the wounded first. Just by looking at Gino's sinister expression, she knows he does not care whether they are injured or already defeated. He will just keep attacking relentlessly. Hearing her orders, how could Gino, who is already hyped up on bloodlust, resist mocking her, saying, "What is that? Are you trying to save these insects? Just try it." With those words, he swings his arm, launching a blast of searing heat straight at Du Yi. This shocks her even more. Did he seriously just throw condensed steam using his bare fists like a projectile? Fortunately, she quickly snaps out of her shock, and agilely dodges every single one of his incoming attacks. Even now, Gino keeps playing around and teasing her, saying, "I really love the way you fight. Why don't you just become mine?" Du Yi slips right past him, replying in an icy tone, "Do I really have to answer your disgusting questions?" After she dodges, Gino quickly channels massive power into his fist to strike at Du Yi, mockingly saying, "And here I was, planning to go easy on you." But unfortunately for him, before his punch can even connect, the defensive edge of her armor catches and injures his eye. Du Yi swiftly slips past him to rescue her two injured teammates, shouting out her command to the rest. "Get the wounded out of here immediately. Everyone else, attack him now. But make sure you are fully defended first." This time, Gino is genuinely furious. Gritting his teeth, he rubs his throbbing, injured eye while spitting out a terrifyingly menacing threat. "You are starting to really annoy me." She looks at him and is horrified to see an unimaginably massive wave of energy radiating from his entire body. He sneers with pure arrogance. "Would you mind if I beat you to death?" Meanwhile, Du Yi pours every ounce of her strength into creating a defensive barrier, buying critical time for her allies to safely evacuate the wounded. The shield she summons is so incredibly solid that Gino cannot break through. Infuriated, he repeatedly hammers his fists against the barrier, screaming out in anger, "This thing is way too tough." Du Yi struggles to hold her ground, thinking anxiously that he single-handedly wiped out their squad, so she must buy time until everyone recovers. Losing all patience, Gino snaps, "You annoying trash. And trust me, you and I are desperate to see if her shield holds. Alright, you and I are diving into a tense standoff. Are you just gonna defend? Call in Sung-ho out," she sneers. "You think you're worthy of our captain?" Hearing that only makes Gino completely lose his mind. He screams, "I am going to rip your mouth off," and unleashes furious strikes against Du Ye's shield, forcing her to struggle desperately. Just as her energy completely runs out, her teammate rushes over with some crucial news. "Du, we have already moved everyone out." She lets out a sigh of relief, flashing a highly provocative smirk right at Gino. "I am done playing with you. I am out of here." But just as Du Ye prepares to slip away, she suddenly freezes in her tracks. To her absolute horror, she realizes she is sinking deep into the ground. Gino laughs maniacally and mocks her. "Who said you were allowed to leave? You think I have time to waste on you?" Panic sets in as Du Ye desperately wonders when her feet got buried in the dirt. Before she can even process what is happening, Gino is already charging his fist with every ounce of his power, preparing to launch a devastating blow right at her shield. As he moves, he sneers, "Since you are stuck there, what happens if I strike from the side?" Gino slams his fist violently into the side of her barrier, leaving Du Ye struggling immensely just to keep it from breaking. Sweat pours down her face as her eyes fill with pure tension. She quickly sizes up her situation. Her trapped feet are ruining her balance, making this shield impossible to hold. But shaking off the fear, Du Ye quickly reassures herself, "No, I can definitely do this." Now pay attention, because this next strike from Gino is absolutely devastating, causing deep cracks to spiderweb across her entire shield. Seeing this, even Gino is surprised, muttering, "What? Is your magic shield actually breaking?" He leans in close to Du Ye, his voice dripping with pure menace. "Hey, armored girl, everyone else ran away. How about I shatter this magic barrier first? Tell me what you think." His terrifying threat leaves Du Ye looking pale and shaken. Panic takes over as she desperately tries to figure out what to do. Her silence only pisses Gino off even more. He screams in absolute fury, "Hey, are you ignoring me now? You are really starting to annoy me." But while all his focus is locked onto her, a strange object suddenly comes hurtling toward him from behind. At the very last second, Gino senses the incoming pillar. He quickly dodges out of harm's way, just as Du Ye's magic shield completely shatters and fades. A voice shouts from a distance, warning her, "Get back right now, senior." Du Ye looks back in shock toward the sound, recognizing the voice. Instantly, massive debris rains down to block Gino's path, creating a defensive wall and saving her in the nick of time. You and I can see the veins popping on Gino's forehead as he clicks his tongue in total annoyance. "Damn it, I almost had her." Taking advantage of the chaotic debris, Du Ye quickly retreats toward her allies to escape. Once he sees she is safe, John uses his powers again to hurl more boulders and pillars, completely cutting off Gino's path of attack. Du Ye runs up to him, expressing her sincere gratitude. "Thank you. I only managed to escape because of you." True to his cocky nature, John scoffs and teases. "Ha, weren't you supposed to show off the power of a third-year student?" But his smug attitude does not last long. Having overused his abilities, John's entire body begins to tremble uncontrollably. He tries to explain his desperate moves. The situation looked critical, so I just threw everything I could. Duye answers blankly. All right. John groans in exhaustion. That hurts. This is probably the very first time she has ever seen him in such a pathetic state. Duye makes an exception and praises him, saying he was the most useful person on the left flank, so he should rest. Though pale, John still boasts. Wow, you are just realizing that now? John mutters, utterly exhausted. Walking past him, Duye gives him a playful pat on the back. You would be a lot more useful if you fixed that trash mouth of yours. Once things settle down, the rest of the team rushes over. Myung-hoon anxiously asks about her condition. Duye, are you okay? A moment later, they all gather to assess the overall situation. This path is completely blocked. What do we do? Should we consolidate our combat force and head straight toward the center? No, there's no guarantee Unit 998 can break through. Duye explains. He won't cross this path easily because he has to stay cautious of Byun-jon's counterattacks. But our left flank ambush was a key part of the plan, and now it is ruined. Myung-hoon asks, what about Kang Jino? Was he defeated? Looking up at the ruined landscape, she replies thoughtfully. With his level of skill, dodging those attacks would have been easy. Now that he knows our captain isn't here, he will likely take another route. Myung-hoon speaks up again to ask her, where do you think Kang Jino will go? Duye glances at him before calmly replying, if he realizes the captain isn't on the front lines, there is only one place he will head. Over in the center, Jin-sung is talking with Pil-woo, sharing the exact same theory as her. Pil-woo asks curiously, will he come here because we are the weakest unit? Jin-sung explains the situation in more detail. He must have realized our main force is on the left wing, and Sung-ho is holding down the rear. With the first bridge destroyed, he has no reason to bother with the second or third. That means he will hit the center, which is the closest path to the rear. Hearing this cold breakdown, Pil-woo gulps nervously. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how they survive this next move. So, what's the plan? Stick with me, because our heroes managed to hold them off with a surprise attack. But ever since their reinforcements arrived, they have been completely trapped. This question leaves Jin-sung deep in thought for a long moment. Standing up with absolute confidence, he looks at squinty-eyed Pio and asks if he can break this deadlock and turn the tide of battle with just the first years. Stunned, Pio gasps, what? Jin-sung calmly explains that Brigade 998 is headed back to the center. To stop them, we have to shatter this stalemate. Hearing this, Pio finally realizes what he's planning. Completely shocked, he asks to confirm if he is really planning to charge the center with these kids. Jin-sung nods firmly. Yeah, if the first years can hold the line. Pio looks back at his comrades and hesitates, but making up his mind, he shouts with absolute resolve, let's do it. Team 1 will hold off every single attack they throw at us. Hearing that, Jin-sung pats his shoulder encouragingly. Great. With the decision made, Pio quickly rushes off to gather his team. As Team 1 gathers at the command post, Jin-sung stares out across the battlefield. He silently resolves that since even a slacker like Pio is trying this hard, he needs to test his own limits too. Over at the center line, Soon listens to Go-hye report the situation, looking highly skeptical of the news. Watch closely here, Soon asks if Bai really said that, but Goy, hearing her obvious disdain, frowns and chimes in. He is a captain too, so do not be too harsh. Soon stays silent, quickly analyzing all the information she has gathered. So you're saying the left flank plan failed, and now fighting in the center is our key to victory. It looks like we need to push even harder. We must defeat them before Kang Jino arrives. Pointing her sword forward, she makes the enemy tremble in fear. Hangum frantically urges his teammates, hey, help Dong-ho activate his skill quickly, and stop her right now. But he is met with Dong-ho's pale, terrified face, as he desperately whines that it's impossible. Every time I try to increase my weight, she aims directly for my center. I'll get sliced instantly, no way. Gritting his teeth anxiously, Hangum groans that if Kang Jino finds out one person stopped them, they will be dead first. Still, Dong-ho can only stammer in absolute terror. But that girl actually wiped out 200 of our men all by herself. Hearing them talk about her like that, Soon is thrilled. She smirks arrogantly and calmly replies, that is only natural, because you are currently fighting Heen-hai's absolute strongest, the White Jade Goblin. Seeing her extreme confidence makes Dong-ho even more terrified. Panicking, he suggests they should probably retreat and wait for Jino to arrive. With that, he steps back in fear. But after a few paces, he bumps into someone as a dark voice echoes, where are you going? You and I both know why Dong-ho turns pale as he stammers, Jino. Soon freezes upon hearing the newcomer's name. She silently thinks, Kang Jino is already here? I thought it would take him much longer to arrive. Jino steps forward to face her, asking in an obnoxious tone if she is that famous goblin girl. He sneers and mockingly adds, the strongest? All you pathetic stepping stones always say the exact same thing. Without giving anyone time to react, he suddenly lunges right at Soon, unleashing an attack while shouting. It is so annoying when weaklings like you talk big. Jino throws a heavy punch, forcing Soon to quickly block with her sword. But the sheer force sends her flying back several meters, shocking her completely. She silently admits to herself that although she thought she could block it, his strike still blew her away. Judging by that single blow, his fighting strength is easily rank A. Coming to a conclusion about her opponent, she sighs and calmly speaks. I guess I have no choice. I really wanted to avoid using this with so many cameras around. As she speaks, a bright blue light wraps around her uniform, changing into a deep blue cloak. A massive surge of energy begins radiating all around her. Once her power-up is completely finished, she slowly continues speaking. But if I lose because I held back, I'll never hear the end of it. Seeing Soon's new outfit, Jino mockingly asks if Heen Hai makes girls wear armor to school. I actually just thrashed some kid wearing a shiny set of armor like yours. Soon immediately knows exactly who he is talking about, replying that he must mean Senior Duyi. With those words, she suddenly vanishes into thin air. In the very next second, she reappears right in front of Jino, swinging her blade to strike. At the same time, she makes sure to clarify that despite wearing armor, they are on entirely different levels. Completely ignoring her words, Jino tightens his fist to attack, asking disdainfully, what the hell is that supposed to mean? You're different? One hit from this fist and your armor is getting dented, girl. Yet, Soon doesn't flinch at his threat. She calmly repeats that she warned him already. As Jino throws his punch, she blocks with her cloak, catching him off guard as he gasps. Trust me, you and I are dying to see what happens next. What? Just as Jino stands there completely dazed, she unleashes her sword, sending him flying backward. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride. Recovering his balance, Jino actually has the nerve to praise her. Using a cloak to block and counter-attacking with a weapon. Pretty clever, huh? But Soon only responds with a cold, mocking smirk. She taunts him, saying she did not master this move just to impress a loser like him. Hearing this, Jino's face darkens as he grinds his teeth with pure rage. Ha, you really know exactly how to push my buttons, don't you? You are seriously starting to annoy me. With that, he channels his full power, hot air radiating intensely from both of his hands. He hurls waves of blistering heat straight at Soon, screaming, "Why don't you try blocking this with that precious cloak of yours?" Soon stands her ground, staring down the incoming thermal blasts and calmly measuring their strength. It is a wide-range attack kicking up massive steam. If she dodges, the allies behind her will get caught in the blast. Making up her mind, she vows not to let that happen. Now watch closely, a brilliant light begins to erupt from her cloak. The light curves into a protective arc, completely neutralizing Jino's burning strike. Having stopped the attack, Soon's confidence only grows. She throws out a massive taunt. I guess that is how you bully third years. But that weak trick will not work on me. Jino is absolutely livid. Veins bulge on his neck, his eyes pop with rage, and he spits out his next words through clenched teeth. You little brat, you have officially crossed the line. He screams, charging forward to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes. Jino screams like a total madman. I told you to just stand down and stay back. Amidst the madness, Soon stays dead calm, analyzing his strategy. His idea relies on turning hot rage into pure physical energy. As long as he keeps his fury burning, he can attack endlessly without exhausting himself. To win this fight, she only has two options. Either she cools his rage, or she puts him down in a single blow. And of course, she goes with option 2. Suddenly, two identical clones of Soon materialize out of nowhere. Honestly, we did not see this coming as they blitz Jino from 3 sides, leaving him totally shocked. What is this? How are there 3 of you? Hit simultaneously from 3 directions, Jino cannot react in time and is violently blown away. While Jino is panicking, Soon remains completely calm and collected. She plays dumb, asking, "What do you mean? Maybe you are just seeing things." Tasting defeat for the first time makes Jino go absolutely ballistic. He curses out loud, wondering how someone like her can even exist. Standing nearby, Dong-ho worriedly asks if Jino is okay. He responds to the concern by taking all his frustration out on his teammate, snapping, "Hey, what is going on with the left flank?" Dong-ho tries to argue back, but calling them over now is too dangerous. We should really wait a bit longer. Feeling insulted that his direct order is being questioned, Jino grinds his teeth and growls. "Are you talking back to me?" Staring into his cold, threatening eyes, Dong-ho dares not disobey. He quickly submits, replying, "I get it, I will contact them right away." He turns and signals to their comrades. Overhearing their brief conversation, Soon grows deeply suspicious about this mention of a left flank. Then, she notices something highly unusual, thinking to herself in shock, "What is going on? That wall is way too far for a ranged squad to hit. Wait, the left flank? They are exploiting the height advantage to channel nature-controlling idea. At this rate, the center and rear squads will be completely wiped out. Go-e instantly realizes the extreme gravity of the situation. She immediately barks out an order, shouting, "Everyone, fall back to the entrance. Do not let the enemy secure the high ground behind us." Watching the enemy advance, Soon grows increasingly anxious. They are sliding down the slopes incredibly fast. If our forces are forced to retreat backward, they will be completely exhausted. That will put us at a massive disadvantage. While she is momentarily distracted, Gino seizes the chaos to launch a surprise attack. Leaping straight toward her, he screams, "Where do you think you are looking? You are playing with me." Instantly, Soon summons her power to block the heavy strike from this annoying goblin-like copycat. Gino roars at the top of his lungs, activating his swamp ability. As the two attacks collide, the tide of battle shifts against Soon. Gino quickly notices, realizing her defense feels much weaker than before. "Looks like that heavy armor drains an insane amount of your energy. With me in front and the left flank behind, what is your plan?" Soon tries to maintain a calm front, saying she will just crush him and the army behind her. Before she can finish, Gino cuts her off. He laughs mockingly, sneering that acting tough now will not save her from her fate. "Just look at your face. You will not even last 5 minutes." Sadly, he is right. As her massive energy consumption takes a heavy toll, Soon's face is completely pale, looking like she might collapse at any second. Still, she raises her sword to prepare a defense. She struggles to defend, thinking to herself that this military training squad is definitely the real deal. She has to defeat this jerk first. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes, and his ally screams in terror. "Trust me, we cannot miss what happens next. All right, you and I are about to jump into a wild fight," as Siyun turns toward a massive noise, only to spot Gangmin yelling his lungs out mid-battle. "There is no way you guys are getting past us." Siyun finally relaxes, feeling a quiet sense of relief deep inside. "Is that his little army?" Gino scoffs in disgust, clicking his tongue as he asks, "Who are those weaklings?" Hearing her allies' friends get insulted like that, Siyun's face completely darkens as she growls a cold warning. "You better watch your mouth. Those guys are friends of the leader who, by the way, is my prospective husband." Seeing her terrifying expression, Gino flinches slightly but tries to act tough, mockingly replying, "Husband? You are in high school and still playing house?" With that, he turns his back to leave, saying, "I am out. You all seem decent, so I bothered fighting you, but it turns out I'm just wasting my time. You are completely useless to me now. Let's end this." As he speaks, a bright blue light envelops his body, completely different from the fiery red aura he used before. At this moment, Gino's Idea, Forgotten Anger, manifests with a rank of A+ and C++, boosting his overall combat power to A+ with a unique Tier 3 leg enhancement. She quickly senses something is off. The atmosphere has shifted, and the air is suddenly freezing cold. Deep cracks even begin to spiderweb across the ground. Gino's silhouette blurs right past her as he leaps into the air to unleash a devastating kick. Luckily, Siyun reacts just in time to block the blow. She is stunned. A kick? He completely changed his combat style. Now pay attention, because his strength and speed are on a whole different level as Gino resets back into his stance. This time, he prepares a brand new move, muttering, "I am ending this now." They instantly clash, but Siyun is heavily pushed onto the defensive. Gino glares with razor-sharp eyes, sizing her up coldly. "Instead of dealing with that annoying cloak, I should just break your weapon." Suddenly, Seyun leaps far backward, leaving Gino frozen mid-strike as his target vanishes. She closes her eyes, calmly replying to his threat. "Yeah, you are actually right. I need to practice more with this armor. But even without me, everyone here will be totally fine." He watches her, thoroughly confused. "What, are you surrendering now? Who said you could just run away?" Seyun calmly sheathes her sword behind her back. She fires back. "What do you mean? Who?" With a sudden flash of light, her heavy armor vanishes, returning her to her regular academy uniform. Seyun raises her sword high as a massive wave of raw power begins to overflow. Only then does she answer him. "It is me, obviously." Gino calmly stares at the towering pillar of energy swirling before him without flinching. He narrows his eyes, sneering in contempt. "Do you honestly think that was a smart move? Do you really think I will fall for such an obvious attack?" But Seyun thinks otherwise, her lips curling into a mocking smirk. "Your learning ability is pretty lacking, is not it? You already witnessed how destructive this power is." Suddenly, two clones materialize beside her, their surging pressure forcing Gino to take a cautious step back and raise his guard. Now, I know what you are thinking. This move is absolutely insane, and Gino himself admits it is not ordinary. Fully charged, Seyun screams. "If you already know that, then just take this hit and get lost." Instantly, both she and her clones swing their blades simultaneously, targeting Gino. A deafening explosion roars as thick clouds of dust and smoke blanket the area. With the devastating attack finally unleashed, Seyun exhales a long, exhausted breath. Watching the whole spectacle from a distance, Gangmin and Yi Zhong are absolutely thrilled, with Gangmin jumping up and down in excitement. Our boss's wife is the absolute best. Yi Zhong cheers along, hyping her up. She took out the ace of class 998 in a single shot, but ignoring their hype, Se-yoon bluntly states, "Too bad I could not wipe them all out at once." Her words leave both of them completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? Se-yoon turns to them to explain. If Kang Jino had blocked it, the shockwave would not have reached those 998 weaklings behind him. Besides, a guy like Jino does not care at all about his allies' safety, so he probably leaped off the cliff right before my strike landed. Even from this height, his physical conditioning and water vapor shroud would let him land without a single scratch. Now that they finally get the picture, Sangmin cannot help but marvel. Man, that is seriously impressive. Yi Zhong, however, thinks of something else. If that were our class leader, she would have sacrificed herself to block it. And of course, we would have all stopped it together. Si-eun suddenly remembers something, turning back to ask, "By the way, where did that buggy-eyed guy go?" Meanwhile, down in the valley, Jino has landed safely without a scratch. He rubs his hip slightly and exhales a sigh of relief. That was way too close. But now he just needs to kick that guy out, ring the bell, and proceed as planned. He mutters while walking forward slowly. But seeing Dong-ho still stuck in the valley, Jino loses his mind and yells, "Trust me, we are in for a wild ride. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a mess. Why are they still here?" Dong-ho flinches, trying to explain. "Sir, the thing is," right there on the stairs suddenly, a voice cuts their tense conversation short. "You finally made it, huh?" It is Jin-sung, casually sitting on the stairs, waiting for Jino. "I heard you finally finished your training while I was waiting." Moments later, down in the deep valley, nobody knows who struck first, but the two of them are already fighting like absolute beasts. Witnessing Jin-sung's raw power, Jino starts questioning him. "You are just an F-class assassin, right? Were you waiting all this time to avenge that bastard?" He just chuckles, giving a vague response. "Is that so?" After trading intense blows, Jino slowly evaluates him. "You have some pretty sharp intuition to predict our secret ambush right beneath the cliff." But Jin-sung does not care about his boring, empty talk. He boredly twirls the dagger in his hand, throwing out a massive provocation. "Are you tired? You are talking way too much, acting like you are hiding some big, terrifying secret." Those words push Jino over the edge, making veins pop all over his forehead. He rubs the back of his neck, radiating pure killing intent. "Ron won't come down here, right? Making your death look like an accident sounds perfect." Jin-sung is completely unfazed, baiting him even more. "If you can actually kill me, then try it." Jino snaps back. "Just you wait." With that, he lunges forward. Jino closes the distance at lightning speed, throwing a heavy punch, but it gets blocked effortlessly. He spins to deliver a kick, unleashing a barrage of strikes, but every single one is effortlessly shut down. Jin-sung has not even moved a single inch this whole time. He blocks Jino's kick with one hand while mocking him. "You are struggling so hard, yet you are still this arrogant?" Jino grinds his teeth in pure hatred, calling him a total bastard. The more Jino loses his mind, the more Jin-sung taunts him, demanding he actually start fighting for real. "You are still hiding your real power, right? Pay attention here, because Jino is completely tensing up with anger, his eyes glaring like sharp daggers. You just had to push me this far. Do not regret this." With that, Jino turns to bark orders at Dong-ho. "I am using my level 4 skill, so get out of here." Hearing this, Dong-ho turns pale and desperately tries to stop him. "Wait, Jino. Unless you are fighting in Sung-ho, using a level 4 skill requires direct permission from the warden. But right now, absolute rage is blinding him. He is not thinking straight and does not care about any of those rules. Deal with him first, report later." This kid's raw strength is way beyond anything we ever imagined. Sensing his absolute resolve, Dong-ho immediately warns the team to evacuate. He is actually going to use level 4. "Everyone run, get out of here right now, or we will all get caught in the blast." Seeing them scramble to escape, Jin-sung calls out to them. "Hey, you guys are from Unit 998, right? If you are planning to run, you should head in that direction." One of them immediately yells back in anger. "What? That way leads straight to your rear lines." But Jin-sung has absolutely no intention of letting them go that easily. Jin-sung casually threatens them. "If you do not want to leave, we can just fight it out right here." So Dong-ho and his guys have to swallow their pride. "Okay, we are leaving right now." With everyone gone, Jino finally begins to unleash his true, monstrous power. His voice turns dark and heavy. "I do not know what you are scheming, but it is too late now. Try your best to survive." When Jino opens his eyes again, trust me, those eyes are glowing with a terrifying purple energy. Jino looks up and roars as raw energy explodes from his body. His activated state is Forgotten Resentment, boosting his combat stats to A+, C+, and C+. That rising steam represents his level 4 madness, showing he is completely locked on his target. For the next year, his maximum growth potential is instantly doubled, triggering a massive, violent explosion. Waves of overwhelming pressure surge outward, forcing Jin-sung to brace himself. Anyone with a lower emotional limit cannot even touch this steam, allowing that vapor to unilaterally inflict devastating physical damage on its target. Entering this level 4 state means completely losing your sanity. Jin-sung's expression now turns more serious than ever. He holds his dagger, dropping into a defensive stance. Having fully unleashed his power, Gino charges forward like a madman. He raises his leg high, preparing to deliver a devastating kick. As the strike connects, Jin-sung tries to block it with his dagger, but it is not going to be that easy this time. The impact blows him back, forcing him to slide across the ground. The offensive power has completely changed. Before Jin-sung can even recover, Gino is already charging in for another strike. Laughing maniacally, Gino raises his clenched fists high into the air, aiming to crush Jin-sung into the dirt. With a massive explosion, dust and debris fly everywhere. But fortunately, Jin-sung manages to dodge just in time. As the smoke clears, Gino's silhouette appears, completely lost to madness as he relentlessly strikes without showing any fatigue. He gasps in shock, feeling suppressed. Under this relentless assault, he cannot even find an opening. Let's see how he survives this. Alright, you and I are about to watch Gino lunge forward with his fist, hitting Jin-sung so hard he screams in absolute agony. Sent flying 10 meters back, Jin-sung quickly assesses the situation. Normally, that steam would spread out to push Gino's power to its absolute maximum. This is a real problem. If that strike comes down from above, not even Soon would be able to withstand the impact. But before Jin-sung can think any further, Gino madly charges right at him again. Seeing him completely lose control, Jin-sung mutters in disbelief, noting that Kang Gino's typical style is to force his opponents into submission through raw violence. I shouldn't even be fighting a mindless beast like this. But as that thought crosses Jin-sung's mind, a dark smirk creeps onto his face. Still, this out-of-control monster is finally a worthy opponent for him to test out his true, hidden power. With his decision made, Jin-sung stands tall, unleashing an ominous aura that instantly forces the charging Gino to freeze in his tracks. His grin turns wild and arrogant as he faces Gino, his voice dripping with absolute provocation. "Welcome to my playground, buddy. Let's have some real fun." And just like that, the true battle finally begins. Meanwhile on the trail, Dong-ho mutters coldly, urging them to end this quickly before Gino runs into trouble using that fourth tier. Sergeant Na speaks up from behind him, wondering if something is off since they haven't run into a single defense squad on their entire way here. Their strategy might be sloppy, but this is ridiculous. Dong-ho just chuckles softly, replying that he has no clue either. As those words leave his mouth, they run into Sung-ho, who narrows his eyes. I never got a report saying the front line was breached, but as expected, Unit 998 had already mapped out a hidden shortcut. Sergeant Na screams in shock, realizing it's on Sung-ho. Why would they leave their strongest fighter at the rear? Scan the perimeter with your Ida right now, an ambush is coming. But Sung-ho just looks at them, stating he's completely alone. Hearing this, Na snaps back, demanding if he actually thinks they'll believe that. Sung-ho calmly cracks his knuckles, replying that believe it or not, he's been waiting. Now pay attention, because this is where Dong-ho's squad completely panics. They ask Dong-ho if it's true there's no one else, admitting that no matter how many times they scan with Ida, they find absolutely nothing. Dong-ho's expression darkens as he speaks. Then there's no problem at all, because there is absolutely no way On Sung-ho can beat me. Sung-ho's face darkens, vowing to take him down as he zips past. Dong-ho's allies instantly drop to the ground. He grits his teeth, telling Sung-ho he might have beaten the others. But that doesn't mean anything, because there is no way you can beat me. It would have been better if the dagger guy was guarding this place instead of you. Sung-ho calmly asks, "What's wrong with the dagger?" Dong-ho frowns, muttering that he gets it now. But hey, you and I both know that if he beats Sung-ho, they win. Sung-ho just chuckles, realizing that was his plan. Dong-ho furiously charges in, screaming that he isn't the only one who has gotten stronger. Right then, the system screen flashes. It reveals Ida rank B, with an overall combat capability focused on gravity and weight manipulation. This ability heavily multiplies the weight of both users and any equipment the opponent is carrying. The maximum weight multiplier can go up to 20 times. Dong-ho launches a sudden attack, but Sung-ho easily blocks it, leaving him completely stunned. Sung-ho speaks calmly, mentioning that ever since he was defeated by him, he spent every day wondering why he lost. Was it because I was exhausted from overtraining? Or was it because this was just a bad matchup for my Ida? No, none of that. Those were just cheap excuses because I simply wasn't strong enough to beat you. Finishing his words, Sung-ho effortlessly lifts him into the air, leaving Dong-ho completely paralyzed with shock as he gets hoisted off the ground. This should be absolutely impossible. Sung-ho's eyes flash with a deadly light, and he ruthlessly slams Dong-ho into the dirt. Back on the other battlefield, Jin-sung is blocked by Gino. He cold smirks, saying he wanted to go easy on him, but can't anymore. Jin-sung's eyes flash with a menacing red glow as he suddenly teleports right in front of Gino. A single devastating strike sends Gino flying backwards. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Gino lets out a furious roar. Jin-sung watches with pure satisfaction, mocking that he knew it was impossible to hold back, because doing so would mean he couldn't kill him. With those words, they clash once more, two opposing forces colliding head-on as the ground shakes violently, and Gino leaps out of the ruins. His face dark, Gino grits his teeth and unleashes another massive blast of raw energy. They rain down like a storm, but Jin-sung easily dodges them all. Gino refuses to yield, but before he even realizes it, Jin-sung is standing right beside him. Jin-sung flashes a creepy, sinister smile and charges directly at Gino. He laughs mockingly, asking what else he's supposed to do but kill him. With a final blow, Gino is slammed to the floor, paralyzed in absolute agony. Jin-sung lands coldly. Is it over? How boring. Gino glares in rage, unable to speak. Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. Stick with me. We see Jin-sung step closer as Gino backs away in fear. Where do you think you're going? Go ahead, activate your idea. Not going to whine anymore? This time, you can even use that pink cloud from before. Let us end this once and for all. Gripping his crimson glowing dagger, Jin-sung swings it toward Gino without a single second of hesitation. A massive explosion shakes the earth. As the dust clears, Jin-sung is seen pinning his dagger deep into the ground. He lets out a sigh of relief, having finally deactivated the bully's dangerous idea. Unbelievable. I could not have removed it if you still had that drive. Honestly, if you had not lost your will to fight, you would be dead. Regaining consciousness, Gino looks around in total shock. His eyes widen at the massive destruction. How did all this damage even happen? Why was my idea suddenly shut off? Jin-sung scratches his head, asking, did you lose your memory after hitting stage 4? I am seriously jealous. I remember every single one of my awful memories. I heard you once beat our senior, Sung-ho, so I was really looking forward to fighting you. This is such a disappointment, Kang Gino. Hearing that, Gino turns red with rage. How dare you compare me to that guy? Suddenly, a cold shiver runs down Gino's spine as he struggles to speak. What is this? Why am I trembling like this? Jin-sung looks at him, totally unfazed. It seems your body's survival instincts still remember the terror, even if you lost your memory of what happened. Well, my job here is done. You should probably go and handle your own business now. Kang Gino? Although boiling with absolute rage at those words, Gino gets back on his feet and runs off. You will regret not finishing me here, you trash F-rank killer. Jin-sung just chuckles coldly and winks back. Pay attention here. Gino scrambles up a steep hill, but suddenly stops dead in his tracks. Right before him stands Sung-ho, blocking the path like a solid wall. Shaken and confused, Gino demands, what happened to Hyokji? You stepping stone, what did you do to him? Sung-ho calmly replies, as you can see, Gino, I fought Dong-ho and I won. Gino is utterly stunned and refuses to believe it. There is no way you beat Hyokji. I am asking what kind of cheap trick you used. Sung-ho replies coldly, nothing. Today, I was just stronger. Gino completely loses it, brushing the thought away. That is ridiculous. How could a mere stepping stone like you do that? Hyokji must have made a mistake. Gino continues. Besides, your arm is already broken, so how are you going to stop me? Gino is incredibly confident and cocky. You cannot beat me, bastard. Sung-ho remains completely calm, slowly unzipping his heavy jacket. You will never beat me anyway. Although, taking you down in my current state might be a tiny bit difficult. Gino suddenly notices something strange. What is with that coat? Sung-ho sheds the heavy garment, explaining it is a weighted training vest. Gino carelessly smirks at the thin fabric. Ha, I do not see how taking that off changes a single thing. But the moment the vest hits the ground, Gino turns pale. How did a simple jacket make such an explosive impact sound? Do not tell me you fought Hyokji's Idea while wearing that heavy thing. Instantly, Sung-ho releases an insanely powerful aura. I know what you're thinking, this is fair now. Gino screams, how can a guy like you do this? Before he can even finish, Sung-ho delivers a devastating punch straight to his chest, sending him flying backward. You bastard! The sheer force of that impact launches Gino completely out of Sung-ho's line of sight. Furious, Gino recovers into a fighting stance. How dare this trash challenge me? Crimson energy begins gathering beneath his boots. Gino leaps high, aiming a lethal, crushing kick. Die, stepping stone. But shockingly, Sung-ho does not dodge. He blocks it head-on. Catching Gino's leg with just one hand, Sung-ho asks, I was wondering about that alley attack. Why did you not do anything yourself? Sung-ho continues calmly, but after seeing this attack, I finally understand. I have been getting steadily stronger for the past 3 years, while you have not changed a bit since then. Gino grits his teeth, veins popping all over his face. Are you saying I did not join in because I was scared? Gino's murderous aura erupts, his eyes turning completely black. How dare a stepping stone speak to me like that? Sung-ho just silently holds Gino's leg, letting him rage. When Gino pulls his leg back, Sung-ho simply leaps backward, landing gracefully and looking completely fine. Taking a defensive stance, Sung-ho speaks. Is that your idea? A fighting style that trades your consciousness for raw physical power? Completely blinded by rage, Gino does not even care. He charges at Sung-ho like a wild animal. Seeing this, Sung-ho remains entirely unfazed as he continues. That is a massive mistake, Kang Gino. Sung-ho easily dodges Gino's wild punches, stating coolly, "You should really know how my martial art works." Grabbing Gino's collar, Sung-ho effortlessly hurls him straight into the cliffside. Gino's eyes roll back as blood splatters from his mouth. And that is where we leave things, Sung-ho using his opponent's own force to deliver a perfect, bone-shattering judo throw. Alright, you're about to witness a brutal reality check. Sung-ho slowly walks over to the heavily injured Gino, mockingly declaring that relying purely on mindless, raw strength makes him way too easy to defeat. I win, Kang Gino. What a boring end to this fight. Now that it is all over, stop hiding. Show yourself, Parung. Shyly stepping out from behind, the boy scratches his head awkwardly, muttering that Sung-ho truly lives up to his senior status. When did you spot me? Parung asks, but Sung-ho already knew he was tailing Kang Gino all along, leading to a sudden realization. So this whole thing was your plan? What is going on here? Jin-sung sheepishly laughs, explaining that Sung-ho was supposed to press the button for 998. Sung-ho retorts, but judging by how you behaved, you probably already knew I wouldn't do something like that, right? Jin-sung bows deeply, admitting he was right. Sung-ho then closely observes the young fighter, evaluating his potential. Pay attention here, this is where the rules get tricky. Under the official regulations, I should be disqualified due to my injured left arm. If Kang Ji-no arrived with an unbroken bracelet, I would have let him pass. But now, it is time for me to withdraw. Smiling, he hands the device over to Jin-sung, asking him to finish the job. Baek-hyun instantly snaps to attention to receive the order. Understood, there is no other way. I will wrap this up quickly and return. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, chaos erupts. Lee Jung and Kang Ha glare threateningly at the enemy, yelling that they will keep fighting until every single opponent is wiped out. Songgang grits his teeth and snaps, "Damn it, we are completely out of time. If we cannot crush these damn zombies, we will be left with nothing but scraps. Get ready, everyone." Just then, Jin-sung arrives, teasingly shouting that the scraps have arrived. Spotting Jin-sung, they cheer with relief. "Captain." Jin-sung praises them, saying they did an incredible job holding the line for this long. He immediately checks on them, asking for a status report. Lee Jung explains that the professor has already retreated. "We got pushed back a bit, but now that you are back, if we can just hold out for 30 more minutes, victory is ours." Hearing this, Jin-sung gazes into the distance, wondering if 30 minutes is enough time for them to break straight through. Stunned by this reckless suggestion, Kang Ha gasps in disbelief. "What? We have to charge right through?" Jin-sung replies with a wry smile. "Since Senior Sung-ho said we need to finish this, we must." Lee Jung objects, arguing that it is simply too overwhelming. Jin-sung knows that with more time, they stood a chance. But with only 30 minutes left, even unleashing his killer intent state will not save them now. You and I both know he has to get creative here. He needs to expand his control radius immediately. Should he focus on footwork to boost his speed, or rely on his left arm for raw power? Closing his eyes, he analyzes his options. What Jin-sung needs most is vision that can read the entire battlefield. Cutting off his thoughts, the system interface suddenly flashes to life. A portion of Adia A-, overall combat power A+, unlocked. Eye manipulation zone activated by concentrating his focus on a single target. You can now detect the enemy's critical weak points and analyze their Adia. You can find a way to defeat the opponent, though it only reveals the most difficult path. Right then, Kang Ha notes that the Hyeon team isn't moving. Heeji chimed in, "Why would they move? They will easily win if they just hold out for the next 30 minutes. We lost because we couldn't even touch Jino and Dongho. Since defeat is certain, we should focus on avoiding any more injuries." Kang Ha suddenly warns, "Wait, one of them is rushing straight towards us." Heeji mutters in total confusion. "What? What kind of maniac charges in completely alone?" Crimson eyes burn with pure bloodlust. "Damn it, who is that guy? His eyes look absolutely insane." Meanwhile, in a quiet room, two powerful figures speak. The head of the White Jade Kim family asks, "What do you think of that kid?" Byung-jun confidently replies, "I am absolutely certain I will win," before laying out his cold calculations. Since Jin-sung relies solely on a basic sword, losing to him is impossible. Hearing this, the elder nods, saying he needs that exact level of confidence before asking for his granddaughter's hand in marriage. Even if he walks the path of the sword, his skills are full of flaws, and wearing that heavy armor looks absolutely ridiculous. The White Jade Elf of the Kim family is far beyond someone of his low caliber. Byung-jun reassures the patriarch that there is nothing to worry about. Suddenly, an announcement blares that the supply drop for 998 has been successfully captured. The high-end special training unit claims victory. Jin-sung proudly raises the flag high, wearing an incredibly smug grin on his face. On the other side, Byung-jun promises the elder, "I will take full responsibility for Lady Se-yoon." Squad 998's ambush on high-end's strongest student, Sung-ho, kicked off a massive joint mock battle. Standing on the left is the star performer showing off his powerful Aidea, Byung Ji-san. This is the guy who proved his allies were plotting a deception, guiding his squad with some absolutely jaw-dropping defensive maneuvers. Then there is Du Yi, a first-year who completely neutralized the opposing squad's momentum despite having raw, unpolished skills. The legendary White Jade Elf, Kim Se-yoon, put on a breathtaking display of her true power during the evaluation. And of course, Sung-ho, who secured his revenge and reclaimed his undisputed title as the strongest high schooler in all of Korea. Outnumbered 3-1, it was an absolute victory. Stick with me, because we are about to find out how a weak, D-rank Adia and a zombie army pulled off this miracle. Alright, you and I are about to watch the ultimate underdog rise, starting with F-rank assassin Adia wielder, Baek Jin-sung. Despite being a bottom-tier F-rank student, he single-handedly broke through a siege of hundreds of B-rank students. Seeing him raise the flag of victory gave massive hope to all the low-rank students who had already given up on themselves. Right then, the principal pats Jin-sung on the shoulder, laughing with pure joy. He loudly proclaims in front of everyone that Cadet Baek Jin-sung is the absolute pride of Heen Special Training High School. Today, the highest honor of Heen Special Training High School goes straight to Cadet Baek. Standing in the crowd, Jin-sung thinks to himself that this is getting seriously uncomfortable. The principal usually discriminates based on rank, but he sure knows how to fake it just to save face in public. Now, a massive new trend of explosive training has taken over Heen Special Training High School, and the HT Club is the absolute epicenter of this craze with Sung-ho leading the charge. Now pay attention here, because Sung-ho is proudly realizing that his favorite kid, Jin-sung, is steadily pulling in new club members. Meanwhile, Jin-sung is walking with Se-yoon, complaining that he just wants a peaceful life. Se-yoon casually replies, "Do you finally understand my pain now? Now there is only one thing left. Marry me already, Mr. Surplus." Jin-sung turns pale, wondering when the conversation even shifted to marriage. Se-yoon just smiles and says she will treat him incredibly well. "We can dodge reporters and live together." But Jin-sung mentally scoffs. "Treat him well, my ass. He just does not want to get beaten up anymore." Se-yoon instantly releases a murderous aura. "Fine. If you do not want to die, then I will just have to kill you." But just as she is about to destroy him, a sudden voice rings out, saving him from total disaster. "Wait, is that Senior Baek Jin-sung?" Everyone screams in excitement as they spot him, shouting, "Look, there goes the legendary F-rank assassin, and the White Jade Goblin is standing right next to him too." Seeing the massive crowd rushing their way, Jin-sung panics completely. He stammers about his training time, while Se-yoon proudly brags about her famous husband. Suddenly, Dong-hoon steps up to speak. "Let us pause here." Jin-sung turns around, surprised to ask if they also tried out for the HT Club. Dong-hoon hesitantly admits that they just came back, and Han-soo adds that they completely blew it. Shaking, Dong-hoon begins to explain their failure. "I was so confident, but I could not even hold my strength together before reaching the second cycle. Yet you passed it on your very first try. That means you had been working insanely hard long before joining the club, and we never even realized it." With that, both Dong-hoon and Han-soo deeply bow their heads, apologizing to Jin-sung in unison while trembling with fear. "We know asking for forgiveness for our bullying is selfish, but we truly want to change ourselves just like you did. Please give us one more chance. Even though we failed this time, we are absolutely determined to try again. You can do whatever you want to us, just like we used to do to you, so please just teach us how to train." Hearing their sincere apology, Jin-sung agrees and says he understands, but his eyes look a little too sinister. With a creepy, meaningful smile, Jin-sung promises he will personally train them to make sure they work incredibly hard together. Dong-hoon and Han-soo turn completely pale, absolutely terrified of his smile, before quickly running away while crying out apologies. They scream their apologies, calling Jin-sung completely crazy, leaving him totally confused about what is wrong with his smile. Se-yoon giggles at the sight, telling him that she is the only loyal one left, so he should just marry her. Jin-sung sighs at her persistence while she enjoys his misery, but right then, a mysterious junior girl suddenly approaches. She nervously calls out to him, and Jin-sung turns around, wondering if there is still someone else waiting. She hesitantly asks what his relationship with Se-yoon is, and if they are dating, prompting Jin-sung to burst out laughing. He reassures her that Se-yoon is only teasing, and they are not dating, making the girl sigh in relief. Sensing immediate danger, Seyun's eyes spark with pure, terrifying jealousy as the young girl gathers up her courage to ask Jin-sung a very sudden question. Before the girl can finish, Seyun lunges forward and covers Jin-sung's ears, completely startling him. She spins him around, casually telling the girl that this loser is busy, so she should save it for next time. Jin-sung cries out in pain while the young girl tears up, complaining that Senior Seyun is being way too cruel. You get to see him every single day, but I had to gather all my courage just to talk to him today. I just wanted to tell him that I like him. Hearing this, Seyun pauses, looks at the crying girl, and genuinely apologizes. She turns away, telling Mr. Surplus to stay and talk while she leaves. Trust me, you and I are dying to see where this goes. Jin-sung is completely baffled by her sudden exit, but the girl quickly seizes her chance and calls his name. He politely turns to listen, asking what is on her mind, but she suddenly demands to know what he is doing. Stick with me, we are diving right into a mess of mixed signals. Aren't you going to chase after her? Hurry! Jin-ung snaps out of it and quickly rushes after Seyun. What does this kid actually want from me? Seyun told him to stay put, yet the young girl is pushing him to run after her. The little girl sighs deeply, looking totally dejected. He claims they are not dating, but how could she ever confess when he looks that devastated the second Seyun leaves? Senior Seyun is seriously ruthless. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to Seunghwa, who is asking what on earth happened. Captain Jin-ung responds with a simple sigh. Can anyone tell me why she is acting like this? Honestly, it is terrifying. Jin-ung is just as clueless. Look, I am the one who wants answers, he says, explaining how he chased her down to ask what was wrong. I have absolutely no clue. He recalls trying his best to get through to her, but Seyun just kept her face turned away in anger. Why don't you just go back and talk sweetly with that cute underclassman? Jin-ung cluelessly replied that it was a shame he did not get to talk to her. Hearing those trigger words, Seyun completely snaps. Cute? A shame? Watch closely as she starts hitting him. Why didn't you listen to her confession? She fumes while he stands there utterly confused. Defending himself helplessly, Jin-ung groans that a dream scenario like that could never happen to him. Platoon leader Seyun fires back. A dream? I hint at this literally every single day. Why are you so oblivious? I am charming, cute, strong, and basically the most perfect partner alive. Staring at her blankly, Jin-ung replies. Look, if you were just teasing me like usual, you wouldn't be this genuinely furious. Whatever, I am going to train. After explaining his misery to the group, Jin-ung sighs. I honestly have no clue what I did to make her explode like that. Hearing his story, everyone silently agrees. This is entirely your fault, dude. Cut to Seyun checking her buzzing phone. Wait, a text from my grandfather? What on earth does he want now? Just as Jin-ung is talking, Seyun suddenly screams at the top of her lungs. My grandfather, he is coming here. Jin-ung blinks. Wait, who? Seyun panics. Hey, you live alone, right? Can I please crash at your place for a little while? We both saw that coming, right? The entire crew just stares at her in complete disbelief. Jin-ung casually shrugs and says, but I only have one bed, which drops everyone's jaws even further. Seyun ignores them, pleading, can you just help me out here? Jin-ung asks why, and she warns him that a very bizarre person is coming for her. Right on cue, Pet makes his grand entrance. A strange person? That is pretty harsh. Seyun quickly cowers behind Jin-ung, stammering excuses, while Pet sighs, pretending to be deeply hurt. Are you seriously hiding behind another guy? He squinted, suddenly recognizing him. Oh, you are Park Jin-ung. I came to collect Lady Seyun. But what a lucky break to meet you, Mr. Jin-ung. The hero blinks in surprise. Wait, you know who I am? Pet smiles. Forgive my lack of manners. I am Bratislava Pet. Just call me Pet. The Baek clan has spoken highly of you. Jin-ung is totally baffled. Why would his name ever be mentioned by Seyun's family? Pet replies, my apologies for being incredibly blunt upon our very first meeting, but would you mind having a duel with me? Talk about zero chill, challenging him right off the bat. Will you fight me? Jin-ung just stands there, completely dumbfounded. Wait, me? The crowd instantly starts whispering. Wait, is that actually Pet? The legendary former champion of the European Youth League? Seriously, why is he wearing our school uniform anyway? Meanwhile, Jin-ung silently sizes up his brand new rival. He has no idea who this guy is, but he is clearly famous. Turning to the trembling girl hiding behind him, Jin-ung asks what's up. Hey, Seyun, isn't he your friend? She flinches, shaking her head. No, definitely not. Pretty sure my family sent him to assassinate me. Jin-ung drops his jaw. An assassin? Seyun just casually shrugs, telling him not to worry about it. Taking a deep breath, Jin-ung tries to de-escalate. Look, let us just talk this out. There is no reason for us to fight. Pet shakes his head. My mission is indeed to escort Lady Seyun back, but my personal goal is a duel with you. Jin-ung is left speechless, his eyes wide in utter disbelief. Seeing the tension, the surrounding crowd slowly backs off, whispering in absolute excitement. What is going on? Sensing the commotion, Sung-ho steps in to see why the interim captain is about to throw hands. Pet steps up to shake hands, offering a polite smile. It is a genuine pleasure to meet you, Senior Officer An Sung-ho. I am Bratislava Pet, from Slovakia. Sung-ho nods coolly. I know. Pet maintains his flawless, polite composure. I am deeply honored that you know me. Sung-ho cuts to the chase. So, what do you want with our interim squad leader? Jin-ung pales, completely caught off guard. Pet turns to Sung-ho. I want to request an official sparring match with Jin-ung, sir. Sung-ho folds his arms. Powers are strictly forbidden inside the battalion without official clearance from a superior officer. Pet smiles. But isn't there already a legendary powerhouse superior standing right here? Sung-ho strokes his chin, actually considering it. Making up his mind, Sung-ho suddenly grabs Jin-ung's hand, completely catching the poor guy off guard. Let's do this instead. He grabs Pet's hand too, leaving both fighters totally confused. You and I are going to want to see what happens next. A simple arm wrestling match. Hearing this, Pet laughs out loud. You and I are about to see how smart An Sung-ho really is. Sung-ho looks directly at Jin-sung and says, I will assume that both of you agree to this. Jin-sung shivers in fear, feeling the massive, threatening pressure radiating from his senior. What is this, senior? Sung-ho replies, You better win this match, Jin-sung, in the name of the HT Club. Suddenly, Se-yoon yells, Is this really necessary? She grabs Jin-sung by the ear and pulls hard, making him scream out in pure panic. Se-yoon points with cold, murderous intent, giving him one simple order. Win. Jin-sung holds his head in despair, muttering about having a really bad feeling. Cracking his knuckles to prepare, Pet says, Go easy on me, Jin-sung. Then he turns, giving Se-yoon a passionate, romantic look as he addresses her. I will absolutely win this for you, so please keep your eyes on me. Se-yoon shudders at his cheesy gaze, while Sung-ho steps in. Let's begin then. Just one round, with no other rules. Are you ready? Pet confidently declares, I will show Lady Se-yoon what I can do. Meanwhile, Jin-sung is sweating from the overwhelming pressure of Sung-ho and Se-yoon. Sung-ho starts the timer and shouts the command. Instantly, Pet makes his move, their arms slamming together in a fierce lock as they push with all their might. Jin-sung goes pale from the raw intensity. That guy is way too fast. Park Jin-sung, do you believe in the existence of absolute talent? Jin-sung asks in confusion. Why are you acting so intense? Wait, what did you just say? Pet replies, In this world, talent is real. You can see the clear gap even in a simple game like this. Jin-sung is taken aback, his eyes turning serious. Don't tell me, Sergeant Pet. Do you also believe in connections with spirits? Channeling power into his arm, Pet replies. I don't think everyone with a weak idea is completely useless, but the truly elite operate on a whole different level. Now watch closely, because Jin-sung realizes he absolutely cannot afford to lose this match. Pet gloats, using his sheer power to push Jin-sung's arm down, but as he demands a surrender, a massive, overwhelming surge of power erupts from Jin-sung. Pet gasps out in shock as a sudden counterforce slams him back. Pet is completely stunned, his jaw dropping as he stares at Jin-sung in utter disbelief. He's too strong. Jin-sung's eyes shift, wondering why Pet hasn't gone down yet. Terrified, Pet stammers, Impossible. Is this creepy energy really yours? Jin-sung looks at Pet and warns him. If you don't brace your legs right now, your arm is going to get completely crushed. Refusing to accept this blatant provocation, Pet quickly channels every ounce of his power back into his arm. But right as they are about to clash, Sung-ho steps in and shuts it down. He warns them both that there will be consequences if they keep making a scene. Holding his throbbing arm, Pet asks, Jin-sung, is this terrifying power really your idea? Jin-sung smirks with absolute confidence and replies, Yeah. Confused, Pet wonders where that dark, ominous energy is actually coming from. Jin-sung challenges him, asking if he wants to settle this with another game. Pet admits he knew Jin-sung was no ordinary swordsman, but this exceeded his expectations. Staring intensely at Jin-sung's arm, Pet speaks up with a dead serious expression. That is the one kind of energy I never want to absorb. He waves goodbye. And honestly, you and I can see he has had enough for today. Suddenly, Sung-ho calls out to Bratislava Pet, asking if he has found a proper training facility in Korea yet. Pet casually shrugs, asking if Sung-ho is inviting him to join the team. Sung-ho waves his hand and says, I do not care about those details, but if you do not have a place, you can use the HT Club facilities whenever you want. Pet politely declines, asking if he really looks like someone who needs to train muscles. Sung-ho turns away, calling him Bratislava Pet. Objectively speaking, you are a pure genius with an incredible idea and an innate fighting spirit that is already at the peak. So muscle training is indeed unnecessary. Sung-ho recalls the heavy feeling when he grabbed Pet's arm, but talent does not mean you stop learning. I expect everyone to keep putting in effort. Hearing this, Pet walks off with a compliment. You are far more interesting than I thought. An Sung-ho. Coming to Korea was a great idea. Early the next morning, Pet's loud voice echoes. Lady Seyun, I am actually quite curious about something. I want to know your perspective on the national value of high-level AWAKENers and the rising lack of morality due to those traits. Spotting Jin-sung, Pet suddenly calls out, Hey Mr. Extra. Seyun slams her hand on the table to quiet him down and waves. Oh Pet, he needs to sit down, so please move over here. Looking awkward, Jin-sung declines, saying he is just going to work out. Seyun furiously slams her hand down, threatening him. Hearing Mr. Extra again, Jin-sung immediately does a complete 180. Sergeant Pet, please move. This is my seat. Pet remains completely unbothered, acting as if the table slam never even happened. Jin-sung, did you not plan on training first? He brushes the question aside, replying that it is irrelevant. Pet then turns to Seyun. How strange, right Lady Seyun? Annoyed, Seyun suddenly loses her temper and screams, This is so annoying. Go sit somewhere else. Before I punch you in the face. Behind them, Jin-sung mutters that he just wants to train, but a sudden announcement leaves us wondering what comes next. Come along with me as we check on Corporal Kim-soon. Corporal Kim-soon, please report to the medical clinic immediately. Hearing the announcement, Soon lights up with pure joy. Feeling absolutely saved, she rushes off in a heartbeat, shouting that the doctor is calling her. Jin-woong finally lets out a sigh of relief, ready to head back to training. But before he can take a step, P stops him, asking if they can talk for a moment. Seeing that dead serious expression on P's face, Jin-woong silently realizes his training session is officially ruined. Meanwhile, Soon arrives at the clinic and pokes her head inside to announce herself. Ion welcomes her with a bright smile, sitting in front of a massive tower of pastries. Sorry for calling you over during your lunch break, Aeon says, suggesting they chat over dessert. But Soon can't help but feel a sudden wave of unease. Dessert, Soon repeats, while Aeon cutely urges her to start eating. Hearing this, Soon politely takes a seat, trying to match her warm energy. Ah, thank you so much, Soon says. Aeon flashes a gentle smile, telling her to let her know if she wants more, since she has plenty left. Soon looks completely dumbfounded, asking if she always eats this much. Aeon bursts into laughter, quickly shaking her head with a giant grin. Since we're eating together, I bought extra, Aeon says, admitting she usually only eats 30 pastries. As they dig in, she brings up the real topic. So, have you given any thought to my offer? Hearing those words, Soon completely freezes and stares back in silence. Sensing the heavy mood, Aeon quickly apologizes for putting too much pressure on her during her first scouting mission. Soon quickly shakes her head, insisting that she's the one who should be grateful instead. She explains that the proposal is simply too incredible to accept, but Aeon confidently reassures Soon that she is destined to become a true master. Now, watch closely as she extends her hand, inviting her to join Myesi. Myesi is Korea's ultimate elite squad, a prestigious group where only the absolute best of the best in each field are allowed to enter. While the White Jade Kim family focuses on raising elite warriors using secret family techniques, Myesi actively scouts outstanding talents from every corner of the nation to build their forces. This special high-tier military division was personally established by Leon, the dominant power ruling over South Korea. They gather top-tier specialists from every single field to protect the country during national emergencies, making Macy a truly formidable force. Aeon eagerly presses on, urging Soon to join Myesi because she's absolutely certain that Soon will grow into an incredibly legendary master. Soon hesitantly replies that she's still a flawed swordswoman with too many shortcomings. But Aeon just casually takes another bite of her pastry, brushing off the concern like it is nothing. The specific position I'm recommending you for in Macy is a defense and protection specialist, she explains. Honestly, I value your defensive capabilities far more than your swordsmanship. Hearing this, Soon bows her head, her confidence visibly draining away. But I absolutely have to succeed as a swordswoman, Soon insists. Aeon reassures her, saying she became certain of her path the moment Soon asked about the aura shield. We can definitely help you grow, Aeon promises, but only if you agree. Soon quickly stands her ground and speaks up. As an elf, my soul is deeply bonded with the sword, so I must become an elite swordswoman. Aeon looks thoroughly puzzled. I know what you're thinking. A defensive swordswoman sounds like an amazing hybrid build. And Aeon agrees, asking why she can't just be a swordsman with top-tier defense. Soon sighs and slumps her shoulders. Deep down, she knew Aeon simply wouldn't understand. Ever since she was a little girl, she wished she had zero talent for swordsmanship. She never wanted to hurt others just to prove she was the strongest. But no matter how hard she tried to act weak and untalented, her idea just kept growing stronger. Back then, angry shouts would constantly echo through the training hall, asking where on earth Kim Soon was hiding. She skipped training again. Yet despite her slacking, her swordsmanship had already reached the Aura Master stage. Snapping out of her memories, Soon speaks. Dr. I, she starts. but Aeon cuts her off gently. I understand. You're probably worried about how your family will react, right? The members of the White Jade Kim family are definitely not ordinary people. Aeon continues, proposing that joining them in secret could actually be quite thrilling. She suggests that Soon could simply learn everything she needs from Macy, and then quietly leave whenever she wants, which isn't a bad plan at all. Hearing this, Soon hesitates and ponders. The military doctor is a top-tier master affiliated with Macy, having reached the absolute peak of power. People of that level usually possess pride and ambition on a whole different scale. Aeon is driven by that burning desire to be a master, so she could never comprehend Soon, who lacks that ruthless drive. Can her Adea really never be changed? She wonders how Jin Woong would handle a situation like this. With that in mind, Soon bows politely to say goodbye, asking for a bit more time to think things through. Soon heads back, sitting on Jin Woong's back, lost in deep thought. Since everyone else dismissed her Adea as complete garbage, she constantly struggled to prove herself, fighting a non-stop battle to control the dark power that threatened to consume her. So when her aura shield manifested for the first time, she was so ecstatic she could have literally jumped for joy. But everything clicked when she saw Kang Jin-ho charging down the cliff. When she clashed with him using her aura shield, she realized that playing purely defensive would have gotten her completely crushed. But by weaponizing her defensive shield to attack, she not only forced Kang Jin-ho to retreat, but also halted the advance of 998. So what do you and I think will happen if even Korea's greatest masters can't guide Soon down a path that doesn't end in bloodshed? Guess we'll find out next time. Stick with me. What if we find out that defensive training is actually designed to harm others? She has absolutely no idea what to do next. Then we see Fecht confronting Jin-sung, saying, "Listen, Jin-sung, you need to give up on her. Si-yeon is out of your league." Jin-sung just looks blankly at him, thinking how stupid it is to give up on someone he never even had. Fecht condescendingly adds, "Sure, your raw power is impressive, but someone of Si-yeon's status shouldn't be hanging around with a loser like you." But Jin-sung just shrugs, calmly replying that Fecht has totally misunderstood how Si-yeon actually treats him. Fecht presses on, "Elite people belong on a different path, Jin-sung. A bottom feeder like you could never bring someone like Si-yeon true happiness." Dismissing him with a wave, Jin-sung chuckles. "Happiness, huh? Yeah, I finally see what you're really trying to do here. I should have known the second you brought up talent." Jin-sung locks eyes with Fecht, and the tension in the air instantly becomes suffocating. It's exactly as Jin-sung suspected to Fecht. A person's raw talent matters way more than who they actually are. But Jin-sung believes that the person is always more important. Now watch this. Jin-sung asks if he really believes souls aren't equal, and Fecht just smugly says, "Obviously." So Jin-sung fires back, asking what the lower ranks are supposed to do. Just accept their lives of utter mediocrity? Fecht counters, saying that's why noblesse oblige exists. Those blessed with supreme power and status have a serious duty to lead. The elite will protect the weak. But Jin-sung calmly replies, "That is not enough." He continues, "You have no right to rank human souls. This absurd grading system is just a tool for arrogant hypocrites to brag, and it definitely has no right to dictate someone's future." But Fecht refuses to back down. He sneers that a talentless nobody can never support Si-yeon. Stepping forward in anger, Jin-sung warns him to stop deciding other people's limits. Taking a provocative step closer, Jin-sung snaps, "Fecht, I don't give a damn if you believe Adea dictates your entire life, but I will never let you force that trash ideology onto anyone else, especially on someone fighting to change, like Si-yeon." But Fecht stubbornly insists that geniuses like her must fulfill their predetermined destiny. Jin-sung fires back, accusing him of ignoring her personal choices, but Fecht just brings up her incredible aura shield. He argues that while her combat achievements are astonishing, a talent of her caliber shouldn't be wasted like this. "I know what you're thinking, and yes, Jin-sung stands strong here, declaring Se-yeon's life is hers alone, and whether she wants to fight or cook is her own damn business." Fecht scoffs at that, asserting that a person's true potential is set in stone the moment they are born. He insists Si-yeon is destined to be the absolute greatest. Sick of his blind arrogance, Jin-sung turns to walk away. Jin-sung mutters that they clearly don't get along, and Fecht snidely replies he knew that the moment he watched Jin-sung's combat tape. Halting, Jin-sung warns him one last time that no matter what, you cannot place a ranking on a human soul. Fecht growls, noting that Jin-sung has stopped addressing him by rank, and tells him to prepare himself for a beatdown. Dropping into a combat stance, Fecht admits Jin-sung is physically strong, but warns his raw power is still completely unrefined. He boasts that Jin-sung will never match a true genius. In response, Jin-sung instantly summons his basic dagger. Jin-sung doesn't know what Fecht's Adea is, but he can feel it isn't even fully active. Talk about absolute, blind overconfidence. Lunging forward, Jin-sung tells him to open his eyes and watch closely, leaving Fecht gasping in pure shock. But as Jin-sung strikes, a sudden force halts him completely. Fecht has blocked the dagger with his bare hands, asking if this is a joke. Demanding to know where his terrifying bloodlust from before went, Fecht aggressively shoves Jin-sung backward by the wrist. Fecht mocks him for holding back, while Jin-sung quickly leaps away to create distance and ensure his safety. Jin-sung grunts, realizing Fecht's raw physical stats are totally overwhelming. Fecht summons his power, asking why Jin-sung is attacking with a blunt hilt. Calling him soft, he warns Jin-sung that holding back is a fast track to getting severely injured. Jin-sung mutters that he didn't expect such monstrous physical strength from a guy who doesn't even look like he works out. Fecht smugly boasts that he never trains because geniuses like him don't need to, making Jin-sung click his tongue in annoyance. Jin-sung groans at how obnoxious he is, but Fecht just laughs it off, bragging that this is the brutal reality of raw talent. Analyzing the fight, Jin-sung knows his enemy has the raw physical edge, but a brilliant plan quickly forms in his head. Jin-sung strikes again, warning him not to cry when he ends up in the clinic. But Fecht easily dodges the blow. Fecht notes that the attack is finally serious, realizing Jin-sung's strike easily reaches B rank. No wonder Si-yeon, a D rank, was so incredibly intrigued by this mysterious guy. Watch closely, because Jin-sung spots a fatal weakness in Fecht's stance and goes for the kill. Let's dive into this epic duel. I will carry you straight to the medical wing, so feel free to collapse. Barrett blocks Jin-sung's heavy strike, mocking that it was completely unnecessary. He continues, I was planning to wait until you unleashed that true power you showed in the training room, but since you have no intention of using it, I am ending this match right here. A heavy, suffocating tension immediately blankets the training ground as both warriors throw themselves into a fierce exchange. Barrett eyes him closely, asking, Are you still planning on holding back your real strength? Dodging the incoming strikes, Jin-sung realizes that his opponent is effortlessly parrying every single blow. What is worse, Barrett is steadily closing the distance with overwhelming pressure, mockingly disappointed that his opponent is still holding back. Suddenly, he lunges forward with his sword, aiming a lethal, vertical slash directly at Jin-sung's face. Instantly, Jin-sung leans backward and executes a perfect backflip to escape. He lands, frowning as a realization hits him. It hits him that Barrett is intentionally copying his exact fighting style. The guy possesses the uncanny ability to copy any combat movement in an instant. Barrett points his blade directly at Jin-sung. I told you, let us end this fight as quickly as possible. Jin-sung stays silent, merely scratching his head as he mutters, My best option is defeating you using only my daggers. Dropping his hand, Jin-sung's eyes suddenly ignite into a sinister, glowing red. He locks eyes with Barrett. That really is unfortunate. A spark flickers in Barrett's eyes. Tightening his grip on his sword hilt, he smiles. Looks like you have finally changed your mind. Now watch this part closely. A sinister aura erupts as his ultimate eye skill finally activates. Sensory-sensitive targets would immediately lose their entire will to fight against this suffocating bloodlust. Barrett warily steps back. This chilling aura is even more malicious than the last time we fought. Jin-sung replies coldly, You are the one full of malice here, Barrett. After all, you copied my exact combat style. Jin-sung smirks, casually spinning his dagger. A provocation, you say? How amusing. What an arrogant assumption. Barrett begins channeling his own energy, refusing to back down. Arrogant, you say? Do you really think I am arrogant? Caladbolg. An A+ rank magic sword from Irish myth once wielded by Fergus. Left behind in the land of fairies, this weapon is known as Great Greed, or Devourer of All. It grants the wielder the ability to flawlessly replicate any movement of their opponent. However, this copying ability is strictly limited to the wielder's physical range of motion. Jin-sung quickly calculates the odds of this battle. Barrett clearly holds the advantage here. Shrugging, Jin-sung admits, Fine, with that power, you do have the right to be arrogant. You and I both know Jin-sung is a genius, but his analysis here is next level. He notes Barrett's perfect body match for the sword. Barrett narrows his eyes, deeply unsettled at being read like an open book. You talk as if you already know everything about my abilities. Caladbolg, the blade of absolute talent. It devours the target's idea, upgrading and developing it as the wielder's own. However, it can only hold one idea at a time. If a second idea is absorbed too quickly after the first, the original one completely vanishes. The scale of the idea that can be devoured depends entirely on the wielder's own mental strength. Right now, no idea is active. Meanwhile, Jin-sung's dagger relentlessly pulses with a terrifying aura of bloodlust. Jin-sung is quietly amazed by his opponent. Both his combat power and his inner resolve are incredibly refined. Even facing such immense bloodlust, Barrett remains completely unfazed. It seems he has lived a life forged through brutal hardships. Launching forward with explosive speed, Jin-sung rushes Barrett head-on. He has made up his mind there is absolutely no backing down now. Barrett grips his sword with both hands, bracing for impact. It seems you really hate me copying you, don't you? Then this time, I will show you my true swordsmanship. Ravenhood. A vibrant, blue energy surges from the sword's tip down to its hilt. Barrett tracks Jin-sung's movements with razor-sharp focus, timing his counterstrike perfectly. An explosive wave of aura blasts straight into Jin-sung. The overwhelming force of the blade sends Jin-sung skidding backward. He drops low, slamming one hand onto the ground to stabilize himself. Gripping his dagger tightly, his breathing turns ragged, but his eyes never drift away from Barrett for even a single second. Even with a slower strike, you managed to push me back. Barrett replies coldly, I have not even begun to fight seriously. All playfulness vanishes from Barrett's face. His gaze turns razor-sharp, pinning Jin-sung with pure, lethal intent. Raising his sword to shoulder level, Barrett shouts, Fergus, unlock. Jin-sung silently watches, analyzing the shift. Just a simple change in his combat stance, yet the entire atmosphere instantly shifts. At first glance, it looks like a basic, straightforward posture meant for a thrusting strike, but by angling his body, he minimizes his exposed target area, making it incredibly easy to parry any incoming attacks. Jin-sung muses as the attack path revealed by his idea appears much fainter than usual, but Jin-sung cannot help but marvel at his opponent's sheer genius. Spotting his stillness, Barrett calls out, Aren't you going to make the first move? Then allow me. It was a purely rhetorical question. Before Jin-sung can even open his mouth, Barrett explodes forward, blitzing right toward him. As the blade draws near, Jin-sung tilts his body aside and blocks the incoming point with his dagger. Metal screeches deafeningly, you and I cannot miss what's next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a high-stakes clash where every millisecond counts. In just seconds, Bet sheathes his sword, shocking Jin-sung with one realization. What? He is already prepping for his next attack? That split-second distraction costs him. Bet seizes the opening and strikes, catching Jin-sung completely off guard with a direct hit. Sent flying, his back slams hard into the wall, kick-starting a massive cloud of dust. Bet casually asks, What are you hiding, Jin-sung? He slowly backs Jin-sung into a corner. Why? Why does that creepy smile of yours feel so incredibly unsettling? The wall behind Jin-sung splinters, deeply cratered in the perfect shape of his body. Grinning wildly, he replies, I have never met anyone who outclasses me in every single way. Messy hair drapes over Jin-sung's eyes as a cocky smirk creeps onto his face. Forgive me for being a bit impolite here. Suddenly, an overwhelming bloodlust erupts around Jin-sung like a raging violent flame. He relaxes his grip on his dagger, muttering, I honestly thought I could handle you without resorting to this power. Now, look closely as Jin-sung reverses his blade in a flash. I was dead wrong, he mutters, the sharp metal glinting in the dark. Jin-sung's voice rises. Fantastic. Bet narrows his eyes, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone. So you are finally using that power from before. He steels his resolve, channeling raw energy straight into his sword. I let my guard down back in the training room, but this time will be different. Within a millisecond, a streak of light flashes as Bet charges straight at Jin-sung, taking long strides to instantly close the gap. The moment Bet slashes down, Jin-sung widens his stance. Raising his arm, he blocks the incoming strike with his dagger. A blinding light explodes between them, and Bet's eyes fill with pure shock. Did you really just block my attack with one hand? Unbelievable, right? Jin-sung sneers back. Actually, you're the one who is hard to believe, Bet. We are about to see why. I thought I could beat you normally, but without this power, it seems I can't even keep up with you. With a powerful thrust, he knocks Bet's blade away. That's why the first-class Idaha of the Musa will now unleash a portion of Absolute Musa's battle power. Unsealing the power in his right arm, Jin-sung smiles and says, I really hope you can take responsibility for what happens next. Before charging straight at Bet, he practically screams at him. After all, this is exactly what you wanted. Bet grits his teeth, his cool, confident composure completely shattered. He can't help but gasp out, how is this even possible? He retained his original base power, while only focusing the enhancement into his right arm. I thought your ability was just shifting your power to one side. Hearing this, Jin-sung bursts out laughing. What makes you think that? He pauses before continuing. Well, you are actually close. Let's call it temporarily correct for now. Bet groans softly as he gets shoved back a good distance. His boots screech against the ground, kicking up sparks. Bet's pupils shrink, his face betraying his growing anxiety. Jin-sung gives a mysterious smirk. Let me show you something really fun. Bet holds his sword defensively, his face turning pale. Has Jin-sung's bloodlust completely overwhelmed him? Unbelievably, he begins copying the exact moves Bet used earlier. With fluid, lightning-fast wrist movements, Jin-sung continuously changes directions, completely disarming Bet and knocking his sword away. All Bet can do now is watch helplessly as Jin-sung's deadly blade rushes straight for his throat. But just millimeters from his face, the blade suddenly stops dead. Instantly, Jin-sung redirects his weapon towards 6 other target zones on his body. Moving at extreme speeds, the blade creates a dizzying illusion like a razor-sharp cyclone, The sheer explosive energy radiating from Jin-sung leaves Bet completely breathless. He can't help but marvel. Being able to swing a dagger that fast and still stop on a dime before impact, that is absolutely brilliant. Jin-sung smiles and challenges him. Think you can replicate this move? Bet frowns, admitting defeat. You are way stronger than I thought, Jin-sung. Is that terrifying right arm the true form of your Edaha? Jin-sung readily replies. With a dagger, I can replicate moves to a certain extent, though it's nowhere near your monstrously perfect level. Bet sighs, sheathing his sword as he absorbs the reality. I wouldn't dare try copying whatever your right arm just did. Still, I never expected you to mimic my swordplay so easily. Jin-sung winks, pointing at his own face. Is my Idaha too dirty for you to swallow up or something? Bet looks at him curiously. Can you actually sense other people's Idaha? Don't worry, I only consume the tasty ones. Jin-sung waves his hand dismissively. If you tried to swallow my Idaha, you'd end up with a nasty stomachache. Besides, Bet adds, I already have the exact Idaha I want to target. He looks incredibly serious about it, continuing, I need to keep my stomach empty until that moment. Suddenly, Bet senses a heavy chill in the air as murderous intent floods the space. The one releasing this pressure is none other than Jin-sung. With a dark expression, Jin-sung warns him. I'm warning you, Bet, do not lay a single finger on Soon. Bet lowers his gaze, shrugging his shoulders in a helpless gesture. That is the family head's decision. I can't meddle in another family's affairs, Jin-sung insists. Bet gestures, cutting in. Actually, you can. Trust me, our journey is just getting started. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. The leader actually wants to meet you, which was the real plan all along. Jin-sung's face goes blank as he gasps. Huh? Then why did we just fight? Baek Jin-sung replies that before taking him to the leader, he needed to test his true strength. Saying this, he suddenly lowers his voice, adding that since Jin-sung won, he will give him a crucial piece of advice. You will never understand our clan leader. He is twice as bad as I am. This warning from Baek immediately sends Jin-sung into a panic. Sweat dripping down his face, Jin-sung wonders if someone with an even worse aristocratic ego than this guy actually exists. Snapping out of his wild thoughts, Jin-sung curiously asks, By the way, Baek, why do you obey the White Jade Kim clan? Baek cryptically replies, The clan leader will show you today. Grimacing, Jin-sung stutters to confirm, Wait, did you just say today? At Incheon International Airport, the scene is pure chaos. Stepping out of his car, Lee Shin cannot help but curse. How ridiculous! The monster second is going wild, smashing everything in sight as it stands tall and roars. Someone woke me up and promised a mountain of meat here. Watching it, Lee Shin is shocked to see a talking idea. The beast digs through the rubble, screaming for its meat, while Lee Shin stands back, deep in thought. I have seen different types of ideas, but never one this massive, let alone one that can actually talk. Now pay attention, because here is where the stakes get raised. Lee Shin suspects the terrorist group Pest is behind this mess, and he is determined to end it fast. Panicked crowds flee the area, but when they spot him, they gasp in relief. Look, it is the captain of Eslin. Others quickly look over at Lee Shin, crying out, Is it really him? We are finally saved. Intrigued, the beast turns and demands to know his identity. Calmly, he replies that he is Lee Shin, causing the massive monster to suddenly bow down. It presses its giant nose close, sniffing deeply, and exclaims how delicious he smells. Lee Shin stands firm, staring directly back. This is my first time seeing a talking idea. Who is your master? That simple question accidentally hits a painful nerve. Screaming with all its might, the beast roars that its master promised it a feast of meat once it woke up. Lee Shin realizes that while it can talk, it is not very bright. He cannot help but sigh and complain. Your breath is awful. You really need to start rinsing your mouth with salt water after every single meal. Frowning, Lee Shin whispers that he must end this to prevent future disasters, just as a brilliant golden light completely envelops him. Blinded by the glare, the monster covers its eyes and turns away. To replicate S-class ideas from ancient myths and legends, various elite clans have conducted forbidden research for ages. Finally achieving a few dangerous breakthrough results. Let's pause. Lee Shin's voice turns dead serious, completely different from before. Those who do not fear death shall live, but those who cling to life through cowardice shall perish. Unfortunately, most of these dark experiments failed miserably, as only a select few could actually absorb the raw power of these legendary souls. Those who do not fear death shall live, and those who beg to survive shall die. This is the power of the ultimate Korean historical legend, Admiral Yi Sun-shin, the S-class naval commander and military genius. His overall combat ability is S-rank, having won all 26 of his legendary historical battles. Wielding the twin dragon swords, Lee Shin prepares, as waves of surging energy explode from his open palms. Behold the S-class twin dragon swords of Yi Sun-shin, the legendary military genius. These ancient blades must be wielded with absolute mastery and determination to unleash their true, devastating power on the battlefield. Li Xin grips his blade, slashing violently at the monster's leg as he unleashes his ultimate strike to dye the land red. Second looks down in confusion, wondering what he is doing, right before agonizing pain makes it scream aloud. The left blade of the twin dragon sword strikes, unleashing a bloodbath that dyes the land. The giant beast's body violently trembles, roaring in sheer agony as the lethal energy relentlessly rips through its flesh. Upon activation, moisture in the air condenses into deadly ice spears, raining down on the helpless enemy. Li Xin looks up, telling the beast to stop screaming because it hurts his ears, sending the weeping monster running away. It cries that it hates rotten meat, while Li Xin watches it flee, shouting a warning not to head toward the sea. But the panicked beast does not hear him at all. It rushes straight to the edge and leaps into the water. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Li Xin sighs, wishing he had extracted more intel about the monster's master. Despite his complaints, Li Xin grips his right sword tightly as raw. Surging energy wraps around his arm once more. Muttering to himself, he notes that if he lets it escape into the ocean, people will definitely look down on him. Both foreigners and locals would talk endless trash about him. So without a single second of hesitation, Li Xin leaps into action. Pointing his sword to the heavens, he shouts his chant, 3 strikes to reshape the world, as pitch-black darkness suddenly consumes the entire sky. As lightning strikes and thunder roars, you and I are left waiting for the next epic showdown. You and I are starting with a pitiful sight. Number 2, hiding underwater, getting zapped by lightning while 3 sword strikes slash from the right. This blade can literally change the weather at sea, altering the entire world. Meanwhile, number 2 thrashes in the water, screaming at the top of its lungs. It hurts so bad, I do not want meat anymore. Hearing the screams, Li Xin rushes to the shore, unable to believe his eyes. How did it survive that lightning strike? He spins his sword in hand, controlling what? The ocean itself. A massive whirlpool forms right beneath number 2, trapping its massive body as the beast cries out in absolute confusion. What is this? Electricity only gets stronger when combined with water. Number 2 flails its limbs wildly, screaming, "This hurts, I do not know how to swim." Li Xin gasps at the beast's terrifying endurance. He realizes one major thing: this talking Ida is incredibly strong and has unbelievable physical health. It is not mature enough to attack humans intentionally, making this entire situation highly suspicious, and I definitely need to investigate it further. Li Xin crosses his dual swords, making a choice, knowing that hesitation will only lead to defeat. He roars to the heavens, calling forth his legendary warships. Get ready, because his power is about to skyrocket. An S-rank summoned the legendary warship fleet that once completely crushed the pirate army, summoning 12 massive warships, fully equipped with overwhelming firepower and ironclad defense systems. They are completely indestructible while on the sea, and their dragonhead cannons can fire concentrated bursts of purgatory hellfire. The massive ships are in position. Li Xin instantly barks out the command, "Attention all units, fire at will." The fleet moves to encircle number 2. Alone, the beast faces the concentrated onslaught of all 12 ships. It struggles violently amidst a sea of flames, crying out in sheer pain. Li Xin looks totally calm, but inside, his mind is racing with pure shock. Is it still standing? This is by far the most resilient Ada monster I have ever faced in battle. Thrashing under the water, number 2 roars in desperation. "Leave me alone, I have so much to live for, I just want to eat meat." Li Xin leans back, pointing his sword directly at the beast to declare, "I will personally manage and provide your food rations, so shut up and get out of here now." The fleet deploys into a crane wing formation, warships encircling the enemy, like giant outspread wings to completely crush and pulverize their target under heavy pressure. The destructive power of the Hellfire multiplies 10 times over, raising their overall combat rank to triple S. You saw that too, right? Number 2 gets dragged into the abyss, his desperate scream of not wanting to die echoing away. With the beast handled, Li Xin reverts to his normal form. Finally, in the quiet air, you can almost hear him let out a deep sigh of relief. Man, that battle was a real headache. Li Xin wears an expectant smile, looking forward to seeing how that bear's owner is going to react to this. The scene shifts to a complex of buildings. Walking down a dark, secret corridor with his hands in his pockets, In-dung approaches and asks, "Hey, does not this darkness hurt your eyes?" He just cannot resist teasing him. "You must be pretty used to this, huh?" Satang, number 1, stops in his tracks, turning to ask, "Are you back already, number 2? In-dung waves it off, saying, "Thanks to you, I finished early today, so thanks." But his playful attitude stands in stark contrast to his partner. Satang says in a low voice, "I have something to tell you," his cloak completely hiding his face, keeping his expression a mystery. He explains that the second-class beast sent to that location has been destroyed, a piece of news that does not shock In-dung at all. He shrugs casually, "I expected as much, since it had to go up against that guy, Li Xin." Satang, however, remains deeply puzzled. Even if it died, its body should be floating on the sea. Instead, it vanished entirely. Hearing this, In-dung gasps in sudden realization. What? Does that mean that fake Li Xin actually captured it? Satang turns around and begins walking forward, filled with lingering doubts. If that were true, I should easily feel its energy signature, but I can feel absolutely nothing right now. In-dung shrugs, saying, I had no idea he had such an ability. Satang continues, informing his partner, the first-class monster I dispatched will soon arrive in Korea. Satang glances back at In-dung, a trace of genuine worry bleeding into his cold tone. I am worried it will suffer the same fate as that bear, leaving our entire grand plan in absolute ruin. In-dung scratches his head in frustration. Even if that happens, we simply cannot jump Li Xin without a flawless plan. I will try to lure him away and distract him once the first-class beast finally lands. Though the chances are incredibly slim, a small spark of hope flickers in Satang as he asks, is there any way to revive it? In-dung answers without hesitation. That brainless bear forgot our warning to stay out of the sea, so there is no saving it now, just let it go. Satang sighs, walking away, accepts the loss. Their silhouettes fade down the dark pathway as a summoning circle flashes with light, as if welcoming the arrival of a true demon. Satang's voice echoes through the cold chamber. Fortunately, we are still fully capable of summoning other beasts. Elsewhere, a servant bows deeply to Jin-sung, saying, Please enter, Master Jin-sung. He stands there, completely awestruck, staring at the massive gate before him. Beyond the gate lies a spacious private estate, completely engulfed in a dead silence without a single insect sound. And that is where we leave them, heading into a brightly lit private mansion. All right, you and I are diving right into this intense meeting. The servant bows, announcing, Master, I've brought young Master Park Jin-ung back. A deep voice from inside replies, Enter. At that, the servant pushes the door open. Jin-ung follows close behind, and a massive banquet table instantly catches his eye. The family head is already waiting as the servant leaves. Jin-ung hesitates for a second, then nervously starts, Greetings, sir, I am Perrin. But before he can even finish, the old man abruptly cuts him off. His wrinkled face twists in anger, unable to hide his irritation. You are incredibly late, insolent brat. Jin-ung is still standing near the door, but the banquet table between them is ridiculously long. He scratches his head, suggesting, I think we're a bit too far apart to talk properly. May I come closer? But the old master has absolutely zero intention of showing him any respect. He snaps back instantly, Sit right there. Left with no choice, Jin-ung has to obey. Yes, sir, he replies, secretly wondering why the old man hates him so much. Jin-ung sits politely at the opposite end, waiting for the master to speak first. But minutes pass, and the old man remains dead silent. Jin-ung gets annoyed. Why is this guy just glaring without saying a word? Testing the waters, he asks, do you mind if I grab a bite? The patriarch snorts coldly. What do you think I had all this food brought out for? Suddenly, he snaps, pointing directly at his face. Let's be blunt. You're the one who keeps filling my granddaughter's head with nonsense, aren't you? Chewing his food hungrily, Jin-ung looks completely baffled. Nonsense? I'm not sure what you mean, sir. The old man slams his hand on the table, roaring. I'm asking if you corrupted my granddaughter. Jin-ung stops eating immediately. Now watch his expression change as he asks seriously. Wait, do you mean her light shield? That's a power soon achieved through sheer hard work and training. Why on earth are you so angry about it? The family head glares, shouting, You fool, you know absolutely nothing. So you really are the one who corrupted her. Flustered, Jin-ung raises his hands to calm him down. Hold on, please save the lecturing for later. I know you have questions for me, and I have some too. The patriarch clenches his fists tightly. What an uncultured brat. After this is over, I'll make sure you feel my absolute wrath. Curious, Jin-ung speaks up anyway. So what exactly made you curious enough to summon me here today? The old man gets straight to the point. Aside from learning that an annoying pest is always hovering around my granddaughter, I heard you were also present when Peste attacked. He questions him intensely. What exactly was my granddaughter doing there? Jin-ung answers honestly. Well, back at the bank, she stepped up to save everyone, just like they showed on the news. The patriarch narrows his eyes, snapping once again. You idiot. Do you think I called you here just to ask about obvious news that everyone already knows? I am asking if you saw my granddaughter defeat Kim In-jung with your own eyes. But Jin-ung is still confused about what the old man really wants to know. What do you mean? Jin-ung asks. In a rare moment of patience, the patriarch actually explains. Those labeled as the absolute best are called that because they excel anytime and anywhere. I want to know if she truly won a victory worthy of her title as the Elven Swordmaster. Jin-ung shifts his gaze away from the old man, nervously tapping his fingers on his lap. Soon was the one who fought Kim In-jung the longest. Didn't you already hear the details directly from her, sir? The patriarch cuts him off, demanding a straight answer. A flicker of hesitation crosses Jin-ung's eyes as he recalls exactly what happened back then. Now think about this, even though Soon fought longest, only Ban Ji-jeon and Lee Seung-ah know the truth that Jin-ung was the one who actually finished the fight. Jin-ung realizes that telling the honest truth will only put Soon in an incredibly difficult spot. Deciding to keep the secret safe, he quickly responds, "Soon drove Kim In-jung away to save me." Naturally, this answer pleases the patriarch immensely. The old man crosses his arms and chuckles. I see. Jin-ung is completely stunned when the master says that if she couldn't even defeat lowlifes like Peste, she wouldn't be worthy of being his granddaughter anyway. Subconsciously clenching his fists on his lap, Jin-ung speaks up. Forgive me, but what you just said is a bit too harsh, even if you are telling the truth. Kim Soon almost lost her life fighting Kim In-jung. Jin-ung raises his voice, unable to hide his frustration. Even if she possesses an A-rank Ida, she is still just a normal high school student. The patriarch snaps back coldly. You say that as if you didn't almost die too. My granddaughter is completely different from ordinary humans, even if she's in high school. Jin-ung grits his teeth, asking, so what? The patriarch takes an authoritative tone. I already told you, you utter fool. Those labeled as the absolute best are called that because they are expected to be the best anytime and anywhere. Veins pop on Jin-ung's face as he grates his teeth, holding back his fury. She is your actual granddaughter. What would you have done if she had died back then? The patriarch roars in anger, causing the decorative screen behind him to tremble. How dare you suggest that Soon would lose her life fighting against a worthless thug like that? Daeho flies out from behind the old man, who speaks with a deadly, threatening tone. Watch your tongue, boy. Daeho lunges right into Jin-ung's face, its massive head roaring loudly. Jin-ung just narrows his eyes, calmly saying, You're blocking my view. And trust me, you and I are about to see this go wild. Get out. Trust me, you and I are about to see this arrogant clan leader lose his cool completely. He secretly wonders how this brat remains unfazed by the terrifying creature he spent so much effort creating. Quite tough, indeed. The kid reeks of a thick scent of blood, far too much for his young age. Seeing Daeho frozen, Jin-sung mockingly tells the giant kitty to get off the table. Daeho is visibly shaken, slowly pulling its massive paws back while casting a desperate, questioning glance at its master. The patriarch raises an eyebrow, raising his left hand to signal. Yet he must admit, intimidating Daeho is no small feat, especially since he forged the beast with an unyielding spirit. This kid is seriously impressive. Jin-sung mockingly asks if he is all right. With Daeho retreating behind him, the suspicious old man demands to know what he means. Jin-sung chuckles, mentioning that rumors often call him a total troublemaker. The patriarch narrows his eyes, instantly plunging the entire dining room into a freezing chill. The old man admits the kid possesses an incredibly strong will for someone so young. But does he honestly think that alone is enough to threaten him? Jin-sung's eyes flash crimson, frowning before suddenly bursting into a dry chuckle. An eerie sense of unease suddenly grips the old man, prompting him to ask what the kid is staring at. Blood art rank A+, with overall combat capabilities at A+. The user can summon absolutely anything they paint using this unique power. The more complex the drawing, and the more focus poured in, the more realistic the summoned beast becomes. Yet this leaves Jin-sung deeply puzzled. Why on earth would this guy choose to fight directly when he possesses such an incredible, overpowered Ida? Is there a hidden reason he relies on those masterworks in combat? Pay attention here, because the old man lets out a heavy sigh, sneering that he knows exactly what the kid is thinking. The White Jade Kim clan is absolutely obsessed with breeding stronger generations of high elves. Acting completely righteous, the patriarch defends his actions, claiming that even though he is a mere human rather than an elf, he still led this entire family to glory through sheer, unwavering determination. Jin-sung can clearly see the profound, twisted obsession driving the old man. Testing his reaction, Jin-sung asks if he genuinely cherishes Corporal Seon. The old man snaps back without hesitation, warning him that his rage should speak for itself. Refusing to let the subject drop, Jin-sung presses even harder. Does he value her because she is his actual granddaughter, or simply because she is the most powerful elf their entire family has ever managed to produce? The patriarch stares him down, completely avoiding the question while grumbling that the kid talks way too much. But Jin-sung refuses to back off. If Corporal Seon was not a powerful elf swordmaster, if she were just normal, would he still care about her at all? The White Jade Kim clan literally sacrifices their entire lineage just to breed these rare, mutated beings they call high elves. The absolute, pure madness that members of this clan have endured over endless generations is something that ordinary people could never even begin to comprehend. Outsiders could never truly understand their desperate, obsessive longing for a once-in-a-generation genius like Seon to finally be born. Yet the truth is the complete opposite. Jin-sung always assumed she had it all. Born into luxury with a flawless, powerful Ida. He never imagined she was actually being treated like a disposable tool. He recalls a past break where he asked Seyoon if returning home so late every single night was going to cause problems. Back then, she simply brushed it off, admitting she hated being at home anyway. Snapping back to the present, the old patriarch growls that his observation is quite amusing. Are you challenging me now? Jin-sung calmly offers to repeat it, prompting the patriarch to let out a sarcastic chuckle, admitting he actually likes the kid's foolish bravery. Before that, let me ask one question. You and I know this question will trigger him, but the old man casually grants permission. Jin-sung asks why he brought Pet to Korea and why a powerful Slovakian would obey him. The old man bursts into a furious, mocking laugh. Reminding him he only allowed a single question, the old man sneers that the filthy foreigner does not take orders from him. He merely showed Pet her Ida and proposed an engagement. Jin-sung realizes, with absolute disgust, that they never even bothered to ask Seyoon for her own consent. He starts to ask why Pet agreed, but stops mid-sentence as a shocking realization hits, causing his eyes to widen in horror. Wait, isn't this clan strictly forbidden from marrying outsiders to preserve their pure high elf lineage? Something is not adding up here. During their battle, he remembers a bizarre light radiating from Pet, a hidden secondary ability of Pet's unique Ida. Needing to confirm his dark theory, he asks how long the old man has planned to exploit Pet's specialized power. The old man scoffs, admitting he knew Jin-sung was wary of the boy's ability. Closing his eyes, he coldly reveals that if Seyoon fails to meet his expectations before graduation, he fully plans to let Pet devour her elf. He adds that he still believes his granddaughter will grow powerful enough that Pet won't actually be able to absorb her. Everything finally clicks. Jin-sung realizes exactly why she hates going home, and he delivers his next words with solid conviction. So that's why you hated her aura shield. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing his plan fail. Alright, you and I are diving into a tense showdown where the clan head clenches his fist, declaring she can never be the best with a weak sword meant only to protect. Goblins must climb to the absolute top on their own, a peak our White Jade Kim clan has anticipated for 1,000 years. But she is my niece, Kim Jin-dung mutters, lazily rubbing his neck. It seems convincing you is going to be completely impossible. Now I see why Soon wanted to run away from this place so badly. The clan head grits his teeth, warning him he is crossing the line. He unleashes a wave of warning energy. I only let this conversation go on because your little display of bravery amused me. But in the end, I must make this absolutely clear. Stay far away from Soon. You are of zero use to my clan. Jin-sung originally planned to leave in silence, but facing this blatant threat, he completely changes his mind. Unleashing a heavy wave of killing intent, Jin-sung snaps back, because I have absolutely no intention of doing that. The old head's beast soul instantly freezes. The old man assumes this sudden wave of courage must be coming from the hidden Ida the boy is harboring, a brat whose background, abilities, and even Ida are totally unstable. Standing opposite him, Jin-sung wears a dark expression, barely holding back his rising anger. The clan head stands firm on his decision, still believing the boy is a terrible match for Soon. While Jin-sung flares his killing intent to clash with the clan head, a bright voice suddenly echoes from outside. Grandfather. Seconds later, Soon bursts through the door. Grandfather, she shouts, as the old man instantly pulls his energy back into the folding screen. Jin-sung quietly suppresses his own bloodlust as well. Soon stomps heavily across the room, clearly in an absolute rage. She demands to know, why am I assigned to the same patrol squad as that Petch guy? The old man casually shrugs it off. What is wrong with you, Soon? I already told you to get close to him. Fuming with rage, she raises her voice at him. And I told you I absolutely despise that guy. Only now does she finally look around to take in the room. Jin-dung waves awkwardly with a forced smile. Hey there. Soon gasps in shock. Mr. Extra? She turns to Jin-sung in utter confusion. Why are you here? It is just a coincidence, he stammers, completely flustered. Soon quickly rushes over and places a hand on his shoulder. Mr. Extra. Wait, no, Jin-sung? You and I can guess she is about to drop a massive bombshell, her face blushing furiously. Did you come to meet my family and propose to me? Why did you not tell me beforehand? Jin-sung is completely speechless. Miss Soon, this is really not the place for jokes. But she leans in close, whispering directly into his ear. I am sorry, I need you to back me up. Then she immediately looks up to yell, Grandfather. Meanwhile, Jin-sung gets a really bad feeling about this. He quietly warns her, but Soon grips his shoulder even tighter, screaming, Forget about that Petch guy. Why do you not consider letting me marry Jin-sung instead? Suddenly, a freezing chill runs straight down her spine. In her rush, Soon forgot to close the door, allowing Si-jin to slip in completely unnoticed. She speaks up in a cold, dark tone. You have caused quite enough chaos. With a blue coat draped over her shoulders, Si-jin sternly lectures her. Keep your dignity as a noble lady of the White Jade Kim clan. Soon turns pale, cold sweat dripping down her face as she stammers out, Excuse me? Jin-sung keeps his mouth shut, eyes wide in disbelief. He thinks to himself, wait, is that not her sister? She looks barely 20. So how old is she really? The clan head folds his arms, cutting through the awkward silence. Perfect timing, we are finished with our talk. Escort these two out. Sejin immediately bows, yes, clan head. Turning to the stunned Jin-sung and Soon, she snaps. Did you both not hear him? Get up and start moving. Quickly. Jin-sung finds this a bit baffling. Kicked out again? Oh well. Seeing him hesitate, Soon quickly nudges him along. Let us go. Leading them out, Sejin crosses her arms and asks coldly, so you are that rumored Park Jin-sung? Watch closely as Jin-sung politely bows to introduce himself, but Sejin completely cuts him off before he can even finish. No need for introductions. After today, it is highly unlikely we will ever cross paths again. Still caught in a half-bow, Jin-sung's expression completely freezes. She acts exactly like Soon's grandfather, like a younger, female version of him, and she is an A-rank white jade goblin, wielding the legendary goblin power directly inside her own body. A former goblin host, capable of manifesting the pure combat power of mythical creatures. Jin-sung quietly evaluates her as a former host of the White Jade Kim clan, while Sejin barks out a fresh order. Kim Soon, change your clothes immediately and go patrol District 3 with Petch. And just as expected, Soon immediately rejects the order, complaining about that Petch guy again. But Sejin narrows her eyes with an icy glare. You have zero right to refuse, she snaps. An hour ago, a massive Ida launched an attack on Inan Port. Even though it was eliminated, the government remains on high alert and has requested our immediate assistance. And that is where we leave it, as keeping national security is the clan's duty. Soon bites her lip, completely annoyed but too smart to argue. You and I are starting with a major shocker. Jin-sung is blindsided. Wait, ma'am, was there really an attack at Incheon Port? Sejin raises an eyebrow and looks at him. Yes, the captain handled it. But unfortunately, there are still many casualties. A massive portion of the special psychiatric hospital was completely destroyed, and many patients are still missing to this day. The government is still desperately searching for them. Jin-sung lowers his head, whispering, so that is how it is. Sejin stares at him in confusion and can't help but ask, you seemed so confident before the family head, but why are you so pale now? Do you have relatives living in Incheon? Jin-sung bites his lip and hesitantly replies, no, I don't. Sejin quickly notices he's hiding something, but decides not to push. I won't ask any further, but that is indeed the grim situation over there. Sejin tells her, Kim Se-eun, you should get ready to go too. Se-eun sighs, yes, and Jin-sung can't help but look at her. This is the first time he's ever seen Kim Se-eun like this, but after all, she has no other choice. Regaining his composure, he looks straight at Sejin and says, ma'am, there is something I must tell you. Se-eun just gasps in shock, but Sejin cuts him off before he can even start. Remember, you are just an outsider with absolutely no right to interfere in our family's business. Jin-sung does not care about her warning at all. He speaks up with pure determination. Starting today, with a firm, unwavering gaze, he boldly declares, I am going to patrol with Se-eun every single night. Now watch closely as they leave the Kim estate to patrol the dark streets. Suddenly, someone speaks up to break the heavy silence, saying today was rough. It was Se-eun. She looks at him sincerely and says, I am sorry. Jin-sung smiles back. What for? It is totally fine. Se-eun quickly rushes ahead of him, clearly trying to hide her bright, blushing face from Jin-sung's gaze. She admits, honestly, I never expected you to stand up to my aunt like that. Thinking back, Jin-sung actually feels a bit embarrassed. He scratches his face and mumbles, it was just a heat-of-the-moment thing. Se-eun giggles, wondering what kind of emotion that is, but a sudden thought stops her cold. The two continue walking down the path. Se-eun breaks the silence again, asking, Jin-sung, did you know the military doctor is working with Ma? Jin-sung replies, makes sense, since she is incredibly talented. Se-eun shares that she was also invited to join Machi, not as a swordsman but in a totally different role. Jin-sung does not understand her hesitation, asking, isn't that a great opportunity? This time, Se-eun stays silent. She gently touches her sword's hilt, wishing she could swing her blade with absolute mastery. But Jin-sung smiles, asking, what are you overthinking so much for? He starts gesturing wildly, explaining, if you know exactly how a strike can hurt someone, you also know exactly how to dodge that same attack. You just need to do what you love and ignore the noise. Se-eun stands there dazed as he tells her, stand up and go chase your dreams. Tears well up in Se-eun's eyes, her nose turning pink as she holds back tears. Suddenly, Se-eun grabs his hand, her voice cracking with pure sincerity as she says, thank you so much. After watching Se-eun look so depressed lately, seeing her smile this brightly is a truly rare, beautiful sight. Jin-sung is completely dazed, and let's face it, the vibe is too beautiful to break. Fast forward 1 week later, night falls, and the streetlights turn on. In the quiet darkness, a voice suddenly sighs. Everything is so messed up. Durun looks at the files in his hands, his mind completely tangled. I never should have uploaded that online post a few days ago. Who could have guessed that a horrific incident would strike Incheon that exact same day? He lowers his head and sighs heavily. In the end, his post only got a tiny bit of attention before being ignored by everyone. Durun flips through a few more pages, scanning the contents. I only surveyed one student, but I never expected them to have suffered through so much. The more he reads, the deeper his empathy grows for this tragic childhood. They were a victim of the devastating Peste economic crisis. And after that Incheon port disaster, their uncle, their only living relative, went missing. Inside the file are several crystal-clear photographs. Durun carefully writes down detailed notes right next to each of the pictures. If this bear-form Ida is actually the new weapon used by the Peste, then this entire attack. He cuts himself off, ruffling his hair in frustration. Did I dig way too deep into this case? My head is starting to hurt. Suddenly, an elderly woman approaches him and calls out. Young man, she says, and Durun immediately looks up to ask, how can I help you, ma'am? Holding a thick book, the old woman hands it over, asking him to hold it. Durun is suspicious, wondering if this is a weird cult invitation. He figures he can just take it and throw it away later. Still, he politely stands up to receive it, saying, of course, ma'am. Durun accepts the book with both hands, touching the yellowed cover. An inverted cross? The material of this book feels surprisingly premium. As if drawn by some mysterious force, Durun flips open the very first page and finds incredibly detailed illustrations inside. He thinks to himself, a winged lion, looking so realistic. The level of detail on this is absolutely insane. Turning the page, Durun sees something painfully familiar. And trust me, you and I are looking at the exact bear-form Ida that wrecked Incheon port. Stick with me, you and I are about to crack a wild mystery, as Down quickly flips through the pages. What secrets are hidden here? If only he could read this language. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow creeps up from behind. Down is so focused on the book, thinking he needs to take it back for investigation. As Down shuts the book, the shadow stops, and a chilling, eerie voice echoes right behind him. Too slow. Down flinches in terror and looks up just as a massive claw slashes Down, instantly ending his life. Since that day, Soon patrols for 3 hours every single night. Starting at 8 p.m., a random passerby suddenly cheers for her, saying he is a big fan. Walking alongside Jin-sung, she wonders why her clan is strangely staying out of this. But maybe that is actually a good thing. Soon turns on her phone screen to check the time, staring at it with intense, hopeful anticipation. He should be arriving any minute now. As a figure approaches, Soon sighs, saying he finally made it. With a wide smile, he walks toward her, but Soon suddenly recoils in sheer shock. Why on earth did he show up instead of Jung? Petter stands right in front of her and speaks up. Hello, Lady Soon, you will be patrolling with me today. Soon's mind instantly starts racing with deep worry. Did something happen to Jin-sung? Could her aunt have pressured him into this? So Soon asks if her aunt Si-jin was behind this. But he looks confused and explains. What? No way. You are totally overthinking this. She begins to calm down, demanding to know the truth. Why then? So Petter finally starts explaining that he made a request. I literally bowed to Jin-sung, explaining that I had something urgent to tell you. Hearing this, Soon has another question for him. Petter, I heard you came to Korea just to absorb my Ida. I will give it to you right now. So why do you not just go back home? Now, pay attention, because here is where it gets interesting. Petter leans in close, explaining why he is not returning to Slovakia anytime soon, leaving her completely flustered. Because I like you far too much to let anyone else control me. Soon remains a bit wary, reminding him that they barely even know each other. But Petter just smiles innocently and replies, Exactly. I simply watched videos of you and fell head over heels. Before he can finish, Soon suddenly reaches for the phone in her pocket. Lady Soon, the real reason I wanted to patrol with you is... But she politely cuts him off, leaving Petter looking thoroughly disappointed. Excuse me, I need to check this first. Soon opens a text and asks Petter if he received the exact same message. Emergency alert. A dangerous terrorist has just been reported active right in the middle of the downtown district. All clan members are ordered to report to the designated address immediately. Petter seriously replies that he got it too. All playful vibes are gone, replaced by pure tension. It seems we will have to talk another time. Soon is left completely confused. We see each other daily, so what does he mean? And trust me, what happens next gets wild as they sprint past shocked onlookers. They signal each other to move out immediately. Cut to the school basketball gym, where Pio cheerfully pushes the door open. It has been a while, Captain. He greets Jin-sung under the captain's ice-cold, piercing glare. How have you been lately? Jin-sung replies with pure, suffocating, killing intent radiating around him, narrowing his cold eyes. But if you tease me again, I am adding 10 more push-ups to your set. Hearing this, a teammate pushing through his reps asks curiously, Captain, how does it feel dating the idol of our battalion? Another teammate chimes in, asking what they were doing so late at night. Jin-sung points at everyone currently doing push-ups. We were simply patrolling the streets together, that is all. By the way, add 20 more push-ups. At that, everyone yells out in unison, swearing they will not back down. We will burn every last drop of our life force until we get the answers we want. Meanwhile, their bags sit neatly stacked in the corner. Once the workout finally ends, a teammate stands up, asking why he is leaving right in the middle of their teasing. That totally ruins the fun vibe. Another teammate, desperate for gossip, asks what he is looking at. Is it a school announcement? Looking at his screen, Pio starts sweating bullets in panic, asking if something urgent just happened. Sung-ho runs over with a rushed announcement. Unfortunately, today's practice ends right here. Staring at the alert on his screen, he commands everyone to head to the assembly point immediately. Cut to the city center, where a colossal beast called the First is obliterating everything in sight. The special forces shout frantically to fall back immediately. We need to reform our battle lines carefully. Their loud shouting only makes the First grow angrier. Reorganize? Are these tiny humans serious? The monster gazes down at them, grumbling about how annoying this is. The giant keeps his focus ahead, muttering that he only needs to head north and has no desire to harm them right now. But the commander still deems it a massive threat and orders his men. Lines 1 to 3, maintain offensive formation. Lines 10 to 12, prepare for long-range attacks. The First bares his razor-sharp fangs, repeating that he only wanted to go north. Then the commander orders them to fire. Thousands of sharp arrows pierce his massive body, leaving his face twisted in rage as we leave it there. Trust me, you are going to want to see what comes next. Stick with me, you are about to watch arrows shatter against this monster like harmless tiny bugs. He just watches them and mutters how unlucky it is, as thousands of tiny soldiers charge his massive body. But in an instant, he uses his colossal foot to stomp them into dust, forcing the terrified commander to signal a hasty retreat for the assault squad. High up on a rooftop, someone sighs in disbelief at this Ida beast, shocked that it can effortlessly wipe out half of their entire military force just by taking a stroll. The family head turns to Sejin, who steps forward to receive her orders. The old man softly brushes past her. You will face that monster head-on. I will direct the remaining forces to attack its flanks as much as possible. Sejin accepts the command but needs to clarify one thing. Understood, but where are Soon and the pet? The clan leader simply replies that they should be arriving soon, so she should not worry. Yes, sir, she answers as he orders the troops to move out. As everyone obeys, the clan leader unfurls his scroll, releasing a dense wave of magical energy that seems desperate to escape. He holds the scroll tightly as Daeho materializes right by his side, growling fiercely the moment the old man stops speaking. Pay close attention here. The situation looks incredibly grim as the First slowly advances through the pitch-black night. Suddenly he pauses, sensing something in the air. Sejin boldly steps forward, directly confronting the towering beast. Seeing her, he snaps. You. She approaches him radiating an intense killer intent, looking far more dangerous than before. The First scoffs at Sejin, telling her that she is not enough and should just step aside. Staring back at him with unwavering resolve, she demands to know where his master is, and he answers without hesitation. My master is asleep in a dimension so distant that even I cannot sense his presence right now. I am the very first creation born among the cursed artifacts, so call me the First. As he speaks, a sharp horn slowly begins to grow from Sejin's head. You talk way too much for a mere summoned Ida, she says, taking her ultimate combat stance. Ultimately, you are just a destructive weapon that needs to be put down. An Eid-class White Jade Goblin, huh? Initiating combat analysis. Channeling the ancient power of the White Jade Goblin, she manifests the sheer strength of past generations directly into her legs. She stomps her foot hard on the ground to summon the legendary Gate of the Eastern Dragon. The First sighs in pure disappointment, asking why humans are always so foolishly stubborn. With her massive energy reaching its absolute peak, Sejin mockingly asks what exactly she fails to understand, leaping into the sky at a truly blinding speed. She hovers in midair, preparing for her next strike. Even though the monster has an incredibly massive and solid body, she can still cause severe damage by targeting its eyes from a blind spot, dropping down with devastating power. But wait, did she actually miss? The monster just stares at her and mutters his favorite line, how unfortunate. Her jaw drops in complete disbelief. The giant had simply tilted his head right before the strike connected. Even though he could not track her movements with his eyes, he did not even flinch, mockingly asking if she really wants to get hurt. But Sejin refuses to back down, wondering if this animal-type Ida has some sort of wild instinct. She leaps off a high skyscraper to build momentum. This time, she will make absolutely no sound at all. She prepares to strike again from another blind spot, using her enhanced legs. But just as she gets close, the giant simply looks away. Once again, how unfortunate. She cannot even graze him. How is he predicting her exact movements without even looking? The shockwave sends her crashing violently into a nearby building, leaving Seijin grimacing in agonizing pain. This is way beyond normal instinct. There is something else at play here. As she free falls from the sky, Daeho suddenly leaps in to catch her. She realizes it is the clan leader's tiger and thanks him. But together, they look like mere ants about to be crushed by the giant. Sensing the imminent danger, Daeho quickly flings Seijin out of harm's way. A colossal claw instantly crushes the tiny Daeho, but this feels more like a cruel warning from the first. He looks down, sighing that the tiger shares his tragic fate. He glares at the trembling Daeho, deeply pitying their shared misery. Then, he digs his claws in deeper, as if to say that his previous playfulness was just a way to empathize with Daeho's pain. Lifting his claw, he mutters his catchphrase once more. How unfortunate. He stares blankly at the crater where Daeho was crushed, then glances at Seijin in silence. Watching everything unfold from the rooftop, the clan leader mutters with deep regret. I did not expect Daeho to fall so tragically. He quickly barks orders to his men, planning to summon his next spirit beast to delay the monster. Get Seijin out of there immediately. As his subordinate obeys, the clan leader opens his scroll to summon more creatures. Go forth and protect Seijin at all costs. The moment he speaks, a massive swarm of magical beasts erupts violently from the parchment. And that is where we leave it. Can these beasts actually stop him, or is everyone doomed? Do you honestly think you can stop me with those pathetic little tricks? The patriarch mockingly shouts at the first, unrolling a mysterious scroll to summon his ultimate trump card. You are about to see his real enemy, fool. A massive beast suddenly materializes, looking every bit as powerful and terrifying as the first. The giant beast and the first lock eyes with deep hatred, signaling an explosive clash that is bound to happen. Meanwhile, the patriarch's subordinates rush desperately to Seijin's side. Are you okay, Lady Seijin? We must return to the patriarch immediately. The two guards support her, leaping high into the air in a flash. Looking down, he asks, Seijin, do you think you can move? Covered in wounds, she weakly replies. I can still manage. The patriarch sighs. I wish I could let you rest, but nothing can stop that monster. Suddenly, his eyes widen in complete shock. The first looks down on the giant beast before him with utter contempt, ignoring the patriarch's threats. You people are stubborn, but that stubbornness won't even let you touch me. The first relentlessly attacks, tearing through everything before him. The patriarch slowly rolls his scroll back up, muttering, My strongest summon was destroyed in a blink. Undeterred, the first scoffs. How disappointing. He stands tall, unfurling his massive wings as a terrifying warning to everyone. The first raises a colossal hand and charges straight at the old man, declaring, None of you will escape. Pay attention here, because right as that hand is about to crush the patriarch, Seijin suddenly rushes in screaming. A clawed hand smashes the building, sending her flying. The patriarch lies dying, but miraculously, Seijin escapes major injuries. Her eyes flash with danger. Activating the dragon roar style, woman and dragon charge together to strike the first. But the first easily blocks Seijin's assault. Even her mighty dragon summon is no match for his strength. Losing her balance, she is slammed to the ground. Grimacing in pain, she lets out a muffled cry. The first looks at Seijin, mockingly praising, Not bad for a human. Furious, she screams, Don't mock me. I'm not done yet. As Seijin struggles to stand, the first speaks coldly, as if preparing to deliver his absolute final strike. But it is over. Beneath the first's massive, heavy hand, nothing remains but a pool of fresh blood. The patriarch watches in absolute horror, his soul leaving his body. As his men confirm the devastating news, his face twists in agony. We can't feel her energy presence anymore. We confirm that Lady Seijin is dead. Raising his hand to end it all, the first targets the patriarch, who silently prepares to accept his grim fate. But suddenly, his eyes shoot open in shock. Just before the giant hand crushes him, a powerful shield blocks the strike. Baek Jin-sung arrive to help. She looks down, deeply worried. Grandfather, are you okay? The first watches with pure amusement, mocking the youths for throwing away their lives for an old man. Think about this as Baek wonders, has someone actually died? Desperate, the patriarch urges them to run. Soon, escape, he is a monster. Baek steps forward to calm the old man. Calm down, patriarch. Baek then asks, looking around, Wait, where is Seijin? Ignoring the question, the patriarch pleads, Take my granddaughter and run. This is my final request. Baek nods silently. Clueless, Soon stubbornly refuses to leave her grandfather behind. Baek tries to hold her back, trying to calm her down. Lady Soon, I'll explain later. But a glowing blue armor suddenly covers her body, forcing him back as she stands firm. Do you think I'm blind? The patriarch gasps in total shock. The blue armor. Slowly standing up, he reaches into his robe. I always believed using power to protect others was completely pointless. But after losing everything, I finally realize how beautiful that power is. Yet, he is only holding a simple drawing brush. The only thing this foolish old man can do now is shield you two from this absolute monster. He yells at a stunned Baek. Baek, what are you waiting for? Take her and run. Sweating nervously, Baek nods, but soon screams in protest. Wait! What do you think you are doing? Grandfather! Drawing furiously on the ground, the patriarch growls with absolute rage. I cannot believe you took Sejin from me. I will make you pay. Unfazed, the first casually retorts. Such a pity. It seems you truly do not understand humans. The patriarch draws a legendary evil dragon, a beast rumored to violently drain the life force of all living things around it, alongside the white jade goblin, who is none other than his daughter. Filled with utter despair, he whispers, Sejin, I beg of you. Channeling the power of his drawing, a colossal blue dragon suddenly rises from behind his back. The title of this final drawing is The Evil Dragon and Goblin, and that's where we leave it for now. You and I can only watch in awe as this legendary dragon wraps tightly around the first, buying vital time for the kids to escape. Trust me, this escape is pure heartbreak. He draws attention so Sejin's doll can fly away, but she keeps looking back. Little Sejin flies right before the first's eyes. Even if legends and destiny are on your side, old man, it's still not enough. Then, a brutal, bloody strike lands. The dragon's tight grip slowly loosens and lets go, as the first ruthlessly robs her of any final chance to survive. The patriarch looks up, utterly unable to believe his own eyes as his hand goes limp, dropping the brush to the floor. I thought I had reached the peak of calligraphy, but it wasn't enough. It seems I still have so much to learn. The first prepares to end the patriarch in a single blink. I'll send you straight to your loved ones now, old man. Now, the patriarch bows his head, looking ready to give up. You damn lion. Your annoying voice is making my ears itch. Meanwhile, people receiving urgent text messages gasp in sheer panic. This is absolutely unbelievable. Jin-sung runs over in a panic, asking the sergeant if he's seen the lieutenant's team. But there's still no sign of them. Sung-ho turns around and tells him to try calling. Staring at his dead screen, Jin-sung asks if the sergeant has any signal. My signal is totally gone too, Sung-ho adds. In fact, the entire network is completely down and no devices can connect to the internet. Please check your connection and try again. This leaves Jin-sung's mind completely in shambles. I don't know why, but I just have a really bad feeling about this. Sung-ho replies calmly, unfazed. It seems the mastermind behind all this has jammed the local signal. Jin-sung stands deep in thought amidst the panicked crowd. Now watch closely. The Baeknak clan is definitely fighting here, and they're probably the ones causing all this chaotic noise. Since Baek is nowhere to be found, he must be fighting alongside them. This realization sends Jin-sung's anxiety through the roof. The Baeknak clan is one of the strongest forces around, so there really shouldn't be any reason to worry. But why does this intense anxiety keep growing inside me? He slowly steps forward, wondering if even the legendary Baeknak clan is still not enough to stop that monster. What if something terrible has happened to them? Sung-ho suddenly warns him, noting that leaving now will be treated as desertion. Worried, Jin-sung slowly turns around to look back at Sergeant An Sung-ho. Standing with arms crossed, the sergeant lectures him. Our sole mission is to protect the citizens during this evacuation. That task is already hard enough. Jin-sung is completely speechless, while Sung-ho silently stares back at him without saying a single word. To Jin-sung's absolute surprise, the sergeant suddenly continues. However, since all communications are completely down, we desperately need more eyes to investigate the current situation, and that mission won't be easy either. Sung-ho officially hands him the mission, saying he's the perfect fit since he has worked with the Baeknak clan before. I'll report this to the other officers myself. Jin-sung bows deeply in gratitude, thanking the sergeant. Sung-ho tells him to hurry up and get moving immediately. Go on, and don't forget to report back once you have the intel. Jin-sung firmly salutes, understood. With his orders set, he dashes off instantly, praying that everyone is still safe and sound. Let's check back on the patriarch, where the first is slowly crushing him. He wonders why these brats would sacrifice themselves for an old man, while Baek stays calm despite his absolute terror. First, do you even deserve the title of Divine Master? He thinks to himself that he cannot enter the safe zone that even the patriarch and Sejin couldn't reach. But as the enemy attacks the patriarch, Baek makes a split-second decision. He must unleash his power to save the leader, quickly snatching the old man right out of death's cold grip. The patriarch is completely shocked by his actions, asking Baek what he's doing here when he was ordered to go with Soon. Watching Soon run toward them, Baek smiles warmly. Forgive me, patriarch, but protecting the one I love is far more important to me. Tightly grasping the patriarch's hand, he softly whispers, So with your permission, leader, I must do this. Realizing what's happening, the old man gasps in horror. Instantly, Baek begins absorbing the patriarch's power for himself. The legendary talent, Caliban, can only target one person at a time, completely absorbing and claiming their Ida energy. If another Ida is absorbed, the previous power completely vanishes. Crucially, the sheer amount of ETA absorbed depends entirely on the user's own mental strength. The first mutters his usual phrase, "How unlucky." Suddenly, he lets out an ear-splitting scream, preparing to obliterate everything in sight in a matter of seconds. Unable to stand the ringing noise, Baek desperately covers his ears. "My ears!" Limping forward to confront the first, he spits. "A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve the title of Divine Master." The monster simply retorts, "Why is that? You humans were the ones who attacked me first." Baek's tone turns dead serious, telling him to stop joking, since those wings are only temporary. But the first mockingly asks if Baek is pitying him. Baek places the blame squarely on him, snapping that the monster never planned to leave the city quietly. "You intentionally targeted this city to slaughter everyone and reduce it to ash. So what do you and I make of this monster, claiming his tattered empathy makes him more cruel?" "Stick with me," Pet frantically blames him. "No, that is not true. It is just an excuse. You are trash, using us as a scapegoat to attack us. You planned on killing all of us from the very start." The first does not say much, his voice dripping with pure disgust. "My roar has completely isolated the city, so no one is coming to save you. This will be your grave." While he feels pity, Pet raises his sword. "But as for you, I will let you live." With a gaze sharp as a blade, Pet replies he does not need it. His strength combined with that fiery sword is an absolute talent. Catabol. ETA absorbs the Bloodbone art at a 30% rate. This alters ETA, allowing imagination to forge weapons. Catabol. Weapon manifestation through imagination. Absorption rate is 30%. Combat stats are A+, C+, and C+. Looking at his hands with deep worry, Pet mutters, "Patriarch, it seems you and I are compatible. The only issue is that absorption takes too much time." But deep down, he has another realization. It seems only his right arm is capable of absorbing this power. While Pet hesitates, the first steps closer to him. "Back off. Do not give me a reason to kill you." Now watch closely. An invisible, blinding light bursts forth as Pet reaches up and catches a massive spear. He wields this spear as his primary weapon, a tool designed to destroy demons. In the blink of an eye, it pierces right through the first's arm, leaving him utterly shocked. The first's massive hand is completely impaled. Dragon Spear Genus. 30% absorption rate, with a limit of 95%. Combat power is S tier. After that strike, Pet collapses from exhaustion, as just throwing the spear drained all of his remaining energy. While the first stares at his wounded hand in disbelief, Pet staggers back onto his feet. He must recall the weapon. The deep wound in the first's palm remains open, and he is shocked that his self-healing cannot close this injury. Grabbing Pet, he praises him. "Kid, you are quite talented to actually summon the sacred spear." He struggles to survive, gasping out, "Is your promise to spare my life still valid?" The first replies, "Of course," he says, making Pet flinch. "But it seems you have other concerns." Pet's mind races with frantic thoughts. Down on the ground, Soon watches Pet with deep anxiety, her mind desperately racing through her options. Should she run? She cannot abandon him. Is this how she dies? Tears stream down Soon's face in sheer terror. What should she do? Pet makes a request. "There is someone I want to save." The first immediately guesses. "The one you kept looking at?" He begs the demon, "Please let Soon live. If you do that, I will not resist you anymore." But the first only glares down at him, sneering. "Unfortunately for you, do you really think you have the right to negotiate with me? I know what you are thinking. And yes, it gets worse. That woman cannot understand me, so there is no reason to spare her." Pet looks up, having already expected this. Deep down, he prays while desperately trying to summon the spear's power. "Just one last time, gods, please grant me strength. Whether it is stronger than Dragon Spear Genus or weaker than the sacred spear, just let it be something I can fully use." But what appears is a mere dagger. The blood-sucking dagger has a combat rating of D++, making Pet cry out in silent despair. Why? Why did Jin-sung's dagger appear now? The first opens his mouth wide. "I acknowledge your talent. Even though I should execute you and your master, I will still keep my word." Pet still feels completely helpless. "I visualized the strongest weapon possible, so why this?" Then, the first brutally crushes one of his arms. "I will only take away your special ability." Dark, metallic blood sprays violently through the air. Catabol. Absolute talent with A+ combat power, and weapon manifestation at A-. Having lost his arm, Pet falls heavily from above, hitting the ground. The first speaks coldly, acting as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, Soon painfully crawls over to Pet. He continues, "A genius ending up stripped of his own talent. How tragic." Pet slowly loses consciousness, whispering, "I am sorry. I only wanted to protect everyone." The monster adds, further shattering her already broken heart, "He sacrificed absolutely everything just to save your life. He sympathized with you, yet you could not do the same. How pathetic." Soon gnashes her teeth, screaming, Shut up about everything." The first continues to mock her. I cannot hear you. If you want me to sympathize with you, speak up. Soon screams hysterically, completely losing her mind. You are the one who caused all of this. You damn beast. The horn on her head emerges, growing longer. It is because I am weak. This is all because I am not strong enough. Soon channels her raw rage into pure power, believing that more strength will solve everything. She draws her sword, ignoring the danger. This sword will be Soon's primary weapon. What? Both the late Seijin and this goddamn lion are to blame. The first remains completely unfazed by her burning fury, saying, I understand your resolve, kid. Soon looks ready to explode at any second. White Jade Elf, shock phase. Combat rating is A+. Abandoning her pride, she focuses all of her energy, skills, and special abilities, including aura and raw power. He asks with utter contempt, not backing down? Let us see how this ends. Alright, you and I are tracking a perfect swordsman status with stats from A+ to C++, triggering an evil tiger's insane strength boost. Si-yoon uses every ounce of her strength to leap high into the air, her eyes burning with pure hatred as she screams for that lion to kneel. The impact leaves a massive crater in the ground, as she channels her absolute rage to push back the first, leaving the beast in utter disbelief. Was I actually pushed back? Si-yoon leaps into the air again, aiming straight for the first's eyes. And then, the inevitable happens. She drives her blade directly into its eyes, launching a frenzied assault while crying out to kill as tears stream down. I will kill you, she vows, pointing her sword straight at the beast. But just as she strikes, the horn on her head suddenly shatters. Unfortunately, her strike is like a mere mosquito bite to the monster. He mockingly tells her she still cannot empathize, adding that they only stood a chance if they attacked together. Shut up, she screams. But the first merely continues. Humans only learn through suffering, and you are the type who won't weep until you see your own coffin. Si-yoon charges forward, desperate to end him. I told you to shut up, she roars. But then her remaining horn shatters completely. The first coldly points out that fighting alone only leads to certain defeat. But suddenly, a voice echoes from afar, calling out to that giant lion. Now watch closely here, as that shout makes the first look back, revealing a figure stepping forward and asking if fighting together is all it takes. It is none other than Jin-woong, who simply murmurs with a flat expression, You backed us into a corner, so why the nonsense? Si-yoon asks in total shock and frustration, demanding to know why he is even there. Suddenly grabbing Jin-woong by his collar, she screams at him in anger. Yet the idiot remains perfectly calm, gently asking why she had not gone back yet. He acts tough, but deep down, he is absolutely terrified as the situation is far worse than he imagined. Dead bodies are scattered everywhere. Pet is currently on the verge of death, and many others have gone missing. Finally calming down, Se-yoon lets go of his collar and apologizes for being late, before asking why an idiot like him is even here. She then collapses against his shoulder, quietly repeating the same question over and over. Right during their emotional moment, the first suddenly interrupts, noting that Jin-woong has a very strange scent and asking if he caused all this. He proudly claims that he forces those who lack empathy to live in absolute despair. This monster's words make absolutely no sense to Jin-woong, who simply growls back that even if he does not understand, he will still stop him right here. Calling the beast a bastard, he immediately activates his special ability to inspect the first. And just when you think he has a smart plan to analyze this terrifying beast, blood suddenly pours from Jin-woong's eyes, signaling a massive and unexpected problem. The scent of fresh blood instantly triggers the first's primal instincts as the metallic aroma fills the air. Suddenly, a system notification alerts him that this monster is actually listed in Daniel's book of combat ratings. Seeing Jin-woong coughing up blood in extreme pain, Se-yoon calls out in sheer panic while he desperately struggles to utter a few coherent words. After that sudden display of agony, the first steps dangerously close to Jin-woong, demanding to know what he did and why he smells exactly like them. Instead of giving a straight answer, Jin-woong decides to mock the giant beast instead. You must be a hybrid of a bird and a giant dog because you smell like a wild animal. Do you ever bathe? He talks a big game, but deep down, he is sweating because this is the first time he cannot read a monster's abilities. Instead of getting angry at the petty insults, the first calmly remarks that he is far stronger than the others, mentioning his scent is incredibly thick and unique. Thinking the monster is mocking him, Jin-woong gets defensive and yells back at it. What? I brush my teeth twice a day. Suddenly, Se-yoon's weak voice calls out to him from behind. Before losing consciousness entirely, she barely manages to whisper a final warning to run, prompting Jin-woong to spring forward to catch her before she hits the ground. Fortunately, he catches her in his arms just in time, sighing in relief that she is safe. Gently resting her weak body against a nearby car, Jin-woong prepares to face the beast, while she can only ask through her tears what he thinks he is doing. Without saying a word, he simply turns around and charges directly toward the first. Her heart drops as she screams for him to stop, terrified that one wrong move will cost him his life. But he calmly draws his blade, softly reassuring her that everything will be fine, before starting to unleash his raw, half-activated killing intent onto the beast. A dark aura immediately wraps around him as the system begins displaying his updated status screen. With combat power rated at A, showing right hand and eye enhancements, the first looks down on him with supreme arrogance, mocking his pathetic stats. How utterly disappointing, you dirty human. Is this truly all you have? You are even weaker than the last trash. He knows he is weak, but he must gamble everything to win. He just needs a little more time. Stick with me, because we are about to see if he can awaken the raw killing intent buried deep inside. Alright, let us dive into the moment Jin-sung finally unlocks his killer instinct. After endless struggle, his hidden killing intent is finally awakening. We are talking partial killing intent, buffing his right hand, eyes, and unleashing brand new berserk absorption zones. He feels this lethal energy surging through his entire body, awakening part by part, spreading down to his right leg, moving up his abdomen, then straight to his left shoulder. A wild sensation surges through Jin-sung's veins, making him laugh out loud at the pure excitement. Even with this thick, suffocating aura wrapping around him, he still clings to enough sanity to worry about Siyun. He does not want her witnessing him get swallowed by this dark aura. But that drop of sanity is fading fast. Right now, he looks like a bloodthirsty demon straight out of the deepest pits of hell. He is on the absolute brink of losing it, spiraling deeper and deeper into pure madness. Suddenly, the system floods his vision with red alerts. Every single part of his body has now awakened and buffed, except for his heart and his head. Jin-sung looks utterly terrifying right now, but the first is not scared at all. He casually mocks him, asking why a weakling like him is taking so long to strike. Watch closely here, because there is one crucial secret this monster does not realize yet. This is the very first beast in the Book of Daniel, boasting an S-rank combat rating. Daniel, branded a traitor and executed by King Nebuchadnezzar, wrote all about these nightmare creatures. Legend has it that everything penned in that book directly mirrors reality. And this first beast is unique because it possesses human thoughts and a limitless level of empathy normally found only in mankind. Reading this, Jin-sung barely holds back his dark excitement, whispering that it is all because of the beast that things have degenerated into this mess. Watching his breakdown, the first is loving every second, declaring how tragic it is. He taunts him to surrender to his impulses, since the bloodlust already owns him, expecting him to charge at any second. Right then, a new notification pops up. Empathy, the power to read the thoughts and malice of others. This absolutely pushes Jin-sung over the edge, laughing like a total maniac while swinging his blade wildly. He asks if the beast really understands him, realizing that is what empathy means. This psychotic display only makes the first even more curious about what kind of monster he is dealing with here. The beast wants to know why humans give off that specific scent before they die, wondering if it links to the target he is searching for. Determined to get answers, the beast lunges forward, promising to help Jin-sung unleash his true inner demon. But you and I both know Jin-sung is not the type to accept handouts. Even when those deadly claws swipe right in front of his eyes, he acts like a complete madman, shouting for the beast to stop. Instinctively dodging backward, he bursts into creepy laughter, muttering a completely bizarre threat. Telling the beast it just needs to obey him, Jin-sung lets loose a terrifying wave of killing intent that stuns the first. The bloodlust is so thick it literally numbs the beast's senses, as Jin-sung transforms into a literal engine of pure death. A tsunami of murderous energy pours off him as he speaks in a terrifyingly deep voice, asking the beast if it finally understands. Did you honestly think you would walk away untouched? Slaughtering you is going to be incredibly easy. The system flashes red once more. Full killing intent active, combat power raised to S rank. Seeing his opponent completely lose his mind, the beast gets absolutely pumped for a bloody fight. It roars a challenge, asking if Jin-sung actually thinks he stands a chance. But just as the tension peaks, instead of striking, Jin-sung suddenly spins around and looks behind him. He spots someone carrying a weak Siyun away from the battlefield. Her leaving triggers a massive surge of bloodlust, activating his full killing intent. The system warns that he is completely consumed by the urge to slaughter. The first watches in disbelief, but when Jin-sung simply turns his back and walks away, the beast loses its temper and roars, demanding to know where he is going. It grabs a parked car from the street and hurls it straight at him, daring him to try and dodge it if he wants to leave. But Jin-sung moves like lightning, stepping aside just in time to avoid getting squashed flat like a bug. This move officially pushes Jin-sung over the edge. Glaring back with absolute hatred, he growls, demanding to know what the beast's problem is. He asks if it wants to die first. The aura coming off Jin-sung is so intense it genuinely terrifies the beast. Realizing talking is a waste of time, Jin-sung decides to let his blade do the speaking. He charges forward, declaring that the beast brought this on itself. He immediately delivers a vicious slash, coldly asking if he is right. Following that strike, a system alert reveals that this first nightmare beast possesses a very unique defense mechanism. It is completely immune to damage from anyone rated below A rank. Yet, this single strike from Jin-sung actually inflicts real pain. The beast is in complete shock. It cannot comprehend how an entity capable of tanking A-rank attacks just got sliced open by a lowly D-plus rank dagger. Jin-sung leaps back, his short sword completely drenched in the monster's fresh blood. The sight of it drives his excitement through the roof as he mocks the giant beast, asking if it is just a common mutt, or maybe some special breed. Honestly, I hate animal abuse. And as we leave it here, the beast catches a scent that sends chills down its spine. Let's dive back in as that foul stench returns. Before the monster can even react, Jin-sung lunges right in front of its face and asks, "Do you know?" Smiling like an absolute psychopath, he asks, "What my uncle did to my dog back then? You really don't know?" With that, Jin-sung unleashes a rapid, merciless flurry of slashes directly at the first. He laughs maniacally with every single strike. Like this, like that, and even like this. The lightning-fast assault leaves the first in agonizing pain, crying out that this human is completely insane. Ignoring everything else, Jin-sung dives deep into madness, slicing away in absolute ecstasy. Yet, through the frenzy, a sudden wave of dizziness washes over him. Consumed by his own murderous aura, he can barely keep a grip on reality. After taking a brutal beating, the first finally spots an opening and roars in fury. "I can actually empathize with you, someone who carries an aura just like ours, but today, your journey ends here." Easily dodging the counterattack, Jin-sung casually walks right along the monster's massive arm. Then, in an eerily calm voice, he begins to recount a truly bone-chilling horror story. "Do you know? Because she chopped off my arm and forced me to crawl like a dog." Stating this, he raises his blade, flashing a twisted, psychotic grin as he asks, "Can you even imagine that?" Pay attention here. Without a single shred of hesitation, he stabs the first's arm. Then, Jin-sung ruthlessly tears a massive gash down its arm, sending the beast screaming in agony. In his current state of absolute madness, those agonizing screams only fuel Jin-sung's excitement. "How does it feel to get sliced all the way to the shoulder, huh? Do you have any idea how she tortured me? Why don't you try empathizing with me and tell me how that feels?" Overwhelmed by pain and fury, the first screams at him to stop scratching. It unleashes a devastating, powerful slap, sending Jin-sung flying as it roars. "Human!" Taking that earth-shattering blow head-on, Jin-sung crashes violently into the ground below. Despite taking that brutal hit head-on, he isn't seriously injured, only coughing up a bit of dust. Though his eyes gleam like a demon, the arrogant first still looks down on him. "No matter how dangerous your aura smells, your body is still just human," the beast arrogantly declares. "Too bad you still can't defeat me." After a bloody, violent clash with Jin-sung, the first is left wondering about one crucial thing. Even if an idea gets destroyed, it simply returns to its master rather than vanishing into thin air. But the monster is still highly curious. So, it speaks up. "Hey human, have you ever actually looked back at yourself?" This bizarre, unexpected question leaves Jin-sung completely baffled as he mutters, "Huh? What?" The beast immediately repeats its question. "Have you ever looked at your own filthy self, human?" Now, check out Jin-sung's completely deadpan face as he casually replies, "Who? Me? Why would I?" Hearing this response, the first finds it makes perfect sense, nodding. "So you really have never seen it. And it makes sense, because everyone else is the one who has to suffer from your true nature." These provocative words infuriate him. Stomping his foot violently, Jin-sung angrily demands, "Enough! Why on earth should I look at anyone else besides my uncle and my aunt?" But the first responds to his anger with a cold truth that strikes right at his deepest trauma. "The other person you truly need to look at is yourself." Right after those words, a bizarre feeling begins to swell deep inside Jin-sung, a wave of absolute, terrifying panic and dread. "Where am I? I'm so scared there is only me here." In response to Jin-sung's trembling voice, the first speaks with pure malice and manipulation. "I hope you end up utterly ruined. What will your end look like, human? I am so curious." The beast is actively forcing its power onto Jin-sung's mind. "Now, human, empathize with me." The moment those heavy words are uttered, Jin-sung snaps awake from his dark nightmare. "I acknowledge you. Right now, the first doesn't feel like an enemy anymore, but a strange friend trying to free him from his trauma by urging him to face his true self. But some deep traumas are simply impossible to escape." Jin-sung's mind flashes back to the day his little puppy was murdered. Young, weak, and utterly helpless, he could only scream out, "No." In agonizing pain, he kept desperately apologizing to his beloved pet. "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. You died because of me." Those two demons, his aunt and uncle, stood there laughing, sneering that if it weren't for him, the dog would still be alive. He was the killer. That horrific memory makes Jin-sung burst into tears, but bizarrely, bloody red tears flow from only one eye. Now, chaotic voices start echoing inside his mind. I hate you. You deserve to die. It's because of you that it died. If you weren't here, everyone would be so much happier. You are useless, bringing nothing but misery to those around you. Demonic whispers continue ringing in his ears, chanting, die, die, die. At that exact moment, a flashing red warning screen pops up. Self-destructive murderous intent. Grade Idea, Triple S. You direct your endless thirst for blood inward to confront your own soul. You are consumed by a desire to eradicate your enemies and be killed by others. This idea can be deactivated at will. So what do you and I take from this? All his senses are gone, leaving only an absolute evolving desire to kill. Trust me, you and I are about to see him activate double murder assist, boosting his combat power to double S rank and scaring the first half to death. This human is far more unpredictable than the beast ever expected. His bloodlust is so massive that even empathy cannot measure his true power, and deep down, the monster can feel it too. But now, every single ounce of that bloodlust is aimed right at you. Right then, Jin-sung mutters to himself like a total madman. I want to die. I want to kill. I want to end me. Sensing a deadly threat, the first backs away and whispers. Suddenly, the boy lets out a strange cry. Jin-sung, sounding completely split-brained, mutters, should I kill and die at the same time? Either die or kill. These words absolutely enrage the first, making it roar. You human, how dare you, but before it can do anything, a sudden bright light flashes. Jin-sung was standing right there a second ago, but now, he is completely gone. The first tries using its tracking ability to locate him, but it fails completely, making it panic. I cannot feel his emotions anymore. Now, don't blink here as the monster screams. A shadowy figure emerges from the thick smoke, and a skeletal hand rises right beneath Jin-sung's feet. Looking like a literal demon, he whispers, I will die and tear you apart at the same time. Seeing him like this, the first panics and screams, you human! To protect itself and regain control, it lunges forward, attacking Jin-sung first. But instead, a massive skeletal arm skewers right through its claws. While he calmly mutters, I have already made my decision. With a cold, bloodthirsty look on his face, he lets out a quiet, chilling, huh? Jin-sung quickly grabs his dagger and roars, come to me, murder assist. Instantly, a devastating wave of raw power explodes across the entire area. A giant skeleton rises from the earth, as the system flashes the alert. Self-destructive, murderous intent, murder assist. Idea grade double S rank. Granted world assistance along with all the tools required for absolute slaughter. Because this exceeds the owner's current capacity, full assistance cannot be provided. Only tools with traits that align closely with the owner can boost his overall combat capability. Jin-sung forces the massive skeleton to envelope the first, as his wild, mocking challenge rings out. You can kill me, right? The terrifying sight completely freezes the first, leaving it to let out a desperate gasp, but Jin-sung just laughs like a maniac. Yeah, that is it. As the heavy bones crush the first, another system prompt flashes before them. Idea rank double S rank. His overall combat capability is unlocked. And yeah, you and I can see this as a double S rank skill, Bonenet of Bayon Grang, King of Death. Pinned down, the monster still snaps back. Human, this skeleton isn't even part of your idea. Meanwhile, the system issues a massive lockdown, restricting the movement of every entity on the battlefield, except for the owner. Jin-sung can freely command these bones to fight anywhere within his personal domain. All non-pureblood entities will suffer double the standard damage. Right then, Jin-sung tears into the first's wings, begging with a twisted, blood-drenched grin, please, I beg you, just kill me before you die. But all he gets back is the first's agonizing scream, instantly ruining his mood and making him sigh in disappointment. No way, is that all you've got? Are you seriously this weak? Realizing it can't win a direct fight, the beast switches tactics. Human, what is your name? Hearing this, Jin-sung replies in confusion. Why do you even care? It's not like knowing it helps you. The first asks because it senses the massive conflict raging inside him, his desire to die and his urge to kill are crashing together. He desperately wants to end his life, but since he cannot kill himself, he feels utterly lost. So, the monster tries to lure him. Tell me your name, and I will help you die. Pretty clever for a wild beast facing death. It knows its only hope of escape is to hyper-focus his unstable mind on his own desire to die. But a wild beast is no match for a human. Jin-sung casually replies, my name is Jin-sung. Park Jin-sung. The answer drives the first absolutely mad as it struggles, shouting, then what is your Idia's name? Seeing its absolute desperation, he chuckles darkly, are you seriously trying to trick me? The first freezes, completely panicked, realizing its cheap plan got exposed as it screams out, what? Without a moment's hesitation, Jin-sung leaps off the bones, launching himself straight at the first while laughing. I know your games. My aunt and uncle used to trick me like that all the time. Watching him go completely off the rails, the terrified beast cries out, I have no idea what you are saying, just empathize with me right now. But he only replies with a cold, disgusted sigh. I do not trust you at all. Maybe I should just find out the truth myself. Knowing it is dead meat if it cannot convince Jin-sung. The first starts screaming out in sheer desperation. Wait, stop, just answer me, and you will get the brutal, life or death battle you have been craving. Do you not want to die and kill at the same time? I will show you the deadliest battlefield you have ever known. Ignoring its sheer panic, Jin-sung just sighs, and trust me, you and I can't wait to see what he does next. Alright, you and I are about to witness one wild scene where our crazy main character looks at his enemy with pure bloodlust and says, You are too noisy, I just want to die. Even though the boss is wetting his pants, he still tries to scheme. Exactly. This is it. If he dies, I can finally escape from this hellhole. Hurry up and focus on dying already. Even in this bloody, suffocating atmosphere, Jin-sung casually asks a totally random question. Now that I think about it, do you know what my uncle used to do to me? Suddenly, his eyes light up with joy as he shouts, I found it! Turns out he was searching for something to beat the boss to a pulp, but the weapon he found is so huge he hesitates. It looks a bit too big though. Just then, the system sends an alert. Bone spine, grade A. Overall combat capability is also grade A, one of the countless spinal bones of the King of Death. Using it as a weapon inflicts massive damage directly to the opponent's spine. Jin-sung looks over the massive weapon he just found and begins to speak. My uncle used to beat me with something just like this every single day. As he says this, his killer intent suddenly flares up violently. But honestly, we do not need to dwell on his past. This terrifying aura scares the boss into begging for his life. What is with this insane bloodlust? Jin-sung, do not kill me slowly, please just make it quick. Watch closely now. Right after that, begging comes a bone-chilling scream that makes your skin crawl. Then, everything goes dead silent. Who knows how much time passes before three strangers suddenly arrive at the battlefield. One of them stares at the summoned skeleton in utter confusion, muttering, Where did all these bones even come from? Meanwhile, what is Jin-sung busy doing? Look, these are your ribs, I am going to put them right back. As the trio walks around the massive skeleton, one of them looks at the sheer scale and gasps, bones are piled up, covering the entire city. Even though Jin-sung is busy shoving bones down the boss's throat, he gets incredibly happy when he spots the three newcomers and shouts a greeting. One of them is Aeon. She does not recognize him at first, so she removes her mask to get a better look and asks, Who is that? Once she realizes, she stammers in absolute terror. Is that really Jin-sung? Her two companions notice she knows him and immediately turn around to ask, Hey agent, do you know him? What is wrong with that kid? She does not answer them because her own mind is spinning. I know what you are thinking. They got reports of an abnormal monster, but looking at this, it literally looks like Jin-sung is the real villain attacking the poor beast. Back to Jin-sung. Seeing Aeon ignore him makes him pout as he grumpily complains, Hey nurse, are you not even going to say hello? Could it be? His eyes suddenly turn completely insane as he asks if she wants to die too. Without waiting for Aeon to reply, Jin-sung leaps down from the boss's head, excitedly muttering, Is that how it is? Then, he suddenly flies straight toward her. Realizing he has completely lost his mind, Aeon quickly holds her allies back, shouting, Wait, let me talk to him first. But before she can do anything, Jin-sung attacks one of her allies, screaming like an absolute psychopath. Teacher, do not worry, I will save you from my uncle's hands. Turns out Aeon has no idea that Jin-sung is hallucinating, mistaking her companions for his uncle. Utterly confused, she asks, Uncle? What on earth do you mean by that? Jin-sung does not even bother answering her. He just charges at the other companion in a frenzy, screaming at the top of his lungs. In return, you have to kill me later. Deal? The ally sees him charging right at her and panics, shouting for backup. The male agent seriously accuses Jin-sung, blaming him for turning the city into a graveyard, and decides to strike back immediately. Burning Fire Fist combination. Grade EDA. Overall combat capability is grade A+. Punching power increases with each target destroyed, and the tougher the target, the stronger the strike. Right at the moment Jin-sung's bone weapon is about to clash with the agent's fist, he sneers in utter disappointment. What is with this incredibly slow attack? Just then, the bone in his hand collides directly with the agent's arm. With a deafening crash, the agent's arm gets completely blown away. The bloody sight leaves Aeon pale as she screams in horror. Why is this happening? She cannot believe this suffocating smell of death is actually coming from the Jin-sung she used to know. Just as she stands frozen in shock, a sudden shout snaps her back to reality. Aeon instantly knows what she has to do and activates her special skill, Arise. At that moment, the system displays information about this rare power. Arise. Grade EDA-S. Overall, combat capability is grade C. You can issue command-like words, but they must strictly carry healing properties. Aeon's incredible healing magic successfully regenerates her companion's severed arm back to normal. However, this power has its limits. It can restore the designated target's body to its state before destruction. As long as the heart or brain is still functioning at 70% or higher, all injuries will heal. That is where we leave it. Any illness she does not understand cannot be cured. Let's dive into a crazy world where using your power completely wrecks your own mind. After regenerating his hand, the guy lunges to attack Jin-sung again. But of course, our main character isn't even flinching. Instead, he mockingly asks, "Hey mister, does your hand hurt?" His partner responds with a furious punch. But unfortunately for him, Jin-sung's bones are way too hard. No matter how hard he strikes, it doesn't even leave a scratch. Even so, he keeps punching until his knuckles bleed, pouring all his raw passion into the strike. With every punch he throws, Aeon has to step in and heal him. A perfect sync. One guy punches while the other heals. The endless cycle of punching and healing continues. But after a while, with no real progress, Jin-sung loses his patience and decides to make his move. "Are you seriously doing this, mister? Just stay put." He summons a skeletal hand and uses it to completely pin his partner down. Immediately, the system alerts that red oxygen is active, binding the movement of every single entity inside the domain, except the owner. Suddenly, Jin-sung walks right up to his partner and asks, "Do you remember?" He raises his fist high, whispering these bizarre words to a stranger he just met. "In the past, you and I fought exactly like this." Hearing this, his partner completely panics and screams out in confusion, "Why do you keep calling me mister?" In response, Jin-sung delivers a punch so violent that it instantly sprays blood everywhere. Jin-sung just keeps punching like a maniac, laughing hysterically. "What is wrong, mister? Does it hurt? Huh? Well, does it? Watch closely here, because his dark side is completely taking over. You did this to me before. Do you know how much it hurt?" The bloody scene leaves Aeon frozen. Jin-sung looks absolutely insane, beating the man without a shred of mercy. "Listen to me. Are you even listening to me, mister?" His partner, battered and broken, weakly mutters, "No." But of course, Jin-sung does not care at all. He only gets more fired up. "You need to listen to me." After standing there paralyzed in utter terror, Aeon finally snaps back to her senses and desperately tries to heal her partner. He keeps getting beaten to a pulp and then instantly healed. It is a torturous, endless cycle that is driving him completely insane. Rise, 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 rise. In the end, the sheer torture makes him realize that dying is actually a much better option. "No, Agent Aeon, that will only hurt even more. No, please, I do not want this." Ultimately, he finally bites the dust after a barrage of earth-shattering strikes from Jin-sung, leaving our main character standing there drenched from head to toe in blood. Now, to end this fight once and for all, he commands the murder assist system to summon a decayed wooden staff of Edia F rank. Holding a short sword in his hand, he cleanly slices off his partner's head. This horrific, brutal display completely terrifies the sole witness, making her knees buckle instantly, and that terrified witness is none other than Aeon. Right at that moment, a warm, familiar voice calls out to her gently, "Teacher." Hearing him call her that, Aeon tries to scold him, but before she can even finish, Jin-sung tightly grabs her wrist. "Jin-sung, what on earth were you thinking? The two people you just killed. You and I both know she has every right to be completely baffled here," as he suddenly drags her over to the first, yelling, "Hey, big dog, where are you taking me?" As Jin-sung brings Aeon to the first, who lies helplessly tortured, the massive beast uses the last of its fading breath to whisper out. Its deep, raspy voice, sounding like it is on the brink of death, terrifies Aeon completely. "Human, seeing you standing here completely unharmed proves that Park Jin-sung actually cared about you. You truly have no idea how incredibly lucky you really are." Looking at the first, Aeon instantly recoils in horror, realizing that this creature is an absolute monster. It is indeed a high-tier monster summoned by Edia. And seeing her arrive, the dying first suddenly comes up with a desperate, clever plan. I do not know why he wants to die for her, but I absolutely cannot let this chance slip away. I must convince this woman to end everything. I cannot stand this insane game for another second. Putting its plan into action immediately, it speaks up. Right now, Park Jin-sung desperately wants to die by your hands. This shocking revelation leaves Aeon utterly confused as she gasps. "What?" Jin-sung angrily snaps, trying to silence it. And despite getting brutally beaten for opening its big mouth, the first keeps desperately shouting to convince Aeon, "If you want to live, do not waste this opportunity." His mind is already completely broken and unstable. My influence caused it to shatter completely. Summoning the last of its strength, the beast begs, "I can only hope that you will be the one to finish him." The very moment those words are spoken, something suddenly drops from its massive body. Instantly, the system screen flashes with new information. The Adia-grade rib of Beyond Guang. It provides A+, C+, C++ overall combat capability. This is one of the countless ribs taken from the King of Death, Bian Guang. When striking an opponent, the sharpness of the rib doubles instantly, and when blocking an attack, its overall durability increases. Meanwhile, Jin-sung mutters to himself like a total madman, "But I was literally planning to ask that puppy how to die." His words reach Aeon's ears, leaving her completely shocked as she asks, "Jin-sung, why do you want to die? Why are you doing all of these horrible things?" Suddenly, he turns around, grabs her hand tightly, and says with twisted excitement, "Because I'm a bad kid. A nurse is also a teacher, so she has to punish bad kids, right? What do you think? I am totally right, aren't I?" And that's where we leave it, with Aeon dropping to her knees in pure terror, whispering, "What?" Let's dive into a crazy battle where Jin-sung looks at Aon's terrified face and growls, "Teacher, are you really that useless?" He instantly tries to end her right there, cold-heartedly saying he has no use for her, while a choked-up Aon desperately struggles to breathe. But Jin-sung does not care, tightening his grip as he recalls a chilling lesson from his aunt. Useless trash do not deserve to live. The suffocating grip leaves her completely helpless, unable to let out anything more than a broken, strangled gasp. Jin-sung calmly adds that is why he must die every single day. But just as he prepares to send her to the afterlife, a sudden voice cuts through the air. Out of nowhere, Seiyun appears with a sword in hand, trembling from her weak state but still fiercely demanding that he let the teacher go. Seeing her only fuels Jin-sung's twisted excitement, prompting him to laugh about a new prey willingly walking straight into his hands. Seeing he does not care, she screams her demand once more. But this time, his eyes lock onto the weapon in her hand as he gasps in shock at that legendary sword. Suddenly, Jin-sung flings Aon aside, muttering to himself with twisted, manic excitement. And pay attention here, because as Aon gasps for air, she watches him march towards Seiyun. Terrified he is about to slaughter another innocent victim, she desperately screams for Seiyun to run for her life. But the brave girl refuses to take even a single step back. Instead, she is desperately trying to save Jin-sung, hoping to break the demonic bloodlust controlling him since his battle with the plague. During her own ordeal, Jin-sung had to cut her horn to snap her back, but destroying her Idea this way means she can never restore it again. Left with no other choice to save him, she pours her remaining energy into the sword. Though exhausted, she resolves to force her Idea to activate one last time, whispering to her horn to stand up and fight. Just like her battle against the plague, but before she can even strike, Jin-sung suddenly lunges forward and grabs her blade. Laughing like an absolute lunatic, he screams that he finally found the perfect weapon, a blade capable of finally ending his life. Terrified by his madness, she screams to know what he is doing, just as the system displays the legendary stats of her weapon. The 4-tiger-slaying demon sword. An A-rank relic once wielded by the legendary general Kim Yu-shin of ancient Silla. He was a legendary master swordsman who unified the 3 kingdoms, while right now, Seiyun desperately struggles to pry her sword back. And I know what you're thinking, is this system seriously still giving pop-up stats right now? Yep, it completely ignores their struggle to show more info. The weapon can only be wielded by an A-rank or higher swordsman, heavily relying on the raw power of the user's Idea. Reading the system requirements, a manic grin spreads across Jin-sung's face as he turns to Seiyun with a twisted question. Since he cannot wield it himself, he gleefully tells his prey she will have to do the honors, asking if she has the guts. Fed up with his lunatic behavior, Seiyun kicks him away and screams, asking if he has completely lost his mind, wanting her to stab him. She yells at him to snap out of it, but he completely ignores her anger, desperately begging her to end his misery. Asking if she is still not ready, he tells her it is fine because the legendary blade will do all the work. He begs her even if death is not instant, but as Seiyun continues screaming for this absolute idiot to wake up, several association members suddenly burst onto the scene, pointing weapons at Jin-sung and shouting that they finally found the dangerous terrorist. Their sudden arrival completely catches Seiyun off guard as they surround Jin-sung, while another agent rushes to help Aon, praising her and promising that Yishin will arrive shortly. Until their reinforcement arrives, they need to put an end to this threat. But Jin-sung shows absolutely zero fear, laughing in manic excitement and asking why so many more targets are suddenly lining up to die. The agent holding Aon anxiously turns to her, asking for confirmation if this crazy kid is truly the high-value target. Knowing his terrifying bloodlust, Aon desperately warns the agents that this monster is way beyond anything they can possibly handle. She begs them to run, leaving the agent completely baffled by her absolute terror as he asks what she means. In his delusion, Jin-sung mistakes one of them for his deceased aunt, happily waving before whispering to himself that she was actually standing over there all along. Annoyed by his bizarre calmness, the surrounding agents raise their weapons and loudly bark that he is completely cornered. They order him to immediately deactivate his Idea and surrender, but their aggressive attitude only angers the beast, who complains that his polite greetings were completely disrespected. Ignorant of his boiling rage, They keep shouting at him to surrender immediately, threatening to use deadly force, but Jin-sung has no time for weaklings and decides to slaughter them all right now. With a chilling smile, he declares he will just slaughter them all, prompting the system to immediately activate skill number 103,673, Duoxini's lore. A terrifying aura instantly wraps around the battlefield, leaving the elite agents panicking and screaming in absolute confusion. They yell, wondering if an idea can actually teleport entire groups of people across dimensions. Meanwhile, Jin-sung continues, summoning his dark magic, activating skill number 103,673, Duoxini's cloak. And trust me, things are about to get infinitely worse, as Se-yoon watches in pure horror while the darkness consumes everything. You and I are jumping right in as Jin-sung laughs maniacally, shouting that he doesn't need his uncle anymore. His sheer madness scares Se-yoon to her core, but she forces herself to stop him. No, this cannot happen. If this continues, everyone will die. She must stop him right now. In that split second, Jin-sung keeps screaming like an absolute maniac over and over again. Now, you all can finally die. Die, die, just die. Everyone die, die, die. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierces straight through his body. The one holding the sword is, of course, Se-yoon. The sudden strike leaves Jin-sung completely stunned and dazed, while Se-yoon stands there, trembling too violently to speak. Jin-sung only responds to her sheer panic with a thrilled look and a voice filled with bizarre pride. I knew you would stab me, leader. He gently wipes her tears with his bloody hand and murmurs, but next time, aim a bit higher. He collapses immediately after. Heartbroken by his sudden fall, Se-yoon bursts into tears, crying her eyes out. I am so sorry. I am truly sorry. Sobbing her final apology, she slowly pulls the sword out of Jin-sung. Forgive me. After that, Jin-sung's idea deactivates, and the barrier surrounding everyone instantly fades away. Watch closely as Se-yoon cradles Jin-sung's head, desperately asking if he's back to normal. Instantly, Jin-sung snaps his eyes open and grips Se-yoon's hand in sheer terror. His gaze slowly goes completely blank, leaving her to frantically beg him to say something. After a tense silence, Jin-sung gently squeezes her hand and softly calls her name. At that moment, the system announces that his murderous intent is deactivated, but all other senses except his bloodlust are temporarily offline. As the system alert ends, Jin-sung immediately feels a sudden, heavy change inside his body. Relieved to see him calm down, Se-yoon happily asks if he is back. Hang in there, I will heal you right now, but right now, he is drowning in pure guilt. No, wait. What on earth did I just do? His sheer terror makes her call out, while he just shakes in fear. He can't believe he caused this horrific bloodbath. No, this can't be happening. I didn't want this. Blood. Everyone is covered in blood. Graphic memories flash through his mind, forcing him to scream in pure horror. This isn't what I wanted. The traumatic flashbacks keep playing on loop, leaving him completely lost in his mind. Jin-sung, what are you doing? Seeing his own monstrous actions makes him absolutely terrified of himself. I know what you're thinking, this is brutal. Se-yoon frantically begs Jin-sung to snap out of it. Meanwhile, at Pyongyang's Mount Myeohyang, voices echo inside the Sun Palace. The first target has finally returned. A mysterious hooded figure confirms they returned after the destruction, while the other villain shares his new intel. He reports that the South Korean pests are facing trouble. Hearing this, In-jung mutters, Wait, wasn't that first ruined zone the place you sent me to rob? His question puzzles the hooded man, who asks, Which place? That response triggers him. If you don't remember, who will? I suffered total humiliation. And you treat me like this? Seeing his furious outburst, the mysterious boss decides to casually take the blame. My bad. I needed someone to draw attention to summon Daniel's book. But that only makes In-jung angrier, growling back at him. You sent me, Kim In-jung, just as a distraction? Satan smiles deviously, replying, A powerhouse like you makes everyone believe that sector is crucial. Besides, you are the only one who can go anywhere without fear of being defeated. Those smooth words only make In-jung lose his mind and scream. How can you say that after seeing my state? The trash leader ignores his anger, smugly adding, Exactly why I chose you. Realizing it is pointless to argue, In-jung turns to leave, but delivers one last piece of intel. The third and fourth targets are confirmed. They will show themselves soon. Hearing this, In-jung gasps in absolute shock. Finally, a sinister, wicked grin spreads across Satan's face as he confidently declares, Just wait a little longer. Our era is coming. Back at the hospital, Jin-sung lies heavily breathing on a bed, his eyes shut tight in deep sleep. He dreams of holding a bloody blade as cold sweat breaks out across his face. Horrific, bloody images play in his mind. Even An's terrified face grows clearer and clearer in his nightmare. Suddenly, he bolts awake in pure terror, gasping heavily for air before casting his eyes to the side. Sitting beside him, Se-yoon notices he is awake and calls his name. Seeing her, Jin-sung sits straight up, calling out to her. but moving too fast makes his raw wound flare up, leaving him completely breathless and unable to speak. And that's where we leave it. Si-yoon gently pushes him back down, telling him not to overexert. Alright, let's jump straight in. As soon as he wakes up, a confused Jin-sung asks how long he was out, only to get scolded. 3 whole days, you idiot. A weak Jin-sung mutters. I want to get up, but Se-yeon firmly insists that he needs to stay put and rest. You think you are some god who can magically recover in 3 days? Keep resting. Right then, Lee Shin walks in, teasing them loudly. You should listen to your wife, kid. A happy wife means a peaceful home. His sudden entry catches Jin-sung off guard, making him hesitate. Lee Shin then pulls up a chair right next to Jin-sung's bed. He asks gently, Private Jin-sung, are you feeling any better? The boy quietly replies, I am okay. I have recovered a bit. It is time for their private talk. Knowing they need space, Se-yeon gets up, though she still casts a worried glance back at Lee Shin and Jin-sung. Good. We have a lot to cover, so bear with me for a moment. First, Lee Shin solemnly explains that the National Disaster Management and Crisis Warning Systems have officially classified him as a Level 1 national disaster, basically calling him a living catastrophe. This shocking news leaves Jin-sung completely bewildered as he quietly repeats the words, living catastrophe. On top of that, he reveals they have deemed him a direct threat to public life, property, national security, the economy, and just about every other aspect of the country. It seems both high-level agencies have officially decided that he is far more dangerous than any natural disaster or terrorist threat. Then Lee Shin adds, but only the top brass know about this. Nobody else has any idea. Do you understand what that means? This question only leaves Jin-sung feeling deeply confused as he asks, what do you mean? Lee Shin calmly explains, because I blocked all the leaks, and trust me, what he says next is going to change everything for Jin-sung, who yells out, what? Keeping his cool, he reveals his reasons. You are the only double S rank IDEA user in all of South Korea. Even Junon and I are only S ranks. It looks like you have done an incredible job hiding your true power until now, and we fully understand why you felt the need to hide it. Jin-sung immediately catches the subtle implication behind Lee Shin's words, but Jin-sung instantly rejects the idea, protesting, I am sorry, but if you want me to use my IDEA again, I just cannot do it. Replying to his refusal, Lee Shin's voice remains perfectly calm. Private Park Jin-sung. The world is currently facing an unprecedented, massive crisis. He describes the current global situation, revealing that things are definitely not as peaceful as they seem on the surface. Crime and mortality rates are climbing rapidly every single day, while systemic discrimination that cannot even be measured in numbers is only getting worse. Using these harsh realities, he tries to persuade Jin-sung to awaken his IDEA once more. I apologize for jumping to conclusions based on your file, but you must realize what needs to be done now. He bluntly delivers the brutal truth. Nothing will change just because nations are clashing. It is not just North Korea either. Other countries are making highly suspicious moves as well. This leaves Jin-sung deeply tormented, completely torn over what his next move should be. Before he can finish, Lee Shin gently reassures him, declaring, our country desperately needs your power. Hearing that word triggers his deepest doubts. He breaks down crying like a child, sobbing, do you really need this kind of power? The power of a psychopathic murderer? Suddenly, Lee Shin gently lifts Jin-sung's face, speaking with a voice full of trust to comfort the boy. Do you remember the first time we met? Do not give up on yourself like this. We need people who believe in the growth of the soul. These inspiring words strike a deep chord in Si-yeon, making her realize something profound. She suddenly remembers the teachings of the White Jade Kim clan, who always told her to quietly follow the path guided by her own soul. She has spent her entire life serving her IDEA, rather than living for herself. She silently vows to never let her IDEA dictate her path again. But then pay attention here. Jin-sung's heavy voice breaks the silence, repeating, growth of the soul? He screams out in sheer despair, demanding answers from Lee Shin. My soul is literally a cold-blooded killer. What do you expect a murderer's soul to ever become? Without any rush, Lee Shin slowly stands up and asks, do you know what the total damage was? He then reveals what Jin-sung actually accomplished to stop a much bigger disaster, 12,000 casualties, and property damage in the ruined city center, estimated at over 3.4 trillion, an unimaginable, devastating loss. But you, Private Park Jin-sung, you stopped it. You acted as an invaluable asset to this nation. Correcting himself, he says firmly, no, as a true citizen of this country. Lee Shin's sudden, unexpected gesture leaves Jin-sung completely stunned, gasping out, Adjutant? In a humble display of respect, Lee Shin bows deeply to him. I am sincerely grateful to you. All the officers standing behind him bow in unison, showing deep gratitude for the sacrifices Jin-sung has made. Overwhelmed by emotion and shame, he breaks down in tears. Even with their recognition, he still blames himself, sobbing, No, I am the monster who killed my own comrades. Cutting through his self-loathing, Li Xin declares in a commanding voice. And you are also the savior who protected this very city. Without you, this entire city would have been completely wiped out. Trust me, you and I are about to watch this fallen hero finally rise again. No matter what happened back there, you still saved the people of this city. So stop blaming yourself and stand back up. Those words deeply touch Jin-sung, but stick with me because deep down, he's still terrified of his own bloody actions. Yet, seeing the joyful, grateful smiles on everyone's faces as they look at him gives him a sudden rush of motivation. Every single person there is sending him their most heartfelt thanks. For the first time in his life, he's receiving such warmth. As Jin-sung steps out of bed, he realizes how hard it must be for them to face the guy who killed their comrades. He knows full well that looking at him must bring back painful memories, yet they still show him grace. This is the exact medicine he needs to move forward without them losing their pride. Instead of anger, they show pure maturity. To honor them, he cannot let himself collapse under the crushing weight of guilt. He must stand tall and push forward. Steeling his resolve, he loudly declares, "Sir, I have no intention of using my idea power ever again." This sudden declaration leaves Yunhua utterly shocked, gasping out, "What?" But regardless of how stunned everyone is, Jin-sung remains absolutely firm. "But I won't give up. I will work as hard as I can to atone for every single life that I took." Jin-sung's determination makes Li Xin extremely pleased. Smiling warmly, he adds, "Thank you, Park Jin-sung. You are an incredibly strong person. Besides, I was actually going to advise you against using your power for a while anyway. It seems nobody can keep your idea power in check except me." Hearing this, Jin-sung asks with a trace of worry, "Then, what is going to happen to me?" Li Xin quickly explains the special arrangements he has already made. Now, pay attention here, because Li Xin plans to send him abroad for a month or two to lay low. However, this plan leaves Jin-sung with one major concern. "If possible, I still want to finish high school and my military training." Sensing his anxiety, Li Xin reassures him, "Don't worry, just think of this as a short study abroad program. Plus, you're officially promoted to sergeant." On the day Jin-sung leaves for the airport, Li Xin sees him off with a warm farewell. "Have a safe trip, Sergeant Park Jin-sung." Seong-ho even shows up at the airport to personally send his buddy off. Bumping fists, his friend warns him, "Don't get lazy just because I'm not around. I'll test your stamina the second you get back." Jin-sung chuckles helplessly and nods. Meanwhile, Yunhua throws her arms around him and strictly reminds him to call her. Feeling incredibly touched by her deep concern, he happily accepts her warmth. Feeling quite emotional about his departure, she keeps insisting, "You must call me every single day." Though he finds her nagging a bit funny, he smiles and agrees. Before finally boarding his flight, Jin-sung leaves them both with one last promise. "Once I've grown a bit more, I promise I'll return to you guys." After landing at John F. Kennedy International Airport, Jin-sung is suddenly greeted by some incredibly familiar faces. Jizan spots him and immediately sneers, "Look who finally showed up, you piece of trash." Jin-sung is completely stunned by his sudden appearance. You might be wondering what's going on too, as John suddenly yells, "Don't talk to my boss like that, you bastard. It's Dong-ho." Unlike the arrogant attitude of those two, Dong-ho is much friendlier as he politely greets him. "It's been a while." Standing beside him, Yunhua shyly waves and greets him as well. Jin-sung's eyes widen as he spots yet another familiar face. Seonghwa is here too. Out of nowhere, Seonghwa steps up to warmly shake his hand, asking if he feels cooler and more relaxed without those glasses. This friendly greeting leaves Jin-sung quite flustered. "Huh? Not really." Meanwhile, John lets out a heavy sigh, complaining, "I shouldn't have come. Why do I have to look at trash like you?" Though utterly exhausted by his rude attitude, Jin-sung maintains his politeness and makes a simple request. "Hey Jizan, since I'm a sergeant now, can we drop the informal speech?" Of course, Jizan completely ignores him, grumbling about how an F rank somehow managed to outrank him. After finished complaining, he turns around to ask Phil, "Hey Junior, do you even know our schedule?" His dismissive tone instantly annoys Phil, who snaps back, "Aren't you the senior who is supposed to teach me this?" At that moment, Dong-ho honestly chimes in, "Someone is probably waiting for us, but ever since we landed, you guys have done nothing but argue." His comment immediately ticks off both Phil and John, who yell, "What is that supposed to mean? Spit it out, you damn junior." Getting scolded by them both, Dong-ho quietly defends himself, saying he's actually older. Standing off to the side, Jin-sung watches the three of them bickering like toddlers, unable to hide his sigh. He can't believe he has to survive with this utterly chaotic group for a whole month. Just as he's losing hope, a voice suddenly calls out to them, "Hey, are you done chatting yet?" Hearing the call, Jin-sung turns around and politely asks, "Excuse me, are you our guide for this trip?" Teddy flashes a bright smile, introducing himself. "Just call me Teddy, the Pentagon is sending someone to pick us up." Later in the car, He explains his duty managing their team, simply stating, "I just got here myself. Let's see how this mess unfolds. But stick with me, because while you guys are here, I will handle everything, including the translation. Stay close to me, and you won't have any language barriers. My idea will take care of that." After a short drive, the car stops. Teddy turns back with a serious warning. "We've arrived, so watch your mouth." Then, he quickly opens the door to a meeting room. Inside, a crowd is already seated, and the moment our group walks in, everyone locks their judgmental eyes right onto them. Jin-sung follows Teddy to his seat, scanning the room and wondering why all these high-ranking officials here look so incredibly tense. Some are even wearing US military uniforms, making him feel a bit out of his depth here. The vibe in this room is seriously creepy. Suddenly, the lights go out. A general switches on the projector and raises his voice. "Now that our foreign VIP guests are here, I'll make this quick because time is short." He lays out the recent crime. Just 1 or 2 hours ago, a 35-year-old woman was found dead in northeast Manhattan. The cause of death was hemorrhagic shock from a brutal abdominal stab wound, matching all the previous murder cases. Someone in the crowd raises a hand to ask if there were other cases before this. The general just continues sharing the details. Another identical murder took place 4.5 hours ago, where a lunatic dressed as a clown dumped the victim into the river. He also lays out several other critical details. But pay attention here, because this horrific murder seems to be just the tip of the iceberg, with dozens more killings predicted to happen in the very near future. The terrifying twist is that the execution methods used perfectly mimic notorious historical serial killers from the past. They are constantly changing their methods specifically to keep our investigators from catching on to them. All this points to the chilling conclusion that we are dealing with multiple killers, but experts have found one single connecting trait. A shadow organization is pulling the strings behind all of this, a dangerous Korean cult known as the Pure Path sect. This would explain their identical behavior, and hearing this, Yoonghwa immediately recognizes the twisted group they are talking about. The Pure Path sect is led by a master of brainwashing, though rumors said they were completely wiped out by the association. These words leave Jin-sung wondering why a supposedly dead Korean cult is running wild overseas, reminding him to call soon later. Meanwhile, the entire briefing room erupts into a storm of anxious whispers. So this is not just some random copycat? They are definitely operating with a clear target. Then, Jin-sung quickly realizes something. Those hostile glares from earlier were coming from a bunch of gossiping snakes sitting right behind him. Did those kids just tag along from Asia for fun? Jin-sung understands exactly why they hate him without him even doing anything. And honestly, we can understand their annoyance too. If foreign cultists invaded your home country to murder your citizens, you would be absolutely furious too, especially if they sent a bunch of kids to help. Suddenly, a powerful voice speaks up to defend Jin-sung's group. He asks them not to take their anger out on the kids, snapping into a formal salute as a woman enters the room, declaring that is enough. Her sudden appearance instantly makes Dong-ho's eyes light up, leaving Jin-sung completely bewildered as he asks his friend what's going on. Dong-ho suddenly gets super excited and whispers, "Park Jin-sung, if you are a real man, you should know exactly who she is." Of course, Jin-sung has absolutely no idea who she is. Wait, who? Meanwhile, the mysterious woman is already chatting with the officer who just stood up to defend Jin-sung's group. The officer says he did not expect her to show up, mentioning these kids were sent by Li Shin. Right then, Dong-ho leans in to introduce her. He stammers that she is Vlad Tepes, a name that instantly sends a shockwave of disbelief through the entire room. What? Vlad Tepes? The strongest dragon user in all of North America? The woman who has Dong-ho drooling and a general saluting is the user of the double S rank Dracula Dragon Idea, and now she turns to greet them. She greets them warmly, introducing herself as Vlad Tepes, and just one flash of her smile is enough to make Dong-ho lose his mind. He screams that she smiled at them, aggressively shaking Jin-sung like a ragdoll in his hysterical excitement. A completely bewildered Jin-sung asks who she actually is, triggering Dong-ho into launching into a massive, dramatic hype speech about her. Do you seriously not know? She is only 28 years old and is already a lieutenant general. The US military has a secret operations squad that handles covert missions worldwide, and she is the elite commander leading this incredibly dangerous, top-tier unit. Known as Delta Force, her unmatched leadership, insane combat power, and magnetic charm are legendary throughout the military. In fact, the Delta Force unit she commands is widely recognized as the absolute strongest. Right then, Vlad Tepes suddenly points directly at Jin-sung and calls him out. "You there, still acting like you own the place." Jin-sung just blankly asks, "What? Why are you calling me?" Sighing at his attitude, she says, "You look pretty hostile, but you heard the briefing, so what do you think of this cult? Let's see if our guy can solve this case. Alright, let's dive in." Holding a petty grudge, he casually shoots back. "Honestly, I think us kids shouldn't have any say in this." This response leaves Chapet Janner slightly speechless. but she sneers. At least you know your place. She then bluntly declares, if my countrymen have treated you poorly in any way, I will gladly apologize beforehand on their behalf. But you must also understand that if Li Xin hadn't specifically requested this, we would never allow children into a crucial meeting like this. Her condescending words and attitude trigger the beast dormant inside of Jinung. She is clearly drawing a line between us and them. Let's see how strong she actually is. He quickly uses his skill to analyze Chepet Janner, an Edaha-rank Dracula vampire. Her overall combat capability is insane. She is the original prototype of all vampires and other blood-sucking species. Suddenly, he slams his head onto the table in agony, making Seung-hwa ask in panic, "What's wrong? What just happened?" Now, watch closely, because Dong-ho rushes over to Jinung, only to freeze when he sees his eyes are bleeding. This commotion instantly catches Chepet Janner's attention. She steps closer and demands, "What did you just do?" Jinung honestly replies, "I was scanning your EDA." His words leave her highly skeptical, and she warns him, "Reading my EDA? You had better not be lying to me, kid. So, what did you see?" Of course, he doesn't dare reveal her confidential information in public, so he quickly makes up an excuse. The power gap between us is simply too vast, which is why I got hit with this backlash. I could only read your name. Thinking Jinung is just playing games, Chepet Janner threatens him, warning that if he lies, she will drain every drop of his blood. But he calmly responds, "That won't happen. I can easily prove my words to you. But am I allowed to share this private information with everyone else in this room?" Meanwhile, he is still suffering from the immense internal pain of scanning her. Damn it, this backlash is even worse than when I scanned the Chimera. He feels his entire brain starting to go numb. Jinung's incredible composure actually sparks Chepet Janner's interest. Right then and there, she decides to give him a little test. Still so calm after being threatened? Li Xin really sent over an interesting kid. Fine, read my translator's EDA then. The translator steps forward, taking out a sheet of paper and a pen while offering a warning. Many have attempted to read her EDA, but absolutely no one has ever succeeded. Even so, Jinung insists that he can do it. Chepet Janner places the pen and paper on the table and gives the command. "Then prove it, kid." Without a moment of hesitation, Jinung immediately begins writing down the translator's private information. After concentrating intensely for a few moments, he finishes writing and hands the paper over, saying, "Here you go." On the paper is Teddy's complete EDA data. Teddy, B rank, EDA, with an overall combat rank of D. She can communicate with anyone fluently. Anyone in her immediate vicinity will be granted automatic translation capabilities. Now, I know what you're thinking. This completely blows Chepet Janner away. She is amazed, muttering, "Incredible. This is way more useful than I thought." Jinung then firmly asks, "Are you satisfied now?" She nods in agreement, saying, "This far exceeded my expectations." Then, she suddenly shreds the paper and says with excitement, "I initially planned to let you kids observe briefly and then send you packing, but I have changed my mind, even if it ends up causing real trouble for Li Xin." Hearing this, Seung-hwa is deeply confused. "Wait, what does that mean?" She casually explains. "From now on, you are being deployed directly to the front lines, which also means there is a high chance you will die." She then turns to Jinung and asks, "What is your name?" Still trying to catch his breath, Jinung honestly reveals his identity. "I am Staff Sergeant Park Jinung, 10th Platoon, 2nd Special Battalion of Heen High School in South Korea." Suddenly, Chepet Janner turns around to leave, but she makes sure to drop an invitation first. "Understood. Report to my office at exactly 9 p.m. This completely catches him off guard, causing him to raise his voice in confusion. "Did I hear that correctly, ma'am?" She doesn't answer, only smiling with amusement as she mutters to herself. Things are getting really interesting. Meanwhile, in a dark and secluded place, a poor girl is desperately begging her attacker for mercy. "Please, my neck. I can't breathe." Of course, to a cold-blooded killer, letting prey escape is never an option, and showing mercy is completely out of the question. With those final words, the killer mercilessly stabs the unfortunate girl, ending her life right then and there. That crazed murderer is actually an ED-awakened butcher. Once night falls, Jinung and Teddy head directly to Chepet Janner's office as they were ordered. Jinung knocks on the door and asks if she is inside. From within the room, Chepet Janner gives them permission to enter. "Come in, pretender." Hearing her voice, Jinung gently opens the door and steps inside, saying, "Excuse me." He sees her sitting on the sofa working, not even bothering to stand up and greet them. She casually tells them to sit wherever they want. Just as he is about to speak, she suddenly cuts him off and says, "Just call me Big Sister. All my unit members call me that." Hearing Chepet Janner tell him to call her Big Sister, he hesitantly stammers, "Sister, why did you call for me?" She then asks him, "Pretender, who else knows you can read EDA?" Li Xin's files never mentioned this skill. And that, my friends, is where we leave things. Let's dive in as Xander's sudden question completely catches Jinung off guard. He mumbles that he never mentioned it to anyone, even back in Korea, making her realize that Lee Shin is completely in the dark too. Jin-ung stammers and nervously says they might know or they might not, which just makes Shepard Xander sigh in absolute frustration. Annoyed by his wishy-washy answer, she suddenly flashes a mysterious smile and makes a straightforward offer. She asks the hypocrite to join her unit, leaving Jin-ung so shocked he has to ask if he heard her right. Shepard Xander doesn't stutter, repeating her command to join the elite Delta Force immediately. Jin-ung tries to decline, explaining he is already part of H&D, but Xander has no intention of letting him off that easily. The Delta Force is a team that she personally commands. She suddenly hands him a thick folder, saying they can discuss the details later, but they must first put out this raging fire right now. Shepard Xander reveals they have successfully identified a John Wayne Gacy impersonator at JFK Airport and a Jack the Ripper copycat at a brothel. Handing him the mission, she tasks him with infiltrating the target location and using his EDA to detect any suspicious entities. Specifically, he needs to search for any EDA shaped like a blade. Pay attention here because the next day at JFK International Airport, everything looks totally normal as crowds bustle past, but danger is lurking. It looks too ordinary. Jin-ung groans while tiredly rubbing his dry eyes. He complains about his exhausted eyes, while Do-hong continuously stuffs his face with food, sighing in deep frustration. Seung-hwa worriedly advises the exhausted captain to take a break, warning that if he collapses, the entire mission is going down. Right then, Shepard Xander shows up to report a development in the slums from just an hour ago. A suspect believed to be the Sky Sect leader has been captured. She orders the team to stay on high alert and continue monitoring, but singles out Jin-ung and the interpreter to follow her. She commands the interpreter and the hypocrite to move out, and Jin-ung quickly follows behind her without hesitation. Having stared at the airport monitors for hours, his eyes are burning with heavy strain. Noticing his fatigue, Xander tells the hypocrite to get some sleep, but Jin-ung simply smiles and insists he is completely fine. Seeing his determination, she drops the subject and gets straight to business, asking if there are any new updates. He shakes his head. But think about it. How does a high-profile cult leader suddenly get captured out of thin air like that? Even Shepard Xander is in the dark on this one, offering only a basic explanation to him. She admits she does not know because his appearance is too bizarre, forcing her to see it herself. Since her fourth unit has cordoned off the slums, they can head straight to him, but suddenly, the radio blares with terrifying news. Serial killings are erupting across the entire city, with over 90% of the suspects matching names on their watch list. This shocking broadcast leaves Jin-ung completely stunned as he looks over at her in panic. Xander is absolutely furious that their highly classified intel has been leaked, realizing their targets have completely outmaneuvered them. It seems they have a mole, while the radio announcer adds that a massive group of killers is currently converging on JFK Airport. The local police cannot suppress the situation because they are severely understaffed. Hearing this, a panicked Jin-ung tries to jump up because his team is there, but Xander firmly shoves him back down. Telling the hypocrite to calm down, she confidently promises him that she will handle this situation in a heartbeat. Right at that moment, her radio crackles with subordinates, begging for immediate tactical orders. Without a single second of hesitation, her voice turns deadly serious as she commands Units 1 and 3 to neutralize the killers. She authorizes lethal force if necessary, ordering Unit 2 to seal all exits so absolutely nobody can escape. The voice on the line nervously asks what to do about the airport. Shepard Xander snorts, letting out a sinister smirk before cold-bloodedly declaring that she will handle it personally. She slams the radio down, kicking the dashboard in rage as a swarm of bats manifests around her, furious over being backstabbed. She declares she's going solo, while the bats flutter wildly around the car, causing a terrified Jin-ung to scream. He shrieks about bats in the car, making an annoyed Xander turn around and ask if he hates bats. Too scared to admit his fear, Jin-ung can only stammer a hesitant and vague response. Xander grins with dark satisfaction, summoning even more bats before playfully announcing that the hunt is finally on. Stick around as the hypocrite and the interpreter head off to hunt down the mysterious Sky Sect leader. I will let Unit 4 go with you. Trust me, you'll laugh seeing Jin-sung lose his mind over a few bats while still trying to beg. Chief, I want to go to the airport too. But before he can do a thing, those bats wrap around Chief Janner and teleport her to her destination. Suddenly, a bizarre light flashes inside the car. Meanwhile, over at the airport terminal, absolute chaos is already breaking loose. Do-hong and Seung-hwa are currently running for their lives from monsters, with Do-hong screaming his head off in sheer terror. It is obvious these monsters were just waiting for Chief Janner to leave. Annoyed by his screaming, Seung-hwa snaps that if he has time to complain, he should move his legs faster. But the moment he finishes speaking, a pack of monsters suddenly lunges straight at him. Luckily, he dodges just in time while shouting, "Die, die, die." The secret to his perfect evasion is none other than his Class E skill trajectory grasping eyes. It allows him to focus his vision on a single target to pinpoint its exact speed and direction of movement. Of course, ordinary people do not have fancy skills like his to dodge these lethal blows. They are all getting slashed left and right, with some only having enough time to scream, "Help me!" Watching this brutal scene, Jin-sung clicks his tongue in pure annoyance. Then he yells, "Hey, squinty eyes, are we just going to keep running forever?" Pilwoo, while busy dodging, still finds a split second to reply. "Senior, while I distract them, please run. Now, pay attention, because this is where his senior gets completely triggered." Pilwoo's words make Jin-sung roar in anger. You can clearly see these guys are just C-rank trash, so why the hell should I run? But before he can even finish venting his rage, Seonghwa chimes in, "Just go, I will cover you." Since he is backed into a corner with no other choice, all he can do is pout in frustration. Stomping over to Do-hong, Jin-sung loudly commands him to break the floor. Being a bit chubby, Do-hong runs a little slow but still tries his best. "I am just a tiny bit slow. Besides, I am not the only one who gained weight here." Wasting no time, he immediately unleashes his gravity ability to shatter the floor beneath them. This power, named "I am not the only one gaining weight," increases the weight of himself, his opponents, and all of their equipped weapons by up to 20 times. As the cracks in the ground spread toward him, Jin-sung gets into position, bracing himself to strike. Once the fissure reaches his feet, he nods in satisfaction and praises Do-hong, shouting, "Good job." He immediately triggers his B+ rank skill, Extract and Brandish, which allows him to weaponize absolutely any random object lying on the ground. Instantly, a simple rock transforms into a deadly weapon, making him smirk and exclaim, "Perfect." But right then, someone screams a warning as a pack of enemies charges straight toward them. While Pilwoo is busy punching, kicking, and cursing at those C-rank monsters, Jin-sung takes a brutal slash to his waist. That trash bastard caught him off guard. Spotting the injury, Pilwoo turns pale and screams for his senior. Reeling from the sudden strike, a furious Jin-sung slams his stone shield directly into the C-rank monster that ambushed him, roaring at the top of his lungs. "Get the hell away from me!" After landing that heavy blow, he pants heavily, staring down at his bleeding waist with a look of utter defeat. What kind of cheap shot was that? Absolutely pathetic. But let's check out the other fight happening nearby. Just as Do-hong delivers a devastating punch to a monster, over on the other side, Pilwoo and Seonghwa watch in absolute horror as Jin-sung collapses, immediately rushing to his side while screaming in panic. "Senior Jin-sung, please don't pass out on us." Despite being completely dizzy from the stab wound, Jin-sung still snaps, "Shut up, you idiot. I am not going to die." Seonghwa quickly kneels down to examine the gash. "Geez, let me see that." To stop the heavy bleeding, he immediately activates his unique healing ability. His hands transform into surgical suture scissors, literally transforming right before their eyes. Rank E to B. Overall combat capability, B. Each of his hands turns into a sharp scissor blade, stitching up any physical wounds in a single, fluid motion. It can even close wounds that are otherwise impossible to treat, although it cannot heal internal injuries. As he unleashes his power, his hands instantly turn into giant scissor blades resembling crab claws, as he calmly tells him, "I will heal you right now." Seonghwa gently brings the scissor tips to Jin-sung's side, and glowing threads suddenly appear, rapidly sewing up the deep slash. As a result, the wound is sewn up perfectly clean and neat. Seonghwa nods in satisfaction, muttering, "Done." Even so, he warns Jin-sung, whose attention is already getting pulled away by the horrific screams nearby. "I only stitched the surface, but your internal damage is still there, so do not overdo it." Meanwhile, the streets are turning into absolute hell. Crazed citizens transforming into monsters are brutally attacking everyone in sight, leaving innocent civilians helpless as they scream for the beasts to spare their children. Those absolute maniacs. Jin-sung cannot stand by and watch, ignoring his bleeding wound completely. "Don't overexert myself, huh? Yeah, that is going to be tough." He immediately activates his extract and brandish skill once again. Jin-sung is now more pumped up than ever. Weapon in hand, he charges straight into the fray, roaring, "Let's go, you pieces of trash." Seonghwa sighs, asking if he has a death wish. "And that's where we leave it, trust me, things are about to get even crazier." "Alright, let's jump right in." He has no intention of stopping the endless wave of monsters from appearing. Behind him, Do-hong, usually a total slacker, is actually volunteering to fight. Maybe I should back him up too. Still, Seonghwa grimaces, seeing nothing but a ragtag bunch relying on sheer willpower. He closes his eyes, trying to calm his racing thoughts. Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind. A familiar voice rings out, telling him that running away is completely useless. Back in the past, Yeonjung had sincerely tried to give him a reality check, saying, "Lee Seonghwa, you have a gift, something far better than mine. If you focus, you can unlock so much more of its true potential." These words are exactly the spark Seonghwa needs right now. Gritting his teeth, he gathers his courage and charges straight ahead. "Ji-sung, watch me. I'm going to do my best too." The clash is brutal. Seunghwa's squad fights with everything they've got against these rampaging humans who turned into mindless monsters. After hours of non-stop action, John is completely exhausted, cursing that they never end. But right then, a mysterious voice praises them. "You boys did a great job." Out of nowhere, a swarm of bats swarms in, making Du-hong scream in terror. "Don't blink here," because Chepajanner's subordinates instantly recognize those creepy bats swarming overhead. That chilling voice echoing from the swarm? It is definitely her. They yell in absolute relief. Bats, shadows, and thick fog, it has to be the legendary Chepajanner. Their leader is finally here. Sure enough, Chepajanner herself slowly emerges from the center of that bat swarm. The SS-rank vampire, Dracula, the absolute progenitor and original source of all bloodsuckers in existence. As a legendary, immortal creature, she controls shadows, fog, and swarms of bats to manifest her true form. A transcendent being with unmatched, terrifying blood-sucking power. Furious, she looks down on the C-rank monsters who dared to run wild on her turf, coldly demanding, "I never expected pathetic pests like you to start a riot in my dark territory. But these mindless beasts have zero fear. Instead of running, they get even more bloodthirsty and scream together. Kill them, die, tear them apart, kill them all. Just die already." Completely unfazed, Chepajanner calmly counts her targets, noting there are about 300 of them before summoning another massive swarm of bats. The bats dive-bomb the rampaging monsters, tearing into them and sending the entire pack into a panicked scream. In a flash, Chepajanner materializes right in front of the rabid pack. One monster completely loses it and lunges forward to strike her down. "Die!" With twisted, ecstatic grins on their faces, the entire pack of frenzied beasts pounces directly on top of her. But let's pause here. You and I both know these weak, childish attacks won't do a thing. Her sudden retaliation instantly leaves the beasts absolutely speechless. With pure disgust in her eyes, she sneers, "What on earth do you brainless idiots think you are doing?" She is completely immune because, as Dracula, she is a transcendent entity. Normal humans cannot deal a single scratch to a high-tier monster's body. A monster like her can only be killed if a transcendent being drives a holy stake straight through her heart, or if someone with equal godlike power attacks using an idea forged from the ancient monster civilization itself. Showing zero mercy, she grabs two rampaging monsters by the throat and snaps, "Useless trash, you could never kill me." But right after, a dark, highly calculating smile spreads across her face. "You might actually be useful to me." Within minutes, the battlefield is painted red, littered with lifeless bodies. Chepajanner looks annoyed that the fight ended so quickly, sighing, "I expected a real challenge, but this trash was utterly disappointing." Unsurprisingly, her brutal display of overwhelming violence leaves the remaining crazed survivors shaking and completely pale with terror. But she has no intention of letting them go, telling them it is too late for regrets. Instantly, she triggers her bloodsucker skill, commanding, "Rise, my ghouls." Right on cue, the system window pops up. Using her bloodsucker ability, the vampire Dracula can convert consumed blood to summon loyal ghouls. While she cannot copy their original idea, their overall physical stats are boosted by 200%. Looking at her brand new army, she proudly shares that she recently worked with the Mexican government to wipe out a major drug cartel. "I managed to secure an incredibly massive harvest there. On top of that, these undead minions have a crazy cheat code. Unless you completely atomize them, they will just keep regenerating." As she watches her ghouls rip the C-rank monsters to shreds, she laughs in amusement. "You aren't even worthy of joining my personal army, so turn to dust and spend eternity, repenting." Meanwhile, Ji-sung is incredibly worried about his friends and the innocent citizens nearby, nervously asking, "Is the airport completely safe now?" Teddy calmly steers the car, reassuring him, "Do not sweat it. Lady Chepajanner is literally a monster and an absolute queen at that." Even with those words, Ji-sung cannot shake his anxiety, suggesting, "Teddy, do you think we should go back and join the fight too?" But Teddy instantly shuts him down, insisting that they absolutely must stay the course and follow their direct orders. Ji-sung tries to argue back, but there is no way Teddy is going to let him jeopardize the critical mission Chepajanner entrusted to them. "Look, if we do not capture their leader, a much worse disaster is going to unfold. Got it?" Feeling totally powerless, Ji-sung finally relents. "I understand. Now, trust me, we're about to see where this crazy road leads. Alright, you and I are jumping into a ghost town where something is seriously wrong, and our main character Ji-nung can feel it in his bones. It is way too quiet out here, do you not think so?" Teddy completely agrees, saying this silence feels incredibly suspicious. Right then, a voice crackles over the radio, stating they are Delta Force Unit 4 and have located Vlad Tepes Jr.'s vehicle. They ask if that is the correct target, which immediately makes Ji-nung question what their real objective is. But the caller quickly barks a bizarre command, telling them to abandon the car and start moving to the left. They claim a wide clearing will appear in 30 seconds, then abruptly hang up without giving any kind of explanation. They are told to meet there, over and out. Following the order, Teddy quickly stops the car. Jin-sung steps out, trying to radio them back, but gets absolutely zero response. As he prepares to go investigate the situation himself, Teddy quickly steps in to stop him. Teddy begs him to turn back, sensing a bad omen. But of course, our stubborn protagonist refuses to listen. Jin-sung argues that the others are fighting with everything they have, so they must take action too. Watching Jin-sung rush straight toward danger, Teddy has no choice but to follow, yelling at him to wait. But after walking a short distance, Jin-sung senses something is off. He halts, muttering that something feels wrong, while Teddy replies that he had noticed it early on too. Why is there so much empty space here? Now pay attention, because Jin-sung suddenly spots something shocking, freezes in place, and bolts, leaving a completely panicked Teddy screaming after him. Hey, what is going on? Do not go off by yourself. Ignoring everything around him, Jin-sung sprints ahead, realizing his gut feelings about this setup were completely right. He recalls the specific words from the radio caller, who explicitly named their group as Delta Force Unit 4, while also flashing back to his previous conversation with Teps Jr. This whole thing is a setup. Someone has clearly leaked their classified information to the enemy. It looks like we have a traitor in our ranks, especially since the radio caller referred to her as Vlad Teps Jr. This contradicts what Teps Jr. told him earlier, when she specifically insisted on being called sister. She said all squad members call her that. Plus, the callers kept referring to Jin-sung himself as the target. With all pieces of the puzzle falling into place, Jin-sung realizes they are walking straight into a deadly trap and screams at the lured Delta Squad. Delta Force Unit 4, get out of there right now. Run. He is absolutely determined to save the Delta team, knowing they cannot afford to lose this golden opportunity to crush that troublesome organization. He knows these soldiers are the core elite, all of them veterans who served under Vlad's direct command. At that exact moment, the Bishop and Jack arrive at the scene, as the Bishop slyly whispers in her ear to slaughter them all. Seeing her makes Jin-sung realize why the Delta team was so easily tricked. You and I can see that their combat experience totally blinded their judgment regarding that orange-haired girl. Now, Jack's bloodlust completely takes over. She laughs maniacally, pulling a knife from her pocket with a terrifying grin. Of course. The system quickly pulls up her profile. Codename, Jack the Ripper. Overall combat capability is ranked at A. A notorious serial killer who lived during the 20th century. His name is so infamous that countless copycat cases and twisted legends about him continue to spread even to this day. Reading this, Jin-sung panics, knowing the Delta Force squad stands absolutely no chance of surviving against her. Damn it, the power gap is just too massive. The Delta Force will not stand a chance against that woman, and with even more enemies approaching, they must retreat immediately. Just as he feared, Jack goes into full slaughter mode, targeting every single member of the Delta Force squad. They cannot even track her insane speed, screaming in horror as she suddenly vanishes behind them. One by one, they are brutally blindsided by her daggers. The thrill of the hunt drives Jack into a frenzy as she slaughters them with sadistic pleasure. Die, just die. But suddenly, a soldier tackles her from behind, pinning her down so two other Delta 4 members can gang up on her. Unfazed, she simply sneers, mocking them by saying she can easily read all of their predictable movements. The system immediately provides an explanation for her arrogant boast. After a kill, she absorbs 1/3 of their physical stats, stacking up to 151 times. Instantly, she brutally executes the soldier pinning her down. Amidst the bloody chaos, a desperate scream echoes out to retreat. Watching this absolute massacre unfold, Jin-sung feels a massive headache coming on. This is bad. If she is the one who destroyed those brothels, then a rough estimate suggests she is already stronger than 50 soldiers combined. He slides to a halt in front of Jack, dreading what will happen if she begins absorbing the power of these elite Delta Force members. Just then, the system displays information on his dagger. Blood-sucking dagger, ranked D+ to C+. Overall combat rating, rank B, drains blood and forces targets to move. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Basically, as long as a body has the bare minimum to move, the user can still control it pretty wild, right? To keep everyone safe, Jin-sung warns. Step back, I will handle her myself. Jack suddenly notices him, utterly shocked to see that they both carry the exact same kind of dagger. Are you just like me? She asks. But Jin-sung ignores her, completely focused on telling Delta Team 4 to fall back immediately. More enemies are heading this way, so he orders the team to take them down along with their main leader. Hearing this, one of the Delta 4 soldiers is completely stunned. What? But he has to make a quick decision. Damn it! An unknown backup force is coming, led by their chief alongside hundreds of other brutal killers. He needs to report this critical intel to the captain right away. And so, the entire Delta 4 squad follows Jin-sung's order, retreating and regrouping as requested. Watching them fall back, Jin-sung finally feels like he is getting a grip on the whole situation. Perfect. We just managed to avoid the absolute worst-case scenario. His eyes turn to Jack, screaming like a maniac. Pay attention, because she is the only obstacle left. Somehow, her insane scream carries a bizarre energy, forming a deadly barrier. Suddenly, everyone trapped inside the circle drops dead. The system quickly reveals the cause. Every kill boosts her physical power with bloodlust, giving her 152 stacks, suffocating anyone nearby. Delighted by the horrific scene, Jack smirks and asks him mockingly, "Are you still doing all right?" In response, Jin-sung's voice sounds completely calm and ice-cold. "All right? Please." He has to decide quickly, knowing that dragging this fight out will achieve nothing. Just as he and Jack prepare to tear each other apart, the cult leader spots him from afar and mutters, "Is that the Asian kid? The very one who keeps ruining all of our plans." At that exact second, Jin-sung senses his presence and turns his head. The two beasts lock eyes like sworn enemies. But Jin-sung holds the upper hand, radiating a thick, terrifying scent of fresh blood. This sends a shiver down the leader's spine. Even with all the killings he has witnessed, he has never seen eyes so consumed by pure bloodlust. Loathing this suffocating feeling of being utterly overwhelmed, he screams out in pure rage, "I will slaughter you right here." Instantly, he activates his deadly skill. This is the 6th commandment of the 10 violations. It boosts overall combat capability by breaking the divine law against murder, allowing him to hypnotize targets, targeting people who are deeply resentful of society or personal relationships. Once fully brainwashed, their minds are entirely controlled by the urge to kill. Jin-sung instantly realizes why these crazy cultists are so powerful, but right now, he has to deal with Jack first. What did they do to force this kind of mutation, he wonders. Knowing he must stop this woman first, he lunges directly at Jack, muttering a quick, "Sorry about this." But shockingly, she deflects his strike with her dagger. No matter how fast he strikes, she deflects every single blow. This leaves him completely bewildered. What the hell is going on? She deflects every attack effortlessly, then throws a kick he can't dodge. You and I both knew that was going to hurt. Jack's kick sends Jin-sung flying back, crashing hard onto the ground. Fortunately, a blow like that isn't enough to keep him down. Picking himself up, Jin-sung curses under his breath. Right then, the cult leader mocks him. How does that feel? He sneers, trying to provoke him. Are you starting to feel resentful yet? His smug words carry a subtle trace of his brainwashing ability, designed to manipulate anyone harboring deep resentment towards society or their peers. Shaking off the pain from Jack's kick, Jin-sung dryly replies, "Not really." The arrogant cult leader then attempts to threaten him directly. "You have two choices. Work for me, or become Jack's prey." Hearing this, Jin-sung gets curious and presses further. "So, what kind of killer will your idea turn me into?" His question makes the leader realize this kid knows everything about him. This only fuels his growing interest in the boy. "Have you already figured out my idea?" Impressive speed. Believing Jin-sung is just teasing, the leader brushes it off, but the young man is dead serious. "Go ahead and try it. I am actually quite curious." This fearless attitude completely catches the boss off guard. "What?" Ignoring his shock, Jin-sung insists on finding out what kind of monster he will become under the influence of his idea. Seeing his genuine desire to be turned, the cult leader bursts into a satisfied laugh and gladly obliges his request. Very well. He even offers some sincere advice to Jin-sung. "I can see that you possess immense potential. You have what it takes to break past human limitations. Yes, free yourself from the annoying chains of human morality." Without a single moment of hesitation, he casts his idea directly onto Jin-sung, declaring, "We shall stand side by side and eradicate anyone who dares oppose us." He unleashes his 10 violations skill. He tries to brainwash Jin-sung into his cult, screaming to kill everyone. "Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next." "Wait, stick with me after that mind control." Jin-sung starts acting pretty strange. The cult leader smugs out, fully convinced he now owns this poor kid's entire life from here on out. But unfortunately for him, reality is about to hit him like a truck. Jin-sung is actually totally fine, even turning around to mock the guy. "Is that all you've got? How did the brainwashing completely fail?" Seeing him resist the hypnosis strikes the leader like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in absolute disbelief. How could anyone in this world not harbor a single trace of resentment? There is no way that is possible. Hearing his desperate words, Jin-sung calmly shoots back, "Oh, I have plenty of resentment. You just can't control it." The real reason Jin-sung escaped the hypnosis is because of the massive trauma locked within, overflowing with sheer dissatisfaction. He has definitely grown stronger, but he has kept all those dark feelings restrained, burying them deep inside his heart. Even now, he is not sure if he can unlock just a fraction of that fury, constantly questioning his own patience. Now, look closely here. He unleashes a towering, murderous aura, growling, "With so much hatred inside me, how could you not see it?" Feeling that raw bloodlust strikes absolute terror into the cult leader. Gasping heavily for air, he is completely crushed under Jin-sung's monstrous, murderous pressure. Realizing things are turning south, he desperately calls out to his ally, Jack, to change their plans. At that moment, Jin-sung looks over at Jack, wondering if he could boost his own power the same way she did. The thought of triggering that insane power-up leaves him hesitant. Should he really try it? Honestly, the fear still lingers deep down. What if he loses his mind just like before? He is terrified that the dark obsession will trap him forever, driving him completely insane. But Jin-sung also knows that if he does not unleash his inner demon, he stands zero chance against a psychopath like Jack. To escape this place alive, he has no choice. If he does not go all out right now, she will butcher him. He recalls the bold promise he once made to Li Xin back at the hospital. I will keep pushing forward. Sure, saying it was easy, but deep down he is terrified. He spoke with such confidence back then, yet right now, he has absolutely no idea what to do. Can he even control himself if he goes wild? Back then, Li Xin had placed all of his faith in him. He believed in Jin-sung's potential, but of course, Jin-sung could never trust himself the same way. He simply cannot trust his own sanity so easily. Now, watch this crucial moment. Just as Jin-sung is about to lose himself, a gentle, familiar voice suddenly calls out, pulling him back from the edge. He feels like a little kid again, standing before his parents as they reassure him that there is nothing he cannot achieve. Life is all about endless possibilities. That unwavering trust from his parents finally calms his racing mind, reminding him they will always believe in him. Now, possessing real self-belief, the dark, bloodthirsty expression completely fades away from his face. Even though Jin-sung has regained complete control, his leaking murderous aura remains incredibly terrifying. Even a cold-blooded serial killer would shudder in fear before him. What is this deadly pressure? Sensing the extreme danger radiating off Jin-sung, Jack decides to end him instantly. She has to kill him right now. But as she lunges straight into his murderous field, she is shocked to find herself completely blocked by his sheer aura. Is his bloodlust actually pushing me backward? Seeing her suddenly freeze, the cult leader screams, "What are you doing? Kill him already!" But she is fully aware that making even one wrong move right now means instant death. I cannot do this. If I step any closer, I am dead. Just then, a loud crash echoes through the room as someone suddenly falls heavily onto their knees. It seems Jin-sung's crushing pressure is driving the Delta 4 squad completely mad, leaving them trembling and muttering in absolute terror. No, please. I am so scared. No, I am going to die. I don't want to die. Meanwhile, Jin-sung instructs himself to release the bloodlust, pushing it completely out of his body. Suddenly, a sinister voice rings inside his mind, commanding him to kill them all, as his inner demons try to hijack his body. Look at all these targets just waiting for you. Don't you want to slaughter them? The dark entity whispers, trying to bend him to its will. Just imagine the pure, fresh blood we could spill together. But Jin-sung clings to his sanity, desperately fighting back. If he lets go now, he will be swallowed whole by the darkness. Knowing he will be consumed if he hesitates, Jin-sung makes a brutal choice. He plunges a knife straight into his own leg to draw blood. The leaking aura quickly funnels into the fresh wound, channeling straight into the blade. Then, without flinching, Jin-sung rips the knife out of his leg. The ordinary blade suddenly transforms into a massive, glowing sword. Instantly, the oppressive atmosphere returns to normal, and the terrified soldiers of the Delta 4 squad are finally freed from that suffocating pressure. Staring up at the sky in complete shock, they mutter, "What? The sky is suddenly clearing up again." And that's where we leave Jin-sung looking pretty pleased, now that his weapon just got a massive upgrade. Alright, you and I are about to witness the legendary 103,673 Shadow-Devouring Sword, ETA rank A+-. In the past, Yixin used it to swallow enemy malice and make it his own absolute power. Even the deadly aura surrounding the wielder now manifests as real physical force. His eyes lock onto the newly upgraded sword's details, realizing it can literally suck in all nearby murderous intent. When he goes on the attack, his destructive power surges, and when he defends, his defensive capabilities instantly double. Even better, the more malice it devours, the higher those stat percentages climb. Thanks to the absolute law of omnivorous consumption, this blade feeds on hostility to boost its own raw power. But just as he's scratching his head over a weird detail in the omnivorous status screen, what does this consumption ability even mean? Suddenly, the sword itself starts chanting, "Food, food, feed me." This completely freaks Jin-sung out. He slams the weapon onto the dirt, yelling, "It is actually talking." But then he realizes, wait, it's literally feeding on his own killing intent right now. The blade continues gobbling up his aura while greedily muttering, "Food, food." After staring closely at the weapon, he spots something incredibly bizarre. What on earth is that? Is it actually spitting something out right now? A pitch-black mist starts oozing from the blade as it keeps screaming, "Food, food." Jin-sung curiously reaches out to touch this dark energy, wondering what it is. Wait, watch closely here. That strange dark veil of mist is suddenly hardening into a razor-sharp physical weapon. The 13,673 Shadow-Devouring Sword. The absorbed aura can unleash physical attacks, automatically targeting every living creature nearby except for its own master. Without warning, the black mist lashes out at the Delta 4 team, screaming, "Food!" It strikes anyone standing in the vicinity, with terrifying shrieks of, "Food!" Even Jack and the cult leader find themselves targeted by this raging, pitch-black storm. While Jack desperately fights back, the cult leader is weak as a kitten, yet still acts like a bossy monarch. He screams, "Jack, we need to get out of here, protect me." Meanwhile, a bewildered Jin-sung slowly picks up his bizarre new weapon, asking, "Did you do this? What even are you?" The sword refuses to give a straight answer, simply chanting back those same two words, "Food, food." And honestly, he is crazy enough to keep talking to it. Wondering, is this because of that consumption skill? The weapon responds, though its vocabulary is still strictly limited to food, food. That's when Jin-sung realizes this blade feels like an extension of his own body. This leaves him absolutely thrilled because the sword clearly possesses its own living consciousness. Since it responds directly to his thoughts, it must contain a piece of his own soul. It is hard to believe this monster is actually a part of him, so he decides to give it a proper name. "From now on, your name is Omnivore. Nice to meet you, buddy. I knew you and I both saw this coming." Jack tries to pull a cheap sneak attack from behind, screaming, "Die, you monster." Omnivore instantly senses her sneaky move and shrieks a loud warning, "Food, food." Reading the signal perfectly, Jin-sung whips around, but before he can even lift a finger, Omnivore unleashes a shield of dark energy to block Jack's strike and protect him. This clever defensive move leaves him highly impressed. "Good boy, Omnivore," he praises. The sword happily chirps back, "Food." But suddenly, it begins vibrating violently and shrieks again, catching him off guard. "Food." Then, the system displays a clarifying pop-up. The 103,673 Shadow-Devouring Sword can absorb all nearby malice. When the wielder attacks, their overall offensive power scales up proportionally. During defense stats double, and the bonus percentages grow larger the more raw malice it consumes. As he watches Omnivore vacuuming up every ounce of negative energy, Jin-sung realizes something else. This effect is not limited to his own power. Can it swallow the bloodlust of everyone in this room? Yes. In fact, to these enemies, this weapon is their absolute worst nightmare. This realization leaves him incredibly smug as he points the blade directly at Jack, mocking her. "Hey Ghost, what's your line in a situation like this?" Provoked to her absolute limit, Jack snaps in pure fury. "You fight dirty, kid." She charges forward, confidently shouting that even with that weapon, he stands absolutely no chance of blocking her incoming strike. "You will end up as a sacrifice to my holy church." Without even bothering to dodge, Jin-sung swings his sword, instantly severing her arm just like Yang Guo. Jack's eyes widen in absolute horror at her sudden defeat. She collapses to the floor, writhing in agony. Jin-sung just clicks his tongue arrogantly, looking down at Jack and asking, "How does that feel?" Clutching her bloody wound, Jack grunts, "You're good." Drenched in sweat from the blinding pain, she still manages to acknowledge his power. "I completely underestimated you," she admits. With Jack defeated, Jin-sung looks thoroughly pleased with his sword's performance. "All right, that is one threat down." He turns his gaze toward the cult leader, muttering, "Now for the main ringleader." Watching the cult leader flee like a terrified rabbit toward the exit, Jin-sung realizes he barely has to lift a finger to stop him. Without a second of hesitation, he gives his blade the command, "Get him, Omnivore." Omnivore instantly blasts its dark energy, trapping the terrified cult leader, leaving us completely hyped to see what crazy move our hero pulls next. "Alright, you and I are starting with absolute chaos," as this coward's puppets shield him from Omnivore, begging to protect their master. Jin-sung just laughs disdainfully at the sight and asks, "Where do you think you are going?" But just as he is about to unleash his strike, Jack, who is somehow still breathing, suddenly grabs his leg and drags him down, catching him completely off guard. "Huh?" His attack completely misses the cult leader and blasts straight into the crowd of innocent mind-controlled puppets instead. Even though he just sent a whole crowd of people straight to the afterlife, Jin-sung shows absolutely no sympathy, standing there completely mesmerized by Omnivore's terrifying and overwhelming aura. With that resolved, he kicks Jack aside and runs after the cult leader. Now, pay attention here. The leader is completely gone, leaving only the black sedan that brought him here. Looking around like a lost kid, Jin-sung complains that the guy slipped away and realizes he needs to head to the airport fast. Without Teddy around to help him, he is basically just a lost kid, and deep down, Jin-sung assumes that poor guy is already dead. He remembers Teddy desperately trying to keep up earlier, but since he is all alone now, he has to handle things on his own. He needs to move fast, but right at that moment, Jin-sung starts feeling a sudden wave of guilt for leaving Teddy behind. But he quickly shakes off the feeling, telling himself to snap out of it because he has absolutely no time to waste. I know what you are thinking, but he quickly focuses on finding his sister to check on the others. But just as he grabs his phone to call Chapet Janner, he remembers a major problem. How is he supposed to talk to her when he cannot speak English? Jin-sung looks over at Omnivore as a crazy idea hits him. He decides to give it a shot, since doing something is better than nothing. He immediately unleashes his dark aura, raises Omnivore high into the air, and screams. Come on, Omnivore, scream louder and I will feed you. Scream loud enough for them to hear. Hearing this, Omnivore begins shrieking with all its might. Food, 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 food. It repeatedly shrieks that single word. Jin-sung waits in silence until a massive swarm of bats suddenly darkens the sky. The bats swarm all around Jin-sung. He struggles against them slightly but holds back from killing any of them. Suddenly, Chapet Janner emerges from the swarm and tightly hugs Jin-sung, shocking him so much that he lets out a yell. She is overjoyed, crying out that she is so glad he is alive, before expressing how worried she was after hearing his Delta B squad was wiped out. I am sorry. When I heard the 4th Division was wiped out, I thought you had died. I thought my own mistake had gotten you killed. Hearing this, Jin-sung quickly apologizes, saying he failed to protect the team and lost track of their target. But Chapet Janner insists that since she was the one who sent him there, no one could have anticipated this tragedy. She is just glad he is alive. Right then, Omnivore creeps over and cries out to get her attention, demanding more food. Naturally, she notices the creature and asks with great interest, "So is this your idea?" Jin-sung admits it is a bit aggressive but still cute. Wasting no more time, he quickly asks about the status of his friends. Are the people at the airport safe? Chapet Janner holds nothing back and tells him, they are perfectly fine, but they are currently on their way to stop the leader's plan, and I am joining them. She suggests they talk on the way, shocking Jin-sung so much that he grabs her wrist and yells out in disbelief. What do you mean? He thinks to himself, the leader barely escaped after losing so many apostles, so how is he already making another move? His shocked reaction confuses Chapet Janner, prompting her to share a crucial piece of information. Huh? The translator just came back and told me you were in grave danger from assassins. He even gave me all the details about how you uncovered the cult leader's entire plan. But one detail in her story catches his attention. The translator? You mean Teddy? She quickly confirms this and asks why. Yeah, is there a problem? Hearing this, Jin-sung grows deeply suspicious of the man, realizing Teddy is somehow still alive. How could an ordinary guy with no combat idea survive a literal onslaught of hundreds of elite assassins? And how does he know the leader's plans when he stood right before Jin-sung without mentioning a single word? At that moment, Chapet Janner holds up a mysterious ring, explaining that Teddy gave it to her so they could easily communicate with each other without needing his translations anymore. Immediately, the system displays the shocking stats and abilities of the ring. This is the Ring of the Slaughter King, allowing the wearer to communicate across any language barrier with anyone nearby, and even broadcast their words to everyone sharing the same space. The communication ability can even be temporarily transferred to another person for a short duration. This completely panics Jin-sung, as he realizes Teddy's original idea was nothing like this powerful relic. His idea has changed completely, since before, it was just a basic translation skill. Sensing a trap, Jin-sung demands to know where Teddy is. Stick around, because we are about to find out. Alright, stick with me, because Janner is still totally clueless, casually mentioning he already sent Jin-sung's team to the prison on Joer's Island. Hearing this instantly sends Jin-sung into a state of panic. Going to the prison? No way, this cannot be happening. Seeing his dark, silent expression makes Chapet Janner highly uneasy, prompting him to quickly ask what is wrong. But Jin-sung is trapped in his own racing thoughts. Don't tell me the villain used disgruntled prisoners to ambush his allies. Shaking it off, Jin-sung urgently asks about the prison's population. How many death row inmates are currently locked up there? Janner estimates there are about 3,000. Hearing that massive number makes Jin-sung feel like fainting. 3,000? If his worst fears are true, and the enemy is mind-controlling them, he'll have an army of 3,000 crazy killers. Knowing exactly what that cult leader is capable of, Jin-sung warns they must stop him before a massive bloodbath occurs. If that happens, the entire city will be paralyzed by his cult. We need to get to that prison right now. Seeing him panic, Chapet Janner tries to calm him down, saying they are already on their way. Suddenly, Ohm cries out for food, and at that exact moment, Janner's radio starts blaring static. While that plays out in America, panic erupts in Beijing. Terrified citizens flee for their lives as horrific screams echo everywhere. Clutching her mother in pure terror, a little girl cries out to ask what that giant thing is. Pay attention here, because we are looking at the third most dangerous monster in Daniel Emmerdet's survival guide. A colossal figure looms over the rooftops, causing the fleeing crowd to scream out in absolute horror. Monster. According to the system, this terrifying beast is classified as a double S rank threat. To fight it, the world's strongest man, Xiaolan, utilizes his legendary triple S rank idea to stop it. Proving why he holds the title of the strongest, Xiaolan engages in a brutal battle against the beast. The creature is so powerful it shatters the ground with a single swipe of its claws. But the sudden appearance of an even deadlier monster instantly plunges the city into absolute despair. This new beast appeared out of nowhere, immediately turning its sights on the helpless crowd. It easily targets both Xiaolan and the third monster, completely obliterating the beast before it can even fight back. Even Xiaolan's triple S idea is useless against it, leaving the government no choice but to issue a mandatory global call for all double S rank fighters. Back in America, Chepet Janner also receives this emergency alert. She stares at the screen in disbelief. A mandatory support order? This is a rare and absolute directive that only international organizations can issue to handle world-threatening cataclysms. It forces every designated country representative to immediately put aside their differences and help neutralize the global threat. With 80% of nations signing the treaty, the alert triggers if 2 double S rank fighters die within 24 hours. Third, the death of a single triple S rank triggers a red alert. Fourth, a massive threat to human survival creates an emergency danger level. To launch the order, at least one of these conditions must be met. Trembling with pure terror, Chepet Janner can barely speak as she wonders what on earth is happening in China. Seeing her break down, a concerned Jin-sung calls out to her. On her screen, a bright red notification flashes, screaming warning, extreme emergency. The message states that as of today, Xiaolan, the legendary triple S rank, has been confirmed dead, satisfying the third condition. The monster that killed him is now a world-level threat. The mobilization order is active. Good luck to everyone. I know what you're thinking. Janner is usually fearless, so seeing her this terrified makes Jin-sung panic as he asks what's wrong. Though he keeps shaking her, she can only focus on one single, terrifying thought. This cannot be real. Xiaolan is dead? The only triple S rank in China? Getting no response, Jin-sung snaps and demands to know what is on her phone. Finally, Chepet Janner snaps out of it and coldly whispers his name. Jin-sung. She gravely asks if his biggest worry is Teddy being a traitor and the cult leader turning that prison into a breeding ground. He nods, confirming that 3,000 dangerous killers could be unleashed onto the streets of New York. A tense back and forth erupts between them as Janner presses him, asking how much damage he thinks this will cause. Will it destroy all of New York? Seeing her grim face, a confused Jin-sung replies that it probably won't be that bad. Asking what is on her phone, she bluntly reveals that the entire world is facing an extinction-level threat to humanity. Hearing this absolutely stuns Jin-sung. What? And trust me, you and I are about to watch the world burn as Janner stares at her phone, drowned in endless questions. Trust me, even the US president has probably been notified about this absolute madness by now. They're deploying every single double S-class hunter into battle, right after a triple S-class just got wiped out. That is beyond dangerous. Suddenly, she places a hand on Jin-sung's shoulder as Chepet Janner coldly declares, I can't go to the prison. Those words completely shock Jin-sung, making him yell out in panic. What? I have absolutely no idea what is going on, but a traitor is heading to that prison with my comrades. This is an emergency. While he desperately insists they need her there, Shepard suddenly grabs his hand and says, We believe in you. At this exact moment, she hands her entire army over to him, declaring, I'll give you full control of my remaining forces. Go to that prison, stop the Pope, and save your friends. With those words, she places a powerful ring into his hand. It's the Ring of the Slaughter King. Shocked that Chepet Janner is giving him full command, Jin-sung asks her with a very serious face, But what about you? She answers him honestly, I'm heading to Beijing. Before teleporting straight to Beijing, she demands a promise from him, saying, We must avenge Team 4 here. You can do that, right? Without a single second of hesitation, Jin-sung firmly shouts back, Yes, just leave it to me. Chepet Janner smiles at his confidence and says, Fine, I'll trust the kid Li Xin brought. She warns him before leaving that countless lives are on the line, so he must give it his absolute all. Jin-sung simply nods, Yes. But just as she teleports away to China, her voice echoes out one last time. Don't blink now, because we are heading straight to Vickers Island prison as Jin-sung finally arrives. Just as Jin-sung is about to ask the warden about the situation, the man suddenly stands up and turns to face him. So, you've finally arrived, Jin-sung. While the warden mentions he's heard all about him from Chepet Janner, Jin-sung politely reaches out his hand for a friendly and respectful handshake. Yes, I'm Jin-sung. But the warden completely ignores the handshake, coldly stating, I don't really get it, but my orders are to follow you on this dangerous mission. This leaves Jin-sung hanging awkwardly, but he forces a nervous smile and asks, Is something wrong? The warden simply points to the security monitors and says, Look at the cameras. You'll see for yourself. And the moment Jin-sung looks at the security feeds, his eyes widen in complete and utter shock. There's that cowardly Pope who ran away like a rabbit earlier. He's already inside the prison, and now the inmates are literally bowing down to him like a god. This raises some serious questions. It looks like they've all been brainwashed. But why on earth are they praying like this? But as he's about to speak, wait, what? Jin-sung spots his own friends kneeling and bowing to the Pope too. Right next to them is Teddy, and they're all deeply in prayer. Teddy notices the security camera and clearly knows exactly who is watching on the other side. He walks right up to Jin-sung's friend, mockingly poking his cheek with a smug, disgusting smile. I know what you're thinking. That sick provocation instantly freezes Jin-sung in pure rage. Without wasting a single second, he snaps up and demands, "Warden, I'm going in now. Set up an entry point and secure backup." Hearing this, the warden quickly asks, "Is there anything my men can do? I've heard this Pope has powerful brainwashing abilities." But Jin-sung coldly cuts him off, telling him, "Absolutely not. That is exactly why I am the only one who should infiltrate this prison." Jin-sung volunteering to go in completely alone leaves the warden highly concerned. "Wait, Jin-sung. I know the commander gave the orders, but isn't this way too dangerous?" And honestly, the warden still doesn't trust him, muttering, "You're not even an adult yet. Do you expect us to blindly trust and follow a kid?" Jin-sung doesn't bother talking. He just summons Omnivore. The moment it appears, the sword starts screaming, "Food! Food!" Jin-sung lays down a direct, chilling threat. "My friends are in serious danger right now. Don't you dare get in my way." The terrifying bloodlust from Omnivore suffocates the room, leaving everyone present completely frozen in fear, whispering, "What on earth is this?" Meanwhile, Omnivore keeps screaming for food. The warden, visibly shaking from the pressure, asks, "Is this massive bloodlust coming from you?" An officer beside him groans under the pressure. It's too heavy. Not wanting to waste any more time arguing, Jin-sung offers them a simple solution. "I know it makes no sense for me to lead you, so you guys are free to do whatever you want." His intense threat leaves the warden absolutely furious but completely powerless, as Jin-sung adds, "But I will take action my own way. I hope you understand." Defeated, the warden points him toward a secret passage, saying, "There's a hidden route the guards use. It's a shortcut leading straight to the first-floor hallway. Take that way." Jin-sung sneaks through the dark tunnels until he finally spots a heavy door, thinking, "This has to be it." He slowly pushes the door open, only to lock eyes with someone who's clearly been waiting for him. Teddy smiles widely, welcoming him with open arms. "So you finally made it?" But the moment Jin-sung tries to demand answers, an intense, sudden pain forces him to drop his head. "Teddy, what did you?" Jin-sung tries to force his head back up, but his muscles completely refuse to move. "What on earth?" And that's where we're left with Teddy clapping and mocking Jin-sung as he struggles to even lift his head. Stick with me here, we are about to witness some absolute madness. Realizing he is completely paralyzed, Jin-sung grits his teeth and curses the bastard. But the guy just mockingly laughs, teasing him about the fear in his eyes. Struggling with everything he has, Jin-sung finally regains enough control to throw the ring right back at Teddy. Teddy catches it effortlessly and smirks, noting that the ring was actually used in the perfect spot. Now that the ring is back with its rightful owner, Teddy's full power returns. Immediately, the system glares to life, revealing a flood of warnings about Gacy's true ID. The B-grade killer's crown, John Wayne Gacy. He tricked the association for a long time under a volunteer clown persona, targeting victims much younger than himself. Under his clown disguise, any target younger than him is completely blocked from seeing his real face or true identity. A true psycho killer, his younger targets are physically forced to bow their heads whenever he appears. His combat rating fluctuates from D to A under specific conditions. Reading through the system notifications, Jin-sung bitterly mutters that without that clown effect and the ring, he never would have uncovered Teddy's true identity. What a disgusting, cheap trick. Right then, Teddy flashes a sickening smirk and asks if giving the ring back was a massive mistake. Just as the bastard is running his mouth and gloating, I decide to step out of hiding. Knowing the outcome is already decided, Jin-sung draws his sword, Omnivore, and calls out. The sudden voice catches Teddy completely off guard as he gasps in surprise. Before the villain can even process what is happening, Omnivore slashes right through him. Instead of terrifying him, the pain only makes the creep more excited. Unleashing his heavy, suffocating aura, Jin-sung coldly replies, "So you think the outcome is decided? I highly doubt that." Teddy scoffs at his sheer arrogance, mockingly admitting that while the kid looks scary, he did not just show up here without a solid backup plan. The moment he says this, the controlled figure of Jizon emerges right behind him. Spotting his captive friend, Jin-sung instantly cries out in sheer panic, "A hostage." Seeing that Jin-sung is hesitating, Teddy grins wider and raises his voice. "Hey now, why the hostility? I really just want to talk. Let's settle this in peace." Jin-sung obviously does not buy a single word, finding the idea of peace absolutely hilarious. Sensing his master's fury, the sword Omnivore begins to scream out wildly, "Food! Food! Food!" But at this moment, Jin-sung's mind is completely consumed with worry for his friends. Using his friends as human shields? Pay attention here, because his killing intent is about to explode as he makes a terrifying promise. I am going to kill you. Realizing he is about to be slaughtered, Teddy panics, throwing his hands up, claiming he is just a messenger to the leader. Obviously, Jin-sung has zero intention of letting this creep guide him anywhere, and he only wants to make him pay for crossing the line. I will find my own way. But you die here. The overwhelming killing intent radiating from Jin-sung completely suffocates Teddy, leaving him speechless with fear. Yet, the clown still desperately flips him off, cursing at him in a bloodthirsty rage. Jin-sung decides to end this without wasting another second. Die. But before he can strike, Teddy forces Ji-sun and Do-hong to start hurting themselves. The horrific sight stops Jin-sung dead in his tracks. Damn it! Looking over at his friends, they are completely powerless. Out of pure desperation, he screams their names. Ji-sun and Manhwa realize they cannot fight him head-on, forcing them to quickly think of another plan. If Teddy is not directly controlling them, then his master must be watching. Let's pause here, because this is where Jin-sung has no choice but to surrender. Fine, have it your way, just make it quick. Seeing him comply, Teddy smirks in absolute satisfaction. Excellent. Laughing with absolute delight, he motions for Jin-sung to follow. But before they take off, he drops a chilling warning. You had better keep your distance if you want your friends to live. Being completely blackmailed makes him tremble with sheer rage. Damn it. Even if I follow him, I cannot save them unless I find the one pulling the strings. Right now, he has zero leverage to fight back. But if he lets this slide, there will not be a second chance. One careless mistake here, and he is dead. Sometime later, Jin-sung follows Teddy deep inside, shielding his eyes as a blinding light suddenly cuts through the darkness. The intense glare is pouring down from a massive glass ceiling above. Before he can even process his surroundings, everyone around him suddenly drops to their knees. A chillingly familiar laugh echoes, making Jin-sung instantly freeze in shock. That voice. The cult leader smugly steps forward to greet him, saying he is delighted to meet again. Glaring at him, Jin-sung snarls the title, Cult Leader. Smiling, the man asks how he has been enjoying his stay so far. Ignoring the question entirely, Jin-sung slowly takes a step forward. Releasing a terrifying wave of killing intent, he demands, "Spit it out, I am not here to play games." Unfazed, the leader chuckles, advising him not to be so impatient. He calmly says a healthy mind requires a healthy body. Trust me, you and I need to see what is next. Let's dive into this wild scene. The cult leader's master is dead, so he can't witness this. Yet, just speaking of him brings this creepy look of pure, ecstatic devotion to his face. His ultimate sacrifice and all my relentless effort. At last, we have finally arrived at this moment. Completely ignoring the madman's rambling, Jin-sung points his blade straight at him and coldly asks, "How far do you think you have actually got? You may be the leader, but no matter how hard you try, you are done." Jin-sung knows exactly how to free his friends. "I know that once you die, the prisoners' minds will finally be free from your manipulation." He growls a dark warning, telling him to get ready because he is absolutely furious right now. But the cult leader isn't intimidated by Jin-sung's threats at all. He calmly asks the boy, "You have no idea why I chose this place, do you?" Jin-sung indifferently replies, "Why? To summon a bunch of brainwashed puppet assassins?" However, the cult leader instantly dismisses his guess. "You think it is that simple?" This makes Jin-sung feel a sudden chill. If that is not the main goal, then why are they really here? Right then, the leader declares, "You wondered why I am not afraid of you or that vampire, right? Well, let me show you. And check this out." He excitedly barks in order to start the ritual. Instantly, an eerie light beams down, and blood splatters everywhere. Jin-sung watches in absolute horror, unable to comprehend why. Why are they suddenly slaughtering each other? The moment that strange light touches the prisoners, they completely lose control, brutally tearing into one another like rabid beasts. Amidst the chaotic violence, the cult leader's maniacal voice echoes out, "My assassins, you must all die. Kill every last one." Meanwhile, right behind Jin-sung, John is being beaten so hard he is spitting blood. Seeing this, Jin-sung panics and immediately springs into action. "Damn it, I have to stop them and save those kids." He charges forward and yells, "Eat." But right then, several prisoners suddenly surround him. To protect its master, Omnivore quickly unleashes its deadly, suffocating aura to block the incoming attacks from the prisoners. Screaming in fury, it violently blows them all back. After taking care of those nuisances, Omnivore turns back to affectionately nuzzle up to Jin-sung. "Eat." Jin-sung, of course, does not hesitate to speak softly and warmly to it. "Thanks, Omnivore." However, in this exact moment, he is also struggling under a powerful debuff that is seriously hindering his movements. Again, "I cannot lift my head, so my vision is completely cut off." While distracted by his own thoughts, Jin-sung completely fails to notice a sinister figure lurking directly behind him this whole time. Teddy must be nearby, but where is he hiding? You and I can see his smug grin as he thinks, "Kid, you do not know how long I have waited for this," using his creepy clown killer disguise and psychopathic killer stealth to stay completely hidden. With clown disguise, if the user views the target as a junior, the target cannot perceive the user or their weapons. As for the psychopathic killer skill, anyone he considers a junior cannot lift their head in his presence. Right now, he is absolutely desperate to send Jin-sung straight to the afterlife. "I have wanted to slaughter you since the day I saw you at the airport. I am so curious. What face will you make when your life is broken? Your screams, too. Just imagining it makes me so excited. I simply can't wait any longer." He suddenly grabs Jin-sung from behind and shrieks, "I am not waiting. I will play with your body until it completely rots away." But just as Teddy tries to finish him off, Jin-sung unexpectedly reaches back and grabs him tightly by the wrist. Dumbfounded, Teddy can only gasp out in shock, "What?" Showing absolutely no mercy, Jin-sung squeezes as if to shatter his arm and growls, "Do you really want to die that badly?" The fact that Jin-sung detected him was completely unexpected. How is this possible? My disguise was supposed to make me completely invisible. While Teddy is still dazed, Jin-sung violently throws him to the ground. He casually asks while stabbing him deep as a little parting gift, "Teddy, what should I do with you?" Before ruthlessly ripping the blade right back out. Clinging to his final breaths, Teddy manages to wheeze, You stabbed me." Once again, Jin-sung unleashes his terrifying aura. "That's right. And we are not done yet. I still have to settle the score for everything you did to me and my friends." The second he finishes speaking, he directs Omnivore's aura to slam directly into Teddy's stomach, tossing him high into the air like a rag doll. Razor-sharp bursts of energy take turns slicing Teddy apart, leaving him in absolute agony. Until finally, Teddy stops breathing altogether. Only then does Jin-sung coldly declare, "I will not let a single soul die in this place, except for two." Sensing the dark, murderous intent rising within its master, Omnivore eagerly responds, growling in pure hunger. Understanding its desire, Jin-sung flashes a bloodthirsty grin and gives it permission. "Go ahead, eat until your hunger is fully satisfied." With its master's blessing, a thrilled omnivore lunges straight toward the prisoners like a predator on the hunt. The system suddenly alerts. The murderous intent from the master of the 103,673rd Shadow Sword has physical effects. The master can absorb surrounding murderous intent. As for the cult leader, he is absolutely thrilled with Jin-sung's display. His murderous intent is insane. Now, he just needs to drive him mad and unleash it. "Stick with me. Alright, you and I are diving straight into the chaos as Jin-sung orders Omnivore to block the rampaging prisoners. Thankfully, his ego weapon instantly obeys. With Omnivore keeping those annoying prisoners at bay, Jin-sung wastes no time and rushes over to where his friends are lying. After quickly checking them over, he lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thankfully, their injuries seem pretty minor. To stop these guys from hurting each other any further, Jin-sung delivers a quick strike to the back of each neck. He silently apologizes for his brutal timing. He needs them to stay knocked out for a bit. After putting them to sleep, he goes ahead and locks them safely inside a prison cell, just to be safe. Even though he feels a little guilty for striking his own friends, he definitely doesn't regret doing it. Omnivore is actually doing a great job holding the line. Sure, his friends will wake up with sore necks, but that beats dying. As for those brainwashed prisoners, Jin-sung decides to put them down for good, rather than letting them run wild and cause any more senseless chaos. Seeing his grand plan fall completely apart, the cult leader cowers in the corner like a pathetic, frightened turtle. What on earth is this? Why is it not working? Hurry up and start the bloody feast. But right then, Jin-sung suddenly stumbles. He feels his old mental trauma surging back up, sending him crashing hard to the floor. Now pay attention, Omnivore has absorbed way too much dark energy. Look at his face. A terrifying, bloodthirsty smile is suddenly creeping onto Jin-sung's lips. Feeling himself slipping into madness, he quickly slaps a hand over his mouth. He struggles to his feet, desperately trying to keep his composure. "No, wake up. I have to stay conscious and control this power. Focus, focus. I need to keep the casualties to an absolute minimum." Seeing Jin-sung hesitating instead of going on a bloody rampage, the impatient cult leader screams out, "Why aren't you killing them?" He furiously shrieks, "Why the hell are you trying to free them? What is wrong with you?" Jin-sung remains completely unfazed by his screaming, calmly replying, "You absolute lunatic. This is your end, just surrender." Realizing he stands no chance in a direct fight, the cult leader pulls out his final trump card. At his command, a massive giant named Adam steps forward. He is so colossally large that each heavy footstep shakes the entire room, causing noticeable tremors. At that exact moment, the cult leader suddenly remembers something crucial. "I still haven't told you why I brought you here or what my true motive is." Seizing the moment, Jin-sung demands to know what is going on. What happened to all those slaughtered prisoners? The cult leader ignores the question. completely mesmerized by the dark aura and raw bloodlust radiating from Jin-sung. You are someone even I couldn't brainwash. That pure, unadulterated bloodlust will be the perfect catalyst to summon our Holy One, and facing a beast like Adam should drag out even more of your rage. Impatient to see it, the leader orders his giant to attack. As the mountain of a man charges straight at him, Jin-sung doesn't hesitate. He prepares to unleash his flush style once again. The split-second Adam swings a devastating punch. Jin-sung casually spins his sword, driving the blade clean through the giant's chest. You and I both saw that coming, right? This instant kill only makes the twisted cult leader even more desperate to win Jin-sung over. Taking down a monster with a single strike, there is now a gaping, hollow hole in the giant's chest as he collapses to the floor. Jin-sung points his blood-stained blade right at the leader's face, leaving the old man utterly terrified. No more wasting time with words. Jin-sung coldly declares, "It ends here." Knowing his life is on the line, the desperate leader tries one last time to recruit him. How can someone with such an overwhelming thirst for blood not join our sacred ritual? Ignoring his delusional rants, Jin-sung casually replies, "If you love this ritual so much, let me help you join it." He even softly asks him, "How does that sound?" The sheer terror of his voice sends the cult leader scrambling backward onto the dirt. Pale as a ghost, the leader stammers, "Are you going to kill me?" Hearing this, Jin-sung looks down and asks, "Are you actually afraid to die? How could you treat all those innocent people like trash and then cower like a dog?" Refusing to accept his fate, the old man screams back, "Why do I have to die in a place like this?" Tired of his delusional screaming, Jin-sung casually stabs him straight through the leg. "My ultimate mission was to liberate all of humanity." Jin-sung grits his teeth and demands, "Do you even know how many lives you ruined?" But his fury only makes the twisted leader smile wider. He keeps rambling about how some people are meant to be free while others are just stepping stones, earning himself another swift stab to his remaining good leg. Raising Omnivore high into the air, Jin-sung decides he has had more than enough of this old man's endless, annoying lecturing. "You talk way too much." He brings his sword down, sending the terrified cult leader scrambling to escape. But before the blade can strike, a massive explosion erupts right behind them. Meanwhile, high in the skies of Beijing, a fighter jet's radio crackles to life. "This is Shepard Jr. Do you copy?" She reports through her headset while expertly maneuvering the high-speed jet, keeping a close eye on the vast city below. "I see absolutely nothing out here. Do you?" Suddenly, the radio crackles. "This is Li Xin. And trust me, you and I are leaving off on a crazy cliffhanger. Stick with me," Chapet says she sees nothing, "and they will rescue any survivors first." Hearing this, she gasps in absolute shock and asks, "Survivors? Are there really survivors?" Li Xin immediately confirms it. "Yes, it seems Sioran pushed himself to the absolute limit to save them. On top of that, his power is likely what kept them alive. Aside from his raw S combat power, he also showed off some S rescue skills. The guy is insanely versatile. Still, what Sioran accomplished before his death leaves Chapet Janner completely heartbroken. She still cannot believe he is actually gone. On the other end of the line, Li Xin is still plagued by a massive question. Why would the monster that killed Sioran just walk away? Right at that moment, Chapet Janner suddenly asks him if he can hear something. Li Xin quickly pieces things together and reports the latest intel he has gathered from the scene. "According to my reports, the beast that killed Sioran stared at the sky, muttered that the scent of blood was incredibly thick, and then vanished from Beijing." Hearing those words, Chapet immediately thinks of Jin-sung and that scent of blood. She blurts out in horror that it must be hunting him. Li Xin cannot make out her voice over the static, growing anxious and shouting back, asking her what she just said. "Speak louder!" But suddenly, she screams a warning that will chill you. It is already in New York, and the kids you sent there are in grave danger. Cut back to Jin-sung. That sudden, massive explosion completely ruined his chance to finish off the cult leader. Frustrated, he turns around to see what the hell just happened. Standing right there is a colossus of a monster, staring down at him with pure curiosity and a terrifying threat. This killing intent is quite intriguing. Don't mind me, keep doing your thing. Though, if you stop now, I will happily slaughter every last one of them. Seeing this monstrous newcomer, the cult leader suddenly breaks into a joyful grin and welcomes it with open arms. "I knew you would come. Welcome, my lord." Then, acting like a total madman, he screams that slaughter was indeed the only way to make their god descend. His face is dripping with delusional pride as he smugly declares that his actions were completely justified. "Humanity will finally evolve through my sacred faith." With absolute devotion, the cult leader turns to Fox and begins to desperately beg, "Oh, my god, please, grant me the honor of being the very first to ascend to this new level." But Fox just glares back with utter disgust. Just as the old man is busy celebrating his upcoming evolution and ultimate power, the monster suddenly and brutally obliterates him on the spot. This sudden, ruthless execution catches Jin-sung completely off guard, making him recoil in shock. Fox sneers at the pile of ash, calling it nonsense. He then turns to Jin-sung, threatening that if he does not fight back, the fourth will crush him. Jin-sung is slightly thrown off by this threat, but one specific detail catches his attention, and he decides to question it. Now pay attention. Instead of getting angry at Jin-sung's evaluating stare, the fourth just laughs and mockingly urges him to fight. Come on, show me your strength. Cut the talk and show me what real violence is. But Jin-sung replies with a single line that completely freezes him. Number 4. I already killed number 1. Why do you not just walk away so you can live a little longer? Fox stands dazed for a second before bursting into hysterical laughter, assuming it is a bluff. No matter how weak number 1 was, a human could never kill him. With an arrogant grin, he challenges the boy, offering to properly introduce himself first. I am also a creature like him, but on a different level. An absolute lover of violence like me has never known fear. If you really slew the first, then prove it with your actions. Yet, even in the face of this provocation, Jin-sung remains dead silent and calm. The power is definitely there. Meanwhile, the manipulated prisoners finally start waking up from their daze, wondering why they are even in this place. Before they can even process the situation, Jin-sung's immense aura paralyzes them with fear. He just sighs, admitting he's tired, and asking to postpone the fight. Offended by the blunt rejection, Fox's expression darkens as he coldly declares that he will just slaughter everyone in the vicinity instead. Hearing his terrifying threat, the newly awakened captives lose their minds in pure panic, screaming out in horror. Fox casually runs his sharp claws along the stone wall, warning that if the boy does not unleash the violence promised by his blood, he will die right here. The wall immediately crumbles, sending the terrified prisoners fleeing in all directions while begging for their lives. Yet, Jin-sung does not flinch. He stands there, deeply conflicted over whether he should finally release his suppressed, monstrous aura. Must I really resort to using that power again? I have been struggling to control this chaotic killing intent ever since that monster arrived. Still unable to find a clear answer, he looks up, attempting to reason with Fox one last time, asking if there is any other option. Annoyed by his constant hesitation, Fox snaps and tells him to forget it. Prepare to be absolutely consumed by my endless, savage wrath. With that final declaration, he strikes, causing the entire ground beneath them to violently shake. The sudden onslaught makes Jin-sung curse under his breath. This lunatic is out of control. Realizing he cannot wait, he summons Omnivo and shouts his command. Omnivo, devour everything and shield these people. Responding to his desperate call, Omnivo erupts, unleashing its own ocean of terrifying aura. And that's where we leave it. Let's hope he has the strength not to fall right here. Stick with me here, Jin-wung mutters. I can do this, as dust explodes everywhere. Then, his summon Omnivore weakly whispers 2 words, food. Exhausted and trembling, Jin-wung calls out to Omnivore. But then, a horrific sight catches his eye. The other prisoners are completely crushed under massive, collapsed walls. He shakes, gasping in pure horror. The prisoners. He blames Omnivore, but mostly, he blames himself for failing to protect them. I told you to shield them. With his last ounce of strength spent, Jin-wung collapses to the ground. He knows his body is in absolute ruins. He does not even have the energy to maintain Ida anymore, let alone summon Omnivore. Even after unleashing his raw killing intent, he still could not stop this disaster. There is no way he can fight like this. Guilt eats him alive. He saved his friends. But did everyone else just perish? Fox looks down at him, asking once more, are you refusing to fight me? Are you sure about this? Clutching his chest in agony, Jin-wung replies furiously, even breathing hurts. I have absolutely nothing left. Realizing the kid is truly depleted, Fox decides not to force the issue any further. Compared to that kid in China, you are still a baby, but keeping an eye on you is entertaining. Observing the broken boy, Fox eagerly anticipates how much stronger he will get as he grows, and how his killing intent will truly bloom. Before vanishing, Fox leaves behind a final warning. I will let you live until you are strong enough, but do not expect mercy next time. Now pay attention to this. Even though Jin-wung is in agonizing, near-fatal pain, he still spits back. Do not make me laugh. Refusing to argue, Fox replies coldly. I am heading somewhere else, somewhere with far more violence. I want to witness every form of human brutality before I meet the Lord. This chilling statement leaves Jin-wung completely frozen. Is he really going to cause another massacre? There is no way anyone can stop this monster. Gritting his teeth, Jin-wung struggles to stand. Saving his friends took everything he had. He knows, deep down, that he stands absolutely zero chance of defeating Fox right now. No, he does not even have time to worry about others. This monster is simply out of his league. Jin-wung knows he is no legendary protagonist. He is not some chosen hero destined to save the world. Yet in the middle of this burning chaos, he pulls out his phone and dials a number. The person on the other end answers, sounding highly annoyed. Huh? What a shock. You are finally calling me after all this time. The moment Jin-woong hears her voice, his emotions completely boil over. Meanwhile, she just keeps complaining on the other end of the line. Are you seriously giving me the silent treatment? Just wait. We are getting separate rooms. I will raise the kids, but you are paying child support. Suddenly, Jin-woong bursts into tears, softly whispering her name. Back in Korea, where night has fallen, Se-yoon freezes. Detecting something incredibly strange in his voice, she asks with deep worry. What is it? What happened? Jin-woong refuses to worry her, so he gently lies. It is nothing. I just called to hear your voice. Her familiar tone acts like a lifeline, instantly recharging his broken spirit. I know what you are thinking. This is pure tragedy. But she has no clue, continuing to playfully scold him on the phone. Wait, you actually sound like you have grown up a bit. But do not think I will forgive your long absence just because you suddenly decided to say some sweet words. Her nagging brings a soft laugh to his lips, making him realize he has no desire to be a hero. He quietly tells her, after hearing your voice, I finally understand. His cryptic words leave her completely baffled, causing her to gasp. Huh? Right now, he knows exactly who he is. He mutters to himself that he just wants to be a coward, safely watching from the sidelines. With his resolve restored, a faint smile returns to his face. I am hanging up now, he says. Startled by the abrupt goodbye, she tries to stop him, crying out, wait! Before he can disconnect, she pleads with genuine worry. I do not know what is happening, but you better come back alive. Jin-woong replies softly, but with absolute certainty, of course. At that exact second, Fox senses an ominous shift in the air and whips his head back. A massive wave of pure killing intent explodes from Jin-woong, prompting Fox to ask, are you planning to use violence against me? The monster is absolutely thrilled by this sudden surge of bloodlust. Grinning, Fox asks, what is this insane aura? Are you really going to try fighting me again? Ignoring the monster's mockery, Jin-woong makes a silent vow. Se-yoon, I will make absolutely sure they never lay a finger on you. His bloodlust whips into a violent gale as he completely loses control, letting out a wild, murderous laugh that echoes through the ruins. Suddenly, system alerts flash rapidly. Exploding, killing intent active, willpower rank SS increased. Exploding, killing intent combined combat power SS. Blood-sucking sword level 103,673 combined power SS plus activated. Seeing Jin-woong like this actually leaves Fox completely stunned. How can you unleash soul power before me? You have that familiar scent of someone who craves violence. And trust me, you and I cannot wait to see how this fight ends. Stick with me here. Hearing that, Jin-woong bursts out laughing with pure excitement and says, are you friends with that stuffed toy I slaughtered last time? You're pretty strong. I feel like you might actually kill me. Seeing him enter combat mode, Fox doesn't hesitate and activates his power, Daniel's monster force with an SSS rank will. The fourth monster worships absolute, unconditional violence, holding enough raw power to crush 3 other same-tier beasts easily by standard. Any soul with a will rank below S can't even activate their own willpower. Weak-willed creatures will completely lose their fighting spirit when facing this overwhelming pressure. The standard Earth Tremor attack can split open a massive area of land, completely crushing all enemies caught inside while inflicting a heavy slowing effect on anyone trapped in the zone. Jin-woong stares at the beast with a critical, judging gaze, and then suddenly, he bursts out laughing. He shouts in pure joy, saying that you're truly strong, and finally, he can die. Absolute violence and madness, is it? Fox itself is just as insane as him. It demands in a low voice, I prefer pure violence, but hurry up and kill me already. Now, watch closely. Annoyed by its chatter, Jin-woong leaps up, strikes it, and demands, why aren't you doing anything? Beside him, Omnivo also charges in, landing a few heavy hits as a welcome gift, leaving Fox spitting blood from the double assault. Jin-woong gets more excited by the second, laughing like a maniac while pummeling Fox and screaming, I told you to kill me already. On top of that, he takes the chance to mock it, asking if it's going to summon another stuffed toy. Can't you kill me? Jin-woong lands another strike on Fox and yells, remembering what his uncle used to say. Once again, he completely loses control, maniacally rambling about the abusive uncle who tortured him, shouting that useless people deserve to die. After his relentless barrage of strikes, thick dust blankets the entire battlefield. But Fox's voice echoes out, calling his raw violence highly impressive. At this moment, its body seems to be evolving, as its deep voice speaks with absolute contempt. But that's not enough. Its muscles swell like they're being pumped with water, showing that Jin-woong's attacks haven't dealt any severe damage. Reaching my level is still a far cry. Fox has now evolved to a whole new height, with Daniel's beast now standing on 2 legs. With its overall combat capabilities boosted to SSS+, Jin-woong naturally ignores its words and snaps back. Going completely feral, he repeats the same question over and over, screaming, what the hell are you talking about? Refusing to dodge Fox's oncoming fist, he stands his ground and roars, if you can't kill me, you die. You know that, right? In that split second, Omnivo wraps Jin-woong in its intense killing aura, acting as a solid shield to protect him from Fox's relentless onslaught. However, after a barrage of blows, the barrier tears apart, and Fox proudly boasts about its own overwhelming power. I know what you're thinking, but this glorious, violent display actually leaves Jin-woong looking up in complete and utter awe. His eyes lock onto Fox's massive fist, and with a thunderous boom, the punch collides heavily with the killing intent barrier. Like an absolute supreme god, Fox commands in a loud voice, "Stand up, human." Sensing absolutely zero trace of death aura from Jin-woong, it asserts, "I know you're not dead yet." Dragging himself out from among the massive shattered boulders, an irritated Jin-woong snaps, "I'll make you pay for hitting me." Finding this logic completely absurd, Fox retorts in pure annoyance. "But you hit me too," it then adds, "Weak violence will always lose to a much superior force of violence." With those words, it unleashes Earth Tremor once more, instantly splitting the ground apart as a colossal rock rises right in front of Jin-woong. Sensing the extreme danger, Omnivo's killing aura surges forward, throwing itself in the way to block the collapsing wall of rock. Even in this life-or-death situation, Jin-woong just chuckles and mutters to himself, "Am I finally going to die?" He speaks calmly, but it seems he isn't quite ready to meet his maker just yet, whispering, "I don't want to die this easily." Right after claiming he doesn't want to die, Jin-woong suddenly snaps again, swinging his sword wildly while screaming, "I want to die." Growling like a beast, he slashes through the falling debris and screams, "I really want to die. Why was I even born this way?" Seeing him counterattack in such a state, Fox actually compliments him, calling his style brutal yet beautifully violent. Right at that moment, Jin-woong leaps into the air and asks, "But why aren't you dead?" 1,000 questions pour out of his mouth. "Why can't I kill you?" To block Jin-woong's oncoming strike, Fox hurls a massive, heavy boulder straight at him. Of course, he easily slices the massive rock clean in half, screaming out, "Maybe it's better if I just die?" Seeing him go completely wild and manic, Fox laughs with excitement, saying, "I take it back. This kind of violence is truly magnificent." Like two old friends catching up, Jin-woong casually makes a wild suggestion. "Let's take turns fighting each other from now on." Fox, completely thrilled, enthusiastically agrees to this absolute madness. He demands to see everything it has left, and with its agreement, Jin-woong strikes, and trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. Alright, you and I are diving into complete silence here, which only pisses our main character off as he demands answers. Why is absolutely nothing happening? Jin-sung thinks the system glitched and screams out, demanding to see more violence, shouting that if it needs more time, he will wait. As long as it takes 3 or 5 seconds? Furious that the system is ignoring his commands, he demands to know why it refuses to let him die when it is what he wants. "Hey, can you even hear me? Are you asleep?" Just then, a tiny speck of light flickers right in front of Jin-sung. Losing his patience after waiting, Fox finally speaks up, asking if this is really the end. Ignoring the question entirely, Jin-sung is busy throwing a massive tantrum at the system. "Die? You want me to die?" Fox realizes there is no point in arguing or fighting with him anymore. "This is the end, and I have nothing left to settle with you." Hearing Fox say this, Jin-sung screams in absolute rage. "I decide when I die. I am the one who wants death, so do not make decisions for me. I will self-destruct. I will kill anyone who tells me to die." Sick of Jin-sung screaming, Fox decides to end this right now. An earthquake erupts, but Jin-sung is completely fearless. Instead, he gets excited, mockingly shouting that this trick will not work anymore. "It is useless. It is totally useless. So use something else." Now watch closely, because Fox knows the old moves will not work, so he unleashes a brand new earth-shattering attack that shakes the entire temple. Suddenly, a massive boulder materializes right before Jin-sung. Deciding it is not intimidating enough, Fox makes it grow even larger. The earth rumbles again. The entire ground shakes. It just keeps shaking violently. Jin-sung gets even more hyped up by this. Amidst his crazed shouting, Omnivore rises to summon a protective barrier around him. "Are you trying to kill me? Want me dead? Go ahead." Thinking he is just defending, Fox scoffs, telling him that survival is impossible anyway. Facing Jin-sung's wild, maniacal glare, Fox unleashes a devastating temple-shaking final blow. Jin-sung is so hyped he screams, "Will you kill or be killed? Kill or be killed?" Fox happily plays along. "Resisting is pointless. I will personally show you the kind of absolute violence that completely crushes humans." He proudly declares his own bloody truth, stating that this is the true, ultimate meaning behind using real violence. As the ground violently trembles, the ocean begins to surge and crash onto the shore, rushing rapidly toward 2 nearby buildings. Back in the battle, Omnivore does its best to shield its master. Taking advantage of the moment, Jin-sung mutters a command to his doppelganger system. Suddenly, a loud boom echoes, and the violent shaking of the earth completely vanishes in an instant. Fox stands there stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened, but once he snaps out of it, he growls in pure anger. How dare you? He is furious enough to stomp Jin-sung into the dirt for canceling his power, yelling that his ability was disabled. I know what you are thinking, but Jin-sung does not even dodge. He just slaps Fox's leg, knocking him flat on his back as Fox gasps in terror. What is this? He can feel a strange, disturbing transformation happening deep within his own body. What is going on? Most of his abilities have been completely sealed away. Right then, system notifications pop up, showing his current state. Daniel's monster, double S rank willpower, has now decreased. The fourth monster's combat power is heavily reduced. The earthquake skill is locked. Domination is based on willpower, and souls below S rank cannot activate their will. Quickly scrambling back up onto his feet, Fox angrily demands to know what Jin-sung did to him, but Jin-sung just gives a completely unrelated answer. I do not want to die, but I want to die. Staring at Fox with deathly eyes, he decides to either kill or be killed, triggering a flashing red system notification about his wild, bloodthirsty energy. The doppelganger ability will drag a soul stronger than its master up to a similar level. If the target is injured, the owner takes equal damage. The usage limit is 3 times, currently at 1 out of 3. With a twisted, psychopathic smile, Jin-sung laughs and asks if he did a good job. Understanding the hidden threat in his voice, Fox asks a question to confirm his terrifying suspicion. Did you just use direct violence against my very power? Even though he appreciates Jin-sung's incredible ability, Fox remains arrogant, asking him if he really thinks doing something like this changes anything. Jin-sung completely ignores the hollow words. Letting out a mocking laugh, he throws Fox's own words back in his face. Does not weaker violence always submit to a stronger force? Right after that, he activates his murder assistance skill. Suddenly, another blade slowly materializes. The demon-slaying sword of the Four Lakes, an A-rank willpower weapon. Depending on the wielder's capabilities, it can weaken wills above A rank. Relying on his strength, Jin-sung quickly steps forward to grab the hilt tightly. We both know this blade is just as powerful as Omnivore. This sword belonged to General Kim Yu-shin, who played a major role in unifying the 3 kingdoms on the Korean peninsula. Alright, you and I are looking at a literal battlefield legend. Fueled by the wielder's rage and the demonic Slayer sword, his willpower and combat power just broke through to double S tier. Watching this, Fox gets a bit jealous and scoffs, acting like the whole world is on his side. But for Jin-sung, this is nothing. Just wait, because he has one more trick left. With those words, he activates another skill. The demon-slaying sword triples his raw power, while massively amplifying his already terrifying bloodlust. Next, Jin-sung summons Omnivo and orders it to release its killing intent. Omnivo unleashes its aura with a creepy, unsettling laugh. Soon, 2 massive streams of black and white energy begin swirling together in mid-air. Sensing a familiar energy from the swords, Fox demands to know what that monstrous weapon actually is. It smells just like us. How are you even holding it? Jin-sung smirked, claiming he is just good at self-control. Then he shouts back, asking how about you? Right as he speaks, those 2 energy streams bind Fox's mouth and limbs tightly. Right then, pay attention to his wrist. Something appears there, making him scream out in agonizing pain. Yet beneath the pain, a wave of bizarre pleasure washes over him, making him laugh maniacally. Stepping onto the swirling path of energy, Jin-sung slowly approaches Fox with a twisted proposal to play a little game. Whoever can endure the pain longest wins, he crazily declares. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's begin. Wasting absolutely no time, Jin-sung strikes from bottom to top, targeting his legs first. But as he slashes Fox's legs, Jin-sung looks just as agonizingly hurt. It turns out that whatever damage he inflicts on his opponent, his own body suffers the exact same wound, beginning right from the feet. Fox immediately notices this and asks if he is injured in the exact same spot. The beast mocks him, asking if he went to all the trouble of restricting its power just to hurt himself. Ignoring the question, Jin-sung simply gasps in agony. Seeing this weak point, Fox immediately starts playing a psychological game of taunts. Do you really think you have already won this battle? Thinking Fox is scared, Jin-sung gets even more thrilled by the masochistic pain, asking if he should stop, before shouting that he won't. Fox is totally unfazed, acting like a true sadist as it yells for more. Violence is violence, kid. Bring it on. Driven wild by those words, Jin-sung charges forward, screaming if this feels much better for them both. Now he violently slashes at its thighs, humming a bizarre, creepy melody under his breath as he swings. La la la, and just like before, every single wound he inflicts is mirrored right back onto him. Deep, bloody gashes tear open across both of their arms and legs. Honestly, this is getting crazy, but it only fuels Jin-sung's madness as he hums louder and strikes harder. La la la, but suddenly, his wild frenzy results in a massive, painful spurt of blood, forcing him to pause in absolute shock. Noticing the sudden halt, Fox sneers, asking if his opponent has finally run out of power. Jin-sung just laughs it off, claiming he still has plenty. He charges back in, but before he can strike, those dual energy streams wrap around his own legs. They force him down to his knees as Omnivo lets out a sharp cry. "What's this? Why aren't you helping me?" He snaps, furious that his own weapon is resisting. He seals it away despite its frantic protests. "Fine. I don't need you anyway." Suddenly, the system displays a new notification about a lifesteal skill. Absorbing blood from targets allows free movement, and can be used continuously as long as the user maintains their minimum stamina threshold. Tossing Omnivo aside, Jin-sung lunges at Fox. He drives a deep blade into his foe, only to scream in agony himself. It hurts. But suddenly, he mutters something unexpected. "I still don't want to die." Hearing this, Fox stares at him with cold eyes. Jin-sung suddenly freezes, realizing he spoke out of turn. "What did I just say?" Fox bursts out laughing at the sight. "You fool," it mockingly sneers. "Feeling regret means your violence isn't the real deal. Just as I thought, you still have a lot to learn." Jin-sung snaps back, asking what it even means. "We're at the climax. Focus." Knowing Jin-sung is still hesitating on whether to throw his life away, Fox decides to tempt him. "You want to live? Stop now, and I will spare you." Of course, Jin-sung ignores the offer, going completely berserk instead. "Fine then, I'm going straight for your heart," he screams, letting out a wild, terrifying laugh. "You are crazier than I thought." Ignoring his mental breakdown, Fox calmly murmurs that it hopes they will meet again. Hearing that, Jin-sung completely loses it, brutally hacking away at Fox over and over to cleanse everything in his sight. System notifications quickly flash. His sword activates Mountain Cleaving Slash, a power capable of splitting mountains, dealing catastrophic, irreversible damage with every single hit. After enduring that merciless onslaught of slashes, Fox finally reaches the absolute brink of death. It whispers goodbye. And trust me, Jin-sung is about to collapse right alongside it. Stick with me as we watch him mutter a few final words, goodbye to both of us, before letting his body go limp, plunging into a complete freefall. The sky is pitch black, with lightning flashing violently. In such crazy weather, In-jung actually smiles and calls it a beautiful day, reminding him of when he first met his leader. On the day he met Satan for the first time, Satan boldly declared, "I will become Satan." At that moment, he actually looked down on that mysterious figure a little. He originally wondered what this stick-thin guy was dreaming about. But before leaving, Satan muttered some strange words under his breath. Fix it, find it." Seeing him about to leave, In-jung quickly stopped him, begging, "Thanks to him, I got the plague. But can I please get a meal first?" Suddenly, In-jung froze. He felt an incredibly strange aura radiating from Satan, sparking his curiosity. What is this power? The entire atmosphere has shifted. The system quickly brings up details to explain Satan's surge of energy, distorted enlightenment. An F-class EDA skill can alter a person's ideals if they give permission, but targets tied to half-souls are completely immune. The scene shifts back as In-jung kneels on the ground, listening to Satan's surprisingly gentle words. "My name is Satan. We might start in the dirt, but I will become the one who turns this world completely upside down." Back in the present, In-jung seems pretty happy, reminiscing about that old memory. Now, pay attention here. 15 years ago, everything was entrusted to him, and now, Satan can feel that their promised hour is finally drawing close. "I can feel it in the air. The promised hour is drawing so close now." Suddenly, his sharp gaze darts off to the side. Lurking in the shadows are monstrous figures, their eyes glowing with pure, bloodthirsty intent. Facing them, Satan declares, "From this moment on, the rules of good and evil are flipped." He steps closer to the beasts and calmly continues, "Evil is the new good, and good is now evil." A twisted, joyful grin spreads across his face as he proclaims, "Hell will become heaven, and heaven will turn into the underworld." Right then, a system notification pops up about beasts from the Book of Daniel, summoning the legendary beasts recorded in the Book of Daniel. 200 million horsemen and spiritual locusts are unleashed. The first beast, God-killer, and distorted enlightenment, which can alter ideals if given permission, but targets tied to half-souls cannot be changed. At that exact moment, down on the streets, a low, eerie voice suddenly begins to echo out of nowhere. "Find it. You must find it." The creepy voice leaves ordinary citizens on the streets completely panicking. What's that sound? What is happening? The strange voice keeps droning on, demanding they search. And the consequence? People are already being mind-controlled. A mother with lifeless, hollow eyes suddenly mutters nonsense. "I have to find it. I must find it." You and I both feel for that poor baby, crying out in total confusion. "Mommy, there's a voice in my head." Even the poor child is hearing that absolute command. Find it at all costs. Over in Pyongyang Donggu, First, Third, Four, and even Satan have gathered. First speaks up, saying it's a real pity that, just as they predicted, Second has already been cursed. It is known as the empathetic monster, the first beast. Third then chimes in, saying the time has come to rule and be ruled. My lord, please grant me your power. Third wields the dominating strength of the legendary third beast. Annoyed by their constant bickering, Four snaps at them. Shut up, you are in the presence of our lord. Four wields the sheer force of the fourth beast. But wait, one of Satan's beasts is actually missing from the group. This displeases Satan greatly. He was supposed to receive the revelation upon the fourth beast's arrival, but missed it because the second beast vanished. Because of this, he can't unlock his full set of skills. But even that setback won't stop his grand plan. He declares that the time has finally come, shedding his dark cloak to reveal a terrifying, half-human, half-monster body right under the light. At that very moment, In-jung appears and bows deeply. Have you arrived, my lord? Gazing down at In-jung, Satan offers a surprisingly warm greeting to his most cherished creation. Welcome back, my first beast. In-jung immediately reports his success. My lord, I have successfully gathered Pyongyang's 2.5 million citizens under your direct command. I offer Pyongyang to you. Hearing this, Satan is absolutely thrilled with the incredible result. Patting In-jung's head, he showers him with praise. Excellent. Now, not just your left arm, but your entire body will become the first beast. Suddenly, strange glowing letters flow from his palm into In-jung, completely wrapping around his body without leaving a single spot untouched. Undergoing a terrifying evolution into the apocalyptic red dragon, the primordial beasts possess supreme, comprehensive combat abilities, bestowing the titles of the first and second beast upon the chosen targets. After receiving his dark blessing from Satan, Kim In-jung stands up and questions, My lord, where has the second beast escaped to? Satan replies casually, acting completely indifferent to the matter. I do not know. That creature is actually closer to you than to me, Kim In-jung. It loves its freedom, so it will not interfere with this descent of ours. Glaring down at the restrained victims before him, he speaks coldly. Just act like that wild creature does not even exist. Without wasting any more time, Satan steps forward and calls out. Trust me, you and I are about to watch Pyongyang's final hour. Controlled by his power, the citizens quickly look up at him. From this moment on, everything changes for them. He confidently declares this place as his new holy ground. But the moment those words are spoken, the helpless citizens grab their throats and scream in sheer agony. One of them gasps for air, his eyes wide with terror. Their bodies begin to disintegrate into dust, triggering mass panic and screams. My hands are turning to dust. Someone please save me. Ignoring their desperate cries, Satan can only grin with absolute twisted excitement. Rejoice, for the dragon is born. At that very moment, a bizarre, massive sphere appears in the sky. The SSS rank Holy City of Edis is formed. The ultimate demon has literally dragged hell into the mortal realm as a massive rift tears through the sky. Fox and the Third suddenly let out wild, primal roars as the system immediately displays their current upgraded status. By stepping into this domain, any creature under the protection of the inverted cross receives a massive tier upgrade to their combat power. Bathed in this newfound dark power, the first turns to the others with a wicked grin and asks, Can you feel this incredible strength? The third calmly responds to his brother, I can. This absolute power of dominance has finally been granted to me. Now pay attention right here, as Satan looks up at the rift in the sky and shouts, Let's begin round 2. If God is here, he must be the Jade Emperor. He loudly proclaims, Forget our humiliating defeat and being thrown into the lake of fire. From this moment on, we are the ones who rule. He immediately barks out orders to his demonic underlings, commanding the legendary beasts to protect the holy city. They chant in unison, Understood, sire. With that settled, Satan turns to assign his next task. Kim In-jung, go find the revelation. In-jung swiftly obeys, bowing and answering, Understood, my lord. Enshrouded in darkness, Satan folds his hands and mockingly prays in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. He laughs maniacally and declares, The holy war has begun. Meanwhile, inside a quiet hospital room, Jin-sung lies weak and unresponsive on a bed. Beside him, Aeon focuses on healing his body while Lyson watches with deep concern. He anxiously asks, Officer Aeon, is Sergeant Park Jin-sung going to be all right? Aeon helplessly replies, I cannot say for sure. Honestly, how Sergeant Jin-sung even survived this long is a complete medical mystery, and how he is still breathing is unbelievable. Exhausted by the grim situation, Lyson sighs. I still do not understand, but it seems he single-handedly defeated their entire forces. The brass are frantically demanding that we hand him over immediately. Aeon then recalls the moment she arrived at the prison to rescue Jin-sung. When I first saw him, half of his body was already completely dead. Even now, his life is being sustained by Edeha, but his shattered body still refuses to heal. Shocked, Lyson presses for details. Even with your powerful healing abilities combined, Aeon nods wearily. Yes, I suspect he is suffering from a condition that is completely beyond my understanding. Seeing her blame herself like that, Lyson gently comforts her. We can all see how much he cares. I will do everything in my power to stall the foreign officials. If Sergeant Jin-sung wakes up, let me know immediately. He then shifts his focus to Jin-sung's young companions. I heard the kids who were traveling with the sergeant are all safe. Hearing this, a soft smile finally appears on Aeon's face. Yes, I personally treated their injuries and stabilized them. They are perfectly fine now. Relieved that the children are out of danger, Lyson warmly praises her hard work. She also adds that before Lyson's arrival, Soon was completely safe under their custody. Knowing that the children are out of danger, Lyson stands up and prepares to go check on them. He clears his throat and says he needs to apologize to the kids first. But as he turns to leave, a hand suddenly grabs his arm. They must be waiting right outside. This sudden grip startles Lyson, forcing him to quickly look back. To his shock, it is Jin-sung who has finally opened his eyes. He weakly gasps out, "Sir Lyson, let me speak directly." Relieved to see him conscious, Lyson immediately asks, "Sergeant Jin-sung, can you recognize me?" This question only makes Jin-sung sigh in disbelief as he replies, "Of course I do. You are Commander Lyson." Seeing him alert, Lyson lets out a sigh of relief but warns him, "Be careful, look at your current physical state." Jin-sung tries to move his arms, only to realize with absolute shock how heavy they feel. He looks down to find his entire body wrapped tighter than a mummy, left completely baffled. Bandages? Really? If the specialized healing abilities were already used, then aren't these layers of fabric completely useless? Just then, Lyson leaves him with a final warning before exiting. "Sergeant Jin-sung, rest up. We will discuss everything in detail once I return from my meeting." This prompts Jin-sung to desperately yell out, "I need to go with you. This involves our forces, doesn't it?" But as he tries to scramble out of bed to follow Lyson, his legs give out. He collapses forward, still muttering. Lyson spins around in sheer panic, seeing him about to faceplant. He quickly lunges forward to catch him, shouting Sergeant Jin-sung's name in sheer panic and worry. His eyes drop to Jin-sung's heavily bandaged legs, and he hesitantly asks, "Are you even able to stand up?" As Jin-sung limps down the hall, we know trouble is coming. Trust me, watching our main character drag himself out of bed when his legs are literally giving out is heartbreaking. But first, let's flash back to the hospital room. Before Li Xin left, he gave Jin-sung a warning: get some rest, because your friends are worried sick about you. But Jin-sung is too stubborn to listen, especially with zero time left. He drags his heavy feet forward, only to suddenly slip and crash hard onto the floor. The pain is unbearable, but he grits his teeth and forces himself to stand back up. Little did he know, someone was watching the whole time. A hand gently catches him, steadying his shaky balance. Wincing in pain, Jin-sung looks up at his savior and instinctively mutters a quiet thank you. Spotting him here, Seol asks with deep worry, "Where are you going?" Hearing her voice, his eyes widen as he gasps out her name. From down the hall, his loud group of friends rushes over, their hearts breaking at the sight of him. Sunghwa dramatically wells up, shouting out "Captain," and Fi instantly chimes in right after him. Seeing them all safe and sound, Jin-sung lets out a long sigh of relief, thanking God they are okay. But there is no time to chat. He has to handle something major, telling them they will catch up later because he has to leave. But Seol blocks his path, ordering him to stop. Jin-sung is frustrated, yet he does not dare raise his voice at her. He softens his tone, reassuring Seol that he will be back soon. Suddenly, John steps forward, coldly demanding they move aside. While they are trying to convince him that even the captain thinks it is a bad idea, a loud shout suddenly cuts through the room. "Hey, you absolute trash. What do you think you are doing?" Realizing it is John shouting, Jin-sung tries to explain, but the captain instantly cuts him off, snapping, "Not you." The three slackers standing behind Fi, Hong, and Sunghwa realize he is yelling at them and shout back in total confusion. "Are you talking to us?" John, now supporting Jin-sung, confirms, "Yes, you three." Being banned from tag teaming with Jin-sung crushes their spirits. They whine, complaining that they only just woke up themselves. Ignoring their whining entirely, John keeps holding Jin-sung up while yelling straight into his ear, "You lazy bum, am I supposed to carry this whole thing alone?" His bluntness makes Seol quickly step in, telling him to play nice. "Now pay attention here." Jin-sung asks what is going on, but instead of answering, John just tells him to shut his mouth. He calls him trash and says his breath stinks. Knowing John is just being shy, Jin-sung jokingly replies that he has not brushed his teeth yet. Calling them trash is a bit harsh, and getting teased only pisses John off more. He snaps, telling him to shut up and just point the way, but Jin-sung keeps playing. "How can I talk if my mouth is shut?" Behind them, Seol just watches their bickering in silence. Smiling, she steps in to help support him too, guiding him toward his destination. Her sudden warmth catches him completely off guard. He gasps out her name, but seeing her flushed, pouting face, he realizes she is swallowing her anger just to help him. He offers her a sincere thank you. The trio continues forward until someone suddenly blocks their path. The man standing in front of them is Li Xin. His sudden appearance makes them call out his name in unison. Jin-sung admits he thought the man had already left, but Li Xin calmly replies that he was waiting, thanking him for showing up. You and I can see how touched Jin-sung is by this. With a warm smile, Li Xin asks if they are finally ready to head inside. Outside the meeting room, Li Xin stops to give him a quick, serious warning. You did incredibly well just making it here. Let me check inside first, and then I will call you in. Realizing he has to go in alone, Jin-sung lets go of his friends, gently promising he will be right back. But seeing how fragile he looks only makes John snap in anger. He calls him arrogant trash, but Jin-sung just smiles, knowing deep down that his hot-tempered friend is actually just worried sick about him. Turning to Seol, Jin-sung quietly apologizes for cutting her off earlier in the hallway. Unsurprisingly, Seol is not letting him off the hook that easily, warning him that he will owe her big time later. Jin-sung gladly accepts the deal. Giving them both one final nod, he promises them he will return shortly. With that, he and Li Xian step inside. The room is packed to the brim with high-ranking officials, who instantly turn around the moment the door opens. Staring at the massive, formal crowd, Jin-sung feels a wave of anxiety hit him as the heavy atmosphere suffocates the room. The elites in the room take one look at him and immediately scoff, completely looking down on this random teenager. They mockingly whisper to each other, wondering why a mere child is here, before quickly going back to their own business. Some suggest dealing with the beast right away, highly doubting that this Asian kid is actually the one leading their troops. They wonder if the intel is wrong. While the beast matters, others argue they should focus on the shared dream and hunt for it. They argue about what to search for, but ignoring the noise, Li Xin points to 2 empty seats, and trust me, you and I are in for one wild meeting. Let's dive in as Jin-sung sits down, muttering that this summit is completely different from what he expected. Hearing this, Li Xin helplessly replies, I am sorry, Jin-sung. He understands all too well why their country is looked down upon like this. Our nation is the only one without a president, and he absolutely despises these global organizations other countries put together. This so-called International Crisis Cooperation Group only exists to desperately shield their own selfish global interests. With Xiaolan dead, China is reeling after attacks on Beijing, while New York was hit, leaving America shaking as well. This is a rare opportunity to dominate, revealing their true, ugly, dark side to us. Suddenly, an angry official slams the table and shouts, Pest members who were scattered all over the northern hemisphere have now gathered in North Korea, so we must wipe them out instantly. Right then, Jin-sung raises his hand to speak, casually cutting in with, excuse me, before directly mocking their confidence. You all seem ridiculously confident that you can easily destroy Daniel's monsters. But he calmly reminds them that their ADA ratings are actually far beyond SSS rank. Hearing this, the room erupts into anxious murmuring, and one of them even tries to shift the blame onto Jin-sung's country. Their ADAs are all beyond SSS? Is that why Xiaolan was killed? So Korea has been hiding these god-tier ranks this whole time? This is a direct violation of our international treaty, and we cannot overlook the possibility that this brat is just lying. This makes Li Xin so furious that he stands up, shouting his anger back at them. You really think this is fake? He loudly argues that something as absurd as everyone sharing the exact same dream is actually happening, so they cannot ignore it. While Li Xin is busy arguing with this useless organization, Jin-sung sits there looking extremely deep in thought, remembering that this global group was originally established to fight non-human enemies. Now pay attention here, because while everyone else is screaming, Jin-sung quietly picks up a pen to write. So Li Xin, are you telling us we need to investigate some ridiculous occurrence that happened inside a dream? Are you saying South Korea refuses to handle peste? The first 2 outbreaks happened on their own soil, so are they just trying to protect their own forces? Frustrated by their sheer ignorance, Li Xin tries to push back, saying, Listen, everyone. At the very least, we should assign specific roles. But someone on the stage suddenly cuts him off, muttering, Before that, we should, which leaves him absolutely seething with silent rage. The truth is, you guys are not even thinking. You just want to start a war to squeeze every ounce of profit from a defeated nation. Even when facing a literal world-ending disaster, all you people can ever think about is your own selfish gain. He bitterly mocks them, saying they must be thrilled that monsters have not invaded their own lands yet. And seeing him completely lose his cool like this, Chef Janner quickly tries to calm him down. But at this point, Li Xin is too far gone to listen to anyone. He is absolutely sick of these greedy politicians, especially when they scoff. Korea's infrastructure is far too weak, so how much longer do we have to endure listening to this garbage? And then, a sudden question drops that completely freezes him. Watch this. Li Xin, does this mean you actually do not care whether we lose North Korea or not? Just as Li Xin is about to respond, Jin-sung cuts in, telling him he did his best, before suddenly standing up and walking straight to the front. His sudden movement makes Li Xin call out in worry. but Jin-sung is already marching right up to the corrupt heads of this global organization. His earrings suddenly flash with light, and then, like a madman, he violently flings his stack of papers. The papers smack directly into the face of one of the leaders, as Jin-sung's deep voice echoes, "This time, I have fully confirmed the army's capabilities." Without a hint of fear, he proudly flips them off with his middle finger, coldly saying, "Please take note." Humiliated, the official quickly pulls the papers off his face, his expression turning completely pitch black with rage as he still tries to mock him loudly. "Thank you for the information, but this is definitely not a place where a mere brat like you belongs." He tries to threaten Jin-sung, but the boy just stares back with a face that clearly says he does not give a damn. Korea will pay for harboring Park Jin-sung. Following his disrespectful stunt, the outraged politicians in the room immediately begin yelling curses at him. How dare a kid raise his voice in this chamber? Will Korea take responsibility? Completely ignoring these screaming hypocrites, Jin-sung casually turns around to walk out, which only makes them even angrier as they shout, "Where do you think you are going, boy? You insolent brat!" Suddenly, Jin-sung stops, lets out a cold sigh, and glares back at the entire room before speaking without a shred of hesitation. "Thank you all for stepping onto our soil like a pack of hungry wolves in the middle of a crisis. Just try not to bring disaster on yourselves and get kicked out." His parting words make the politicians boil with sheer rage. What did you just say? Meanwhile, Li Xin looks completely bewildered, while Chef Janner is left staring in utter shock. Li Xin can only call out Jin-sung's name in confusion, as the boy leaves those annoying politicians behind and walks out of the room. Slamming the door shut, he shouts back, "If you do not understand Korean, hire a translator, you idiots." As Chef Janner and Li Xin run out after him, you and I are left wondering what Jin-sung plans next. Alright, let's jump right into a moment where Jin-sung's tough guy act completely melts away. Shaking in his boots, he nervously turns around as Lyson aggressively marches over to him, loudly demanding to know what he was thinking. "What on earth were you thinking, acting like that?" Lyson lectures him sternly, because after all, this is a place that demands absolute seriousness. Knowing he acted too rashly, Jin-sung looks down apologetically and says, "I am sorry. It is just that they always mock us with those indifferent smiles." Hearing this, Lyson stops scolding and just tells him not to repeat it. Still, Jin-sung cannot help but feel like he just caused more trouble for him again. He was never supposed to be here, but he insisted so much that they finally let him tag along. Yet he went rogue and brought trouble to Lyson. But just as Jin-sung is drowning in guilt, Lyson suddenly bursts out laughing, saying that was actually incredibly satisfying. This sudden response leaves Jin-sung completely baffled, letting out a confused, "Huh." Lyson chuckles with satisfaction and praises the kid, saying that was so therapeutic, even Chapet Janner was impressed by you. "You did great, kid." Right now in the hospital hallway, Jin-sung sits quietly on a bench listening to Lyson talk. Now pay attention, because here is where the plot thickens. Lyson explains that they probably already realized how much of a danger Jin-sung poses to their entire unit. If both of us side with South Korea, they will not be able to just ignore our country so easily anymore. Hearing this, Jin-sung asks if they are just feeling regretful, which only makes Lyson burst into laughter. He explains that while Jin-sung represents a global crisis, he is also a ticket to world domination. He breaks down the complex political landscape and the sheer greed of every nation right now, even if they think they can use their force to repel the disaster. They know a victory without casualties is impossible. The real goal is maximizing their contribution while minimizing their own losses. It is a competition to see who can conserve the most resources while stopping the disaster. Saying this, he kneels down and gently suggests that this time, his team needs to know the full extent of his abilities. This request clearly puts Jin-sung on the spot, making him hesitate as if he wants to refuse. Seeing his reaction, Lyson quickly reassures him, saying he does not need to share everything, just enough for his team. Even so, Jin-sung is still torn. How could he ever admit to having such a crazy, bloodthirsty urge? At least Lyson is not forcing him to reveal everything. Ultimately, he makes up his mind, agreeing to share only the level at which he can fight on any battlefield. Relieved by Jin-sung's agreement, Lyson comforts him, thanking him and acknowledging how difficult of a decision this must have been for him. Then, he suddenly admits that he was actually a bit disappointed when Jin-sung revealed clues about number 4. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. Can they really face number 4 2 more times? Just as Jin-sung tries to explain, Lyson cuts him off, finishing his sentence because he already knows exactly what the kid is going to say. You could lose your life too, right? Since Lyson hit the nail right on the head, Jin-sung can only quietly confirm it. Seeing him looking so down, Lyson gently pats his head to comfort him. Looking at his injuries, Lyson notes he was incredibly lucky this time, before ultimately advising him to just rest for now. But being told to rest makes Jin-sung resist, leaping to his feet to argue that number 1 and number 4 are still out there. Naturally, Lyson does not give him a chance to speak further. Enough. He firmly emphasizes that the kid has already done more than enough for everyone. Now just focus on recovering. Even so, Jin-sung remains stubborn, so this time, Janner steps in to reason with him. Jin-sung, I completely understand how you feel, but you simply cannot fight in this battered condition. She gently explains that he will not be able to use his full power, and might even become a burden to those around him. You do not want that, right? We are all incredibly grateful for what you have done. As she speaks, she gently caresses his face, reassuring him that he does not have to carry the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. Seeing everyone show such genuine concern for him touches Jin-sung so deeply that tears start welling up in his eyes. Seeing him like this, Janner smiles warmly, pats his head a bit harder, and says they need to head out now. He politely nods in response. But then, Janner drops a cryptic remark, noting that things in America are not going easily either. She and Lyson are planning to investigate that dream, which instantly sparks Jin-sung's curiosity. A dream? What dream do they mean? Lyson explains it is a dream telling him to find something, asking if he has had it too. Jin-sung, completely clueless, responds with a blank stare. No, I have never had a dream like that. This puzzles Lyson, who turns to Janner to ask about it. How strange. Janner, have you ever run into a case like Jin-sung before? Unsurprisingly, she is just as clueless. Never. As far as I know, this has never happened before. It is honestly quite fascinating. While they discuss this, a mysterious figure is hiding in the shadows, eavesdropping on their entire conversation. But Lyson remains confident their capable secretary can easily dig up the truth. She teases him for being so formal. But trust me, you and I need to watch closely as Lyson suddenly remembers something crucial. Let's dive in with Li Xin asking Jin-sung for some recommendations. You know, allies he can actually trust. His words completely catch Jin-sung off guard. You want me to build a squad? Li Xin just turns around to leave, confirming the news. I hope so too, but just pick some names. See you around. And with that, Jin-sung is left all alone in the massive hallway. Sighing helplessly, Jin-sung is suddenly startled by a very familiar voice calling out his name. He literally jumps out of his skin. Seeing Seon approach, Jin-sung quickly wipes away his tears. Awkwardly, he stammered, Wait, you haven't left yet? Why are you here? Annoyed, Seon yells to talk some sense into him. If you're tired, just cry, you idiot. Stop acting so tough. But obviously, Jin-sung is way too proud to show any weakness. Why on earth would I cry, anyway? Annoyed by his stubbornness, Seon grabs his shoulders and spins him around. Suddenly, she pulls him into a tight, warm hug. You did so well, Jin-sung. Hearing those words completely breaks him, and his tears start flowing. Sobbing, he whispers, Seon, I really did my best. While Jin-sung finally lets out all his heavy burdens, Seon is right there, gently comforting him. I worked so hard, but it was all for nothing. It's okay, just let it all out. I'm listening. Now check this out as we jump to a flight where Jin-sung asks Woonghwa and Dongho a massive question. Will you join my team? Woonghwa and Dongho are totally stunned at first, but then Dongho sighs with a sad look on his face. Wait, you still don't have a squad? That's so sad, it makes me want to cry. Jin-sung panic explains, realizing they misunderstood. No, that's not it. I want you two on my side, teaming up with me. But Dongho shakes his head. That's tough. Dongho smirks, saying that if they do, Gino will totally lose his mind. This immediately makes Jin-sung wonder what's going on. Oh right, where is Gino anyway? Why is he here? Dongho laughs, explaining that Gino is currently training his butt off. He was absolutely furious after Seon beat him. Sitting beside them, Woonghwa laughs awkwardly, saying, You flatter me, but you know. He admits that even if he wanted to join, the timing just isn't right. Dongho agrees, adding that since he's older, he can't just follow a younger guy around. Hearing their rejection makes Jin-sung visibly disappointed. Really? Honestly, that kind of bums me out, guys. Seeing Jin-sung pout, Dongho quickly cheers him up, saying, Don't sweat it, we'll still run into each other all the time. Woonghwa grins and adds, Yeah, even if you hate it, I promise you won't get rid of us. You'll be seeing my face everywhere. I'll climb high enough to support you with my own power. Hearing this sincere promise leaves Jin-sung completely speechless. Finally, a warm, genuine smile breaks across his face as he bids a loud farewell to his two best friends. Right, make sure you don't lose your way, and stay safe. The plane cabin soon fills with the warm, happy laughter of true comrades. They tell Jin-sung to worry about himself, but watch closely as we skip a week later. On the streets of Korea, a madman is screaming about a mana god. The end of the world is near. If you want to survive, believe in the holy mana. All hail the mana god. Naturally, the busy crowd ignores him completely. They also pay zero attention to the street patrols, far too occupied trying to make ends meet. Man, I can't believe how crazy inflation is getting. Honestly, this feels way worse than the Great Depression ever did. Nearby, concerned housewives and local merchants whisper warnings. You need to be extra careful out here. It's getting dangerous everywhere, and the shop next door was just looted. Even local students look uneasy as armed soldiers patrol the streets. It's a completely terrifying, chaotic atmosphere. Is our country seriously heading into a war? But don't sweat it. The elite White Jade Kim clan will keep us safe. Standing in the crowd, Jin-sung observes this bleak reality, deeply worried about where things are heading. They told me I was joining a special squad, but I didn't expect to be doing public market security duty. Sion shrugs, saying, well, this is actually fine. We just need to walk around and keep the public calm. It looks like she just helped a local resident, who bows and thanks her profusely. Seon politely bows back, assuring them it was her pleasure. Then she sighs, telling Jin-sung that everyone keeps assuming she defeated first. She tried setting the record straight, but no one listened. Noticing her worry about stealing his spotlight, Jin-sung quickly waves it off with a reassured grin. Hey, don't worry about it. He smiles casually, noting that nobody would ever believe a low-rank failure like him could take down an absolute beast like First. Jin-sung recalls the sensational news broadcast he watched on television just the other day. The news claimed the SSS class Awakened First was beaten by the White Jade Kim clan. Suddenly, Jin-sung remembers something. Wait, where are we heading today? Seon blinks, suddenly blanking out. Huh? Oh, I think it's the orphanage. She immediately waves for Jin-sung to keep up. It's super close, so let's move. Facepalming at their terrible memory, Jin-sung sighs heavily before jogging to catch up with Seon. Hey, wait up. A short while later at the orphanage, the kids erupt in pure joy the second they spot Seon. They swarm her with pure excitement. And as we leave them, one kid asks, Hey, Seon, weren't you just on TV? How impressive. Jin-sung looks around and sighs deeply. Who would have thought he would ever return to this orphanage? You and I surely did not. Suddenly, a little kid points directly at him and asks, Hey sister, who is that old uncle standing behind you? Being called an old uncle makes Jin-sung turn completely pale. An uncle? He stammers in absolute shock. Seyoon instantly takes this golden opportunity to tease him. Hey old uncle, you are scaring the little kids. Go play somewhere else. Ignoring him as he stands there completely dumbfounded, she is too busy inviting the children to play. Let us play a game. The children eagerly shout back in excitement. Jin-sung, still recovering from the absolute shock of being called an old uncle, mutters to himself in disbelief. An uncle? I have not even graduated from high school yet. As he watches Seyoon playing happily with the kids, a screen detailing the unique Adea profiles of all those children suddenly appears before his eyes. Finger gun Adea. The user can fire bullets when their hand forms a gun shape. Current weapon is the finger. Index. Current ammunition is the stone bullet. Next, Hedgehog Adea allows the user to sprout razor-sharp quills directly from their skin pores. Current sharpness level is Iron Chopsticks, with a maximum length of 1 meter. Next is Bipolar Disorder Adea, which can control the emotions of any selected target under be specific conditions requiring the target's absolute consent. There is also the unique Heaven and Hell Paper Adea, which easily manipulates the 50-50 probability of any random object, like forcing a tossed silver coin to land only on heads. The target's current emotion is happy and joyful. This completely fascinates Jin-sung, leaving him deeply impressed. The raw power and abilities of these kids are actually much stronger than some of the members in his own military squad. Suddenly, a little kid runs right up to him. The kid bluntly asks, Hey, what are you doing here? Are you some kind of pervert? This wild accusation leaves Jin-sung totally flabbergasted. Huh? Where did you even learn words like that? The young child proudly and confidently introduces herself. My name is Jin Cheon, okay. Hearing this, Jin-sung decides to politely introduce himself to her in return, while asking out of curiosity, I am Park Jin-sung, nice to meet you. But why do you think I am a pervert? Jin Cheon okay completely ignores his offered handshake, letting out a heavy sigh as she says, Because you just stand there staring at us, obviously. Her blunt words make him quickly scramble to explain that it is all a huge misunderstanding. He tries to clarify, Jin Cheon okay, you got it all wrong. I was honestly just looking. Even though he insists, the girl is not buying it at all. Sure, whatever you say, you big pervert. Feeling completely helpless against her stubborn attitude, Jin-sung just sits down right next to Jin Cheon-ok and sighs. I am telling the absolute truth. After that, the two of them silently sit together, watching Seyoon and the other kids happily play soccer on the field. Suddenly, Jin-sung blushes and murmurs softly, I had no idea Seyoon loved children so much. Noticing his expression, Jin Cheon-ok shoots him a look. Why is a creepy pervert uncle hanging out with her anyway? Being called an uncle once again, Jin-sung sighs in defeat, replying, Hey, I am really not that old yet. She ignores his explanation, acting wise beyond her years. And that is exactly where you and I leave them. Liar, are you her boyfriend or just her guy friend? Trust me, hearing these bold words come from a literal child leaves Jin-sung completely speechless. What? Why would you think that? But Jin Cheon-ok ignores his panic completely, demanding answers with a sharp, loud voice. So which is it? Is she your girlfriend or just a friend? Your face is getting red. She jumps up, pointing a finger at him like a seasoned detective interrogating a suspect. You like her, right? So it is just a one-sided crush. Have you confessed yet? Did you guys hold hands? Have you ever gone out on a private date? With Jin-sung staying completely silent, Cheon-ok gets annoyed and screams, have you or not? Done with this bossy little brat, he flicks her forehead hard and tries to sound like the mature adult. Who do you think you are to interrogate me like this? I don't have to share my love life with a stranger. Pay attention here. After getting flicked hard on the head, she tearfully gasps. Why did you hit me? Suddenly, Cheon-ok bursts into tears, sobbing loudly. I am going to tell her that you hit me. Realizing she might actually tattle on him, Jin-sung panics, shouting out in alarm. Before the little girl can run off to snitch, he quickly grabs her, yelling for her to wait. With her wrist caught in his tight grip, Cheon-ok turns back, pouting furiously. That hurts. Realizing he hurt her, Jin-sung quickly apologizes before asking, sorry about that, but what was your name again? Annoyed, she glares at him for forgetting so fast. Jin Cheon-ok, she says, raising her voice. Confronted by this tiny, angry lion cub, Jin-sung has no choice but to soften his tone. All right, Cheon-ok. He gets straight to the point. You are the one who can manipulate emotions, aren't you? Let's analyze this together. He realized these children are way too mature, fully understanding complex adult relationships and feelings far better than normal kids. Besides, they shouldn't be this ecstatic just from meeting a celebrity. This excessive joy is likely caused by her hidden ability. Realizing her secret is out, Cheon-ok looks utterly shocked. Huh? How could you possibly know that? At that exact moment, the system displays details about her unique power. Heavenly bipolar disorder allows her to control any target's emotions, as long as they willingly accept the effect. Casual as always, Jin-sung answers her. You want to know how I found out? Because I grew up in an orphanage too. Curiously, she tilts her head. Wait, you lived in one? But how did you know it was specifically me? Alright, let's jump right into this awkward moment where he has no idea how to answer, quickly turning his face away while casually giving Jin Cheon-ok a half-hearted response to get out of it. I can read other people's idea. Sorry about that. I guess I really was peeking a bit. After learning about his ability, Jin Cheon-ok is a bit impressed, but still replies with a pout. A pervert like you actually has a useful ability, huh? Being called a pervert makes Jin-sung completely helpless, begging her to stop using that name. Out of nowhere, he asks, Jin Cheon-ok, want some yogurt? Hearing his sudden offer, the little girl immediately stands up on her feet. She reaches out with her tiny hand to grab his. Then, out of the blue, she asks, hey, do you want to adopt me? She even makes it clear, I don't really need much. I just want to get out of this place. Since you already have a crush, you won't even pay attention to me anyway. This completely stuns Jin-sung, leaving him asking, what are you saying? Jin Cheon-ok suddenly raises her voice and declares, I want to fight. This catches Jin-sung completely off guard as he asks, you want to fight? Jin Cheon-ok replies with absolute certainty, yes, I want to kill every single monster that murdered my parents. Exhausted by everything, Jin-sung sighs deeply. But pay attention here, this is where she thinks he is about to reject her. Jin Cheon-ok quickly expresses her sheer joy upon seeing him and Soon arrive at this place. You have no idea how happy I am that someone from the White Jade Kim clan came here. Even though the people here are nice, he knows he cannot just coddle her. So Jin-sung switches to a serious tone and asks, Jin Cheon-ok, how old are you? Cheon-ok speaks up honestly, I am 11. Jin-sung immediately tries to use her young age as an excuse to turn her down. How can you fight at 11? Enraged, she slaps his hand away. Let go! I don't care if you accept me anymore. Stick around to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are starting with some major drama. The girl looks at Soon, declaring, I have made my decision, leaving Jin-sung desperate to convince her otherwise. But before he can even take a step, a sudden phone ring breaks the silence, instantly stealing Soon's attention. All he can do is give Jin Chong-guk a forced smile and say, hold on, let me take this call first. The moment he answers and says hello, a panicked voice on the other end desperately asks, Jin-sung, are you with Soon right now? Meanwhile, in the infirmary, a visibly anxious Aeon orders Jin-sung and Soon, I need you both in the doctor's office right now. The pest has suddenly demanded a joint meeting with leaders from all across the globe. Over at the International Counterterrorism headquarters, the entire room is filled with raw anger. Suddenly, Satan's chilling voice echoes from the massive screen, saying, Greetings everyone. Now, look closely here, this is where the tension spikes. Right in front of the global leaders, he laughs mockingly and reveals W. Pest, completely shocking the entire assembly. Someone in the room gasps in absolute terror. Those red scales. Is that really Kim In-jung? As Miso stands frozen, A horrified man on the screen screams at the top of his lungs, asking if that thing is even human anymore. Amidst the rising chaos, a reassuring voice tries to calm everyone down, saying, "That is definitely Ia, do not panic." Meanwhile, Satan just curls his lips into a sinister, mocking grin. He boldly declares, "As the leader of the anti-humanity organization, I am here today to present you with an offer." Kim Hyuk furiously slams his hand down and shouts, "You dare negotiate with us as a terrorist? You actually call yourself a leader?" Miso speaks up with total contempt, saying, "Bring out Kim In-jung. He is the only one actually worth talking to anyway." Hearing their absolute disdain, Satan bares his teeth and lets out a raspy, eerie chuckle filled with twisted, sadistic pleasure. We can both feel the chilling shift here. A confused official asks what is funny, and Satan coldly replies, "Humanity has also received the revelation." Unable to believe his ears, the man stutters in shock. "What?" While Satan calmly continues his speech, "Lucifer has awakened. Satan, the adversary, the red dragon, the ancient serpent, the father of sin." Hearing this, the crowd gasps in sheer shock, whispering in panic. He continues, "I am the enemy of every god humanity worships," causing Miso to mutter under her breath. The guy is completely out of his mind. Satan sneers, mockingly pointing out that this threat is merely disguised as an offer. "Oh, you foolish humans. Seeing you reject such a clear revelation is so typical of humanity." Nearby, an official angrily grumbles under his breath, "What is that lunatic talking about?" Satan laughs, "You call it madness? And trust me, that chilling whisper leaves us hanging on the edge. All right, you and I are about to watch a godslayer change his plan as he floats in midair, casting a cold gaze toward Earth to launch his array." As the godslayer Satan finishes speaking, massive changes begin taking over the Earth. Across every continent, glowing red lights ignite one by one, a clear warning that an absolute nightmare has just been unleashed. The apocalyptic red dragon, a low-ranking godslayer, summons every mammal, amphibian, bird, insect, spider, reptile, and fish on Earth. Long-extinct invertebrates rise up to swallow these creatures whole inside, specifically designated towers across the globe. The most recently extinct species are summoned first, while the absolute peak predator of each group is brought forth last to rule as the Tower Master. Once the master of a tower is slain, the challenger responsible receives absolute, godlike power to wipe out that entire species. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where entering the tower means you can never leave, unless you reach the very end. Meanwhile, in another country, a panicked secretary bursts into the meeting room, face pale with absolute terror. Voice trembling, they shout, "The President of Chile." Right after that, on screens across every major nation, the exact same panic starts unfolding. In Squarin, Jaka, Manmo, and Ganso, massive, unidentified towers have suddenly materialized out of nowhere. A furious leader screams, "You bastard, what did you just do?" But he simply replies with cold calm, "I told you this was a threat." Inside Satan's mind, a chilling thought flashes, an unknown and terrifying fear that humanity has never experienced before. This bizarre event will soon spread panic and completely shatter the peace. Miso frowns, demanding in a furious voice, "What do you want?" He calmly replies, "Choose any tower you want, and bring every single artifact on Earth inside of it, and you will receive a new revelation at the end." The leader roars back, "Are you insane? I would rather fight than give up our artifacts." Satan presses a button on his controller and says, "I hear you. So, is that your final choice, human? Now watch this." As terrifying monster silhouettes flash across the screens, leaving Miso completely paralyzed with shock as Satan whispers, "Come to me." The monsters you failed to defeat are still standing strong. Satan's ominous voice echoes through the speakers, "But go ahead and consider my offer. If you change your minds, just pick your tower of choice. I will give you 7 days." Meanwhile, near Jin-sung, a massive almond lies on the ground, making a little kid gasp in absolute awe. He offers a compromise. If you score 10 points and clear your path to the very top. His eyes widen as he grips his phone tightly, shouting in a panic, "Teacher, wait a second," Satan continues. "I won't touch your artifacts and I will stay in Pongjiang forever." Suddenly, a massive tower looms right in front of Jung. "What on earth is this?" Back at the meeting, Miso asks coldly, "How can we trust your word?" Meanwhile, Jung approaches and knocks on the door. He explains, "I have already become fully aware of the revelation. It can exist anywhere, and my own existence is a revelation to some." Right then, the shocked kids nearby start whispering to each other in excitement. "What is inside? Can we open it? It looks so cool." Meanwhile, the leader voices his deep skepticism. "What exactly do you mean?" Satan points out, "As I said, the revelation is for humans, which is why I command you to do this." The voice on the other end asks anxiously, "Is that Ida? Did you figure out what it actually is?" Jin-sung stammered, "I do not even know how to describe it." His teacher immediately orders him, "Stay alert and be careful." Miso fires back with a question. "So you are saying the revelation will become real if we bring the artifacts inside? Is that your claim? Or are you demons just hunting for our artifacts?" As Hajin curiously pulls the handle, Satan's voice continues to echo. "You are quite clever. The revelation is equal, and it does not matter which of the 6 billion humans on Earth is chosen. Anyone can receive the next revelation if they strive for it." Behind him, a little girl screams in excitement, "It is open, Hajin!" After a tense discussion, the leader finally compromises. "Fine, we will accept your offer and bring the artifacts inside. But when do we start?" The boy quickly spins around to face his friends, eagerly yelling, "Let us go inside!" And yeah, you and I both know kids never listen, rushing inside shouting about an adventure while Jin-sung desperately yells, "Wait, do not go in!" But their cheerful laughter keeps echoing back from the darkness. "Adventure. Adventure." Sensing the movement inside his tower, Satan smirks, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Everything is playing out exactly according to his plan. Satan mutters, "It seems a few kids have entered. The game officially begins." As the children vanish into the pitch-black doorway, Soon lunges forward with everything she has to stop them, but she only manages to snatch a single shoe left behind by one of the kids. "Wait for me," Soon mutters, feeling an overwhelming dread. "No, this is too dangerous. I have no idea what this is, but I cannot leave them." She shoves the shoe away, cursing in rage. "Damn it!" Soon turns around, her voice firm. "Jin-sung, I am bringing those kids back." He gasps in shock. "Wait, what?" With that, she dives straight into the pitch-black tower, completely ignoring Jin-sung's frantic yells calling her back. "Wait," he freezes, his face totally blank, completely lost on what to do next. Jin-sung stands rigid, his eyes locked forward like a stone statue. With no answer from his end, the voice on the phone grows worried. "Hello, Jin-sung, are you still there?" Snapping out of it, he quickly presses the phone to his ear, crying out, "Teacher, the captain just went inside." He mentions the orphanage kids, making Aeon gasp. "Oh my god." Jin-sung speaks anxiously. "They are not back yet, I have to go check." But she stops him. "Wait, they only just entered, and we have absolutely no idea what is inside." Hearing her advice, Jin-sung falls silent. "Trust soon. But can we really just wait? Stick with me here." Seeing his distress, little Jin Cheon-ok grabs his hand to comfort him, her face filled with anxiety. Sensing the coldness of her trembling palm, Jin-sung flinches. A sudden thought crosses his mind. This icy feeling from her tiny hand, is she actually the one trying to calm him down? Jin-sung gently pats the little girl's head. "Thank you, Jin Cheon. Okay, I feel much better now. Thank you so much." Suddenly, he picks Jin Cheon-ok up, whispering a soft apology. The startled girl gasps as Jin-sung throws her over his shoulder. "You need to wait here because it's too dangerous inside." But she immediately protests, screaming, "No way, let me go. I have to save my friends." His tone turns cold. Going in will only cause trouble. Hearing herself called a nuisance, Jin Cheon-ok grinds her teeth in pure anger. She thrashes violently, kicking Jin-sung right in the face before slipping away and sprinting desperately toward the giant iron doors. "Don't underestimate me. I can actually help. I refuse to just sit here and wait like I did with my mom and dad." Her eyes burn with absolute determination. "I will save everyone." But in a split second, Jin-sung grabs her jacket from behind. The girl shrieks in frustration, demands to be let go. But Jin-sung calmly replies, "Don't you think your parents were cheaters?" He adds, "You'd better stay close to me then." Instantly, Jin Cheon-ok beams with absolute joy, chirping, "Yes, I understand. Now pay attention." Because Jin-sung immediately reports the situation to his teacher, Ah-on, confirming 23 people are trapped inside. "Signals might cut out once we enter, so I wanted to update you first." While the kid keeps urging him to hurry, Ah-on screams to stop. "Jin-sung, you absolutely cannot go in there. We just received an emergency evacuation order," but he completely ignores her warning. "I will do my best and return safely." Ah-on screams furiously through the receiver, commanding him to halt immediately, but the call abruptly disconnects. She cries out in vain as the countdown for Reptile Tower 36,525 begins. The duo cautiously creeps through the pitch-black hallway. Suddenly, catching sight of a familiar figure ahead, Jin-sung yells out to get their attention. "Si-yoon!" She flinches, gasping in shock. "Park Jin-sung, why are you here?" Her gaze sharpens with absolute disbelief. "And you brought a child?" He can only scratch his head awkwardly. Frustrated, she snaps, "Damn it, check if your phone has any signal just in case, though we already know it is useless. Something here is completely blocking the waves." Jin-sung quickly pulls out his phone to check the network. "No service on mine either." He spins around, looking back. "What about the exit door?" Si-yoon replies anxiously, "It won't budge. I already tried." The massive gate remains tightly shut like an unyielding stone wall, completely cutting off their escape. Jin-sung asks Siyun, "Do you have any weapons on you?" She raises an eyebrow. "Why do you ask? You and I both know she won't hesitate." Siyun unleashes her white jade elf skill, her entire appearance shifting instantly. With her look completely transformed, Seyun grips her sword tightly, her expression turning icy cold as murderous intent floods the room. She swings her blade violently, executing her elite elf swordsmanship. Waves of pure energy detonate as she slashes the door repeatedly, her battle cries echoing. Elf swordsmanship. She attacks relentlessly, rain of blows pouring down. Yet despite Siyun pouring every ounce of her power into the strikes, the door remains completely undamaged. She scoffs in disbelief. My rank A attack skill did not even leave a scratch? She sheaths her blade. Fine, let's see who wins. Placing her hands directly on the handle, she mutters with fierce resolve, "If I can't break it down, I will open it." She grinds her teeth, tightening her muscles to activate shatter mode. The white jade elf form unleashes its ultimate energy. A brilliant golden aura bursts forth, condensing all of her skills, stats, and raw energy into one final push. Moments later, she slowly opens her eyes to check the result. But the door still hasn't budged even a single millimeter. Infuriated, veins literally pop on her forehead. She punches the barrier with everything she has, screaming, "Damn it!" She unleashes a brutal kick, shaking the frame but failing to open it. Losing her mind, she throws her entire body against the surface, trying to shatter it using raw weight, screaming in despair. "Open up!" Seyun punches and kicks desperately, heavy thuds echoing through the chamber. Jin-sung rushes over to stop her, yelling, "Siyun, that's enough." Suddenly, little Jin Cheonoke tugs his sleeve and whispers, "Hey, Mr. Pervert." Jin-sung turns around, utterly confused by the sudden nickname, but the girl's face is pale, her trembling eyes darting in sheer horror behind them. Out of the darkness, countless glowing eyes of reptilian monsters crawl rapidly toward them. His breath hitches as pure shock takes over. "Reptiles?" Cold sweat pours down Jin-sung's face as he stammers, "Siyun!" She snaps around, yelling, "What is it now?" He just gestures behind him with a dry chuckle. Siyun finally glances over and freezes, her eyes widening as the air leaves her lungs. She shrieks in absolute terror. "Are those things reptiles?" Jin-sung's mind races. The door is locked, lizard monsters are closing in, and they have to protect these terrified, crying children who are desperately begging for escape. Heavy doubts cloud his thoughts. What if fighting back only makes this nightmare worse? What if we get overwhelmed? Defeating them might spawn stronger monsters. Trust me, you're going to want to see how they survive this. "Stick with me here," Soon quickly reassures the children, promising, "Don't worry, we will protect you." But they just sob back, "I'm so scared." Jin-woong stares pensively at the endless wave of reptiles, realizing they cannot just stay on defense forever. As the monsters crawl closer, Soon lets out a terrified scream. Right at that moment, Baek Jin-woong's power explodes violently, his eyes flashing with raw energy. His eyes flash with blood-red lightning. With the analysis complete, it is time for Omnivo to move. It coils around Jin-woong, radiating a heavy, suffocating bloodlust. He glares down at Omnivo, his determined eyes silently commanding it to strike. Soon, Omnivo transforms, and seeing the sticky mucus coating it, Jin-woong smiles with satisfaction. The terrified kids scream, one crying, "That is so gross," while another turns pale and whimpers, "I am so scared." Tearful cries echo, "I am so scared. I want to go home." Seeing the children trembling in fear, Jin Cheonoke immediately makes her decision. The little girl decisively unleashes her celestial bipolar disorder skill, and in an instant, the fear vanishes, calming the children completely. Then, Jin Cheonoke spins around, her sharp eyes locked onto the battlefield like a drawn bowstring. Meanwhile, Omnivo charges headfirst into the endless wave of reptiles. Agonized screeches echo through the tower as Jin-woong's spiritual energy threatens to spiral out of control. Worried, Soon calls out to Baek Jin-sung, quickly stepping up to grab his shoulder. He reassures her not to worry, having already called their teacher, who should resolve everything soon. But looking at the weeping children, Jin-woong falls silent, his eyes filled with pain. He murmurs that he feels terrible for the kids and should just wipe the monsters out in one blow. Hearing this, Soon glances over with praise. "No, thanks to Jin Cheonoke, the kids are doing fine." But watch closely as she suddenly waves with a bright smile. "Hello, Mom," she calls out, shocking Soon. "Mom?" Jin Cheonoke just nods blankly, saying, "Yes, that perverted uncle told me to call you that. He is a total brutal pervert now. But regardless, that creepy uncle told me to become his daughter." Soon is utterly speechless, glaring at him. Jin-woong panics, desperately shouting that the kid is lying. He grabs her shoulders, yelling, "What on earth are you saying? And wasn't it you who asked me to adopt you in the first place?" Before the kid can reply, Soon's chilling voice rings out behind him, making Jin-woong's spine freeze instantly. Honey? Terrified, he drops to his knees at her feet. Yes, Captain, while she growls. Next time you make a massive decision like adopting a child, discuss it with your partner first. Jin-woong is completely dazed. Wait, what? Partner? What is she even saying? Soon laughs cheerfully, telling him they should focus on escaping first. With that, they jump right back into their rescue mission. He gasps in shock, saying he has never seen this many reptiles in his life. Giant snakes, cobras, they are everywhere. He notes there are even crocodiles. While silently realizing the pressure on his shield is growing heavier by the second, he frowns with deep worry. 3 hours have passed, so why are they still coming? Soon wonders if his bloodlust is useless. Jin-woong replies in a low voice, admitting he tried it earlier, but animals do not seem to react to his spiritual pressure. Soon checks her watch, swearing under her breath. Just 4 minutes left. Trust me, the rules of this tower are brutal. Monsters spawn for an hour, followed by exactly 10 minutes of rest. After that, even stronger beasts appear, and the cycle repeats. Soon stares intensely at her watch, tracking every single agonizing second. Exhausted and completely out of energy, Jin-woong finally lets Omnivo collapse heavily to the ground. Jin-woong forces his remaining strength to control it one last time, letting out a relieved sigh. Finally, a break. He was pushed to his absolute limit. But looking at the children, anxiety fills his heart again. What if something went wrong outside? What if backup never arrives? Suddenly, the children crowd around Soon, crying that they are hungry. Dark thoughts swirl in Jin-woong's mind. Soon is clearly at her limit, and the poor kids are completely exhausted. Fear grips him as cold sweat drips down his pale face, making him wonder anxiously. How much longer can he protect these kids? Summoning his final reserves, he commands Omnivo to form a barrier against the relentless reptile swarm. The barrier holds strong, absorbing the storm of savage attacks. Meanwhile, inside the shield, the exhausted group slowly drifts into a deep sleep. A sudden phone ring breaks the silence, waking Jin-woong from his light slumber. But exhaustion heavy on his chest drags him back under. In an instant, Soon's voice cuts through, startling him awake. She urges him to wake up. Still incredibly groggy, he rubs his eyes and mumbles a sleepy, "Huh?" while Soon looks on with worry. "Are you okay?" she asks. Seeing Omnivo slowly unravel and break apart, a panicked Jin-woong struggles to force his body to stand. He apologizes, explaining how exhausted he is. But Soon grabs his shoulder, telling him to stop, before switching to a teasing tone. "You worked way too hard yesterday, so let your wife handle the rest." Hearing those words, Jin-woong's face turns bright red. He flatly refuses, insisting he is fine, but Soon angrily snaps. "Cut it out already." She insists they must hold out until the support team arrives, gently patting his head. "And honestly, you and I both know he has definitely earned this rest. All right, stick with me," as she agrees to 1 hour, telling Jin to cover the snail, then asking for her daughter. "Can you put this perverted psycho uncle to sleep?" Obeying her mother, the little girl instantly unleashes her power. Jin-sung panics, yelling, "Wait!" In the blink of an eye, he drifts into a deep slumber, his final words dying on his lips. Seun smiles, looking tenderly at the man lying on the ground as she tiptoes quietly toward Jin-sung. Leaning down, Seun gently plants a soft kiss on his cheek before immediately activating her powers, her entire body transforming rapidly. At that very moment, the entire area surrounding the tower is completely sealed off. A man rushes up to Ah-on, reporting, "Master, we have successfully locked down all the nearby towers." She sinks deep into thought. Over a day has passed already, and they must immediately enter the tower where Jin-sung is trapped. His face brightens with gratitude as he adds, "We only succeeded thanks to your help. Thank you for summoning the White Jade Kim." Ah-on stays silent, turning to walk away while thinking about how all the teams are occupied with sealing the towers and protecting the zones. Maybe they can handle it. Right now, Jin-sung's situation is far more critical. Now, pay attention here. As she enters the room where everyone is waiting, the door swings open and Jung-ho coldly mutters, "So, you've finally arrived?" Suddenly, Rookie Pio screams out, "Doctor, we have to rescue the captain and his fiancée right now. With this many people, we can easily pull him out." Rubbing his temples in frustration, John frowns and snaps, "Shut up, Rookie, can you be quiet for once?" Joo-hee sneers, "Agreed. Rookies are always so loud." Ah-on bows her head slightly, her voice filled with sincerity. "Thank you all for helping me," she says. Just as Sung-ho mentioned, Jin-sung and Seun are currently in extreme danger. What does everyone here know about the towers? Sung-ho immediately replies, "All we know for sure is that nobody has ever cleared one." Ah-on nods, "Exactly. And according to the latest intel I just received, it seems scouting squads in other nations have been completely wiped out too." She clearly lays out the grim situation. Some nations lost 80% of their forces just by entering a single tower. And get this, all of this happened within 24 hours of the tower's appearance. Do you and I actually understand what this terrifying reality means? This mission is incredibly dangerous, and our intel is extremely limited. Meanwhile, outside one tower, a desperate man struggles to break past the guards and rush inside. Let me go, my son is inside. The soldier warns him, calm down, sir. Nobody who enters that tower ever comes back out. Aan's voice continues to echo. So far, the only thing we know is that these massive towers grow larger over time. They literally expand with every passing hour. And the worst-case scenario we are looking at? The tower will only shrink back to its original size once everyone trapped inside has died. He raises his hand, interrupting. Doctor, how tall has the tower Sung-ho entered grown? She responds. Around 30 to 40 floors, so he might still be alive. Sung-ho nods in admiration. I knew he could pull it off. An continues. You can all back out if you want. After all, what we are doing is basically a suicide mission. It is fine, doctor. Everyone is fully committed, he says resolutely. No, she replies, looking straight into Sung-ho's eyes. You can stop right now. An warns them. We already know the creator of these towers has a Calamity-class Idea, which is far deadlier than a Triple S-class Idea. Sung-ho steps forward with determination. Doctor. He stares back at her, his face showing absolute resolve. Jung-ho then speaks up. Doctor. Many in this squad have already almost lost their families before. Joo-hee raises her hand to speak. When that winged lion attacked, I heard there was a young male student in our squad who managed to defeat it. And thanks to him, our loved ones are safe right now. An speaks softly, her eyes filled with gratitude. I understand your feelings, but our destination is truly a death trap. He calmly replies. None of us want to lose our loved ones. We aren't just marching to our deaths here. His eyes burn with pure determination. We are going to save our families. With that, Jung-ho turns to walk away. All right then, we are setting off. She stands in silence, watching the squad leave as heavy thoughts weigh down her eyes. That's right. If she can handle everything herself, things will be fine. No, she has to make absolutely sure they are. They quickly board the vehicle, ready to depart. Amid the rushing footsteps, John suddenly calls out to the rookie. Pio replies in surprise. What is it, senior? We are about to work together, so please don't hit me. In a low voice, John asks, where is that always smiling guy? Pio gasps in shock. Are you asking about Sung-ho? Isn't he with our squad? And as we leave it here, John rubs his neck, confused, muttering that he already asked Sergeant An Sung-ho. How strange. Meanwhile, Jin-chan the snail cries his heart out to the unconscious Jin-sung, begging, wake up, uncle, please wake up. Tears stream down the young girl's face as she begs, Mr. Pervert, please wake up. Suddenly, Jin-seong stirs, slowly pushing himself up off the ground. Stick with me, we are about to watch things get absolutely wild. Jin-cheon, okay. What time is it anyway? The little girl cries even louder, her tears pouring down like rain. I'm sorry, mister, I'm so sorry. Suddenly, the other kids start crying out in unison, leaving Jin-seong completely stunned by their panic. Mister, we're so scared, panic surges through him. What is going on? Why is everyone crying? Jin-cheon okay chokes back her sobs. I'm so sorry, mister. I'm really sorry, but my mom told me that we shouldn't wake you up under any circumstances. Anxious, Jin-seong quickly cuts her off. No, stop apologizing. Just tell me what happened. Suddenly, Si-yeon's weak, exhausted voice cuts through the air, completely freezing him in his tracks. That's right, our girl didn't do anything wrong. I was the one who told her not to wake you up. She weakly threatens him. If you dare yell at our daughter even once, you're dead meat. Seeing Si-yeon's body covered in countless wounds, his heart skips a beat in pure horror. She slowly sheathes her sword, muttering, I honestly don't even know how much time has passed. Jin-seong quickly checks his phone, and the screen displays 6:10. He gasps in disbelief, thinking to himself, 10 whole hours? Did she really protect me for 10 straight hours without a single break? He watches Si-yeon stumble, barely able to stand. Seeing her balance completely fail, Jin-seong instantly lunges forward. In a split second, he manages to catch her, pulling her safely into his arms. Se-yeon's arms hang completely limp, drained of all strength. Staring at her trembling hands, Jin-seong is hit with overwhelming guilt for sleeping so long. Si-yeon forces a weak smile. Jin-seong, don't look at me like that. She looks straight into his eyes, trying to seem fine. I told you to let me handle this. You should have just trusted me and rested. But Jin-seong raises his voice, furious at her self-sacrifice. You should have woken me up, he presses on. You should have called for me before pushing yourself to absolute ruins. Se-yeon raises a finger to her lips. Shh. I'm already this exhausted, and you're still yelling at me? He mumbles back. I didn't mean it like that, she weakly whispers. Then let me rest for a bit. I'm leaving the rest of this to you. Before long, Se-yeon's utterly exhausted body gives out, and she passes out in Jin-seong's arms. He gently lays her down, watching her chest rise and fall with slow, steady breaths. Now, pay attention here, this is where everything changes. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoes, sending violent tremors throughout the entire tower. A massive, frenzied dinosaur charges straight toward them, its jaws wide open to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. The kids scream in sheer terror. It's a T-Rex, somebody save us. Omnivore is instantly summoned, charging headfirst at the gigantic beast. The creature screeches in pure fury, its eyes locked onto the target. Jin-sung stands perfectly still, his cold gaze locked onto the rampaging dinosaur as his entire body tenses up like a coiled spring. Deep down, intense anxiety gnaws at him. Having burned through half his power just to stay conscious, he knows his next attacks won't pack nearly enough destructive force to end this. Omnivore shrieks, quickly conjuring a protective barrier. Jin-sung grinds his teeth, realizing that if this keeps up, none of them will make it out alive. In that desperate split second, he calls out to Jin-cheon okay. Terrified, the little girl anxiously wrings her hands together and mutters, "Yes, mister?" His eyes flash with pure determination as he makes a bizarre request. "Can you do your absolute best to make me feel as uncomfortable as possible?" I know what you're thinking, what kind of plan is that? Well, as a dark aura erupts from his body, the little girl hesitates. But sudden, deafening crashes echo out, followed by Omnivore's agonizing shrieks. With danger closing in, Jin-sung urgently presses her. "Hurry!" Stealing her resolve, Jin-cheon-ok thrusts her hands forward, her voice trembling with intense worry. "If it's you, Mr. Pervert, you'll be fine, right?" He answers calmly without a shred of doubt. Of course, draining every ounce of her power, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupts, glowing brilliantly right in the palm of her hands. In an instant, that blinding light expands, wrapping tightly around Jin-sung and dragging him down into its depths. He grits his teeth, forcing himself to endure the suffocating pressure. Jin-sung's eyes widen, reflecting the flickering light, completely filled with a chaotic mixture of raw fury and utter desperation. A choked scream catches in his throat, unable to escape. Finally, unable to take the agonizing toll anymore, he doubles over and vomits. Cheon-ok panics. "Mister!" Jin-sung tightly grabs her hand, his voice raspy but resolute. "Jin-cheon-ok, I am not backing down. Not now. It's fine. Give me everything you've got, all at once." Jin-cheon-ok nods, a fierce look of determination locking onto her young face. "Yes." Unleashing her full force, the spiritual energy swallows Jin-sung once more. His eyes snap open, glowing crimson as a violent storm of power begins eating away at his sanity. In no time at all, Jin-sung's entire body is completely consumed by the raging energy. Slowly, his expression turns dead calm, and a quiet realization begins to echo deep within his mind. It is so quiet, he thinks, feeling completely detached from his own physical body. Staring at the chaotic red threads of energy weaving before his eyes, he wonders, "Is this my killing intent?" He mutters to himself, "Has it always looked like this? How incredibly repulsive." He suddenly raises his hand, annoyed. What an absolute pain. With a swift motion, Jin-sung reaches out and grabs hold of the energy. Suddenly, the system alerts ring out. Calculated killing intent. Grade. Idea C+. Your willpower has successfully frozen your own killing intent. You have successfully controlled your emotions and can now make clear judgments. You know your exact limits, and trust me, you and I are going to watch him toggle this insane idea at will. Alright, stick with me, we are about to watch his body morph, his back bulking up as thick muscles ripple across his frame. Jin-sung feels his limbs tighten with raw, explosive power as the system alerts him that his physical stats are now adapting to his pure bloodlust. An icy chill suddenly radiates outward, shocking Jin-cheon-ok, who instantly pulls her hand back from the freezing cold. Exhaling softly, a thick, pitch-black mist slowly seeps out from the corners of his mouth. The dark fog spreads instantly, heavy and freezing, crushing the area under a massive invisible pressure as the young girl anxiously calls out to her uncle. Jin-sung slowly raises his head, his glowing crimson eyes flashing with an unsettling, icy gaze as he gently pats Jin-cheon-ok on the head to thank her. "Thanks, Jin-cheon-ok. Honestly, if it was not for you, I would have never pulled this off." Thrusting his hand forward, Jin-sung channels his energy into Omnivore, while the raging dinosaur outside slams its razor-sharp teeth directly into the barrier. Clamping down hard, Omnivore suddenly turns freezing cold, emitting strange sizzling sounds that make the beast freeze in utter terror. Immediately after, sharp, deadly spikes erupt from the barrier's surface as the system announces the activation of Crack-On mode, Ice Element, boosting his overall combat power to double S+. The spikes drive straight into the dinosaur, sending dark blood splattering everywhere. It screeches in agony as the sharp thorns repeatedly plunge deep into its flesh, and within seconds, the massive dinosaur collapses to the ground, dead. The kids are stunned by this, and honestly, we would be too, as one asks in terror, Is it dead? With absolute confidence surging through him, he knows that with this idea, he can easily sweep through the entire tower. Right after, the system announces that this tower of 36,535 reptile species, created by the slaughter god, can summon recently extinct reptiles. Leaving the tower is impossible. Unless you reach the very top, a new phase will trigger every single hour. The more beasts you kill, the higher the tower rises. Remaining monsters before reaching the summit, 13. Current combat power ranges from F to SS rank. Jin-sung mutters to himself. 13. It will take at least 2 hours to slay them all. Panicking, the little girl reaches out her hand to him. Uncle, are you really okay? Jin-sung does not reply, choosing to silently march forward instead. Calling out to Omnivore, he turns back with a heavy heart, his gaze locked onto the unconscious girl on the ground as he whispers, "Wait for me." He quickly strides away while Jin Cheon-ok screams out to him. Coldly, Jin-sung commands Omnivore to guard the kids and Kim-son. Without hesitation, he casts 6 Scanton magic. Pay attention here, the system shows 6 Scanton is an SS rank idea. With a combat rating of A to SS, this bone barrier created from the Demon King's bones restricts the movement of all creatures, including the caster. The user can even wield the bones as weapons. Glancing around at his choices, Jin-sung quickly makes his decision, choosing this one. The system instantly explains that the Bone of Bi-hyung is an A+ rank Idea with massive combat power. This special A+ rank rib bone is insane, its sharpness doubles when attacking, and its length expands twofold when shifting to defense. Without a single shred of hesitation, Jin-sung lifts the bone weapon, gripping it tightly as he resolutely marches forward. His eyes flash with deadly determination as he mutters, "Let's end this quickly," unleashing a flurry of powerful, thunderous slashes. Afterward, Jin-sung stands in silence, carefully scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, the wall right in front of him cracks open, fracturing into a massive spiderweb pattern that widens by the second. Right then, the system displays the message, "Calculated bloodlust, I am watching you," meaning any wounds the user stares at will continuously tear open instead of healing. Before long, the fissures widen into a massive dark abyss, shattering the wall to reveal a horde of monsters crawling out. Their bodies are covered in shimmering red scales that glow brightly, reflecting like a living, breathing flame. Abruptly, the shattered wall fuses back together as if untouched, but from the center of the solid surface, a dangerous, eerie red glow begins to emanate. From the blinding light, a colossal serpent slithers out, its piercing, glowing eyes instantly locking onto Jin-sung. Jin-sung swiftly lunges and grabs the giant snake by its head, unleashing his magic to rip it apart in pure rage. The serpent's limp body collapses at his feet in a pool of blood, and one by one, the rest perish under Jin-sung's wrath. The system loudly announces that he is in the 36,535th SSS rank Reptile Tower. Monsters remaining before the summit, 13. Fighting relentlessly, the kill count drops to 8 remaining. Jin-sung charges like a maniac, stomping the beast to pieces beneath his boots. Now, only 5 monsters remain before the top. Standing atop a mountain of corpses, his voice echoes with a bold challenge. "Bring it on." Jin-sung concentrates deeply, gripping his weapon tight as he prepares to activate calculated bloodlust, allowing the system to process his intent. His physical stats shift to perfectly align with his murderous intent, raising his overall combat status to match his burning rage. Suddenly, you and I can see his entire body morphing, muscles swelling up as a devastating surge of raw power explodes. He silently calculates that the effects of 6 Scanton have doubled his metabolism, while the divine rib bone of Bi-hyung has successfully multiplied his raw attack power by twofold. With eyes blazing with iron resolve, Jin-sung vows to himself, "I will definitely conquer this place and get out." All right. You and I are jumping right into the action as Jin-sung charges ahead with a brutal, earth-shattering magical blast. Meanwhile, right outside the tower, Fu quickly grabs Dai's hand, flashing a cheeky, confident grin. "Hey, you really need to train more," the man snaps back, telling him to shut up, when suddenly, Du Yi's eyes widen in sheer horror. "Over there!" John, pale with absolute panic, wonders what the hell is happening as Seung-ho freezes up in deep worry. "Doctor, look!" Right before them, a massive beast coils around the towering spire as Aeon fearfully asks if the final level has officially begun. She gasps in shock, wondering if Jin-sung has actually cleared the entire tower, leaving Seung-ho utterly confused about what the doctor really means. Deep anxiety grips Aeon. Usually, most towers across the globe shrink back to normal size once they reach a height like this. No one has ever survived inside this long, which makes her anxiously urge them to hurry. "Seung-ho, we have to move fast. Can we pick up the pace?" He nods instantly, his voice firm as he replies, "Understood." They sprint forward with heavy, echoing footsteps, when a dark shadow suddenly appears at the entrance, prompting a joyful shout that they finally made it to the tower. Hearing the sudden commotion, the man turns around in utter surprise. Now watch closely as a strange voice speaks. Seung-ho is completely covered in blood, but seeing backup arrive makes his battered face light up instantly. Deep inside the tower, a sudden lethal surge of magic shoots straight toward Jin-sung. He reacts instantly, grabbing the attack midair, as that mysterious voice echoes once more, saying, "I do not know." Jin-sung looks up in absolute shock. What? A heavy foot slowly steps down the stairs as the figure mutters, "Why am I even here?" A towering figure emerges from the shadows right before his eyes, repeating, "I have absolutely no idea." Jin-sung locks his eyes onto the massive man as the system interface suddenly identifies the target as Armor King Isaac, Idea rank, a triple S Calamity class threat. This is the absolute strongest reptilian beast in existence, boasting terrifying power. Though this massive beast was once driven deep into the earth, it was forcibly summoned here, meaning all physical attacks will do absolutely zero damage. Only deep mental and psychological attacks can actually harm this monster, Isaac. He cannot exist outside this specific tower, and he has the terrifying ability to manipulate the local temperature within a 6-meter radius. He completely bypasses defenses. Any target Isaac chooses cannot block his strikes, and all immunities are wiped clean. Anyone touching Isaac loses all active buffs. Jin-sung stammers out his name while the monster curiously scans the area. "Where is this place?" Jin-sung asks coldly. "Are you the master of this tower?" "I know what you're thinking. Surprise attack time?" "Oh, absolutely." He unleashes his bone chain skill, sending sharp bone shards flying straight toward Isaac. The glowing bone shards tighten their deadly grip. Isaac mutters in a deep voice, "These bones, I recognize them." Curious, he asks where they are, but Jin-sung just touches his ear and coldly snaps back. "Why should I tell you? Why care when you are about to die anyway?" Drawing his sword, he yells for Omnivore to fall back immediately. Jin-sung leaps high into the air, swinging his blade as he charges down at the beast, roaring for him to die. He delivers an incredibly powerful slash, unleashing a wild wave of blinding, raw, magical energy. The sword slams directly into Isaac's head with a deafening metallic clang. But what happens next completely shocks Jin-sung. That heavy strike did absolutely zero damage to Isaac, who coldly boasts that he is completely immortal. Jin-sung grits his teeth, his eyes burning red with pure rage. Yelling out for Omnivore, the bone shards instantly float up, and with a tight clench of his fist, Jin-sung activates a binding spell. Right on cue, those bone fragments rapidly link together piece by piece, locking into a massive, tight cage that completely traps the monster. With a sharp swipe of his arm, Omnivore transforms into a jet-black shadow, rushing forward to bind him. It coils rapidly around the pale bones as the system interface displays. Bone Chain Frost State, overall combat rating SSS. Within seconds, Omnivore finishes the job, hardening into an armor-like protective shell around him. He grips his hilt as a massive surge of magic flows directly into the blade, and with a roaring slash, Omnivore tears through the air toward his enemy. He screams Niflheim pursue, but the attack suddenly freezes in midair, caught by some invisible, overwhelming pressure. "Impressive, human," Isaac notes coldly, acknowledging Jin-sung's power as he stares down with utter contempt at Omnivore, trembling right before his chest. "But remember, the system stated that all physical attacks are completely useless. And trust me, you and I are about to watch his absolute best defense completely shatter, as those hard bones explode into tiny fragments flying everywhere." The broken shards crash heavily at Jin-sung's feet, while Isaac coldly claims that he cannot die, growling a demand to know their exact location. Jin-sung, silent, realizes physical attacks are totally useless, calmly whispering to himself, "I knew it." Remembering their clash from earlier, Jin-sung realizes this guy is the type to slowly build up suffocating pressure to crush his opponents. He flashes a confident, winning smile, showing he already has a plan, which leaves the villain wide-eyed and completely shocked. "Are you laughing?" As a cold intent to kill forms in Jin-sung's mind alongside a brutal plan, he confidently replies, "Yeah, given enough time, there is absolutely nothing on this earth I cannot kill." Right then, the system explains, "Calculated murder intent, brutal plan." The user's worldview will now upgrade based on his strategic blueprint for killing. Now pay attention here, even if there is only a 1% chance to kill the target, the world itself will provide the moves and plans to increase those odds. A freezing, icy light suddenly flashes in Isaac's eyes. He silently observes the enemy before him, then Isaac suddenly points a finger right at him, yelling, "You!" Instantly, the system shows, "Calculated intent, brutal plan, current chance of killing is 1%. He speaks calmly, his voice dropping low. "Now, I remember." Isaac continues, saying, "I recognize those bones. Their original masters were sealed away by us." Jin-sung quickly fights back. "Hey, I did not steal them. I only borrowed them." He growls in anger. "Yeah, you borrowed a lot." Instantly, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupts, completely surrounding Isaac's body. "We were driven out." Under his overwhelming pressure, The broken bones begin to shake violently before crumbling into fine dust. Suddenly, the system warns that Armored King Isaac's temperature is shifting. Temperature manipulation. He can alter the temperature within a 6-meter radius at will. He furiously declares, "I will make you experience true agony." Seeing the danger rise, he screams. Omnivore Isaac roars, "I will not allow it." As another system notification chimes. Armored King Isaac, bypass defense, bypass defense. Any targets chosen by Isaac are completely unable to defend themselves. In the next second, Jin-sung watches in shock as Omnivore is ripped apart right before his eyes, followed by a violent storm of spiritual energy rushing towards him. You and I can see how fast Jin-sung leaps high into the air, leaving nothing but an afterimage behind. With absolute confidence written on his face, Jin-sung instantly lunges forward to attack. In a flash, Isaac counters, roaring, "Freeze to death right now." Instantly, countless shards of ice, sharp as blades, are unleashed. Unfortunately, one of Jin-sung's legs is completely caught in the freeze. Isaac slowly takes a step forward, his cold eyes locked onto him. In a split second, his hand grips Jin-sung's throat tightly. Isaac snaps furiously, "Tell me, what place is this? Speak now." Jin-sung simply smirks, mockingly replying, "Why do you even want to know?" The villain mutters, "I cannot access the outside world." He sneers in return. "Really? If so, you are going to be trapped here forever anyway. Why don't you just behave and die?" Isaac freezes, his eyes wide, glaring as if he wants to devour his opponent whole. He roars in absolute rage, "You useless insect!" At that very moment, the system flashes a notification. Armored King Isaac, immunity nullification. Immunity nullification. Any enemies who come into contact with Isaac will lose all of their immunities and defense capabilities. Instantly, Jin-sung's entire body is covered in blood and brutal wounds. His trembling hand desperately tries to hold onto his sword. Isaac mockingly sneers. "Anyone standing before me is nothing but a weakling." Finally unable to hold on, Jin-sung lets go. Right then, the thick ice beneath his feet suddenly melts away. Isaac's voice echoes once more, "Die right here." His hand squeezes like a vice, lifting Jin-sung high up into the air. Suddenly, bursts of mocking laughter erupt from Jin-sung. The villain freezes, his eyes filling with confusion and pure panic. Stunned, Isaac demands, "You just keep laughing. Is the idea of death really that amusing to you?" Yet Jin-sung cannot stop laughing, making his entire body tremble. Suddenly, Jin-sung's eyes turn blood red, his pupils spinning as if hypnotized, murmuring, "It is almost here." Right then, the system announces, "Calculated intent, brutal plan, current chance of killing Isaac has risen to 3%. Puzzled, Isaac asks, "I don't understand your words." He coldly explains, "I was waiting for you to use all your skills, because my odds of killing you increase the moment I see them." Jin-sung grips his sword tightly once more, his voice echoing like thunder. "Die!" Streams of spiritual energy twist together, forming a razor-sharp drill pointing directly at the enemy. In a flash, fresh blood sprays out, answering Isaac's arrogant words. "Trust me." You and I are left wondering what happens next. You and I are jumping right into the chaos as Isaac panics and screams, utterly stunned by how Jin-sung's power keeps climbing. Now, the system displays premeditated murderous intent, a cruel plan. His current chance of killing Isaac is only 10%. Isaac touches the deep chest wound. The system continues, prompting him with premeditated murderous intent. Create a flaw, a weakness that the target never originally possessed. This weakness will manifest regardless of what the target intends, growing more and more visible as time passes. This is the current weakness of Armor King Isaac. He gasps in shock, realizing something is terribly wrong as Jin-sung mocks him, asking if it hurts. He quickly leaps backward, desperately opening up space between them. "My scales." Something feels extremely weird about them. He continues, mocking him. "You must have. Stick with me here." AC clutches his wound, growling through the pain. "Damn, that actually hurts." The system flashes a warning. Premeditated intent, a brutal plan, and a mere 25% chance of survival. With a cold glare, he sneers, "You better just accept your fate and die." Meanwhile, word reaches them that students from Hindi Academy are desperately trying to rescue Kim Soon and Park Ji-nung from the tower. He decides to form a joint team with America and China, since they already know exactly how to conquer this tower. Assembling a strike force of S-rank EDAs and the absolute strongest elites, he boldly charges straight into the insect tower. But inside, they find a severely wounded man shaking in agony, struggling to whisper the words "rescue team" with his final breaths. He weakly mutters, "You took too long." Li Shin drops to his knees, frantically asking, "Are you the only survivor left?" The man struggles to breathe, gasping, "Thank goodness. If I died before you arrived, this whole tower would have reset." He squeezes out his last words. "If that happened, my friends' deaths would be for nothing." His eyes burn with absolute resolve. "Rest easy. I will take care of the rest now. Right then, the man draws his very last breath, his unblinking eyes still filled with unspoken regrets. Li Xin gently leans down, closing the dead man's eyes in a quiet, final farewell. He stands up, a heavy weight pressing against his chest as anger starts to boil. Suddenly, a piercing screech tears through the silence, followed by heavy footsteps echoing in the dark, empty space. Spotting the monster ahead, Chapet Janner frantically yells, "Everyone, stay on high alert." Li Xin freezes in pure disbelief, wondering, this kid. Wait, no. Is this thing really the insect tower boss? Right then, the system identifies the target as the disaster-class insect king, Sephiros, an absolute disaster tier power. Even though these ancient, colossal beasts were driven deep into the Earth's core ages ago, they have been forcibly summoned back through the terrifying power of Godslayer. He nervously swallows hard. Fear creeps into his chest. Did this monster really wipe out an entire army of 200 S-rank hunters? Seeing Li Xin completely frozen, she screams his name. Li Xin! Chepet Janner orders everyone to prepare for battle, but watch closely. What they see next leaves them both frozen in shock. Xia opens his distorted jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth, tearing into the corpse below and devouring it piece by piece. The system explains that Sephiros can consume absolutely anything it considers food. He silently stares at the beast, his gaze growing dark and menacing. Xia does not care at all, completely lost in his gruesome feast. Li Xin suddenly transforms, his voice booming with heroic power. I swear to the heavens, the mountains and rivers shall tremble beneath my flashing blade, bringing peace to the highlands, staining the rivers red. The system identifies him as General Li Xin, the loyal and steadfast warrior, an S-rank EDA with S-class combat power, wielding General Li Xin's legendary weapon, the mind-calming sword. The boy wipes blood from his lips, grinning with total satisfaction. Li Xin frowns, pure rage burning in his eyes. Without a second thought, he swings his blade. The strike flies straight at the enemy. How dare you? Xia's head is sliced in half, spraying blood everywhere as Li Xin unleashes another fierce attack. Wielding his left sword, he declares, with one single slash, I will paint the mountains and rivers red with blood. Li Xin roars. Any liquid touching this blade will instantly transform into deadly sharp thorns. Relentless slashes rain down on the enemy, shredding Xia's body into a bloody, mangled mess. Watching this, Mia praises him with pride. I knew he could easily pull this off. Her teammate chimed in. Wait, what if he actually doesn't even need our help at all? He confidently adds, with Li Xin, we've got this. But wait, you and I need to look closely at what happens next. The man stammers, what's going on? She gasps in terror. The monster. Li Xin freezes as cold sweat trickles down his face. Is it actually regenerating? Hearing Janner's warning cry, the rescue team instantly shifts back into their combat stances. Xia flickers out of sight, appearing right in front of them in the blink of an eye. Then he begins a wild slaughter, spraying blood everywhere. Li Xin panics, thinking, he is way too fast, I can't keep up. Like a bloodthirsty demon, Xia's eyes glow crimson as he mutters insanely, not enough, give me more. Suddenly, she transforms into a bat and swoops toward the enemy, screaming in pure rage. How dare you? A massive swarm of bats blocks out the sky, launching a relentless assault on Xia. Chepet Janner quickly shouts out advice. Li Xin raises his sword, focusing all his energy on the battle. His lightning-fast strikes slice down, shredding Xia's body to pieces once again. Li Xin asks with concern, are you okay? She scowls, her voice filled with deep irritation. That kid is definitely not human. Chepet Janner is actually a transcendent vampire count, possessing a non-human body that normal humans can't even scratch. He can only die if a transcendent being stabs a holy cross into his heart, or if he is hit by a non-human legendary EDA controlled by another transcendent entity. Xia screams in pain, shaking. Ready for what comes next? He urgently urged. We have to keep going. Don't let him rest for a second. Without hesitating, she attacks, summoning her hungry ghouls to rise. He rushes forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, as the battle officially begins. Watch closely as Yi Sun-sin leaps into the air, driving his sword at the enemy. But Xiao's tilts his body, easily dodging the strike. Watching him evade so effortlessly, Yi Sun-sin's heart sinks with worry. How did he get so fast in such a short time? As Xiao's closes in, Yi Sun-sin's face tenses, gritting his teeth hard. Scheherazade screams in panic. Don't stop, Yi Sun-sin. Right then, her summoned ghouls swarm Xiao's, viciously tearing into his flesh. Yi Sun-sin thanks her, grateful to be alive. Scheherazade coldly warns, keep your guard up, don't relax yet. Xiao's growls, glaring at them with pure malice, his eyes filled with a desperate urge to rip them to shreds. In a flash, he springs up and unleashes a brutal counterattack. She frantically plans. While I buy us some time, hurry and... He cuts her off. Got it. Yi Sun-sin's commanding voice booms as he summons the turtle ship. Take this. The system screen flashes with Yi Sun-sin's profile. Loyal General and the turtle ship. S. Rank battleship. Overall combat power. Triple S rank. This legendary warship famously saved the Joseon dynasty from total ruin. Xiao's just scoffs with absolute calm. Slowly raising his hand, a massive wave of energy erupts. The system explains. Insect King Siphoros has amplified his strength. Xiao's raw power has surged to the absolute peak of this world, making nothing stronger than Xiao Siphoros. And pay attention here, Yi Sun-sin gasps in absolute shock as his massive turtle ship gets sliced clean in half. Deafening explosions shake the ground immediately after. He holds his head high, arrogantly looking down on the exhausted squad. The allies behind pale in sheer terror, their faces bloodless as one trembles, stammering, "We are completely finished." Scheherazade barks urgently, "What are you all doing? Keep pressing the attack right now." Waves of swirling magic surge forward, locking Xiao's in a tight bind. Watching from above, she frowns, boiling with frustration. Damn it, because of this panic, our ranks dropped way too fast. If this keeps up, we will get completely wiped out. Yi Sun-sin yanks his ally back, barely saving his life. Before the enemy can react, he charges ahead like lightning, leaving Xiao stunned and glaring in pure hatred. Suddenly, Xiao's effortlessly lifts a massive piece of the shattered turtle ship. Scheherazade transforms instantly. She calls out, "Yi Sun-sin, I'll distract him as a bat swarm. Deactivate your Adea." Yi Sun-sin lets out a mocking chuckle. He says, "I never thought I'd struggle so hard that someone would ask me to shut off my Adea." He strides resolutely toward the foe. He tries negotiating. "Hey, that turtle ship you are holding is extremely precious to me. I'd really appreciate it if you gave it back." She materializes, shouting a warning, "Yi Sun-sin, we must scatter and use our numbers. Fighting him alone in the open is suicide. Without any water around, fighting him head-on is way too dangerous." He simply replies with complete calm, "It is fine, Scheherazade. I will just bring the sea right here." Her eyes widen in shock. And watch this blinding waves of magic explode around him. He opens up. "You probably didn't know, but my Adea was originally just a regular, ordinary sailor." Sharing his resolve, he adds, "But I never gave up. I truly believed I could become someone like the great Yi Sun-sin. I trusted myself and kept pushing forward. And because of that, I finally broke through the limits this world imposed on me." His eyes blaze. "At last, I have become the man standing before you." He proudly declares himself as General Yi Sun-sin. Right then, the system updates. Loyal General, S-rank Adea, with an overall combat power ranging from S to triple S. The legendary general who saved the Joseon era from the brink of destruction, standing as a proud, historic icon of Korea. 26 battles, 26 victories, armed with the War Chronicles, turtle ship, and twin dragon swords. He smiles with absolute confidence. "All right then, get ready, because the real battle is about to begin." As Yi Sun-sin calls it forth, a book materializes. The War Chronicles. The system explains this legendary power. These chronicles record the historic achievements of this great general representing his country. The user gains the ability to perfectly remember every single detail of the naval battles written inside. Any enemies defeated at sea can be summoned and fully controlled through this book, acting as recorded pawns. The second monster from Daniel's book. Scheherazade looks on in hesitation. He quickly explains that utilizing this grand skill will expose all his tactical plans to the enemy, which is why he usually avoids it, but they have no other option. Yi Sun-sin instructs Scheherazade to handle the rest. She transforms immediately, agreeing to his request without a single doubt. "Fine. Do what you must. Leave this side to me." The War Chronicles instantly pop open, releasing a blinding burst of light. In a low voice, he commands, "Come forth, Big Bear." A giant bear hand suddenly reaches out from within. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what this double S- rank beast, captured by the Chronicles, does to the battlefield next. You and I are about to dive into some wild action. Sniffing around, drool dripping, he asks, "Is there meat here?" Li Xin quietly reminds him, "You should probably look at your feet." Startled, the second looks down and gasps in surprise. "Huh?" Meanwhile, Xia is happily feasting away, sucking down food with eyes glowing with joy, before suddenly raising a hand to roar in anger. "Bugs are biting me." The second slams the ground in rage, as the Janners curiously ask. Li Xin chuckles excitedly at the giant bear. "Guess raising a bear isn't a bad idea after all," he says, promising to explain the details later. "Chepet Janner, do you trust me? Since you followed me in here, I'm guessing the answer is yes." He warns her to brace for a naval battle and avoid getting drowned, prompting her to nod and fly off to execute the plan. "Do it," Li Xin coldly commands. "Bear, summon the Great Sea." Immediately, the second groans as a wave of intense nausea hits him. "I hate bugs." Then, a massive torrent of seawater erupts from his mouth. The system explains that the monster from Daniel II's book, which detests disgusting things, can summon anything it has previously eaten. It can also choose specific items to store inside. And what was stored in its stomach? Seawater from the East Sea. Now watch closely as the teammates scream in absolute panic. Janner frantically tries to shield them from the rising flood as someone screams, "Get up here!" Meanwhile, Xia stumbles through the raging rapids, struggling not to get swept away. The second wipes his mouth, complaining that he's even hungrier now. Standing on the beast's giant hand, Li Xin speaks coldly. "I can't use my full power when I'm on land, but now that we are at sea, why don't you go greet my other warships?" With a simple wave of Li Xin's hand, the massive turtle ship instantly spawns. Meanwhile, inside another nearby tower, a horrific and bloody massacre has just taken place. Wincing at the overwhelming stench of blood, Ji pinches his nose and grumbles, "Hey, what did you do?" But Songhua remains completely unfazed by the horrific chaos around him, casually asking where all of this splattered blood actually came from. Looking down at his blood-soaked clothes, he calmly replies, "This?" Right at that moment, Sungho and Ahan arrive on the scene, as he gently helps her step down. She can't help but wonder why absolutely nobody from the prestigious White Jade Geum family has shown up yet. They were supposed to support us. And who are those two behind him? Well, I know what you're thinking, but Sunghua just complains about his messy hands. "Ugh, this is so sticky." John snaps irritably. "I'm in a rush, so explain what is going on." She quickly steps forward. "Are you Sunghua? Did you see anyone around here?" "We were supposed to meet a group of allies at this spot." He just stares straight ahead, his eyes icy cold and completely devoid of any emotion. Across the room, dead bodies lie scattered, each taken down by a single fatal sword strike. Recalling the scene, Sunghua cheerfully admits, "I killed them all." John snaps in anger. "Hey, you smirking bastard, tell me something. When was the last time we actually met?" Sunghua backs away slowly. "Hey, why are you staring at me with that terrifying face?" John barks back. "Then why don't you just answer my question?" Reaching for the doorknob, he chuckles nervously. "Didn't we just travel to America together?" Stunned, John's eyes widen as he gasps. "What?" Meanwhile, Sunghua keeps up his overly friendly act. "It's been a while, right? Good to see you." But John is totally bewildered. "You jerk, we literally just met 3 days ago." He chuckles in response. "Oh, really? I guess I forgot." John furiously demands, "Who the hell are you and what did you do to him?" Swinging the door open, Sunghua sneers mockingly. "Who knows? I guess I will just see you guys on the inside." John barks a desperate command. "Hey, grab that bastard right now." Instantly, his teammates charge forward to catch him. We cut back to Xia standing in the rushing water, looking absolutely shocked as the massive turtle ships close in, cornering him from all sides. Suddenly, the ship's bow slides open, revealing a massive, high-powered cannon pointed right at him. At Li Xin's command, they unleash absolute hell. Deafening explosions shake the area as brilliant light and thick smoke fill the sky. This is the legendary crane wing formation. The warships surround the enemy in a tight wing shape, boosting their destructive firepower 10 times over. Unable to dodge, Xia takes a direct, devastating hit. Just then, the system reveals a crucial tip about Insect King Xia Pharos' insane vitality. To kill Pharos, his opponent must completely obliterate his body, using a method that has absolutely never been attempted before. Under the sheer force of this battle, the water begins to swirl violently. With fire behind and water in front, Xia screams in panic. Li Xin immediately orders his fleet to blast flames until the seawater completely evaporates. Violent explosions continue to echo through the battlefield, completely drowning out Xia's terrified screams. Soon, the seawater completely evaporates, leaving nothing but his mangled, broken body lying helplessly on the dry ground. Utterly defeated, Xia groans on the ground in absolute agony. Glaring down with icy cold eyes, Li Xin coldly mutters, "I hope you keep burning when you rot in hell." Cannons lock onto him. "Trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next. Let's dive into this chaos." Xia lies there totally exhausted, defenseless, when a mocking voice suddenly echoes out, "Don't you think that little bug is incredibly unlucky?" Angered by the interloper, he roars, "Cut the crap, Indung." "Greetings, old man." Chepstanner flies in rapidly, proposing a plan. "I will handle him. You go kill that annoying little insect." She screams and charges, but he just snorts. "Looks like that Batgirl is here too. Everyone, attack her now." Indung dodges with expert skill before immediately casting his magic. "You think teaming up on me will work? If you seriously think I would die from something like this, then why would I have ever returned?" Suddenly, an invisible chain wraps tightly around Chepstanner. Everyone else falls into the exact same trap. Someone cries out in panic, "What is this?" The magic binds the ship, locking down its movements and stopping its attacks. The second is completely bound, speaking out in deep worry. "Yi Sun Sin, My body feels weird. Suddenly, the ship loses control and begins spewing fire all over. Yi Sun-sin stares at the second, calling out. The bear is brainwashed, its eyes glowing a terrifying red as he gasps in shock. What is going on? The second strikes immediately, throwing a heavy blow at Yi Sun-sin while Chepstanner screams in rage. What did you do to my Ida, my body? She mutters in absolute terror, wondering if that bastard became the successor. She screams out commands to use everything they have. But caught off guard, she takes a brutal kick directly. She quickly leaps backward to gain some distance. Indung coldly remarks, I was getting pretty tired of your little squad. But don't you think this immortality is a bit too overpowered for a mere human? Now pay attention, he smugly roars, telling them to drop and kneel. Chepstanner falls silent, realizing these strange ancient runes are stealing her control. In the distance, her teammates watch in complete confusion. Wait, why are you attacking me? The other replies in confusion. I didn't mean to, my body is moving on its own. The glowing ships begin to move around in absolute, chaotic disarray. Though reluctant, Yi Sun-sin has to make a tough call. With absolutely no other options left, he commands, Get back here, bear! And you too, turtle ship. Everything gets sucked back into the registry, which snaps shut. Yi Sun-sin then marches toward his foe, each step releasing a freezing aura that fills the air. That sheer force makes the massive wall shake violently before cracking wide open. His cold gaze sweeps the ground where Xia lies unconscious. Yi Sun-sin worries, damn it. If this thing can regenerate, then this whole situation is going to spin completely out of control. If that happens, my firepower and the turtle ship won't be of any use anymore. Let's be real, he snaps, saying they would have killed it if he hadn't interfered. Is your ability mind control? Indung couldn't care less, casually replying, Why the rush, old man? It's been a really long time. Old man, I only came here to chat with you. Yi Sun-sin irritably fires back. You always love to test my patience, don't you? Do you really want to die by my hand? He laughs mockingly. If you think that, then you've got it all wrong. He growls. So you really came to kill me, didn't you? Because you're fully prepared to turn your back on humanity? Indung doesn't answer, simply glancing down to check on Xia's condition. He secretly rejoices, seeing that the target has already recovered about halfway. Indung swiftly casts his magic, sending lines of mysterious incantations flowing out. Within the blink of an eye, a freezing sharp greatsword condenses directly in his hand, refined from absolute evil itself. Indung cries out in pure joy. This is it. The system displays information on the greatsword of refined evil. Once swung, there is no stopping it. ETA grade SSB+, charging rate 87%, overall combat power SSB+. He firmly spins his hand, raising the blade high. Indung's face lights up with sheer arrogance, a victorious smirk on his lips. Yi Sun-sin's eyes widen, completely clueless about what just happened. Immediately after, he drives the greatsword straight through his body. Over on Jin-seong's side, a loud metallic clash echoes alongside a blinding white flash, proving a brutal collision just took place. In an instant, he leaps backward, quickly putting some safe distance between himself and his opponent. Right now, the system announces premeditated intent, a ruthless plan, with a 25% chance to successfully kill Isaac. Immediately, Jin-seong relentlessly presses the attack, shouting as he strikes, Over here, or is it this way, or maybe here? Isaac parries and mockingly counters. Now that you've picked up that bone, what's wrong with your reactions? But Jin-seong keeps attacking, laughing wildly. I don't know. He coldly snaps, You're just like me, just as insane as I am. Jin-seong flatly replies, So what? Tentacles shoot out from Isaac, wrapping around the sword in his hand. He laughs gleefully. Gotcha. Jin-seong struggles to pull his weapon back, but it's useless. Under the crushing grip of the tentacles, the blade cracks and shatters. He screams, I hate this sword, this is the end. Armor King Isaac activates his immunity bypass. All immunity is erased, leaving anyone touched completely defenseless. And as we leave it here, trust me, we're just as frozen as Jin-seong is right now. You and I are jumping right into the chaos as Uncle Jin-sung looks back in pure terror, sweat soaking his face. The little girl is terrified, her eyes locked onto him in sheer panic while Isaac raises an eyebrow and mockingly sneers. What is wrong? Are you trying to run away? Jin-sung calmly fires back. Why on earth would I run? Isaac mutters. You are strange. I thought you hated humanity. Jin-sung snaps back. Who the hell are you to judge me like that? Left speechless and unable to counter, Isaac fumes, while Kid Jin-cheon listens to his words in total confusion. Would you actually be sad if they died? Jin-sung angrily snaps. I was planning to kill you anyway, but it seems you are begging to die right now. Seeing Jin-sung's reaction, Isaac spots his weakness and mocks. Angry, are we? Don't blink now. Because Isaac targets the kids while Ha-jin stutters in terror, hoping their uncle can save them. But Isaac traps Jin-sung in ice and lunges straight for the helpless kids, screaming that he will kill them. Instantly leaping over the razor-sharp ice, Jin-sung grits his teeth in pure rage, stomping his foot to unleash an absolute storm of glowing magical power. In the blink of an eye, sharp bones assemble together, forming a solid bone shield to protect the children. Isaac's eyes flash with cold malice as he unleashes a follow-up attack, shattering the defensive barrier to pieces. Armored King Isaac completely ignores defense. His chosen targets are absolutely powerless to defend themselves. But pay attention here, Jin-sung blocks the deadly strike, and suddenly a mysterious cloak appears to shield the kids. It is the triple S-rank cloak of Shadow Demon number 103,670. This beloved cloak had vanished after breaking a legendary record, and it expands endlessly whenever someone stares directly at it. Isaac freezes in sheer shock at the sight. Confused, the boy asks what it is, and Kid Jin-cheon calmly replies, "I do not know, but it seems to be protecting us." Isaac falls silent, realizing he has seen this item before. Isaac gently touches the cloak to cast his magic, mumbling that he remembers. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy violently blasts his hand away. The system alerts, only creatures stronger than the 103,673rd shadow can destroy this cloak. Isaac stares in pure shock, wondering why his magic failed. As drops of fresh blood suddenly begin dripping onto the stone floor, Jin-sung actually used that distraction to stab him, growling, "You are too noisy and trust me. You and I are loving this payback. Alright, you and I are," starting with him collapsing, panting heavily as rage flashes in his eyes. At the exact same time, the system blares a notification. Calculated killing intent, a ruthless plan, and a 50% chance to kill Isaac. Jin-sung ponders for a moment, knowing at the very least, this will limit his tactical choices. Sweeping his cloak aside, he steps inside, whispering to himself that his chances are now a flat 50-50. Reaching out his hand, Jin-sung gently calls her over, and a shocked Jin-cheon okay asks if it is finally over. He shakes his head, telling her it's time to end this. Instantly, a completely dazed Jin-cheon okay follows Jin-sung right back outside. What? Meanwhile, the villain clutches his chest wound, groaning in agonizing pain, while Jin-sung addresses the girl with absolute seriousness. Pay close attention here. Jin-cheon. Okay, you are the final step in my plan. He waves his hand, explaining that the line between heaven and hell is paper thin, capable of turning that 50% probability into a single, absolute outcome. Then Jin-sung firmly grabs Jin-cheon okay's shoulders, telling her he is counting on her. Instantly, his immense power begins surging directly into the little girl. Groaning in sheer discomfort, Jin-sung silently apologizes to her, realizing he is quickly reaching his absolute limit. Simultaneously, the system displays the calculated killing intent notification, allowing a user who knows their exact limits to temporarily summon their idea. While idea remains active, killing intent will continuously generate. Looking at him with deep worry, the little girl softly calls out, "Mister!" Jin-sung smiles awkwardly, replying that is exactly why he needs her. Jin-cheon channels all her strength, trying to amplify the killing intent within his magic flow. Look at that. Feeling his power instantly surge, Jin-sung grins. A moment later, the completely exhausted little girl collapses to the ground, panting heavily. Praising her, "Well done," he moves forward without wasting a second. Jin-sung unleashes a lightning-fast strike, his eyes sharp and his face filled with absolute triumph. Meanwhile, over on Li Shin's side, In-jung's devastating sword is already plunged deep into Sia's body. Alright, look closely at this sword. The ancient runes carved into it suddenly glow with a cold, murderous light. He stands frozen, his face tight with extreme tension, feeling a wave of dread about what is coming next. A confused Li Shin speaks up, asking Kim In-dung what his plan actually is, but the man calmly replies that he only wants to talk. He frowns in anger, snapping, "I do not have time to talk to you, get lost." Li Shin quickly charges forward, shouting that they only want to escape, while In-dung rests his greatsword on his shoulder with a mocking laugh. "Come on, why are you in such a rush? Is it because of Du In-sung?" Hearing those words, he instantly freezes. Fear grips Li Shin as he realizes the enemy already knows, while the villain laughs triumphantly, realizing he hit a nerve. You and I are jumping right back into the madness, as Il-jung asks, "Why do you think my master sent me to this tower?" Only for Li Shin to scoff. "Your master? You mean that creepy satanic worshipper?" He continues, saying the main reason is the prophecy itself. As long as we control that prophecy, lowly humans pose absolutely zero threat to us. Il-jung smirks, adding, "So, here is the thing." Li Shin gasps, interrupting. "Don't tell me he confirmed it?" "Exactly. We can't let the guy who defeated the first and fourth seats stay alive." Il-jung's voice continues to echo through the air. "My lord, just as you predicted, Park Jin-sung is bound to become our single greatest obstacle." He says coldly, "Jin-sung is still trapped inside that tower though. Even for your master, pulling something off right here in South Korea is impossible." Il-jung smugly replies, "He already made his move." Besides, I'm not the only one dying to deal with him personally. We switch scenes to find Jin-sung closing in on Isaac, grabbing him by the throat. His eyes flash with cold fury, his pupils glowing blood red. Right then, the system pops up, calculating a ruthless plan of killing intent with a 97% success rate of taking Isaac down. Crimson spiritual energy gathers on Jin-sung's blade, making it vibrate violently as an intense light blazes, threatening to reduce everything to absolute ashes. Within the blink of an eye, a massive, violent inferno erupts, completely swallowing them both. Watch this, it's his broken skill that ignores immunity and warps temperature. As the flames die down, thick black smoke blankets the area. Jin-sung gasps for air, coughing heavily as his entire body feels utterly charred from the inside out. He clearly poured every ounce of his remaining strength into that final strike. But then, a voice suddenly rings out nearby. Well, what do we have here? Looks like I arrived right on time. Standing behind him are Jin-sung's uncle and aunt. Back outside, Il-jung cheers in delight, claiming his master would have destroyed Jin-sung long ago if not for waiting for this exact moment. Back at the tower, Seung-hwa asks casually where the Book of Revelation is hidden, but Li Xin immediately objects. Impossible. If that monster had actually moved, the global anti-terrorism forces would have already intervened. Leaning casually on his sword, Il-jung replies, "Didn't I tell you? I would never have come here without a flawless plan." Pointing up to the sky, he slowly lays it out. "First, remember when you were busy dealing with that second seat bear? Did you fail to notice our plague had already spread across the scene?" Li Xin gasps in horror. "What?" He chuckles. "To be exact, it was active inside the very hospital that the second seat destroyed. And thanks to that, we easily captured Jin-sung's aunt and uncle." Li Xin roars in pure anger. "Kim Il-jung, what the hell are you planning to do?" Hearing that familiar name makes him freeze in shock. "Wait, Seung-hwa, didn't you do all of this because they used Park Jin-sung as a threat to control you?" "Exactly. This happens to be the second part of our master plan." You and I can see his disbelief as he demands to know if Seung-hwa helping Jin-sung was actually a setup from day one. Il-jung nods mockingly. "Old man, you have far too many things to protect, and you cannot save everyone by yourself." He then swiftly lifts his blade. "Since my part of the job is finished, I will take my leave now. No sense in wasting time." Walking away calmly, Il-jung delivers his final blow. "The moment you tried to capture that second seat, this battle was already over." Still struggling to put the pieces together, Li Xin shouts after him, "Wait!" But Il-jung channels his spiritual energy, instantly vanishing like a gust of wind. It's over. Outside the tower, Jin-sung grinds his teeth in rage. "Hey, what did you do to him?" Seung-hwa bursts out laughing, his voice dripping with praise. "Sharp eyes you have got there." He slowly pulls off his mask. "He is dead. I slaughtered him myself and stole this face." With a smirk, he slams the discarded mask onto the ground. A grotesque, terrifying face is revealed, covered in rough crimson scales. He laughs maniacally. "But do not worry. Since I, the Satan of Pride, am here, get ready to receive my divine blessing." Staring at the figure before him, Isaac hesitates. He speaks in a low, tense voice. "We share the same bloodline. Though we cannot escape this place, a few of our descendants still survive on the surface." Satan growls in pure disgust, his eyes flashing dangerously. "Do not dare compare someone like me to you lowly trash." His raw magic flares up violently. "I am a being who has waged war alongside gods." Yet, Isaac still firmly protests. "No, you and I are of the exact same race." Meanwhile, devastating streams of spiritual energy continue gathering in Satan's palm. He sneers coldly. "I already planned to slaughter every single guardian of this tower anyway, so I suppose this is the perfect chance to thoroughly enjoy myself." Terrified, Isaac quickly takes a step back. "Wait, stop! I have no intention of getting in your way." He stammers, "I know your goal, and in the end, you will still help us." Satan lets out a mocking laugh. "Lowly creatures exiled deep underground actually think they can manipulate someone like me to do their bidding?" He agrees anyway. "Fine, I will play along since I am in a great mood after discovering the sacred relic and the revelation." Satan sneers. "I heard some insect managed to slaughter all the monsters in Daniel's book and claimed the revelation for themselves. That's why I stepped in." Hearing his mockery, Jin-sung turns. "And trust me, you and I can't miss what happens next. But trust me, you won't even get a chance to fight a monster like Isaac." Satan quickly advances toward him, each heavy, powerful step like creeping darkness. Before long, he stands right in front of Jin-seong, faking absolute joy. "Found you!" Satan immediately grabs Jin-seong by her hand as she cries out in absolute panic. "Wait!" Jin-seong is completely exhausted, his body broken, yet he still struggles to give chase. Dragging his heavy feet, he weakly whispers, "Old Testament." Jin-seong collapses hard, his entire body paralyzed with fatigue, yet he still desperately reaches out. In an instant, the system displays A-rank Old Testament, a sacred covenant between humanity and the gods, recording the stories of the gods before Jesus was even born. The next book to appear is the source of every single copy of the Bible. Satan calls out in a deep voice, "O Revelation, reveal the true form of this holy relic." Shaking with fear, Jin Cheon-ok weeps, crying out for her friends to save her. His teammates immediately charge forward, one of them screaming in absolute rage, "Let her go." But Isaac instantly cuts them off. "Behold, all of you, as history is made." He quickly unleashes an offensive spell, shouting, "I will give you the chance to be the first to witness it." In an instant, sharp, deadly icicles suddenly shoot upward, trapping them in a cold, deadly maze. Satan shoves the girl down, laughing in pure ecstasy, declaring that he has finally won. Now pay attention. Satan grabs Jin Cheon-ok by the head, threatening her that she knows exactly what to do. "Just as I am sure you understand the consequences of disobeying me. I saw you use that ability on Park Jin-seong before. Do exactly what you did back then." The young girl trembles and cries out as Jin-seong mutters a curse, desperately trying to force his body to move. Right now, only one desperate thought echoes inside his mind: move. Jin-seong helplessly begs, pleading with his own body to just move already. Suddenly, two figures appear right in front of him. He lifts his head, glaring at them with eyes full of pure fury. The man acts friendly, saying it has been a long time, leaving Seon absolutely stunned by their sudden appearance. Jin-seong's uncle and aunt. Why are they here of all places? Seyun mutters under her breath, realizing someone definitely pulled the strings behind their mysterious disappearance during the Incheon attack. Fecht keeps his eyes locked forward, gasping in deep anxiety. Jin-seong's uncle immediately raises his foot, stomping it down hard on his helpless nephew without a shred of mercy. He calls out, his voice tight with anxiety. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and holds Fecht back. "Wait," Sung-ho says, looking at him with deep concern, warning him not to go. He silently watches the monster ahead, whispering that it is far too dangerous, since there is no telling if they can actually defeat that monstrous crimson beast. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jin-seong's abusive uncle and aunt repeatedly kick him, laughing hysterically. "What is wrong, cat got your tongue?" His aunt squeals with excitement, telling her husband that the boy can't even stand up anymore. He coldly spits out, reminding him that he still remembers when their own son's leg tendons were ruthlessly sliced open. Hearing this, his eyes widen in complete shock. At the same time, Jin Cheon-ok screams in sheer panic, begging them to stop hurting her uncle. Crying her eyes out, the little girl helplessly begs them to stop, but Satan merely grabs her by the head again. Now, watch closely with me. He uses his full power to force the girl's head up, making her witness this horrific scene. Satan whispers directly into her ear, telling her not to look away. He growls, claiming this is all because she refused to use her power. Jin-seong clutches his head with one hand, his face twisted in agony, while his other hand desperately reaches out, trying to grab the last thing he can. For the little girl, his struggling figure is the only thing she sees, every movement burning into her memory. He coldly sneers, telling her that all of this is going to end in absolute regret. Kicks continuously rain down on Jin-seong as he groans in pain, while Jin Cheon-ok screams helplessly, her cries echoing through the air. "Uncle!" He wonders in shock why this is happening, while Seon curses in absolute frustration. In his heart, Jin-seong simply cannot comprehend why they are making that kind of face. Meanwhile, Fecht is still struggling desperately to break free from Sung-ho's hold. "Leader," he mutters quietly, "I am sorry." Jin-seong looks up in shock, wondering what he is apologizing for. Seung-hwa screams in anger, asking the bastard what his problem is and vowing never to forgive him, while Jin-seong mutters, telling them not to look. He hates being seen in this pathetic state, but why on earth is his friend apologizing? Jin-seong roars in pure helplessness, his face tight with rage. A flood of chaotic thoughts echoes inside his mind, making his head feel like it is about to explode. Why are they apologizing to me? Suddenly, Jin-seong's eyes flash blood red, radiating pure danger as he wonders what this overwhelming feeling is. He is completely lost, burying his face in his hands as tears fall slowly from his heavy, broken heart. Frustrated and defeated, he can't help but feel that this is just far too unfair. Deep within his chaotic mind, Jin-seong gathers every ounce of strength, holding onto his fragile sanity as he pushes himself to stand. Making his choice, he decides to let go, a cold smirk forming on his face. "And trust me, you and I are about to watch him control his dark, murderous intent once and for all. Alright, let's jump right into the moment our main character finally snaps, letting his chaotic emotions completely take over." At this point, Jin-seong is driven completely insane, with only a single dark thought echoing in his head. "Kill. I want to kill everyone." Back in reality, the corners of his mouth slowly curl into a chilling, blood-curdling smile. Seeing this, Jin-seong's uncle stomps on him even harder, shouting to his wife that their trash nephew is laughing, and they should keep trampling him until he stops. Suddenly, His aunt lets out a panicked scream. Dear, my leg, my leg. Aeon gasps in shock. Jin-seong, don't tell me. Seonghwa screams in panic. Jin-seong, stop. But it's already far too late. He is now a soulless puppet, completely controlled by an overwhelming surge of pure, bloodthirsty madness. Sensing a familiar energy, the enemy whips around in shock, realizing it is him. He furiously lunges toward Jin-seong, yelling, You? Why the hell are you here? Startled, Jin-seong turns around, his eyes wide with pure confusion as the assailant immediately strikes, shouting, Die, we still remember what you did. Jin-seong counters instantly, his blade flashing so fast the enemy freezes in absolute terror, gasping out, No way, you can't. Watching the blood spray, Jin-seong laughs triumphantly as the enemy's head goes rolling across the floor. Sung-ho pushes Fecht back, calculating that this is their perfect opening. He slowly takes a step forward, advancing toward the threat. Now, pay attention here. Sung-ho tries to play nice, praising Jin-seong and telling him to come get healed. But his answer is a brutal slash that sends blood spraying everywhere. Sung-ho freezes, completely unable to process what just happened. Aeon frantically screams a warning that Jin-seong is out of control, quickly casting her magic to pull Sung-ho back to safety. In the blink of an eye, Aeon pulls him back and immediately activates her healing spell, calling on her restorative power. Fecht cries out in panic, Captain! While the rest of the squad begins whispering in shock. Did he really just attack Sergeant An Sung-ho? Another soldier replies, shivering. He almost got his head taken clean off. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream pierces through the air. Wait, the tower. Suddenly, the system announces that the god-slaying mode is deactivated. Watching from outside, Jin Cheon-ok drops her jaw in absolute disbelief. The little girl gasps. The entire tower has completely vanished. Satan immediately begins the summoning, chanting, First Lord, if you hear me, come forth. Indung replies mockingly. So, you finally decided to call me? Jin-seong stands completely still, silently scanning the two enemies before him with a bone-chilling stare. The system instantly flashes a red warning. This is the first disaster-class monster, a calamity created by Satan himself, without any help from God. And let's pause for a second here, because this is how he earned the title of First Lord, gaining supreme power under Satan's contract. Whenever the user is summoned by Satan, they are bound to obey his every command. Their life force is directly linked to Satan's own life. Satan snarls with venom, You bastard, it's been a while, hasn't it? All data on this summoned entity is shrouded in mystery, the blasphemer, the embodiment of every curse in existence. Looking at Hamadan, Indung mutters curiously, He's a lot quieter than the last time we met. Did you turn him into this? Suddenly, Jin-seong's eyes glow a fierce, blood-red color, locking onto his targets with a lethal glare before marching directly toward the two of them. Satan is visibly shaken, his face tensing up as deep worry fills his eyes. He roars, What are you waiting for? Kill him right now and paint this entire place in a sea of blood. Faster. Jin-seong's uncle grips his weapon tightly and charges like a maniac, screaming, You better shut your mouth, just like your dead parents did. Indung stays silent. Sung-ho calls out in terror, Master, are you actually serious about this? Jin-seong, don't listen to them. Put your past and your trauma behind you. Jin-seong just scoffs coldly. My pain? You think I care? He raises his blade with absolute resolve, dark magic swirling around the steel. He whispers, You've got it all wrong. At this very second, pure, murderous aura floods his entire body, transforming him into the literal embodiment of absolute death. He channels the root of all hatred and killing intent in the world. With a few swift slashes, his abusive uncle and aunt are sent straight to hell. Indung grins at the two fresh corpses on the floor, while Jin-seong's true level remains a mystery. Idea rank. General combat ability. Indung snarls in fury. You Korean bastard. Dark energy violently erupts from his hands as he unleashes his ultimate technique. Hamadan. This is the legendary first disaster-class beast, Hamadan, summoning a devastating rain of fire that once brought ruin to the entire world. As the flaming meteors crash down, the collapsing world gains an effect identical to the sacred domain, City of God. Below them, absolute chaos erupts. Fecht tightly hugs Jin Cheon-ok, crying, I don't want to die, while Ju Yi calmly orders, Find cover, fast, activate defensive idea arrays. A relentless downpour of fire rains down from the heavens, triggering colossal explosions that completely light up the sky. Right then, the sacred domain of City of God is triggered. Idea rank. Double S. The most evil demon who has forged a living hell. Here, those blessed by the inverted cross get buffed, and trust me, you and I don't want to miss what's next. Let's dive into the absolute chaos. Under its oppressive weight, everyone feels sick. It turns out any human-born ideas lose their power just by looking at this cursed territory. Seeing the enemy's immense strength not weakening even a bit, Satan gets incredibly annoyed. Glaring at Jin-sung, his voice echoes once again. What on earth are you? Satan questions him in disbelief. To become who I am, I absorbed all the knowledge of this entire world, yet I've never heard of an existence like yours. Jin-sung remains silent, his blood-red eyes locked on the enemy as a creepy smile quiets the room. Annoyed, Satan snaps. You refuse to speak? Fine, no problem. Meanwhile, Jin-sung's allies are still in agonizing pain, their bodies growing so weak they can barely stand. Satan declares with absolute confidence, because I'm going to win anyway. High above, the city of God slowly opens, glowing blood-red against the dark sky. He sneers with pure arrogance, acting as if victory is already guaranteed in his hands. Then, endless monsters pour out from the divine city under Satan's command, summoning beasts straight from the Book of Daniel. These are the disastrous fire dragons, legendary beasts recorded in the sacred pages of the Book of Daniel. Unable to escape hell after their first death, the first beast sneers. It's been a while, hasn't it? How unlucky. It says coldly, you've gone way past the point of no return. Unveiling its sheer power, the first beast stomps hard, making the entire ground shake and crack beneath them. Jin-sung drops to one knee, hair covering half his face, as a creepy smile plays on his lips. His intense killing intent surges like an awakening monster. The third beast grumbles. You should go handle those other guys. Why are we all focusing our attention on this single brat? The first beast scowls, demanding to seal Jin-sung quickly. Just then, he raises his fist with a look of pure madness. Without hesitation, Jin-sung slams a devastating punch right into its leg. Satan gasps at the shocking sight. Oh, apocalypse. Watch closely now as he grabs little Jin-chun, shouting an accusation. This is all your fault. Satan delivers his cruel judgment. Because of you, a rain of fire fell. He continues, because of you, these terrifying monsters were summoned. Because of you, so many people are going to suffer and die. Now, go ahead and use that power of yours. With brutal force, Satan shoves the little girl against the Old Testament. Jin-chun struggles, crying out in tears. Mister, please, mister. Suddenly, horrific screeches echo from right beneath the first beast. Jin-sung gasps in shock, his eyes darting toward the noise in high alert. He reports back in a panic. Master, it seems we are pushing things far too quickly. Satan frowns, his face falling in deep annoyance as frustration flashes clearly in his eyes. He thinks to himself in absolute rage that only when Apocalypse touches the ancient book will those heretics' abilities be weakened. What a disaster. A moment later, Satan speaks coldly. Understanding the cue, the third beast's eyes flash with intense light. It feels like an unstoppable power is about to explode, as a smug, victorious smile appears on his face, absolutely sure of his win. Instantly, a violent surge of magical energy erupts from his body with loud screeches. The system interprets the beast from Daniel's book, the third beast, forcing rules. Anyone who hears the roar of the third beast will be forced to obey his every command. However, there is a slight chance to resist this skill if the target's mental strength is high enough. Jin-chun covers her ears in panic, trying to block out the overwhelming noise. But resisting is useless, and she cries out in total despair. Mister! She collapses to the floor, her shoulders slumping as her body completely stops obeying her will. Using magic, Satan manipulates her like a helpless puppet. You and I can only watch as she touches the Old Testament, whispering about the boundary of heaven and hell. Instantly, the ancient book glows brightly, her tiny voice echoing once more, calling it just a thin sheet of paper. Then, the pages begin to turn on their own one by one, revealing the eerie, magical text hidden deep within. Now free from control, Jin-chun looks at the book in silence. The pages are open, and his ultimate wish is fulfilled. Satan grins in pure excitement. Satan screams in joy. Finally, it is absolutely perfect. The book transforms into an Eta-rank Devil's Bible. Written when demons sought to become gods, this book holds immortal sin and hellfire that will slowly turn the entire human world into a living nightmare. Whoever controls this book holds the ultimate authority to rule over hell and seal the endless abyss. He grabs the book, clutching it tightly, as if it might vanish if he lets go for even a single second. Satan rejoices in triumph. Finally, I have everything I need. He roars with absolute pleasure. Now I have truly become Satan, and absolutely no one on earth can stop me. Right after, countless monsters swarm out, including the disastrous fire dragons and Eta-rank locusts of Abaddon. As the apocalypse approaches, the Locust King Abaddon rises from the ends of the earth to lead his devastating insect army into battle. Summoning Abaddon and his relentless swarm, each individual locust boasts rank A combat power. He slowly approaches Satan before suddenly dropping down to one knee. Paying his respects to the Devil's Bible, he declares, "We acknowledge you as our true master. Behold the Locust King Abaddon." He hesitates, but Satan tells him to speak. We're about to find out his dark plan. All right, you and I are about to watch Abaddon report that some savage bastards just got summoned the A-grade Wandering Million Cavalry. These monsters appear when the sixth trumpet is blown. Summoning this wandering million cavalry has literally split hell itself wide open. Each unit packs A-grade combat power, but he just sneers in disgust, calling them leaderless fools. The wandering cavalry glare back in silence. Abaddon looks around, asking the fourth what he is doing over there. Fox answers arrogantly, saying he is the fourth now. He tells him to talk later and quickly summon those disgusting beasts. He angrily objects, yelling back, "Why must it be me?" But the other furiously barks back, asking if he wants to die. Now, pay attention here. A sudden explosion blasts the area, sending those beasts flying backward before they can even react. In an instant, a massive wave of spiritual energy sweeps right at the first. Furious, he grits his teeth in pure rage. By now, Jin-Woong is completely covered in a blazing red magic as he quickly readies himself for battle. Then, Jin-Woong bends his knees, gets momentum, and leaps high into the air with excitement written all over his face. Sensing danger, Abaddon desperately orders his men to protect the master. A subordinate rushes forward, but Jin-Woong slashes him down instantly. Furious at the sight, he roars, asking what they are doing and demanding they rush into the middle. Satan just frowns in silence, plotting something deep. Finally, he commands that if there is no record of that guy yet, they must write down his entire story. The first obeys, answering, "Yes, master." Suddenly, the wandering cavalry attack all at once. Jin-Woong is hit, gasping in pain, while Satan opens his demonic Bible to test his horrific power on humanity. The pages flip open rapidly, making a creepy, rustling sound. He growls, telling humanity that he has arrived to judge them. The system screen flashes the Demon Bible skill, which breaks the target down to a molecular level and drags their soul straight to hell. During this process, once the target loses consciousness, a hellish version of them will be summoned. They can return if they defeat their hellish clone, but weak-willed victims will be sealed forever. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light erupts, blinding the entire area. The light spreads across the globe as Satan coldly declares there are no exceptions. Every human on Earth is dragged down. Now, you and I can see Jin-Woong's body mutating under this horrific power as he screams in agony. The book radiates a terrifying magical aura, while he ignores all calls and stares at his enemy. Under this devastating, brutal power, Jin-Woong's body starts to disintegrate, as if every single cell is being ripped apart. In utter despair, his screams echo through the void. Satan just glares coldly, mocking him, saying he hopes he has a wonderful trip. In the distant past, darkness number 103,673 was born from a mutation. By hunting down evil beasts and absorbing their souls, he became the ultimate king of ghosts. After he destroyed the half-human, half-ghost Bi-hyung, all nearby creatures began to fear him deeply. They whisper in absolute terror, saying Bi-hyung is dead. Another one panics, pointing out that even with all of their protection, he was still killed. Another one trembles, crying out that they are next and that he is coming to kill them all. Targeted by these terrified mobs, he has no choice but to pack up and flee to safety. The man gently dusts off his child's feet. The little boy asks why they always have to run away. He asks why everyone hates them, and Darkness calmly replies that he had to kill some bad guys before. Jin sighs, asking if defeating bad guys is a good thing. Patting his head, the father explains that weak humans fear anything that can kill them. That is just how weak people always think. The boy cries out, not understanding why bad guys go free while they are forced to run. Terrified of his power, they plot a trap to destroy Darkness number 103,673. But Janelle insists his father is a hero. They use the ultimate bait for their trap, the half-human child born from the love of Darkness, number 103,673. As a half-ghost child, he is terrified, with tears streaming down his young, innocent face. "Dad!" In the chaotic riot, a soldier screams in excitement that they have finally defeated the monster. "Look there." Janelle hides, crying and helplessly asking why his father had to die. In this moment, the boy realizes true justice is a lie. Only those who kill and survive get to decide what is right in this world. The tragic death of his parents pushes this half-ghost child over the edge into a spiral of uncontrollable rage. Hugging his father's cloak tightly, Jin weeps and silently swears to slaughter every single one of them. Crowds flee in terror, screaming about the half-ghost killer. "Trust me, we are just getting started. All right, you and I are about to witness a demon child who, consumed by pure killing intent, slaughtered over 80% of all living things, completely ignoring their desperate pleas for mercy." Desperate cries for mercy rang out as Armored King Isaac and Insect King Shiaferos were driven deep into the underworld. That terrifying boy, feeding on raw fear and slaughter, became known as the Demon Child Godslayer. High up in the heavens, a kneeling angel pleaded, desperate to stop the child from running rampant any longer. And once the boy set his sights on heaven, the Jade Emperor branded this Demon Child Godslayer as the ultimate root of all evil, binding him to serve as the supreme weapon of the gods. From that day on, all records of the Demon Child were erased. Now, back to the present. Heavy footsteps echo through the dark. Trapped in hell for 1,000 hours, Jin-sung is completely exhausted, gasping for air as sweat pours down his face. Hours pass, and a furious man suddenly charges straight at him, screaming that Jin-sung is the monster who ruined their city. Jin-sung swings his staff to block the blow, mocking his opponent, warning him to make sure he actually finishes the job. Yet, deep down, he never wanted any of this, screaming silently inside his own mind to just make it stop. Still, Jin-sung easily dodges the incoming strike, his face wearing a smug, highly provocative grin. His eyes flash with pure arrogance. Soon, 2,000 hours pass by, and as he keeps fighting, he mockingly begs them to try and stop him. Now, he has been trapped in hell for 8,750 hours when a terrified scream suddenly echoes. Gung-ho warns that Jin-sung is losing control. By now, 13,500 hours have passed. Now pay attention to his mental struggle, because inside his mind he is desperately begging to stop, yet his body keeps slaughtering like a wild beast. 29,600 hours in, and Jin-sung's eyes are completely bloodshot, radiating a terrifying, spine-chilling killer aura. Deep down, his soul is still desperately pleading for this nightmare to end, as time continues its agonizingly slow crawl. 32,000, 40,000, then 43,799 hours. He screams in absolute despair, wondering when he will escape. Suddenly, a gentle voice breaks the silence, startling him, whispering that everything is fine because life itself is simply made of time. The voice tells him to take his time, leaving Jin-sung utterly stunned with blank eyes, muttering under his breath. Biting his lip, tears pour down his face as he screams out in agony, crying that he can no longer control his own idea. But wait, look at this. A sudden shout echoes, making Jin-sung spin around in complete shock. It is Baek Gung-ho, gently advising him that a healthy body is the ultimate foundation for a healthy soul, asking if he has already forgotten what they talked about. Gripping his weapon tightly, he mutters in confusion, remembering his promise to overcome his limits and forge a unique path for his own soul, but soon cuts him off, reminding him that none of that even matters. As long as he knows what he truly wants, she smiles warmly, asking him what he is still so worried about. She tells him to simply follow his own heart. As silent tears fall, he tightly grips his shirt, desperately clinging to a sense of self that feels like it's slipping away. The things I want to do? In that moment, as his tears drip down onto the cold floor, a scruffy, furry paw suddenly taps his leg, offering a gentle, comforting touch right in the middle of his despair. Jin-sung's eyes go wide as he gasps out, "Poppy!" And there, standing right in front of him, is his own true inner self, leaving him completely speechless. His alter ego speaks directly to his mind, telling him that all this time, he refused to accept that he was just a killer. With the blade pointed directly at him, the voice in his head echoes, saying that is why he constantly held himself back. You denied your true nature just to save others. His inner self charges forward, all because you desperately want to escape this hell. Instead of fighting, Jin-sung reaches out and wraps him in a tight embrace, as a voice echoes once again inside his mind. His inner self passes judgment, saying he has always neglected his own soul, the one born to absorb killing intent, never truly looking at himself. Jin-sung whispers, with every heavy word carrying immense weight. I am sorry, he says, utterly shocking his other self by reminding him that they are both parts of the same soul. In an instant, tears of pure relief overflow as his alter ego chokes out a soft thank you. And in this very moment, to prevent absolute chaos, the greatest divine power and supreme weapon is wiped clean from the face of the earth. The holy staff designed to suppress demons has now fully absorbed all the raw killing intent, allowing Jin-sung to finally breathe a massive sigh of relief as his body feels incredibly light. His newly awakened magic is the rank E Demon Child Godslayer class, designed to save humanity, the very mortals loved by the gods. Now, acting on divine will to destroy all demons, he descends into this world, quickly throwing on his newly gifted cloak. Right then, the system screen flashes, displaying details of his rank, E Demon Child Godslayer Edea. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens to anyone chosen to wear this cloak, granting them the ultimate power to slay anything in existence. Alright, you and I are starting with an item that automatically matches any enemy's strength directly to yours. This cloak absorbs half of the incoming damage, but you take double once the avatar state ends. Staring down at his new gear, he ponders his next move. Alright, where should I head next? Suddenly, a system alert rings out. After 3,800 hours, Jinung has finally escaped hell. But a new demonic law has just been decreed by Satan. With humanity completely wiped out by the Devil's Bible, the entire world has been consumed by filth and fire. By the time the first survivor conquered hell and returned to the surface, filthy monsters had already reshaped and ruled the earth. Even though the majority of humans escaped hell within a single year, barely 1/3 of them actually managed to survive. Jinung looks around in utter shock, completely lost. What in the world is happening to this place? It honestly feels like he's still trapped in hell. He can't help but wonder where everyone else vanished to. Quickly changing into a new set of clothes, Jinung constantly mutters to himself. There should be human tracks and traces of people gathering nearby, but for some reason, he cannot sense any active signs of life. Suddenly, Oni taps his shoulder, crying out in sheer panic. Jinung spins around on high alert. Pay attention here, because his companion wastes zero time and darts straight ahead. Spotting a man squirming in agony on the ground, Jinung panics. He instantly runs over to offer aid, calling out, "Hey, are you okay?" Looking at the endless horrific wounds covering the man's entire body, Jinung is utterly horrified. What on earth is happening here? His flesh is completely riddled with deep holes, each about the size of a coin. No matter how you look at it, the cruel attacker clearly wanted to torture him slowly rather than kill him outright. The man weakly gasps, "Those monsters. Those absolute monsters." His weak voice fades away, cracking. Jinung desperately presses him for answers. "Which bank are you talking about?" Before he can finish speaking, the poor man draws his very last breath, muttering about his wife. Jinung desperately shakes the cold, lifeless body. He screams in pure rage, "Hey, wake up, damn it! What the hell actually happened on Earth while I was trapped in hell?" Meanwhile, inside a chillingly quiet and completely abandoned concrete building nearby, Mary runs for her life, constantly glancing back at the terrifying threat hot on her heels. She stomps the ground hard, launching herself high into the air. She unleashes a devastating dropkick straight into her opponent. Her unique trait is simple: the more she runs, the faster her legs become. As an Edaha class fighter, the intense fear of being chased acts as a trigger to rapidly boost her speed and repel enemies. The further the user runs, the faster their momentum builds up. Even though her legs can grow infinitely faster and stronger, the rest of her human body remains fragile and prone to deadly injuries. Down in the arena, the monsters roar with absolute excitement. You and I can see this vile rat MC cheering because the human girl has somehow pulled off another victory. The crowd demands more and more action. The host thanks them, shouting that he'll show them exactly what humanity can do next. The bloodthirsty monsters go wild, constantly chanting for the next fight to begin immediately. A beast growls, ordering the human to stand up. Meanwhile, the rat MC hypes the crowd, promising something extra special today. He announces, "We have specially brought out a male human specimen, highly trained by our elite staff." In an instant, the heavy steel gates screech open to reveal their champion. A mutated human giant with massive muscles steps out, roaring with absolutely overwhelming force. The rat MC fires up the crowd, screaming, "All right, hurry up and place your bets. Can this fragile girl defeat the monster human specially created by our Lord?" Meanwhile, Mary breaks down sobbing. She begs to stop. Hearing her plea, the MC's eyes turn ice cold. "Stop?" He furiously kicks her to the ground. "Hey, stand up already." Mary desperately begs through her tears, pleading that she cannot fight another match. He grabs her arm, dragging her up. "This is all because of your cowardly husband who ran away from us. You know that, right?" Our master was absolutely furious about his escape. As Mary weeps in despair for her husband, the host resumes, "Now, you've waited long enough." The rat MC screams, "It is showtime." But wait, when did Jinung manage to slip inside the arena? Jinung asks blankly, "Wait, where is this place?" The MC spins around in absolute shock, gasping, "Who the hell are you?" Jinung's eyes light up with pure curiosity. "Whoa, are all of these guys actually hungry ghosts? What's going on here? Are some of you guys Idaha class demons? And you actually serve Satan?" He chuckles. "Oh, these guys can't be high tier at all." The rat MC screams in rage, "Who the hell are you? Aren't we supposed to use this bastard as a sacrifice?" Jinung glares coldly at the mutated giant. He frowns, asking the beast, "What the hell did you guys do to this man?" Suddenly, the giant raises a massive fist and charges. Magic flashes around Jinung as he calls out, "Oni, back me up." Instantly, Oni wraps tightly around his arm, stopping him dead. "Trust me, you and I are about to see him completely crush this giant. All right, stick with me as the rat MC starts sweating bullets because our main character just used one single hand, sending the arena crowd into absolute hysterics. Incredible. Is this today's main show? Who on earth is that guy fighting? Another spectator asks curiously. Are those octopus tentacles in his hand? Meanwhile, someone yells to recast their bets, while Jin-sung just scoffs with a look of pure contempt. He instructs, "I will do the fighting, so make sure you get a great camera angle on this." The announcer whispers, "Did our master send you here?" He gives a quick thumbs up in agreement. "Yes," and the rat MC grunts, "Fine then." He smoothly hypes up the crowd. "Folks, the surprises are just starting today. It seems my own boss pulled a fast one and tricked even me. Why don't we place our bets again? Let us reset and do it over." Mary stares at Jin-sung, her mind racing with questions about who this kid could be. Just as the match starts, and a giant frantically rushes him, Jin-sung effortlessly ducks under the attack, dodging in a split second, before softly murmuring, "I am truly sorry about this." Now watch closely, Jin-sung unleashes a devastating punch as Omni instantly surges with energy, wrapping tightly around his arm. It feels like his internal organs are being completely crushed, causing the giant to cough up blood, knocked flat by a single, devastating strike. He locks eyes with his next opponent as magical energy bursts forth, the beast's sharp eyes completely glued onto Jin-sung. Paying the beast no mind, he simply stares quietly at the woman standing before him. Jin-sung advises her, "If you can still move, you should run," leaving Mary completely shocked as she asks how, and he calmly replies, "Just use your Ida." She hesitates in conflict, but he offers an encouraging smile, assuring her that everything will be fine. Deeply moved, Mary lets out a soft cry as tears pool in her eyes, gently wiping them away before immediately turning on her heels to sprint away. She stammers out an apology while her feet carry her faster and faster, but instead of escaping, she just circles right back to Jin-sung. The Rat MC screams in pure excitement. "It is over. Our new champion has emerged. So you in the suit might as well just surrender now." Regret flashes in Mary's eyes as she sadly whispers an apology, only for Jin-sung's voice right next to her ear to completely startle her. Apologizing for what? She freezes in absolute shock when she realizes that he is running right alongside her. An angry voice roars, "Who is that human bastard?" Mary's eyes widen in sheer disbelief, gasping, "What?" While Jin-sung actually praises her. "I know what you are thinking, how is he keeping up?" She stammers in shock, while a spectator notes he easily matches the champion. Mary feels guilty, apologizing that she is still faster, which surprises him as he asks, "If you are this fast, why are you trapped here?" She explains that if she actually tries to escape, her body completely freezes, causing Jin-sung to nod in realization. "I get it. That is the power of this arena's master, right?" She nods in agreement, and he asks if there are many others here. Mary admits she is not sure, but estimates there are at least 10 people locked inside Isanbosi's private room. Jin-sung is completely shocked. "What?" She explains that Isanbosi, the monster ruling this entire zone, uses iron chains or a similar magic to bind them there. He is utterly confused, muttering, "Monsters? Do monsters really exist in this world?" Mary panics, warning him not to say he wandered in from outside the bank, while looking up at the spectator stands reveals only a blur. The monsters roar in absolute fury, screaming that they bet everything on the guy in the suit, complaining they cannot see a single thing. "Champion, we believed in you." Suddenly, Jin-sung speaks up, saying he thinks this is fast enough, leaving her frowning in complete confusion. "What?" He immediately instructs her. "When I count down from 10, keep up this exact speed and jump straight through that door. Do you understand?" Jin-sung's eyes land directly on the Rat MC as he sarcastically remarks that the rodent is about to play dirty. Mary still lacks faith in Jin-sung, protesting that neither of them will ever make it out of here alive. "We will just have to fight," she says, before he suddenly shouts out, "There is another one. Could that guy be Isanbosi?" Hearing this, the boss scowls. "Squeak, squeak, is that new human actually fighting? Squeak!" Sensing something, she quickly spins around to look behind her. Seeing that terrifying figure, Mary's face instantly grows tense, and she stops dead in her tracks, muttering that he is the reason she killed. Jin-sung immediately channels his spiritual energy, his eyes shining with absolute confidence, as he asks if she is ready and begins counting. 10. Mary prepares to leap, crying out that she does not want to, while Jin-sung's voice continues counting down. 7. Her face is now completely covered in tears, yet his steady voice keeps counting down. 4, 3, 1. As Omni suddenly bursts forth with a violent roar. Now, he unleashes Omni Kraken mode, Form 1. An Ida-class killer demon with peak combat capability, bending the arena barrier and leaving the surrounding monsters completely astounded by its sheer power. Mary sprints blindly, and trust me, you and I can feel her terror as she bursts through the dust, utterly shocked to find herself actually free. The entire Colosseum erupts into total chaos, with one spectator screaming that the cage is broken, while another yells that they are escaping. Another roars in anger at Isanbosi, demanding to know if this is also a show. A soft footstep echoes, instantly catching the beast's attention. "Trust me, you and I are about to watch a fight that changes everything." Mary glares coldly, asking if it's having fun. A second later, she lunges forward to attack. In the blink of an eye, blood splatters everywhere. They clash violently, their ferocious roars shaking the entire sky. Moments later, standing on the cold, blood-stained floor, Mary pants in total exhaustion. She takes a deep, heavy breath, her messy hair falling forward to cover her weary face. On the other side, that cowardly rat is quietly sneaking away. Mary calls out with pure disgust, "Hey, MC Rat!" He flinches in terror, squeaking. Fueled by pure rage, She launches her strike directly at him, screaming that she will kill him. Seeing Mary's bloody hand closing in, the panicked MC Rat squeals in terror. But right when he's on the verge of death, the boss steps in just in time. Freeze right there. Instantly, her hand stops, freezing midair as if locked in place. She panics inside, realizing her body won't budge. Gritting her teeth in fury, Mary snarls that she'll kill him too. Isan Bosi glares at Jin-sung with a deep frown, looking ready to eat him alive. The boss coldly asks, "Squeak, who are you?" Jin-sung points to himself, asking, "Me?" The boss snaps back, "Who else would I be talking to?" Squeak. Jin-sung rests his chin, pretending to ponder. Jin-sung continues, claiming he's actually quite shy. He asks, "Would you believe me if I said I'm a secret inspector for the temple?" An irritated Bosi points his staff forward, demanding what he's blabbering about. Jin-sung lazily replies that it does sound a bit strange, but I'm telling the truth. The old boss glares at Jin-sung with pure rage, squeaking that he's going to fix that attitude of his. Now pay attention here. With a sharp snap of his fingers, dead bodies suddenly rise up, puppeted by an invisible force. Mary freezes, completely unable to believe her own eyes. Tears start streaming down as intense emotions overwhelm her, leaving her eyes drenched. Trembling all over, Mary chokes out Janelle Seumbum's name. She slowly steps toward them, calling out to her people. But in this exact moment, Jin-sung's face suddenly darkens as he mutters, "Hey Lord, just a suggestion. But am I the only one who finds this incredibly annoying? Tell me, if I just go ahead and slaughter this damn rat, it's totally fine, right?" Jin-sung's voice echoes with bone-chilling coldness. "Because even if you say yes, I really can't guarantee he'll still be breathing once I'm done with him." A dark cloak rapidly wraps around his body, and his gaze turns incredibly sharp and deadly. At this moment, the system pops up. The avatar of the murderous fiend has appeared. Those who follow his orders will wear the cloak, granting them the absolute right to kill everything in this entire world. Jin-sung mutters his thanks, saying, "All right, I appreciate the permission." He uses his magic to scan his opponent's info. Let's see. The monster standing before him is Isan Bosi, an Ida rank with formidable overall combat power. He is a 10,000-year-old rat emperor from Korean folklore, utilizing various magics and spells to toy with humans and other living creatures. Confused, he mutters, "We're both wondering too, what is that strange cloak?" The staff in Bosi's hand casts Mindbind, forcing his targets to obey. With the distorted power of the Demon Bible currently boosted, his forced control rate is at 100%. Jin-sung mutters, "Got it, you rat." The boss scowls in fury, yelling, "What?" Squeak! Right then, the magic from Bosi's staff flares with a blinding light. Squeak! Then this command will be absolutely perfect for an intruder like you. Mary screams in terror, "No." The old boss's eyes turn utterly vicious as he casts Mindbind. Waves of dark magic rapidly bind Jin-sung's body. Bosi gloats arrogantly, telling him to surrender his life. "Squeak! I'll slaughter you and use your corpse for my experiments." Helpless, Mary's tears flow in absolute despair. Bosi excitedly raises his staff high, squeaking, "In this place, I am God." Suddenly, Jin-sung's voice cuts through the air, shocking the monster. He remarks, "I haven't even seen God's face yet." He quickly issues a sharp command. Oni's massive tentacles immediately burst out, tearing through the air as they surge directly toward the enemy. Oni tightly constricts the monsters. One screams in panic for Isan Bosi. The tentacles then wrap around the undead puppets Bosi just summoned. The terrifying scene leaves the old boss sweating with anxiety. Squeak! What on earth is happening? Bosi shrieks in disbelief. "Why aren't you dead?" Squeak! The desperate boss frantically casts spell after spell to bring Jin-sung down, but absolutely nothing works. Mindbind, beat yourself until you're unconscious. Squeak! Die! Die! Bosi pours all his power into casting the spell over and over. Mindbind! Mindbind! Mary watches Jin-sung in pure shock, wondering how Isan Bosi's mind control magic is completely failing against him. His secret? He's active under the murderous fiend status, the very source of all raw killing intent. Any mental attack from an enemy with weaker killing intent is completely ignored. Jin-sung smirks, telling him he's just wasting energy, making Bosi tremble with fury. "How? Why are my absolute commands not working on you?" Jin-sung completely ignores him, slowly taking a step forward. Terrified, Bosi backs away, screaming for him to stay back. Jin-sung raises his weapon, aiming it directly at him. "Tell me, do you still remember who you really are?" The monster glares at him, squeaking, "What the hell are you talking about?" Jin-sung takes a step back, responding with a careless tone, "Your past, before you became Isan Bosi. Honestly, do any of the monsters here actually remember their human lives? You and I will have to find out next time." Let's dive back in as the blue monster suddenly screams out, while the pink one watches, utterly confused. "What did you do before?" Bosi gritted his teeth, muttering that he could not remember what he did 10,000 years ago. Then, the system announces that Isan Bosi has been buffed by the distorted demonic Bible, triggering a forced 100% enhancement rate. Jin Woong glances over and sneers. I get it now. You are not even a real monster. He suspects Satan forced them to accept Idaha, though he cannot be sure yet, when Bosi suddenly screams out in anger. Do not mess with me. He snatches his magic staff back, yelling that he is a 10,000-year-old rat monster boss. Jin Woong mockingly shoots back. No, you are just a filthy rat, and everyone else here is just a regular animal. Another beast bares its fangs, growling. Nonsense. We are completely different from them. We are far stronger. Jin Woong sighs deeply. Seeing so many mutated animals only means one thing: they are slowly turning into actual demons. Tracking down Satan is going to be a massive headache. Just then, Omnivore gently pats his head with its tail. Jin Woong turns to smile at the creature, asking if it is comforting him, before deciding to handle this threat first. Watching him, Bosi is utterly dumbfounded. Is this guy insane? I need to use this distraction and get out of here. Suddenly, Omnivore wraps its body tight around Bosi's waist, making the rat boss flinch and let out a sharp squeak. Now here is where things get tense, as he asks if those drugged victims can ever be cured. Bosi defiantly replies, humanity has turned into demons, so why should I obey you? Jin Woong just glares back with a cold hum. So there is truly no way to save them? Mary bursts into tears helplessly, while Bosi shrugs and boldly replies, that is right. So what? Jin Woong grabs the rat boss by his collar, making him yelp, and coldly says, oh, then it looks like I must avenge them. Bosi glares back, trying to guess his next move, before suddenly screaming in terror. What on earth are you doing? If you do not show up right now, we are all dead. Jin Woong simply turns his head away. The terrified Bosi squeaks in fear as a giant, clawed foot slams onto the ground. Standing right before Jin Woong is a massive, hairy beast with razor-sharp fangs, the Idaha-class mimic. This giant, cat-like monster is known to mimic human voices and has a dark hunger for children. Rumors say the more it eats, the bigger it grows, with its current count at 199. Jin Woong reacts with a soft gasp as the mimic opens its massive maw, suddenly triggering a memory in his mind. You and I both know those bite marks match the victim near the bank, so he asks the beast if it is the culprit. Bosi squeals in delight, yelling that Jin Woong is finished because this monster has never once lost its prey. Baring its teeth and tongue, the mimic lunges to swallow him whole, but Jin Woong quickly leaps back just in time. Furious, Jin Woong barks, how dare you show your teeth to me, before delivering a devastating kick to its body. The serial killer avatar is now activated regardless of any physical gap. The target's strength is instantly adjusted to match the user's level. The giant mimic crashes heavily to the ground. His legs tremble as the cloak absorbs half the damage, though he will take double that damage once the avatar form ends. Looking at his feet, he realizes this power is the only thing matching the mimic, but every cheat skill has its price. As Jin Woong begins channeling his magic, he wonders just how risky using this dangerous skill is going to be. Leaping high into the air, he brings down a crushing axe kick right onto the grounded beast, making it roar in sheer agony as he stares down coldly. 199 people. He glares at Bosi, demanding, you fed them all to this thing, didn't you, rat? The rat boss squeaks in absolute terror. How did you manage to overpower the mimic with raw physical strength alone? Jin Woong ignores the question, stepping forward with a cold glare and growling, answer me. He slams his foot down heavily, sending a clear, terrifying warning to the shaking rat. Jin Woong slowly steps onto the mimic's body, while Bosi breaks into a cold sweat, screaming, Mimic, what are you doing? I fed you well, you should have won. Jin Woong looks at Bosi and calmly says, I will take that as an admission. Now, take this. Massive dark tentacles suddenly emerge, wrapping tightly around the mimic and squeezing the giant beast with immense force. Jin Woong stomps hard on its chest, shouting, spit out everyone you ate. He raises his foot menacingly, threatening, if you cannot, I will make sure you never eat again. With a decisive kick, Jin Woong strikes the mimic hard, and its massive body finally begins to convulse. The beast opens its massive maw, spitting up blood before releasing a strange, glowing green wave of energy. Specifically, it vomits up a mysterious bell that it had previously swallowed, leaving Bosi completely frozen in shock. Jin Woong spins around, radiating intense killing intent as he growls, now, it is your turn, and grabs Bosi by his ear. He screams for mercy, begging Jin Woong to let go. But trust me, we are leaving him to shut up and pay the price. You and I are about to see Mary look at him in shock, gasping, who are you? How could you possibly defeat Isan Bosi? Jin-seong ignores her question and simply says, excuse me, before asking, you mentioned you came here with your husband, right? Brown eyes and thick eyebrows, but maybe he got the wrong guy. Her eyes light up instantly. Yes, that is him. How did you know? Did you actually meet my husband? Nearby, the other monsters restrained by Omnivore start screaming out in absolute terror. Do something, Bosi. He already slaughtered the mimic, and now he is going to murder all of us. Annoyed by all their pathetic whining, Jin-seong looks completely displeased and instantly channels even stronger magic. But the noisy monkey monster still refuses to shut its mouth. Let us go. We were only watching from a distance. Enraged by their lies, he summons massive black tentacles erupting from the ground. You claim you did nothing? The bird monster shrieks in absolute terror, begging him to wait, but unfortunately, the massive tentacles instantly crush it. The ground falls completely silent, cleared of all beasts. Jin-seong glances over, noting their bodies have already dissolved, while Bozy continues to struggle wildly, squeaking. Let go of me! Let me go! Now, watch closely, he grips the old rat's earring tightly, realizing he can finally get some real answers out of him, before commanding him to release her seal. But Bozy stubbornly squeaks back. Why should I do that? Jin-seong simply glares down at him, murmuring, Is that so? Then Jin-seong turns his attention back to the girl. You asked how I knew about your husband, right? Lowering his head, he says quietly, I saw him right outside a nearby shop. His entire body was covered in terrifying holes. His brutal words leave the poor girl completely frozen in shock. He was played with by the mimic. Trembling with rage, she growls. I will kill it. Jin-seong reaches his hand out. Let me help you get your revenge. He flings Mary over his shoulder, dragging Bozy along with them. What are you doing? Squeak! Bozy panics. Where are we going? Jin-seong casually stomps on Bozy's hand, saying, That spell of yours only works inside this bank. The old rat tumbles onto the floor. Squeak! How did you know? The system suddenly alerts. Isan Bozy's spirit bind. The target of Isan Bozy must obey its commands. Hearing this, Jin-seong flashes a truly sinister grin at him. Next, he casually tosses Bozy aside like trash. Helping Mary down from his shoulder, she slowly attempts to wiggle her stiff fingers. Everything feels normal again, Mary says happily. Thank you so much. Jin-seong warmly replies, It was nothing, really. I wish you the best of luck. Bozy slowly gets back up and frantically rushes forward. Squeak, do not leave me here. Jin-seong sighs in annoyance. Why did I ever think you were some powerful spellcaster? Why don't you try using your magic on her instead? He turns on his heel and slams the heavy rooftop door shut. The old rat screams, No, please, wait for me. Mary glares at Bozy. Where do you think you are going? Stomping her foot, she unleashes her boiling fury right onto his head. I will never forgive you for what you did, Bozy. On the other side, Jin-seong leans against the door and slides down. He pants heavily, gasping, I am totally wiped out. I know what you are thinking, but forcing his body to match the mimic was a huge mistake. Lowering his head, he mutters to himself, Although my damage output increases, once this skill ends, the feedback damage I receive is also doubled. Exhausted, he sighs to Omnivore, Omni, I am starting to fear using incarnation. He breathes out a sigh, but suddenly, his power violently surges out of control. Due to the backlash, his leg bone snaps. Groaning in agony, Jin-seong collapses onto the floor, clutching his broken leg tightly. A bright crimson light begins wrapping around his fractured leg. Killer Instinct Omnivore's blade will now absorb and channel its master's dark, murderous intent. This killer instinct can be utilized as a raw material for bloodlust, restoring life force, or activating raw energy. Sitting up, Jin-seong gently touches his leg, noticing the pain is finally fading away. The system displays Omnivore's emergency care, an item that can manage and use energy far better than its master. To prevent wasting power, unless the host is completely paralyzed, bloodlust will force the body to keep moving. He happily cries out, Omni, did you do this? You are amazing. But Omnivore simply replies, I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. A shadow falls behind him as the door opens. It is Mary. Bowing her head, she quietly says, It is done. Jin-seong slowly stands up. Mary quickly interrupts. Thank you. Then, she holds out an item. And take this, the essence heart of Isan Bozy. He believed he lived for 10,000 years, thanks to his internal spells. Anyone who consumes this receives a massive permanent power buff. Since this essence stone is programmed to merge inside your body, it must be handled with extreme care. Jin-seong holds the stone up, examining it. What is this? Mary replies, It dropped when Isan Bozy died. He stares at it in shock, thinking, What on earth is this? Since when do monsters drop actual items like some kind of video game? First, the dead bodies completely vanish, and now game loot? What is happening to our world? Mary looks down. It creeps me out to look at it. Most people cannot use it anyway. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what comes next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in as Jin-ung tightly grips the stone. I will keep it safe, he promises, before they leave the building and bow goodbye. As he watches Mary walk away, the system asks, Jin-ung, what is your next move? Meanwhile, Mary finds her husband lying dead in the middle of the street. He is already gone. Clutching his lifeless body, Mary breaks down into tears as Jin-ung replies to his system, I want to find my friends. I believe they are still alive. The The system responds, "Your friends, I see. I hope you find them." Jin-ung keeps moving forward, now navigating deep inside the dark underground sewer system. The system suggests, try searching the territory of Sandy the Flower Hunter. Word has it that many survivors gathered there, and following the southern sewer lines will lead you straight to it. Holding the map, Jin-ung looks around, thinking it actually feels much cleaner down here than on the surface. The system reminds him it is the apocalypse. Jin-ung studies the map. If the map that girl gave us is correct, we just need to keep heading straight. He mutters while studying it, finding it extremely strange that all the ranking titles are completely blurred out. Why on earth did the ranking system change? Damn it. The map lists a bunch of warning details, noting the north is dangerous, filled with giant angel-class monsters. Tier 1 is Seraphim, and Tier 2 is Cherubim. Tier 3 is Ophanim, Tier 4 is Dominions. Tier 5 is Virtues, Tier 6 is Powers, and Tier 7 is Principalities. Tier 8 is Archangels, Tier 9 is Angels. Jin-ung is sick of reading this. What is up with these ranks? They look like they were ripped straight out of the Bible. He sighs, wondering how on earth a sewer system could have absolutely no smell. Now, watch closely with me. Jin-ung looks around, realizing it is cleaner down here than on the surface, especially the clear water cascading from the sewer waterfall. He cups some water in his hand, noticing a slightly salty smell. Wait, don't tell me, he gasps in surprise. Seawater? Jin-ung suddenly turns around, sensing something nearby. Just then, human voices echo from ahead. Hurry up! Bring it here, fast! Jin-ung rushes toward the noise. People? Those voices instantly remind him of his old squad. Where is the captain? You idiot, did you not listen earlier? The captain went the other way. Jin-ung suddenly remembers Lee Dong. Captain, care to wager an ice cream with me? Sungmin stood nearby, laughing. Perfect. Eating ice cream in the winter is the best. Jin-ung bites his lip, thinking, are those the guys from the zombie squad? I wonder if they are still alive. Grabbing the ladder, he climbs up. No, I am sure they are alive. He thinks as he climbs, they will definitely mock me for not getting here sooner. I will be there soon. Jin-ung pushes open the manhole cover to climb back to the surface, simply because he misses them. And yeah, I know what you were thinking, but the sight ahead completely freezes him in place. Locusts are swarming everywhere. The system identifies them as the Locusts of Abaddon, Tier 8 Archangels. Their overall combat power is 100A, led by the Locust King Abaddon. Though they have no special skills, they completely dominate their enemies through overwhelming numbers. A long-haired girl struggles to maintain her barrier. Knowing their high reproduction rate lets them conquer any area they infest. The black-haired girl shouts, "Do not turn your backs on them. Everyone close ranks. Stick together." What? Damn it, it's not enough, the black-haired boy yells. Get down into the sewers, head for the cover. The long-haired girl quickly objects. No, we worked too hard to erase our tracks with seawater. We cannot blow our cover. The black-haired boy panics. Then what do? We are going to die at this rate. Jin-ung steps out fully, hands on his hips. Need a hand? The long-haired girl looks back. A guy in a suit? Did the captain send him? The black-haired boy asks. No, that guy. He points at Jin-ung. He just climbed out from the sewers. The long-haired girl gasps. What? One of the locusts lets out a loud screech. Another member stares in pure terror, trembling. We are doomed. Even the sewers are not safe anymore. I told you guys we had to be careful. Jin-ung scratches his chin, smiling awkwardly. Hey Omni, do you think I gave them the wrong impression? Right after saying that, he summons his dagger, still unsure of what is actually happening. Jin-ung declares, but maybe I can lend them a hand anyway. The locusts look at each other, appearing completely confused. Jin-ung unleashes his ultimate magical power, charging forward in a flash. It has been quite a while, hasn't it? I wonder if these rookies even know about that. These things can regenerate, right? The entire swarm of locusts attacks all at once. Jin-ung takes a step back to gain momentum. He swings his dagger gently. It is an incredibly simple attack. With a single slash, Jin-ung slices down one monster. He cleaves through a few more before pausing. They crash to the ground, groaning in sheer agony. This takes Jin-ung by surprise. Huh, are these things really this weak? The remaining locusts freeze in their tracks, totally clueless about what to do next. He looks up as a massive shadow suddenly looms over him. They form a strategy, launching a coordinated group strike right over Jin-ung's head. Smirking, he says, looks like they can plan attacks now, but too bad. Jin-ung slashes right through them. That won't work on me. They fall one by one, but trust me, we are just getting started. Alright, you and I are about to watch Jin-ung lock eyes with his prey, glaring with absolute terror before slicing through those giant locusts like paper. He raises his blade to deflect a sudden ambush, before leaping high into the air to deliver a devastating finishing blow. The next wave quickly surrounds him. But Jin-ung charges forward without a second thought, laughing like a maniac as he plunges his weapon straight down. You really think you stand a chance against me? Come on, show me what you got. Two razor-sharp blades instantly clash in midair. Jin-sung is just too fast, sending the giant insect crashing hard into the dirt. Up above, another swarm gathers over his head, only to suddenly scatter away. Jin-sung watches them flee, his eyes wide with a terrifying thrill. It is like he is completely drunk on the slaughter, not a single one gets to escape. I am going to slaughter every last one of you, Jin-sung growls. Suddenly, a massive, towering locust steps right in front of him. This is the locust vanguard of Abaddon. Standing before him is Captain Angelos, a rank 3 threat with immense overall combat capabilities, 2 stars level. Leading a swarm of 100 locusts, it is far more intelligent and powerful than any ordinary monster. With their leader in charge, all 100 locusts, including the captain, get a massive power buff. But pay attention here, Jin-sung just shrugs indifferently as the captain starts giving orders to his minions. The rescue squad members scream in panic. They are calling for backups. We are doomed. No matter how strong that guy is, he stands no chance. But before they can even finish, Jin-sung moves like lightning, impaling the captain in a flash. Jin-sung casually calls out, leaving both the long-haired girl and the black-haired boy standing there with their jaws completely on the floor. How is this even possible? Jin-sung waves his hand, taunting the beasts to stop hiding in the shadows and face him like real men. The giant locust grinds its fangs in rage, leaping up to deliver a heavy kick. But Jin-sung unleashes his killing intent, activating his instant leg acceleration. As the monster launches its downward strike, Jin-sung effortlessly sidesteps. This sudden dodge completely throws the beast off balance. Looking up, the creature is shocked to see its swarm flying overhead getting torn apart. One by one, the bugs drop like flies. He looks over and realizes Jin-sung is moving with godlike speed, slaughtering his comrades effortlessly. With blades in hand, Jin-sung just smirks at their pathetic struggle. He is the murderous Yaksha, the core of all killing intent. Utilizing instant acceleration, a rank 9 Angelos tier power. As a 9th tier Angelos, he can absorb any murderous aura around him to boost his speed. I know what you were thinking, and yes, that monster is sweating bullets right now. It shrieks, ordering its remaining allies to rally. Landing gracefully, Jin-sung stomps the ground and draws his hands back, ready to unleash a devastating horizontal sweep. Jin-sung laughs in pure ecstasy, shouting, "What on earth do you think you are doing?" He repeatedly slashes through the swarm with blinding, instant acceleration. Witnessing this epic, overwhelming display of power, the black-haired girl can only tremble in awe. What in the world? The black-haired boy stands frozen, watching him completely dominate these terrifying beasts. Jin-sung glares intensely at the remaining swarm, locking his eyes on the very last insect standing. With a wicked grin, he sneers, "Are you the last one left?" Moments later, the entire battlefield goes silent. Every single soldier in the massive locust army has been completely wiped out. A young guy with tied-up hair looks on in absolute shock. Who on earth is that guy? He took down their captain without breaking a sweat. Jin-sung turns to the group and asks, "Excuse me, is there a place nearby where I can wash up?" The black-haired boy begins, "Sorry, but we do not have enough water." The long-haired girl quickly covers his mouth, saying, "Actually, we have plenty of water." The other guy cheerfully chimes in, saying, "Of course we do," before pointing Jin-sung in the right direction. Meanwhile, the girl elbows the black-haired boy hard. "Are you completely brainless?" Down in the sewers, the rescue squad moves at a brisk pace, leaving Jin-sung slightly behind. Why are they walking so fast? Jin-sung mutters to himself, "I do not even know the way. If I lose sight of them, I am totally lost." Jin-sung picks up his pace, thinking he should probably keep much closer to them. He raises his hand and calls out to them. The startled black-haired boy jumps, stammering, "We are almost there." Jin-sung quickly waves it off, saying that is not what I meant. Suddenly, a strange purple light catches his attention. What is this glow? Before he can think, several magical glowing orbs whoosh past his body. The lights head straight toward the rescue squad. The long-haired girl gasps in relief, "Captain." A muscular man steps forward, asking loudly if everyone is safe. The girl quickly replies, "I am not entirely sure, but we are making our way back now." Jin-sung stares at the muscular man in front of him. That is Kang Jin-ho. Jin-ho shifts his gaze back, wondering who this suited guy is. Suddenly, Dong-ho pokes his head out and spots him. Jin-sung. Bursting with excitement, he rushes over to greet him, while Jin-sung calls out his name in sheer disbelief. Dong-ho wraps his arms around him in a tight hug, crying out, "It has been forever. I thought you were dead." Jin-sung gasps, struggling to breathe. "I cannot breathe." Dong-ho just laughs happily, saying how thrilled he is to see him, and asking what took him so long to find them. Jin-sung pushes him off, gasping. Still half suffocating from the hug, he manages to look over and ask, "Kang Jin-ho, how have you been? Are you their captain?" Jin-sung asks Jin-ho, while gesturing for Dong-ho to let go. Jin-ho then steps forward, offering a firm handshake. "I heard you saved my team, thank you so much." Grasping his hand, Jin-sung replies, Do not worry about it. I just happened to be in the area. Wait, the same area? Jinho looks completely baffled, and trust me, you and I are both dying to see how this unfolds. Stick with me, we're starting where Jin-sung explains he only came because of the crowd. But as his old acquaintance stares him down, asking what he's been up to, Jin-sung asks back in total confusion. Asking why he's being glared at, Dong-ho quickly speaks up for Jin-sung, pleading with Jino to remember how Jin-sung saved his life back in New York. But Jino yanks Dong-ho back, shouting that 5 years have passed, and in this brutal world, they can't afford to trust anyone anymore. Calling Dong-ho an idiot for defending him, Jino continues to shout in absolute frustration, demanding to know whose side Jin-sung is really on. He furiously reminds him that Jin-sung was in the Navy, warning of what might happen if he's still working for that damn battalion commander. Dong-ho bites his lip, completely speechless. Meanwhile, Jin-sung stands there utterly baffled, asking, "Wait, did you say our high school principal? What on earth happened here? I'm honestly just glad to see that you guys are still alive." Dong-ho smiles in relief, arguing that since Jin-sung is clueless, he can't possibly be one of them. But Jino snaps, screaming at him, asking if he's already forgotten all the agonizing pain that absolute trash of a man inflicted on them. It turns out their former principal from Hae Training High School is now the ruthless commander of the Heian Liberation Regiment. After returning to Earth ahead of everyone else, the principal quickly managed to set himself up as the leader of all the returnees. Using his cunning and past experience, he successfully built a massive, powerful organization. They became infamous for their ironclad cooperation and for aggressively monopolizing resources on a ruined Earth. This left absolutely everyone outside of their massive organization to starve and suffer in misery. Clenching his trembling fists, Jino admits he's grateful for Jin-sung's past help, but insists he still needs absolute proof before he can trust him. Jin-sung scratches his chin, calmly explaining that since he only recently returned to Earth, there's really no need for him to worry about that. Now watch this. Jino bursts out laughing, mocking Jin-sung because absolutely nobody has ever managed to survive in that hellish place for more than 1 year. Closing his eyes, Jin-sung sighs, asking why everyone doubts him, noting that even the woman back at the bank said the exact same thing. Taken aback, Jino gasps, asking if he was really at the bank. Dong-ho then grabs and violently shakes Jin-sung, warning him that the place is infested with Itsunbozi and the Mimic. He warns that anyone wandering there ends up as their mindless slave. Jin-sung just winces, telling Dong-ho to stop shaking his shoulders like a madman. To settle the argument, Jin-sung pulls out a glowing red crystal and tells them to look. Jino grabs it, questioning if it's really anything more than just a common stone. Rubbing his sore shoulder, Jin-sung casually explains he took it after killing a few of those Itsunbozi. Highly skeptical, Jino scoffs that those massive rat beasts are completely immune to physical attacks. But Dong-ho immediately steps in, insisting that Jin-sung would never lie about a serious thing like this. Dropping the crystal back into Jin-sung's hand, Jino asks if he's seriously claiming his very first act after 5 long years was slaying those formidable Itsunbozi. Jin-sung clarifies that he actually defeated the Mimic, while the mysterious woman traveling with him was the one who took care of the Itsunbozi. Shaken, Jino gasps, asking if she's from the Champions Arena. He scratches his chin, processing this, before suddenly grabbing Jin-sung by the wrist. "Okay, I know what you're thinking, but things move fast here as Jino immediately drags him away, telling Jin-sung to hurry up and follow. Jin-sung protests, asking why he's rushing. Jino stops and hands him a heavy backpack, explaining they must take action before that tyrant principal finds out he has returned. Jino mutters that he'll need it, but Jin-sung demands answers, asking what kind of advantage they are trying to gain here. Grabbing another pack, Jino explains that even though the sudden demise of those Itsunbozi monsters has caused total chaos, they still have a golden window of opportunity. Jin-sung asks what he's talking about in confusion, but Jino just whips around, urgently pressing him to keep moving. He explains that with the terrifying Mimic finally dead, the bank is safe, meaning the nearby convenience store is currently sitting completely undefended and ripe for the taking. He shares that for 5 long years, securing supplies has been brutal, leaving many injured or dead. Jino then extends his hand to Jin-sung in a gesture of partnership. He asks if Jin-sung wants to help, and without hesitation, he shakes on it. Meanwhile, in another location, the cunning principal sits comfortably on his throne. Lazily scratching his chin, the principal orders his men to deploy immediately. His soldiers salute in perfect unison, shouting out their compliance. He chuckles to himself, thinking that although he knew those locusts absolutely despised seawater, he never imagined they would actually redirect it straight into the sewers. Gripping his armrest, he admits it's actually quite impressive. Laughing with gleeful malice, the principal resolves to seize total control of that area, just like he's always done. Back down in the damp sewers, the two step through the murky puddles as Jino leads the way, casting light forward with his flashlight. Breaking the silence, Jin-sung remarks that Kang Jino has changed a lot, remembering how his friend used to be far less serious back then. He flatly replies that he only cares about protecting his own people, and nothing has changed, before letting a faint, rare smile slip through. Jin-sung sighs, quietly noting that despite his cold words, his friend is currently carrying 4 heavy bags all by himself. Watching his friend's back, he realizes that underneath the tough exterior, Jino truly cares about the safety of those close to him. Bringing Jin-sung along was a protective move, especially since his safety was uncertain, even when his teammates begged to join them on this dangerous supply run. But Jino firmly refused, ordering them to stay put, a decision that leaves Jin-sung deeply contemplating his friend's true tactical motives. This kept Jin-sung isolated from the group while letting Jino test if he was lying. Grinning, Jin-sung asks if he's really the same Kang Jino he once knew. Seriously, we've never seen him act this incredibly smart. Welcome back. You and I are jumping right into the chaos as he grumpily holds his flashlight, snapping, "How many times do I have to tell you? I had to adapt." Jinho stops arguing and climbs the ladder, saying, "Whatever, just follow me. Climbing up this ladder will take us right to the main entrance." Seeing him climb so fast, Jin-sung yells out, "Hey, wait up, you bastard. Are you seriously getting mad at me right now?" Jinho urges him, "Hurry it up." He then pushes open the manhole cover, revealing a bank building that is completely silent. Jinho climbs out to scan the area. It is eerily quiet. Is that thing really dead? Jin-sung steps up behind him and whispers, "See? Nothing here. Do you finally believe that I killed that giant rat?" Jinho turns away, muttering, "I believed you from the start." Jin-sung glares at him, saying, "You are a pretty good liar, you know that?" Then, they quickly head toward the bank doors. Walking past the glass doors, Jinho suddenly stops to look at his reflection, then pulls Jin-sung over to face the glass as well. "Hey, look at this, you idiot." Jinho stares at their reflections and asks, "Just look close. Do you notice anything strange?" Jin-sung sighs in defeat, answering, "All right, I get it. Stop making fun of my height already." But Jinho gets completely serious and says, "That is not it. Look at your face, your body, your actual appearance." Jin-sung asks, "What about it? It looks exactly the same." Jinho replies, "Exactly. You look just like you did 5 years ago." Shoving Jinho's hand away, Jin-sung asks, "What are you trying to say?" Jinho turns away. Most people only took a few years to return here, so nobody noticed. But watch this, it seems the flow of time in hell is totally different. Jin-sung asks lazily, "And what does that have to do with anything?" Jinho explains, "It is obvious. During all that time, our hair did not grow even a single bit." He drags Jin-sung along, saying they do not have time to waste. As they spot the department store shelves below the bank, he gasps in excitement. It looks like absolutely nobody has touched the supplies here yet. Jin-sung quietly asks him, "Hey, do you even realize what you just said?" Jinho stops and turns to look at him, simply replying, "I have no idea. That is exactly why I am asking." Returning to business, Jinho grabs some canned food, and even snatches a few outfits hanging nearby. Once finished, Jinho laughs out loud with pure joy. "This is absolutely amazing." Jin-sung struggles to hold the pile, saying, "I know, which means we will have to come back here." Suddenly, Jinho spots something outside the glass. He stares outside intensely for a brief moment, then turns to Jin-sung and says, "Wait here." 15 minutes later, Jinho returns carrying a large sack packed with supplies. "This should be enough." Jin-sung asks in disbelief, "Are you sure you can carry all that?" He responds, "Huh? We are only carrying the essentials, you know. Let's go." The two exit the store, gripping their heavy gear. Jinho climbs down into the sewer first. I seriously cannot wait to see the happy looks on their faces. Jin-sung smiles back. You and I can see their bond growing as they drop back into the sewer. Jinho cheers. "This is great. Sorry I doubted you." But as for Jin-sung, he is left wondering if Kang Jin-ho changed this much in 5 years. What happened to everyone else? Jin-sung looks up and asks, "Hey, do you know what happened to the others?" Jinho replies, "If you mean your old squad members, I have no clue." Hearing this, Jin-sung hangs his head in sadness, whispering, "I understand." But Jinho glances over at him and adds, "Though those idiots back at the base might know something." Suddenly, Jin-sung brightens right up. "Seriously?" Jinho turns his head back, adding, "Besides, I did hear some rumors about An Sung-ho and that horned girl." Jin-sung gasps in shock. "Horned? Are you talking about Si-eun and Sergeant An Sung-ho?" Jinho explains, "Well, they are still alive, but rumor says they are being hunted down." Jin-sung asks in total confusion, "A rumor? What kind of rumor are you talking about? What is going on?" Kang Jin-ho tells him that she is reportedly searching everywhere for a legendary holy relic, the Genesis Sword of Rebecca. Cut to another location, where Si-eun stands in the middle of a ruined battlefield, scanning the area, thinking, "It is not here either." Jin-sung mutters, "The Genesis Sword?" Meanwhile, Se-eun decides she needs to head straight to Busan next, turning around to make her departure. Jin-ho continues. Supposedly, you have to collect 5 different swords just to obtain the Genesis sword. Jin-sung asks, and if she finds them all, does she get a wish granted or something? Jin-ho shrugs. Who knows? Either way, it looks like Se-yoon is. He leans in closer to whisper. Also searching for someone else. Jin-sung asks eagerly, is she looking for me? Jin-ho chuckles. You caught on pretty quick, did not you? Blushing furiously, Jin-sung replies, hey, that is not what I meant. Jin-ho grins mischievously. You can ask her yourself when we meet. But when that happens, you owe me a really good meal. He turns to keep walking. But suddenly, Jin-ho's eyes widen in absolute terror. Seeing this change, Jin-sung asks nervously, what is it? What is wrong? He mutters, this smell. Jin-ho states that this place was supposed to be completely safe. Confused, Jin-sung asks, huh? What are you mumbling about? Without another word, Jin-ho drops his heavy sack and bolts ahead. Jin-sung, I am going on ahead. He screams, where are you going? And chases him. You and I will find out next time. Alright, stick with me, because we are diving into a massive ambush where Jin's group is getting torched. His allies are desperately screaming for water to extinguish the flames. Screams echo everywhere as the ambush begins. It looks like those bastards from Heen have finally tracked them down to this hideout. The brown-haired boy stares at the fire in panic. Wait, does that trail mean they are already inside? The principal's soldiers wave torches, shouting, suffocate in the smoke, rats! This territory is ours now. Nearby, a long-haired girl screams out to her friends, hold your breath. Covering his mouth with a cloth, the ponytail guy gasps, we need to steal their masks. The long-haired girl collapses, crying out that she cannot breathe. On the damp ground, a drop torch slowly flickers and dies. Dong-ho gasps, realizing there is no way the smoke should have spread this far. Ahead, a heavy fog completely blocks the sewer tunnels. Gritting his teeth, Dong-ho wonders if other pipes are flooded too. The survivors panic, shouting that they must escape immediately. A short-haired girl tries to restore order. Everyone calm down. We need to check what is waiting outside before we leave. One of them climbs up to the exit, but the enemy has already set up a deadly ambush outside. Mocking them as rats coming out of a hole, a black-haired mage charges his magic. Earth, become my spear. Before the spell can finish, the enemy leader raises his massive weapon. You just lost your only chance to escape. With a heavy blow, he smashes the kid's head. The black-haired guy collapses back down into the sewer, struggling to warn his friends. There are enemies above, the ponytail guy shouts, urging everyone to run through the blinding smoke. Another group scrambles up a different ladder, with Dong-ho close behind. Suddenly, the person climbing ahead of him slips and falls. Dong-ho musters all his strength, hoisting 2 people onto his shoulders, and carries them both all the way up the ladder. Reaching the surface, Dong-ho looks around in panic. Where is everyone else? But a cruel laugh echoes behind him. Now watch this. The principal himself shows up to mock him, sneering about how he has not changed. Looking at you makes me want to work out. Seriously, how did you let yourself get so incredibly out of shape? Dong-ho grits his teeth in rage, warning him to shut his mouth. The principal just shrugs and sighs. Oh, stop. I do not want to fight right now. Won't your situation get much harder once the locusts show up? Dong-ho stands his ground, yelling, you want to steal our territory, don't you? I will never allow it. The principal sneers coldly. Where is that brat, Gino? Unfortunate for you, but this is the perfect time for us to strike. He laughs loudly, mocking them. Dong-ho charges forward instantly, shouting, I won't let you do this. Just as Dong-ho closes in, the principal unleashes his spell Infinite Tree Path. A thick forest erupts on both sides, creating a long path that pushes them apart. Dong-ho tries to run, but cannot reach him. Damn it, it feels like the ground is shifting. Dong-ho loses his footing and crashes face first onto the floor. The principal's illusion fades. His soldiers retreat immediately, shouting that the mission is accomplished. Headlights flash as a military vehicle prepares to leave. Dong-ho looks up, seeing the principal already standing securely on the truck. He mocks him with a cold laugh. Dong-ho, you always disappoint me. Next time, make sure to bring Gino. We also grabbed your precious civilians, and we will turn them into useful slaves. The principal leaves him with a parting threat. Don't worry about your home, we'll take very good care of it. Furious, Dong-ho chases them, yelling that he will kill him. Elsewhere, the ponytail guy looks up at the sky. Screams echo everywhere as the locusts arrive. The survivors panic, yelling for everyone to scatter immediately. I know what you're thinking, but Dong-ho can only watch them escape. Gritting his teeth, he quickly turns back. Everyone head back to the sewers. Calm down. Protect the injured and civilians first. A survivor urges them to hurry. The last person climbs down safely, shutting the hatch tight just before the swarming locusts can reach them. Inside the dark sewers, a snuffed torch still leaks black smoke. Exhausted, everyone collapses against the cold walls. Dong-ho worries, realizing only half of them survived, and most are badly injured. If the swarm waiting above catches them, it is game over for everyone. Suddenly, a survivor rushes forward, begging Dong-ho for help. Another boy speaks up, crying that his sister was taken too. The ponytail guy bows his head, pleading for mercy. "You are our only hope." Dong-ho hesitates, worried about what happens if the locusts attack while he is gone. "We will do whatever it takes to survive," the long-haired girl states with determination. "Don't worry about us." Dong-ho nods quietly, climbing up the ladder with a final promise. "I will bring them back. Just stay alive." Meanwhile, the fire rages around Gino, and trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, because Gino is about to lose his mind, gasping at this horror. The principal's goons are holding torches, screaming to burn the sewers down. Clenching his fists in pure rage, Gino snaps and charges right at those bastards to beat them to a pulp. He lands a brutal blow right to a soldier's chest. The other guy screams in terror that Gino is back. The guard summons his weapon, yelling that they have the numbers, before swinging directly at Gino, screaming at the others to seize this chance and kill him. But the attack does absolutely nothing. Gino activates his skill, Deep Rage, backed by his Tier 6 Angel-class powers. Overcome the underworld with pure fury. Once rage consumes your mind, you gain the ultimate power to control it. As the user's anger level rises, their stats skyrocket alongside it. Now watch this part carefully, as his annoyed state boosts his defense. Gino calmly steps forward, leaving the guard shaking and crying that he clearly landed a direct hit. Gino interrogates him, asking where his friend is and who ordered this attack. Taking another step forward, dripping with bloodlust. Gino roars with pure fury, demanding to know where their leader is, triggering another system alert. The user's boiling rage generates an intense heat. Current state, resentment, which continues to boost his defense stat. Strength increases, hitting 600 The terrified soldier screams, calling him a monster. Gino glares like he is about to eat him alive, while the soldier struggles to stand firm against the scorching heat radiating from his body. But Gino's overwhelming pressure completely breaks him, making him beg for mercy, promising to reveal exactly where his boss is hiding. Gino pauses upon hearing this. The other soldiers whisper in shock, surprised that he actually stopped. Gino glares, asking how he can possibly trust them as the system announces a calm state for his deep rage. Under the Tier 6 Angel-class powers, boosted stats shift to defense and lower body strength, pushing overall combat capability to 700 Gino steps forward, grabbing a guard by his collar. Deciding to find out himself, Gino lifts the unlucky guy off the ground, coldly telling them all to just die. Only the terrified screams of the soldiers echo, cut to Dong-ho, who is catching his breath after running a massive distance. Dong-ho looks up ahead, finally spotting the principal up there. It is a stronghold sitting on the mountain peak, allowing him to easily monitor the grasshoppers while only having to worry about enemies climbing up the hill. An artificial river flows at the base of the mountain, creating a perfect defense against any unwanted intruders. Dong-ho clenches his fists. "I know what you are thinking. This principal is greedy as hell, and absolutely unforgivable." Staring up at a massive flight of endless stairs, Dong-ho bites his lip and resolves that this climb will not stop him. Fueled by determination, he dashes up the stairs, swearing he will make it to the very top. Moments later, he stops to catch his breath, sweating heavily onto the ground of this boring place. The principal stands there waiting for him, noting that since Dong-ho decided to come, they might as well settle everything once and for all. Dong-ho glares intensely at the principal before leaping forward, scaling another steep section of the hill. Assassins lurk in the forest flanking the path, with the ambushers slowly revealing themselves one by one. The principal feigns surprise, asking where Gino is and why he came alone, as an archer aims directly at him. Dong-ho glances at the archer, noting that the principal is fully prepared for a fight. Spreading his arms, the principal claims he is simply welcoming any guests who decide to drop by. Dong-ho demands to know why he would even bother attacking their shelter when he already owns this massive fortress. The principal defends himself, claiming he is just making room since their saltwater sewer system is highly unique. But Dong-ho cuts straight to the chase, demanding he immediately release the hostages. The principal pauses to look at him, before asking in a mocking tone what he would do if he said no. Dong-ho threatens that he will show him exactly why he came, which only makes the principal burst into loud laughter. Amused, he says he likes that energy, suggesting Dong-ho might even join him if he impresses him more than Gino. Dong-ho tilts his head, telling him he has got it all wrong, prompting the curious principal to ask what he means. Beginning to cast his spell, he expresses disappointment that the principal thought Gino was the mastermind, as intense gravity sends rocks flying. A system alert pops up with a Tier 7 Principalities Angel class, warning that he is not the only one gaining weight. This ability increases the physical weight of both combatants, as Dong-ho declares himself to be the real grasshopper hunter. The principal watches in shock as his bodyguards immediately rush forward to shield him from the heavy pressure. Calling the ability interesting but unfortunate, the principal retreats. Dong-ho looks at the surrounding guards, muttering that this is totally unfair. The principal heads inside, leaving you and I to watch in suspense as his guards instantly charge at Dong-ho. Alright, you and I are about to watch Dong-ho unleash madness. He glares at a soldier, stopping him before the guy tries to approach. A thick plume of white smoke rises up, blocking the principal's view. He barks out, "Did you get him yet?" The principal turns around with a smug smirk, convinced this fight was a total breeze. "Throw his corpse off the cliff," he orders. "The rest will be taken care of." As the smoke begins to clear, a blurred silhouette appears before a massive explosion erupts, sending everyone flying backward. Hearing the noise, the principal glares over as Dong-ho exhales. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. Secret treasure, I am not the only one gaining weight. Angel system rank, level 5 Wu. Overall combat capability is 700A. 500A burns off all unnecessary body fat, converting it into a more efficient form while boosting your stamina recovery. Your defense also increases based on the amount of fat burned, though all boosted stats will eventually return to normal after a set time. He chuckles and says, "Looks like I hit the jackpot." Just then, a soldier screams out to attack. On command, they charge at him, swinging their weapons at high speed. But he just stands there, completely unfazed, as they shout to die. Weapons pierce right through Dong-ho as blood splatters, catching him slightly off guard. But the wounds instantly begin to steam and release thick smoke. "It is useless," he says, as a soldier stammers in disbelief. "What the hell?" Broken weapons and blood cover the ground. Now pay attention to this moment. Dong-ho reaches out, and the soldier freezes in terror. "No way!" The soldier is grabbed by the collar, his eyes wide with absolute panic as he screams in helpless terror. Dong-ho hurls him away, sending him crashing hard into another guard. He smiles as his weight doubles. Another soldier rushes forward with a sword, shouting, "What are you doing? Hurry up and attack him!" But the guard is terrified, realizing it is completely useless. Dong-ho takes a deep breath, his body swelling as his muscles grow visibly larger. Dong-ho rolls his shoulders and steps closer to the guards. The system announces that his weight is now multiplied by 20. Secret treasure, temporary doping, angel system rank, 5th Wu rank. Overall combat capability climbs from 1100A to 8500A, forcing muscle growth and temporarily boosting overall muscle mass. He lifts his foot and slams it down with incredible force, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. The ground collapses, sending the terrified soldiers tumbling. Dong-ho instantly appears right in front of a guard, raising his fist to deliver a devastating full-power punch. A bright flash erupts as the soldier takes the hit, unable to react in time. Another guard rushes forward, screaming, "You monster!" He slashes his sword right at Dong-ho's neck, but the wound immediately steams up. Dong-ho turns his head, warning them to remember this. As steam rises from his shoes, the master who wiped out the grasshopper path pulls his arm back, preparing to strike with full force. You and I both know he is done for. He slams his head down, claiming he is the one helping Dong-ho. Just then, a voice calls out to Dong-ho. "I heard the grasshopper hunter was supposed to be a massive, muscular man. I thought that guy Gino handled everything," the voice continues. Dong-ho looks up and slowly walks toward the sound. Dong-ho stands directly before the principal. A guard steps up to protect him, but the principal waves him off, continuing to speak. "How surprising. You really are the prey I need to capture," he says. Dong-ho glares back, replying that he wants to capture him too. The principal remains perfectly calm, boasting that he has now become the leader of the Naval Liberation Regiment. "But seriously, Dong-ho, do you really not want to join me? If you agree to serve under my command, I will release every single person I have captured." Ignoring the offer, Dong-ho declares firmly, "Save your breath. I will rescue them with my own 2 hands." Without hesitation, Dong-ho lunges forward. The principal smirks, warning him not to get cocky with such weak, pathetic power. As his fist draws close, Dong-ho thinks that touching him is all it takes to win. But the punch suddenly stops. The principal stands there mockingly while Dong-ho's hand trembles. He warns, "If you keep being this reckless, you will die an early death." As they speak, Dong-ho wonders why he cannot reach him despite him being right there. The system screen displays Infinite Tree Path, an angel system ability of the 5th Wu rank, capable of infinitely increasing the distance between the user and target. The target cannot touch the user, and vice versa. The physical distance remains completely unchanged, and the user cannot alter their position while this skill is fully active. No matter what Dong-ho does, the principal seems completely out of reach. He yells in frustration, gritting his teeth at this cheating ability. The ground beneath them starts crumbling, but Dong-ho charges forward anyway, shouting that nothing will stop him. The principal laughs, mocking his futile struggle. He casually dodges every single desperate attack, gloating that the distance between them will continue to increase forever. Another fist flies toward his face. Damn it. The principal sneers with heavy sarcasm, telling him to just give up since he will never be able to touch him. And that is where we leave it for now. A chain binds his hand as he vows never to give up, leaving Dong-ho completely stunned. Alright, stick with me here, we are starting right in the middle of a trap, as soldiers use chains to yank him back, yelling to pull harder. The violent pull knocks him off balance, but Dong-ho screams in rage. With a sudden wave of his hand, he blasts both the soldiers and their chains into the sky, roaring, "Get off me!" Exhausted, Dong-ho stumbles forward, gasping heavily for air. The despicable principal sneers mockingly, telling him he lasted much longer than expected. "Your hands are badly wounded, and I know you are at your absolute limit. Meanwhile, I still have an endless army of soldiers left." Dong-ho quietly glances back, realizing that despite how many he blew away, a massive crowd of soldiers still stands waiting. He scowls in frustration, muttering, "Even after everything I have done." Staring at their raised weapons, he swallows hard, realizing there is still a massive mess to clean up. It is best if he accepts that reality now. Dong-ho bites his lip as immense tension builds, and suddenly, countless tentacles erupt behind him. "Where do you think you are going? We still need to talk." The long tentacles surge outward, catching the soldiers completely off guard as one of them is grabbed by the leg and launched into the air. Now, don't blink, because this is where everything descends into absolute chaos, with soldiers fleeing and dodging the tentacles while Dong-ho starts running. He snaps out of it, cheering at this incredible power, but sudden blinding pain strikes. His vision goes completely dark as his body begins to sway. Dong-ho collapses to his knees. Suddenly, two figures rush up from behind, shouting his name. A worried Gino helps him up, as Dong-ho whispers weakly, "Gino, I am sorry." Standing nearby, Jin-sung is absolutely furious, a violent red aura flaring around his body. He simply cannot forgive these people. As the tentacles loom even higher, Jin-sung asks in a chilling, cold tone, "You see it too, right?" Seeing him like this, Gino thinks in pure terror. Can a human being really unleash such a terrifying, overwhelming level of murderous intent? Covering his mouth, he chuckles darkly, his eyes glowing blood red. Jin-sung turns to the others and says, "First, I need to rescue those who were captured. Right?" Dong-ho warns him, "Jin-sung, physical attacks will not work against that guy." With a crazed glint in his eyes, he replies, "That is fine. But hey, looks like you lost a lot of weight." Dong-ho shivers in fear at his demeanor, leaning heavily on Gino's shoulder to keep himself upright. Gino speaks up, suggesting, "Hey, I think we should just let him handle everything from here. Now, you and I both know our main character does not just walk away." Jin-sung leaves them behind, calling out, "I will handle the principal. I have a few complaints to file." He strolls off, looking thoroughly amused. "Well, principal, you seem just as arrogant as ever." The principal stares at the boy in front of him, unable to believe his eyes. "You are Jin-sung? Are you really that F-rank piece of trash from before?" He calmly replies, "That is right. I assume the people you kidnapped are inside, right?" The principal closes his eyes, sighing arrogantly. "Unbelievable. How did an F-rank trash like you escape from that hell?" The principal snaps his eyes open as Jin-sung suddenly lunges, slashing downward with his bare hand. He grits his teeth in rage, while Jin-sung gives a sarcastic smirk. Closing the distance instantly with a sudden burst of speed, he launches an attack. The principal is absolutely terrified, sweat pouring down his face as his eyes fill with pure dread. A dry laugh escapes his lips before he suddenly bursts into hysterical laughter, shouting, "There is no way you can ever close the gap between us." Jin-sung lands lightly on the ground, replying, "Are you so sure about that?" The principal retorts, "I never imagined you would survive that hell, but you are still a threat." What is with his aura? The panicked principal mutters to himself, "I only remember him wielding a simple dagger, so how on earth did he summon something like that?" Meanwhile, countless streaks of ominous red light materialize behind Jin-sung as he replies, "No matter how much time passes, someone like you will never understand." Jin-sung smirks, "There is absolutely no way you are getting away from me." The principal reaches out, and giant gears begin to grind and rotate behind him. "The distance between us will always be infinite. Nothing in this world can ever close that gap." Just then, the dagger in Jin-sung's hand ignites with a violent red glow. "Is that so? Nothing in this world? I do not think you should be so sure, especially since you have never actually visited hell yourself." The small dagger suddenly transforms into a massive sword. He gazes at the blade, asking, "What do you think?" A system notification screen pops up. Weapon, Omnivore. Grade, 9th rank Divine Angel, 1%. Dark Blade number 103,673, used by the demon's father. The user can refine and shape their murderous intent, molding it into any weapon. The blade possesses its own free will and utilizes the user's pure bloodlust to fight. The principal laughs smugly, sneering that changing a dagger into a sword won't close their gap. Jin-sung raises his blade, gripping the hilt firmly with both hands to prepare for his strike. Stepping back to anchor his stance, Jin-sung unleashes a devastating slash directly at the principal, yet he casually dodges it. Even though the blade grazes past him, Jin-sung suddenly freezes in place, making the principal burst into triumphant laughter. Suddenly, Jin-sung spins the hilt, smashing it into his face. It is useless. Clutching his face in absolute shock, the principal gasps, "What just happened?" Raising his leg high above the principal's head, Jin-sung warns him not to do anything stupid. Terrified, the man slams his hand down, screaming, "Boundary!" Jin-sung blocks his face, watching the principal retreat. "Trust me, you and I must wait to see what comes next. Let's jump right in as our main character drags his sword, carving a deep line in the dirt, telling the principal his struggles are completely useless. Jin-sung swings his blade upward, unleashing a blinding wave of red energy straight at the old man. Terrified, the principal stumbles back into the rising smoke, panicking internally as he wonders if his Ida has just been forcefully deactivated. Jin-sung smiles, though his eyes remain ice cold. Shaking with absolute terror, the old man desperately screams for him to stay back. But Jin-sung immediately delivers a brutal punch to the gut, knocking the principal senseless before grabbing his collar and resting the sharp blade right against his throat. Asking how the old man got so fat, he mockingly wonders just how much blood will spill from that double chin. Terrified, the principal begs for mercy, promising to reveal the location, but Jin-sung remains completely unfazed. He cold-heartedly asks if he even needs that information, just as a sudden shout makes him look up. Gino appears supporting a limping Dong-ho, leading a massive crowd of hostages behind them. Jin-sung tosses the principal aside, happily asking if they manage to rescue every single captive. Suddenly, Gino screams a warning. But that split-second distraction is enough for the principal to land a heavy desperation punch right across Jin-sung's left cheek. Knocking our hero back, the cowardly old villain immediately bolts into the darkness to save his own pathetic skin. He runs for his life, desperately rubbing his bruised neck. He screams at the top of his lungs, ordering his men to switch to Plan C immediately. Over the barricades, his panicked voice alerts the kidnappers to evacuate, prompting them to grab lit torches while noisily shouting the secret command to one another. Pay close attention here, because Plan C means burning absolutely everything to ash. Instantly, the masked thugs hurl their torches onto the dry ground. Fanned by the wind, the flames quickly engulf the abandoned factory, sending thick black smoke and intense heat rising into the air. The massive blaze rages violently, rolling with suffocating clouds of soot as blinding heat and light consume the entire area. Panic screams echo through the chaos as people are urged to flee down the mountain without looking back. They carry the wounded out, while fleeing the massive fire in absolute terror, with one woman desperately screaming for her sister to wait up. Meanwhile, the principal and his soldier stand surrounded by roaring flames, with the subordinate urgently warning his boss that they must evacuate immediately. Sweating under the intense heat, the madman simply grins, declaring he won't take a single step until he sees them all burned to death. While Jin-sung fights the spreading flames, Gino turns to Dong-ho to ask if all the hostages have successfully escaped the danger zone. Dong-ho nods in relief, confirming that everyone has safely made it down. He hesitates, but Jin-sung looks back, joking that leaving Dong-ho in charge would probably get them all killed. As Jin-sung jokingly protests, a swarm of dark, ominous shadows suddenly begins to blot out the sky above. A massive swarm of demonic locusts starts dive-bombing the raging fire like crazed beasts, forcing our hero to look up in pure awe. The dark silhouettes multiply rapidly, growing so thick they block out the sun as the three boys look up in horror. Gino panics and asks if this is really the time to be admiring the view, while Dong-ho begs to run away. But Jin-sung casually shades his eyes, utterly relaxed. He calmly points out that if they just take down the leaders, the entire swarm will fall apart. Watch his eyes closely here, as they glow a demonic crimson, and his legendary visual system finally activates. First-class Angel Tier, Seraphim system active at 1%. Looking around, he can see the individual status screens of every single monster. Abaddon's Locust, overall combat power 100A. Abaddon's Locust, overall combat power 100A. His system interface lets him instantly read any target's exact power levels based on standard recognized ratings. Spotting the massive leader of the swarm, Jin-sung grins, calling out that he's found a Class 6 Angel Tier target, a commander of 1,000 locusts with a massive power level of 2,500A. The beast looks down with pure boredom and disdain. It mocks them for only being a trio, completely unimpressed by their combined power level of just 500A. Looking up with glowing crimson eyes, Jin-sung asks if the giant bug wants to see something really interesting instead. He slides into a combat stance, locking onto his prey before launching himself skyward with explosive, terrifying speed. Our hero arches his back mid-air as he closes the distance, his eyes locking onto the targets with the absolute coldness of an apex predator. He pulls his blade back, a terrifying, wide-eyed grin stretching across his face as he prepares to unleash absolute hell. With a massive swing, countless deadly tentacles burst from his back and surge forward, striking absolute terror into the giant locust leader. Smirking with dark, hypnotic eyes, he whispers a cold farewell as his shadow tentacles completely encircle the doomed beast. Landing gracefully back on the ground, he looks up and calmly notes his work here is finished, wondering how the others are doing. Meanwhile, Gino and Dong-ho corner the runaway principal from behind, with Gino mockingly asking if this is his secret hiding spot. Sweating bullets, the old coward spins around with a forced, awkward grin, desperately begging them to calm down and talk things out. But a hand instantly grips his collar, dragging him backward as he screams in sheer panic for his guards to help. Trust me, you and I won't lose any sleep over Gino tossing him right off the cliff as a confused monster watches. Wait, what? Stick with me as this creepy creature flashes its razor-sharp teeth before blood suddenly sprays everywhere. Thick smoke billows through the forest as charred trees lay shattered. Jin turns to Jin-sung and says, "The fire is dealt with, and the hostages are safe. You seem happy, I knew you could do it." But Jin-sung just frowns and asks, "When did you ever say that?" Trying to dodge the question, Jin-sung mutters, "I am starving. Is there anything to eat?" Making Gino sigh and complain. "You are totally changing the subject." Dong-ho quickly steps between them to play peacemaker. "Hey, you really do look completely exhausted. Let's head back so you can get some rest." Gino turns around and agrees, saying they should cook the food they gathered. Dong-ho is so eager it actually startles Jin-sung a bit. "You can lean on me if you want." Jin-sung closes his eyes, calmly replying, "What are you even talking about, brother?" Once they are patched up, the two huddle close and whisper. Jin-sung asks, "So, John was there too?" His friend nods. "Yeah, and the head nurse is with him as well." Gino approaches from behind. Hearing this, Jin-sung is surprised and asks, "Then why are you guys still here? Satan is dominating the north, making it extremely dangerous. But isn't Busan down south supposed to be safe?" Sitting down beside him, Gino explains it's one of the few places untouched by contamination, which is why they wanted to join up too. But with the 3rd and the cavalry here, traveling with civilians is highly dangerous. Now pay attention, because Gino suddenly nudges Dong-ho and asks, "Have you heard the news?" Jin-sung tries to recall. "Kim-sun?" Gino smiles at his reaction. "Yeah. I heard he's currently searching for something called the Sword of Creation." He explains that there are currently 5 swords located in Busan. Rumor has it one of the fusion swords has appeared, meaning soon we'll likely head to Busan. Hearing this, Jin-sung's eyes widen as he realizes the 3rd won't just stand by. He suddenly leaps to his feet, insisting he has to leave immediately. But Dong-ho grabs his shoulders to stop him. "Hold on, that place is a literal war zone right now. They fight for survival every single day." Jin-sung grits his teeth and declares, "I must go." Bundam and the nurse are waiting, he protests, trying to stop him. But seeing the sheer determination in Jin-sung's eyes, Dong-ho relents and sighs. "Fine. Just promise to be careful." Meanwhile, a system notification pops up in a dilapidated building. System alert. Legacy. Predator's scorn is active. The user is unable to generate killing intent while waiting for the ability cooldown to finish. 10-hour cooldown. Jin-sung grimaces, thinking, no wonder my leg is starting to ache so badly again. The initial healing effect of the treatment has faded significantly. Jin-sung looks around and wonders, did that champion lady already leave? Suddenly, a girl appears right behind him, asking, "Are you talking about me?" "And you and I both know exactly who it is," as Mary steps out. She smiles and waves. "We're meeting again sooner than expected, aren't we?" Gripping his backpack strap, he happily replies, "The champion is still here?" She explains, "I was actually about to leave, but then I spotted you arriving. And of course, I saw your spectacular performance against those locusts." Suddenly, Jin-sung loses his footing, struggling to stand straight. Worried, she catches him. "Are you all right?" He quickly replies, "I'm fine, but can I ask you for a favor?" Mary readily agrees to help. "Of course. After all, you did save my life." Jin-sung thinks to himself that with her help, he can finally regroup his scattered allies. He flashes back to the moment Dong-ho was handing over his backpack. Standing nearby, Gino apologized. "I'm sorry, but we can't leave this place right now. We have a duty to protect the people living here." With deep regret, Gino apologizes for not joining him. Jin-sung swings his backpack on, smiling. "It's fine. I'll shoot a signal flare. Just find me then." Zooming onto a chessboard, a single white knight stands surrounded by black pawns. Meanwhile, in front of a ruined fortress near Busan, at the knight's camp, someone mutters, "So, someone left their horse behind? Your command was quite impressive." Standing inside a leopard's gaping maw, In-sung scowls and asks, "Hey, just how long do we have to keep up this chaos?" Beside him sits a black pawn piece. The surrounding leopards stare directly at In-sung, their glowing eyes burning through the dark. War is the true beauty of command. In-sung furiously kicks the pawn piece sitting right next to him. Cut the nonsense. Aren't you just doing this for fun anyway? If it weren't for our orders from above, I would have crushed their skulls a long time ago. The leopard casually uses its sharp claw to adjust the chess piece. But don't you enjoy a structured battle like this? In-sung's temper flares yet again. I am completely sick and tired of your endless babble. The leopard speaks up. Don't be so impatient. This is the best part. Gritting his teeth, In-sung glares with pure fury and barks. You have 3 days. In-sung points aggressively. If you can't bring me that trash's head within 3 days, I will personally march straight through those gates myself. Mark my words. Suddenly, the earth shakes violently under the relentless pounding of horses' hooves, radiating an intense, scorching heat from within. A massive legion of mounted soldiers marches forward, 200 million cavalry, 8th tier angel rank, summoned as the 6th trumpet sounds. Total combat power is rated at 100. A glowing golden whip suddenly lashes out at them. The warrior wielding it screams, "Get lost, you trash. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what comes next. Alright, stick with me here, they just won't stop. And look at that horse with lava literally pouring from its eyes." John gasps for breath as he watches the horses charge, muttering, "Damn it, these ruins are a mess." Then, a horse neighs, and they all freeze. He bolts forward with sweat dripping from his brow, panting heavily as the beasts act unusually violent today. Looking down at the herd, Jay knows he is at his limit. He has used his Adea for far too long, and his eyes are heavy with exhaustion. He dazedly pushes up his glasses. Jizan looks up to see an upside-down cross, surrounded by a strange, ominous red glow. He grumbles to himself that his strength only started draining the moment that cursed inverted cross showed up. As he stands there completely dazed, his comrades finally catch up to him. Which team is Jin-sung on? The beasts keep charging. 200 million cavalry with a total power of 21A1A. Adi leaps high into the air, golden light flashing with every single step. "You guys are way too late," he calls out. "How are we supposed to escape now?" He activates Temporary Patch, causing wooden logs and planks to float up, radiating a bright light. Temporary Patch tears apart the tangled debris and pulls them away. Soon, rocks and metal plates also rise into the air under John's command. Now pay attention to his power. He lifts objects within 15 meters without touching them, but it drains a massive amount of mental energy. Combat power hits 1500A. He grits his teeth with all his might. He points directly at the herd. The flying debris storms forward. Die. The devastating blast scatters the charging horses in all directions. John clutches his head and stumbles as the remaining debris flies onward. His 2 teammates quickly rush over to support his failing body. "Hang in there, don't pass out." Meanwhile, the leopard beast frowns, staring intently at the chessboard. It roars loudly. Kim and Jung is still waiting, so we need to speed up our conquest of this territory. The beast lets out an earth-shattering roar. The third, a monster from Daniel, ranked as a high-tier angelic ophanum. Any living creature that hears the third's roar will instantly fall into a state of absolute submission, though their resistance depends on their mental strength. A sudden gale sweeps through the area, the freezing wind causing the temperature to plummet even lower. Clutching his shivering body, one of them gasps out, "I can't. My body won't move at all." Adi feels the biting wind and thinks angrily, "Tch. Don't tell me this is that damn leopard's doing." The third licks its lips greedily, muttering, "Killing you now is too boring. Let's raise the suppression level instead." It pauses its claws, pushing one of the white chess pieces forward. "White Knight, stop us if you can." The warhorse lets out a massive neigh, driven by a pure urge to fight and kill, as steam starts pouring from its entire body. And just when you think they might make it, those 200 million knights charge right back at them. Their combat power spikes to 310A. Gritting his teeth, Jay asks, "Jizan, what's the plan now?" Jizan points ahead, shouting a quick order. "Everyone, fall back!" Under his direction, the floating ruins crash violently down toward the charging horde. The massive impact sends the horses tumbling down. Looking down, someone panics and screams, "They're literally stepping over their dead to get to us." Another massive log flies through the air, crushing the beast closest to his teammate. John shields his eyes, filled with panic and rage as he thinks, "Damn it, my vision is fading." He kicks a beast away, screaming, "Jizan, they're showing up over here too. I still can't move my body. John, please save me." Hearing his teammates' desperate cries for help, he can only think helplessly, "Hang in there, just a little longer. If I fall here, everything is over." Summoning every last bit of his strength, John roars, "I told you all to get lost. You absolute trash." Hearing the massive commotion, Jin-sung stops and shields his eyes to look closer. Whoa, what the hell is going on over there? The third stares intensely at the board. His predator's contempt skill could easily wipe out this entire horde of cavalry. But the third, the monster from Daniel with the high-ranking ophanim angelic system, is currently engulfed in a thick cloud of rising smoke. The heavy dust completely blocks his vision. Jin-sung realizes that his predator's contempt skill only works on targets below tier 3, and besides, Kim In-jung might still be lurking nearby. Sliding his backpack off his shoulders, he thinks to himself that with only a 1% synchronization rate, this is way too risky. If it reveals the fact that I have returned, it could trigger the arrival of Satan or other high-level monsters. I absolutely must keep my identity hidden. That means I cannot use Bae-hyung's bone or freely unleash my murderous intent right now. In other words, I have to strictly limit using both omnivore and predator's contempt. Jin-sung forces a smile, knuckling down to fight with nothing but his raw physical strength. He rumbles through his bag, determined not to just stand by. Hearing a noise, the third squints through the thick dust cloud, wondering what is happening. Watch as a figure sprints straight toward the ruins, and trust me, this gets crazy. Jin-sung sprints relentlessly, accelerating instantly and vanishing into the dust. He leaps into the air, delivers a clean kick to a horse, and lands perfectly. Let's dive into this scene where Jin-sung is wearing a half mask, coldly warning them, "Get lost." I won't say it twice. With that, Jin-sung leaps at another horse. He kicks one, but the next beast still charges forward. He throws a punch with a cold, determined look. The beast flies back, forcing the ones behind to stop. Jin-sung kicks again, looking totally thrilled. Not bad for bare-handed combat, huh? Watching from a distance, the third lets out a cold sneer. He gnashes his teeth in rage. How dare someone interfere now? That guy got lucky. Jin-sung delivers a straight kick, landing smoothly. He worries that his body is draining energy much faster than expected. Meanwhile, the crowd cheers in pure excitement. They finally have an incredibly skilled ally on their side. Someone gasps, "We are finally saved." John quickly turns and warns them, "We do not even know who that guy is. Do not drop your guard. Staying here any longer is too dangerous." Blood begins dripping from the cuts on Jin-sung's hands. He leaps into the air, landing right in front of John, who stares in shock. He gasps in surprise. Standing on the ground, John reaches out his hand as Jin-sung lands, saying, "Nice to meet you." Just as he's about to happily introduce himself, pay close attention, a net suddenly drops and traps Jin-sung completely. Jin-sung sighs, completely confused, begging him to wait. But John just reaches out, grabs his collar, and yanks him right up. He yells in frustration, asking why John is doing this when he only came to help. John just frowns, remaining completely silent. "We are on the same side. I am trying to help. Did I not just save you?" John simply scowls in disgust. Letting go of his collar, John grabs the net instead and violently rips it off, leaving Jin-sung utterly stunned. Jin-sung bites his lip in frustration, waving his arms around angrily. John ignores him entirely, looking away with a cold expression. "Hey, how could you do that?" Jin-sung snaps, still fuming. "You were literally about to throw me right off the cliff." Suddenly, an ally runs over to report that the enemy seems to be retreating. Turning to him, John says, "It is fine. Let's head inside." With that, everyone begins to disperse, leaving only John and Jin-sung behind. Annoyed, Jin-sung complains, "Seriously, have you always been this stubborn? I bet you were exactly like this back when we were in school." Suddenly, Jin-sung stops and looks up to warn him. Wait, those giant grasshoppers are still around. Watching those glowing red figures fade away, he wonders, "Wait, what? Are they actually retreating? Did the third really order them to pull back?" John sits down, patting the ground next to him. "Let's take a quick break." Still annoyed, Jin-sung sits down and nervously bites his nails. Turning sharply, Jin-sung asks if it is really okay to rest when the enemy could attack again at any second. John coldly replies that since the enemy holds all the cards right now, you and I both see how worried Jin-sung is, but John just snaps, calling him incredibly naive. "We are all just trying to buy a little more time to survive." Hearing this, Jin-sung falls silent and hangs his head. "We are nothing but chess pieces for that bastard leopard to play with." Jin-sung still tries to argue back. "People say we are the last pride of South Korea." John quickly crushes that dream. "What pride? I just want to stay alive." Powerful waves crash against the shore as they stare out at the sea. Their current situation is completely hopeless. If I were in his shoes, I probably would have collapsed from sheer exhaustion. An oppressive silence falls. Then John quietly whispers, "Thanks. Thank you for saving me, but where did you come from? Your sudden arrival to help us is incredibly strange." Jin-sung is taken aback by the sudden gratitude. "Oh, me?" He lowers his head, lost in thought. His real reason for coming here is to return the favor to the brave soul who climbed the tower to rescue him 5 years ago, remembering how terrified John was. Placing his hand over his heart, he says firmly, "I came to help you." John frowns. "I asked where you are from, not why you are here." He snaps, "If you won't tell me, how am I supposed to know you aren't some spy?" Panicked, Jin-sung quickly waves his hands. "I am not a spy." Seeing his cute reaction, John chuckles and takes a deep breath. John bows his head. "Sorry for snapping. I didn't mean to. I am not cold-blooded enough to drive away the savior who just saved my life." Jin-sung is slightly surprised. No worries, it is really not a big deal. He silently realizes John has truly grown up and carries an incredible sense of responsibility. John stands up. All right, we've rested enough. Let's head inside. By the way, what is your name? Don't tell me that is a secret too. Surprised, Jin-sung blinks and stands up, frantically trying to make up a fake story on the spot. An anonymous savior is way cooler, right? Just like a wandering hero. John loses patience and walks away. If you won't tell me, forget it. Jin-sung quickly panics and blurts out, "Masked zombie." John freezes in absolute disbelief, while behind him, Jin-sung instantly regrets his own ridiculous choice of words. He looks totally calm on the outside, but trust me, he's absolutely screaming in panic right now. Alright, let's jump right into this scene where John turns around with a completely baffled face, demanding to know what kind of ridiculous name Masked Zombie even is. Masked Zombie? Are you seriously messing with me right now? Jin-sung waves his hands, desperately trying to explain that it is not like that. John sighs, telling him if he wanted to keep his name a secret, he could have just said so, before Jin-sung anxiously calls out after him. But John just walks away without looking back, telling him to forget it and keep moving. Jin-sung quickly runs to catch up with him. Wait up! John frowns in irritation, wondering why his partner is lagging behind, but when he looks back, he sees Jin-sung is clearly struggling to walk. Are you hurt? John asks bluntly, immediately rolling his eyes and looking away in annoyance. We have a healer here, so follow me and I will introduce you. Jin-sung happily agrees, thanking him while feeling incredibly lucky that things are actually working out. What a relief. Jin-sung looks around as they walk, noticing how old and completely ruined everything looks. John warns him not to stare, explaining that the area holds their armory, making it a highly critical zone of the fortress. Jin-sung rubs his neck awkwardly under John's intense gaze. Suddenly, John remembers someone else's silhouette, nodding as he mentions he saw Jin-sung use his powers to defend the area. John suddenly flinches. Noticing him clenching his fists in anger, Jin-sung nervously asks him what is wrong. Did I say something wrong? John just turns away, muttering that it is nothing. As they keep walking, a weathered but intact house finally appears before them. Standing right outside the door, John announces that they have arrived. The heavy wooden door creaks open. Jin-sung's eyes widen with intense anxiety as a mysterious woman steps out to meet them. Aeon looks at them in confusion, asking who John brought along. Now, pay attention here, because John introduces him as their only hope, leaving Jin-sung completely frozen in utter shock. Aeon immediately steps forward, offering him a warm and polite greeting. It has been such a long time since a newcomer visited us. Jin-sung cannot help but feel deeply saddened. His teacher, who was always so clean and bright, now wears messy clothes with massive dark circles, showing how hard she has worked. Even though he stays silent, she gasps in deep worry, pointing out his severe physical injuries and mentioning that she actually used to work as a school nurse. Believe it or not, if you just take off that cloak of yours, I can easily heal you right up. Her sudden enthusiasm panics him completely. Backing away in a cold sweat, Jin-sung desperately begs her to stay back and not get any closer to him. Miss Aeon had treated Jin-sung countless times in the past. If she sees his bare body, she will immediately recognize him. Baffled by his bizarre behavior, she turns to ask John what is wrong with him, while still trying to convince the masked man. I promise not to touch your mask, so do not worry. Desperate, Jin-sung quickly makes up an excuse, claiming he is just an incredibly sensitive person. This bizarre excuse leaves her completely speechless. A second later, Aeon turns to demand some answers from John. John, what is this guy's name anyway? Already used to the ridiculous answer, he replies without a single second of hesitation. Masked Zombie. Her stunned face forces John to double down, insisting it is true because he said so himself, leaving Aeon blankly repeating the name. Instantly, Jin-sung covers his face in absolute embarrassment, begging them to just refer to him as a simple passerby instead. After a brief pause, she gently relents, promising to keep her distance and perform the healing exactly the way he wants. As Jin-sung watches nervously, Aeon calmly asks if he is ready, prompting him to brace himself and focus entirely on what is coming. Slowly pulling off his heavy cloak, a dark and incredibly ominous energy immediately bursts out, wrapping completely around his body. At that exact second, his system alerts him that the intermediate stage of his Demon Slayer form is currently active. And you and I both know what that means with the cloak removed. His heavy injuries instantly double in severity, causing him immense pain. Trembling in agonizing pain, he begs her to hurry, prompting Aeon to instantly unleash her powerful healing technique. The system triggers Angelic Regeneration Level 4 Dominion, instantly stitching his broken and damaged body back together from the inside out. A warm, gentle stream of healing magic immediately wraps around Jin-sung's entire body. In a matter of seconds, this brilliant stream of magic completely seals up his horrific wounds, taking away the agonizing pain as his expression slowly relaxes back to normal. Jin-sung bows deeply in genuine gratitude, thanking the kind nurse. She corrects him, calling him the hope of Fortress R, before turning to John with a questioning look, to which John silently nods in agreement. She offers a polite smile, telling him to just call her Miss Aeon, which the exhausted boy quickly acknowledges with a tired nod. As the room falls quiet, John realizes that at this incredible rate, his partner will only need one single day of rest to fully recover. Aeon breaks the silence to praise him, telling the masked zombie that his sheer mental strength is absolutely off the charts. Jin-sung awkwardly asks if she is serious, prompting her to calmly explain. She admits that recovering mental energy is incredibly difficult, expecting him to pass out instantly, while John mutters from behind that he did a decent job. Under their shocked stares, Jin-sung casually mutters that he is simply used to the pain, leaving us wondering what hell he has survived. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action where Aeon quickly changes the subject, asking, "So, what are you planning to do next?" That's when Jin-sung remembers his friend mentioning that there is an alliance nearby. Brimming with pure, unfiltered excitement, Jin-sung happily fires back a reply, "I am just a temporary esper, so I wanted to check it out." But the next second, he panics and screams as Jizon gears up to attack. Huh? Wait, Jizon, what on earth are you doing? Sure enough, Jizon glares back with a deadly serious threat. It is true that I would have been in big trouble without you earlier, which is exactly why I cannot let you see the guillotine. Terrified, Jin-sung quickly tries to explain himself. I don't want to steal it, I just want a quick look. But Jizon instantly shuts him down again. Sorry, zombie mask, but I cannot show a strategic weapon like this to someone I just met today. Despair completely washes over Jin-sung's face. Fine, I do not even want to see that stupid guillotine anymore. Just change my ridiculous nickname. A moment later, Aeon calmly chimed in. Well, just showing it to him should be fine, right? Besides, no one really pays attention to it anyway, and keeping it hidden only attracts unnecessary suspicion. Even though Jizon hesitates, Aeon ignores Jin-sung's embarrassment and softly reassures him, it is fine. He does not exactly look like a bad guy, does he? Hearing this, Jin-sung loudly protests. Hey, you guys are talking like I am some kind of villain. Aeon shoots back instantly. Oh please, how can you say that with a straight face while wearing that mask? Curious, she adds. By the way, why are you even called Zombie Mask? Especially when that is clearly a goblin mask. In a flash, Jin-sung snaps, lunging forward. Stop it. Stop roasting my choice of mask. The moment he finishes, Jizon finally powers down. In the next second, he sighs and mutters, Fine, just follow me. A moment later, Jizon summons a massive, intimidating blade. Aeon slowly introduces it, saying, This is the pride of our alliance, the guillotine, zombie mask. Right then, our system alert pops up with the details. The rank 3 angel-class guillotine, Ohanim, a literal crystallization of the Earth's will to strike. This terrifying blade can completely erase any living creature in its path, summoning the guillotine to execute targets, with an overall combat power of 50,000, rank A++. Jin-sung dashes over in absolute awe, saying, Wow, no wonder you wanted to hide this. The handle is built right into the inside, huh? Honestly, it kind of looks like a giant shaving razor. Jin-sung continues inspecting it, muttering, but it is way more impressive than I expected. With 50,000 combat power, you could easily win any fight on your own. Just as he reaches out to touch it, Jizon's cold voice cuts in. That is enough. You had better not lay a finger on it. Or maybe we should test out our zombie mask's calculation skills instead. This sudden suggestion completely throws Jin-sung off guard. Huh? What does math have to do with this? Suddenly, a mocking voice echoes, and the heavy guillotine blade ruthlessly drops straight down. Foolish. Luckily, Jin-sung spins around just in time. Wait, what? The guillotine? Now watch closely because things get incredibly dangerous as that giant blade misses his fingers by a hair, making Jin-sung scream out in absolute sheer panic. Watching it reset, he gasps in shock. It went back to normal. Behind him, Aeon gently chimes in. Too bad, zombie mask. You are not the master this weapon is looking for. Hearing that, Jin-sung stammers. Wait, don't tell me that voice. Before he can finish, she eagerly cuts in. So, what did the guillotine say to you? While Aeon and Jizon stare in confusion, Jin-sung mutters, It called me an idiot. After a dead silence, Jizon suddenly bursts into uncontrollable laughter. His laughter echoes louder, completely roasting our poor hero. Embarrassed by their constant giggling, Jin-sung screams in pure frustration. Stop laughing. Jizon completely ignores his protests, smugly explaining, Hey, the guillotine only likes smart people. Almost everyone back at Fortress 5 tried testing their compatibility, but you are officially the very first person it called stupid. Still laughing hysterically, he cheers, Congratulations. Teary-eyed and gritting his teeth, Jin-sung silently curses the weapon. That stupid cursed sword. Right then, the system screen flashes again. The guillotine. Summoning this weapon executes the target. Any tangible object can be designated as a target, but the user must constantly update the target coordinates during activation. This wild weapon actually possesses its own sentience, choosing its own master directly. Reading this, Jin-sung realizes that you literally have to calculate target coordinates in real time. And yeah, you and I both know why this ridiculously picky sword chooses its own master now. Utterly defeated, Jin-sung collapses. Damn it, I thought I left advanced math back in high school. Still giggling, Aeon tries to offer some comfort. Do not worry, it is incredibly picky. It rejected me too, you know. Highly curious, Jin-sung immediately asks, wait, what did it say to you, Aeon? She pauses to think. Something like, what a shame. The guillotine was summoned, but the heavy blade did not drop down to slice me like it did to you. This unfair response only makes Jin-sung boil with rage. What the hell? This sword actually discriminates. Annoyed, Jin-sung lunges forward, and trust me, we are about to see what this thing is really made of. Seeing this, Jizon shouts out a warning. Hey, zombie mask. Trying again is not going to make it any nicer to you. Before he can even finish his warning, Aeon suddenly gasps. Wait, look. Alright, let's jump in as John frantically warns the nurse. I know it goes easy the first time, but next, it won't hold back. Looking incredibly calm, she slowly replies, it is going to be fine, that kid can easily handle it. Completely contrasting her saintly face, Aeon casually adds, even if his head gets severed from his neck, it will still be fine if I just reattach it fast enough, right? Hearing this, John asks in complete shock, huh? Jin-sung touches the guillotine's blade in irritation and snarls, a mere knife like you actually has the nerve to call someone else stupid? I need to teach you some manners. Despite his warning, the guillotine snarls back, fool. Before Jin-sung can even react, the device suddenly locks his neck inside. The guillotine aggressively asks, weren't you planning to clean me up? Its blade gleams with a deadly light, indicating that foolish humans must face their doom. It gives Jin-sung zero room to resist. I warned you, didn't I? Next, the guillotine demands that all absolute fools face their punishment and bite the dust. This terrifying sight sends John and Aeon into a panic. John quickly summons his power to save Jin-sung, the masked zombie. But surprisingly, Jin-sung remains completely calm and whispers, this is just self-defense, you know. Watch closely as he releases a massive wave of energy, locking down the guillotine. You're the one who attacked me first. Jin-sung's mind-blowing power leaves John utterly frozen in disbelief. He thinks to himself, is that legendary guillotine actually shaking with fear? In a low, threatening tone, Jin-sung says, I told you I'd clean you up, right? He slams his hand down on the machine, wondering if it is too petrified to even move. Before Jin-sung can do anything else, the weapon releases a thick smoke screen and shrinks back to its original weapon form. The guillotine keeps shouting insults, calling him foolish and cowardly. Seeing this, Jin-sung quickly grabs the handle of the blade. He furiously swings it high into the air. Well, do you still think I'm just a fool? Right after, John rushes over to ask him, hey, did that guillotine actually acknowledge you as its master? Jin-sung slowly replies, not exactly. It is just way too heavy. After a brief pause, he turns around and eagerly suggests, maybe it submitted to me? Next, Jin-sung begins to converse with the guillotine directly inside his mind. Hey guillotine, stop using your own thoughts to summon executions or whatever. If you dare do that again, I will seriously smash you to pieces. Yet, it stubbornly replies, you fool. You cannot even use me anyway. Utterly annoyed by its attitude, he snaps back. What did you just say to me, you piece of junk? The guillotine keeps hurling insults. You are incredibly stupid. Meanwhile, Aeon steps closer, her eyes glittering with curiosity as she whispers, oh my. When I touched it, the guillotine didn't manifest at all. What exactly did you do? Hearing this, Jin-sung can only manage a forced smile. But wait, think about it. Aeon cuts him off to beg. We've never seen the fused blade's true power. Can you show us? John also nods along, fully agreeing with her exciting request. We suffered so much because of that thing. Let's see what it can actually do. This only makes Jin-sung more anxious. But right then, the guillotine starts cursing again. Fool, absolute fool. After a moment, John urges him. Come on, do something already, masked zombie. Aeon chimes in. Hurry up, Mr. Masked Zombie. Pressured from both sides, cold sweat begins to pour down Jin-sung's face like a river. He aims the blade straight at a massive boulder ahead. Whatever, let's just do it. In a flash, he calls out, summon guillotine. Jin-sung is instantly taken aback by what happens. Is it time for the execution? But the guillotine just sneers mockingly. I told you, you fool. Right after, a system notification pops up showing the guillotine's total power is -1000. It relentlessly mocks him. You are so stupid that you cannot even calculate the coordinates. Jin-sung's face fills with absolute horror. What? A moment later, the massive guillotine blade lands squarely right in front of the three of them. Trying to comfort Jin-sung, Aeon says, well, at least we can move the guillotine now. John cannot help but chuckle. Hey, that is progress. Pretty easy, right? Jin-sung lowers his head and sighs. I appreciate it, but that doesn't make me feel better. Once he pulls himself together, he quickly turns and asks, by the way, how did this guillotine even end up here? Ion slowly replies. It washed ashore from the sea. Ever since it appeared, the enemy airstrikes have gotten much worse. Hearing this, Jin-sung's curiosity is instantly piqued. But how did the third know the guillotine washed up here? His question immediately triggers a sudden memory of her past. A sudden storm-like fog rolled in despite the clear blue sky, and then he just appeared. There was no way he would miss this. Back then, a panicked crew member yelled, "What?" Next, Aeon calmly asks the masked zombie a question. Did you pass by the beach on your way here? Jin-sung stares off into the distance and replies, I saw something floating, looked like a boat. Without a single second of hesitation, she confirms, that is the boat. Her words leave him utterly shocked. Aeon then casually adds, that boat is actually our one and only hope. The moment that boat is completely finished, we will finally leave this place. Jin-sung falls deep into thought, realizing that building it requires using up materials meant for the fortress. With resources running critically low, you and I are left wondering if they can even pull this off. So they must hold out here until the boat is finished. Stick with me as Aeon and John walk. And Jin-sung speaks up. Hey, so how are we going to deal with that leopard anyway? Aeon gently replies. That beast is simply not something we can handle. For now, our plan does not include that thing. The locusts do not easily go near the sea, so as long as we reach it, we will be safe, right? Aeon's dodging of the issue leaves Jin-sung completely stunned. He silently realizes that the beast has not made a move simply because it does not feel the need to. But once the locusts are gone, the third won't just sit back. There is no way Aeon and John do not know this. They are likely just too exhausted and desperate, choosing to ignore the obvious threat. While Jin-sung is lost in thought, a surprised voice cuts through the air. A local resident is pointing and staring in absolute shock. Is that our hero? How did you escape the locust swarm and get here? Word is you saved this entire fortress from collapsing. Standing behind him, John chuckles and says, looks like your heroic rumors have already started spreading. Wait, watch closely here. The crowd gathers around, asking if he is their savior, pouring out their heartfelt gratitude to our completely overwhelmed protagonist. Thank you, hero. We only survived because of you. Jin-sung, however, can barely stomach all this heavy, direct praise. John steps in to rescue him, saying, let's not just stand here. Let's grab some food and talk. The villagers eagerly agree, shouting, we must treat our savior. Come join us for a feast, hero. Getting excited, they promise a massive feast tonight. This intense hospitality makes Jin-sung feel incredibly out of place. John, what are you doing? A moment later, the grand feast begins with a plain bowl of porridge. Jin-sung is completely speechless, thinking, a tiny bowl of porridge is a feast. But then he notices nobody else has anything either. Suddenly, John slaps his shoulder with a massive grin and speaks. Listen up, everyone. As you already know, this man protected our fortress. John shouts out enthusiastically. Let's thank the masked zombie, the outsider who saved us, and enjoy this feast together tonight. Then, one of the villagers quietly steps forward to speak. Thank you so much for coming. Please, eat your fill. We are so sorry we can only offer this simple meal to our savior. You gave us hope. Let's survive this together. Hearing this, Jin-sung falls into a quiet, heavy silence. But in an instant, he lets his guard down and smiles. All right, then I will enjoy this meal. After the gathering, Jin-sung gazes up at the sky, letting out a long sigh. He whispers, now I finally feel alive again. And honestly, John sneaks up, asking how it feels to finally be a hero. Jin-sung immediately calls out his bluff, saying he knows John is trying to pressure him into using the guillotine, but it won't work. John lets out a hearty laugh and waves his hand. Fine, enough about the guillotine. It's giving me a headache anyway. Instead, tell me where you actually came from. Jin-sung quietly replies, saying a friend of his had sent him here. John instantly gets curious, asking what friend could have sent him. Jin-sung replies by dropping a very familiar name, Yuk Dong-ho. John's eyes go wide. That squinty-eyed bastard is actually still alive? Without hesitation, Jin-sung explains. Yeah, he told me everything about what was happening here. John sighs softly, replying that it is a good thing that guy did not come. Jin-sung quickly chimes in. You know, he really wanted to join us. John replies in his usual flat, steady tone, saying he will keep that in mind. Jin-sung immediately pivots the conversation, asking if that massive cross still appears in the sky every single night. John looks up at the sky, clicking his tongue in irritation before giving Jin-sung his answer. Because of that thing up there, my strength keeps draining away. Ever since the third arrived, my combat power has plummeted heavily. Do you have any other questions? As soon as John finishes speaking, Jin-sung can't help but ask, why do you keep clicking your tongue? John clearly did not expect that question. He suddenly bursts into a loud laugh, leaving Jin-sung completely baffled. Why are you laughing? He doesn't answer, but starts telling a story. Hey, masked zombie, I also had a friend once. John pauses, sadly adding, though he passed away. Back then, young John was at the absolute bottom of society. Back then, people at gatherings whispered, is that the kid they were talking about? That is him. What a shame. John's parents were legendary warriors, yet their own son's combat abilities were tragically weak and pathetic. Completely ignoring his distress, they kept whispering, I heard that kid is not even B tier. Oh my goodness, how is that even possible? Aren't both of his parents A tier? Those cruel words cut deep, making young John cry in absolute agony. John sighs, admitting that being constantly compared to your legendary parents is a deeply agonizing burden, and that's where we feel the weight of his past. A heavy silence falls between them, before John speaks again. All right, stick with me. We are looking at a guy who tried to mask his own insecurities by beating down others, bullying, fighting, and threatening people just so John could feel like he was superior. Hearing that, Jin-sung cuts him off, calling him a total scumbag back then. His disgust is so obvious that John instantly snaps, asking what he just said. Jin-sung quickly brushes it off, saying it is nothing. That was when John met a kid who, despite only being an F rank, shrugged off everyone's judgmental stares like they were absolutely nothing. It felt like a spear piercing straight through his chest. So, John bullied Jin-sung even harder, telling him that Jin-sung was ultimately no different from Jizan. Saying this, he scratches his head in embarrassment, admitting that Jin-sung never needed to pretend to be better than him anyway. Looking back, John admits he just wanted to tear off that calm mask. Suddenly, vivid flashbacks of the past flicker to life through John's words. Watch closely, that was when John realized he was dealing with a literal monster. Jin-sung kept growing stronger, wielding power that defied his F-rank idea status. Slowly, John's entire worldview began to crumble. Wasn't the idea ranking system supposed to be the absolute, unbreakable law of this world? So, seeing an F rank crush an A rank like that, John's voice trails off. Looking up, he exhales a heavy sigh, trying to wash away those old, lingering regrets. Pausing for a second, he quietly adds, Lee Sung-hwa. He's the friend who died. John sighs, remembering how that guy used to ramble about Jin-sung 24/7. He constantly talked about how he admired Jin-sung's struggle to change, dreaming of standing beside him one day, even telling me to keep pushing too. It was all so incredibly cheesy. But the very next words out of John's mouth make Jin-sung freeze completely. Then, he died somewhere far away. The last time we met, he gave me this huge, passionate speech about how amazing Park Jin-sung was. Thinking about how he died so suddenly, with absolutely no warning, it hurts. It feels like his passion was snuffed out, and with it, the spark he had finally lit inside me vanished too. Let's pause here. We can feel the heavy silence settling over them as the story ends. John mocks himself, just grateful he had a friend who helped him change. Seeing his pain, Jin-sung gently comforts him. He tells John to carry Lee Sung-hwa's will and stand alongside Park Jin-sung. John smiles, agreeing that it sounds great, if he ever gets to meet him again. But Jin-sung is still curious, asking if John's eye is okay since he keeps rubbing it. John shrugs it off, saying lifting heavy weights only makes it hurt more. Even doctors are clueless, blaming it on stress. But just as he finishes that sentence, a single raindrop splashes onto the ground. Jin-sung looks up, pointing out the rain, as John immediately gets up to head inside. Jin-sung quickly calls out, asking him to wait. Without hesitation, Jin-sung asks how they managed to build this massive fortress. Instantly, John's tone shifts back to normal. He reveals they contacted the Illuminati, leaving Jin-sung completely baffled by that strange name. John calmly explains they rule the underworld, and apparently, even some half-monsters are on their side. This new info leaves Jin-sung completely lost. What on earth is a half-monster? John can only sigh at his ignorance. Asking if he literally knows nothing, John explains they are half-human, half-monster. Jin-sung repeats those words, completely stunned. Half-human, half-monster. John slowly clarifies, calling them nothing but vicious beasts disguised as ordinary humans. They have built a shadow organization with terrifying power and influence, keeping themselves completely hidden from the public eye. Jin-sung can't help but scoff internally, wondering what kind of crazy underworld half-monster organization this even is. But hey, he has seen talking rats, so why not? John continues, explaining the Illuminati told them to meet in Hini first. Jin-sung curiously presses for more, and as John recalls the past, he answers. But the place was entirely empty. They probably knew the third apostle was coming and fled early, leaving John completely frustrated. Jin-sung yells in frustration, saying they should have run away too. Honestly, John deeply regrets not doing exactly that, but it was already too late. They had way too many survivors, making it impossible to move quickly. Jin-sung clicks his tongue in understanding, immediately pressing with another critical question. Is this fortress really their final line of defense? John looks around at their bleak surroundings and nods grimly. He confirms they are the last survivors. There might be scattered stragglers nearby, but they are the only large group remaining. Confused, Jin-sung asks about the other powerful fighters who went down to hell. He demands to know if they failed to make it back, turning to John for answers. John asks if he means Lee Shin-nam, but before he can finish, a massive earthquake violently shakes the entire fortress. Locusts are attacking. John snaps in frustration. And trust me, you and I must brace for what comes next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into Phase 3 of this chaos. Fire the flare. Jin-sung demands to know what Phase 3 even is. Even though John is sweating bullets, he tries to explain. First, the locust horde forms up, and then they strike. Second, our current front line is the fortress wall itself. And third, it means that very wall is already cracking apart. Jin-sung instantly gets the grim picture. This place hasn't fallen yet, but right at that moment, his eyes stretch wide with absolute shock. Turns out, the third has finally made his move. The time to dominate is near. It is time to deploy the queen. Try and stop me if you can. Just as he says, the outer defense of the fortress begins to crumble. Massive, solid pillars start tearing the stronghold apart under the third's commands. They rain down relentlessly, destroying everything in sight. And right on cue, the third's underlings finally make their move. From a distance, they launch a blitz on the castle defenders. Watching this play out, the third smirks at how ridiculously easy this is. In just mere seconds, the fortress is reduced to absolute rubble. Seeing the devastation, John calls out to the zombie mask guy. Before he can even finish, Jin-sung cuts him off. John, get to the wall and evacuate the wounded. I'll take care of anyone trying to get through. But John completely defies his expectations, instantly refusing. No, he snaps back, pointing directly at the heavy debris scattered all over the ground. Scanning the battlefield, John declares, and watch closely, because he's about to manipulate all of this rubble himself. Right then, his system status pops up. Trash collector of Byun-jizon. Overall combat power is 300x. Specialist in close quarters combat, completely ignoring numerical disadvantage. The very next second, an earth-shattering crash echoes across the entire battlefield. And then, John's overwhelming aura explodes outward. Noticing the heavy strain on his partner's eyes getting worse, Jin-sung calls out in sheer worry. Han-John, what is wrong with your eyes? John blinks through the pain and clicks his tongue. If you're actually worried about me, go smash those giant locust pillars. You can handle that, right? Without a single moment of hesitation, Jin-sung immediately agrees. I am on it. With that, he takes off like the wind. Behind him, John mutters a quiet, don't die out there. Meanwhile, Jin-sung blurs across the battlefield like lightning. The moment his feet touch the ground, he scans the area to locate the third. Suddenly, the third glares over and freezes in surprise at a very familiar face. Exactly as Jin-sung planned, he lets out a mocking laugh. Exactly, keep your eyes on me. The healer is here too, meaning I can wrap this whole battle up right at the start. In a flash, Jin-sung downs a potion and tosses the empty bottle aside. Suddenly, he shouts out, his eyes tracking his own words. 3 on the right, 2 on the left. Before the third can even comprehend, Jin-sung aggressively charges straight into the fray. His erratic and bizarre movements leave the enemy minions completely dazed and unable to react. While they stand frozen, Jin-sung drops from behind to deliver a devastating finisher. Showing absolutely no mercy, he unleashes a flurry of strikes. Stepping through the thick dust, Jin-sung calmly counts. That is 1 down. Having cleared the trash, he stares thoughtfully at the massive pillars. Instead of breaking this pillar, you and I know Bundam would absolutely love it if I brought the whole thing to him. Making up his mind, he braces himself and easily lifts the gargantuan stone pillar off the ground. With a smirk, Jin-sung tells himself that since he is planning to leave anyway, he might as well go big. He carries the massive pillar straight inside, leaving the citizens horrified. What on earth is that up there? Even from a great distance, Aeon immediately spots the iconic zombie mask. A second later, Jin-sung lands hard, holding the massive pillar. Seeing him, she quickly casts a healing spell to revitalize him. Jin-sung grins and thanks her. In the blink of an eye, he takes off again, yelling that he'll bring back even more pillars. Wait, the healing isn't finished yet. Aeon screams in worry. But with unbelievable speed, Jin-sung is already heading back. That is number 2, he counts. 3, then 4. This insane stunt instantly reignites the fading spirits of everyone inside the fort. Now we can actually hold the line. Even so, Aeon desperately pleads, hey zombie mask, please hold on for a second. He chuckles softly, sorry Aeon, but there is still 1 left. With a wild shout, Jin-sung dashes away, yelling, I will be right back. And that makes 5. Since their vanguard is completely wiped out, they are definitely going to send in reinforcements very soon. Just as he predicted, the third arrives with a fresh wave of reinforcements, slowing down his aggressive stride as he nears Jin-sung. The third speaks in a low, mocking voice. Impressive. For a tiny human, you actually possess strength that can rival mine. From this moment, I will deem you my queen." Ignoring his arrogant rambling, Jin-sung's mind is already racing with strategy. The third brought a whole swarm of locusts. He can't take them all down alone, so he has to trust Bundam now. Next, Jin-sung throws out a blatant provocation. "What was that squeaking, little kitten?" "Oh well, it doesn't even matter." Wanting to bait the boss, Jin-sung shifts to another location while shouting, "Come over here, kitty, let me teach you a lesson." Instantly, the third sees right through his plan. "Do you really think you can lure me away from the wall?" he asks, flashing a wicked, devious smirk. "Not bad, human." Jin-sung snaps back. "It is called tactical judgment, you dumb cat. And trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next." Let's dive into this epic struggle, where Jin-sung realizes he just needs to lure the fight away from the barrier wall. Bundam and the others will handle the locust swarm. The real issue is whether the third has other hidden abilities besides that roar. Right then, the system alerts him about Daniel the Third. This 666-hearted monster requires all its heads to be destroyed at once, or it will split into 666 separate parts. Reading the details, Jin-sung quickly calculates the terrifying math. 666 times 4 is 2,664. If the monster splits to distract him, his chances of winning drop to 0. His power might be restricted, but he can still pose a massive threat. Should he just reveal his true identity to Bundam and coordinate a plan together? While he is still deep in thought, the third roars out, declaring his time to rule has arrived. But before the beast can scream, Jin-sung lunges forward and delivers a brutal punch to shut its mouth. He keeps planning his next moves carefully. If the third commands the locusts or lets his deafening roar disrupt Bundam's position, Jin-sung absolutely must put a stop to it. In a flash, he chains a right shoulder strike, a right fist strike, and teleportation. The sheer force of this combo leaves his arm in agonizing pain. Fortunately, the third is suffering from the exact same recoil. Still, Jin-sung notes that his right hand is already completely numb after just a single blow. Since the beast is damaged too, a trade-off of injuries clearly gives Jin-sung the tactical advantage here. The system alerts him again. Blood Demon Inheritance. ICU. Wounds witnessed by the user will never heal, and a toxic green plague begins to spread. The longer the battle rages, the more the user's movements perfectly align with the target. Now pay attention, completely oblivious to the plan. The third roars in fury, demanding to know where this human got the courage to speak up. Dropping from above, Jin-sung drives a heavy kick into him, mocking the monster's constant blabbering about some queen. "But I have no intention of playing chess with you." Furious, the beast prepares to roar again, but Jin-sung immediately moves to block the incoming waves. "Did you honestly think I would just let you scream?" But right as he finishes blocking, Jin-sung notices something incredibly strange. A sharp realization flashes through his mind. That extra head hiding in the back doesn't look like it is preparing to roar at all. After a tense 2-second pause, he analyzes the situation. He is extremely lucky to have spotted the key point just in time. Without hesitating, he closes the distance. "Hey, head number 4. Since you are the only silent one, you must be the real master head, right?" Suddenly, a voice echoes directly from inside head number 4 of the third. That sense of dominance is not bad. The head opens its jaws wide, making the voice sound crystal clear, yet still mocking him for lacking power. "You and I both saw a twist coming. Kim In-dung is actually hiding inside that head, and he violently blasts Jin-sung backward with a massive strike. Shocked, Jin-sung spits out a furious curse. "Damn it, I kept wondering where you were hiding, and it turns out you were right there." Kim In-dung casually shrugs in response. "I was actually planning on taking a quick nap, so why is it so noisy out here?" Jin-sung grits his teeth in rage. Completely ignoring him, Kim In-dung turns to the beast and snaps, "Hey, third, are you gonna move or what?" The third snaps back, complaining that keeping him in his mouth makes it way too hard to fight. Kim In-dung quickly cuts him off. "Just fight, third, and don't forget the real reason we came here." Clearly annoyed by the constant nagging, the third grumbles. Fine, rule properly. I already know that." The next second, Kim In-dung leaps out of the mouth and commands him, "Get ready. I will handle this masked brat myself." Immediately, the third begins to move. As the beast begins to divide, the system alerts him again. Daniel the Third's 666 hearts have officially split into 2,664 pieces. Within just a few seconds, the massive horde gets dangerously close to the fortress. Panicking at the sight, Jin-sung screams at them to stop. But before he can move, Kim In-dung intercepts him, telling him not to rush off. With an eager smirk, he says the masked brat reminds him of someone, and he is dying to see what is hidden under that mask. Furious as he is, Jin-sung can only swallow his rage and curse internally. "Damn you, Kim In-dung." Jin-sung's anxiety spikes because at this rate, the fortress is going to crumble completely. Seeing the massive swarm of monsters rushing his way, John panics and screams out, What on earth are these things? To prevent heavy casualties, he quickly barks orders to his allies. Everyone, prepare for defense. But seeing an entire pack of flying beasts swarm overhead leaves him completely bewildered. Even though they are smaller, they are still part of the third, right? Did he hide this splitting skill all along? John fears they won't be able to handle this terrifying split army. With this much sheer power, the monster could easily overwhelm them at any moment. This realization only fuels his anger. The beast has been playing with them the entire time. Damn that useless leopard. Without hesitating, John quickly unleashes his Ida to repel the beasts, shouting for everyone to group up and launch a counterattack. Together, they launch a coordinated attack against the flying swarm rushing at them, their battle cries echoing across the battlefield. Die! Suddenly, a beast tries to blindside John, but trust me, his quick reflexes save him just in time. Let's see what happens next. Get lost, you bastard. Trust me, you're not ready for this talking leopard as it sneers. Such a shame. Are you the White Knight? I wanted to test my domination over you a little longer. Hearing this, John roars in pure rage, telling it to shut its mouth. Get your hands off my sword right now. With a massive heave, he flings the leopard and his weapon back. Go to hell! Suddenly, a massive explosion rattles the area behind him, making him spin around. What is going on in there? Just then, another leopard holding a makeshift spear in its jaws flies right past his face. Realizing what it's carrying makes him panic. That's the guillotine. John suddenly puts the pieces together as the scattered beasts regroup to hunt down the leopard carrying the weapon. They are heading straight for the bunker. John completely loses it and screams, "No, this can't be happening." He quickly shouts to his teammates, "Get inside right now." But one of them just blinks and asks, "Wait, what? What about the defense?" But pay attention here, because a massive, terrifying shadow suddenly looms over him, freezing John completely in his tracks. Forget about the defense. John looks up to see the gigantic Tier 3 beast looming right over his head. The dire situation forces a curse from his lips. Damn it! Suddenly, a deafening crash echoes as rocks and dirt explode everywhere. Jaizan is slammed flat onto the dirt. Shaking, he struggles to stand, muttering through his teeth, "Those bastards, I've had enough." When suddenly, a warm healing light wraps around him. He spins around to find Aeon standing there. Her sudden arrival leaves him completely shocked as he gasps her name. Aeon looks around, utterly confused. "John, thank goodness you are alive. What in the world is going on out here?" Jizan answers honestly. "That Tier 3 beast took the guillotine weight. No, that is not what matters right now." He quickly advises her to save her Adia healing power for him, ignoring his other wounds for the time being. Without hesitating, Aeon nods in agreement. "Got it. But tell me, what are you planning to do right now?" Jizan narrows his eyes and says, "I'm going to buy us some time." Instantly, he activates his own Adia. Out of nowhere, he summons massive stone pillars, utilizing the resources he managed to bring back with him. Suddenly, the Tier 3 beast appears, mocking him. "What a shame. I hoped you would last a bit longer." But before it can even finish its sentence, those massive stone pillars come hurtling straight toward it. The monster takes every giant pillar right to the face without dodging once. Okay, I know what you are thinking. But watch how this beast reacts as it spots the person controlling those pillars. The Tier 3 monster is absolutely furious that John is treating it like a common dog. "So it is you, White Knight." The beast quickly shields itself with its massive wings to block the relentless stone pillars. Despite the heavy barrage, it smirks with arrogance. "Your skill is somewhat impressive, but you are still nothing to me. You cannot even scratch me." Absolutely furious at the monster's mockery, John screams in pure rage. "I'm going to shut that arrogant mouth of yours once and for all, you overgrown garbage cat." Gritting his teeth, John summons yet another massive set of stone pillars. 4 massive pillars align directly above the monster, then crash violently onto its skull. The impact hits the beast so hard it twists its face. Feeling triumphant, Jizan screams, "How do you like that, you trash leopard?" Unleashing that brutal combo, he smirks and reminds himself that his only job is to stall a little longer. But as he prepares to speak, his eyes lock onto something that completely freezes him in pure shock. Unbelievable. The beast is standing there completely unscathed after taking those direct hits. Seeing this, John realizes he is in serious, deep trouble. This is bad. This cat just won't die. The Tier 3 beast growls menacingly. "White Knight, I really wanted to play around with my domination over you, but unfortunately, my time has run out." With a deafening roar, it unleashes a powerful hypnotic wave to break John's mind. Jizon is instantly caught in its mental grasp. He grinds his teeth and screams, fighting with everything he has. Meanwhile, Jin-sung and In-jung are locked in a relentless duel. Seeing Jin-sung do nothing but dodge, In-jung laughs. "You are dodging like a terrified little mouse." At that exact moment, a system alert flashes. Apocalypse Red Dragon, Tier 1. Second, Rank Angel Cherubim. Total combat power is a staggering 1 million. Jin-sung narrowly dodges the incoming blows while desperately trying to formulate a plan to win. In-jung's power is at 1 million. This guy is way stronger than I expected. What should I do? How do I beat him? Just then, a thunderous roar echoes through the air. Jin-sung immediately recognizes it as the Tier 3 beast. Is it really acting now? The second Jin-sung loses focus. In-jung lunges forward with a vicious sneak attack. In-jung sneers with malicious joy. Where do you think you are looking? Realizing his mistake, Jin-sung panics and screams, "Damn it, Mudum!" Hearing his command, the system instantly reacts, flashing him far away to escape In-jung's deadly strike. Right leg, left leg, flash. In-jung is left utterly dumbfounded, gasping, "What the hell is this insane speed?" While he stands dazed, Jin-sung blitzes in front of the beast. "Wanna roar?" he yells, kicking it square in the face. "Trust me, you don't want to miss what comes next. I won't allow this." The third takes a massive hit and crashes backward. But trust me, that clash takes a major toll on Jin-sung too. His left leg bone is fractured. He quickly barks an order. "Omnivore, support my leg." With Omnivore supporting his leg, he lands right in front of John and anxiously calls his name. "Byun-john." Jin-sung rushes over to inspect John and breathes a sigh of relief. He is alive, just knocked out cold. Thank goodness. Suddenly, a familiar healing energy washes over him. He spins around and spots Aeon trapped under a heavy pile of rubble. Shocked by the sight, he screams her name. Without a second thought, Jin-sung dashes straight toward her. He gently pulls her out and cradles her in his arms. Weakly, she whispers, "That was my very last heal." With her remaining strength, she whispers a desperate apology. Knowing what she means, Jin-sung softly replies, "Just leave it to me. Good work, nurse." Moments later, he gently places Aeon right next to John. With things hanging by a thread, he has to analyze this fast. Pay attention here, because their situation is totally hopeless. Their allies are down, and the guillotine is gone. Thanks to the inverted cross seal, he can't even activate his killing intent while the enemy grows stronger. In-jung sneers smugly, saying, "Hey, masked kid. Getting ignored like this actually hurts my feelings a bit." Jin-sung glares at him. Right after Kim In-jung speaks, the third mutters, "Your dominance is better than I expected." Jin-sung shifts his gaze back to the third. Even though he is completely outnumbered, he does not feel a shred of fear. Despite being at a total disadvantage, why am I? Suddenly, the system alerts him that his blood demon form is unlocking its first trait. Jin-sung grit his teeth in excitement, cursing these persistent notifications. The blood demon form has never once lost to anyone deemed powerful. Contempt for the strong. He sneers at his foes with pure disdain, calling them utterly pathetic. Even though Jin-sung is facing them all alone, his blood is boiling with intense excitement. All his allies are down, and enemies surround him. But instead of despair, Jin-sung feels pure excitement. You and I can see he is a total monster. His idea was never normal anyway. Suddenly, a red system alert pops up, displaying the first trait of the blood demon form, contempt for the strong. The user has awakened the blood demon's first trait. The blood demon form has never suffered defeat against the so-called strong. Current resonance is 11%, up from 1%. Jin-sung's radiating bloodlust makes him even more bloodthirsty, but his idea is bound to be bizarre. Suddenly, he senses a weird vibration in his left chest. His heart feels incredibly strange, reacting to something he brought back. Suddenly, an object bursts straight out of his chest. At a glance, he recognizes the rat's heart. He wonders if it activated because of resonance with his own heartbeat. Instantly, the system provides a detailed explanation for Jin-sung. The rat heart, lowest Baphonym rank Earth Angel. It never truly lived for 10,000 years, but its memories are entirely real. Even though those memories belong to the distant past, the experience gained is more real than reality itself. Refined over 10,000 years and packed with magic, it can bestow immense power upon anyone who absorbs it. Since this stone is searching for a suitable host, the vessel must satisfy a few conditions. After scanning the info, he mutters the word, "body." Without wasting a single second, he summons Byung's ribs, sending a silent command to his trusted sword. "Omnivore, if we use large bones like usual, they will notice. Bring me many small ones instead." Upon receiving his command, Omnivore immediately delivers the exact collection of small bones he requested. Seeing enough bones gathered, Jin-sung commands Omnivore once more, "These bones will become your body, rat heart." Instantly, the bones fly toward the floating rat heart. In-jung watches in shock and screams, "What the hell is that pile of bones?" As the skeletal pieces assemble, they begin taking the shape of a dragon. Once the fusing process ends, a terrifying bone dragon is born. It speaks up, asking, "Are you the master of this body?" Approaching Jin-sung, it proudly states, "This body has been reborn from the depths of darkness, a stray creature from a shattered spirit world. I can feel my heart beating for you." At that exact moment, the system displays its profile. The bone dragon, A high-tier Baphonim rank Earth Angel. The 10,000-year-old rat spirit's heart met the conditions for Byung's ribs, receiving a body generated through the blood demon's unique contempt for the strong trait. However, its personality seems completely opposite. When this bone dragon is summoned, countless bones appear, and it can command them at will. Overall combat power is 450,000, A+. To save time, the beast asks Jin-sung to name it. Once named, our contract will be complete. And that is where we leave Jin-sung completely baffled by its bizarre way of speaking. Alright, let's dive into the moment our main character lazily names his beast Shugatsu. The giant beast is clearly not happy with this lazy name, roaring out Shugatsu. It then begs him, "Is that really my name?" Think again, but as its summoner, he has absolutely no intention of changing it. What? Shugatsu sounds friendly enough. Meanwhile, In-jung has been watching all of this unfold. He respects Jin-sung's abilities, but at the same time, he is highly curious. Despite possessing massive physical strength, he has no corrupted aura at all, and can even cast necromancy at such a high level. This guy is just too different. Could he really not be that masked girl? Next, he turns and yells, "Third, did I not tell you to speed things up?" He barks a strict order at Third. "Spit out that guillotine right now. We absolutely cannot afford to lose this fight." Obeying his master, Third slowly opens its massive jaws. Sure enough, a terrifying guillotine is resting inside its mouth. In-jung quickly grabs the guillotine, examining it with a satisfied smile. So this is the legendary weapon. What a bizarre and wicked piece of iron. If it was not for their ultimate goal, that neck would have been sliced off long ago. Not wanting to waste any more time, he orders an immediate charge. Receiving the order, Third charges forward without a single second of hesitation. It growls and lunges straight at Shugatsu. Seeing this, Jin-sung panics and screams a warning. "Hey, watch out in front of you!" Shugatsu glares back at Third and says in annoyance, "How dare you interrupt us? Now pay attention here." It slaps Third away, roaring that at the exact moment this body received its name, Third gets slammed into the wall. In-jung is furious seeing this, snapping, "What are you doing? Get it together right now." Before Third can even recover to launch a counterattack, Shugatsu suddenly opens its massive jaws. It takes a savage bite, making the beast howl in pure agony. Shugatsu smugly declares that this is the ultimate price for interrupting my sacred contract signing ceremony. You must be severely punished. Seeing things stabilize, Jin-sung loudly commands, "Bonehead, push them far away from the fortress right now." Shugatsu immediately obeys and leaps into action. "Understood, contractor. I will show you the absolute power of this legendary body." It begins gathering its immense energy, causing Third to gasp in pure panic. This is impossible. Shugatsu's terrifying power threatens to swallow Third whole, filling the beast's eyes with absolute dread. In the end, it takes the massive energy sphere right to the face. After obliterating the three-headed monstrosity, Shugatsu exhales deeply. It then immediately turns around to brag to Jin-sung. "How was that, contractor? This is my true power." With a completely casual shrug, Jin-sung replies, "Yeah, pretty cool." As for Third, having just lost one of its heads, it groans in agony. "I thought victory was within my grasp. Who could have predicted this variable? My absolute dominance has been damaged, but I have no other choice now." I know what you're thinking. It's about to play dirty and call reinforcements, screaming out, "Rise, my loyal army." A horde of dark cavalry immediately charges straight toward the enemy on its command. Seeing this, Jin-sung smirked, telling Shugatsu to easily wipe out these weaklings. Cavalry now? Seriously? Shugatsu, hurry up and blast them all away again. However, Shugatsu is currently feeling a little drained, honestly confessing to him, "Contractor, I just used my ultimate dark magic, so I am incredibly exhausted." This sudden confession leaves Jin-sung speechless and annoyed. Huh? Getting scolded, the beast tries to explain itself with a highly offended look. But that ultimate shadow spell is not something that can be cast multiple times in a single day. He completely ignores its excuses and keeps yelling, "But why did the skill names not even match?" With the summon exhausted, he is now entirely on his own. This is getting a bit tricky since he has to face the entire horde alone. Damn it, what if the cavalry attacks? To block them. Now seeing him so worried, it smugly reassures him, "Oh, do not worry about that at all, contractor." Without any hesitation, Shugatsu roars out to summon its own massive army to rise. "Awake, my eternal legion of undead warriors." Hearing the call, an army of bones rises from the earth, and looking at its mighty army, Shugatsu roars in triumph. This is the eternal descent of the Shadow Army. The system quickly displays the detailed stats of this Bone Dragon skeleton squad. When the Bone Dragon is summoned, countless skeletons rise with it, allowing the dragon to command the bone soldiers directly. The skeleton army's numbers will scale up based on the mental power and physical stamina of the Bone Dragon's master. However, they will be stripped of special buffs like Undead Fate, drastically reducing the current combat power of each individual soldier. And so, the chaotic clash between the dark cavalry and the bone soldiers begins, with neither side willing to back down. This turn of events shocks. Third, who lets out a frustrated screech. They can summon a massive army of their own too. Variables on top of variables. I cannot keep up with this insanity. Finally, it decides to play its ultimate trump card, a mind submission ability. All of you, bow down before me. Third's roar washes over the bone soldiers, but they only respond to his submission skill with a collective sigh of pure contempt. Immediately after, they simply go back to crushing the charging cavalry. Shugatsu laughs proudly, shouting that it won't work on us, and trust me, you and I can see Third is struggling to accept this reality. Alright, you and I are diving into a massive showdown as Indung struggles to stand amidst the shockwaves of two giant beasts clashing, gasping about his lost dominance. Is this a joke? Get serious. He approaches the Third, asking with a hint of genuine curiosity. The Third's roar does absolutely nothing. Where did this thing even come from? If his lackeys are useless, then it's his turn to step up. With no other option, he shouts to unleash his unique skill. Every curse that has ever existed in this world. The system immediately displays details about his skill. The first monster's power bringing forth all worldly curses. Any designated target is forced to hear every single curse that has ever been uttered throughout history. Among them, specific curses hidden in ancient texts that match the target's exact personality will manifest. Indung's skill severely affects the skeleton soldiers, leaving them unable to even curse in complete sentences. That 30 bastard. They struggle desperately to spit the words out but end up controlled. Even the skeleton general gets caught in this mess. Forced into absolute submission by Indung's power, the skeleton general roars in sheer agony. Soon, it gets completely suppressed and falls flat on the dirt. Having dealt with Jin-sung's bony friends, Indung turns around and mocks him, calling him a mere necromancer. He smugly asks, "Your little skeleton is fast asleep, so what is your move now?" But watch closely, completely unfazed, despite being all alone. Jin-sung laughs mockingly and asks if they are suddenly buddy-buddy now. Gently placing his hand on the skeleton general, he casually asks what he meant by that. Jin-sung then activates his own skill to completely shield the giant from mental attacks using a blood demon form. Sure enough, Indung's powerful curse begins to fade away. The skeleton general regains full control of its body, while Jin-sung arrogantly declares that he still wants to keep fighting. Seeing the beast move under Jin-sung's command to attack him, Indung is completely taken aback and gasps in shock. What? How can it still move? Without another word, he quickly dives to the side before getting crushed under the giant's massive foot. Unable to believe his spell was broken by Jin-sung, he grits his teeth in pure rage and asks how he bypassed it. What kind of monster are you? The skeleton general just chuckles smugly, boasting that both this body and its master were born from the dark abyss. Jin-sung also flashes an arrogant smirk and chimes in right after. He is the bonehead, and I am the masked zombie. Their blatant disrespect drives Indung absolutely crazy, as he claims they have lost their minds. How dare you look down on the first monster? He furiously declares that since he was merely curious, he has not shown his true power. But now, the gloves are off. He raises his hands high into the air, preparing to unleash his ultimate finishing strike. And you and I both know what is coming next as the system reveals his terrifying spell, the first monster's Armageddon. A rain of fire will incinerate the entire battlefield, leaving behind a scorching divine city effect that lasts for quite some time. This revelation catches Jin-sung completely off guard as he panics, wondering how the guy can even cast Armageddon. Desperate to prevent the worst outcome, he charges at Indung, delivers a powerful kick, and screams at him to stop. But Indung just smirks triumphantly, telling him that it is already far too late for the apocalyptic flames. Glaring at Jin-sung with absolute satisfaction, he boasts that the fire will fall anyway, even if he gets stopped. Terrified by the threat, Jin-sung quickly turns around and barks orders to his skeleton general to go and protect everyone. Just as the general acknowledges his order and runs off, the third suddenly leaps out of nowhere to block its path. Held back by this nuisance, the skeleton general struggles wildly and roars to let go, but the third refuses to budge, declaring he will never back down despite his injuries. And then, the inevitable happens as Jin-sung looks up to see the Armageddon. No, it has already begun. Crimson dots light up the sky as Armageddon approaches. Those small specks are actually massive, blazing fireballs. Holding the giant in place, the third confidently claims that while it is a shame he cannot finish the job, this time it is officially checkmate. Meanwhile, Indung arrogantly raises his voice to taunt Jin-sung. My fellow necromancer, if you have a trump card, now is the time to play it. Jin-sung actually has a solution, but he is terrified of the consequences of using it. Damn it. If I summon the omnivore, I can stop this disaster. But they will recognize me instantly, drawing the attention of Satan or the third. He knows his friends are dead meat without the omnivore, especially with everyone currently knocked out cold inside the building. Suddenly, remembering a past conversation with John, Jin-sung quickly hardens his resolve and makes his decision. There is no other choice left. I must treat this as my absolute final battle. Without any hesitation, he prepares to summon his legendary sword, the Omnivore. But before he can execute the spell, a bizarre event occurs as massive clouds of desert dust suddenly rise, forcing him to halt the summon entirely. Confused, he asks if it is a sandstorm. And trust me, you and I are going to find out exactly what happens next. Alright. Stick with me, because we are about to watch Kim In-dung lose his mind as a sudden sandstorm crashes his battle, leaving him screaming in absolute confusion. Then, a sudden memory seems to flash through his mind. This cannot be. Is this another fragment of the combined sword? Instead of dying down, the massive sandstorm only rages harder and louder. It sweeps away all the fireballs, leaving In-dung furious as his apocalyptic flames are instantly snuffed out. The situation is getting out of hand, and he cannot afford to play around. He must end this quickly. He looks over at his own minions, but the Death Knights are already swept away and useless, so he glares at his opponent's troops instead. But your undead warriors are also blocked, the Necromancer mockingly points out. Seeing both armies completely neutralized, In-dung immediately barks an order. Third, stop playing around with them and finish this already. Irritated, Third snaps back, claiming he is already using all his power. Of course, In-dung does not care, and only screams in anger. You are getting pushed back by a pathetic skeleton. Have you no shame? Now pay attention, because before he can even finish lecturing, a horde of muscular beasts suddenly spawns, roaring together to smash everything to pieces. The monsters charge straight at Third, mocking him as a leopard before grabbing his head, making him roar in agonizing pain. These beasts seem completely obsessed with crushing his head, loudly declaring that they will smash it into tiny pieces. Watching this, Haya smiles and claims even destiny is on their side, quickly grabbing one of Third's heads. Stop blocking my path, you low-life monster, Haya snarls, instantly snapping Third's neck right after. As for Jin-sung, the sudden arrival of these massive creatures leaves him completely bewildered, wondering who they actually are. He quickly activates his appraisal skill to analyze these giant monsters. After reviewing their stats, he realizes they are targeting Third, meaning they are likely allies. Plus, he uncovers some deep lore about these creatures. Duoxini, 6th rank of angels, power. Phantoms that obsess over crushing heads, or mysterious entities that slaughter victims by smashing their skulls. Constantly tortured by agonizing headaches, they absolutely despise any unstable or erratic movements around them. Driven by a violent instinct to crush everything, they are currently channeling power from a corrupted enlightenment in the dark scriptures. With forced reinforcement at 100%, their total combat power is 900. Suddenly, the Duoxini begin roaring wildly. The boss said to smash it. Grind this leopard's head to dust. Hearing their shouts, Jin-sung instantly focuses on the word boss. You and I both know In-dung is absolutely furious at these Duoxini beasts crashing his fight. Where did this trash come from? Just then, a cold voice suddenly rings out, warning him to watch his mouth. A girl wrapped in intense, deadly aura sneers at him with deep disgust. You are as foul-mouthed as always, she says, before unleashing a monstrous slash. The sheer force of that strike terrifies In-dung, who tries to curse in shock. But as the heavy blade lands, he can only cough up blood in agony, unable to utter a single word before collapsing to the ground. In that very moment, a warm wave of familiarity suddenly washes over Jin-sung. This strike and sword aura remind him of a specific person. The mysterious girl steps closer to Jin-sung, murmuring that it has been 5 years. It has been so long. Hearing her sweet voice, Jin-sung is stunned, realizing it is definitely her. He loudly calls out a name he has not spoken in ages, Seon. Hearing her name, Seon joyfully throws her arms around him. She holds him tight in a desperate embrace, sobbing lightly as she begs him to please say something. This sudden outburst of emotion completely flusters Jin-sung, leaving him unsure of how to react. But then, a gentle smile forms on his face as he softly greets his long-lost friend, asking Seon how she has been all this time. Crying tears of joy, she tells him she has been searching everywhere for that idiot, eagerly catching up with him. You are still the same as ever, even your height. Jin-sung calmly replies that he only returned from hell a few days ago. Stunned, she gasps, asking if that means he is still a second-year high schooler just like he was 5 years ago. She giggles and teases him, suggesting that he should start calling her big sister from now on. Amused but focused, Jin-sung reminds her that the battle is not over yet. Right then, a furious In-dung charges back, roaring loudly. You worthless pests. He stabs right through the skeleton, forcing it to release. Third, watching his ally fall, Jin-sung anxiously yells out to him. But Seon warns that now is not the time to worry about that. Recognizing her immediately, In-dung releases a burst of bloodlust and remarks that it has been a while since they last met, calling her a crazy wench. Though his words sound polite, His face twists with sheer hatred, saying he is so thrilled to meet again that he might just explode. Sion fires right back, and trust me, she hates seeing his ugly face just as much. Stick with me as Sion flares her Adea, coldly muttering, I should be saying that line. Right after, a massive leopard and a hound materialize behind her. Sion commands in a chilling voice, choose. She threatens Il-jung to grab his useless sword and crawl away quietly, or die right here. What is your choice? Suddenly, the system displays information about her white jade goblin armor, classifying it as a ground messenger lower rank. In this current Duoxini form, all her aura and stats focus entirely on raw strength, while preserving her elite physical swordsmanship. Total combat power 400,000 A, defensive power 500,000 A. Now, pay attention here. Even Jin-sung is shocked to see her attack and defense rise simultaneously like that. Realizing how insanely powerful Seon has become, a crazed Il-jung screams, I am on a whole different level now, elf. He roars as his Adea explodes, unleashing a violent storm of dust and wind that completely blinds the area. Suddenly, Il-jung spits on the ground in disgust. He tells the third, our target is secured, let us fall back. Slinging the guillotine, he decides to retreat for now. Glaring with pure hatred, he promises a brutal return. Sion scoffingly tells him to stop barking and just get lost. Il-jung quickly wraps his Adea around the third, and the two vanish into thin air. Through the darkness, a voice calls out for the nurse. Hearing the call, Aon slowly opens her eyes. Sion notices this and happily asks if she is okay. Seeing the elf, a relieved Aon sits up instantly. Is it really you, Sion? The girl smiles warmly and replies, yes, I am so glad you are safe. During their emotional reunion, Jin-sung interrupts, apologizing to Aon for bringing up heavy news the moment she woke up. Seeing that John is severely wounded, Aon quickly administers healing magic to snap him back to his senses. Seconds later, John jolts awake in a complete panic, frantically asking about the status of the battle. Jin-sung tries to calm him down, assuring him everyone is safe, but John yells back, safe? Did we win? What about the guillotine? Before Jin-sung can even answer, Seon cuts in and speaks up for him. We were not strong enough to reclaim the sword. Hearing her voice, John spins his head around in shock. Wait, the elf? Unbothered by his blunt tone, she greets him with a chuckle. Long time no see, Captain. She admits it is a shame, but continuing the fight would have only resulted in much heavier casualties. Look at this ruined fortress with me. Jizon follows Seon's gaze and is absolutely horrified by the massive destruction. He is relieved they barely survived, and sincerely thanks Seon for showing up to save their lives. We made it out because of you, elf. Seeing John actually say thank you, Seon immediately starts teasing him. Look how mature you are now, learning how to thank people. Flustered, John yells at her to shut up. He quickly asks about the third and Kim Il-jung. Jin-sung explains they barely managed to force a retreat. John realizes this means they could return at any moment. Looks like it is time for us to move. Hearing this, Jin-sung asks in confusion if he has a destination. With a heavy sigh, John plans to hide on a nearby island. But Seon suggests a much safer route. Captain, head further west. The coast there has numerous tiny islands that are perfect for keeping a low profile. John wants to follow her advice, but traveling far with a large group of wounded people is basically impossible. Seon turns to Aon, asking the nurse if she has any kind of bag with her. Aon remembers she has one and pulls it out. Suddenly, Seon holds her sword up to her hair. Cutting her hair, she claims that without the guillotine, this is the only way to avoid being tracked by monsters. At that moment, a pack of muscular goblin beasts suddenly appears before them. Jizon freaks out, screaming, what on earth are they? Meanwhile, the Duoxini happily chant, food, give us food. Unfazed by their extremely loud shouts, Master Seon proudly introduces the goblin Duoxini to her shocked companions. She then reveals the surprising reason behind cutting off her own hair. They suffer from chronic headaches, but eating parts of my body filled with my aura actually helps relieve their pain. After devouring her hair, the Duoxini cheer happily. Bagging the rest, Seon makes a proposal to John. Captain, take them with you, make them work, and pay them using this hair of mine. And that's where we leave it, with the Duoxini crying, Master, are you abandoning us? All right, you and I are diving right back into this, as she gently reassures them, promising to only help these refugees until they settle down. Plus, she promises a reward. She tells them that when she returns, she will grow out her hair and nails just for them to feast on. Hearing that, they quickly accept the order, shouting that they understand and will do their absolute best for their master. With orders given, Soon turns to rush her friends. They need to get out of there as fast as possible before the third and Kim In-dung show up again. Jiz nods in agreement while Aeon suggests they should probably say their goodbyes to the masked zombie before making their escape. Hearing this, Jin-sung is completely confused, having no idea what is going on. But then, a sudden realization hits him, and he finally understands. He remembers that once he takes off his cloak, the massive backlash will hit him all at once, triggering an intense anaphylactic shock that will knock him out for days. That thought genuinely worries him. Just then, the captain and the nurse notice Jin-sung hesitating. An smirks and asks if he is just too scared of the pain. John chimes in to encourage him, telling him the nurse has his back, so he should man up and do it. Left helpless against them, Jin-sung yields. Seeing no other choice, he softly tells them both that he will see them later. This sudden, gentle farewell catches both John and Aeon completely off guard. An emotional promise like this makes John blush deeply, turning bright red out of sheer embarrassment. Meanwhile, Aeon enthusiastically responds to Jin-sung's farewell, promising they will meet again. With that, Jin-sung drops to the ground and shouts that he is finally taking it off. Nurse Aeon, I trust you. Now watch this part carefully. Seeing his absolute trust, Aeon firmly vows to do her best, urging him not to waste any more time and release his power. Even though he acts completely fearless on the outside, deep down he is absolutely terrified. He can only pray that the anaphylactic shock does not kill him. Suddenly, John calls him the masked zombie. Jin-sung looks up, completely startled, wondering why he is suddenly calling out to him. Thank you. He then uses the old nickname he used to throw at Jin-sung, saying, See you later, you piece of trash. After a moment of shock, Jin-sung smiles despite the blood dripping from his mouth. In his heart, he bids John a silent farewell. Understood, Captain. We will meet again. The scene then shifts to reveal a grand, magnificent structure, the Pyongyang Palace. In the blink of an eye, the majestic palace vanishes, leaving behind a mysterious pitch-black darkness before a faint, dim light slowly flickers to life. The first and Fox are waiting inside the dark cave for the third to return, and within moments, a sudden flash of light erupts right beside them. Curiously, the first jumps up to investigate, and upon realizing what is happening, immediately alerts Fox. The third is returning. The first looks incredibly surprised, noting that this is much earlier than expected. But pay attention here. As the blinding light floods the cave, the first brow immediately furrows in deep concern. Shock is written all over his face. The third finally appears in a miserable state, his massive body instantly collapsing onto the cold ground. The third is completely broken, both physically and mentally. Seeing this, the first speaks up slowly, saying his pathetic appearance is hard to look at. He then approaches Indung and demands in a loud, commanding voice to tell him exactly what happened. With a darkened face, Indung defiantly snaps back, asking why he should have to report to him. Indung glares at him and warns the first to shut his mouth before he rips it open. The first simply sighs, muttering how utterly unpleasant he is. Losing his patience, Indung snaps and asks him to cut the attitude and tell him where the Lord is. Before the first can even answer, a deep, chilling voice suddenly echoes from right behind them, saying, I am here. Satan takes one quick look around and instantly grasps the entire situation, noting that it looks like they went through a massive ordeal. He slowly descends to the ground, offering his own calculated deduction. There must have been an unexpected variable in a battle that should have been an incredibly easy victory. Satan stands directly in front of Indung and coldly commands his first creation to report the current status of the mission. Indung obediently drops to one knee and begins reporting the entire chain of events. During this week, the first monster, Kim Indung, managed to recover the guillotine, a powerful fragment of the One Unity Sword in Korea. He quickly presents the shard to Satan, offering it up to his lord. An intense look of pure excitement instantly spreads across Satan's face. The guillotine is indeed a fitting fragment for him, though its overall shape seems a bit too bulky. Looking down at Indung, who is trembling violently on the floor, Satan secretly wonders what is truly going on. A sudden, blinding flash of light erupts, completely enveloping the space between them. Satan praises him with deep satisfaction, calling him clever. Holding the powerful wand in his hand, he quietly speaks to himself. It is an obvious question, because he is Satan. His gaze locks onto the glowing wand in front of him, muttering that it is finally perfect. At that moment, Indung suddenly cuts in to announce that he has urgent news to report. He immediately explains that while searching for the guillotine, a dangerous obstacle carrying immense power has appeared, requiring extreme caution. Satan asks in surprise what obstacle, and we are about to find out. Trust me, you are going to want to hear this. At first, he seemed like Baek Jin-sung, but his energy was totally off. He carefully reported every detail of the incident, explaining that the guy was already terrifyingly strong on his own. On top of that, he summoned a massive spine, controlled a giant bone dragon, and led skeleton soldiers an absolute necromancer. Once Injung finished his report, the first executor nearby chimed in. Bone control? Baek Jin-sung can actually control bones. He looked utterly confused, questioning him. First executor, what do you mean? Baek Jin-sung can control bones? The first executor firmly recalled that during their fight, Baek Jin-sung summoned a giant skeleton, flashing back to that exact memory. Back then, He only summoned bones as simple weapons, the first executor thought. But according to Fox, Baek Jin-sung once granted a weapon its own soul. He deduced his mastery over idea must have reached a level high enough to grant actual souls to his summons. Hearing that, In-jung's expression instantly became dark and uneasy. Panicking, he asked if that guy really was Baek Jin-sung. Now, watch closely, Satan pondered, realizing his idea must have grown insanely powerful after returning from the depths of hell. Terrified, In-jung immediately bowed down to apologize, begging, "Master, I was blind. I failed to sense his bizarre and overwhelming aura." Satan glared down at him with pure murderous intent, whispering, "Blind, are you?" In-jung instantly felt a heavy, suffocating pressure crushing his body, and within seconds, his neck was locked tight inside a terrifying guillotine. Satan smirked, realizing how this weapon worked. In-jung cautiously asked, "Master, have I truly outlived my usefulness to you? Is discarding me like this really a waste?" Suddenly, Satan burst into laughter and retrieved the deadly guillotine back into his hand. "I only wanted to test this guillotine's power, and I'm certainly not foolish enough to execute you myself." Satan glared daggers at In-jung, a sinister smirk creeping onto his face as he muttered, "I still have plenty of uses for you." In-jung knelt on the ground, trembling wildly, completely drenched in cold sweat. Satan warned, "You better do things right this time." He then turned back to the first executor and gave a command. "First executor, you will replace the third and go with Kim In-jung." Upon hearing this, his eyes instantly lit up with excitement. "Honestly, I almost feel bad. But anyway, let's shift to the west coast where two figures emerge on the path." Still feeling incredibly groggy, Jin-sung slowly opened his eyes, only to find Si-yoon's cheerful face staring right back at him. She beamed and asked, "Are you awake?" feeling a bit confused. Before Jin-sung could even speak a word to her, he suddenly realized he was being held right in Se-yoon's arms, causing his face to instantly turn red. He scrambled down immediately, backing away in total embarrassment while Se-yoon watched in sheer surprise. She pouted, asking, "What kind of reaction is that?" Jin-sung flinched, stuttering, "Why did you carry me like a princess anyway? Couldn't you just give me a normal piggyback ride?" Si-yoon smirked, teasingly claiming she absolutely had to do it. With a playful, shy look, she teased him just to stare closely at his face, saying, "We haven't met in 5 years. After all, this way, I can look at you as much as I want." Secretly, she thought his sleeping face was incredibly adorable. Flustered and speechless, Jin-sung quickly yelled to change the subject, asking, "Wait, where on earth is my mask?" Se-yoon manipulated a small stream of sand, gently lifting the mask and handing it over, saying, "This? I held it for you." Jin-sung stared in sheer surprise, thinking, "Sand?" Se-yoon then curiously asked, "Do you really still have to wear that thing?" Jin-sung silently stared down at the mask in his hand, knowing it was his only temporary shield to hide from his enemies. After pondering for a moment, Jin-sung finally spoke up, admitting, "But now, the masked zombie has likely become their target too." Se-yoon smiled brightly, confidently drawing her sword's hilt as she said, "Then we just need to find a new way to hide who you are." The sword hilt in Se-yoon's hand suddenly released countless small streams of sand. Staring in curiosity, Jin-sung asked, "What is all that sand anyway?" She quickly smiled and explained, "Oh, this is actually one of this sword's special abilities." Right after, a massive, giant blade instantly materialized from the flowing sand, as the system notification suddenly chimed in with an alert. Sand Fairy, an Earth Angel-class creature. Bahan grade is one of the rare defensive minerals used to protect the Earth. Its raw power completely repels anyone who tries to harm it, allowing you to freely manipulate sand supplied by the Sand Fairy. The owner can summon and control this sand at will, with the total volume scaling directly with the master's power, compressing it into an absolute shield as hard as diamond. Its size scales with the available sand, possessing a passive ability to violently repel any foreign threat that tries to breach it. Total combat power over 30,000. Se-yoon proudly showed off her incredible sword to Jin-sung. "What do you think? This is actually my second sword. Pretty cool, right?" He broke a sweat looking at that giant sword but forced a compliment anyway. "And trust me, you and I are definitely dying to know his real thoughts. Stick with me, this sword looks exactly like a wooden stick, triggering a flood of forgotten memories." Suddenly, he realizes this was the very weapon that blocked Kim Il-jung's lethal strike. Trying to shift the heavy mood, Jin-seong asks, "Se-yeon, where are we actually heading?" Se-yeon's expression turns completely serious as she bluntly replies, "To China," leaving him utterly shocked. "China?" Se-yeon explains, "Yes. According to the information the nurse gave us, the insect tower has risen in China, and a deep abyss has already formed right there. Under the cover of dark night, a half-human, half-fish figure faintly emerges. Dora whispers under her breath, 'Time must move on,' before quickly flicking her tail to dive deeper. Dora swims incredibly fast, clearly desperate to find something. Deep down at the abyss floor where she is diving, a human silhouette slowly starts to appear. That person is Li Xin, sitting quietly before a crackling campfire. Dora calls out, "Hello, Li Xin." The dancing flames light up Li Xin's face as he asks her in a cheerful voice, "Are you back to reset the magic today?" Dora looks irritated, her voice suddenly dropping as she demands, "Still not giving it back to me?" Li Xin calmly replies, "If I return it to you, neither of us will have any future left." He locks eyes with Doror, his gaze incredibly intense and threatening, and Li Xin's voice carries a deeply mocking undertone. Now watch closely. Abyss King Doror's eyes flare with brilliant light, burning with pure rage. "Then today, you have no choice but to look into my eyes, suppress your soul, and stop using it." Li Xin's face shows absolutely no fear, and he calmly stares right back into Doror's glowing eyes. Finally showing signs of defeat, Li Xin sighs and asks, "How long will you do this?" Dora responds with firm resolve, "Until you release my friend." Li Xin slowly stands up, asking, "Did I not already tell you?" Li Xin patiently explains once more that if she and her friend charge in together, they cannot fight back. He recalls their past battle, especially the moment he could no longer use his idea to kill her friend. She glares at Li Xin with eyes full of hatred, muttering, "Li Xin, I will kill you." He bursts out laughing, reminding Dora that if he dies, her friend dies along with him. Hearing those words, her hostile glare instantly softens a bit. She knows exactly why she must hold back. Just then, Cheppy's Janner appears, instantly cutting through the heavy tension. "Are you still having that pointless mental tug-of-war with that giant squid?" Surprised, Li Xin turns around to ask if she is finally awake. Cheppy's Janner shrugs, muttering that because of those deep-sea pests, you and I can see her staring at Doror, mocking that the giant squid won't dare attack them. Cheppy's Janner's teasing presence makes Doror lose control. She grinds her teeth as a truly terrifying aura explodes from her entire body. Still such a pain. Seeing the situation turn sour, Li Xin quickly warns her, "Cheppy's, do not provoke her. We cannot afford to fight with those monsters outside." Annoyed, Cheppy's Janner clicks her tongue, asking with frustration, "Tesk, how much longer is this going to keep dragging on?" With a bright smile, he reassures her that their chance will come. After all, a high-ranking creature from the deep abyss has already broken out of the tower through sheer willpower alone. According to what he gathered from their conversation, Doror had actually placed a powerful restriction seal on her own body. Her main goal in doing this was to shatter her contract and escape the creature tower. Suddenly, a loud system notification rings out, displaying a screen of crucial information regarding Doror's stats. Abyss King Doror, contract suppression. Once per day, she can place a restriction on anyone who makes direct eye contact. However, she cannot defy the laws of the world, nor can she directly place restrictions that threaten lives. But if the target witnesses Doror's true form, they will suffer a significantly stronger restriction seal. The shorter the command, the longer its effect lasts, up to 24 hours. However, her loyal deep-sea companions have already arrived to rescue her from the tower. However, the Insect King was not inside, and during their hunt for him, Li Xin recalls their very first encounter. They ambushed him right after he broke free from his mental seal. During that clash, he managed to destroy half of Doror's body with his suppression power, but after a grueling battle, he ended up trapped inside the abyssal dome. Li Xin silently recalls these past events. Since then, she returns daily to cast restrictions, preventing him from using his curse. He sighs in relief upon realizing one crucial detail. Trust me, it is a lucky thing she can only restrict his future actions, not what he has already set in motion. Otherwise, she could have easily ordered him to free her trapped friend, instantly achieving her main goal. Back in reality, a curious Li Xin speaks up, asking, "Dor, how is the situation looking outside?" She responds to Li Xin's question with a broken, struggling voice, just like before. "All right, you and I are diving into a tense standoff," as Cheppy Janner interrupts Dor. "Did they really leave, or are you just lying to avoid a fight? Since we can't see a single thing happening out there right now, how are we supposed to trust a word you say?" Dor scowls in absolute annoyance, finding her incredibly irritating. Instantly, she activates her power to command Cheppy Janner, warning her never to speak to her again. Forced to obey, Cheppy Janner spins around and helplessly shrugs as she walks away, muttering about how petty Dor is while Li Xin watches her leave. He understands her frustration completely. Cheppy Janner knows the enemy is still lurking outside, and this helpless situation is eating away at her. Li Xin carefully analyzes the field. Kim and Jung and those colossal beasts are on high alert. Yet they refuse to attack the monsters emerging from outside the tower. One wrong strike, and those monsters will immediately unite against them. As Dor walks away, Li Xin shifts his gaze to her, knowing that once the external balance shatters, everything inside will collapse with it. In this crucial moment, Li Xin finally finds his answer. The only one capable of breaking this delicate stalemate is. Suddenly, a gorgeous twilight sky unfolds before them like silk ribbons. Jin-sung gazes up, his eyes wide with absolute wonder. That took longer than expected, didn't it? Luckily, we didn't have to swim across this massive ocean ourselves. Carrying Jin-sung and Soon across the vast sea, the bone dragon's skull sighs helplessly, admitting he never expected his master to use his body like this. Jin-sung snaps back, telling him to shut up since he is a dragon who cannot even fly, which instantly annoys the giant beast. Are you mocking my swimming skills, contractor? Ignoring the dragon's complaint, Jin-sung simply tells him to shut up and focus on swimming. Now, pay attention here as they quietly drift forward, and Jin-sung suddenly asks Soon if she has really been traveling completely alone all this time. Thrilled that Jin-sung is showing concern for her, Soon's face instantly lights up with pure excitement. Do you want to hear all about my wild adventure to find my foolish husband? Hearing this, Jin-sung quickly tries to politely decline. Maybe I'll listen to that story later, he says, hastily changing the subject. He asks if she ran into Senior Wung-ho, the zombie squad, or the hunter team members, making Soon turn slightly pale. She lowers her head and softly admits she has no idea, since it has been 3 years since she last saw Wung-ho and the zombie squad. She heard rumors that Wung-ho headed towards Gangwon province along with his personal unit and the zombie squad. Finding this hard to believe, Jin-sung asks in confusion why on earth they would head up north toward Gangwon. Soon explains they are gathering active warriors from the northern borders of South Korea down to the south of Han River to build a unified army. Realizing the truth, Jin-sung gasps, "Wait, did they get ambushed?" She nods solemnly, explaining they were utterly crushed after a devastating raid led by the ruthless Kim In-jung. Wung-ho managed to survive, but hearing that the others are gone completely shatters Jin-sung's spirit. You and I both know how much he cares about them. Gritting his teeth, Jin-sung loses all patience and shouts that they must go search for them right now, while Soon gently caresses his cheek. Softly whispering his name, she uses her gentle voice to calm his raging emotions. I know you are worried, but we cannot search blindly when we do not even have a single clue where they currently are. She calmly suggests that their top priority should be tracking down Secretary Li Xin, who holds vital intel regarding their locations. We must meet up with him first before we can go after Wung-ho and the zombie squad. Her words successfully soothe the intense panic rising inside Jin-sung. Please just be a little patient, she pleads. And Jin-sung obediently agrees. He knows deep down that Soon is entirely right, and finding the secretary has to be their main priority. She continues speaking gently to put his restless mind at ease. Once we find him, tracking down Wung-ho's group will be much easier. Soon smiles, happily telling Jin-sung that she has actually grown a whole lot stronger during their time apart. Jin-sung silently assesses her for a brief second, agreeing completely with her claim in his head. Just as the captain said, Soon's power has skyrocketed. Even though he escaped hell later, the gap between them remains massive, leaving him lost in deep thought. With her combat power at 400,000 and her rare sand fairy abilities, memories of the past suddenly flash across his mind. Jin-sung ponders this. Although he can summon Skull with a combat power of 450,000 alongside an entire undead army, even with such powerful allies at his beck and call, his own raw combat ability remains his greatest weakness. Disappointment washes over Jin-sung's face, but just as the mood turns grim, the mechanical sound of the system suddenly echoes in his mind. Sangite, the god-slaying demon child, Earth Angel rank, 8th grade arsenal. Murderous intent can now be manifested as physical matter, life force, or active energy. Though it can manipulate bloodlust, it still hasn't abandoned the primal habits of a crazed, vengeful spirit. The more bloodlust it unleashes, the more ecstatic it becomes. Current synchronization with Swite is 1%. Total combat power 15,000. Jin-sung gasps in shock at the 15,000 power level, as the system flashes another warning that the creature's feral instincts remain untamed. And trust me, as this terrifying bloodlust triggers a manic ecstasy, you and I are left wondering what happens next. Alright, let us dive right back in as Jin-sung checks his system screen. 11% sync with Sang and 15,000 combat power. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashes in his mind. If that sync rate hits 100%, Sang will have enough power to seal even high-tier entities. But this first awakening only gave him a 1% boost, landing him at 11%. Jin-sung stares intently at the system screen, resting his chin on his hand as he schemes. Even using the cloak to balance the playing field is risky. His body simply cannot handle that kind of strain. It is funny because even though it was his own idea, he still barely understands parts of it. Right then, another system prompt pops up, showing skills like Primal Bloodlust, Inherited Instant Acceleration, Contempt for Prey, the Omnivore Bone Dragon, and a Sentient Sword. But things get weird with skills like Future Presence and the Jade Emperor's Tablet, restricted to absolute worst-case scenarios, meaning they require world approval and divine acknowledgement. Reading through them, Jin-sung tries to make sense of these complex skills. Unlock conditions like world approval and divine acknowledgement? Staring at the screen, his face suddenly turns dark. Images of Saw and Fox flash in his mind. He notes that future presence does not even have an explanation text. Kim In-dung's combat power must be around 1 million, and there is no way Fox or Satan are weaker than him. After wasting so much time trying to analyze all this, Jin-sung frustration boils over as he sighs and scratches his head. Now pay attention, because overthinking won't help. He must find Secretary Li Shin first. Just then, his bone companion suddenly speaks up. He excitedly calls out, saying they have reached the coast, contractor. Jin-sung instantly focuses his gaze on the massive water sphere. He is absolutely certain that Secretary Kim is trapped right inside of it. Cut to a dark, gloomy dungeon filled with agonizing screams of terror. The moment In-dung arrives, the chief warden quickly steps up to welcome him. "You have arrived, sir?" In-dung sneers and asks the warden if he remembers the captives from last year. The warden nods, confirming they were transferred as ordered. In-dung cold-bloodedly commands him to lead the way. Walking behind the warden, In-dung passes cells filled with captured warriors who have been tortured to the point of absolute madness. "Please, master, kill me," they beg. But In-dung only sneers, seeing these pathetic warriors as too weak to be useful anymore. Smirking coldly, In-dung mocks the prisoners, laughing at how easily they broke down after experiencing just a tiny fraction of suffering. After walking a bit, the warden stops and points, saying they have arrived. Stepping into the cell, In-dung finds Sang-min and Kang-ha chained up and hanging helplessly in midair. In-dung approaches them with a cruel smile, muttering how Park Jin-sung left him such a humiliating gift. Hearing his voice, Kang-ha weakly opens his eyes to look. Mistaking the figure for Jin-sung, Kang-ha weakly calls out for his captain, desperately hoping for a rescue. In-dung's lips curl into a twisted smirk. He completely loses it, bursting into a manic, echoing fit of laughter. "I know what you are thinking, he is crazy." He vows to return the gift, warning Jin-sung to wait. Elsewhere, the first is fully prepared to fight, leading a group of masked figures in black cloaks directly into the streets. Sensing their overwhelming aura from afar, Jin-sung grimly notes that they must have already anticipated his exact arrival. Frowning, Soon explains that this is the only zone where teleportation is blocked. She urgently begs Jin-sung to retreat and return later when it is safer. Intrigued, Jin-sung asks if the two of them can take down the first, since he is alone. Instantly, his highly responsive system pulls up the details. It is Daniel's monster, the first, a third-ranked terrestrial angel, and a mid-tier Ophanum, the very first monster, and the sole beast to possess a human heart. This beast possesses unconditional empathy with humans, allowing him to detect hostile intent and strike before an enemy can even move. According to the terrestrial angel hierarchy, he possesses non-empathy, making him completely immune to soul damage from anyone below anti-angel rank. At level 5, he triggers resonance. Destroying the target's body inflicts equal damage to their soul. With his combat power at 300,000, Soon begs Jin-sung to stop. "We have no idea what is waiting inside that sphere, so we cannot afford to waste our energy out here." Calmly, she points out that if they exhaust themselves now, they will be helpless if more enemies suddenly show up. Soon's flawless logic makes perfect sense, successfully convincing Jin-sung to hold back. Her brilliant tactical analysis is completely correct. Is this the raw experience of surviving hell? She continues scanning the area, offering sharp deductions. The enemies can mobilize their entire force in an instant. If this is just a simple precaution, they will withdraw within days. They should retreat now and wait for their chance. Staring back at the massive sphere, Jin-sung agrees to Soon's suggestion. "All right," he mutters. "Stick around to find out what happens next." "All right, you and I are stepping right into a massive showdown as a red light flashes near number 1. As it fades, Kim In-jung suddenly appears, shocking everyone nearby. Number 1 leans down and slowly asks, "So, you've arrived?" Kim In-jung, completely losing his patience, snaps back. "It took some time to prepare. Have those bastards still not shown their faces yet?" Seeing Kim In-jung's irritated expression, Number 1 suddenly bursts out laughing. "You've prepared something truly amusing," Number 1 says. Kim In-jung looks incredibly pleased with his twisted creations, so even Number 1 thinks so. "Aren't you curious how they are going to react to my precious harvest?" Kim In-jung barks out an order for the cavalry to quickly fall into line. Meanwhile, back with Si-yoon and Jin-wung, the young man suddenly freezes, his eyes locked onto something. Si-yoon tries to warn him, "Stop thinking about it. Just wait for the next opportunity." Sensing that something is seriously wrong with him, she turns to get a closer look. Jin-wung is absolutely shaking with rage, grinding his teeth as his burning glare locks onto a single direction, ready to incinerate everything in sight. Si-yoon feels the overwhelming fury radiating from him, turning her head to see what he is staring at, and guys, the sight is horrifying. Zombies. She realizes her massive mistake instantly. Kim In-jung knew Park Jin-wung would show up because there is no way he would just walk away from these monsters. Si-yoon desperately tries to scream and hold him back, yelling, "No, Jin-wung!" Ignoring her cries, Jin-wung doesn't hesitate for a second. he charges straight toward Kim In-jung. Kim In-jung turns around only to see Jin-woong leaping out. Number 1 scoffs, mocking him. So, you couldn't hold yourself back after all? In the blink of an eye, Jin-woong stands directly before Kim In-jung and Number 1. Glaring with pure hatred, he grinds his teeth and roars his name. But Kim In-jung remains completely unfazed, mockingly asking Number 1, "What is it? Is Park Jin-woong already here?" Number 1 casually replies that the kid has been hiding in the corner for 30 minutes. Hearing this, the young man simply chuckles. "So you already knew? Fine, there's no reason for me to hide anymore." At this point, Jin-woong's wrath boils over completely, unleashing a suffocating aura of pure bloodlust that threatens to swallow the entire area. On the other hand, Kim In-jung feels incredibly satisfied that he successfully provoked Jin-woong. "It's been a while since I felt that deadly aura," he says. Number 1 adds fuel to the fire, calling it pathetic. "It's hard to recognize your old self," he sneers. Meanwhile, Jin-woong frowns, planning to end this before Number 3 arrives. "Trust me, it's a smart play." He suddenly shouts and waves his hand, commanding, "Come forth, skull!" Upon receiving Jin-woong's command, white skeletal fragments instantly manifest in the air. The scattered bones rapidly move and assemble themselves together with creepy precision. The skull rapidly takes on a complete, terrifying form and raises its head to let out a wild, booming roar. Right as the giant skull appears, a system notification rings out in his head. Bone Dragon, Earth Angel level, high-tier Bafanim rank. Utilizing the heart of a 10,000-year-old mouse goblin, the conditions are met using Bi-hyung's rib to manifest its physical body. Created from the blood demon's trait of despising the strong, yet its personality seems to be completely the opposite. When the Bone Dragon is summoned, countless skeletal soldiers rise alongside it, fully prepared to obey its every command. Total combat power, 450,000 plus. Looking at its opponents, the skull speaks with pure disdain. "A lion this time instead of that jaguar?" Same plan as before. Contractor. Jin-woong barks an order back, telling it to shut up and summon the soldiers. The creature obeys, slamming its hand onto the ground and roaring, "Rise, Legion of the Abyss!" Immediately after, an endless horde of skeletal warriors begins clawing their way out of the soil. They are all radiating intense battle spirit. Jin-woong commands again. "Glutton, activate Kraken mode." A massive sword instantly appears in his hand. Jin-woong lowers his stance, gripping the hilt tightly as he prepares to face Kim In-jung head-on. Just as he is about to launch forward, Si-yoon's desperate voice rings out, cutting him off. "Jin-woong, you can't fight right now." Distracted by her words, Jin-woong freezes in place for a brief moment. Si-yoon does everything she can to calm him down, but Jin-woong is too stubborn. He charges straight toward Kim In-jung anyway. "I'm sorry," Jin-woong roars, commanding the skull and his skeletal army to attack. "Let's go, glutton skull." The beast immediately follows behind him, letting out a wild screech. Dividing their forces, the skull and the skeleton army clash directly with Number 1. As for Jin-woong, he recklessly lunges forward alone to take down Kim In-jung, screaming his name. "Kim In-jung!" The man merely scoffs before putting on a fake, hurt expression. "I was trying to create a touching reunion here, yet you treat me with such hatred? Don't you think that's incredibly unfair?" Gripping his sword, he moves with blinding speed toward Kim In-jung, faster than the naked eye can track. But right as their blades are about to clash, the coward suddenly slips away to another spot. "Guess I'll play with that elf girl instead." Leaving Jin-woong completely bewildered, stick with me to see what happens next. Wait, did he just run away? What's he plotting? Let's watch as Jin-woong shifts his focus to his 2 hanging teammates. No, saving the zombie squad comes first. Even if it puts him at a major disadvantage, keeping them alive is his only shot. Jin-woong lands right in front of Sang-min and Kang-ha, asking with pure panic, "Are you two okay?" Kang-ha whispers his name in a weak, raspy voice. Immediately, Captain Jin-woong slashes the ropes to free them both. "I'm here, sorry I'm late." Sang-min lets out a weak chuckle. "Captain, it's really been a while." Kang-ha grumbles, "You took your sweet time." Jin-woong quickly supports them, replying, "Sorry guys, let's talk about this later." Just as Jin-woong thinks he's successfully pulled off the rescue, his only goal is to get them to safety. But pay attention here, a sudden, sharp pain shoots through his body, and blood coughs up from his mouth. Both Sang-min and Kang-ha have been totally brainwashed by Im Du-gung. Now, they are nothing more than his brainwashed puppets, taking turns whispering cold, menacing words. "Captain, it's been so long. Since it's been this long, I should stab you a few times." Jin-woong's body takes 2 direct knife strikes from Sang-min and Kang-ha. Seeing this, his skeleton soldier rushes to help, but Jin-woong steps in to block its path. "Stop, don't you dare hurt them." Right after, more blades plunge into Jin-woong's back from behind, sending a fresh torrent of blood coughing from his mouth. Moving like empty shells, Sang-min ruthlessly stabs Jin-woong's exposed back over and over again. "Captain, we finally meet again, and yet you turn your back on us?" Kang Ha is no exception, adding fuel to the fire with his own words. That just makes me want to stab you even more. Soon screams Jin Wong's name in pure agony, but Im Du-gung steps in, blocking her path completely. You little elf. He mockingly challenges Soon. Im Du-gung's entire plan is to keep her from saving Jin Wong. Shouldn't you focus on me instead? Soon gnashes her teeth in rage, instantly triggering her combat form. Get out of my way! Im Du-gung just stands there completely unbothered, rambling on. Elf, back at Hyundai, I let you walk away. Instantly revealing his dark, sinister nature, he sneers, but this time around, you seriously need to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, the system notification rings out once again. The first monster, carrying every curse that exists in this world. The designated target is forced to suffer every single curse that has ever existed, and even written curses will rain down upon them. Soon has absolutely no time to dodge, and in an instant, her entire body becomes completely paralyzed. Soon collapses to the ground in agony. Im Du-gung looks down at her. Don't worry too much about that kid, elf. He slowly walks up to Soon and declares coldly, everything will be over soon. Now check this out. An unidentified object suddenly plummets from the sky, slamming into the earth with a shockwave that completely obliterates everything in the surrounding area. Jin Wong's face turns pale as his eyes widen in sheer terror. That thing is here. The monster falling from the sky is Fox. Glancing around, it mutters, so this is the place? The moment Fox lands, it's already itching to find its target. Where is Park Jin Wong? Fox's massive towering body is easily over 10 times larger than Jin Wong. Standing like a giant mountain right in front of him, it rumbles. It's been a while, Park Jin Wong. Jin Wong's pupils instantly shrink, and his heart races as his body trembles. Fox has finally shown up. Right on cue, the system's notification sound blares in his ears once more. A monster from the Book of Daniel, Fox, a top-tier cherubim, second-class earth angel, the fourth monster, worshipping absolute and extreme violence. It completely overwhelms the other three beasts, possessing the unique ability to teleport directly to any large-scale riots. Total combat power, 1 million. He gasps internally in absolute shock. 1 million? The Bone General screams out in worry. The contractor is in danger. It swings its massive rock-hard tail straight at First, roaring, "Get lost, you oversized cat." First easily dodges the Bone General's deadly strike, letting out a mocking laugh. Now that is one big cat. Fox approaches the Bone General, tilting its head in curiosity. Is this brainless thing Park Jin Wong's new power? The Bone General is completely bewildered, clueless about the danger it's in. What? My bones are steeped in the deep darkness of... Without letting it finish, Fox delivers a brutal kick straight into the Bone General's stomach. Snapping, "Shut up." Taking the full force of the blow, it goes flying backward. Writhing in pain and burning with rage, the Bone General quickly opens its mouth, gathering energy for a massive counterattack. I will make you pay for that. The energy sphere condenses at rapid speed, and it lets out a booming roar. Bony la la la. The accumulated power inside the sphere is fired directly at Fox. Fox immediately raises both hands to block the raging energy blast. The very moment the attack collides, a violent and explosive shockwave erupts outward, instantly sweeping away absolutely everything in the surrounding area. Jin Wong braces himself against the wind, grumbling in annoyance. Hey, bonehead. I told you not to go acting on your own. But as the words leave his mouth, the sight ahead leaves Jin Wong speechless. Fox is blocking the blast with just one hand, mocking his power. Stick with me, because this battle is about to get even crazier. Is that all the violence you've got? Let's find out. Jinung cannot believe his eyes. This monster just blocked Bonehead's roar, the exact blast that completely destroyed half of the third's body with a single hand. Suddenly, Fox starts to move, holding back that massive wave of surging energy with just one hand. He slowly marches toward the skeleton chief. In the blink of an eye, Fox closes the distance to the skeleton chief. The gap between them vanishes instantly. Then, his other hand clenches into a massive, tight fist. Fox suddenly winds up, channeling every ounce of his power into his fist before unleashing a devastating, fatal blow straight down onto the skeleton chief's head. The chief's entire body is instantly blown away by that unbelievable, raw, destructive force. Even with its skull completely smashed and its body shattered to pieces, the beast still desperately worries about its summoner, Jinung. Fox smugly tells them to try again with some actual meat next time. Jinung struggles to his feet, warily scanning Fox from head to toe. He took down the Bone Chief with a single strike. That monster is far stronger than he was 5 years ago. Jinung lets his guard down for a split second, completely forgetting that Kang Ha and Song Min are still behind him. "Where are you looking, Captain?" they shout out. Fortunately, Jinung's instincts kick in just in time, allowing him to narrowly dodge their sudden, deadly attack. Kang Ha looks genuinely disappointed, whining, "Aw, Captain, where are you going?" Sangmin stares at Jinung hungrily, muttering, "Captain, I want you. Now pay attention, because Jinung has no clue why they're acting so insane. Why are you guys doing this? Suddenly, In-jung warps right next to him. Seeing Jin-ung's absolute panic, he can't help but chuckle. TSK, TSK. This is no fun at all. Jin-ung screams, roaring directly in his face. Kim In-jung, what did you do to them? In-jung simply shrugs his shoulders. Honestly, not much. He pulls out a dagger and calmly explains, I just played with them using the madman, then fed them their trash friend. That's all. Jin-ung's system instantly analyzes and translates the exact properties of the dagger. It is a Vahan rank, Earth Angel class weapon of madness, the absolute peak of earthly madness given physical form. It is both the breath and the decay of a heavily wounded world. It aggressively amplifies negative emotions, turning the wielder into a raving lunatic while boosting combat instincts in direct proportion to their lost sanity. It constantly seeks a fitting master, because a perfectly sane person can never truly control this absolute madness. The more people it drives insane, the stronger the backlash becomes, and the greater the combat power it grants. Current number of people driven completely insane, 3,333. Fireflies begging to go mad and moths that have completely lost their minds. Overall, combat power is 10,000 plus. Jin-ung quickly realizes that the shard in In-jung's hand is actually a fragment of the fusion sword. In-jung admires the dagger, casually noting that while its combat power isn't massive, it is fascinating in a different way. Jin-ung's rage boils over, his bloodlust exploding. We both felt that anger, right? Because of you. It's all because of you. Seeing that his twisted goal is achieved, Kim In-jung bursts into a satisfied, arrogant laugh. Exactly. This is the exact reaction I have been waiting for all along. In-jung commands Kang-ha and Song-min to charge. Jin-ung looks at his brainwashed friends in total despair, crying out, Guys! Kang-ha gleefully raises his dagger, showing it off. He calls out to his captain, Look, we finally have our own daggers now. Standing beside him, Sang-min sneers mockingly, saying, We always wanted to be just like you, Captain. Now, look at us. Jin-ung is completely frozen, desperately racking his brain. No, your weapons shouldn't be like that. Do they have their own now? Suddenly, Fox calls out, mocking Jin-ung. He looks down at him with pure ridicule in his eyes. Do you really want to experience violence again after 5 years? What a pathetic sight. Adding fuel to the fire, the first sneers with utter contempt, saying even he cannot pity him. Jin-ung's entire body begins to tremble uncontrollably, his thoughts tangling into a chaotic, messy knot. What should he do? Fox is here. And Kim In-jung uses his brainwashed squad as human shields whenever he tries to attack. The gruesome memory of the skeleton chief flashes in his mind, its skull brutally crushed to pieces. Then, Soon's terrified face flashes. Jin-ung realizes that Soon is completely unable to move because of Kim In-jung's Ada. He thinks that running away right now is the most sensible decision, but that desperate escape plan only briefly flickers in Jin-ung's mind. He quickly loses hope again. Even if he wants to run, where could he possibly go? That sphere is their actual destination. Jin-ung analyzes carefully, knowing that inside lies Isaac, one of the supreme leaders of the tower. Can he escape if he uses the scroll to copy Fox's overwhelming power? The chaotic thoughts suffocate him inside his own mind. Copying the power of the third would cause his own bones to shatter. Jin-ung knows all too well the extreme danger of acting recklessly here. If he copies Fox's power in this state without the nurse around, he might die. Trust me, you and I can't miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see him grit his teeth in pure regret over his own reckless haste. While Jin-sung remains completely lost in his thoughts, he realizes this is the absolute only way to at least save Soon. But wait, where did that tiny stream of sand floating before him come from? Along with the sand, he hears Soon's heavy breathing and hurried footsteps. She looks completely exhausted by Jin-sung's stubborn attitude. You really are incredibly stubborn. In-jung is completely caught off guard, wondering how on earth that goblin girl is still able to move. He sneers, mocking that she has always been like this, but in reality, she is clearly just pushing past her limits. In-jung shakes his head at the two of them, telling them they should slowly say their final goodbyes. Jin-sung's face turns dark, as pure despair fills his eyes. Soon, I am so sorry, I was supposed to save you. But instead of blaming him, she gently reaches her hand out to comfort him. Jin-sung, is this what Cinderella felt like? Her warm hand gently caresses his cheek, offering him comfort. It leaves him feeling incredibly confused, while Soon lets her painful tears flow. Forcing a weak smile, she tells him she spent 4 long years searching for him, but it seems her time has finally run out. Jin-sung instantly senses something is terribly wrong, frantically asking what she is talking about. In response, Soon gathers every ounce of her courage, pulling him in close to gently plant a soft kiss on his lips. Watch closely, Soon uses this romantic kiss as her final goodbye. A blushing Jin-sung has no idea what she is planning. Suddenly, Soon pulls out a sword hilt and presses it firmly against him. Sand immediately starts pouring out from the hilt without stopping. Jin-sung panics, crying out in total shock that this cannot be happening. His entire body is rapidly swallowed by a massive wave of sand. Reaching his hand out, he desperately screams her name. A soft smile appears on Soon's face. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she chokes back her sobs to confess her love for him. Jin-sung is completely powerless, forced to watch helplessly as Soon slowly fades away from his sight. She quietly stands there, watching the sand sphere grow larger until it completely wraps around and seals Jin-sung inside. Realizing Jin-sung is about to escape, In-jung instantly barks an order to the first. Stop that goblin girl right now. First, as the first tries to charge forward, a mysterious white sphere shoots out to block them. Then, the sand sphere in front of Soon is slowly engulfed by water. She keeps her eyes fixed on him. Once she is absolutely certain Jin-sung is safe, Soon quietly whispers her feelings one last time. I love you so much. As Soon silently stares ahead, In-jung approaches and breaks the silence. I know what you're thinking, she's in serious danger. He even sneers at her, demanding if she truly believes she'll be okay being left all alone. Soon turns around with a look of pure contempt, replying that she did this because she never planned on surviving anyway. This was the absolute best thing I could do, so I have zero regrets. In-jung glances over at the first and asks, didn't you once feel some sympathy and relate to her before? The first replies that he can only understand actions born out of absolute madness. Anything else is far too unpredictable. Suddenly, Fox stomps his foot down and roars out that this time, he is going to completely destroy her. Unleashing a massive wave of power, he shouts that overwhelming violence is the only true answer. In-jung rushes to stop him, asking how many more hints he needs to finally understand. Fox growls menacingly, warning Kim In-jung that if he wants to stay alive, he better stop trying to control him. While being held down by the two men, Soon suddenly asks him, so you really don't want that sphere destroyed, do you? He snaps back in annoyance, asking if she truly believes they lack the power to handle a simple sphere. She calmly fires back, stating that if they could destroy it without taking any damage, they would have done it already. She continues, pointing out that even she heard Master Li Xin is inside, meaning they must know it too. Yet, the fact that the sphere remains untouched makes their fear completely obvious. In-jung laughs, telling her to keep talking. Soon continues to provoke him, saying he is hesitating because if he messes up, Master Li Xin and the other higher-ups will break free. He chuckles again, pulling out a sharp knife while noting that she is clever and that he learned a valuable lesson at the bank. Soon gasps as she realizes In-jung's sinister intentions. He smirks, asking why on earth he should ever adapt to his enemies. With a wicked grin, In-jung forces the knife into her hand, asking why they shouldn't just make them join their side instead. The moment Soon touches the blade, a dark energy takes over her mind as evil voices echo inside her head, telling her to kill. Soon's eyes glaze over with madness as she screams in agony. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Jin-sung is slowly sinking deeper. He begs in absolute despair for everything to stop, realizing his reckless pride from winning constantly since returning from hell has blinded him. He reproaches himself for foolishly believing his berserk state could handle everything, feeling overwhelmed by bitter regret. Remembering Soon's tearful smile, his heart breaks as he begs that he doesn't want her story to end like this. And just like that, everything stops. Stick with me to see what happens next. Alright, let's see how our main character Jin-seong copes inside this pitch-black void, realizing the sand wrapping him is definitely not water. He looks around, whispering that it is pitch black and he can't see a thing, before reaching his hands forward to feel his surroundings. He says to himself, there is a wall-like structure here, probably formed right after the ability was activated. Jin-seong knows he cannot just sit here. Even though he has no idea where he is inside this sphere, if he got in, he can definitely break out. He summons his power and calls for Omnivore. But suddenly Door appears right behind him, recognizing the energy he is releasing. Shocked, Jin-seong whips around to ask who is there. She asks if he is blind, instantly releasing a brilliant wave of light to illuminate the dark. Jin-seong quickly shields his eyes, completely overwhelmed by the sudden blinding flash of light. Opening his eyes, he sees the King of the Abyss, a level 1 ground angel cherubim class, a high-tier lord of aquatic and boneless creatures. These legendary beings were exiled during the Earth's creation, banished to the deepest dark, only to be forcefully summoned by god-slaying effects, warping its appearance to hide its true, terrifying form from the world. Watch closely here. Seeing her combat power is 700, Jin-seong wonders if this high-ranking being is the one who trapped him inside. She coldly responds that she cannot allow them to meet. Jin-seong realizes that his master, Instructor Li Xin, is indeed trapped inside this sphere, and asks why she wants to prevent their meeting. In that case, can you let me outside instead? He thinks it is not too late to leave. But Door calmly replies that in his current state, even if he leaves, he cannot save anyone. She continues, stating she watched him and found his frenzied Salguite form to be pathetically weak. Glaring, she mocks him, asking if a human using that weak shape and power really thinks they can capture her. Jin-seong calmly argues back, saying his idea may be the frenzied Salguite, but he is Jin-seong. Hearing this, she grows suspicious, asking if he is not Jin-seong. He asks for her name, and she replies she is Dor. Jin-seong then asks, Doros, you also hate the enemies waiting outside, don't you? She confirms that she hates them too, as they are her bitter enemies. Seeing her agreement, he smiles and suggests that if she lets him meet instructor Li Shin, they can team up to destroy the outside threat. But she instantly shuts him down, saying it is impossible. Stunned, Jin-seong asks why. She hesitates, explaining that Li Shin is actually holding her friend captive. Doubtful, he asks if his master really did that. She explains that since Li Shin refused to release her friend, she had to lock him up. Jin-seong realizes that if her friend is also a high-tier being, it makes perfect sense why this place remains untouched. She adds that though he is weak now, if his Salguitai form strengthens and he joins Li Shin, she might actually lose the fight. I know what you are thinking. He denies it, but she skeptically asks why she should trust him, leaving him completely speechless and questioning himself. They literally just met, so why should she? After a brief moment of deep thought, Jin-seong suddenly comes up with a brilliant idea. Pointing at himself, he asks Doros to become his friend. Stunned by the sudden request, she softly mutters, "A friend?" He hesitates, admitting his idea is her enemy, and this is sudden, but Dor's eyes widen as she gets extremely close to ask him. Seeing her intense facial expression, Jin-seong begins to sweat, nervously wondering what on earth is wrong with her. Suddenly, Dor lights up with absolute joy, smiling widely as she asks if he will really be her friend. He quickly nods, causing her to cheer in excitement. Muttering friend repeatedly, she seems incredibly happy. She hesitatingly says she dislikes his Salguide form, but loves having a companion. She proudly states that Jin-seong is her friend. He thinks, since they are friends now, she will finally trust him. Dor happily agrees to trust her new friend. Jin-seong realizes this was incredibly easy and quickly asks her to lead him to instructor Li Shin. He notes that he must leave quickly, but suddenly, the wound across his stomach bursts open, forcing him to cough up blood. Dor worriedly asks if her friend is okay. Clutching his stomach, Jin-seong falls to his knees, cursing because going out like this will only worsen his wound. Suddenly, a powerful stream of sand appears and wraps around his body. Jin-seong is shocked as the sand turns into partial armor, realizing this resembles Seyun's defensive aura armor. The system displays Park Jin-seong's absolute sand shield, an omnivore X-class emergency skill with 100% deep-sea compatibility and 800 physical defense. Deeply moved, Jin-seong clenches his fist and places it over his heart. He vows to Seyun that he will escape soon, as Dor swims alongside him, telling her new friend not to worry. She says that if they can free her friend and team up with Li Shin, they will easily defeat those enemies waiting outside. The system displays Abyss King Dor's restriction. Once per day, she can place any restriction on any target who makes eye contact with her. It cannot be used to break worldly laws, nor can it directly place restrictions that immediately end a target's life. However, forcing her targets to witness her true form will inflict a far more powerful restriction upon them. And that is where we leave Jin-seong, realizing just how broken her 24-hour restriction really is. Trust me, things are about to get wild. Alright, if what Dor says is true and we can team up with Master and the higher-ups, our power will skyrocket. He says, I understand, but deep down, he grumbles, but this still pisses me off. He clenches his fist, furious that he still has to rely on others because he lacks the strength. Suddenly, Dor senses something and calls out. Jin-sung looks over with doubt and asks, What is it? Dor looks panicked. Is something there? Stepping into the abyss, he asks, Is it Kim In-jung or Fox? She replies, No, it is a living creature. Suddenly, a beam of light shoots forward. Jin-sung quickly deletes it. A creepy voice echoes in his mind. I smell it. Your scent is the sweetest. Jin-sung gasps in shock, immediately recognizing the dagger flying all over the place. That is a shard of the fused sword that Kim In-jung owns. The dagger cackles. I am the madness of the surface world, and I have wanted you from the very beginning. It sneers. That girl earlier was incredibly boring. I will never let you leave. Jin-sung freezes. What? The blade charges straight at him. He swings his arm, grabbing the weapon directly in his palm and yells, Got you! Suddenly, a brilliant purple light flares. As Jin-sung stares in surprise, a massive, terrifying eye appears inside his subconscious mind. The eye sneers. You caught me? No, you are my prisoner. I will slay you until you submit and accept me. The giant eye looms right in his face, dazing him. But suddenly, Jin-sung snaps out of it and asks, That girl you mentioned, was it Seyun? Now watch this. It panics instantly, screaming, What? How are you completely unaffected by my power? The blade trembles with absolute shock, asking in disbelief, How can your mind still withstand my corrupting aura? Jin-sung snarls, I do not care about your pathetic rambling. I asked you a simple question. Were you talking about Seyun? He releases a tidal wave of bloodlust, commanding the weapon to answer. Meanwhile, 10 minutes ago outside, Seyun is forced to grab the dagger. The curse whispers dark thoughts into her mind, urging her to slaughter and submit. Seeing Seyun freeze, In-jung smugly taunts her. Hey little elf, not even resisting? I guess even if you wanted to fight back, you just can't, can you? He laughs as a chaotic aura surges. The two thugs holding her arms also grin, egging her on to give in. Let's lose our minds together. Lady, going crazy makes everything so much easier, Seyun calmly murmurs. Is that really true? I know what you're thinking she is done for, right? Well, think again. She smirks, bursts out laughing, and her entire aura explodes with terrifying dark bloodlust. The thug holding her arm laughs. Look, our young lady is getting excited too. Meanwhile, In-jung proudly turns to the first seat. Looks like that elf brat is officially taken care of. He asks, what do you think? Pretty exciting, right? Number 1? It chuckles and replies, as expected of Kim In-jung. Truly satisfying. Standing in the back, Fox sneers with disgust. Pathetic. Can't you make this a bit more violent? The first seat quickly replies, Fox, it is a real shame you have zero empathy for others. It narrows its eyes and smiles. The current situation is getting very interesting. But suddenly, the first seat senses a strange shift and gasps. Wait, what is this? It stares at Seyun, who suddenly stops laughing and adopts a dead serious expression. The first seat screams in panic. You got completely tricked. Kim In-jung, that elf brat is not crazy. He whips his head around in shock. But Seyun already lunges forward, shouting, too late, you fools. She hurls the dagger directly into the energy sphere. Back in reality, the cursed dagger sighs. And that is the last thing I saw. Hearing this, Jin-sung freezes. Dor tries to comfort him, whispering, hey, please calm down. She reaches to place a hand on his shoulder but instantly pulls back, terrified of his bloodlust. Jin-sung grinds his teeth, thinking, I will slaughter Kim In-jung. He thinks, but with my current strength. Beside him, Dor stammers, this pressure. It feels exactly like the berserk form from before. Jin-sung is taken aback. The berserk form? Staring at the dagger, he realizes something. Right, the berserk form converts pure bloodlust into raw power. Jin-sung grins craftily, hatching a plan. If this weapon possesses so much dark energy, I can easily use it as a tool of destruction. Before, I had to waste way too much energy just to suppress the overwhelming bloodlust inside my own body. Making up his mind, he mutters, but now, there is no reason to hold back against them. Dor warns, my friend, the berserk aura is getting thicker. Fueled by the dark aura, Jin-sung's armor hardens and fortifies. The system suddenly rings, announcing the second characteristic of the true berserk form. The user has successfully awakened the second trait of the berserk state. The true nature of the berserk state is pure bloodlust, destined to destroy others. Even though the gods stripped away this chaotic form, its residue remained behind, sealed under the label of raw killing intent. Current synchronization rate is 50%, 11%. The system displays Berserk State, Earthly Angel Tier, Level 4 Dominion. Core synchronization rate is 50%. Overall, combat power is 450,000. The dagger gasps. It screams in shock, impossible. But Jin-sung just glares. Trust me, you do not want to make this guy mad. Quiet, he growls, or I will end you. The terrified dagger begs, whimpering, please, spare me. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the system warning. The Mad Blade, suitable for high-rank Earthly Angel Tier 3, only absorbs negative emotions, driving the user completely insane, while boosting combat senses based on whatever hysteria they have left. The more people driven mad by this skill, the stronger it gets, and right now, 3,334 are losing their minds. Jin-sung turns away and says, Dor, release Li Xin, I will keep my promise. I am leaving. She reaches out and cries, wait, my friend, but Jin-sung vanishes. Outside, Number 1 watches the shaking sphere in confusion, wondering if a high-ranking entity is finally making a move. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupts, piercing straight through the giant sphere to fly outward. Number 1 gasps as Baek Jin-sung emerges in magnificent armor, wrapped in a dense red aura. He lands gently, smiling with a cold, provocative look on his face. Baek Jin-sung is completely different from when he first stepped in here. Number 1's eyes widen as he mutters that he cannot sympathize with him anymore. What is that aura? He asks, charging forward. I want to understand it so I can sympathize. He calls out to Baek Jin-sung, but Jin-sung only glares and growls, shut up. With a single flash of his blade, Number 1 is covered in deep slashes, screaming in disbelief as blood sprays violently from his body. Dora swims rapidly into the depths, where Li Xin notices her and comments that she is much earlier than usual. Dora calls out to Li Xin, whose brow furrows at her panic, asking why she is in such a rush, and if the enemy finally attacked. She nods. Yes, they are here, but it is actually far worse than that. Hearing this, he asks, worse than that? What is going on? Now watch closely. Jin-sung is brutally slashing number 1, leaving him face down in a pool of blood. He struggles to rise, still muttering about his lack of sympathy, when suddenly Jin-sung lands right on top of his head. Stomping down hard, Jin-sung growls. Why are you the only one here? Where is Si-yoon? Number 1 still tries to mock him with a laugh, saying, what a pity. I cannot sympathize with your current feelings. Jin-sung delivers another brutal slash to his head, making him scream in agony, and demands, I asked you, where is Se-yoon? He answers, that girl has already been taken away by Fox and Kim In-sung. Jin-sung gasps, what? The villain sneers that the tragedy has fully unfolded, and Jin-sung, losing his cool, realizes they simply took her away. Jin-sung's eyes widen with pure, murderous intent as he whispers, am I too late? A massive crimson aura erupts from his body. Raising his blade high, Jin-sung commands with absolute rage, bring her back here. He slams his weapon down on number 1's head, screaming, bring her back. I told you to bring her back here. Jin-sung slashes wildly in a blind rage, screaming to give Si-yoon back, as his target howls in agony under the onslaught. The villain weakly gasps that it is a true tragedy, before vanishing into dust, leaving Jin-sung standing completely alone. He mutters with deep, burning resentment, I said bring her back here. I know what you are thinking. And yeah, memories of Se-yoon are absolutely tearing him apart, her warm embrace, her smile, her tears. Jin-sung clutches his chest, feeling like his heart is about to explode as he desperately begs his own racing pulse to stop. He grits his teeth, his eyes completely losing their humanity as he screams internally to stop, just as Dora flies out of the sphere. She scans the area and says, my friend Li Xin will be out soon, but where did everyone go? But there is only Jin-sung and a pool of blood. Dora senses his terrifying, murderous energy and gasps. Is this his berserk form? Suddenly, Jin-sung grips his blade and lunges directly at Dora, who barely manages to block his savage strike in time. Dora begs him to wake up, and though Jin-sung stops his assault, he remains completely lost in his out-of-control state. Jin-sung growls that she is too noisy, while Dora realizes this berserk aura is entirely consuming his mind. Worried, she knows she cannot let this continue, so she begins focusing her energy. She hates her true form, calling it disgusting, as she instantly mutates into a massive, terrifying sea monster. The system identifies her as Abyssal King Dorer, true monster form, Earthly Angel Tier 1, low-rank Seraphim, with 8,500 combat power. Charging forward, she shouts, let me help you. Dorer swings her massive tentacles, telling him to bear the pain, but her strikes hit empty ground as Jin-sung easily weaves through them. Dora's eyes widen as she desperately mutters that they are running out of time. Jin-sung glides across the waves, dodging every strike while coldly asking if she is the source of the noise, before running up her tentacle. In a flash, he leaps right before Dora's face to strike, but a sudden voice booms, get down, Dora! Li Xin, now clad in full armor, leaps into the air with crossed swords and says, long time no see. Li Xin blocks his blow as they clash, smiling, what a pity to see you like this. Trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next. Alright, let us dive right into this fight. Li Xin shoves Jin-sung back into a puddle. Jin-sung quickly leaps back up, eyes dripping with pure bloodlust as he mutters how noisy it is. Landing right after him, Li Xin sighs, asking if this is what he meant by going completely insane before. Pointing his blade forward, he says he would be deeply grateful if Jin-sung snapped out of it already. After all, they have plenty of other enemies to deal with. Meanwhile, in the Pyongyang Void, Satan demands a status report. Kneeling respectfully, Yindung reports that they successfully cornered Park Jin-sung and pushed him to the absolute brink. But he hesitantly adds that Kim Soon, the elf girl, went totally berserk and escaped into the sphere where the high ranks reside, leaving Satan deeply disappointed. How could they fail even with the First and Fox on the job? Turning to Fox, Satan asks if Park Jin-sung poses a legitimate threat to their grand plans. Fox replies, honestly, I am pretty disappointed myself. Even compared to last year, his level of violence is not enough to threaten us. Satan muses on this, while Yindung quickly chimes in with a warning. He warns that while Park Jin-sung might not be a threat now, they have no idea how Li Xin and the high ranks will react. He warns that if they leave the sphere, things will get bad, but a sudden glow from the altar behind him cuts him off. Surprised, Satan calls out to the first, demanding to know what on earth is happening. He scolds the subordinate for abandoning their post and returning, but Satan suddenly realizes in absolute panic that this is not a voluntary retreat. The first crashes to the ground, battered and completely defeated. Stepping forward in shock, Yindung asks what could have possibly caused this. Cursing under his breath, Yindung wonders if the entire situation somehow flipped upside down in such a short amount of time. Now pay attention here, Satan rushes over with deep worry, telling a confused Yindung that the battle is actually the least of their concerns. He explains that any beast summoned by his idea should automatically regenerate upon returning to him, even if they were killed outside. Yet the first remains completely unconscious and paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle. It is as if the energy from his idea was entirely erased. Shocked, Yindung asks if this power is somehow affecting Satan's divine authority. Saying it is impossible, Satan replies that he actually noticed this strange anomaly starting sometime last year. With a grim face, he stares at his palm and declares they have finally found the most troublesome shard of the record-releasing fusion sword. Elsewhere, Chapet Janner is seen sprinting away alongside her loyal subordinates. One of them asks if this path is truly safe or a trap, but she replies that if the high ranks wanted them dead, they would not have cleared away. The subordinate then asks if strategist Li Xin is going to be alright. You might be thinking the same thing as Chepet Janner right now. Why did that giant squid, who just watched for 4 years, suddenly drag Li Xin away without explaining a single thing? Suddenly, her subordinate shouts that they can finally see what is happening on the outside. It looks like a massive battle is raging out there. She immediately orders everyone to stay alert, as the enemy is still completely unknown. She commands all squads to assemble quickly. Acknowledging the order, Chapet Janner approaches the exit of the sphere to look outside herself. Shocked by the powerful tremors, she gasps at how intense the shockwaves are. Who could they possibly be fighting? Peering down, she instantly freezes in sheer disbelief. She realizes that the massive creature below is actually the giant squid's true form. He is fighting alongside that giant beast, but what could Li Xin possibly be up against? Down below, he and Jin-sung are trading devastating slashes. Their speed is so incredibly fast that Chapet Janner can barely track them. She wonders what kind of absolute monster can hold its own against both Li Xin and a high rank. With one powerful swing from Li Xin, Jin-sung is sent flying back, growling that everything is just too damn noisy. Spotting his face, Chepet Janner gasps in shock, wondering how on earth Park Jin-sung ended up here. Down below, Li Xin asks Doro if she can cast another restriction barrier. She replies that he is moving too fast for her to lock eyes with him. Sighing in defeat, Li Xin admits they are in deep trouble, never expecting Jin-sung to grow this terrifyingly strong. Across from them, Jin-sung growls that their heartbeats are way too loud. Charging forward, he screams for them to shut up, while Li Xin braces himself for round 2. Jin-sung blurs past him, but Li Xin barely manages to block the strike with both swords as they spin around to face each other again. Jin-sung lunges forward in a frenzied rush, forcing Li Xin to desperately parry a relentless barrage of savage strikes. Li Xin realizes that while he has not even mastered the sea yet, this kid has already achieved a truly monstrous level of power. Suddenly, Jin-sung circles around behind Li Xin, unleashing a blinding surprise attack that almost bypasses his defenses entirely. Even though he blocks it, the sheer impact blows him backward. Li Xin quickly realizes that if he does not go all out, he will be defeated in an instant. As Jin-sung charges once more, Doro suddenly whips her tentacles forward, crying out for her friend to stop this madness. Jumping high to dodge the incoming tentacles, he hears Doro desperately plead, reminding him that he is Park Jin-sung, not some mindless beast. She asks if his promise of friendship was a lie, and trust me, his soft reply that he actually wants to stop will break your heart. Stick with me, his voice turns wicked, whispering that their heartbeat is just too loud. He rushes forward in a frenzy, slashing wildly at Doro's tentacles while Jin-sung screams. They should have vanished along with Seun. Both Kim In-jung and Fox too. Yishin wonders, was Kim In-jung and the fourth monster really here? In a crisis like this, he still came to rescue me? Gripping his sword tight, he realizes he should have been their protector. Rushing toward Jin-sung, he can't help but think, this is so humiliating. Yishin lands right in front of him, calling his name. He chuckles, did you just call me? Dropping his sword, Yishin says, you risked your life for me, I'm so ashamed. He stands frozen as Jin-sung drives a blade straight into his stomach. Coughing up blood, Yishin forces himself to pat the boy's head, gently calling out Jin-sung's name. Yishin whispers softly, I know you have suffered so much. You really do not have to blame yourself anymore, he reassures the boy in a gentle voice. We will help you from now on, so you don't have to carry this entire burden on your shoulders. Suddenly, Jin-sung is thrown off balance. Yishin shoves him hard toward door, shouting, so just take a break now. Pay attention to this part, Yishin signals Door, and she instantly wraps her tentacles around a dazed Jin-sung, softly whispering, my friend? Staring right into Jin-sung's face are Door's wide-open eyes. She growls, do not use your bloodlust as energy anymore. The system displays Abyss King Door's restriction. Once a day, a desired seal can be cast upon anyone who looks into Door's eyes. Since this skill interferes with the fundamental laws of the world, it is completely unbreakable. The restriction cannot directly threaten the target's life. However, seeing Door's true form will make this seal significantly more powerful. The shorter the command, the longer it lasts, up to 24 hours. Having looked into Door's eyes, Jin-sung is completely caught. Suddenly, his chest begins to glow as he groans in pain. Jin-sung screams, releasing a wild red aura everywhere. Dor urges her friend to wake up. Jin-sung notices the heartbeat has completely stopped, placing his hand over his chest. Jin-sung tears the white emblem off his armor. Instantly, the emblem glows brightly before corrupting into pitch black. She asks anxiously, "Are you okay, my friend?" The armor detaches from Jin-sung's body and dissolves. He replies, "I am fine." Jin-sung mutters, "Thanks for stopping me." Down below, Yishin collapses onto his knees and groans. Looks like the restriction worked. Chief Janner leaps down, calling out to Yishin. He looks back at her as she demands, "Chief Janner, are you insane?" Taking that hit head-on without any defense. Staring at Yishin clutching his wound, Chief Janner can only sigh in shock. "Oh my god, this wound is way too deep." He tells Chief Janner to stay calm, but she snaps back. "Don't worry. If you leave it like this, you're going to die." He chuckles. "Give me some credit. I don't die that easily." You and I both know his power is insane, but watch as a blue light glows from his hand, leaving Chief Janner totally stunned. His wound is actually healing. The system displays Admiral Yi Sun-sin 26 battles, 26 victories. The commander of the naval district of the 3 provinces of Joseon won all 26 naval battles he ever fought. At sea, the user is granted a total of 26 chances whenever death, defeat, or loss occurs against their own will. They can rewind the situation to a moment right before failure occurs, going back no more than 24 hours, and cannot use it over 5 consecutive times in a day. Current uses remaining 11 wins from 11 battles, meaning 11 out of 26. She smiles weakly. "Even death can be overcome. Your trait is way too broken. My worrying was totally useless." He laughs. "When it comes to naval warfare, I actually respect your skills." Yishin turns to ask, "Dor, how is Jin-sung?" Bringing Jin-sung closer, she says, "Our friend has calmed down." Landing on the ground, he mutters, "I am sorry, master. It is all my fault." Yishin immediately cuts him off, saying, "We are the ones who should apologize. I know how hard you fought just to save us." Jin-sung adds with deep sadness, "Master, Seyun was captured by Kim Woo-jang." Yishin gasps, "You mean the White Jade Elf? Seyun? Ah, so that is exactly why you lost complete control of yourself." He gently reassures the boy, "Jin-sung, we will do absolutely everything we can to rescue Seyun. But please understand this is not a problem we can solve overnight." Jin-sung quietly nods in agreement. Yishin then turns to ask, "By the way, Dor, didn't you mention there were still enemies outside?" She quickly responds, "Right before coming out, our friend already took care of the Grim Reaper." Hearing this, he wonders if the Grim Reaper is that first monster that caused chaos in Korea. Yishin then asks, "What about the others?" Dor answers, "Those people likely used teleportation while that giant holy cross was still fully active." Yishin sighs. "After 5 years locked away, I know absolutely nothing about this current world. So, it seems all of our enemies outside have retreated for now." He suddenly demands, "What now? Dor, are you trying to trick us into going down to the deep sea again?" She hesitates, "I won't trick you." Bringing her tentacles close, she whispers, "My friend, I promised Park In-jung. Trust me. You and I will uncover that promise next time." Let's dive into this scene where Doror gently pats Jin-sung's head to join up, prompting Li Shin to tease her cold attitude. "Are 4 years together not enough to be friends?" Dora responds that if he had just freed her, she wouldn't have kidnapped him. He wonders if solving this was really that simple. Li Shin reflects that Jin-sung's sheer desperation must have moved her heart. Watching Jin-sung tell Dora to stop pressing his head, he can only sigh in absolute amazement. "Good job, Jin-sung." Li Shin then says that since she promised the boy, he will choose to trust her too. Dora hesitantly asks if they will finally free her friend. He agrees, but points out they need to move immediately, at least far away from that inverted floating cross. Suddenly, Li Shin spots something and warns Dora to watch out. Fox lunges from afar to attack. Realizing it is the fourth seat monster, Li Shin leaps up and calls for Chepner. She jumps alongside him, cursing under her breath, while Dora bears the brunt of Fox's sudden assault. Though being carried away, Jin-sung turns back and yells for Dora as Fox grabs her tentacles with both hands. He taunts her, asking if the fearsome apex lost its edge after taking one step outside. How pathetic. The system warns that Daniel Fox has a Seraphim-class overwhelming counter ability. In addition, spirits below the 4th rank cannot activate their idea. Watch closely, here anyone weak loses their absolute will facing him. His counter ability slashes the physical stats of anyone who looks at his face by half. Blown back, Doror gasps in shock. He scoffs at her pathetic state, sending her flying. Jin-sung cries out for Doror in panic, wondering if his curse is preventing him from gathering strength. Just like his battle against the 3rd seat, he wonders if he should use the scroll containing no murderous intent. Li Shin reassures him, telling Jin-sung not to overdo it since they promised to help. He commands Chepner to carry Jin-sung to safety. She immediately complies, throwing him over her shoulder and shouting commands to the squad. The team immediately retreats, aiming for the nearest eastern coast, as her subordinates swiftly acknowledge the command. Fox roars at their attempt to escape with Jin-sung, swearing he won't let them go before telling Dora she cannot win. She defiantly warns him to stay away from her friend, just as Li Xin stands beside her to calm her down. He tells Dora she is not fighting alone before summoning his famous turtle ships, which instantly materialize on the water. The system identifies Li Xin's Seraphim-class turtle ships as the highest behemoth-level summon. You and I are looking at the legendary fleet that saved Joseon, summoning 12 armored, modified dragon-headed vessels. They are completely indestructible at sea, with the living turtle heads breathing out devastating purgatory flames. Shocked by the sheer scale of the massive fleet, Fox stammers in disbelief, while Li Xin responds with a cold glare. Calling it a special favor for Fox, he proudly declares his name as Li Xin, commander of the Korean Navy. Standing majestically before his grand fleet, he warns that if Fox wants Jin-sung, he must get through him first. A bewildered Dora questions how he bypassed his seal, prompting Li Xin to explain he shattered the restriction using his newly activated power. Surprised, she asks why he ever allowed himself to be imprisoned in the first place. He chuckles, noting this power has conditions, before advising her to focus on the enemy standing right in front of them. Fox threatens him to step aside or face brutal violence, but Li Xin merely retorts with a cold gaze. Scoffing at the mention of violence, he mutters that the enemy's aggressive aura is exactly what he had expected. Still aggressive, Fox sneers that even if he is strong enough to worry Kim Woo-bin, they all die eventually. He claims they have no future, promising to personally judge the level of their violence while demanding they show him everything they have got. Li Xin raising his hand to prepare, warning him not to regret those arrogant words later. The turtle ships instantly glow in unison as the system displays the crane wing formation of the Geobuxion fleet. Surrounding the enemy in a crane wing formation, they unleash purgatory flames boosted tenfold, raising their total combat power to a staggering 1,500 points. He roars, "Fire at will." The turtle ships instantly bombard Fox with fire, forcing the beast to groan under the relentless barrage. Seemingly unfazed, Fox praises the sheer power of the attack before leaping straight toward Li Xin, roaring that this is not enough to stop him. Li Xin calmly observes the beast, surviving a direct hit from the fleet, before casting a quick glance behind him and speaking. "You aren't very smart, are you?" A shocked Fox gasps as Doror's massive tentacle suddenly slaps him hard, before she traps him inside a giant wall of water. Fox growls in anger, but Doror taunts him, reminding him she was the one who blocked him initially. Calling him a stupid lizard, Li Xin sighs with relief, leaving you and me to watch as Fox eagerly tests their limits. "Alright, stick with me, because this battle is about to trigger a massive earthquake that shatters the water wall to pieces." Li Xin is taken aback, realizing this is the terrifying power of Fox that Jin-sung had warned him about. The shockwave spreads across the horizon. Fox roars, directly controlling the land and forcing the earth to fold upright like a massive wall. Seeing this, Li Xin orders a full barrage. The turtle ships immediately begin firing explosive fireballs at the barrier. The massive earth wall is blown to smithereens by the relentless barrage. Li Xin smirks, thinking they finally blocked it, but then his eyes widen as he senses something highly unusual. He continues to hear the monstrous roars as the earth folds upright again. The enemy violently forces the ground to rise, stacking layer after layer. Li Xin calculates that even if they manage to block this current wave, they won't stand a chance against the next incoming fold. Desperate, Li Xin shouts out to Dor, telling her that he is betting his entire life on her unique power. Dor is completely shocked by his absolute trust in her. Li Xin instantly signals his ships, ordering all artillery to focus their fire. The massive earth plates slammed by Fox collide violently with Jin-seong's turtle ships, sending them crashing straight down into the turbulent water. Fox sneers confidently, claiming that they will ultimately be crushed by its raw violence, before sighing about how boring it all is. While Park Jin-seong struggles to hold on, Dor's massive tentacles suddenly shoot out, wrapping tightly around Fox's body as the beast laughs and asks if Apex is still alive. Dor stares straight into Fox's eyes and casts her spell, declaring that it won't be folding any land today. Now pay close attention, because the beast freezes for a second, but instead of being subdued, it goes completely wild. Fox violently thrashes, ripping Dor's tentacles to absolute shreds, and roars out that she has finally managed to become a real annoyance. Fox tightly grips her tentacles with its razor-sharp claws, warning her that she could have easily saved her own life if she had just stayed quiet until it left. From afar, Li Xin suddenly asks if it has ever heard the saying, "Living is dying, and dying is living." Fox whips its head around, scoffing that the human is somehow still alive, before telling him to surrender to its absolute violence since all his ships have sunk. Suddenly, the beast flinches, asking in total shock, Why are you here? Li Xin is standing right on the head of a massive bear monster, asking Fox, isn't this guy called the Second? Is he one of your brothers? Suddenly, a system window pops up on screen, displaying the Second. Known as a monster from the Book of Daniel, this high-ranking, third-tier demigod angel willingly accepted a curse of endless hunger. Now, his entire existence revolves solely around devouring raw flesh. He hates bad food and is currently bound by the effects of the Nendungi War Diary, boasting a total combat power of 450,000. Fox roars, mockingly asking where he had disappeared to, only to find he was tamed by a mere human, calling him useless garbage. The Second tears up at the harsh insult, before growing furious and turning to demand answers. I know what you are thinking, but when Fox mockingly asks if he plans to use the giant bear, Li Xin calmly replies that it is obviously impossible. Hearing this, the Second whines pitifully, complaining that Li Xin summoned him only to say something so cruel. He gently reassures the massive bear that he didn't summon him to fight, telling him to instead spit out the object he had swallowed back in the tower. Hearing this, Dor gets suspicious, wondering how the tower could be involved. Meanwhile, the Second clutches his mouth, whining that Li Xin is heartless. He complains about being forced to eat things he hates, before spitting violently to release a bizarre glowing object. Fox watches closely, asking what this tiny insect could possibly be. Instantly, the strange object emits a blinding light as Xia gradually materializes and lands on the ground. The moment Dor spots him, her eyes tear up as she joyfully welcomes back her beloved and long-lost dearest friend. Xia happily replies that he has finally returned. On the verge of tears, Dor gently caresses his cheek with her tentacles, saying they can now safely live on the surface. The floods, monsters, and even humanity are no longer their enemies. Xia looks at Li Xin in absolute surprise. Dor continues, explaining that even the gods themselves are no longer their enemies. She growls, pointing directly at Fox, declaring that their true enemy is that thing right there. Fox grumbles in annoyance, sensing another high-ranking threat. From afar, Li Xin raises his voice, asking the maddened beast what its next move is going to be. He asks if it can handle two high-ranking monsters plus himself, especially when his earth-sealing capability divides its power. The Second looks tearfully at Li Xin, whining about where he fits in. Suddenly, Fox lets out a sinister laugh and roars, shaking the world and putting everyone on alert. Dor and Xia immediately brace themselves as the beast snarls, warning the human that it is about to unleash absolute violence. It vows to show him the destructive power he requested. Suddenly, the system screen flashes, identifying Fox as a natural enemy from the Book of Daniel. Anyone who looks at Fox will have their physical combat stats cut directly in half. Li Xin frowns and mutters to himself. He realizes this is an Adea suppression ability, shocked that it has such a cheat skill. Dor quickly reassures him, while Xia also chimes in. Speaking in his own mysterious language, he conveys a message only Dor can comprehend. After listening closely, Dor nods and confirms that the beast is indeed their enemy, and that is where we leave it, with Xia's eyes glowing as he unleashes thick black smoke. All right, you and I are diving right into this. The system updates. The Insect King, Locust, is classified as a low-tier seraphim, an angel-level threat on Earth. Anything that Locust considers prey can be completely devoured by it. Every single one of them has now left the tower due to the target's influence on boring things. The toxic multiplier maintains his overall combat power at 1 million. Xia leaps into the air with a massive roar. Fox glares at him and says that getting hit earlier was just because of his own carelessness. He charges forward, throwing a fist at Xia while screaming that it won't happen twice. Xia matches him step for step, leaping forward to deliver a fierce kick. Even though Xia has a remarkably tiny frame and slender legs, he actually unleashes a kick powerful enough to block Fox's massive punch. The collision shakes heaven and earth. Fox is forced back, slamming his hand onto the ground just to keep his balance. Clenching his fist, he growls that his absolute violence should have already cut his opponent's combat strength in half by now. Meanwhile, Xia seems completely unfazed. In fact, he looks even more insanely wild than he did before. Now, watch closely, because the system reveals that relative to their size, insects are the absolute strongest creatures. The world will view this Locust as having the peak of physical strength, meaning no greater raw power could ever exist. Fox smirked and yelled that things were finally getting interesting. He wants to enjoy this a little more while elsewhere. Cheppy's Janner helps Jin-Woong walk, whispering that they should be safe at this distance. As he lets out a quiet groan, she quickly comforts him, telling him to rest and not push himself until the others gather. Jin-Woong hesitantly replies, questioning if they should really just wait around like this. Cheppy's Janner quickly cuts him off, telling Jin-Woong that his body is completely wrecked right now, and even without the seal, he can barely stand on his own 2 feet. Touching his stomach, he realizes she is right. That deep stab wound is taking a massive toll. Not to mention all the heavy damage he took from using his rage skill so recklessly. Plus, the restriction blocking his killing intent has crippled his natural recovery. Chepa's Janner sighs, admitting that even though she is here, her idea is basically useless now. Jin-woong stares at her, thinking about her idea, the legendary vampire. Dracula is an absolutely unbeatable force when fighting against humans. But against non-human monsters like Fox, her power is completely useless. He realizes that she and the general were trapped in the deep sea for 4 years, so she must be far more worried than him. Floating up, Chepa's Janner says she will go find the others and bring them back, urging him to rest while he can. He hesitantly agrees. You can feel his guilt here because of his own recklessness. Soon was put in terrible danger. He also realizes that even though he convinced Dor to team up with Lin to defeat the enemy, he remains completely useless to them because he cannot control his own inner power. Jin-woong wonders if breaking Dor's powerful seal would allow him to quickly recover and finally help them. Clenching his fist, he desperately wishes that annoying seal would just vanish. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson aura flares up, shocking him. Staring at his palm, he gasps, realizing his killing intent has finally returned to him. In utter shock, he wonders how a seal could break so easily. After all, Dor is on the same level as Isaac. There is no way it was that simple. Analyzing the situation, he realizes there is only one explanation. An unknown trait of his demon child power broke it. Exactly. His idea does not just use killing intent as a simple source of energy. Just like Chepa's Janner possessing the strength of a legendary vampire, or General Lion wielding the symbol of the Admiral, his own power is unique. He realizes his own idea also holds the power of the demon child. Thanks to awakening his second trait now, his resonance rate has instantly jumped from 11% all the way up to 50% in a flash. While 50% is incredibly strong, he hesitates, knowing that it is still not enough to defeat Fox in this battle. This newly awakened trait of his idea might just be the key to pushing his resonance rate even higher. Reaching into his pocket, he recalls how he was always skilled at analyzing the abilities of others. He needs to look beyond, simply releasing killing intent and find the strength hidden deep within. Pulling out his knife, he whispers about the frenzy he just used. He reflects on how expanding his senses earlier had put a nearly unbearable strain on his heart. But he used sharp physical pain to keep his own mind from being consumed. Jin-woong grits his teeth and stabs himself with the blade. He pushes deeper, spreading his killing intent and expanding his senses, while refusing to let his idea take over. He must control his mind and surpass his limits. A moment later, his surroundings shift, and he steps onto lush green grass. As a gentle breeze sweeps across the vast field, Jin-woong opens his eyes in complete shock at the beautiful, unfamiliar meadow under a clear blue sky. Completely stunned, he looks out across the endless horizon and whispers to himself, trying to figure out where on earth he has ended up. He wonders if this strange world is the result of searching his soul to find his true hidden power. It seems this memory holds the key to his inner strength. But as you and I can see, there is absolutely nothing here. Alright, let's jump into this mystery. This heavy pressure feels just like when I sealed my inner world in hell. Jin-sung mumbles, taking a step forward. Did I end up in the wrong place? If so, how do I leave this place? But as soon as his foot touches the ground, Jin-sung feels a sudden shudder. He thinks carefully, letting his sharp instincts guide him. Jin-sung stops dead in his tracks, not daring to move a single muscle. He thinks to himself, if I take just one more step forward, another 10 years will flash by instantly. Jin-sung looks around, realizing a massive chunk of time could vanish in a blink. He glances upward, lost in thought, and when he blinks again, a whole 100 years have already passed. Suddenly, Jin-sung spots a fish soaring through the sky. He gasps out loud. A horned dolphin? Jin-sung shifts his gaze to the side. Out of nowhere, a horned serpent slithers toward him. He watches it closely, analyzing its movements. Is that a snake? Neither of these beasts looks normal at all. Seeing both creatures staring intensely right at him, Jin-sung wonders, are they asking me to choose one of them? He reaches his hand out toward the flying creature and says, I guess a dolphin is better than a snake, right? Hissing in pure rage, the serpent suddenly lunges and wraps itself tightly around Jin-sung's arm. He screams out, What? I didn't choose you. Get off me. Now pay attention. Jin-sung suddenly slips, crashing face first into the grass while cursing in shock. Meanwhile, the flying fish floats closer, staring directly into his eyes. Jin-sung thinks, what is this? For some bizarre reason, it feels like this creature is looking down on me with pure contempt. As the serpent wraps tighter around him with an aggressive hiss, Jin-sung snaps angrily, I already told you to get the hell off me. Suddenly, its hissing grows even more savage as it opens its massive fangs and dives straight into his body. The snake sinks completely into Jin-sung. In total shock, he cries out, What the hell? A system window pops up. Slayer Demon Child resonance level is at 20%. Jin-sung wonders in surprise, why is the system alert keeping going? The screen updates. Slayer Demon Child resonance is now at 51%. He gasps, What? Why is the resonance spiking? Okay, I know what you're thinking, and yes, His body is mutating, veins bulging violently across his face. The system alerts keep flashing. Slayer Demon Child resonance is at 57%. Slayer Demon Child resonance is 64%. Soon, it hits 75%. Then, it shoots all the way up to 83%. Jin-sung screams in agony. He realizes the resonance with the Slayer Demon Child is skyrocketing like crazy. He clutches his chest, groaning in intense pain. Jin-sung grunts. This explosive energy seems to be bursting right from my heart. Could that horned snake be the physical manifestation of a demon? He realizes something else. The memories of the Slayer are waking up, fueled by consuming that demonic seed, replicating the original event. Looking up at the flying beast, he ponders. Then what does that whale represent? Suddenly, the creature's mouth ignites, unleashing a massive, blinding rift of light. Jin-sung wonders, is that a spatial rift opened by mutual eradication? But the energy flowing through the atmosphere here feels somewhat different than before. Staring closely into the glowing portal, a system alert suddenly flashes. Slayer Demon Child Jade Emperor. Slayer can only be summoned when the world permits, during a crisis dire enough to alert the gods. Jin-sung instantly questions, the Slayer Demon Child, Jade Emperor Slayer skill, why on earth did it suddenly activate like this? He looks back up at the glowing panel which reads, Slayer Demon Child, current resonance level at 97%. Jin-sung is deeply worried. Don't tell me reaching 100% resonance is actually considered a major world threat? Suddenly, a massive sword emerges from the rift, pointing straight at him. Jin-sung gasps in horror. What the hell is that? Meanwhile, the system updates. Slayer Demon Child resonance is at 98%. Staring in terror at the razor-sharp blade looming right above him, Jin-sung's face turns completely pale. Is that sword coming for me? The panel blinks. Slayer Demon Child resonance at 99%. In an instant, the blade shoots straight down at Jin-sung, making him scream in terror. The system screen blinks, displaying the Slayer Demon Child current resonance. The sword impales Jin-sung's chest, but he feels absolutely no damage. Confused, he asks himself, no pain? In fact, I actually feel incredibly warm and relaxed right now. Looking back up at the system screen, Jin-sung sees the Slayer Demon Child resonance sitting at 99%. He murmurs, so the resonance stopped right at 99%. Suddenly, the serpent slithers out of his body. He tracks it with his eyes, saying, it is coming out. He keeps watching the horned serpent, analyzing the situation. Finally, I understand what is happening. If this snake represents the dark era when the Slayer Demon Child absorbed evil, he glances back at the fish and deduces, then that flying whale represents pure goodness, a slayer cleansed by the gods. Jin-sung whispers softly to himself, in other words, what this mystical space is trying to show me is the forgotten history after the Slayer Demon Child was wiped out by the heavens, right before my own awakening of this power. Reaching his hand out to grasp the dark blade piercing his chest, he mumbles, then this black sword is. Jin-sung pulls the black sword out with force. He stares intently at the system panel and gasps, now I get it. He calculates quickly, how can I break free from Door's powerful curse? And how did I somehow read other people's minds? He swings the sword with force, wondering, what exactly was the force that erased the Slayer Demon Child from existence? He looks at the weapon, it reads and deletes minds. The system updates. Eradication record. Mortal Messenger rank, now reaching the Supreme Seraphim rank. Trust me, you can't miss what's next. Alright, you and I are looking at a divine fragment, hidden deep within humanity through this item. The true forms of ancient beasts, Behemoth and Leviathan, are wiped out, even the records of Salguite. What once brought chaos to humanity can now be completely erased and reborn based on earthly messenger rank. The owner's own level can be downgraded by 2 ranks, and the desired target's rank can be lowered by 1 level. This divine ability is currently weakened, making his overall combat power directly proportional to the owner's sheer mental strength. He tells himself it is a combination sword, or, more accurately, the record erase technique that infused itself into his body. Ji-woong continues, which is why nobody can track it, unlike other combination swords scattered across Earth after Satan's invasion. This thing has actually existed in the mortal realm for ages, hidden deep within the bodies of humanity. He raises his sword high to the heavens. With an ability like this, the execution method naturally flows into my mind. So this is its true purpose? Now watch closely. Jin-sung lifts his sword high under the blazing sun and roars. Grand erase, record erase. Suddenly, a brilliant white aura erupts from his entire body. Jin-sung thinks to himself that he can clearly feel all injuries inside his body getting erased as his entire physical form is completely healed. The system screen pops up. Record erase, downgrade, backup. The first deleted record after the owner fully awakens record erase will be stored. It can only be used once within 24 hours. The backup is currently saving the action of erasing injuries to fully heal the body. Jin-sung lowers his arm and gazes at the endless horizon. He speaks. So all three attributes of Salguatai have finally unlocked. The first trait is contempt for the strong, making him invincible. The second, which amplifies Salguatai's true form, is the gluttonous self-destruction. And the final divine trait, used to purify Salguatai and forge it into his own ultimate weapon, record erase. Staring at the blade, he wonders if this strength is enough to defeat them. Yes, record erase is his only hope. Jin-sung narrows his eyes to analyze them. Thanks to their unique idea traits, these monsters regenerate even after destruction, and Satan can easily control every single one he summons. He possesses a reservoir of power that is basically infinite. Bringing the blade to his palm, he realizes record erase is the ultimate counter to stop those summons from regenerating. He gently caresses the steel, flashing a dark, wicked smile. Exactly. If you get killed, you should stay dead. As he releases the hilt, the weapon instantly absorbs back into his flesh. Jin-sung wonders if the blade naturally returns to his heart the moment he lets it go. He mutters that one combination sword was already plenty. Now he holds three: Sand Fairy, Madman, and Record Erase. But how does he acquire the Genesis sword Rebecca? But check this out suddenly. The ground cracks open and the entire sky begins to shatter. Jin-sung mutters that it is finally time to leave. Let us set off. With a heavy sigh, he snaps back to reality. A violent crimson aura suddenly explodes from Jin-sung. Chepa's Yana rushes over, panic in her voice. Is he about to lose his mind again? He calmly assures her. Do not worry, Cheppies, I am completely fine. Just give me some space and step back. As Jin-sung clenches his fist, a bright green aura flares up. He states that since Record Erase completely removed all his wounds, there is no way his companion is staying dead. Jin-sung thrusts his palm forward and yells at the top of his lungs, "Come forth, Bone Dragon!" A skeletal hand bursts out as the summoned beast speaks, declaring that the ruler of this shattered world has been reborn from the infinite darkness. It lets out a deafening roar. Jin-sung summons Gluttony, and a dark shadow serpent slithers from his skin. Gluttony immediately transforms into a dark fog, wrapping around the Bone Dragon. Caught off guard, the beast gasps. What is this? The dark shadow actively feeds the Bone Dragon, surging its overall power. It gasps in awe. My wings are growing larger, Summoner. Its glowing eyes flare with power. Now fully transformed into a legendary black dragon, it roars. So this is fusion. The system chimes. Bone Dragon and Gluttony fused. Total combat power is 800,000. Cheap's Yenner gasps in shock. Wow, it looks exactly like an actual demon dragon. Jin-sung smirks, noting it finally looks like a real dragon before turning to Cheps. Cheppies, I am heading straight to Pyongyang. She freezes, asking in utter disbelief before desperately trying to stop him. Park Jin-sung, I understand you have unlocked new abilities and grown stronger, but charging directly into the heart of the enemy lair is insanely dangerous. Turning away, Jin-sung argues that if they do not take advantage of Master Li Xin and the executive's distracting fox, they will lose their only remaining chance to rescue them. He thinks to himself that even though it is extremely difficult to put into words, he can instinctively feel that he must head to Pyongyang this very second. Cheppy speaks up with absolute determination. Fine, but I am coming along. Jin-sung counters that he can handle it, instructing her to stay and assist Master Li Xin instead. I worry about you, but honestly, I would just be dead weight in a chaotic war zone crawling with high-level monsters. She insists that rescuing the two berserkers is different, and he knows it. Trust me, we are in for an insane battle. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action where Chaperone Janner's idea is built for absolute war. Jin-sung sighed and nodded in agreement, ready to head out. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon bragged to its contractor, promising to show off its truly incredible flight skills. Jin-sung replied dryly, pointing out it only recently grew those wings. Meanwhile, Chaperone Janner barked orders to her subordinates, telling all squads that she and Jin-sung were immediately heading toward Pangjiang. She ordered them to contact Lixin and survive to regroup later. Her soldiers saluted and shouted their compliance in unison. The Black Dragon spread its wings and soared as Jin-sung and Chaperone Janner rode on its head. Jin-sung vowed he wouldn't fail this time. He silently begged Soon to wait for him. Meanwhile, under a heavy downpour in the city, swarms of monstrous grasshoppers swirled, while Bet hid and sighed. He muttered to himself, realizing he was stuck in what most people would call a massive dilemma. Gripping his sword tight, he whispered that at least he felt relieved, knowing the other citizens managed to evacuate the area safely. The system interface popped up, displaying the Earthly Angel-class weapon, Dominion Tier 4, Cassat Block, a legendary demon sword once wielded by Fergus of Ireland. This blade has the terrifying power to replicate any combat technique. It copies the exact movements of any opponent who ever clashed with its wielder, making them its own. The only catch is the physical limits of the user's body. Wielding a nullification ability, its combat power is 200,000. Bet sighed, wishing he could see Lady Soon just one last time before his death. Suddenly, A curved sword strike erupted from behind the building. The grasshoppers panicked as Bet suddenly charged out from the shadows, leaping incredibly high into the air straight toward the swarm. Slashing through the swarm, he muttered that unlike the elite warriors who conquered their mental hell to supercharge their idea, his own weapon had not changed at all. The core mechanism of this world is that overcoming mental trauma is what ultimately tempers a soul. That is how idea works. Since he was always naturally talented and full of pride, he never suffered any massive trauma to begin with. Because of that, he managed to escape the mental hell faster than anyone else. As a result, trapped in a hellscape filled with Satan's terrifying aura and endless chaos, he was forced to survive longer than anyone, making him work much harder than anyone. Yes, just like him. But suddenly, Bet sensed something shifting, and his eyes widened in absolute shock. A massive grasshopper monster kicked Bet hard, and though he managed to block the strike with his sword, he was still sent flying back. Slumping against a wall, Bet let out a heavy sigh, whispering that this was his end. Right in front of him, the deadly swarm closed in. Surrounded completely, Bet chuckled dryly, muttering how ironic it was that he was thinking of Jin-sung in his final moments. But wait, look closely at this. The falling raindrops suddenly start glowing, gathering together right before his eyes. Incredibly, those glowing droplets forged themselves into a physical sword. Meanwhile, the roaring grasshopper horde lunged forward to tear him apart. He smiled, amused that this miracle happened right after thinking of Jin-sung. Grabbing the watery blade, he prepared for one last stand. He muttered that death would have to wait a little longer. Suddenly, Bet unleashed a massive aura of pressure, halting the incoming monster swarm in its tracks. Suddenly, the sky opened up with a torrential downpour, sending heavy raindrops blasting down like rapid-fire bullets. The system announced his new power. Raincaller, Earthly Angel Tier 3 Ophanim, a weapon born from the condensed sorrow of the world. It brings down lost tears upon the earth, regardless of location. In exchange for taking something precious from its master, it summons a cataclysmic storm that is directly proportional to that heavy price. The destructive power and volume of the falling rain are completely dependent on whatever was sacrificed. It can target specific enemies flawlessly, and the price paid this time was his genius talent to easily copy and improve almost any combat skill. With his combat power soaring to 890,000, the rain cleared as Bet sat down. Relieved the crisis was over. "I know what you're thinking," he survived. "But wait," a mysterious man's voice suddenly echoes through the silence. The stranger explained that some evacuees reported someone was holding the line here, so he rushed over to help, though it seemed unnecessary now. Behind him, several other survivors appeared. Stunned, Bet asked who he was as the dark figure finally stepped forward. Sung-ho reached out his hand, greeting Bet warmly after so long. Meanwhile, in the gloomy, rainy night, inside a single lit room of the building, Vin walked in. Carrying a hot tray of food, the boy smiled warmly and greeted Bet, who immediately started teasing the young kid in return. Bet called him Squinty Eyes, causing the boy to instantly pout and whine, reminding Bet that he had already introduced himself last year and asking if he forgot. Bet joked that nobody used that name anyway, while Du Yi, sitting nearby, chimed in, telling Squinty Eyes to just shut up and serve the hot soup. Vin sighed and complied, while Sung-ho turned to ask Bet a serious question. Sung-ho asked if leaving his hometown meant he was heading to Pang, and when Bet confirmed it, Sung-ho asked with surprise if he was alone. Bet admitted carefully that he was not completely alone initially, though he was the only one who made it this far. Sympathetically, Sung-ho praised his incredible survival efforts. With a sad look, he admitted they lost many allies too. And that is where we leave it, trust me. Their journey across Korea is just getting started. Let's dive back in as Gang W gathers fighters, only for Kim In-jung and that terrifying third monster to launch a sudden attack. Sung-ho hesitated, admitting that in the end, they just couldn't hold their ground. He continued, explaining that the enemy devastated their forces, leaving only 30 survivors, while Phil spoke up, handing a warm bowl of soup to Bae. During their retreat, the zombie squad guarding the outer perimeter ended up getting captured. Sung-ho clenched his fist, saying that if it was just Kim In-jung, they could manage, but against the third monster, they stood absolutely no chance. Bae was taken aback, asking, Sung-ho, are you actually capable of defeating Kim In-jung? Hearing that, Sung-ho calmly replied, I certainly won't deny that possibility. Bae hesitated, noting that the combat power he felt from Kim In-jung was absolutely terrifying. Honestly, even for someone as strong as Sung-ho, Sung-ho confidently stated that while giant-class fighters like F7 or Fox are tough, Kim In-jung is definitely a target he can personally handle. Bae asked hesitantly, admitting that if anyone else claimed that, he would have assumed they were just bluffing. But coming from your mouth? That changes everything. Watch closely, as Sung-ho takes a sip of his soup and reveals his next move. We plan to head to Pyongyang to rescue our captured members. Hearing this, Bae quickly interrupted, warning that such a move is far too rushed. Wiping the remaining soup from his lips, Sung-ho firmly insisted that this is something they absolutely must do. Bae then asked An Sung-ho if Lady Seon or Jin-sung were with him. Sung-ho replied that he met Kim Seon months ago and she was searching for Park Jin-sung. He hesitated, prompting Bae to immediately speak up, noting that Park Jin-sung still hasn't returned from that living hell. He sadly muttered that Jin-sung must still be trapped there. Suddenly, Phil smiled warmly to reassure him, insisting that their captain would absolutely make it back. Sung-ho chimed in, agreeing that knowing Jin-sung, he might be late, but he will absolutely return. Do-hee chuckled, adding that Jin-sung is exactly that type of stubborn guy. Bae was silently amazed, feeling their absolute unbreakable faith in him. They truly believed Jin-sung would return. Smiling softly, Bae replied that he also shared that same belief. Suddenly, a scout burst inside calling for the commander. Sung-ho immediately asked what happened, prompting the scout to quickly deliver his report. The scouts who reached Pyongyang beforehand reported that currently, none of the three monsters are guarding the area. Even the Dark Cavalry has moved elsewhere to set up camp. Sung-ho asked if only the locusts were left guarding Pyongyang. The scout confirmed it. Sung-ho closed his eyes, muttering to himself, wondering if this is a golden opportunity or a trap. Standing up, Sung-ho announced they were heading to the Pyongyang president's residence, asking Bae what his plans were. He instantly replied that he was tagging along with An Sung-ho. Simultaneously, Phil and Do-hee stood up, fully prepared for battle. Sung-ho thanked him, saying it was time to move. Near the mountain by the residence, Do-hee called out to An Sung-ho. Sung-ho agreed the intel was correct, as Do-hee gathered all information regarding the suspected locations holding their captured members. Bae spoke up hesitantly, wanting to ask An Sung-ho a few questions. Hearing this, Sung-ho asked what was on his mind. He hypothesized about what if the captives were dead, but Sung-ho quickly cut in, guessing Bae wondered what they'd do if their minds were corrupted. Bae confirmed it, and Sung-ho calmly gave his response. There's no other choice but to release them from their misery. Even so, Sung-ho clenched his fist, showing clear helplessness. Seeing his grip, Bae softly apologized for asking, but Sung-ho reassured him. Thanks to Bae, a new decision was made. Now, let's see where that leads. Phil shouted from afar, confirming they located the position. Sung-ho responded, asking if everyone was fully prepared to strike. Everyone looked back at him with confident smiles, signaling they were ready. Sung-ho turned, asking Bae to team up with Do-hee to handle the locusts while he and the zombie squad rescued the captives. Bae instantly agreed. Sung-ho then declared loudly that their absolute priority is rescuing the captured members, warning everyone to stay out of danger if possible. He signaled the start of the operation. Instantly, everyone bolted forward at blinding speeds as they began their approach. Do-hee suddenly asked Bae if he could buy enough time for An Sung-ho's team to surround and infiltrate the target. How strong is your fusion sword anyway? Drawing his blade, Bae reassured her, telling Do-hee not to worry. Bae leaped high into the air as the panicked locusts stared up at him. Raising his sword, he chanted, urging the rain to fall. Instantly, torrential rain began pouring down like a massive waterfall. He landed with a smirk, noting it was enough to cover the area. Watching from afar, Phil gasped, amazed no matter how many times he saw it. Sung-ho agreed he was highly reliable, declaring it was time to storm the president's residence. The heavy raindrops pelted the locusts, forcing them to collapse onto the ground as Bae spoke up. That fusion sword performs even better than rumors suggest. I traded my entire talent for it, so it better be worth the trouble. He mentioned a weakness, leaving Do-hee questioning it. Trust me, you and I are going to find out. Alright, let's dive into this epic showdown as Fecht explains that while his ultimate rain power is incredible, anyone who can withstand a heavy storm won't be affected at all. He looks up and spots a massive threat. Standing right before them is Abaddon, calmly floating in the pouring rain. Watching this, Do-hee can only ask in absolute shock. How can he fly inside this sword's field of influence? Fecht raises his guard and warns, he must be the Locust King. Hovering high above, Abaddon sneers, noting how weird the rain felt, only to realize it was summoned by their combined sword. Suddenly, the system alerts them. Abaddon is a terrestrial angel, a second-rank high-grade cherubim, and a literal biblical fallen angel. According to scripture, he once unleashed a plague of locusts to torture humanity for 5 whole months. As their lord, he can summon them anywhere at any time. Looking at the stats, his bottomless abyss, protein absorption, and overall combat power of 300,000 newtons are completely off the charts. He gloats to himself, thrilled that a combined sword basically delivered itself to him, knowing his master will be absolutely thrilled. Now pay attention, because the scene shifts to the dark underground prison of the Pyongyang mayor, where In-jung is absolutely losing his mind. I only left for a moment to report to the boss, but by the time I got back, you already caused all this chaos, you pesky elf. Seon glares back with eyes full of pure rage and venom, spitting back at him. What on earth did you just say? I am barely even getting started here. In-jung clicks his tongue at her endless arrogance, unleashing a massive wave of violent magic straight towards Seon. In-jung screams in absolute rage about how annoying she is. Se-yeon reacts instantly, raising her sword to deflect the incoming magical blast. Se-yeon mocks him, claiming his pathetic trash talk won't work on her anymore. He growls in frustration, swearing at that damn sword of hers that has been a major pain since their clash at the bank. She fires back, telling him he should have destroyed this annoying weapon when he had the chance. Right then, the two captives behind her finally wake up. Holding his head in pain, Kang-ha weakly calls out to her. Watching this, In-jung notes coldly that even the ones he drove mad are waking up. He admits he got a bit careless. But then he sneers, asking the elf if she really plans to spend the rest of her life running. Se-yeon scoffs, declaring she would rather die than become his plaything, and that she can easily stall him here for a few days. In-jung raises an eyebrow in disbelief, mocking her plan. Kim In-jung, what could you possibly gain by keeping me stuck here? She taunts him, replying that who knows, but to her, he looks like nothing more than a giant, heavy burden. He gasps in surprise, but Se-yeon pushes on, stating he cannot keep them bound. You cannot even torture us to vent your rage, so why not just let us go? Her reasoning is absolutely rock solid, first proving they are still highly valuable hostages to him. Second, he cannot afford to waste any more of his strength. Her confident voice echoes. You and I both know what that means. Jin-seong has successfully breached the barrier and finally grouped up with their teacher. A mocking smirk creeps onto his face. Tsk, even in a pinch, that brain of yours works well. You really are an incredibly smart, annoying elf. In-jung mocks her, pointing out that she is stuck in the exact same miserable position. He snaps. If that sword of yours can truly purify anything, why did you not use it to lift my curse back when we were still in China? His next mocking words make her tighten her grip on her hilt. It cannot purify and protect you at the same time, can it? He deduces that she stayed behind specifically to purify her two friends instead of escaping. Hearing this, Kang-ha is completely frozen, realizing they were the ones holding her back. Sang-min hangs his head, clenching his teeth as he tearfully apologizes. Se-yeon gently reassures them, telling them to trust her because they are her husband's friends. He stares in shock, whispering her name. In-jung sneers at the display, calling it a truly touching drama. Let me share one more piece of news with you, he laughs. We already sent number 4 and Fox straight to Baek Jin-sung. Fear immediately grips her heart at the mention of Fox, that absolute monster. In-jung smirks at her terror, telling her to guess exactly how long her friends will survive against them. His mocking voice continues echoing. Let us see if Jin-seong makes it here first, or if you die of complete exhaustion. His face twists into a sadistic, excited grin. Suddenly, a panicked subordinate rushes into the room, calling out to the first. In-jung glances back with irritation. What is it? He asks. The guard stammers, causing In-jung to suddenly scream in shock. Observing his panic, Song-min speaks up. With that kind of panic, could our captain have arrived? Se-yeon ponders silently. No, there is absolutely no way Jin-seong and their teacher made it here this fast, but his panic means her perfect chance has finally arrived. She sneers, mocking him that it looks like he has to leave immediately. What will you do now? He snaps his head back, annoyed at how sharp her senses still are as Se-yeon delivers a heavy threat. The moment you step out of this room, I will slaughter every single one of your lackeys. In-jung's face turns dark and grim. He growls coldly, realizing he has no choice. He cannot let those damn intruders run wild and ruin his base of operations. A thrilling thought crosses her mind. If it isn't Jin-seong, then who is this powerhouse? Trust me, you and I are about to find out. Let's dive into this epic battle where a sword suddenly materializes in his hand as he sneers. Too bad I cannot watch that elf girl die. In-jung immediately waves his hand, blasting waves of fierce magic one after another. He smirks, muttering that this is still better than letting her get away again. Do you remember the bank incident, elf? Instantly, the ceiling begins to crack and crumble. Se-yeon gasps in worry, letting out a sharp tesk. Kim In-jung quickly turns his back to leave, shouting that if she is still alive when he digs her up, they will talk then. Massive debris rains down in heaps, echoing alongside In-jung's roaring voice as he screams out about that damn elf girl. With a wave of her hand, her magic forms a ribbon of brilliant light, blasting away the falling rocks crashing down toward them. Se-yeon sighs softly, wondering if she pushed him too far. Staring at the massive pile of debris, she realizes the entrance is completely blocked off. Her voice drops, wishing she had some sand fairy magic, but she quickly shakes it off and regasps her focus. Regret will not save her now. Since others have already entered, she needs to find a way out and join them before it is too late. Now pay attention here, Kang-ha and Song-min step up to offer their help. Their magic instantly flares in their hands as they joke that tough manual labor is exactly what the zombie squad does best. He gently reassures her, telling her to just sit back and rest. But strangely, their magic only takes the shape of a pathetic, dull blade that looks incredibly weak. Song-min stammers in shock as Se-yeon explains that although the corruption was purified, their mental strain has left their Ida powers completely unstable. She tells them to step aside so she can handle it, but they ignore her warnings and charge straight ahead like absolute beasts. They relentlessly hack at the thick layer of stone, and she desperately warns them that such a blunt weapon will never work. Seiyun gently comforts them, saying she understands their frustration. But Kang-ha brings up their past with a heavy, serious tone. Do you not remember, lady? Back when we listened to Byun and attacked you on that rooftop, you just stood there and smiled. She chuckles, remembering how she absolutely crushed them. Sangmin speaks up, asking if she remembers the advice she gave them. You told us to stop whining about our low Ida rank and actually study. He looks down, slowly sharing his true dream. They want to be just like Captain Baek-Jin-sung, but Songmin grips his weapon, declaring they do not want to just copy his power. His eyes burn with pure resolve for that unbreakable spirit. Together, they roar that they will never, ever give up. Kang-ha shouts, demanding who cares what their weak weapons actually look like anyway. They relentlessly strike the heavy rocks as the clashing sounds echo, fueled by sheer willpower. They are far more than just their Ida ranks. Suddenly, a blinding burst of magic illuminates the entire cavern. Their weapons begin to shift, leaving Sangmin completely stunned by his blade's new shape. Kang-ha shouts in disbelief, realizing this is their true, original Ida, and it feels exponentially stronger than before. Seiyun explains that their mental breakthrough restored their Ida, unlocking potential that is far stronger than ever before. The two stand there trembling with absolute joy, completely unable to believe this miracle is actually happening. I know what you are thinking. They are too excited. But now they can dig deeper, leaving Seiyun staring at them in pure confusion. She mutters that she will leave the excavation to them. They confidently reply to leave everything to them. Seiyun wishes in her heart that Jin-sung could see them right now. But she quickly corrects herself, resolved to make sure he sees them very soon. That is a promise. Meanwhile, outside in the pouring rain, Abaddon speaks with a chillingly cold tone. He provokes them, asking why the fused sword would practically deliver itself. Baek sneers back, daring him to try and take it if he can. His eyes gleam with a cold, predatory light as he notes that the sword seems built for massive, wide-area attacks. That would be a huge disadvantage for his locust swarm. Suddenly, Abaddon opens his hand, revealing a terrifying, gaping mouth on his palm. But what if he does this instead? A massive surge of spiritual energy shoots out, wrapping around the entire locust swarm and pulling them close. This is Abaddon's terrifying skill, protein absorption, where he devours the locusts to turn their life force directly into his own power. However, no one can surpass the total power limits of the Apocalypse Prison, except for Abaddon himself. He laughs maniacally as his magical power begins to skyrocket. The system alerts Flare, showing his power jumping past 350,000, all the way to 369,000. Watching this unfold makes Du Yi incredibly anxious, realizing the monster is literally eating his own swarm to grow stronger. He immediately asks Du Yi for cover fire. She gasps in absolute shock, but Baek urgently explains their dire situation. If they let him keep feeding, they are completely finished. They must strike immediately while his sword's magic is still active. With a powerful swing of his blade, a massive wave of magic erupts, charging directly at the enemy. Abaddon is caught completely off guard, but before he can finish his sentence, an excruciating pain rips through his body. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see how Abaddon escapes this crushing gravity. Let's dive into this epic fight. A furious Abaddon demands, "Why is this rain only falling on me?" Before cursing his enemies for relying on such cheap, cowardly tricks, immediately leaping backward, he snaps, "Fine, then I just need to get out of this spot." Right at that moment, a cold, heavy raindrop strikes his head, and once again, Abaddon is violently slammed straight down into the dirt. Gritting his teeth in fury, he snarls, "You just got lucky predicting my spot. There won't be a next time." Yet no matter how he tries to dodge, the raindrops relentlessly track him. "Damn it, so you're the bastard doing this." Pinned flat against the earth, Abaddon screams in pure rage. He howls, "You absolute bastard. How on earth are you predicting my every single move?" The boy proudly replies, "I might have lost my natural talent, but the experience and achievements I've built up will never fade away." Scowling in deep annoyance, Abaddon snarls, "You really are a giant pain in the neck." He instantly commands his locusts to block the kid. Du-hee and her allies quickly step forward as shields, calmly asking, "Is this why you asked us for backup?" The boy nods slightly. "Yeah, I'm counting on you guys." Casting her magic with absolute confidence, a glowing barrier instantly forms before them as Du-hee smiles. "Don't worry, we can easily sweep away these annoying little insect lackeys ourselves." The swarm of locusts relentlessly strikes the barrier with their razor-sharp claws, but from behind the shield, the team immediately charges out, tearing them apart. Watch closely as their lightning-fast sword strikes rip through the swarm like absolute beasts. The sight makes Abaddon boil with rage. He sneers, "Look at these pests mocking me. What will you do now, Locust King?" With fire burning in his eyes, Abaddon grits his teeth and screams in absolute fury. Get lost. Just get lost, get lost, get lost. At his furious roar, the ground beneath Abaddon's feet suddenly begins to collapse, forming a massive gaping crater. The system alerts that Abaddon's skill, Infinite Abyss, temporarily erases the surrounding terrain, dragging down only sentient lifeforms while leaving non-living objects untouched. Those caught inside the skill will continue free-falling endlessly until the landscape eventually returns to its normal state. Combat power is 999,000. Unable to react in time, they plunge downward in pure panic as someone screams, "A giant hole!" Terrified, the boy realizes he can't even see the bottom of the pit. Standing arrogantly above, Abaddon mocks. "Let me ask you that exact same question from earlier." He sneers. "What are you going to do now?" Let's pivot here to Sung-ho's team sprinting through the mayor's dark basement dungeon, where someone suddenly gasps in shock. "I never imagined a place like this existed underground." Sung-ji mutters. "The stairs look modern enough, but down here feels like a medieval torture dungeon." He issues a stern warning. "It's pitch black. Stay on high alert." His ally quickly replies, "Understood." Phil smiles confidently. "No worries, you know what I'm capable of." Just then, the system activates his trajectory tracking eye skill. This Tier 4 Earthly Angel ability, Dominion, allows him to lock onto any target in sight and determine their kinetic energy, accurately tracing the exact magnitude of their force and where that energy will strike. However, it cannot read powers exceeding his own capacity, and any energy signature lasting under 2 seconds remains completely invisible. Narrowing his eyes, Phil quickly adds, "Right as I say that, look ahead. I detect a massive wave of movement right in front of us." Staring into the darkness, Sung-ji gasps, confirming they are all corrupted souls. Instantly charging directly toward the enemy horde, Sung-ho barks a loud command. "Everyone, release your Adaha and get ready to fight." Only then do the monsters finally sense the terrifying murderous aura closing in. In a fraction of a second, countless enemies fall to his blade. Phil cheers excitedly. "As expected of our captain, let's go, seniors." Sung-ji yells, "Charge!" Unleashing his pent-up fury, he leaps forward and ruthlessly slams his weapon into a corrupted foe. As Sung-ji crushes the life out of him, the corrupted victim groans. It hurts so bad, filling the boy's heart with deep pity. Sung-ji hesitates for a split second, but Sung-ho instantly steps in and finishes the corrupted beast. Confused, the boy whispers, "Captain," only for Sung-ho to answer coldly, "There is no way left for us to save them." Sung-ho's voice echoes, "Don't let them suffer anymore." Sung-ji hangs his head, muttering under his breath, "End their pain." With burning rage in their crimson eyes, they launch themselves into the corrupted crowd with absolute killing intent. Phil cheers excitedly. "Show them the power of the veteran squad. Let's crush both Kim In-jung and Satan." Completely unaware that In-jung has already sneaked up right behind him. Hearing this, In-jung boils with rage. "What did you say, you filthy pests?" He raises his sword, muttering, "How incredibly annoying." Fear grips Phil's heart as he panics. "Kim In-jung is too fast, I can't dodge this strike." He growls, "Fall back." In-jung mocks, "My, isn't that Sung-ho? Crawling back after that Gwang-woo beating? You and I will have to wait and see what happens next." Sung-ho does not deny it, admitting he fled back then, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous, cold glare. "But today will be different." In-jung sneers wickedly and replies, "Well, let us see what makes today so special." Now pay attention as a purple aura erupts around him. He screams for a fight, summoning the system's first-ranked beast, the Defiler. The idea absorbed by the first beast has materialized physically, causing any idea targeted by the Defiler to drop down by 1 tier. However, if the owner of that ideal fights back, the debuff will vanish, meaning their resistance, control, and tier recovery are directly tied to the pure willpower of the user. The members of Sung-ho's squad instantly freeze in absolute shock as the pressure hits. "My idea is fading," Sung-ho shouts, ordering everyone to turn off their idea, and they comply immediately as In-jung watches with a smirk. "You survive longer than those weaklings, but it was just like this in Pyongyang." The system warns that a sanctuary of Earthly Angel, Level 1, High Seraphim, has been summoned, unleashing a terrifying high-tier demon that creates a literal hellscape in the human world. Simply standing inside this corrupted zone boosts the user's overall combat power by 1 entire tier. Anyone who has not transitioned beyond human civilization will immediately suffer a 1-tier power drop just by witnessing this domain, as the villain speaks. "But it looks like you are barely holding on. Did you really dare to barge in here with just that?" In-jung roars, unleashing sharp claws. "You are seriously underestimating me." In-jung screams, thrusting his deadly claws straight at Sung-ho's face. The hero quickly leaps backward to dodge the strike, as In-jung sneers, calling his spirit guardian as annoying as a monkey, but Sung-ho stays silent. This cold silence completely infuriates the villain, who charges in, demanding to know why the hero is looking down on him. Let us think about this for a second. Sung-ho realizes that while greatswords are usually useless in tight spaces, this fight is different. As In-dung unleashes a flurry of strikes, Sung-ho continues to dodge while analyzing the battlefield, realizing that the villain's unique idea allows him to swing that massive blade completely unrestrained. He keeps analyzing his options, especially focusing on that mutated, half-monster hand. Sung-ho remembers from their previous battle that anyone who makes contact with that grotesque hand ends up cursed. He silently calculates that both mutated hands are constantly lunging forward to inflict curses, making this fight an absolute nightmare for close combat specialists like him. Suddenly pausing, In-dung sneers. "Well, look at you, Captain. You are surprisingly good at running away." He extends his clawed hand, conjuring a massive roaring fireball, before mockingly asking, "So, how will you dodge this?" Staring at the blazing fire in the villain's hand, Sung-ho realizes the enemy also possesses wide-range hellfire magic. The system warns that the beast's left hand of destruction is an earthly angel level 2, cherubim, boasting a total combat power of 1 million. Suddenly, a squad member screams from behind, and Sung-ho realizes that even his elite zombie squad cannot survive a prolonged battle without their idea. Closing his eyes with a heavy sigh, he knows that since Kim In-dung is fighting alone, he has no choice but to gamble everything. Across from him, In-dung taunts, mocking, "What is wrong? Have you already given up, kid?" Suddenly, Sung-ho snaps his eyes open and declares with absolute resolve, "Not a chance. I was just planning your downfall." For the first time, a flicker of anxiety crosses the villain's mind as he wonders what that confident glare means. Sung-ho commands, "Zombie squad, release your idea and hold the perimeter. Do not let anyone interfere with my fight against In-dung." His team instantly responds, "Yes, Captain." In-dung laughs, asking, "You really think a weakling like you can beat me in a one-on-one duel?" But the hero remains completely calm. "Kim In-dung, since you gained that cheap power, how long has it been since you actually trained?" Confused, the villain barks, "What? What on earth are you talking about?" Suddenly, In-dung gasps in sheer shock as Sung-ho's presence violently erupts, his aura suddenly surging to a whole new level. "No, this is impossible." In-dung screams in sheer panic, "How are you completely unaffected by my holy domain?" Sung-ho calmly replies, "My training regimen has always been 10 steps ahead of you." Unleashing his full aura, he declares, "I will show you the results of my hard work." Instantly, the ground shatters, and the entire arena trembles, leaving the villain struggling to stand. The system displays the skill. War God's Duel. Earthly Angel Rank 1, Low Seraphim. Trust me, you and I are about to watch 60 seconds of absolute madness inside this exclusive duel arena designed only for them. I know what you're thinking, but In-jung is completely shocked, crying out, "Spatial division?" as his claws slowly dissolve. In-jung gasps in horror. "What? Where is my power?" The system states, "Idea cannot be activated," neutralizing all his physical and mental stats. Dong-ho steps forward, declaring, "A healthy body is a vessel for a healthy soul." The system updates with a brutal penalty. The owner's body is reduced to its weakest state for 1 year, while the target is adjusted to their peak strength. Completely losing his cool, In-jung curses loudly. "How could a mere brat like you reach Seraphim rank?" Sung-ho takes his combat stance and replies, "Kim In-jung, I will cleanse that filthy mind of yours." Staring silently, he suddenly bursts forward right in front of In-jung, and trust me, we cannot miss this next clash. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the middle of this brutal, high-stakes battle as Sung-ho's fist flies toward In-jung's face. He realizes his body cannot keep up, and just like that, In-jung takes Sung-ho's fist straight to the face, groaning in agonizing pain. This pain isn't from an Adea's direct attack, it's just raw, physical damage. Has he really completely managed to seal away my Adea like this? As In-jung clutches his face, Sung-ho looks down and asks, "How does it feel to be the one who's sealed away? Normally, you're the one doing the sealing, right?" Infuriated, In-jung lunges forward, screaming as he throws a punch, but Sung-ho instantly blocks the blow. He recalls that Kim In-jung was highly watched by global powers long before he ever entered the pit, not just because he was a North Korean leader, but because he was an exceptionally skilled swordsman from a very young age. He slams his shoulder hard into In-jung's chin, analyzing the situation further. But because this guy has relied on unstoppable, crowd-controlling ideas for so long, his ego simply cannot accept the reality of being totally dominated like this. He stubbornly barks out that someone as great as Kim In-jung cannot be beaten by a brat. But before he can finish, watch closely here, Sung-ho slams his hand onto In-jung's face, pinning him down while thinking that without his Adea, this boss is just a pathetic punching bag. Sung-ho unleashes a barrage, forcing him to block helplessly, determined to pummel him until he can't even draw a single breath. Grabbing In-jung's collar, Sung-ho lifts him high and unleashes a devastating full-power strike straight to his face. Taking the massive blow head-on, In-jung is sent flying backward, landing hard. Sung-ho looks down and coldly says, Rest in peace. Kim In-jung. Struggling to get back up, the villain mutters. I never expected you to have this ability. Good thing I met you before seeing the Lord. Kneeling on the ground, In-jung spits out that even the filthiest thugs wouldn't play as dirty as they did. Mentioning the elf girl and Phi Dung makes Sung-ho freeze in shock. He's talking about Kim Se-yoon and Park Jin-sung. In-jung sneers. Oh, so you know them? Sung-ho immediately demands. Park Jin-sung is back? Where is he right now? In-jung chuckles. Thought you were gonna kill me? Better hurry, because an Adea that seals other spirits can't last very long, can it? Sung-ho realizes the villain is right. He is quickly running out of time. Shaken, but knowing this is his only shot, he clenches his fist with absolute resolve and declares, I will kill you in the 10 seconds I have left. The villain mocks him, saying 10 seconds is way too long, laughing as he asks if Sung-ho agrees. Suddenly, In-jung looks up at the cracking sky as the protective barrier shatters, calling out for the third. Now, let's pause and watch this. The third crashes down from above, forcing Sung-ho to shield himself from the debris, while the beast demands to know what's going on. Sung-ho stands completely frozen, his mind racing with intense worry at the sight of the third. He assumed these monsters couldn't interfere with the arena, realizing he was too reckless. Facing both of them means he stands absolutely zero chance of survival. Frowning, Sung-ho makes up his mind he has to eliminate Kim In-jung before anything else. Without a moment of hesitation, he charges forward like a storm, his rapid steps tearing through the very air. In-jung sneers that it's already too late, and right on cue, a massive hand slams down directly towards Sung-ho. He swiftly evades the attack, but intense anxiety creeps in. If this keeps up, his sealing skill will expire, and his long-awaited chance will vanish forever. In-jung gloats, mocking that such a powerful ability is completely wasted if it isn't used to finish off someone like him. Go ahead and try, and the third will crush you. Sung-ho stands silent, realizing he made a massive mistake by playing around. He is right, his combat skill has absolutely no effect on these savage monsters. Despair sinks in as he realizes why he needed to finish In-jung quickly. Now, his tactical advantage is completely gone. Pio stammers, asking the captain what they should do next, and he calmly replies that this rescue mission is strictly guerrilla warfare. If we go all out, we stand zero chance. Sung-ho clenches his fist tightly, his voice laced with pure, crushing helplessness. Even if they retreat, everyone will eventually be captured or slaughtered. He speaks with heavy sadness, accepting that this might be their final end. Yet, his face suddenly hardens with murderous intent as he vows to take Kim In-jung down with him, drawing a mock. Are you planning to ruin your friends' lives with that cheap trick again? You really think those weaklings can stop the third? The third cackles loudly, shouting checkmate at the thieves, while the zombie squad prepares to fight to their very last breath. Sung-ji roars, telling the squad that if they die with honor, while Pio taunts the beast to bring it on. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes from behind, causing everyone to spin around in sheer shock. Oh my, are these the friends of my fiancé? Sung-ho gasps, instantly recognizing the voice with overwhelming relief. And trust me, you and I are about to witness some serious payback as In-jung grits his teeth, cursing at the arriving elf girl. Se-yoon cheerfully waves, saying it has been a while, leaving Sung-ji completely stunned as he gasps out, My lady, alright, you and I are diving into a shocked confrontation as his voice echoes. You're alive? In-jung sneers. What a touching reunion this is. This isn't my style, so I won't let you off. With that, he suddenly leaps high, screaming, Let's go to hell together. In-jung coldly commands his summon. Third beast, finish them off right now. In a split second, its massive claws swipe down. Easy. Hearing her urgent call, An Seong-ho nods and hurriedly screams out to the team. The entire team takes cover behind Kim Se-yoon. Without hesitation, Seong-ho charges straight at the enemy. A surge of magic erupts, completely blocking the third beast's strike. Seizing the opening, the others swiftly leap up to attack. The rain finally stops, leaving Song-ho in deep thought. Did something happen to Jin-sung and Ju-yi? No. We must take down Kim In-jung first. Spotting him, In-jung roars in absolute rage. Not that bastard again. Seong-ho flies straight toward his target like a bullet. Pay attention here, this gets wild. Seong-ho yells, Die, Kim, In-jung. In-jung panics. Third beast, move. But the beast sneers at his weakness. At that moment, Se-yoon leaps up, shouting, Hold him! On, Seong-ho! In-jung whips around in utter shock. You damn elf brat! The third beast immediately swipes its claws. Stay put, elf, Se-yoon mocks. At the end of the day, you're just a giant cat. She immediately unleashes her magic, creating dizzying illusions as she activates her signature goblin sword style. The third beast's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. In a flash, countless slashes rain down, cutting it from every angle. The beast collapses in agony. Se-yoon instantly dashes toward her next target, whispering, It's over. Kim In-jung bites his lip, muttering, What a complete mess. Realizing there's no escape, he utters his grim final words. Master, I have no face to see you again. I will go first. Meanwhile, on Satan's side, the unholy Bible suddenly vibrates, demanding a result. Glowing text appears. More than half the world is mine. Let's pause here. Just then, a system notification rings out. Codex Gigas, a god-tier artifact on Earth. This unholy Bible was allegedly written in a single day by a demon who aspired to become a god, a code designed to rule hell. Though ignored in practice, it has dragged the mortal realm into a hell of absolute corruption and eternal flames. Anyone capable of rewriting this book will be granted absolute power, transcending even the depths of hell. He laughs excitedly. More than half the world has fallen into my hands. What kind of results are you still demanding from me? Yet, the unholy book keeps repeating. Produce results. Satan scowls, snapping. I already gave you the exact results you wanted. What more do you want? He growls. If you back me right now, I can immediately launch a full-scale war against heaven. Give me what I want. Before Satan can even finish his sentence, the book screams back in anger. Results! Then, the demonic book slams shut. He frowns in confusion, muttering, Is it going to be like this today too? Fine, then I will destroy this world myself. Suddenly, the ground violently trembles, rocks raining down as Satan freezes in shock. This earthquake? Have those intruders not been dealt with yet? Demonic energy surges red around his hands. It seems I have no other choice. Within a split second, massive magic circles expand through the air. Satan summons, Return to me, fourth beast. Right at that moment, a crimson light erupts over near Indung. Seun shields her face, her eyes wide with shock. What? An inverted cross? She can't believe her eyes, gasping in complete horror. This is impossible. High in the sky, a crimson glow radiates from the inverted cross, acting like a dimensional portal for monsters to break through. Moments later, Fox's massive figure materializes. I was thoroughly enjoying this beautiful violence, he says coldly. But if this is my master's command, I have no choice. Fox immediately unleashes a devastating, earth-shattering punch. Kneel and submit to absolute violence. The terrifying sight leaves the entire zombie squad completely speechless. It all happens too fast for Seong-ho to react, freezing him dead in his tracks. Dread is written all over Seun's face as she nervously grits her teeth. Suddenly, a colossal explosion erupts, shaking the earth itself. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next,